Moonchild by Elysium Gates. Chapter 1, Cry Wolf. In a time when old wives' tales were as certain as the sky, there was a lullaby sung to children, warning them of the dangers lurking in the dark. Creatures, both short and tall, were to be feared when the moon shone bright. The sun might keep the belly of the beast at bay, but the night beckoned them to come and feast. What was a babe to do when animal eyes glimmered from the bushes, just beyond the reach of guards, weapons, and flickering torches? The answer was simple: stay close to their mother's side. For a young mind, the divide was clear: the sun was safe, and the moon was dangerous. But what became of the one who was both child and monster by misfortune? Human by day, mindless by moonlight? Boredom. Boredom. Bound by bulletproof fur, panting around steely fangs, filled with a deranged hunger that seemed endless, this unanswered question throbbed through the deep forests of Washington. Guided only by the sound of its heartbeat and the cool glow of the moon, the creature sensed something. A smell too sweet to exist. A thrumming pulse. An invisible tug that pulled the creature closer. Boredom. Boredom. The broken "Welcome to Forks" sign, crushed beneath heavy paws, was an ominous sign of what was to come. Time passes. Even when it seems impossible. Even when each tick of the second hand aches like a pulse behind a fresh scar. It passes unevenly, in strange lurches and dragging lulls, but it does pass. Even for her. Bella stared out the window, clutching Jacob's ruined shirt to her bloody head as he drove them to Forks. The motorcycle had exceeded her wildest dreams. It had served its original purpose, breaking her promise to Edward and embracing recklessness. The wind whipped past her face, the speed-induced blur, the freedom. It reminded her of their times before, soaring through the thick forest and feeling safe in his arms. Bella felt her heart race when he appeared on that dirt road, demanding her to go home. Bella whispered to herself, captivated by the sheer beauty of him. She finally pieced together the mystery behind her hallucinations. Tonight, after the ER, she would find a way to see him again, to hear those velvet-soaked commands once more. The ache of his absence made her flinch. "You still good?" Jacob asked, concern etched on his face. "Yeah," she replied, trying to sound convincing. "By the way," he added, "I'm going to disconnect your foot brake tonight. No more accidents like this." Once home, Bella glanced in the mirror and was taken aback by her reflection. It was a mess. Dried blood streaked thickly across her cheeks and neck, matting in her chestnut hair. She tried to stay clinical, breathing through her mouth to avoid the sight. After washing up, she hid her bloody clothes in the hamper and changed into something fresh. "Hurry up," Jacob called from downstairs. "All right, I'm coming," she shouted back. After making sure she had covered her tracks and grabbing a large tea she had borrowed from Phil, she headed downstairs. "How do I look?" she asked Jacob. "Better," he admitted. "Let's go then." Jacob ushered Bella out the door and insisted on driving again. They were halfway to the hospital when she suddenly remembered he was still shirtless. A frown crossed her face, guilt creeping in, and she pulled out the spare shirt she had been holding. "Here, I brought this for you," she offered. "Thanks," Jacob said with a smile, placing the shirt on his lap. "You don't want to put it on?" "Nah, hands always on 10 and 2, Bella," he teased. "Besides, it's not cold." "Are you kidding?" Bella shivered, reaching out to turn on the heat. She glanced at Jacob, trying to gauge if he was just braving the chill, but he seemed perfectly comfortable. Jacob looked older than 16, definitely not 30, but older than her. His lanky, wiry frame, toned with muscle, almost glowed in the dim light of the truck, and his striking appearance sparked a light-hearted jealousy within her. Jacob caught her staring. "What?" he asked, a hint of curiosity in his voice. "Nothing," she said, shaking her head. She paused for a moment before adding, "Did you know you're kind of beautiful?" "Okay, player," Jacob replied, rolling his eyes. "You hit your head pretty hard, didn't you?" "I'm serious," Bella protested, although she was glad he took it lightly. "Well, thank you." "Kind of," Jacob said, a hint of a smile creeping onto his face. "You're welcome." "Kind of." Bella grinned back at him. Bella had to get 7 stitches to close the cut on her forehead. After the sting of the local anesthetic wore off, the procedure was pain-free. Jacob held her hand while Dr. Snow worked, and Bella tried not to dwell on the irony of the moment. They were at the hospital for what felt like ages. By the time they finished, Bella had to drop Jacob off at home and rush back to cook dinner for Charlie. Fortunately, Charlie seemed to buy her story about tripping in Jacob's garage. That night wasn't as bad for Bella as that first night after hearing Jacob's voice in Port Angeles. The emptiness returned, as it always did when she was away from him, but it didn't hurt as much this time. She found herself planning ahead, looking forward to more of those vivid hallucinations, which served as a welcome distraction. Tomorrow meant more time with Jacob, and that made the hollow feeling and familiar pain easier to bear. Relief was in sight. The nightmare, too, had lost some of its intensity. Bella was still horrified by the nothingness that haunted her, but she felt a strange impatience as she awaited the moment that would send her spiraling back into consciousness. She knew the nightmare had to end. The following Wednesday, before Bella could even get home from the ER again, Dr. Snow called to warn Charlie that she might have a concussion. He advised Charlie to wake her up every 2 hours throughout the night to make sure she was okay. Charlie narrowed his eyes at her weak explanation about tripping again. "Maybe you should just stay out of the garage altogether, Bella," he suggested during dinner that night. Bella panicked, worried that Charlie was about to impose some kind of rule that would keep her away from La Push and her motorcycle. She couldn't give it up, not after. Bella had the most incredible hallucination today. Edward had yelled at her for nearly 5 minutes before she hit the brakes too abruptly and launched herself into a tree. She was ready to endure any pain just to see him again, without complaint. "This didn't happen in the garage," she protested. "We were hiking, and I tripped over a rock." "Since when do you hike?" Charlie asked, skepticism etched across his brow. "Working at Newton's was bound to rub off on me eventually," she pointed out. "When you spend every day selling the virtues of the outdoors, you get curious." Charlie glared at her, clearly unconvinced. His expression screamed the question, "Do you think I'm stupid?" "I'll be more careful," Bella promised, crossing her fingers under the table. He sighed. "I don't mind you hiking around La Push, but stay close to town, okay?" "Why?" "Well, lately we've been getting a lot of wildlife complaints. The forestry department is going to check into it, but for now." "Oh, the big bear," Bella said with sudden understanding. "Yeah, some of the hikers coming through Newton's have seen it." "Do you think there's really a giant mutated grizzly out there?" Charlie's forehead creased. "There's something. Just keep it close to town, all right?" Sure, she agreed. He didn't look entirely appeased but went back to his lasagna. That night, on her non-Jacob day, as Bella laced up her new hiking boots, she couldn't shake the guilt she felt while listening to Charlie's loud snores from his bedroom. His gruff warnings echoed in her mind, but the allure of the chance to see Edward rang even louder. If she couldn't ride her motorcycle, she had to find another way to chase the danger. Doing nothing in the meantime was not an option. The motorcycles worked, but his presence had to be out there somewhere more tangible than just inside her. There had to be a place where he felt more real than among all the familiar surroundings. Bella stood surrounded by landmarks that resonated with memories of the past. The meadow, the one place that would always belong to him, was bathed in sunlight and illuminated by the sparkle of his diamond complexion. Though it was night and no sunlight was present, she hoped the added danger would amplify his presence and ease the deep ache within her. She layered on extra clothing, slipping into the waterproof field jacket Jacob had lent her, and gathered her essentials: flashlight, pepper spray, compass, map, and pocket knife. Carefully, she crept down the stairs, timing her movements with the pauses in Charlie's snores, until she reached the door. With a gentle push, she inched it open. At last, she bounded off the front porch and into the woods, guided by the glow of the full moon. The forest, usually alive with chaotic sounds, was eerily quiet, charged with a buzzing energy. It would have been unsettling enough to turn her back, but it was exactly what she sought. As she ventured deeper into the overgrown embrace of the pine and fir trees, the sense of unease intensified. She found herself missing Jacob's carefree whistling and the comforting sound of another pair of feet squelching through the muddy ground. Holding up her flashlight, she illuminated the well-worn map, trying to catch her breath. Just as she managed to unfold the paper, she heard two sounds, a large crack deep within the thicket, as if a giant had stepped on a branch, and then, the soft whisper of Edward's voice in her ear. "Run." Bella swallowed hard, but she stood her ground, angling her body toward the source of the sound. Another crack echoed, closer this time. "Bella, please, go." She gasped as his voice wrapped around her name, shaking her head in defiance. "You might be able to leave me, but I can't do it. I won't do it." The cracks were followed by rapid, pounding thuds, and suddenly, Edward appeared before her. His topaz eyes reflected a terror she had never witnessed before, and in that moment, Bella wondered, with a sense of detachment, just how deeply she was entangled in this situation. Bella realized, as the hallucination tried to push her back toward her house, that the answer was very clear. By the time she took a staggering step back, it was already too late. The heavy thuds had slowed, and each step sent vibrations jolting beneath her boots. Bella moved again, but her foot tangled on a gnarly branch, sending her crashing to the ground. The fallen leaves and pine needles crunched beneath her like a clumsy dinner bell. She froze, waiting for more thuds, but none came. Glancing around, she peered through the thick underbrush and around the tree trunks, only to see the moonlight reflecting off the silent woods. A flicker of delirious hope rose in her mind. No Edward, no danger. But just as quickly, her instincts kicked in. She tilted her gaze to the left, and when she heard the distant echo of Edward's ferocious roar, she knew she had found it. There, a form of darkness that she had initially thought was the shadow of an adjacent oak tree began to move in a way that was definitely not tree-like. The creature slinked into the light with the quiet ease of a cobra, yet it was enormous, several feet taller than her, with the bulk of a small coop. Its muscularity and strength were evident beneath its malnourished, ink-black fur, but what truly held Bella's attention were its eyes. Luminescent silver pools tracked her with a singular intensity. The bear. Bella hesitated to label this great creature as simply a bear, for beneath its sheer primality, there was something undeniably different about its nature. It stood upright with the posture of an ape, its hands matching that stance, but she noticed the long, proud tail standing at attention like a canine, and her eyebrows shot up in shock. Her mind raced. She had no idea what this creature was, but she knew it had to be the one causing all the alarm. "Don't move an inch," Edward whispered. Bella listened, though she didn't relish the idea of becoming a human pork chop. The wolf's long muzzle. Bella grimaced, revealing a line of curved incisors that rivaled daggers. A thunderous snarl erupted from its mouth, closing the distance between them like a red carpet of doom. The creature padded closer, crouching down until it was nearly eye level with her. Bella felt the humid heat of its breath wash over her. She clenched her hands against the ground, gripping the large branch that had tripped her with one hand and a small pile of pine needles with the other. Suddenly, Edward appeared beside the creature, shaking his head. His usual aloofness melted away, replaced by a protective fear that warmed her despite the ache of her situation. In that moment, Bella made a reckless decision. She blew the pine needles directly into the creature's eyes and swung the branch as hard as she could at its head. The bear-ape dog, whatever it was, rocked backward, growling in irritation as its vision was obstructed. Seizing the opportunity, Bella scrambled to her feet and sprinted toward the clearing near her house. She only took 3 steps before the creature caught her again. Its clawed hand grabbed her ankle, sending her flying to the ground. It held her firmly, leaning down to pierce her bicep with its fangs, trying to flip her over. Bella screamed in agony as the bite dug deep into her muscles, igniting a fire beneath her skin. Pain became her only sensation. Yet, even in that moment, his name broke through the walls she had built around her heart. "Edward, Edward, Edward." She thought she was going to die. It shouldn't have mattered that she was thinking of him, but she couldn't help it. "Edward, I love you." The creature licked its bloody chops, snuffling along her body before settling near her neck. Bella tensed, bracing for the final blow when a chorus of powerful howls filled the air around them. The creature jolted back, posturing with a dominant energy toward the trees. It growled menacingly, its hackles standing erect. More large shapes emerged from the shadows. Bella finally emerged from the underbrush, her heart racing as she saw them clearly. Wolves. She almost laughed in her delirium. Welcome to dinner, she thought, the more, the merrier. They moved in a large V formation, reminiscent of geese flying south, their coats ranging from midnight black to charcoal gray to dark brown. As they prowled forward, they were acutely aware of the creature that had slowly begun to retreat as more wolves appeared. It shot Bella a fleeting glance, as if weighing its chances of snatching her away like a takeout order. But the wolf's snarls snapped it back to reality. With a fierce snap of its fangs, the creature charged at the smaller, lanky wolf on the edge of the formation, using its strength to plow past it and sprint deeper into the forest. In an instant, the wolves were after it, chasing through the trees with powerful bounds, snarling and snapping so loudly that Bella instinctively raised her hands to cover her ears. The cacophony faded surprisingly quickly once they disappeared into the woods. Bella pressed her hands against her bloody arm, breathing shallowly as darkness began to creep into her vision. Suddenly, she felt something move against her side. She glanced to her right and locked eyes with a large, dark gaze. One wolf had stayed behind. Its shaggy, long fur brushed against her with every breath it took, and its deep eyes seemed almost too intelligent, too warm for a wild animal. She blinked lazily, holding the wolf's gaze as a dizzying wave washed over her. Her adrenaline was leaking away, leaving her teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. As the wolf sniffed her bicep, thoughts of Jacob flooded her mind, filling her with gratitude. She was grateful she had come here alone, grateful he didn't have to face this nightmare filled with dark monsters, grateful she wouldn't have his death on her conscience. The moon's vivid glow filled her vision, and a distant, pained howl was the last thing she heard. Chapter 2, Crumbling Fool. Beep. 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 Bella's eyes fluttered open to a blinding white light. She found herself in an unfamiliar room, stark and sterile. The wall beside her was lined with long vertical blinds, and overhead, harsh lights filled the space. She lay on a hard, uneven bed, one with rails, and the pillows were flat and lumpy. The relentless beeping nearby made her hope it meant she was still alive. Death shouldn't feel this uncomfortable. Her hands were tangled in clear tubes, and something was taped across her face, just under her nose. She instinctively lifted her hand to rip it off. "No, you don't." Warm, calloused fingers caught her hand. Bella turned her head slightly and caught a whiff of leather, Charlie's sheriff jacket. "Dad?" she whispered. His face was only a foot away, his body slouched in a chair beside her, resting against the railing. He looked exhausted, the red rims around his eyes revealing his worry. Relief washed over her as she realized she was alive, filling her with gratitude and elation. A small sob caught in her throat. "Charlie, I'm so sorry." "Shoo, honey," he soothed. "Everything's all right now." He reached down the bed, tugging the cobalt and plum blanket up around her waist. Bella recognized the knitting as one of Grandma Swan's designs, his favorite one. "What happened?" she asked, struggling to piece together the fragmented memories. "Charlie sent me to look for you when he found your bed empty. You had gone into the forest." A deep, semi-familiar voice came from the doorway. Bella looked up to see two men standing there. She recognized one as Eli Jones, one of Charlie's deputies, and the other was Sam, Charlie said as he stood to shake his hand. "Thank you. I'm forever grateful that you found her again." "You're welcome," Sam replied with a nod. He turned his gaze toward Bella, concern etched on his face. Bella felt like a mouse, pinned under the weight of his dark eyes. "How are you feeling, Bella?" he asked, his solemn gaze flickering to her leg and then to her arm. Bella scrunched her eyebrows as she took in her injuries. Her right ankle was wrapped in a small black brace, and her left bicep. She hissed when she tried to touch it. It throbbed painfully beneath the layers of gauze, revealing angry red indents. Meeting Sam's eyes, she said, confused, as she used her other arm to sit up more properly. And sore. Charlie let out a sigh, his demeanor more relaxed now that she was awake. A bear attack will do that to you, Bells. Suddenly, memories of the nightmare came rushing back, Edward, the monster, and... Her heart monitor began to speed up. Wolves, Bella blurted out. Pardon? Eli grumbled, eyeing her as if she might have a concussion. I mean, Bella shook her head, trying to settle her thoughts. I went hiking and I saw the bear. She attempted to sound calm, but her voice came out shaky and high. It's not a bear, though. There was some other animal, and there were wolves. 5 of them, a big black one, a gray one, and a reddish-brown one. Sam leaned forward, his interest piqued, while Eli's eyes widened in horror. Charlie stepped closer to Bella and pulled her into a gentle hug. Jesus, Bella, you could have been killed. For a long moment, silence hung in the air until Sam broke it. Are you sure it was wolves? Charlie leaned back, eyeing Sam, the protective father and suspicious officer battling for dominance in his expression. You think she's lying? No. Sam maintained Charlie's intensity with the ease of a seasoned bodybuilder. But I found her in the middle of the forest, unconscious and sleep-talking about the Cullen boy again. It was dark. There are too many ways to misconstrue something. He turned the heavy look back to Bella. It's important to cover all bases and be sure. Her head bobbed in a weak nod. Those silver eyes were something she couldn't easily forget. I'm sure, Bella said. Charlie suppressed his grumpiness and nodded at the tall man. I appreciate your diligence, Sam, but the rangers did say the tracks were wrong for a bear. It's just, wolves don't get that big. These were huge, Bella exclaimed. How many did you say you saw? Eli asked, pulling out a notebook and pen. 5. And one monster, she thought. Her father shook his head, frowning with anxiety. He spoke in a tone that allowed no argument. No more midnight hiking. No problem, Bella promised fervently. Charlie pushed himself up from the hospital chair with a small grunt. I'm going to take Eli into the hall and call the station to report what you saw. Do you need anything before I go? Bella opened her mouth, only to be interrupted by a loud growl from her stomach. Maybe some snacks, she murmured. Charlie chuckled and ruffled her hair. I'll get the nurse to bring you some lunch. Rest up, all right, kiddo? Yeah, thank you, Dad. She smiled, a warm feeling washing over the ache in her chest. Charlie was too good to her sometimes. As the 2 officers left the room, Sam turned to follow, but Bella blurted out, Wait. Sam paused and regarded her with a raised brow. Jacob, she said. When he simply stared, she continued, Is he all right? The real question she wanted to ask was, Where is he? He's fine. Just occupied right now, Sam replied after a moment. He asked after you, though. Nearly shook me down to find out whether you were going to be okay. A small, rare smile blossomed on his full lips. She couldn't help but prod. Occupied how? With the flu. Bella could practically see the shutters close on Sam's warm expression. Right now, he's probably puking his guts out in his dad's toilet. Oh. Bella leaned back into her propped pillows. It was hard to imagine Jacob, healthy, vibrant, dealing with something like that. Bella couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of sturdy, boisterous Jacob feeling under the weather. It made sense, though. Even the brightest boys could have their rainy days. Once I'm out of here, I'll bring him some soup, she said. You shouldn't, Sam replied firmly. What do you mean, I shouldn't? He's my friend, Bella argued, unsure whether Sam was protective of Jacob or simply didn't like her. Either way, her instincts were on high alert. Jacob needs to heal, Sam said, leaning against the wall next to the door. And he doesn't need any distractions right now. That was her answer. The urge to defend herself surged within her, reminding her of Edward's words from the day he left. Bella, I don't want you to come with me. He had spoken slowly, his cold eyes fixed on her, watching as she processed the weight of his words. A pause settled over her as she repeated the phrase in her mind, searching for its true meaning. You don't want me? She tried, confused by how they sounded when strummed together. No. Bella crossed her arms, feeling a mix of hurt and frustration. And I'm a distraction? Look, I know you care about him, Sam sighed as he opened the door. But right now, the best thing you can do for Jacob is to rest and wait until he reaches out to you. His gaze flickered to her arm for a moment before he nodded in farewell. Goodbye, Bella. With that, he stepped out, leaving her alone to grapple with a loneliness that felt as familiar as the worn heirloom blanket wrapped around her. Charlie waved at the nurse who had helped him push Bella's wheelchair across the parking lot to his cruiser. It's just standard hospital procedure to protect against liabilities, Bells, especially with that ankle of yours. Besides, you'll be able to use the crutches they gave you once we get home, he murmured when she protested that she could walk. Though it made sense, Bella hated feeling like a spectacle. After an overnight stay for observation, Dr. Snow finally discharged Bella, reminding her in an amused, maternal tone to stay vigilant and stick to familiar paths. Bella flushed and nodded, eager to leave. Now, they were driving home in a soothing silence, with the police playing softly in the background. Rainwater slid down her window as Sting crooned about stalking his love every moment of the day. Bella couldn't help but snort. Charlie glanced at her from the corner of his eye, curiosity etched on his face. She gestured toward the radio. Are you trying to tell me something? Charlie frowned, perplexed, until the lyrics washed over him. Suddenly, he guffawed, and Bella chuckled, both enjoying the brief moment of levity. I think Sweet Child O' Mine would be a better fit, he said, his gruff demeanor softening into a rare vulnerability. He turned down the music and tapped his fingers on the steering wheel to the now inaudible tune. Bella waited, giving him a moment. Bella, her father began, his tone shifting. Finding your bed empty that night terrified me. Dad. He raised a hand to stop her. Let me finish, Isabella. His voice was hoarse and soft, turning the car into a solemn, quiet space, a confessional. Somehow, Bella felt as if she were the one admitting her sins. Every day, we get news of a missing person, Charlie continued. Seattle, Polsbo, Sequim, the place doesn't matter. There's always an APB staring at me from the bulletin board. Men, women, but the kids always stay with me. Some days are good days, you know. We find them and get them tucked into bed, snug as a bug. But, his fingers tightened on the steering wheel, most days, you have to deal with the fact that these kids won't be found, not alive at least. It's hard, but it's the job we signed up for. Bella didn't dare breathe, even as Charlie took in a deep, shuddering breath. The thought of you becoming one of those people, printed in black and white, hanging in front of some random sheriff's face, it scares the living daylights out of me. Scared the hell out of me. He clenched his jaw, trying to bottle up his raw emotions. And this is the third time I thought it had happened. I understand heartbreak, honey. Charlie sighed. I know Edward leaving hurts, probably hurts like hell. But I need you to take better care of yourself. If not for your sake, then for mine. The familiar crunch of their driveway greeted the car tires as Charlie braked and shifted into park. He reached over and placed his hand over Bella's, enveloping it. In that moment, Bella felt like she was 9 again, gap-toothed and overwhelmed with the guilt of disappointing her father. Charlie leaned down to catch her gaze, his exhaustion draping over his shoulders like a well-worn coat. I don't know what your mother and I would do if we lost you, Bella. So please, don't make us find out. He pulled her into one of his bear hugs, the kind Renee used to call peanut butter pretzel hugs when Bella was younger. They were rough around the edges, yet if you stayed in them long enough, you felt gooey and soft inside. Bella wrapped her arms around his torso, ignoring the deep sting in her bicep. "I'm sorry, Dad," she choked out. "I'm so sorry." "I know, Bella." He patted her back and then released her. Charlie watched her for a moment, then nodded. He stepped out of the car and opened her door, slipping a sturdy arm around her shoulders to help her limp into the house. "Now, let's see if I can scrape together some dinner for us tonight." A small twinkle lit up his cocoa eyes. "As long as it's not burnt," Bella teased, wiping her eyes. Charlie chuckled. "It's almost always burnt, Bella. You know better than that." Each morning when Bella opened her eyes to the light and realized she had made it through another night, it felt like a surprise. But as the surprise faded, her heart would start to race, and her palms would sweat. She couldn't really breathe again until she had gotten up and faced the day. Bella had confirmed that Charlie was doing well, but she could sense his worry. He watched her flinch at loud noises and noticed when her face turned pale for no apparent reason. The questions he asked occasionally suggested he believed her changes stemmed from the trauma of the wolf attack and Jacob's ongoing absence. Most of the time, the fear that consumed Bella distracted her from the fact that another week had gone by without a call from Jacob. Yet, when she could focus on her so-called normal life, if it was ever truly normal, it upset her deeply. Bella missed him terribly. Being alone had been hard enough, but now, fear gnawed at her. More than ever, she longed for his carefree laughter and infectious grin. She craved the comforting safety of his garage and the warmth of his hand around her cold fingers. Bella had half expected him to call on Monday. Surely, if he was feeling better from his flu, he would want to update her. She wanted to believe that his illness was consuming his time, not that he was simply giving up on her. On Tuesday, she called him, but there was no answer. Were the phone lines still having issues, or had Billy invested in caller ID? By Wednesday, she was calling every half hour until after 11 at night, desperate to hear the warmth of Jacob's voice. On Thursday, Bella sat in her truck outside her house, locks pushed down and keys in hand, for a solid hour. She wrestled with herself, trying to justify a quick trip to La Push, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. The worry was eating away at her. That night, Charlie kindly called Harry again to check if the Blacks were out of town. Harry reported that Billy had attended the council meeting on Wednesday night and had never mentioned anything about leaving. Charlie advised her not to drive herself crazy. Jacob would call when he was ready. Then, on Friday afternoon, as Bella drove home from school, a sudden realization struck her. She had been so lost in thought that she wasn't paying attention to the familiar road, allowing the sound of the engine to dull her mind and silence the worries that had been swirling around her. Bella's worries began to crystallize when her subconscious delivered a conclusion it must have been forming for some time, unbeknownst to her. As the realization dawned on her, Bella felt a wave of embarrassment for not seeing it sooner. Sure, she had a lot on her mind: silver-eyed nightmare monsters, giant mutant wolves, and a gaping hole in the center of her chest. But when she laid out the evidence, the truth became glaringly obvious. Jacob was avoiding her. Billy's vague, unhelpful answers only added to her anxiety. Bella knew exactly what was happening with Jacob. It was Sam Yulee. Even Sam himself had been trying to warn her. Jacob had fallen under Sam's influence. Whatever was affecting the other boys on the reservation had reached out and taken her friend. He had been pulled into Sam's cult. In that moment, Bella realized with a rush of emotion that Jacob hadn't given up on her at all. She let her truck idle in front of her house, torn between panic and determination. What should I do? If she didn't act quickly, Sam would pull him deeper into his frightening, coercive gang. Time was running out. This was a rescue mission. She was going to talk to Jacob. She'd even kidnap him if necessary. Bella recalled a PBS show she had seen about deprogramming the brainwashed. Surely there had to be a way to help him. First, though, she needed to call Charlie. Maybe whatever was happening down in La Push required police involvement. She dashed inside, urgency propelling her forward. Charlie answered the station phone himself. "Chief Swan." Dad, it's Bella. What's wrong? She couldn't argue with his doomsday assumption this time. Her voice trembled. I'm worried about Jacob. Why? He asked, clearly taken aback by her unexpected concern. I think something strange is happening down at the reservation. Jacob told me about some weird things going on with the other boys his age, and now he's acting the same way. I'm scared. What kind of stuff? He asked, adopting his professional police voice. That was good, it meant he was taking her seriously. First he was scared, and then he was avoiding me, and now I'm afraid he's part of that bizarre gang down there, Sam's gang. Sam Yuli's gang. Sam Yuli? Charlie repeated, his surprise evident. Yes. Charlie's voice softened as he replied, I think you've got it wrong, Bells. Sam Yuli is a great kid. Well, he's a man now. A good son. You should hear Billy talk about him. He's really doing wonders with the youth on the reservation. And he's the one whom, Charlie stopped mid-sentence, and Bella sensed he was about to mention the nights she'd gotten lost in the woods. She quickly changed the subject. Dad, it's not like that. Jacob was scared of him. Did you talk to Billy about this? He was trying to calm her down, but she could tell she'd lost him as soon as she mentioned Sam. Billy's not concerned. Well, Bella, then I'm sure it's okay. Jacob's a kid, he was probably just messing around. I'm sure he's fine. He can't spend every waking minute with you, after all. This isn't about me, Bella insisted, but she could feel the argument slipping away. I don't think you need to worry about this. Let Billy take care of Jacob. Charlie. Her voice was growing desperate. Bells, I have a lot on my plate right now. There was a weary edge to his voice, reminding Bella of their car ride last week. Don't worry about Jake. I'm sure it's nothing. Okay, she said, feeling slightly defeated as his words only amplified the urgency of her own crisis. Love you. Love you too. See you tonight. He hung up, leaving Bella staring at the phone for a long moment. What the hell, she decided. Bella drove to La Push, determined to wait. She would sit in front of his house all night if she had to. She'd miss school. The boy was going to have to come home sometime, and when he did, he would have to talk to her. Her mind was so consumed with thoughts that the trip she had been dreading felt like it took only seconds. Before she knew it, the forest surrounded her. The trees began to thin, and Bella knew she was getting close to the first houses of the reservation. Eventually, she stopped in front of Jacob's house, turned off the engine, and rolled down the windows. It was stuffy today, with no breeze to cool her down. She propped her feet up on the dashboard and settled in to wait. A movement caught her eye, and Bella turned to see Billy looking at her through the front window, a puzzled expression on his face. She waved once and offered a tight smile but remained where she was. His eyes narrowed, and he let the curtain fall across the glass. Bella was prepared to wait as long as it took, but she wished she had something to occupy her time. She rummaged through her backpack and pulled out a pen and an old test. She started to doodle on the back of the paper, managing to scrawl just one row of diamonds when a sharp tap against her door startled her. Looking up, she expected to see Billy, but instead, it was Jacob. What are you doing here, Bella? He growled. She stared at him in blank astonishment. Jacob had changed dramatically in the weeks since she last saw him. The first thing she noticed was his hair. His beautiful hair was all gone, cropped short and glistening like black satin. The contours of his face seemed to have hardened, subtly tightening and aging him. His neck and shoulders appeared thicker, too. His hands, gripping the window frame, looked enormous, with tendons and veins more prominent under his golden russet skin. Yet, the physical changes paled in comparison to his expression, which made him almost unrecognizable. The open, friendly smile that she remembered was gone, replaced by a brooding resentment in his dark eyes that felt unsettling. There was a darkness in Jacob now, his inner light seemed to have imploded. Jacob, she whispered. He just stared at her, his eyes tense and angry. Bella then realized they weren't alone. Behind him stood 4 others, all tall with gold-russet complexions and black hair cut just as short as Jacob's. They had always been like brothers. The resemblance between them was intensified by the strikingly similar hostility in every pair of eyes, every pair except one. The oldest, Sam, stood at the back with a serene and confident expression. Bella had to swallow back the bile that rose in her throat. She wanted to take a swing at him. No, she wanted to do more than that. More than anything, she wanted to be fierce and deadly, someone no one would dare mess with, someone who could scare Sam Yulee to death. The violent desire took her off guard, knocking the wind out of her. It was the most forbidden wish of all, even when she only wished it for a malicious reason like this, to gain an advantage over an enemy. It was painful because that future was lost to her forever, it had never truly been within her grasp. Bella scrambled to regain control of herself while the hollow ache in her chest intensified. "What do you want?" Jacob demanded, his face growing more resentful as he watched the emotions play across her face. "I want to talk to you," Bella replied quietly. "Go ahead," he hissed through clenched teeth, his glare vicious. She had never seen him look at anyone like that, least of all her. It hurt with a surprising intensity, a physical pain, like a stabbing in her head. "Alone," Bella hissed, her voice stronger now. Jacob glanced behind him, and she knew where his eyes would go. Every one of them turned to Sam for a reaction. Sam nodded once, his expression unperturbed. He made a brief comment in an unfamiliar, flowing language. Bella was certain it wasn't French or Spanish, but she guessed it was Quilut. Then he turned and walked into Jacob's house, followed by the others, Paul, Jared, and Embry, she assumed. Okay. Jacob seemed a bit less furious now that the others were gone. His face was calmer, but there was a hopelessness about him, as if his mouth was permanently pulled down at the corners. Bella took a deep breath. "You know what I want to know." He didn't answer, just stared at her with a bitter expression. She held his gaze, and the silence stretched on, thick with unspoken words. The pain etched on his face unnerved her, and she felt a lump forming in her throat. "Can we walk?" Bella asked, desperate to keep her voice steady. He remained silent, his expression unchanged. Gathering her courage, she got out of the car, feeling the weight of unseen eyes watching her from behind the windows. She started walking toward the trees to the north. As her feet squished in the damp grass and mud beside the road, she initially thought he wasn't following her. But when she glanced back, he was right beside her, having found a quieter path. Bella felt a sense of relief in the cover of the trees, where Sam couldn't possibly be watching. As they walked, she struggled to find the right words, but nothing came to mind. The anger bubbled up inside her, anger that Jacob had gotten sucked into this mess, anger that Billy had allowed it, and anger that Sam stood there so calm and assured. Suddenly, Jacob picked up the pace, effortlessly striding ahead of her with his long legs. He swung around to face her, blocking her path so she had to stop. Bella was momentarily distracted by the grace of his movement. He had been nearly as clumsy as she was during his endless growth spurt. When had that changed? But Jacob didn't give her time to ponder it. "Let's get this over with," he said in a low, husky voice. Bella waited, knowing he understood what she wanted. "It's not what you think," he said, his voice suddenly heavy with weariness. "It's not what I thought, I was way off." "So what is it, then?" she pressed. He studied her face for a long moment, his eyes still holding on to that flicker of anger. "I can't tell you," he finally said. Bella's jaw tightened, and she spoke through clenched teeth. "I thought we were friends." "We were." He emphasized the past tense slightly. "But you don't need friends anymore." Jacob said sourly, "You have Sam. Isn't that nice? You've always looked up to him so much." "I didn't understand him before," Bella replied. "And now you've seen the light. Hallelujah. It wasn't what I thought it was. This isn't Sam's fault. He's helping me as much as he can." His voice turned brittle as he looked over Bella's head, past her, with rage burning in his eyes. "He's helping you," she repeated, doubt creeping into her tone. Naturally. But Jacob seemed to be lost in his thoughts. He took deep, deliberate breaths, trying to calm himself, his hands shaking from anger. Jacob, please, Bella whispered. Tell me what happened. Maybe I can help. No one can help me now. His words came out as a low moan, his voice breaking. What did he do to you? She demanded, tears welling in her eyes. Bella reached out to him, stepping forward with her arms wide, just as she had once before. This time, he cringed away, holding his hands up defensively. Don't touch me, he whispered. Is Sam contagious? She mumbled, tears escaping the corners of her eyes. Bella wiped them away with the back of her hand and folded her arms across her chest. Stop blaming Sam. The words spilled out quickly, like a reflex. His hands reached up, twisting around the hair that was no longer there, then fell limply at his sides. Then who should I blame? She retorted. He flashed a small smile, a bleak and twisted expression. You don't want to hear that. The hell I don't. Bella snapped. I want to know, and I want to know now. You're wrong, he barked back. Don't you dare tell me I'm wrong. I'm not the one who got brainwashed. Tell me now whose fault this is if it's not your precious Sam. You asked for it, he growled, his eyes glinting with intensity. If you want to blame someone, why don't you point your finger at those filthy, reeking bloodsuckers that you... Why do you love them so much? Bella's mouth fell open, and she exhaled sharply, frozen in place by his cutting words. Pain twisted through her body in familiar patterns, a jagged hole ripping her apart from the inside out. Yet, that pain faded into the background, overshadowed by the chaos in her thoughts. She couldn't believe she had heard him correctly. There was no hint of uncertainty on his face, only fury. Her mouth still hung open. I told you that you didn't want to hear it, he said. I don't understand who you mean, Bella whispered. He raised an eyebrow, disbelief etched across his features. I think you understand exactly who I mean. You're not going to make me say it, are you? I don't like hurting you. I don't understand who you mean, Bella repeated, her voice mechanical, as if her wires were crossed. The Cullens, he said slowly, drawing out each word, scrutinizing her face as he spoke. I can see in your eyes what it does to you when I say their name. She shook her head in denial, trying to clear her thoughts. How did he know this? And how did it connect to Sam's group? Was it a gang of vampire haters? What was the point of forming such a society when no vampires lived in Forks anymore? Why would Jacob start believing the stories about the Cullens now, when the evidence of their existence was long gone, never to return? It took Bella too long to come up with a response. Don't tell me you're listening to Billy's superstitious nonsense now, she said, attempting to inject some mockery into her voice. He knows more than I gave him credit for. Be serious, Jacob. He glared at her, his eyes sharp and critical. Superstitions aside, she said quickly, I still don't see what you're accusing the Cullens of. They left over 6 months ago. How can you blame them for what Sam is doing now? Sam isn't doing anything, Bella. And I know they're gone. But sometimes, things are set in motion that you can't just ignore. In motion, and then it's too late. What's set in motion? What's too late? What are you blaming them for? Jacob was suddenly right in her face, fury glowing in his eyes. For existing, he hissed. Bella felt a rush of surprise and distraction as Edward's warning words echoed in her mind, even though she wasn't scared. Quiet now, Bella. Don't push him, Edward cautioned softly in her ear. Ever since she had let Edward's name slip through the careful walls she'd built around her thoughts, she had been unable to lock it away again. It didn't hurt at that moment, those precious seconds when she could hear his voice. Jacob stood in front of her, seething with anger. She couldn't understand why Edward's voice was so unexpectedly present in her mind. Jacob was livid, but he was still Jacob. There was no adrenaline, no real danger. Give him a chance to calm down, Edward's voice urged. Bella shook her head in confusion. You're being ridiculous, she said to both of them. Fine, Jacob replied, taking a deep breath. I won't argue with you. It doesn't matter anyway, the damage is done. What damage? Bella shouted, not backing down. Let's head back. There's nothing more to say. Bella gaped at him. There's everything more to say. You haven't said anything yet. I have to get back. He walked past her, striding toward the house so swiftly that Bella had to jog to keep up. Back to Sam, she called after him. That's one way of looking at it, he muttered, still moving quickly. Bella chased him back to the truck. Wait, she shouted as he turned toward the house. He spun around to face her, and she noticed his hands were shaking again. Go home, Bella. I can't hang out with you anymore. The silly, inconsequential hurt felt incredibly potent, and tears began to well up again. Are you breaking up with me? She asked, her words feeling all wrong, yet it was the best way she could express what she was feeling. After all, what she and Jacob had was more than any schoolyard romance. Stronger and sturdier, he scoffed. Hardly. If that were the case, I'd say, let's stay friends. He barked out a bitter laugh. I can't even say that. Jacob, why? Why won't Sam let you have other friends? Please, Jake. The emptiness of Bella's life before Jacob, before he brought some semblance of reason back into it, loomed over her. Loneliness choked her throat. You promised. I need you. I'm sorry, Bella, Jacob replied, each word cold and distinct, as if they didn't belong to him. It reminded her of who he used to be. Bella couldn't believe this was really what Jacob wanted to say. There seemed to be something else hidden behind his angry eyes, but she couldn't decipher the message. Maybe this wasn't about Sam at all. Maybe it had nothing to do with the Cullens. Perhaps he was just trying to pull himself out of a hopeless situation. Maybe she should let him do that if it was what was best for him. She should do that. It would be the right thing to do. But Bella's voice slipped out in a whisper. I'm sorry that I couldn't, before. I wish I could change how I feel about you, Jacob. She was desperate, stretching the truth so far it nearly curved into a lie. Maybe I would change, she whispered. Maybe, if you gave me some time, just don't quit on me now, Jake. I can't take it. His expression shifted from anger to agony in an instant. One trembling hand reached out toward her. No. Don't think like that, Bella, please. Don't blame yourself. Don't think this is your fault. This one is all me. I swear, it's not about you. It's not you, it's me, she whispered, a morbid sense of amusement creeping in. There's a new one. I mean it, Bella. I'm not. He struggled, his voice growing huskier as he fought to keep his emotions in check. His eyes were filled with torment. I'm not good enough to be your friend anymore, or anything else. I'm not who I was before. I'm not good. What? She stared at him in disbelief. Wait, what are you saying? Bella exclaimed, confusion and disbelief etched on her face. You're so much better than I am, Jake. You're good. Who told you that you aren't? Was it Sam? That's a lie, Jacob. Don't let him convince you of that. Suddenly, Bella's voice rose again, filled with desperation. Jacob's expression hardened, becoming flat and unyielding. No one had to tell me anything. I know what I am, he replied, his voice steady but heavy. You're my friend, that's what you are. Jake, please, don't. She reached out, but he took a step back from her. I'm sorry, Bella, he murmured, the words coming out broken and filled with regret. He turned and almost ran into the house. Bella stood frozen in place, her gaze fixed on the small house that seemed too tiny to contain 4 large boys and 2 even larger men. Inside, there was no sign of life, no movement at the edge of the curtain, no sounds of laughter or conversation. The house faced her with a hollow energy. As the rain began to drizzle, stinging her skin, Bella couldn't tear her eyes away from it. Jacob would come back. He had to. The rain intensified, and so did the wind. The drops no longer fell straight down, they slanted from the west. Bella caught the salty scent of the ocean in the air. Her hair whipped around her face, clinging to the damp spots and tangling in her lashes. She waited. Finally, the door creaked open, and relief washed over her as she took a step forward. Billy rolled his chair into the doorway, but there was no one else behind him. "Bella," he said gently. "Charlie just called. I told him you were on your way home." His eyes were filled with pity, and somehow, that pity made everything feel final. She didn't respond. Instead, she turned and walked, almost mechanically, to her truck. She had left the windows open, and the seats were slick and wet. But it didn't matter, she was already soaked. Not as bad, Bella's mind tried to comfort her. And it was true, this wasn't as bad. It wasn't the end of the world, not again. This was just the end of the little piece that had been left behind. That was all. Not as bad, she agreed with herself, before adding, but bad enough. Bella had thought Jacob was healing. The emptiness inside her felt like a gaping hole, something she had tried to fill, to keep the pain at bay. But she had been mistaken. Instead of healing, he had only deepened his own wounds, leaving her feeling hollow and exposed. It was like an emotional drive-by, leaving her bleeding in the rain, all alone. Bella couldn't help but wonder why she didn't just fall apart completely. Chapter 3, Hidden in Plain Sight. Charlie was waiting on the porch. As Bella rolled to a stop, he walked out to meet her. "Billy called," he explained as he opened Bella's car door for her. "He said you got into a fight with Jake, said you were pretty upset." He looked at her face, and a subtle, horrified recognition registered in his expression. Bella tried to sense what he was seeing. Her face felt frozen, and she realized it must remind him of something troubling. "That's not exactly how it happened," she muttered. Charlie put his arm around her and helped her out of the car, not commenting on her sodden clothes. "Then what did happen?" he asked once they were inside. He pulled the Afghan off the back of the sofa and wrapped it around her shoulders. Bella realized she was still shivering. "Sam Yulee says Jacob can't be my friend anymore." Charlie shot her a strange look. "Who told you that?" "Jacob," she stated, though that wasn't exactly what he had said. It was still true. Charlie's eyebrows knitted together. "You really think there's something wrong with Yulee?" "I know there is." "Jacob wouldn't tell me what, though." Bella could hear the water from her clothes dripping onto the floor, splashing against the linoleum. "I'm going to go change." Charlie seemed lost in thought. "Okay," he said absently. Bella decided to take a shower since she was still cold, but the hot water didn't seem to warm her skin. She was still shivering when she finally gave up and shut off the water. In the sudden quiet, she could hear Charlie talking to someone downstairs. Wrapping a towel around herself, she cracked open the bathroom door. Charlie's voice was angry. "I'm not buying that. It doesn't make any sense." It fell silent, and Bella realized he was on the phone. A minute passed. "Don't you put this on Bella," Charlie barked suddenly, making her jump. When he spoke again, his voice was careful and measured. "Bella's made it very clear all along that she and Jacob were just friends," Charlie said, lowering his voice. "Well, if that was the case, then why didn't you say so at first?" "No, Billy, I think she's right about this. I know my daughter, and if she says Jacob was scared before." He was cut off mid-sentence, and when he spoke again, his voice was almost a shout. "What do you mean I don't know my daughter as well as I think I do?" He listened for a brief moment, and his response was almost too low for Bella to hear. "If you think I'm going to remind her about that, then you had better think again. She's just starting to get over it, and mostly because of Jacob, I think. If whatever Jacob is going on with Sam sends her back into that depression, then Jacob is going to have to answer to me. You're my best friend, Billy, but this is hurting my family." There was another pause for Billy to respond. "You got that right." Those boys set one toe out of line, and I'm going to know about it. We'll be keeping an eye on the situation, you can be sure of that. Charlie was no longer just Charlie, he was Chief Swan now. Fine. Yeah. Goodbye. The phone slammed into the cradle. Bella tiptoed across the hall into her room, hearing Charlie muttering angrily in the kitchen. So, Billy was going to blame her. She was leading Jacob on, and he'd finally had enough. It felt strange, Bella feared that herself, but after the last thing Jacob had said that afternoon, she didn't believe it anymore. There was much more to this than an unrequited crush, and it surprised her that Billy would stoop to claiming that. It made her think that whatever secret they were keeping was bigger than she had imagined. At least Charlie was on her side now. She changed into her pajamas and crawled into bed. Right now, life felt dark enough to allow herself a little escape. The holes inside her were already aching, so why not? Bella pulled out a memory, not a real memory that would hurt too much, but the false memory of Edward's voice in her mind from earlier that afternoon, and played it over. The night, even as fear gripped her heart. Bella's mind raced as she tried to make sense of the shadowy figure looming outside her window. The rain continued to fall softly, a rhythmic backdrop to her racing thoughts. She could still feel the remnants of her dream, the bittersweet memory of Jacob morphing into something else entirely. It was a new Jacob, one she didn't recognize, and the heartache it brought was almost unbearable. With a shaky breath, Bella forced herself to approach the window, her heart pounding in her chest. As she got closer, the dark shape outside became clearer, a massive figure, covered in shadows, swaying as if it were caught in the wind. She couldn't tell what it was, but panic surged within her, urging her to retreat. "Who's there?" Bella called out, her voice trembling. The figure paused, and for a moment, everything felt frozen in time. Just then, another scratch echoed against the glass, and Bella jumped back, her pulse racing. The sound was like nails on a chalkboard, sending shivers down her spine. "Please, just go away," she whispered, wishing desperately for the nightmare to end. But the creature remained, looming outside her window, and Bella was left grappling with a sense of dread that threatened to swallow her whole. She had to stay quiet, to remain hidden, but the fear clawed at her insides, refusing to let go. Somehow, Bella had to keep Charlie from coming to investigate. Just then, a familiar, husky voice emerged from the dark shape outside her window. "Bella." It hissed. "Ouch. Damn it, open the window." "Ouch." It took Bella a moment to shake off the horror before she could move. Finally, she hurried to the window and shoved the glass aside. The clouds were dimly lit from behind, just enough for her to make sense of the shapes. "What are you doing?" she gasped. Jacob was precariously clinging to the top of the spruce tree in the middle of Charlie's little front yard. His weight had bent the tree toward the house, and he now swung there, his legs dangling 20 feet above the ground, not a yard away from her. The thin branches at the tip of the tree scraped against the side of the house with a grating squeal. "I'm trying to keep," he huffed, shifting his weight as the treetop bounced him, "my promise." Bella blinked her wet, blurry eyes, suddenly convinced she was dreaming. "When did you ever promise to kill yourself falling out of Charlie's tree?" He snorted, unamused, and swung his legs to improve his balance. "Get out of the way," he ordered. "What?" He swung his legs again, backward and forward, building momentum. Bella realized what he was trying to do. "No, Jake," she shouted, but it was too late. She ducked to the side just as he launched himself toward her open window. A scream built in her throat as she braced for him to fall to his death, or at least to maim himself against the wooden siding. To Bella's shock, he swung agilely into her room, landing on the balls of his feet with a soft thud. They both instinctively looked to the door, holding their breath as they waited to see if the noise had woken Charlie. A short moment of silence passed, and then they heard the muffled sound of Charlie's snore. A wide grin slowly spread across Jacob's face. He seemed extremely pleased with himself. It wasn't just the grin that made Bella's heart race, it was the wildness of the moment, the thrill of his reckless entrance. She knew him well and loved him deeply, but this was a new grin, a mockery of the sincerity he once wore. It belonged to Sam, and it was all too much for Bella. She had cried herself to sleep over this boy, and his harsh rejection had carved a painful new wound in her heart. It felt like he had left behind a nightmare, an infection and a deep cut, the insult following the injury. Now, he was here in her room, smirking at her as if none of that had ever happened. To make matters worse, despite his noisy and awkward entrance, it reminded her of the times Edward used to sneak in through her window at night. That memory clawed at her unhealed wounds, intensifying her discomfort. Add to that the fact that she was utterly exhausted, and Bella was far from being in a welcoming mood. "Get out," she hissed, pouring as much venom into the whisper as she could muster. He blinked, surprise washing over his face. "No," he protested. "I came to apologize. I don't accept." Bella shot back, trying to shove him back out the window. After all, if this was a dream, it wouldn't really hurt him. But it was useless, she couldn't budge him an inch. She quickly dropped her hands and stepped away from him. He wasn't wearing a shirt, and the cold air blowing in from the window made her shiver. It felt uncomfortable to have her hands on his bare chest, which was burning hot as if he were still battling a fever. Yet, he didn't look sick, he looked enormous. He leaned over her, blocking out the window, momentarily speechless from her furious reaction. Suddenly, it all became too much for Bella. It felt as if all her sleepless nights were crashing down on her at once. She was so brutally tired that she feared she might collapse right there on the floor. Swaying unsteadily, she struggled to keep her eyes open. "Bella?" Jacob whispered. Jacob felt a surge of anxiety as he caught Bella's elbow, being careful to avoid her bandaged arm. She swayed slightly, and he gently guided her back to the bed. As she reached the edge, her legs gave out, and she collapsed onto the mattress in a limp heap. "Hey, are you okay?" Jacob asked, concern etched across his forehead. Bella looked up at him, her eyes reflecting her turmoil. "Why in the world would I be okay, Jacob?" she replied, her voice tinged with anguish that softened some of the bitterness on his face. "Right," he agreed, taking a deep breath. "Crap. Well, I'm really sorry, Bella." The sincerity of his apology was clear, but there was still an angry twist to his features. "Why did you come here?" "I don't want apologies from you, Jake." "I know," he whispered. "But I couldn't leave things the way they were this afternoon. That was horrible. I'm sorry." Bella shook her head, exhaustion washing over her. "I don't understand anything." "I know. I want to explain." He suddenly stopped, his mouth opening as if something had stolen his breath. After a moment, he inhaled deeply. "But I can't explain," he said, frustration evident in his voice. "I wish I could." Letting her head fall into her hands, Bella's voice came out muffled. "Why?" He was quiet for a moment. Too tired to hold her head up, she twisted it to the side to see his expression. It surprised her. His eyes were squinted, his teeth clenched, and his forehead wrinkled in effort. "What's wrong?" she asked. He exhaled heavily, and she realized he had been holding his breath, too. "I can't do it," he muttered, frustration seeping into his words. "Do what?" He ignored her question. "Look, Bella, haven't you ever had a secret that you couldn't tell anyone?" His gaze bore into hers with a knowing intensity, and Bella's thoughts flickered to the Cullens. She hoped her expression didn't betray her guilt. "Something you felt like you had to keep from Charlie, from your mom," he pressed. "Something you won't. Can't you even talk about it with me?" "Not even now?" Bella felt her eyes narrow. She didn't respond to his question, fully aware he would take her silence as confirmation. "Can you understand that I might be in a similar situation?" Jacob struggled, searching for the right words. "Sometimes, loyalty interferes with what you want to do. Sometimes, it's not your secret to share." Bella couldn't argue with that. He was right, she had a secret that wasn't hers to tell, yet it was one she felt bound to protect. And suddenly, it seemed Jacob knew all about it. But she still didn't understand how it related to him, Sam, or Billy. What did it matter to them now that the Cullens were gone? I don't know why you came here, Jacob, if you were just going to give me riddles instead of answers. I'm sorry, he whispered. This is so frustrating. They locked eyes for a long moment in the dark room, both faces reflecting hopelessness. The part that kills me, he said abruptly, is that you already know. I've already told you everything. What are you talking about? Bella asked, confused. He inhaled sharply, leaning toward her. His expression shifted from gloom to intense focus in an instant. He stared deeply into her eyes, his voice quick and eager. I think I see a way to make this work out, because you know this, Bella. I can't tell you, but if you guessed it, that would set me free. You want me to guess? Guess what? My secret. You can do it, you know the answer. Bella blinked twice, trying to clear her mind. She was exhausted, and nothing he said made sense. Jacob noticed her blank expression, and his face tensed with effort once more. Hold on, let me see if I can give you some help, he said, his breathing heavy. Help? She asked, struggling to keep up. Bella's eyes wanted to close, but she fought to stay engaged. Bella felt the urge to shut her eyes, but she forced them open. Yeah, he said, breathing heavily. Like clues. He took her face in his large, warm hands, holding it just inches from his own. He stared deeply into Bella's eyes, whispering as if he were trying to convey something beyond just words. Remember the first day we met, on the beach in La Push? Of course I do. Tell me about it. Bella took a deep breath, trying to focus. You asked about my truck. He nodded, encouraging her to continue. We talked about the rabbit. Keep going. We went for a walk down the beach. Bella felt her cheeks flush under his palms as the memory washed over her. He wouldn't notice, not with how hot his skin was. She had asked him to walk with her, flirting awkwardly yet successfully, hoping to gather information. Maybe Billy was onto something. He nodded eagerly, waiting for more. Her voice was barely above a whisper. You told me scary stories. Clued legends. He closed his eyes for a moment before opening them again. Yes. The word came out tense and fervent, as if he were teetering on the brink of something important. He spoke slowly, making each word count. Do you remember what I said? Even in the dim light, he must have noticed the change in her expression. How could she ever forget? Without even realizing it, Jacob had revealed to Bella exactly what she needed to know that day, that Edward was a vampire. He looked at her with eyes that seemed to know too much. Think hard, he urged. Yes, I remember, she replied breathlessly. He inhaled deeply, as if struggling to find the right words. Do you remember all the store? He couldn't finish the thought. His mouth opened as if something had lodged in his throat. All the stories, she prompted. He nodded, unable to speak. Bella's mind raced. Only one story truly mattered. She knew he had started with others, but she couldn't recall the trivial details, especially with her thoughts clouded in confusion. Bella began to piece it together. Jacob groaned and jumped off the bed, pressing his fists against his forehead as he breathed rapidly, frustration evident in his tone. You know this, he muttered to himself. Jake. Please, I'm tired. I'm not good at this right now. Maybe in the morning. Bella suggested, taking a deep breath. He nodded, trying to steady himself. Maybe it will come back to you. I guess I understand why you only remember the one story, he added with a sarcastic, despondent tone, plopping back onto the mattress beside her. Do you mind if I ask you a question about that? He continued, still dripping with sarcasm. I've been dying to know. A question about what? Bella replied cautiously. About the vampire story I told you. Bella stared at him with guarded eyes, hesitant to answer. But he pressed on. Did you honestly not know? He asked, his voice dropping to a husky whisper. Was I the one who told you what he was? How did he know this? Why did he choose to believe it now? Bella clenched her teeth, her gaze locked on him, unwilling to speak. He could see that. See what I mean about loyalty, he murmured, his voice thick with emotion. It's the same for me, only worse. You can't imagine how tight I'm bound. Bella felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. She didn't like the way his eyes closed as if he were in pain when he spoke about being bound. In fact, she realized she hated it, hated anything that caused him pain, and hated it fiercely. Sam's face flashed in her mind. For Bella, this was all essentially voluntary. She protected the Cullens' secret out of love, unrequited, but true. For Jacob, it felt different. Isn't there any way for you to get free? She whispered, her fingers grazing the rough edge at the back of his shorn hair. His hands trembled, but he kept his eyes closed. No. I'm in this for life. A life sentence. He let out a bleak laugh. Longer, maybe, Jacob said. No, Jake, Bella protested. What if we ran away? Just you and me? What if we left home and Sam behind? It's not something I can run away from, Bella, he whispered. I would run with you, though, if I could. His shoulders began to shake, too. He took a deep breath. Look, I've got to leave. Why? For one thing, you look like you're going to pass out any second. You need your sleep, I need you firing on all pistons. You're going to figure this out, you have to. There's more you need to know. And why else? She pressed. He frowned. I had to sneak out, I'm not supposed to see you. They've got to be wondering where I am. His mouth twisted. I suppose I should go let them know. You don't have to tell them anything, she hissed. All the same, I will. The anger flared inside her. I hate them. Jacob looked at Bella with wide eyes, surprised. No, Bella. Don't hate the guys. It's not Sam's fault or any of the others. I told you before, it's me. Sam is actually, well, incredibly cool. Jared and Paul are great, too, though Paul is kind of. And Embry's always been my friend. Nothing's changed there, the only thing that hasn't changed. I feel really bad about the things I used to think about Sam. Sam was incredibly cool, Bella shot back, glaring at him in disbelief. Then why aren't you supposed to see me? It's not safe, he mumbled, looking down. His words sent a thrill of fear through Bella. Did he know that, too? Nobody knew that besides her. But he was right, it was the middle of the night, the perfect time for hunting, for monsters. Jacob shouldn't be in her room. If someone, or something, came for Bella, she had to be alone. If I thought it was too risky, he whispered, I wouldn't have come. But Bella, he looked at her again, I made you a promise. I had no idea it would be so hard to keep, but that doesn't mean I'm not going to try. Jacob noticed the confusion on her face. I promised you I wouldn't ever hurt you, he reminded her. So I really blew it this afternoon, didn't I? I know you didn't want to do it, Jake. It's okay. Thanks, Bella. He took her hand gently. I'm going to do everything I can to be here for you, just like I promised. Suddenly, a grin spread across his face, a grin that was neither Bella's nor Sam's, but a strange mix of both. It would really help if you could figure this out on your own. Put some honest effort into it. She made a weak grimace. I'll try. And I'll try to see you soon. He sighed. And they'll try to talk me out of that. Don't listen to them. I'll try, he said, shaking his head, doubt creeping in. Come and tell me as soon as you figure it out. A thought struck him then, making his hands tremble. If you want to. Why wouldn't I want to see you? His face hardened. Oh, I can think of a few reasons, he replied sharply. Look, I really have to go. Could you do something for me? Bella nodded, sensing the shift in him. At least call me, if you don't want to see me again. Just let me know if it's like that. That won't happen. He raised a hand to stop her. Just let me know. He stood and moved toward the window. Don't be an idiot, Jake, she said, concern lacing her voice. You'll break your leg. Use the door. Charlie's not going to catch you. I won't get hurt, he muttered, but he turned toward the door. As he passed her, he hesitated, staring at Bella with an anguished expression. He reached out a hand, pleading. Bella took his hand, and in an instant, he yanked her, perhaps a bit too roughly, right off the bed so that she landed against his chest. Just in case, he murmured against her hair, enveloping her in a bear hug. Bella gasped, can't breathe, as Jacob's embrace nearly took her breath away. He immediately released her, keeping one hand at her waist to prevent her from falling over. With a gentler touch, he guided her back down onto the bed. Get some sleep, Bells. You need to clear your head. I know you can do this. I need you to understand. I won't lose you, Bella. Not over this. In one swift motion, he crossed the room to the door, opened it quietly, and slipped out. Bella strained to hear him step on the creaky stair, but there was only silence. She lay back on her bed, her mind spinning. Confusion and exhaustion weighed heavily on her. Closing her eyes, she tried to make sense of everything, but she was quickly engulfed by a deep, disorienting unconsciousness. This wasn't the peaceful, dreamless sleep she had longed for. Instead, she found herself in the forest again, wandering as she always did. But something felt different this time. Bella sensed that this wasn't her usual dream. For one, she felt no urge to explore or search, she was merely drifting out of habit, as was expected of her in this place. In fact, this forest wasn't even the same. The scent was different, not the damp earth of the woods, but the briny smell of the ocean mixed with sulphurous clay. She couldn't see the sky, yet it felt as though the sun must be shining. The leaves above were a bright jade green. This was the forest around La Push, she was certain of it. If she could find the beach, she would be able to see the sun. Driven by that thought, she hurried forward, following the faint sound of waves in the distance. Then, suddenly, Jacob was there. He grabbed her hand and pulled her back toward the darkest part of the forest. Jacob, what's wrong? She asked, noticing the frightened look on his face. His hair was beautiful again, swept back into a ponytail at the nape of his neck. Jacob clutched Bella tightly, but she resisted, unwilling to step into the darkness. Run, Bella. You have to run. He whispered, panic lacing his voice. The overwhelming wave of déjà vu washed over her, nearly pulling Bella from her slumber. She suddenly recognized this place. It was from a dream she had long ago, a remnant of another life. This was the dream she experienced the night after her walk with Jacob on the beach, the very first night she realized Edward was a vampire. Reliving that day with Jacob must have unearthed this memory from the depths of her mind. Now, detached from the dream, she waited for it to unfold. A light appeared, shimmering from the beach. Soon, Edward would emerge from the trees, his skin glowing faintly, his eyes dark and dangerous. He would beckon to her with a smile, beautiful as an angel, his teeth sharp and pointed. But Bella knew she was getting ahead of herself. Something else had to happen first. Suddenly, Jacob released her hand and yelped in distress. He shook and twitched before collapsing at her feet. Jacob! She screamed, but he had vanished. In his place stood an enormous red-brown wolf with dark, intelligent eyes. The dream veered off course, like a train jumping the tracks. This was not the same wolf from her past dreams. This was the great russet wolf she had encountered just a week ago in the forest. He was gigantic, monstrous, larger than any bear. The wolf stared at Bella intently, as if trying to convey something crucial with his wise gaze, those familiar dark brown eyes of Jacob Black. Bella jolted awake, screaming at the top of her lungs. She half expected Charlie to come rushing in this time. This was different from her usual nightmares. She buried her head in the pillow, trying to muffle the hysteria building within her. Pressing the cotton tightly against her face, she wondered if she could somehow smother the connection to the dream. She had just made that realization, but Charlie didn't come in. Eventually, she managed to silence the strange screeching that was escaping her throat. Memories flooded back, every word Jacob had spoken to her that day on the beach, even the part before he mentioned the vampires, the cold ones. That first part lingered in her mind. "Do you know any of our old stories, about where we came from, the Cullens, I mean?" he had asked. "Not really," she admitted. "Well, there are lots of legends, some of them said to date back to the flood. Supposedly, the ancient Cullens tied their canoes to the tops of the tallest trees on the mountain to survive, like Noah and the Ark." He smiled, revealing how little he believed in those histories. "Another legend claims we descended from wolves, and that the wolves are still our brothers. It's against tribal law to kill them. Then there are the stories about the cold ones." His voice dropped slightly. "The cold ones?" "Yes. There are stories of the cold ones as old as the wolf legends, and some that are much more recent. According to legend, my own great-grandfather knew some of them. He was the one who made the treaty that kept them off our land." Jacob rolled his eyes. "Your great-grandfather?" "He was a tribal elder, like my father. You see, the cold ones are the natural enemies of the wolf. Well, not the wolf, really, but the wolves that turn into men, like our ancestors. You would call them werewolves." "Werewolves have enemies?" "Only one." Something lodged in her throat, choking her. Bella tried to swallow it down, but it wouldn't budge. She struggled to spit it out. "Werewolf," she gasped. The whole world lurched, tilting the wrong way on its axis. What kind of place was this? Could a world truly exist where ancient legends wandered the borders of tiny, insignificant towns, facing mythical monsters? Did this mean every impossible fairy tale was grounded in reality? Was there any absolute truth in all of this? Was there anything sane or normal, or was it all just magic and ghost stories? Bella clutched her head in her hands, trying to keep it from exploding. A small, dry voice in the back of her mind questioned what the big deal was. Hadn't she already accepted the existence of vampires long ago, without all the hysteria back then? Exactly. Bella wanted to scream back at that voice. Wasn't one myth enough for anyone? Enough for a lifetime? She had always known that Edward Cullen was anything but ordinary. It wasn't a surprise to discover what he was. He had always been something more. But Jacob? Jacob, her friend? Jacob, the only human she had ever truly connected with, and he wasn't even human. The urge to scream bubbled up inside her again. What did this say about her? Bella knew the answer. There was something deeply wrong with her. Why else would her life be filled with characters and creatures straight out of horror movies? Why else would she care so much about them that it felt like a part of her was being ripped away when they ventured off on their mythical journeys? In her mind, everything spun and shifted, rearranging meanings that had once been clear. There was no cult. There had never been a cult, never a gang. It was a pack. A pack of 5 gigantic, multicolored werewolves that had stalked right past Bella in that pitch-black forest. Anne. Bella realized she didn't know anything about werewolves. She would have expected something more like the movies, big, hairy half-man creatures, or something like that, if she had expected anything at all. So, she didn't know what drove them to hunt, whether it was hunger, thirst, a desire to kill, or a need to protect. It was hard to judge without that knowledge. Jacob was her best friend, but he and the other boys from La Push were on a different path now. So, what should she choose? Chapter 4, Lagging Signal. In hindsight, Bella should have noticed the changes. She could have blamed Jacob's predicament, her heartbreak, or any typical teenage struggle. But to be honest, it had been a long time since she felt truly connected to anything, not since Edward. How does one ground themselves when they lack a baseline of reality? When they don't even know who they are? Bella felt untethered, especially with Jacob continuously shattering the fragile ceiling of her cognitive dissonance with the buoyancy she had come to associate with him. Life was holding her sanity in a half-Nelson, and Bella wasn't afraid to admit that she needed to tap out. She wouldn't avoid everything, and everyone, for long, just long enough to recuperate. Because if there was one thing she learned during those earlier months of detached blankness, when the mere thought of Edward felt like an infected, pulsing wound, it was that the world spun forward, regardless of how heavy her struggles weighed on her. Maybe that's why, during her month-long mental vacation dedicated to repressing any thoughts of vampires or wolves, life decided to remind her that she wasn't exempt from its eternal, simple rule. That's when the first sign appeared. Her dream began with the usual elusive suspects: sunshine. Check. Edward. Check. Happiness. Check. The meadow was bathed in the last remnants of the setting sun, while Bella and Edward lay together in the warm grass. They held hands, cradling love in their eyes as they gazed at one another, surrounded by American lady butterflies and blue-eyed darners fluttering around their heads. Edward moved his palm to hold Bella's wrist, running a gentle, cool thumb over her racing pulse point. It was a soft reminder of his nature, an aphrodisiac warning that sent Bella's hormones spinning. He leaned forward, his topaz gaze filled with keen, heated intent. Bella gasped. She supposed part of the thrill was the uncertainty of whether he would kiss or kill her. She noticed the slight pucker of his lips and closed her eyes. His kisses were sugar-coated opioids. Goaded a fiendish energy within Bella. Nothing could enhance this moment. Then, a low, ragged growl shattered the silence. Bella's eyes flew open, and she found herself scooped onto Edward's tense back as he scanned the shadowy woods, a foreboding aura surrounding him. But the sun was just. She didn't have time to question the sudden darkness. "Hold on," Edward gritted out, darting through the pines away from the sound's origin. The trees parted, distorted in their bend, allowing their passage. Bella felt like an insect caught in a Venus flytrap, waiting for the branches to snap forward and consume them. Yet, somehow, the path remained open. She tucked her head into his neck, inhaling his floral honey scent, which soothed her anxious bones. With Edward around, there was no reason to fear. After all, what could possibly stop him? But soon, Edward jerked to a halt, causing Bella to nearly whiplash. She had never seen him so uncoordinated, and if that worried her, the look on his face terrified her. As he reached around to set her down behind him, she caught a glimpse of his expression. She had only seen that wide-eyed, feral snarl once before, that night, during her hallucination in the forest. Edward crouched lower, a hoarse rumble building in his chest as he kept his gaze locked on the trees further out. They waited in a tense silence. Bella focused her eyes on the woods, and soon, the leaves began to rustle. Footsteps, hurried and furious, pounded closer. She braced herself as the creature chasing them burst through the trees. Her heart stuttered as she looked into the obsidian irises of Jasper Hale. His usually polished and polite demeanor was overtaken by a primal hunger. With his chinos wrinkled and his button-down shirt torn by the sharp branches around them, Jasper let out a guttural growl and tilted his head, angling toward the couple. Bella was taken aback. Could it really be what made Edward so scared? His own brother? "Jasper," Bella began, but Edward quickly extended his arm like a steel barrier. He shook his head, the fear still evident in his eyes. Edward tilted his head toward Jasper, prompting Bella to turn and look. The blonde was suddenly on his knees, his head pressed into the mossy floor. Bella would have thought he was praying if it weren't for the claws gripping the ground with an absent-minded intensity and the small tremors coursing through his body. "Wait, claws." Small tendrils of heat began to rise from Jasper's body. Edward pulled Bella onto his back, turning away from his brother to run. For a fragile moment, time seemed to freeze. Bella felt like Lot's wife after Sodom and Gomorrah, longing for a curious glimpse of destruction. She seized the moment and looked back. Her regret was immediate. Jasper lifted his head to meet her gaze. His eyes no longer appeared black, instead, they shone with a mercurial light, reflecting a raw, mindless hunger that overshadowed anything she had seen before. The shivers coursing through him intensified, vibrating like a tuning fork. As Edward took his first steps, Jasper crouched down, and an onyx beast erupted forward in his place, leaving Jasper's clothes to fall like gruesome confetti around it. The creature lunged at them, its maw open and ready for blood. Bella screamed and jolted awake in her bed, choking on her breath as sweat clung her pajamas to the back of her neck. Her chest rose and fell in a rapid rhythm. Half trapped in the remnants of her dream, she glanced around her room, searching for any signs of the creature, Jasper, or him. She caught herself leaning over to peek under her bed frame and scoffed. "Finally an adult, and you're still searching for monsters under the bed? Wouldn't everyone if they knew they were real?" Her mind whispered back, leading her to another uneasy thought. After a thankfully dreamless sleep, Bella was jolted awake just an hour later by the shrill chirping of her 6:30 a.m. alarm. Eep. 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 Crunch. In her unconscious state, Bella's fist collided with the plastic remnants of her clock, reducing it to crumbled pieces. Weariness seeped into her spine, pulling her back towards sleep. 45 minutes later, a firm knock on her door broke the silence. "Bella, are you up in there?" "You need to get ready for school," Charlie called, his voice muffled through the door. She groaned, annoyed at the interruption and the sharp bits of plastic digging into her skin. "What the? Bella?" Charlie knocked a little louder. "I'm coming, God damn it." "Wait." Bella shouted back, her eyes widening as she realized she had never yelled at Charlie before. There was a moment of confused silence as both father and daughter processed what had just happened. "Isabella, I'm going to assume you woke up on the wrong side of the bed today and let that go," Charlie grumbled. "But you have 15 minutes to leave before you're late. So hurry up." With that, he trudged away to start his morning, leaving Bella scrambling to pick out clothes and rush to the shower. In her haste, she didn't question the broken clock, she chalked it up to a freak accident. She sped through her bathroom routine, her eyes twitching at the lukewarm water, her nose flaring at the rough texture of her towel, and her fists clenched as her long hair soaked the collar of her worn Henley. It felt like someone had turned up the heat on her blood, and everything was a nuisance. Grumbling under her breath, Bella headed down the stairs. She stomped to the cabinets to grab a thermos for coffee and a granola bar. Charlie sipped from his own mug, pausing in his daily newspaper ritual to watch his daughter. Bella gripped her now full container tightly, causing some hot coffee to spill over the edge. Bella splashed water on her wrists, letting out a stream of rather creative curse words that even Charlie found impressive. He raised an eyebrow, half concerned and half amused. "Bells?" Charlie called out, watching her grip the counter with white knuckles. She took a deep breath, her voice strained but soft as she replied, "HM? Why don't you sit with me for a moment before you head out?" he suggested, patting the table. Bella turned around, offering him a tight smile as she packed her items into her backpack and settled into the chair across from him. "How are you feeling, honey?" he asked. "Good." Charlie noticed her index finger tapping a rapid beat against the tabletop. "Just a little tired," she added. He nodded, scanning for anything unusual. "Nothing going on that I can help with?" "Homework?" "I'm not a whiz at math, but I can hold my own." "Nope, school's good," Bella replied, her ankle bouncing in time with her finger. "Got an A on my math test last week." "I'm proud of you." Charlie leaned forward, slipping into his officer persona. He had a hunch. "So how's everything with you and Jacob?" "He left a couple messages last week, said he wanted to talk to you." Bella froze, her tapping becoming even more frenetic. "Yeah, we, talked a little after that day in La Push, and I decided to take your advice and give him some space." "HM, it doesn't sound like he needs that space anymore. And I know how much you care about him. Maybe you should give him a call." "Maybe I'm the one who needs space, and he's the one who should give it to me." Bella shot him a dark glare that startled him, then shifted in her chair and fell silent again. "Bingo," Charlie thought, but he decided to let it go. Lord knows teenage drama was not his forte. Well, then he should respect that. I'll let him know the next time he calls. He patted her hand, hesitating at the warmth radiating from her skin. Puberty, he brushed it off. Bella relaxed a bit and gave him a small smile. Thanks, Dad. No problem, kiddo. Charlie rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Listen, I want you to be careful and stay out of the woods, like I've told you before. It took Bella a moment to process his words, her antsy nature making it hard to focus. More trouble? 2 hikers have gone missing off a trail outside Crescent Lake. Charlie nodded, his frown deepening. There was an anxious edge to his voice. This wolf problem is getting out of hand. Bella was momentarily stunned by the news. There was no way the wolves could be involved, or Jacob, at least. Are you sure that's what happened to them? She asked. There were tracks again, and some blood this time. Oh. So just look out for yourself and keep your head on a swivel. You got your pepper spray, right? Bella nodded, patting the side of her knapsack. All right then, head off to school before you're late. Charlie knocked on the table, signaling the end of their conversation. Bella sprang from her chair, a bubble of energy, and waved goodbye to her father before bounding out to her truck. Kids, Charlie muttered, shaking his head as he sipped his mug. Isabella Swan wasn't a hateful girl by nature. Sure, she had her dislikes, rainy weather, mosquitoes, supernatural boys with homicidal tendencies, and cauliflower, but there weren't many things she truly hated. Except gym class. Whoever invented gym should be burned at the stake. Bella huffed as she threw on her class uniform and quickly tied her hair back in a ponytail. As she walked to exit the empty locker room, the door swung open, nearly knocking her off her feet. She stumbled backward and met the eyes of Lauren, flanked by Jessica and Angela. Lauren's gaze held a glint, her green irises sizing Bella up as if she were an ant under a magnifying glass. Heat began to build in Bella's stomach, raw emotion overpowering her usual apathetic demeanor as she braced for whatever was coming next. Hey, slit wrists. Surprised to see you showing some skin today. Lauren's cheerful greeting dripped with sarcasm. Ever since the Cullens had left, she had taken a twisted pleasure in taunting Bella. But when Bella merely stared back with a blank, empty gaze, Lauren reveled in the power she held, spinning multiple rumors about her. She particularly enjoyed suggesting that Bella's bandaged bicep was evidence of self-harm, rather than the animal bite she had told everyone about. Can you believe Bella actually tried to cry wolf? Lauren whispered to Jessica during art class, and there was some truth to it. Bella did wear long sleeves because of the scar. She simply hated the cold. The icy winds felt like cruel fingers digging into her skin, leaving her breathless. It was easier to keep it covered to avoid the exposure, and the memories. Every time that cold breeze brushed against her, it brought back memories of his cool, soft skin. It was like silk over a glacier, still invading her dreams in every way possible. But to someone like Lauren, the details didn't matter. The thrill of hitting a sore spot was all that counted. So Bella met Lauren's gaze, her expression calm, but her fingers twitched, betraying her facade. Lauren noticed them immediately. There had to be a study somewhere about the keen observational skills of teenage girls. They were like eagles spotting rabbits from miles away in the trees. It was impressive and a little frightening. Oh, am I making you nervous, Swan? Here, Lauren said, digging into her backpack and pulling out a plastic pen. I don't have a knife, but I hope this helps. A tense silence enveloped them. Bella stared at the pen before dragging her eyes back to Lauren's. For a moment, Lauren's tiny, nasty smirk faltered. Bella didn't know what she planned to do, but she took a step forward, feeling the tension in her body. Suddenly, Angela, of all people, smacked the pen out of Lauren's hand. What the hell, Lauren? Chill out, she said, her disappointed glare cutting through the hostility in the air. Would have made a teacher proud, Lauren scoffed, spinning around to confront her friends and snap back. The discomfort and secondhand embarrassment radiating from Angela and Jessica made Lauren hesitate. Even mean girls, maybe especially mean girls, cared about what others thought. Whatever. Lauren rolled her eyes and shoulder-checked past Bella as she entered the locker room. Jessica shot Bella an awkward smile before rushing after a friend. Angela placed a gentle hand on Bella's shoulder. Bella could feel the warmth through her t-shirt, which helped calm her nerves a bit. Angela's eyebrows knitted together in concern. "Hey, are you okay?" "Yeah." Bella sighed and nodded. She clenched her fists and then released them. "She just gets on my nerves." "And water is wet," Angela replied, deadpan. They both shared a chuckle. "Thank you for, Bella said, stuffing her sneakers, your help." "I appreciate it." Angela smiled. "It's what friends do." A pang of guilt blossomed in Bella's chest. It was easy to forget, amid her supernatural drama, that she hadn't spent much time with her friends since September. "Hey, I'm sorry for not being around much. Things have been really weird. Breakups suck." Angela shrugged, rolling her eyes. "I was the same way when Eric dated Rebecca Stein in 8th grade. Just don't be a total stranger, okay? I miss you at our lunch table." "I'll work on it," Bella promised, a small, tired grin tugging at her lips. "I promise." "Ladies, you got 5 minutes before I start marking folks as absent." Coach Clapp's voice boomed through the door. "I gotta get dressed, but I'll see you out there?" Angela asked, adjusting her cat-eye glasses. "Definitely." Bella nodded warmly as she made her way out of the locker room. She groaned at the sight of Mike, Eric, and several other boys fighting over shiny red rubber balls. Dodgeball. Great. Bella sighed. Boys. Coach. Stop messing around and put them on the line. Clapp yelled, his voice echoing in the gym. Soon enough, the class gathered on the basketball court, lined up next to a neat row of bright dodgeballs. Coach Clapp chose Tyler Crowley and Mike as captains, and they began selecting their teammates. Mike picked Lauren, who bounded to his side with an excited giggle, along with Jessica and a few members of the football, hockey, and track teams. Meanwhile, Tyler gathered several basketball players, cheerleaders, Angela, Eric, and Bella. Bella took pride in avoiding Coach Clapp's mandatory participation rule. She positioned herself at the back, even behind Tyler's coordinated defensive players, hoping to slip away to the bathroom once the game reached a fever pitch. The whistle blew, and a few of the braver players sprinted toward the center, grabbing balls and using them to knock any remaining ones back to their side. Tyler and Mike shouted commands to their teammates, while each side exchanged playful insults and dares, daring the other to come closer and try to hit them. Coach Clapp cheered for impressive dodges and spot-on throws. To Bella, it was just familiar, annoying chaos. Then she noticed a pattern. With every few throws, one or two were aimed directly at her. There was usually an unspoken rule to avoid Bella. Her clumsiness could be a safety hazard, endangering herself or others nearby. She scanned the room and locked eyes with Lauren, who was huddled next to a couple of hockey players. They all wore mischievous grins, and Bella could see Lauren whisper something to them that made them chuckle, nod, and spread out along the court, each armed with a shiny ball and an air of bravado. Bella's heart sank as she watched them. One player weaved through the occupied teammates and threw a lob right at her head. The ball spiraled through the air with alarming accuracy. Bella blinked, bracing herself for impact. Bella blinked again, watching as the ball made its way toward her. What the hell? She thought. Dropping into a crouch, she felt the ball cruise over her head and crash into the wall behind her. She startled when something firm rolled into her ankle. Glancing down, she spotted the round ball next to her and searched for its owner. Eric gave her a thumbs up and a goofy wink. "You got this," he mouthed before running off to cover Angela. Taking a deep breath, Bella crouched lower just as the second hockey player's ball flew past her ear. She snatched the ball and popped up. The third player, a dark-haired midfielder known for his aggressive body-tossing blocks on the ice, flashed her a cocky grin. The court was narrowing down to just 6 or 7 players on each side, leaving plenty of room for him to knock her out. Bella held the ball in her hands like a shield. Her classmates, even Coach Clapp, had begun to notice the hockey players focus on Bella. They watched cautiously as she faced off against the midfielder and his sole teammate. The midfielder bounced the ball, playing with its texture while his buddy blocked any outside shots from Tyler's side. Bella held her breath, bracing for impact. The midfielder cocked back his arm, the muscles in his bicep flexing. He rotated his hip forward and whipped a curveball at her center mass. Bella squeaked and lunged her ball to the side, still gripping it tightly. She felt a hard thud vibrate through her body, followed by the distant bounce of the hockey player's ball. The room fell silent, everyone's mouth slightly agape. In disbelief, Bella glanced down at her waist. Her own ball was still pressed against her body, warding off any unwanted intruders. She had blocked his ball. The midfielder unfroze, swatting his teammate on the shoulder. The teammate shook his burly head and moved into action, ready to throw his own shot. An arrow shot toward Bella's right shoulder. She tilted that shoulder back slightly, and the ball whizzed past her without a sound. Eric's shock quickly turned into amazement. Holy crap! What the heck? Lauren's sharp voice rang out from across the gym. What a dodge, Miss Swan. Coach Clapp cheered. Keep it up, I like what I'm seeing. Bella hesitated at the praise. What if this was just a lucky break? How would she know for sure until it was over? A small voice inside her urged, throw the ball. So, she did. Bella sprinted toward the game line, gaining speed as she weaved between players and the balls flying through the air. The midfielder watched her now with a seriousness that hadn't been there before. He aimed for her with a neck shot, but Bella slid to her knees to dodge it, using her momentum to propel herself forward. Aiming, she flexed her muscles and fired. The ball soared like a frisbee, low to the ground. It headed straight for the midfielder, who was caught off guard until the ball struck him in the Achilles. How fitting. He yelped, grabbing his ankle and hopping around in pain. Underneath his hands, a deep bruise would form by the next day, leaving him to wonder why it hurt so much, eventually blaming it on his too tight ice skates. But for now, he stood there in disbelief, shocked that Bella Swan of all people had taken him out. Coach Clapp blew his whistle. Jonathan, you're out. Tyler placed a firm hand on Bella's shoulder, pulling her back toward their side, away from any stray shots. Where did you get those moves, Swan? His smile was bright, illuminating his face. Bella blinked, still in a fog of disbelief, and shrugged, feeling shy. I don't know, I guess I just got lucky. Come on, that aim was killer. Tyler shook his head, dismissing her modesty. Now, can you do it again so we can rub this win in Mike's face? It felt strange to receive such positive attention from Tyler, especially when it wasn't expected. Coated in excitement, Bella felt a rush of exhilaration. She flashed Tyler a small grin. I think I can handle that. Good, Tyler began, but Bella quickly tugged on his arm, pulling them both down into a crouch. In his enthusiasm, Tyler missed Mike's headshot aimed at his turn back. He watched Bella with wide, impressed eyes. Killer, he whispered before bouncing up and unleashing a flurry of throws at Mike. Bella snorted as she walked backward to her previous spot, shoulders back and strides confident. An electric buzz ran beneath her skin as she scanned the court, checking in on her teammates. Mike and Tyler were locked in a standoff in one corner, their fingers twitching around their dodgeballs like they were ready to fire. Angela caught a high lob thrown by Jonathan's burly teammate, which had been aimed at Eric's head. Meanwhile, Eric was blocking Angela from a thigh shot thrown by a player from the cheerleading team. They exchanged soft, affectionate smiles. On the sidelines, Jessica was out of the game, chatting about her classes while occasionally pausing to cheer Mike on. And Lauren? She was glaring back at Bella, holding 2 balls with a tense posture. Bella tilted her head, sensing that something was off. She waved, but Lauren narrowed her eyes and mouthed two words that made Bella feel a chill run down her spine: slit wrists. Maybe that was the last straw for Bella. It could have started in the locker room, or with the hockey players, or from months of rumors, passive-aggressive comments, and cold shoulders. Regardless, Bella chuckled, feeling a fiery determination rise within her. I'm really sick of her attitude. She picked up another ball nearby, matching Lauren's stance. She watched as Lauren cocked her arm and threw, the ball soaring in a parabolic arc towards Bella. Somehow, Bella knew she could catch it. She was certain she would. But where was the fun in winning so easily? Instead, Bella sidestepped the incoming shot and threw her own ball into the air, waiting for the perfect moment. Lauren followed its trajectory, and the game was on. As Bella anticipated, the ball arced toward the center line, a clever decoy far from Lauren's position. With a swift motion, she launched her second pitch. The ball shot from her hand like a bullet, and Bella could have sworn she felt part of the rubber coating scrape off. It zipped straight into Lauren's chest, sending her tumbling backward several feet. Pre-eat. Coach Clapp halted the game and rushed to Lauren's side. He helped her sit up. She was conscious but clearly dazed. For the second time in her life at Forks, Bella found herself the center of attention, with the entire class staring at her, each gaze telling a different story. To her surprise, she felt a surge of confidence under their scrutiny. There was a warm sense of pride swelling in her chest when Lauren looked her way, those vibrant green eyes reflecting more fear and respect than ever before. Chapter 5: Surrounded by Fangs. The next day, on a brisk Saturday morning, Bella awoke on the back porch. After the chaos of yesterday's dodgeball game, an event that Tyler, Eric, and Mike hailed as the battle of the century, Lauren had been escorted by Coach Clapp to the nurse's office to treat her bruised backside. Bella decided to skip the rest of school. Angela had given her a warm goodbye, praising her newfound agility and wishing her a happy weekend. Bella hopped into her truck and, as she drove, she let her hand dangle out the window, allowing the light drizzle to dance on her fingertips. Each drop felt more vibrant than the last. When she arrived home, a wave of exhaustion hit her. She opted to preheat Charlie's dinner, grimacing at the smell of leftover vegetable lasagna. After tossing on some pajamas, she crawled into bed, her eyes fluttering shut under the weight of sleep. That was the last thing she remembered. So, how did I end up outside? Bella rubbed the grit from her eyes and grumbled at the icy dew soaking her clothes. She shivered, realizing that the sun had barely climbed into the sky, and here she was, channeling her inner Bear Grylls. At least last night's dream had been better, albeit more confusing. Bella's subconscious had spent most of the night in a pitch-black cave, the familiar scent of icy sea brine and dried algae filling her nose. Then, a distant, feminine voice had called to her, urging her toward the cave's entrance. She heard the voice beckoning again, a low, melodious sound curling around a repeated word, which Bella guessed was a name. Although it wasn't her name, she felt as if the voice was searching for her. But when Bella stepped further out of the cave, the sun's bright rays blinded her, and she woke up. Bella stretched, a loud yawn escaping from her chest. She padded inside to her bedroom, careful to avoid. The loud creaking of the stairs threatened to wake Charlie. By his calm snoring, Bella realized she must have sleepwalked after he went to bed. As she made her way to her own bed, ready to drift off into the remaining pre-dawn hours, her gaze landed on the small dream catcher pinned above her headboard. She paused, watching it for a long, quiet moment. A choice weighed heavily on her mind. With a sigh, Bella grabbed some clothes and a pen to write Charlie a note. If it were anyone but Jacob, she thought, shaking her head as she drove down the forest-lined highway toward La Push. Bella still wasn't sure if she was making the right decision, but she'd come to a compromise with herself. She couldn't condone what Jacob and his friends, his pack, were doing. She recalled his words from that night, when he suggested she might not want to see him again. Bella could have called him back, just as he'd asked, but that felt cowardly. She owed him a face-to-face conversation at the very least. She needed to tell him that she couldn't overlook what was happening. Bella couldn't be friends with someone she believed to be a killer and say nothing. That would make her a monster too. But she couldn't ignore the need to warn him. She had to do whatever she could to protect him. When she pulled up to the Black's house, tension filled the air. The house was dark, with no lights in the windows, but Bella didn't care if she woke them. Her fist thudded against the front door with electric energy, the sound reverberating through the walls. "Come in," she heard Billy call after a moment, and a light flicked on. She twisted the knob. It was unlocked. Billy leaned around an open doorway just off the small kitchen, wearing a bathrobe, not yet settled in his chair. When he saw her, his eyes widened briefly before his expression turned stoic. "Well, good morning, Bella. What are you doing up so early?" he asked. "Hey, Billy. I need to talk to Jake. Where is he?" she replied. I don't really know," he lied, his face remaining straight. "Do you know what Charlie is planning to do this morning?" "Should I?" Bella demanded, her patience wearing thin. "He and half the men in town are heading out into the woods with guns, hunting giant wolves," Billy replied. Bella noticed a flicker of emotion on Billy's face, quickly replaced by a blank expression. "So, I'd like to talk to Jake about that, if you don't mind," she continued, her determination unwavering. Billy pursed his lips for a moment before responding. "I bet he's still asleep," he said, nodding toward the narrow hallway off the front room. "He's been out late a lot these days. The kid needs his rest, probably best not to wake him." Bella understood that feeling all too well. "It's my turn," she muttered under her breath as she made her way to the hallway. Billy sighed. Jacob's small room was the only door along the long hallway. Without bothering to knock, Bella flung the door open, causing it to slam against the wall with a loud bang. Jacob was sprawled diagonally across the double bed that filled nearly the entire room. He was still wearing the same black cut-off sweats from that night, and even in his awkward position, he wasn't long enough for the bed. His feet hung off one end, and his head off the other. He was fast asleep, snoring softly with his mouth slightly open. The sound of the door hadn't even made him stir. His face was peaceful in deep sleep, all the tension and angry lines smoothed out. Bella noticed the dark circles under his eyes that she hadn't seen before. Despite his towering size, he looked incredibly young and undeniably weary. A wave of sympathy washed over her. Stepping back, Bella quietly shut the door behind her. Billy watched her with a mix of curiosity and caution as she slowly returned to the front room. "I think I'll let him get some rest," she said softly. Billy nodded, and they exchanged a moment of understanding. Bella was dying to ask him about his feelings on Jacob's transformation. What did he think of the man his son had become? But she remembered how he had supported Sam from the very beginning, leading her to believe the recent events didn't trouble him. How he justified that to himself was beyond her comprehension. Bella could see a multitude of questions swirling in his dark eyes, but he kept them to himself. "Look," she said, breaking the heavy silence. "I'll be down at the beach for a while. When he wakes up, tell him I'm waiting for him, okay?" Sure, Billy replied. Bella wondered if he truly would. Well, if he didn't, at least she had tried, right? She drove down to First Beach and parked in the empty dirt lot. The sky was still dark, casting a gloomy shadow over the day ahead, and when she turned off the headlights, visibility became a challenge. Bella had to let her eyes adjust before she could find the path that wound through the tall hedge of weeds. The air was colder here, the wind whipping off the dark water, and she shoved her hands deep into the pockets of her winter jacket. Pacing along the beach toward the North Seawall, she couldn't see street. James or the other islands, only the vague outline of the water's edge. Carefully, she navigated across the rocks, mindful of driftwood that could trip her. Then, before she even realized she was searching for it, she found what she needed. It emerged from the gloom just a few feet away, a long, bone-white driftwood tree, stranded deep among the rocks. The roots twisted skyward at the seaward end, resembling brittle tentacles reaching for the ocean. Bella couldn't be sure it was the same tree where she and Jacob had shared their first conversation, a conversation that had unraveled so many tangled threads of her life, but it seemed to be in the same spot. She sat down where she had before, staring out at the invisible sea. Seeing Jacob like that, innocent and vulnerable in his sleep, had stolen all her reasons for keeping distance and dissolved all her anger. She couldn't turn a blind eye to what was happening, as Billy seemed to do, but she couldn't condemn Jacob for it either. Love didn't work that way, she decided. Once you cared about someone, it was impossible to be logical about them anymore. Jacob was her friend, regardless of his choices. Bella felt lost, unsure of how to handle the situation. When she imagined Jacob sleeping, an overwhelming urge to protect him washed over her. It didn't make sense, but as she remembered his peaceful face, she found herself searching for a way to shelter him while the sky slowly turned gray. "Hi, Bella," Jacob's voice emerged from the darkness, causing her to jump. It was soft and almost shy, but she had expected some warning from the noisy rocks, so the suddenness startled her. She could make out his silhouette against the dawn, and it seemed enormous. "Jake," she called out. He stood a few paces away, shifting his weight from foot to foot. "Billy told me you came by. I knew you could figure it out." "Yeah, I remember the right story now," she whispered. A long silence stretched between them. Although it was still too dark to see clearly, Bella felt her skin prickle as if he were searching her face. There must have been enough light for him to read her expression, because when he spoke again, his voice turned sharp. "You didn't call me back," he said. Bella nodded. "I know." Jacob began pacing along the rocks. If she listened closely, she could barely hear the soft sound of his feet brushing against the stones, mingling with the waves. "Why did you come?" he asked, not slowing his pace. "Charlie said you didn't want to talk." "I didn't for a while. But I thought this would be better face to face." He snorted. "Oh, much better. Jacob, I have to warn you. About the rangers and the hunters? Don't worry about it. We already know." "Don't worry about it?" Bella exclaimed in disbelief. "Jake, they've got guns. They're setting traps and offering rewards. We can take care of ourselves," he growled, still pacing. "They're not going to catch anything. They'll start disappearing soon enough, too." "Jake," she hissed. "What?" "It's just a fact." Bella's voice was laced with revulsion. "How can you feel that way? You know these people. Charlie's out there." The thought twisted her stomach in knots. Jacob came to an abrupt stop. "What more can we do?" he retorted. Above them, the sun painted the clouds in shades of silver and pink. Bella could see his expression now, angry, frustrated, and betrayed. "Could you, try not to be a werewolf?" Bella suggested, her voice barely above a whisper. He threw his hands up in exasperation. "Like I have a choice about it," he shouted. "And how would that help anything if you're worried about people disappearing?" "I don't understand you," Bella said, shaking her head. He glared at her, his eyes narrowing as his mouth twisted into a snarl. "You know what makes me so mad?" he asked. Bella flinched away from his hostile expression. He seemed to be waiting for an answer, so she remained silent. "You're such a hypocrite, Bella. There you sit, terrified of me. How is that fair?" His hands shook with anger. "Hypocrite? How does being afraid of a monster make me a hypocrite?" "Ugh!" he groaned, pressing his trembling fists to his temples and squeezing his eyes shut. "Would you listen to yourself?" "What?" He took 2 steps toward her, leaning over her with fury in his eyes. "Well, I'm so sorry that I can't be the right kind of monster for you, Bella. I guess I'm just not as great as a bloodsucker, am I?" Bella jumped to her feet, glaring back at him. "No, you're not," she shouted. "It's not what you are, stupid, it's what you do." "What's that supposed to mean?" he roared, his entire frame trembling with rage. Bella was caught off guard when Edward's voice cautioned her. "Be very careful, Bella," his smooth voice warned. "Don't push him too far. You need to calm him down." Even the voice in her head was making no sense, but she listened. "Jacob," she pleaded, softening her tone. Is it really necessary to kill people? Isn't there some other way? I mean, if vampires can find a way to survive without murdering, couldn't you try that too?" He straightened up abruptly, as if her words had shocked him. His eyebrows shot up, and his eyes widened in disbelief. "Killing people?" he demanded. "What did you think we were talking about?" He seemed to regain his composure, looking at Bella with a mix of hope and disbelief. "I thought we were discussing your disgust for werewolves." "No, Jake, no. It's not that you're a wolf." "That's fine," she promised, and deep down, Bella knew she meant it. She really didn't care if he turned into a giant wolf, he was still Jacob. "If you could just find a way not to hurt people, that's all that upsets me. These are innocent people, Jake, people like Charlie. I can't just look the other way while you..." "Is that all?" "Really?" he interrupted, a smile breaking across his face. "You're just scared because I'm a murderer? That's the only reason?" "Isn't that reason enough?" she replied, incredulous. He started to laugh. "Jacob Black, this is so not funny." Bella discreetly patted her jacket pockets. "Where is my pepper spray?" He scooped her into another tight bear hug. Sure, he agreed, still chuckling. "You really, honestly don't mind that I morph into a giant dog?" His voice was filled with joy as it tickled her ear. "No," Bella gasped. "Can't breathe, Jake." He released her but held both her hands. "I'm not a killer, Bella." As Bella studied his face, it became clear that he was telling the truth. A wave of relief washed over her. "Really?" she asked. "Really," he promised, his expression solemn. Without thinking, Bella threw her arms around him, reminded of that first day with the motorcycles. Just like before, he stroked her hair. "Sorry I called you a hypocrite," he apologized. "You're a murderer," he said with a laugh. Bella joined in, their connection feeling deeper than ever. But then, a thought struck her, and she pulled away to look into his face, her brows furrowed with concern. "What about Sam? And the others?" He shook his head, a smile spreading across his face as if a heavy weight had been lifted. "Of course not. Don't you remember what we call ourselves?" The memory came rushing back. She had been thinking about that very day. "Protectors?" "Exactly. But I don't understand. What's happening in the woods? The missing hikers, the blood?" His expression changed instantly, the lightness replaced by seriousness. "We're trying to do our job, Bella. We're trying to protect them, but we're always just a little too late." "Protect them from what? Is there really a bear out there, too?" "Bella, we only protect people from one thing, our one enemy. It's the reason we exist." "Because they do." Bella stared at him, momentarily blank, until the realization hit her. The color drained from her face. He nodded. "I thought you, of all people, would understand what was really going on." Bella felt lost, unsure of why she was here, especially after Jacob's warning to be safe when he walked her back to her truck. Was she trying to push herself back into that dazed state? Had she developed a taste for pain? She should have stayed in La Push. She felt much healthier around Jacob. This wasn't a healthy choice. Yet, she continued to drive slowly down the overgrown path, weaving through trees that arched overhead like a living tunnel. Her hands trembled on the steering wheel, so she tightened her grip. Part of her was compelled by the haunting dreams she had with Jasper and Edward. Now that she was truly awake, the horror of that dream gnawed at her like a dog worrying a bone. There was something out there to search for, something unattainable and distant, yet she had to believe it was there, somewhere. The buzzing excitement she had felt at school yesterday. The way she had bent, twirled, and sprinted across the court gave her a fleeting sense of starting over. Edward's words echoed in Bella's mind, flat and lifeless, as if she were reading them instead of hearing them spoken. It will be as if I'd never existed. Bella realized she was lying to herself by dividing her feelings into just two parts. She didn't want to confront the strongest motivation behind her actions because it felt unstable. The truth was, she longed to hear his voice again, just like she had with Jacob earlier. For that brief moment when his voice emerged from a deeper part of Bella than her conscious memory, it was perfect and honey smooth, a stark contrast to the faint echoes her memories usually provided. In that moment, she could remember without pain. But it hadn't lasted. The pain eventually caught up with her, alone in her truck, just as she knew it would on this fool's errand. Still, those precious moments when she could hear him again were an irresistible lure. Bella needed to find a way to experience that again, if only one last time. She hoped déjà vu would be the key. So, she was returning to his meadow, a place she hadn't visited since the summer before senior year, so many months ago, and where she had failed to find that night of the attack. A few minutes later, Bella was on the familiar dirt road leading to nowhere in particular. She rolled down the windows and drove as fast as her truck could manage, relishing the cold wind against her face. It was still cloudy, but the rain held off, a typical late winter afternoon in Forks. Getting started took her longer than it would have taken Jacob. After parking in her usual spot, Bella spent a good 15 minutes studying the needle on her compass and the markings on the worn map. Once she felt reasonably certain she was following the right path, she set off into the woods. That old sense of unease began to rise within her, ready for a sequel. Breathing became more difficult, not from exertion, but because she struggled with the weight of her thoughts. That familiar ache in her chest. Bella wrapped her arms tightly around herself, trying to push the pain from her mind. She almost turned back, but she didn't want to waste the effort she had already put in. The rhythm of her footsteps began to numb her thoughts and her heartache as she trudged forward. Gradually, her breathing steadied, and she felt a sense of relief for not giving up. Bella noticed she was getting better at navigating the underbrush. She could tell she was moving faster. She thought she had covered about 4 miles, but she hadn't even started searching for it yet. Then, with a sudden disorientation, she stepped through a low arch formed by 2 vine maples, pushing past chest-high ferns and into the meadow. She was certain it was the same place. She had never seen another clearing so perfectly symmetrical. It was as if someone had crafted a flawless circle, removing the trees yet leaving no trace of that destruction in the gently waving grass. To the east, she could hear the stream bubbling, but the meadow was far less stunning without the sunlight. Still, it was undeniably beautiful and serene. It was the wrong season for wildflowers. The ground was thick with tall grass that swayed in the chilly breeze, creating ripples like those on a lake. It was the same place, but it didn't hold what Bella had been searching for. The realization brought instant disappointment. She sank down right where she stood, kneeling at the edge of the clearing, gasping for breath. What was the point of going any farther? Nothing lingered here. Only memories that she could summon whenever she wished, if she was willing to endure the accompanying pain, the pain that now gripped her, leaving her cold. This place felt empty without him. Bella wasn't quite sure what she had hoped to feel here, but the meadow was devoid of atmosphere, devoid of everything she had longed for. Her thoughts swirled, leaving her feeling lost. Dizzy. At least I came alone, Bella thought, feeling a rush of gratitude as the realization settled in. If she had discovered the meadow with Jacob, there would have been no way to hide the abyss she was plunging into now. How could she explain the way she was fracturing into pieces, the way she had to curl into a ball just to keep the emptiness from tearing her apart? It was far better this way, no audience to witness her struggle. Bella wouldn't have to explain to anyone why she was in such a hurry to leave, either. Jacob would have assumed that after going to so much trouble to locate this place, she would want to spend more than a few seconds here. But Bella was already searching for the strength to rise to her feet again, forcing herself out of the ball of despair so she could escape. There was too much pain in this empty place to bear. She would crawl away if she had to. Alone. The word echoed in her mind with grim satisfaction as she wrenched herself upright. Just then, a figure stepped out from the trees to the north, about 30 paces away. A wave of emotion surged through Bella in an instant. The first was surprise. She was far from any trail and hadn't expected company. As her eyes focused on the motionless figure, taking in the utter stillness and the pallid skin, a rush of piercing hope swept over her. She fought against it, battling the pendulum swing of agony as her gaze landed on the face beneath the black hair, the face that wasn't the one she longed to see. Next came fear. This was not the face she grieved for, but it was close enough for Bella to recognize that the man facing her was no ordinary hiker. And finally, there it was, recognition. Laurent. Bella cried, a mix of surprise and pleasure flooding her voice. It was an irrational response. Perhaps she should have stopped at fear. Laurent had been part of James's coven when they first met. He hadn't been involved in the hunt that followed, the hunt where Bella was the quarry, but that was only because he was afraid. Protected by a larger coven than his own. It would have been a different story otherwise. He had no reservations back then about making a meal of her. But he must have changed. He went to Alaska to live with another civilized coven, a family that refused to drink human blood for ethical reasons. Another family but she couldn't let herself think of their name. Fear would have made more sense, yet all Bella felt was an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. The meadow was a magical place once again. A darker kind of magic than she had expected, but magic nonetheless. Here was the connection she had longed for, the proof, however distant, that he did exist somewhere in the same world she inhabited. It was astonishing how much Laurent looked the same. Bella realized it was rather silly and human to expect some kind of change in just a year. Still, there was something about him she couldn't quite place. Bella? He asked, looking more astonished than she felt. You remember, she smiled. It was ridiculous to feel so elated just because a vampire knew her name. He grinned back at her. I didn't expect to see you here, he said, strolling toward her with a bemused expression. Isn't it the other way around? I live here. I thought you had gone to Alaska. He stopped about 10 paces away, tilting his head to the side. His face was the most beautiful she had seen in what felt like an eternity. She studied his features with a greedy sense of release. Here was someone she didn't have to pretend with, someone who already knew everything she could never say. You're right, he agreed. I did go to Alaska. Still, I didn't expect. When I found the Cullen place empty, I thought they'd moved on. Oh. She bit her lip, the name digging at her raw edges. It took Bella a moment to compose herself, while Laurent waited with curious eyes. They did move on, Bella managed to tell him. He murmured. I'm surprised they left you behind. Weren't you sort of a pet of theirs? His eyes held a naive innocence, free of any intended offense. Bella smiled, though it was a dry smile. Something like that. He said, his brow furrowing in thought. Then it struck Bella why he looked so familiar, too familiar. After Carlyle had told them that Laurent had stayed with Tanya's family, she had begun to picture him, on the rare occasions she thought of him at all, with the same golden eyes as the Cullens. The eyes that belonged to all good vampires. Instinctively, Bella took a step back, and his curious, crimson eyes followed her movement. A heat began to boil within her, much more aggressive than the burn she felt in gym class. Do they visit often? He asked, still casual, but now leaning slightly toward her. Lie, Edward's velvety voice whispered in her ear. Bella flinched at the sound but quickly reminded herself of the danger she was in. Jacob was as safe as a kitten compared to this. So, she did as the voice advised. Now and again, she replied, trying to keep her tone light and relaxed. I suppose time seems longer for me. You know how they get distracted. She could feel herself starting to babble and struggled to rein it in. He said again, considering her words. The house smelled like it had been vacant for a while. You have to lie better than that, the voice urged. Bella took a breath and tried again. I'll have to mention to Carlyle that you stopped by. He'll be sorry he missed your visit. She pretended to think it over for a moment. But I probably shouldn't mention it to Edward, I suppose. She barely managed to say his name, and the way it twisted her expression almost gave her bluff away. He has such a temper. Well, I'm sure you remember. He's still touchy about the whole James thing. Bella rolled her eyes and waved her hand dismissively, as if it were all ancient history. Yet, there was a hint of hysteria in her voice. She wondered if he would catch on to what she was really feeling. The fading sunlight painted the forest floor with a warm glow, casting long shadows that brushed against their ankles. Is he really? Laurent asked, skepticism lacing his voice with a pleased undertone. Bella kept her response brief, hoping her tone wouldn't reveal her rising panic. Laurent casually stepped to the side, surveying the small meadow. Bella noticed that the movement brought him closer to her. In her mind, Edward's voice growled low, warning her. A persistent itch settled deep in her spine, prompting her to shift her shoulders. So, how are things going in Denali? Carlisle mentioned you were staying with Tanya? Her voice came out higher than she intended. The question made Laurent pause. I like Tanya very much, he mused. And her sister Irina even more. I've never stayed in one place for so long before, and I enjoy the advantages, the novelty of it. But the restrictions are difficult. I'm surprised any of them can maintain it for long. He offered her a secretive smile. Sometimes I cheat. Bella found it hard to swallow. She began to ease her foot back, but froze when his crimson eyes flickered to catch the movement. Oh, she said faintly. Jasper has problems with that, too. Don't move, the voice whispered in her mind. She tried to follow the advice, but the instinct to react was nearly overwhelming. Really? Laurent asked, seeming genuinely interested. Is that why they left? No, she replied, trying to be honest. Jasper is more careful at home. Yes, Laurent agreed. I am, too. His next step was deliberate, closing the distance between them. Did Victoria ever find you? Bella asked, breathless and desperate to change the subject. The question had slipped out before she could think, and she instantly regretted it. Victoria, who had once hunted her alongside James, was not someone she wanted to think about right now. But it did stop Laurent in his tracks. Yes, he said. Laurent hesitated on that step. I actually came here as a favor to her, he said, making a face. She won't be happy about this. About what? Bella asked eagerly, inviting him to continue. He glared into the trees, momentarily distracted. Taking advantage of his diversion, Bella took a furtive step back. He glanced back at her and smiled. His expression made him appear almost otherworldly, like Osiris, spectral and resplendent from the underworld. About me killing you, he answered, his voice dripping with a seductive purr. Bella staggered back another step, the frantic growling in her mind making it hard to focus. She wanted to save that part for herself, he continued, nonchalant. She's a bit put out with you, Bella. Me? Bella squeaked, pointing at herself. What did I do? I know, it seems a little backward to me, too. He shook his head and chuckled. But James was her mate, and your Edward killed him. Even in this moment, with death looming, the mention of Edward stung her heart. Laurent remained oblivious to her reaction. She thought it more fitting to kill you than Edward, fair turnabout, mate for mate. She asked me to get the lay of the land for her, so to speak. I didn't think you would be so easy to get to. So maybe her plan was flawed. Apparently, you must not mean much to him if he left you here unprotected. Another blow, another tear through her chest. Was she really paying for insults too? Laurent shifted his weight again, and Bella stumbled back another step. He frowned. I suppose she'll be angry, all the same. Then why not wait for her? Bella choked out. A mischievous grin spread across his face. Well, you've caught me at a bad time, Bella. I didn't come here on Victoria's mission, I was hunting. I'm quite thirsty, and you do smell, simply mouth-watering. Laurent looked at her with an unsettling approval, as if he meant it as a compliment. Threaten him, a voice in her head urged, distorted with dread. "He'll know it was you," Bella whispered. "You won't get away with this." "And why not?" Lauren's smile widened as he surveyed the small clearing among the trees. The night had begun to settle in, and the moon rose slowly, casting a silver glow over everything. "The scent will wash away with the next rain," he continued, his tone casual. "No one will find your body. You'll simply go missing, like so many other humans. There's no reason for Edward to think of me, if he cares enough to investigate. This is nothing personal, let me assure you, Bella. Just thirst." "Beg," her mind pleaded. "Please," she gasped. "Look at it this way, Bella," Laurent said, shaking his head with a kindness that felt chilling. "You're very lucky I was the one to find you." "Am I?" Bella took another faltering step back, but Laurent moved with her, lithe and graceful. "Yes," he assured her. "I'll be very quick. You won't feel a thing, I promise." "Oh, I'll lie to Victoria about that later, naturally, just to placate her. But if you knew what she had planned for you, Bella." He shook his head slowly, almost in disgust. "I swear you'd be thanking me for this." The deep itch inside her intensified, digging into her bloodstream, pushing outward. It felt like time was speeding up, compressing a feverish rash. The back of her neck broke out in a cold sweat, and her bicep and ankle throbbed in a syncopated rhythm. Laurent sniffed at the breeze that carried Bella's scent, his expression hungry. "Mouth-watering," he repeated, inhaling deeply. In an instant, he blurred to her side, brushing her hair aside to expose her neck to his intense gaze. At that moment, Bella felt herself plunge into a whirlpool of vertigo. The world spun around her, disorienting her further. She shivered, the cold air snapping her back to reality. 20 feet away. Laurent blinked at her in shock, and Bella felt her face go pale. She wasn't unhappy about the space between them, but just moments ago, he had been right there, ready to strike. What had changed? Laurent frowned, deep in thought, then shook off his hesitation and lunged forward. It was the strangest thing Bella had ever witnessed. Lauren's strides reminded her of hockey players during gym class, faster than them, obviously, but the speed was almost mesmerizing, each step clear and deliberate. She had never been able to see that before. Bella clenched her fists, hissing against the sharp sting in her palms, but there was no time to check for injuries. Laurent darted toward her, raising his arm to swipe at her shoulder. She tried to rotate her arm backward but couldn't block his left jab. His firm hand clamped around her neck, and it didn't even occur to her that his grip could have crushed any other human's throat. He rushed forward, aiming to sink his fangs into her neck. The sight of his needle-sharp incisors made Bella yelp. Yet, when she felt no fire, no burning venom that had knocked her unconscious before, she realized something was different. Laurent didn't hear her heart slow, nor did he taste the intoxicating rush of her blood. They locked eyes, Bella gazing down into his sanguine irises, and Laurent looking up into her glinting silver eyes, both filled with a primal intensity. Bella gripped his hair and the wrists that held her neck. In a moment of instinct, she tugged his hand away and bit down hard. Laurent jolted, still close, as Bella maintained her firm hold on his head. "Loup-garou?" he whispered, terror creeping into his crimson eyes. The confidence that had come from centuries of being a powerful predator began to slip away, lost against the indigo sky. She realized that a predator of his caliber was not often prey. Bella blinked slowly, feeling the sharp canines that jetted from her mouth. She tightened her grip on his locks, her gaze fixed on the fresh bite marks on his hand. Then, she noticed the hardened, 2-inch claws extending from her fingertips and the thick chestnut hair covering her forearms. Just when shock threatened to overwhelm her, a sudden desire surged within, washing away all doubts like an endless tide. In that moment, nothing mattered except two things: she would devour him, and she would relish every second of it. There was no more time for heartbreak or worn edges. No more clothes, mean girls, or worries about college applications. There was only the gentle caress of the March breeze, the flesh caught between her fang-filled bites, and the full moon casting its luminous glow over everything. A distant rustle startled Bella from her feast. She turned toward the trees, her hackles raised. In her hunger, she had failed to notice the several heartbeats approaching her. Their musky, spicy scent sent a jolt of heat down her spine, igniting her instincts. She growled, a deep, guttural warning rising from her diaphragm. A rusty brown wolf stepped cautiously into the clearing. His brown eyes sparked a flicker of recognition in her mind, reminding her of someone who once owned those kind eyes. But the alarm bells rang louder as an ink-black wolf followed closely behind. His presence radiated a proud energy that demanded submission and expected obedience. The large wolf picked up his pheromones, watching Bella for any sign of compliance. The other wolves edged closer, disregarding the anxious yelps of the rusty brown wolf. An instinct for self-preservation drove Bella's next move, reminiscent of her predecessor on that fateful night. She dug her claws into the ground and bounded into the woods, ignoring the distant howls behind her. Chapter 6: Beneath the Trees. Deep in the thicket, where the Bogaccio River's descendants burbled through meandering streams, lay a slumbering girl. The sun's rays wrapped around her like a blanket, shielding her from the late winter winds. Moss cushioned her bare skin against the forest floor, and the chittering of red squirrels created a calming lullaby as she drooled onto the detritus. A small pop from the splashing of a winter hatchery steelhead stirred her awake with a grumble. Bella Swan stretched and blinked at her surroundings, her eyes heavy with the bleary confusion of a newborn. A gust of wind jolted her senses, reminding her that she wasn't anywhere near her bed. What the? Bella pushed herself into a sitting position, half convinced she was trapped in a vivid dream. She yawned and scratched her chest, but her fingers froze at the feel of soft, sticky skin. She glanced down and screamed. Blood coated her body in wide, sweeping strokes. Panic surged through her as she frantically searched for gaping, horrific wounds, but found nothing. Frowning, Bella realized the color was too dark to be fresh. Besides, despite the heavy sensation of a full meal and the ache throbbing from her fingertips to her toes, she didn't feel like she had been stabbed with the vengeance of 1,000 knives. She racked her mind for a clue about how she ended up here. Again, nothing. Just the memory of Jacob's protective smile as he waved her off his property. Her heartbeat quickened. Laurent. There was no way she could have escaped him, not with his hunger, nor with his promise to Victoria. He must have placed her here as part of some elaborate, macabre hunt, slavering her in seasoning before the slaughter. The rustle of underbrush made her whip around. She searched for a branch, thorns, anything to defend herself against his entrance. Damn it. Nothing. Bella realized she would face this danger as naked as the day she was born. What a tragically ironic fate. Heavy footsteps approached, slow but sure. It seemed Laurent enjoyed playing with his prey. Quick and painless, my foot, Bella thought, gritting her teeth. The brush parted, and she was startled by the sight of a massive wolf. It paused in its tracks, and they regarded each other in silence. The sunlight transformed the creature's copper fur into a vibrant blaze of henna. The wolf crouched low on its forelegs, attempting to appear less intimidating. This should have been Bella's moment to flee. She should have backed away or begged for her life. Yet, even in her deepest vulnerability, she felt a strange awareness in the wolf's dark eyes, something that comforted her, something that reminded her. She took a deep breath and pushed against her instinct for self-preservation. Jacob? The wolf yipped and lunged forward, showering Bella with wet kisses that soaked her hair. She giggled despite the situation, threading her fingers through the wispy tufts behind his ears to tickle him. There was an innocence in their playful tussle, a joyful dance that transcended language and species. Bella's eyes sparkled with childlike wonder as Jacob gave her a gentle nip on the shoulder before breaking away from their embrace. She watched in awe as he began to huff and vibrate with an intensity that felt almost otherworldly. Scooting backward, she stared in disbelief as the hair seemed to melt away from his body. His paws, tail, and the rich hue of his fur receded until, in place of the wolf, a boy appeared. Crouched on the balls of his feet, Jacob met her gaze with quiet, gentle eyes. A new understanding passed between them, a solemn connection that needed no words. Jacob reached for her ankle, gripping it with a calloused palm that soothed her unspoken fears and grounded her. The warmth of the sun kissed their bare skin, the moss cushioned their seating, and the gentle gurgle of the nearby stream played a soothing symphony in their hidden sanctuary. Long moments passed before either of them moved again. Jacob reached behind him for a bundle of clothes wrapped together with thick twine. He must have tied them around his hind leg, Bella realized. Jacob tossed her a pair of sweatpants and a worn sweater featuring a symbol she recognized as belonging to his older sister Rachel's alma mater. He dressed in his usual shorts and t-shirt while she pulled on her own clothes. "How are you feeling?" Jacob's voice was warm and gravelly, startling her. The sudden noise broke the silence, overwhelming her sensitive ears. "Weird," she croaked, then cupped her throat, eyes wide. Jacob flashed a small, knowing smile. "Don't freak out. That tends to happen after a night like yours. Sam has a theory that too much howling dries the throat." "Howling?" Bella asked, confused. "What do you mean, night like mine?" Jacob frowned, waving his hands in frustration. "You know." When Bella stared at him blankly, he mimed taking a large bite. "Last night. Don't you remember?" Bella shook her head. "I only remember saying goodbye to you and then." "Laurent," she whispered. "He's still here." Jacob blinked twice and cocked his head. "Who's Laurent?" Bella tried to organize the chaos in her mind so she could respond. "You know, you saw him in the meadow. You were there." Her voice trailed off as her thoughts struggled to piece it all together. "You were there and you must have kept him from killing me." "Oh, the bloodsucker." Jacob bared his teeth in a vicious grin. "Was that his name?" Bella shuddered. "What were you thinking?" She whispered. "He could have killed you. Jake, you don't realize how dangerous." His boisterous laugh interrupted her. "Bella, one single vampire isn't much of a problem for a pack as big as ours. It would be so easy, there wouldn't be any fun in it." "What would be so easy?" "Killing the leech who was going to kill you. And it doesn't count towards your murder theory." "Vampires aren't people," Jacob added, his gaze fixed on Bella, a knowing look illuminating her face. "Besides, we didn't have to do it." "Then who did?" Bella asked, confusion knitting her brow. His expression shifted. "You." Bella's world froze, then spun wildly. "I killed Laurent?" The words barely escaped her lips. Jacob slapped a hand to his forehead. "Wow. You really don't remember last night, do you?" "Laurent is dead," Bella whispered, disbelief washing over her. "Because of me?" He nodded, his mouth twisting into a faint grimace. "You're not upset about that, are you?" The truth dawned on Bella. Jacob was pulling her leg, so to speak. She burst into laughter, but his worried expression made her pause. "Of course I'm not upset." "Well, that's good, I think. Because you must be messing with me," she exclaimed. "Bella." Jacob raised his hands in surrender. "No, Jacob." She shook her head, still grinning. "It's one thing for you to be some super creature, but me? Human extraordinaire killing a vampire?" She scoffed. "There's only so much nonsense I can take before it sounds unbelievable." Bella turned away from him, stomping and grumbling under her breath. Jacob moved closer, raising a hand as if to grab her shoulder but hesitated. "Bella," he sighed, "do you remember that night in the forest? The one before you ended up in the hospital?" Bella paused, still facing the trees, and gave a faint nod. When we found you, you were bleeding out from that bite on your bicep. By the time I got you to the hospital, Sam let me know they killed that wolf, and you know what the weirdest thing was?" Jacob swallowed hard. "When the sun rose, he said that the wolf turned into a boy, way younger than me." Bella turned to him, a spectral terror in her eyes. "What?" We didn't know how to tell you," Jacob stumbled over his words. "Anne." Sam decided that we should wait it out, see what happens before we make any decisions. Wait. Bella grimaced, tilting her head to hear him clearly. You mean to tell me that you knew I had been bitten by a werewolf for a month and you didn't say anything? Jacob, what if I had done something to Charlie? That's how it went for all of us. Jacob held his palms up, trying to calm her. You know how I thought Embry was in a gang with Sam, but it turns out it was the pack. He sighed. We didn't know when you would change, so we kept waiting for you to shift. And we didn't know how it would work because your wolf isn't like ours. Our wolves are genetic, passed down from our ancestors, but Sam, my dad, the tribe, we've never seen a creature like you. When the pack was chasing him, Sam tried to communicate, but it was like there was a brick wall between him and us. He had no awareness, it was all animal energy, no humanity. Bella stared at him, stunned into silence. I mean, Bella, you're covered in blood. Jacob gestured to her body. That bloodsucker is nowhere to be found, and you don't remember anything about last night, which was a full moon. He continued in a soft whisper, can you honestly tell me, after all the weird things you've been through, that I've told you and that you've seen, is it really the craziest thing in the world for you to be something strange too? No, no, no. Bella muttered. Cognitive dissonance tore through the fragile threads of her mind. She leaned forward and vomited, the sour acid coating the insides of her throat. Gasping, she cupped her head in her hands. Nausea punched her stomach when she noticed the bloody, mangled pile of flesh. There was no way. Reality began to bend into distorted shapes when Jacob decided to act impulsively. He dove at her. Instinctively, Bella ducked under his arms, slipping free from his agile grasp. Jacob lunged again, angling for her legs. Jacob managed to grip Bella's ankles and yank her to the floor. A scorching heat surged in her diaphragm. Here she was, facing a mental crisis, and Jacob wanted to wrestle. When he leaned over her and pulled back his fist to jab, Bella quickly wrapped her ankles around his lower back. With a swift move, she yanked him into the cradle of her hips and smacked her palm against his clenched hand. Using the momentum, she rolled them over, pinning Jacob's arm against the forest floor. She gripped his neck with an iron hold, baring her teeth inches from his face, a low rumble emanating from her chest. Jacob, with impressed yet vaguely nervous eyes, tilted his neck to meet her gaze. A calm weight settled in her chest as clarity began to seep into her mind. She gasped, releasing his neck and jolting backward. Bella's hand shook. Here was Jacob, a towering 6 feet 7 inches wolf with muscles to spare, and she had flipped him like it was nothing. Silence enveloped them for a moment. Jacob pointed at her neck, a bitter, protective frown etched on his face. If a vampire bite didn't turn you into a vampire, then something else had to turn you first, something stronger. Bella rubbed her fingers over the rough, indented scar that pulsed over her carotid artery. She felt her heart pound back, irritated, in response. Werewolf, she whispered, staring at him in disbelief. Fuck. Jacob gave her a tiny, sympathetic smile. I know, right? What do I do now? She asked, anxiety creeping into her voice. Well, Jacob said, jumping to his feet and extending his hand, first things first, we need to get you cleaned up and then visit Sam and the pack. They really want to talk to you. Bella looked into his warm, hopeful gaze. For the second time in their friendship, Jacob was encouraging her to jump with both feet into the unknown, a stark contrast from his usual demeanor. What other choice do I have? She thought. She reached out and let him tug her up, the warmth of his reassuring grip anchoring her through the fog of uncertainty. Bella let out a deep sigh. Great, just what I needed. Chapter 7, Nature versus Nurture. The rumbling hum of her truck accompanied the journey from the woods to the road. Jacob tapped a quiet rhythm against the steering wheel. Bella gazed out the window, captivated by the trees blurring past in sharp detail. She could see every aspect of the forest, from the delicate midrib of a western white pine leaf to a herd of deer galloping through the underbrush. Bella blinked, overwhelmed by the vivid imagery. It felt as though the world had performed LASIK surgery on her after a lifetime of blindness. Was this how Jacob and his friends had seen things all along? That thought triggered another memory, and Bella recalled the night Jacob had visited her in her bedroom. Jacob? He paused his drumming, tilting his ear toward her. That night, when you said it wasn't safe for you to be in my room, I thought you knew the monster might be coming. That wasn't what you were talking about, was it? Jacob's brows furrowed for a moment before he tightened his grip on the steering wheel. No, that's not what I meant. Then why didn't you think it was safe for you there? Especially if I was the problem? A subtle growl rumbled in his chest. You're not a problem, Bella. He glanced at her, his eyes filled with guilt. I didn't say it was safe for me. I was thinking of you. What do you mean? His fingers began another beat, this time restless and energetic. Bella recognized her own nervous habits mirrored in him. Maybe it's a wolf thing? There's more than one reason I'm not supposed to be around you, Bella. For one, I wasn't supposed to tell you our secret. But the other part is that it's not safe for you. If I get too mad, too upset, you might get hurt. Bella pondered this. When you were mad before, when I was yelling at you, and you were shaking. Yeah. Jacob's expression turned serious. That was pretty stupid of me. I have to keep a better hold on myself. I swore I wasn't going to get mad, no matter what you said to me. But I just got so upset at the thought of losing you, that you couldn't handle what I am. Bella whispered, what would happen if you got too mad? I'd turn into a wolf, he murmured. Oh, she replied, surprised. So, you don't need a full moon? The thought of it lingered in her mind, but she didn't voice the question, like me? No, Jacob rolled his eyes. Sadly, Hollywood's version got your wolf right. He sighed, his expression turning somber again. You don't need to be so stressed out, Bells. We're going to figure this out. And we're keeping a special eye on Charlie and the others. We won't let anything happen to him. Trust me on that. Shit. Bella's eyes widened. Amid all the chaos, her father popped back into her thoughts. Charlie, does he know where I am? It's all good. Dad and I covered for you. We told him you stayed the night at our house. He's out with the deputies, checking the trails again, so he's been busy. Bella worried her lip, nodding absent-mindedly as she stared through the windshield. A low heat simmered in her ribs, urging her to escape the anxiety. Jacob's warm, callous grip on her wrist brought her back to the present. She glanced at his concerned expression and sighed. He was doing his best to keep her together, and the heat within her began to ease. I trust you, she said firmly. A small smile flitted across his lips, and the atmosphere in the truck became tranquil again. Soon, after passing the familiar sun-worn resorts along the highway to the village, Jacob turned off onto a narrow dirt road. Your truck is feeling slow, he noted. Take it up with the mechanic who fixed it for me, Bella retorted, snorting as she playfully shoved his capped shoulders. Ass. At the end of the lane stood a tiny house that had once been gray. There was only one narrow window beside the weathered blue door, but the window box under it was still vibrant with flowers. The garden was bursting with bright orange and yellow marigolds, giving the entire place a cheerful atmosphere. Jacob pulled the car into the driveway and shifted the gear into park. Bella took in the property with curious eyes. Is this Sam's house? He doesn't seem like the yellow flower type, she asked. On his own, he definitely isn't, Jacob chuckled. Nah, this is Emily's house. She's Sam's girlfriend, well, fiancé now, I guess. Sam and the guys will meet us after they finish helping Charlie and the police department check the trails. Does Emily know about? Bella started. Yeah. And, hey, don't stare at her. That really bugs Sam. Bella frowned. Why would I stare? Discomfort radiated from Jacob. Hanging out around werewolves has its risks. He quickly changed the subject. Hey, are you really okay about the whole thing with the bloodsucker in the meadow? I know you said he wasn't your friend, but... Bella's stomach rumbled, and she felt a wave of nausea at the thought of where Laurent was. She sucked in a deep breath and waited for the feeling to pass. Yeah, I'm fine, she said, swallowing hard. He wasn't a friend. That's good. We didn't want to start anything, break the treaty, you know. Oh, right, you told me about the treaty a while ago. Why would killing Laurent break it? Well, we were technically on Cullen turf. We're not allowed to attack any of them, the Cullens at least, off our land, unless they break the treaty first. We didn't know if Laurent was a relative of theirs or something. How would they go about breaking the treaty? Bella asked. Jacob clenched his jaw. If they bite a human. So, since I was the one who killed him. And you're not part of the treaty, Jacob contemplated, then I guess you're an exception to that rule. He flashed her a mischievous grin. Free all-you-can-eat bloodsucker. Buffet. Bella's expression must have been something else, because Jacob raised his hands in mock surrender, trying to look contrite, though they both knew it was all an act. Kidding, he pouted playfully. Bella rolled her eyes and opened her door. Jacob bounded after her, inhaling deeply. Emily's cooking. Bella took in the aromas that filled the air, each scent practically coating her tongue. The warm crispness of eggs and potatoes mingled with the tartness of cut fruit, while a burning sensation curled in the back of her throat. It tasted of lemongrass, sage, and white peach, weaving a net that drew her toward the front porch. Bella blinked, her curiosity piqued. Do you smell that? The breakfast? No, something tugged in her gut, leaving her hesitant to finish. Yeah, the breakfast. Jacob climbed the single step and entered the house without knocking. Bella followed him slowly. The front room, much like Billy's house, was dominated by the kitchen. A young woman with satiny copper skin and long, straight, crow-black hair stood at the counter by the sink, popping fluffy muffins out of a tin and placing them onto a paper plate. For a moment, Bella thought Jacob had warned her not to stare because the girl was so beautiful. Then the woman turned to face them fully, a smile lighting up half of her face. The right side, however, bore scars that ran from her hairline to her chin, 3 thick, red lines, vivid in color despite being long-heeled. One scar pulled down the corner of her dark, almond-shaped right eye, while another twisted the right side of her mouth into a permanent grimace. Is this what it would be like? Constantly hoping against hope that everyone I love wouldn't be damaged by what I am, by something I can't even control? Grateful for Jacob's warning, Bella quickly shifted her gaze to the muffins in the woman's hands. They smelled wonderful, like fresh blueberries, their gorgeous scent enticing her further. The aroma from the house nearly overwhelmed Bella, leaving her gasping for breath. She clenched her fist, resisting the urge to soothe the intense, dry ache in her throat. Oh, Emily said, surprised. Is this her? Bella looked up, trying to focus on the left side of Emily's face. Yeah, Bella Swan, Jacob replied with a shrug. Apparently, she had been a topic of conversation before. Who else? Leave it to you to find a way around Sam's gag order, Emily murmured, shaking her head. She stared at Bella, and neither side of her face appeared welcoming. So, you're the vampire girl. Bella stiffened. Yeah. Are you the wolf girl? Emily laughed, as did Jacob. Touché. The left side of Emily's face seemed to warm at the exchange. Technically, I guess wolf girl fits you better, too. Emily nodded toward the narrow hallway adjacent to the kitchen. You should go get cleaned up. I put some clean clothes in the bathroom for you, second door on the left. Oh, thank why, Bella began, but then her brows furrowed. Wait. How did you know I was coming? Emily cleared her throat and raised an eyebrow at Jacob. He gulped down a generous bite of muffins and pursed his lips, leaving the room in silence. What? Is it a secret? Bella asked. Jacob frowned. Not really. It's kind of weird, though. I don't want to freak you out. I'm used to weird by this point, you know, Bella replied, attempting a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. Guess you'd have to be, Jacob grinned back. Okay, see, when we're wolves, we can hear each other. Bella frowned, confused. Well, not sounds, he continued, but we can hear thoughts, each other's, anyway, no matter how far apart we are. It really helps when we hunt, but it's a big pain otherwise. It's embarrassing, having no secrets like that. Freaky, right? Is that what you meant this morning, when you... Sam couldn't communicate with the boy when they were chasing him? You're quick, Emily observed. Thanks. You're also very good with weird, Jacob chimed in. I thought that would bother you. It's not, well, you're not the first person I've known who could do that, Bella shrugged, shifting on her toes. She cleared her throat to shake off Emily's heady scent. So it doesn't seem so weird to me. Really? Wait, are you talking about your bloodsuckers? Bella sighed. I wish you wouldn't call them that. Whatever, Jacob laughed. The Cullens, then? Just Edward. Bella tucked one arm around her torso. Jacob and Emily looked surprised, unpleasantly so. I thought those were just stories. I've heard legends about vampires who could do extra stuff, but I thought that was just a myth. Is anything just a myth anymore? Bella asked wryly. Guess not, he scowled. Jacob motioned for her to follow him down the hallway, leaving Emily to finish breakfast. Bella was curious. So, when we were in the meadow and you were a wolf, did you talk to Sam? Jacob nodded, scratching the back of his neck. I kept it real short, but yeah, I gave him some of the details. He glanced down the hall and ducked his head, keeping his voice hushed. I was afraid Sam would tell me I couldn't bring you. That wouldn't have stopped me. Bella couldn't shake the feeling of Sam as the bad guy. Her teeth clenched and her stomach warmed at the thought of his name. Well, it would have stopped me, Jacob said, looking morose. Remember how I couldn't finish my sentences when I came to your room? How I couldn't just tell you the whole story? Yeah. You looked like you were choking on something. There was a darkness in his laughter. Close enough. Sam told me I couldn't tell you, not until we were sure. He's the head of the pack, you know. He's the alpha. He tells us to do something, or not do something. When he really means it, we can't just ignore him. Weird, Bella muttered. Very, Jacob agreed. It's kind of a wolf thing. Our wolf thing, at least. Huh, was the best response Bella could muster. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff like that, wolf things. I'm still learning. I can't imagine what it was like for Sam, trying to deal with this alone. It sucks bad enough to go through it with a whole pack for support. Sam was alone? Yeah. Jacob's voice lowered. When I changed, it was the most horrible, the most terrifying thing I've ever been through, worse than anything I could have imagined. But I wasn't alone, there were voices in my head, telling me what had happened and what I had to do. That kept me from losing my mind, I think. But Sam... He shook his head. Sam had no help. This was going to take some adjusting. Jacob's explanation made it hard not to feel compassion for Sam. Bella had to keep reminding herself that there was no reason to hate him anymore, yet the small pull in her chest felt otherwise. Bella jetted her thumb toward the door behind her. I should clean up. Sure, Jacob nodded. I'm going to grab as much food as I can before the guys come back. Emily's cooking always turns things into a bloodbath. He winced. Sorry, phrasing. Dummy. Bella flicked his forehead. Somehow, the height felt easier to reach. Save me some. With that, they parted ways. Bella leaned against the bathroom door and tilted her head against the wood, letting out a sigh. The ache in her throat was still there but was lessened by the stench of bleach, body wash, and the sting of ocean salt drifting through the tiny window above the bathtub. It was a cozy space, painted in lilac and eggshell white, worn down by consistent steam, and stocked with first aid and shower supplies that Emily had gathered. Bella stood in front of the medicine cabinet's mirror, a stark contrast to the chaos that surrounded her. The dried blood on the sink, the aches coursing through her body, and the mental fog all clamored to be scrubbed away. But her gaze was firmly fixed on her reflection. "What the hell?" she muttered, waving her hand in front of the glass just to confirm it was really her staring back. It was. The first thing she noticed were her eyes. They were different, no longer just dark brown, but now intertwined with steel gray, radiating a gaunt energy that spoke of trials and tribulations. She traced her fingers along her cheekbones, which had transformed from baby fat to prominent, angular features. Pulling at the corner of her eye, she noticed the deep shadows encircling them. With trembling hands, she tugged off the borrowed shirt, hissing at the snag against her neck and growling when the fabric caught in the small branches tangled in her matted hair. Tossing the shirt aside, she turned her attention back to the mirror. Her gaze traveled to her wrists, where the vascularity stood out starkly under the bright bulbs. Azure veins wrapped around her forearms, and she watched as the peak of her bicep jumped when she flexed her clenched fists. Raising her arm, she noted the deep shadows cast by her tricep and deltoid at their insertion points. Gaping, she lowered her hand to her neck. There, at the intersection of her sturdy sternomastoid and clavicle, was a furious scar, a remnant of teeth that had once pressed down hard. It was no longer bleeding, and the edges that had begun to heal were a faint silvery white. She pressed down on the bite, ignoring the sharp sting that shot through her. Her heart raced as she swore she saw a flash of silver in her eyes. Without hesitation, she stripped off her pants, the Velcro making a sickening sound as it pulled away from her skin. She took a moment to observe her moon-pale physique. Striations vibrated in places she never knew could have them before, and she was suddenly reminded of the older gymnasts she had seen when Renee used to take her to dance classes, hoping to cultivate her talent. Was determined to shake off the remnants of clumsiness and intense shyness that had once defined her. The lean, sculpted physique she now possessed had emerged almost overnight, a testament to years of relentless training. It was a body capable of remarkable strength. A distant squawk from a seagull pulled her from her reverie. She stepped into the tub, surveying the array of soaps, bath oils, and shampoos lined up before her. Turning the shower knob, she cranked the temperature to its highest setting. Streams of scorching water cascaded down, cutting through the brown residue on her skin. Surprisingly, the heat felt comforting, almost lukewarm. With a determined focus, she plucked the debris from her hair, letting it fall to the floor with a soft plop. She poured a mixture of citrus soap and peppermint body scrub into a spare loofah. As she scrubbed, a wave of fervor surged within her, driving her to rub harder until her skin glowed a delicate shell pink. In a moment of frustration, she snapped, hurling the loofah aside. Gripping the wet strands of her hair, she sank to the floor, the steady patter of the shower drowning out her quiet gasps. The edges of her vision blurred as she closed her eyes, riding the tide of hysteria. Bella's world narrowed to the rhythm of her heartbeat, the sound of water, and the darkness she had wrapped around herself. Time slipped away unnoticed. The water grew cold, and her ribs expanded and contracted, shaky breaths escaping her lungs. Suddenly, the loud slam of the front door echoed through the bathroom walls. Voices filled the house, all male and brimming with energy, their words tumbling over one another. She recognized the familiar, deep timbre of Sam as he greeted Emily and Jacob. With a sigh, Bella reached to shut off the shower. After lathering on lotion, tending to her scrapes, and pulling on fresh clothes, she gathered her damp hair into a tight bun. Taking one last look in the mirror, Bella stepped out of the bathroom, tucking her hands into the pockets of her hoodie. Bella padded down the hallway, guided by the sounds of boisterous laughter and Jacob's irritated curses. The kitchen had turned into a den of chaos. It was just four big, half-naked boys wrestling with Jacob over his plate of muffins. Emily's kitchen was a warm, inviting space, brightened by white cupboards and pale wooden floorboards. The heavy dining table was shoved around, caught in the whirlwind of their scuffle, and Bella couldn't help but think of brothers, like quintuplets. They moved in perfect synchronization, instinctively defending against headlocks and kidney jabs. The same cropped black hair, the same russet skin, and the way their expressions shifted in unison the moment she stepped into the kitchen struck her deeply. A sense of loneliness crept into the familiar place in her heart. When I changed, it was the most horrible, the most terrifying experience I've ever faced, worse than anything I could have imagined. But I wasn't alone, there were voices in my head guiding me through it all. But Bella? She didn't have anyone like Jacob had his packmates. She was alone. Good morning, Bella. She turned to the one person who had some understanding of what she was feeling. Sam stood there, one hand resting on the small of Emily's back, an unconscious gesture as she stood at the stove, scrambling eggs in a large skillet and checking on something in the oven. The sleeves of her lavender shirt were pushed up, revealing scars that extended down her arm to the back of her right hand. Bella recalled Jacob's earlier warning about risks, and while Sam looked similar to the boys, he felt different. His face bore a certain maturity, not marked by age but by patience and understanding. It was hard to reconcile Emily's scars with Sam's calm demeanor. "How are you holding up?" he asked. She started, feeling exhaustion strip her of any social pretense. "Pretty rough, considering everything," Bella remarked. "I'd feel that way too," one of the boys said, triumphantly munching on Jacob's stolen muffin. "If I accidentally ate a vampire." Jacob shoved him playfully. "Shut up, Jared." "Just saying," Jared replied, dodging Jacob's hands with a shrug. "Probably a lot to digest." Another boy stifled his laughter behind a muffin. Bella recognized him. He was thinner than the rest. "Embry Call." "Behave," Emily said, smacking the back of their heads with a wooden spoon. "Or you can have cereal while your brothers take your plates." Bella was surprised by the word brothers, but the others seemed unfazed. The two boys muttered their apologies and took their seats. The boys dove into the spread of eggs, potatoes, and baked steaks that Emily and Sam had set on the table. "A lady's present and still no manners," Emily said, rolling her eyes and raising a playful eyebrow at Bella. She picked up a covered plate from next to the stove and handed it to Bella, who felt overwhelmed by the combination of Emily's unique scent and the gamey heat of the steaks wafting through the plastic wrap. Feeling Sam's eyes on her, Bella swallowed her emotions and accepted the plate with a tight, grateful smile. "Thank you, Emily." She sat down next to Jacob, peeled off the wrap, and felt her mouth water. Fresh from the stove, the ribeyes enveloped her senses with the charred aroma of jalapeno, crackling pepper, and the sharp sting of salt, all underlined by a faint scent that oddly reminded her of Emily. She dove into the steak with instinctive zeal. Distantly, she heard chuckles around her, but the rush of blood in her ears drowned it out. With each bite, the dry ache in her throat melted away until she felt satisfied, stifling a burp. She leaned back, basking in edible ecstasy with her eyes closed, until Jacob's loud guffaw vibrated her chair. Bella opened her eyes to find the entire table staring at her. Amusement danced across their faces as they looked at Bella. She felt a slight flush rise to her cheeks, but it was hard to regret how the tender beef melted in her mouth. "Cow got your tongue, Bells?" Jacob teased, his mouth full of eggs. The other boys chuckled in response. "Don't let them tease you," Emily chided, settling next to Sam with her own meal. They were all the same way the first day after their shifts. Jeffrey, who owns the butcher's shop near Billy's, had to emergency restock his entire inventory 7 times because of them. "The elders believe it's a leftover effect of the wolf," Sam explained, pointing his fork at her empty plate. "The need for a fresh kill after shifting back follows you for a while until you acclimate and hunt accordingly in your wolf form. It'll fade with time. Animal meats and fish should help satisfy the cravings for now." "And if it doesn't?" Paul frowned, concern etching his features. "What if she gets cravings that butcher meat won't satisfy?" "We'll help her," Jacob said quietly, his presence steady beside her. "Help?" Paul shouted, a slight tremor running down his arms. "Oh, of course. Let me just pencil in my calendar to help the leech lover. I'm absolutely dying to protect the very thing that ate a vampire and doesn't even remember it." "Don't talk about her like that," Jacob bellowed, clearly stung by the harsh words. A shudder ran through Paul, rippling along his shoulders and down his spine. "Paul. Relax," Sam commanded, gesturing for Embry to escort Emily out of the front room and into the hallway. Paul shook his head, not in defiance, but as if trying to clear his thoughts. "Geez, Paul," Jared muttered, pulling the dining table away from him as they all stood, leaving Paul seated. "Get a grip." Paul twisted his head toward Jared, irritation curling his lips, before shifting his glare in Bella's direction. Jacob stepped closer, ready to defend her. Bella squared her shoulders, meeting Paul's dark, furious gaze head-on. A primal heat surged through her veins, igniting a growl that rumbled deep in her throat. "Bella." Sam's voice buzzed irritably in her ear, but she brushed it aside. Stepping around Jacob's outstretched hand, Bella moved confidently into Paul's personal space. She took a small, mischievous delight in the way he trembled more noticeably now. Something inside her stirred, eager for a confrontation, determined to crush his arrogant challenge completely. She tilted her head, letting her tongue glide over her canines. In the reflection of his dilated pupils, she caught a glimpse of shimmering silver. Paul's eyes widened, and his shivering abruptly stopped. An unpleasant, musky scent invaded Bella's senses. "Fear," her gut whispered. "Oh no," Jacob breathed, eyes wide in shock. Jared burst into laughter, and Paul shot him a squinty glare, clearly annoyed by the interruption. "Well, there's something you don't see every day," Jared chuckled. "Looks like Bella's wolf is bigger than yours, Polly." Paul sprang up, ready to chase after him. "Enough," Sam commanded, though he cast Bella an unreadable glance. "Everyone sit down so we can get this discussion underway." They all rearranged themselves at the dining table, settling in once more, while Emily leaned against the counter, keeping a watchful eye on the boys. Her expression conveyed her fierce protectiveness over her family. When her gaze met Bella's, Bella noticed the symmetry in Emily's scars. Despite the imperfections, her face radiated beauty and a deep concern. Bella had to look away, the maternal love in Emily's eyes stirring memories of another woman. "Bella," Sam said, extending his palm toward her to give her the floor. "I know Jacob planned to update you this morning on everything that's happened." Jacob nodded in agreement. "Do you have any questions?" Yeah," Bella exhaled softly, pondering where to start. "Do you know anything about the boy? Where he came from?" "Not much in the way of identification, considering his age," Sam sighed, shaking his head. "And his wolf looked half-starved, exhausted just from its gait. I'd guess he was a long way from a meal and an even longer way from home. The elders and I are making some plans to start a broader search and see if anything turns up." Bella rubbed her forehead, trying to fend off the approaching migraine. "And his body?" The atmosphere grew somber as the boys lowered their heads. "Since we didn't know his preference, we held a burial for him under the Callalock tree and placed him there." "Callalock. The tree of life." Bella nodded faintly. "And nobody in the tribe knows anything about my wolf?" "Uncle Quill has heard some rumors about a different kind of werewolf," Jacob said. "One that's older than ours and came from a different place. But there wasn't much information. Dad said it was like there was a black hole where the history should be." Bella gripped the edge of the table until her knuckles turned white. No answers, no information, all she had were rumors, and even those were vague. "What am I going to do?" Sam watched her closely, tracking her hands with focused eyes. "Do you have any other questions?" "Yeah. Why do you look at me like I'm an enemy?" Bella didn't voice that thought. Instead, she asked, "How is Charlie?" "He's safe," Sam replied. Though they found another body out on the trails again. A woman in her 20s. She was killed sometime around early dawn. "Wait," Bella frowned. "This morning?" "Yes." Sam nodded, his expression grim. Bella's entire body went cold. It wasn't over. "Laurent is dead," she gasped. "Bella?" Jacob asked, gently touching her ashen cheek. If Laurent died, if I killed Laurent yesterday, then someone else is killing people now. Jacob nodded, his teeth clenched. There were two of them. We thought his mate would want to fight us. In our stories say they usually get pretty angry if you kill their mate, but she just keeps running away and then coming back again. If we could figure out what she was after, it would be easier to take her down. But she makes no sense. It's like she's dancing around the edges, testing our defenses, looking for a way in. But where does she want to go? Sam thinks she's trying to separate us to have a better chance. His voice trailed off, fading until it sounded distant, like it was coming through a long tunnel. Bella struggled to make out the individual words. Her forehead was slick with sweat, and her stomach churned, reminiscent of that moment with Laurent. It felt like a radicalized flu. Victoria was here. Looking for her. Killing strangers in the woods, the very woods where Charlie was searching. Panic gripped her, leaving her head spinning like a broken fan. Jacob's hands caught her shoulders, preventing her from sliding forward onto the floor. She could feel his warm breath on her cheek. Bella. What's wrong? He asked urgently. Victoria, she gasped, finally managing to speak between waves of nausea. Jacob pulled her upright, draping her awkwardly across his lap and resting her limp head against his shoulder. He struggled to keep her balanced, brushing the sweaty hair back from her face. Emily pressed an ice pack against her forehead, and the chill helped ground her a bit. Who? Jacob asked, his voice laced with concern. Can you hear me, Bella? Bella? She wasn't Laurent's mate, she moaned into his shoulder. They were just old friends. Do you need some water? A doctor? Tell me what to do, he said, clearly frantic. I'm not sick. She couldn't finish her thought. Scared didn't seem to cover it. Jacob patted her back gently. Victoria is the red-haired female? Bella nodded, whispering, yes. How do you know she wasn't his mate? Laurent. Bella told me James was her mate, she explained, flexing the hand with the scar. Sam crouched in front of them, staring intently into Bella's eyes. Did he tell you anything else, Bella? This is important. Do you know what she wants? Of course, she replied. She wants me. His eyes widened, then narrowed into slits. Why? He demanded. Edward killed James, she murmured. Jacob held Bella tightly as she continued, she got pissed off. But Laurent said she thought it was fairer to kill me than Edward. Mate for mate. She didn't know, still doesn't know, I guess, that. Bella swallowed hard. That things aren't like that with us anymore. Not for Edward, anyway. Jared, Embry, Paul, and Emily stared at her in open-mouthed surprise. Jacob's expression shifted through several emotions as he processed this new information. Is that what happened? Is that why the Cullens left? She's just a girl, Embry protested. A wolfy one, but still. It doesn't make sense, Paul scowled, crossing his arms. Quiet, Sam muttered, his face thoughtful. That's why she's been trying to get past us. She's been heading for Forks. They continued to stare at Bella, mouth still hanging open, for a long moment. Bella ducked her head into Jacob's shoulder. Excellent, Jared finally said, a smile beginning to pull at the corners of his mouth. We've got bait. With astonishing speed, Jacob yanked a fork from the table and hurled it at Jared's head. Jared's hand shot up, catching the utensil just before it hit his face. Bella is not bait. You know what I mean, Jared replied, unashamed. So we'll be changing our patterns, Sam said, ignoring their squabble. We'll try leaving a few openings and see if she falls for it. We'll have to split up, and I don't like that. But if she's really after Bella, she probably won't try to take advantage of. Our numbers are divided, Quill said quietly. Quill's got to be close to joining us, Embry murmured. Then we'll be able to split evenly. Everyone looked down, and Bella caught a glimpse of Jacob's face. It was filled with hopelessness, just like it had been that morning in the meadow. Despite how comfortable they seemed with their fate in this cheerful kitchen, none of these werewolves wanted that same fate for their friend. And here I was, stuck in the middle of it all. Well, we won't count on that, Sam said in a low voice before continuing at a regular volume. Paul, Jared, and Embry will take the outer perimeter, while Jacob and I will handle the inner. We'll close in when we've got her trapped. Sam caught Bella's eye. Jacob thinks it would be best if you spend as much time as possible here in La Push. She won't know where to find you so easily, just in case. What about Charlie? Bella demanded. March Madness is still going, Jacob replied. I think Billy and Harry can keep Charlie down here when he's not at work. All right, Sam nodded. Let's take a break and clean up. We can continue discussing this later. All in all, it wasn't exactly what Bella had expected from a pack of werewolves. She spent the day in La Push, mostly at Billy's house. He left a message on Charlie's phone and at the station, and Charlie arrived around dinner time with 2 pizzas. Good thing he brought 2 larges. Jacob devoured one all by himself. Bella noticed Charlie eyeing the 2 of them with suspicion all night, especially the much-changed Jacob. When Charlie asked about Jacob's hair, Jacob shrugged and said it was just more convenient. With a large hoodie borrowed from Jacob and some concealer artfully applied by Emily, Bella managed to dodge the worst of the scrutiny. I'm going to have to start a workout routine to explain these muscles, she thought. Bella knew that as soon as Charlie and she were headed home, Jacob would take off, running around as a wolf, just as he had done intermittently throughout the day. Jacob and his brothers kept a constant watch, searching for any sign of Victoria's return. Ever since they had chased her away from the hot springs a few nights ago, driving her halfway to Canada, according to Jacob, she hadn't made another move. Bella felt no hope that she would simply give up. She never had that kind of luck. After dinner, Jacob walked Bella to her truck and lingered by the window, waiting for Charlie to leave first. Don't be afraid tonight, Jacob said, while Charlie pretended to struggle with his seatbelt. I won't worry about myself, Bella promised. You're silly. Hunting vampires is fun. It's the best part of this whole mess. And technically, you already know how easy it is. Jacob smirked. She shook her head. If I'm silly, then you're dangerously unbalanced. Get some rest, Bella, he chuckled. You look exhausted. I'll try. Charlie honked his horn, his mustache furrowed in impatience. See you tomorrow, Jacob said. Come down first thing. I will. Charlie followed her home, and Bella paid little attention to the lights in her rearview mirror. Instead, she wondered where Sam, Jared, Embry, and Paul were, out running in the night. She also wondered if Jacob had joined them yet, and if she ever could. When they got home, she hurried for the stairs, but Charlie was right behind her. What's going on, Bella? He asked before she could escape. I thought Jacob was part of a gang and you 2 were fighting. We made up. His eyebrow raised. And the gang? I don't know. Who can understand teenage boys? They're a mystery. But I met Sam Yulee and his fiancée, Emily. They seemed pretty nice to me. She shrugged. Must have all been a misunderstanding. His expression shifted. I hadn't heard that he and Emily had made it official. That's nice. Poor girl. Do you know what happened to her? Mauled by a bear up north during salmon spawning season. Horrible. Accident. It was more than a year ago now. I heard Sam was really messed up over it. That's horrible, Bella replied, feeling a chill at the thought. More than a year ago. It must have happened when there was only one werewolf in La Push. She felt a wave of dread wash over her as she imagined how Sam must have felt every time he looked at Emily's face. That night, Bella lay awake, trying to sort through the day. She mentally retraced her steps from dinner with Billy, Jacob, and Charlie, back to the long afternoon at the Blacks' house, then to Emily's home, and finally to the meadow. Bella recalled what Jacob had said on the night of the full moon about hypocrisy. Her thoughts spun around the idea for what felt like ages. She didn't want to see herself as a hypocrite, but what was the point of lying to herself? Jacob had pointed out her willingness to love a different kind of monster, but what did it mean when she felt like the monster herself? The one that many feared might find them in the dark? Curling into a tight ball, she pondered the irony of hindsight. How could you look back and prepare to fix your mistakes when you couldn't even control yourself from making them in the first place? Bella rolled over, trying to think of something else. Her mind drifted to Jacob and his brothers, running freely in the darkness. She fell asleep imagining the wolves, invisible in the night, guarding her from danger as she basked in the cool light of the moon, with silver eyes watching over her. Chapter 8, Avalanche of Change. It was spring break in Forks again. When Bella woke up on Monday morning, she lay in bed for a few seconds, absorbing that thought. Last spring, she had been hunted by a vampire. This spring, life was adding werewolf to the mix. She hoped this wasn't becoming some kind of tradition. Already, Bella was falling into the rhythm of things in La Push. She had spent Sunday mostly on the beach while Charlie hung out with Billy at the Black's house. She was supposed to be with Jacob, but he had other things to do, so she wandered alone, keeping their secrets from Charlie. When Jacob dropped by to check on Bella, he apologized for ditching her so often. He explained that his schedule wasn't always this hectic, but until Victoria was stopped, the wolves were on high alert. That night, Sam and Emily joined Charlie and Bella for dessert at Billy's house. Emily brought a cake that could have won over even a tougher man than Charlie. Bella could see that any worries Charlie might have had about gangs in La Push were fading away as the conversation flowed naturally through a range of casual topics. Jake and Bella slipped out early to find some privacy. They headed to his garage and settled into the Rabbit. Jacob leaned his head back, his face drawn with exhaustion. "You need some sleep, Jake," Bella murmured. "I'll get around to it." He reached over and took Bella's hand, his skin blazing against hers. "Is that one of those wolf things?" she asked. "The heat, I mean." "Yeah. We run a little warmer than normal people. About 108, 109 degrees. I never get cold anymore. I could stand like this," he gestured to his bare torso, "in a snowstorm, and it wouldn't bother me. The flakes would turn to rain where I stood. And you all heal fast, that's a wolf thing too." "Yeah, wanna see? It's pretty cool." His eyes lit up with excitement as he grinned. He reached around Bella to the glove compartment and rummaged around for a moment. His hand emerged with a pocket knife. "No, I do not want to see," Bella shouted as soon as she realized what Jacob was thinking. "Put that away." Jacob chuckled but quickly shoved the knife back where it belonged. "Fine. It's a good thing we heal, though. You can't just go see any doctor when you're running a temperature that should mean you're dead." Bella nodded slowly. "No, I guess not." She pondered for a moment. "And being so big, that's part of it? Is that why you're all worried about Quill? That and the fact that Quill's grandfather says the kid could fry an egg on his forehead." Jacob's expression turned serious. "It won't be long now. There's no exact age, it just builds and builds, and then suddenly," he paused, struggling to find the words. "Sometimes, if you get really upset or something, that can trigger it early. But I wasn't upset about anything, I was happy." He let out a bitter laugh. "Because of you, mostly. That's why it didn't happen to me sooner. Instead, it just kept building up inside me. I was like a time bomb. You know what set me off? I got back from that movie, and Billy said I looked weird. That was all, but I just snapped. And then I exploded. I almost ripped his face off, my own father." He shuddered, his face paling. "Is it really bad, Jake?" Bella asked, her voice laced with concern. "Are you miserable?" "No, I'm not miserable," he replied, shaking his head. "Not anymore. Not now that you know and can really get it. That was hard, before." He leaned over, resting his cheek on top of Bella's head. After a moment of silence, She wondered what thoughts were running through his mind. Maybe I don't want to know. What's the hardest part? Bella whispered, wishing she could help. The hardest part is feeling out of control, Jacob said slowly, his voice heavy. Feeling like I can't be sure of myself, like maybe you shouldn't be around me, like maybe nobody should. Like I'm a monster who might hurt somebody. You've seen Emily, Jacob began, his voice heavy with regret. Sam lost control of his temper for just 1 second, and she was standing too close. Now, there's nothing he can ever do to make it right again. I can hear his thoughts, I know what that feels like. Bella clenched her jaw. Who wants to be a nightmare, a monster? And then, the way it comes so easily to me, the way I'm better at it than the rest of them, does that make me even less human than Embry or Sam? Sometimes, I'm afraid that I'm losing myself. She searched Jacob's eyes, the aged iron of his gaze. Some days, it took effort to see the child in him. Is it hard to find yourself again? She asked. At first, he replied. It takes some practice to phase back and forth. But it's easier for me. Why? Bella inquired. Because Ephraim Black was my father's grandfather, and Quill Adara was my mother's grandfather. Quill? Bella wondered if Jacob noticed how his voice deepened when he spoke of his ancestors. His great-grandfather, Jacob clarified. The Quill you know is my second cousin. But why does it matter who your great-grandfathers are? She pressed. Because Ephraim and Quill were in the last pack. Levi Yulee was the third. It's in my blood on both sides. I never had a chance. Just like Quill doesn't have a chance. His expression was bleak. What's the very best part? Bella asked, hoping to cheer him up. She needed a lift, too. The best part, he said, suddenly smiling again, is the speed. She tilted her head. Better than the motorcycles? He nodded enthusiastically. There's no comparison. How fast can you run? He finished her question. Fast enough. What can I measure it by? We could have caught, what was his name? Loran? I imagine that means more to you than it would to someone else. It did mean something to her. Bella couldn't imagine the wolves running faster than a vampire. When the Cullens ran, they all but turned invisible with speed. Funnily enough, it took more effort to track you down. Especially with your wolf's size, it was. Jacob's eyebrows shot up as he whistled. Pretty impressive. Bella's mind froze. Lately, this happened more often than not. Whenever her wolf was mentioned among the law-push boys, her thoughts went blank. The reality still hadn't sunk in for her. It was like a puzzle piece she didn't realize she had lost under the couch. Faster than wolves who were faster than vampires? So, tell me something I don't know, Jacob continued. Something about vampires. How did you stand being around them? Didn't it creep you out? No, Bella replied tersely. Jacob paused, his lips pursing in thought. Say, why did your bloodsucker kill that James dude, anyway? He asked suddenly. James was trying to kill me. It was like a game for him. He lost. Do you remember last spring when I was in the hospital down in Phoenix? Jacob sucked in a breath. He got that close? He got very, very close. Bella stroked her scar, and Jacob noticed, holding the hand she moved. What's that? He asked, switching hands to examine her right. This is your funny scar, the cold one. He leaned in closer, gaping. Yes, it's what you think it is, she replied. James bit me. His eyes bulged, and his face turned a strange, sallow color under his russet skin. He looked like he was about to be sick. But if he bit you, shouldn't you have been He choked on his words. Edward saved me twice, she whispered. He sucked the venom out, you know, like with a rattlesnake. Bella twitched as phantom pain raced around James' teeth marks, her other scars aching in sympathy. But she wasn't the only one feeling it. Bella could sense Jacob's whole body trembling next to her. Even the car shook. "Careful, Jake." Instinctively, Bella gripped the back of his neck with compassion. "Easy. Calm down," Bella said softly. "Yeah," he panted. "Calm." He shook his head back and forth, but after a moment, only his hands were trembling. Bella reached out, rubbing his back gently before sitting back to give him some space. "You okay?" she asked. "Yeah, almost." "Tell me something else. Give me something else to think about." "What do you want to know?" "I don't know." He closed his eyes, concentrating. "The extra stuff, I guess. Did any of the other Cullens have extra talents? Like the mind reading?" Bella hesitated for a second. This felt like a question he would ask a spy, not a friend. But what was the point in hiding what she knew? It didn't matter now, and it might help him gain control. She spoke quickly, the image of Emily's ruined face flashing in her mind and the hair on her arms standing up. Bella couldn't imagine how the russet wolf would fit inside the rabbit. Jacob would tear the whole garage apart if he changed now. Jasper could sort of control the emotions of the people around him. Not in a bad way, just to calm someone down, that kind of thing. It would probably help Paul a lot, Bella added with a light-hearted tease. And then Alice could see things that were going to happen. The future, you know, but not absolutely. The things she saw would change when someone changed their path. Like how she'd seen Bella dying, and how she'd seen her becoming one of them. Two things that hadn't happened. And one that never would. Not after. Bella's head started to spin, she couldn't seem to pull in enough air. No lungs. Jacob was now completely in control and very still beside her. "Why do you do that?" he asked, tugging at one of her arms, which were wrapped around her chest. He gave up when it wouldn't budge an inch. Bella hadn't even realized she had moved them. "You do that when you're upset." "Why?" "It hurts to think about them," she whispered. "It's like I can't breathe. Like I'm breaking into pieces." It was strange how much she could share with Jacob now. They had once surrounded her was beginning to feel stifling. Jacob gently ran his fingers through Bella's hair. "It's okay, Bella. It's okay. I won't bring it up again." "I'm sorry," he said softly. "I'm fine," Bella gasped, her heart racing as she drew in a deep breath. "This happens all the time. It's not your fault." Jacob chuckled lightly. "We're a pretty messed up pair, aren't we? Neither one of us can hold our shape together right." "Pathetic," Bella agreed, still trying to catch her breath. "But at least we have each other," he said, finding comfort in the thought. Bella smiled, feeling a warmth spread through her. At least there's that. When they were together, everything felt okay. But Jacob had a dangerous job that he felt he needed to do, leaving Bella often alone in La Push for her safety. She found herself restless, stuck with nothing to occupy her mind and filled with worries. She felt awkward taking up space at Billy's. Studying for her upcoming calculus test helped to some extent, but she could only focus on the math for so long. When her hands were empty, she felt the pressure to engage in conversation with Billy, adhering to the unspoken rules of social interaction. Unfortunately, Billy wasn't one for filling the silences, and that only added to the awkwardness. Seeking a change, Bella decided to hang out at Emily's place on Wednesday afternoon. At first, it was refreshing. Emily was a vibrant person who never seemed to sit still. Bella followed her around as she flitted through her home and yard, scrubbing the spotless floor, pulling tiny weeds, fixing a broken hinge, and weaving wool through an ancient loom, all while cooking up something delicious. Emily lightly complained about the boys' increased appetites from all their extra running, but it was clear she didn't mind taking care of them. Being around her was easy, after all, they were both wolf girls now. However, after a few hours, Sam stopped by to check in. Bella stayed just long enough to confirm that Jacob was okay and that there was no new information, before she felt the need to escape. The atmosphere of love and contentment that once felt warm was starting to become overwhelming. Taking in the intensity that surrounded them was challenging, especially without anyone else to share the weight. This left Bella wandering the beach, pacing back and forth along the rocky crescent. Alone time wasn't good for her. Thanks to the newfound honesty with Jacob, she found herself thinking and talking about the Cullens far too much. No matter how hard she tried to distract herself, though she had plenty on her mind, she couldn't shake the worry she felt for Jacob and his wolf brothers. She was terrified for Charlie and the others, who believed they were hunting animals. She was delving deeper into her own supernatural reality without ever intending to. Bella didn't know how to navigate any of it. Despite these pressing concerns, nothing could keep her mind off the pain in her chest for long. Eventually, she couldn't even walk anymore because it felt like she couldn't breathe. So, Bella sat down on a patch of semi-dry rocks and hugged her knees to her chest. Jacob found her like that, and Bella could see from his expression that he understood. "Sorry," he said immediately, pulling her up from the ground. "I'm ruining your spring break," he added, his tone filled with self-reproach as they walked back up the beach. "No, you're not. I didn't have any plans. I don't think I like spring breaks, anyway," she replied. "I'll take tomorrow morning off. The others can run without me. We'll do something fun." The word felt out of place in Bella's life right now, barely comprehensible, almost bizarre. Fun? Fun is exactly what you need. He gazed out across the rolling gray waves, deep in thought. As his eyes scanned the horizon, a flash of inspiration struck him. "Got it!" he exclaimed. "Another promise to keep." "What are you talking about?" Bella asked, confused. He let go of her hand and pointed toward the southern edge of the beach, where the flat, rocky half-moon met the sheer sea cliffs. Bella stared, uncomprehending. "Didn't I promise to take you cliff diving?" Bella shivered. Even though the winter winds no longer battered her skin, the weather didn't seem ideal for plunging into the ocean. "Yeah, it'll be pretty cold, though not as cold as it is today." "Can you feel the change in the weather? The pressure?" "It'll be warmer tomorrow. Are you up for it?" The dark water looked uninviting, and from this angle, the cliffs appeared even higher than before. But it had been days since she'd heard Edward's voice, and that was likely part of the problem. Bella was addicted to the sound of her delusions. Going too long without them only made things worse. Jumping off a cliff seemed like a sure way to remedy that. "Sure, I'm up for it." "Fun. It's a date," he said, draping his arm around her shoulders. "Okay, now let's go get you some sleep." She didn't like the way the circles under his eyes were beginning to look permanently etched into the skin. Bella woke early the next morning and quietly snuck a change of clothes out to the truck. She had a feeling that Charlie would approve of today's plan about as much as he would have approved of the motorcycle. The idea of a distraction from all her worries had Bella almost excited. Maybe it would be fun, hanging out with Jacob, a date with Edward's mirage. Bella let out a dark chuckle. Jake could say what he wanted about them being a messed-up pair, but she was the one who was truly messed up. She made the wolf seem downright normal. She expected Jacob to meet her out front, as he usually did when a noisy truck announced her arrival. When he didn't, Bella guessed he might still be sleeping. She decided to wait, letting him get as much rest as he could. He needed it, and that would give the day time to warm up a bit more. Jake had been right about the weather. It had changed overnight. A thick layer of clouds pressed heavily on the atmosphere now, making it feel almost sultry. It was warm and close under the gray blanket, so Bella left her sweater in the truck. Bella knocked softly on the door. "Come on in, Bella," Billy called from the kitchen, where he sat at the table, eating cold cereal. "Is Jake sleeping?" Bella asked. "No," he replied, setting his spoon down, his brows furrowing with concern. "What happened?" Bella could see something was off. Embry, Jared, and Paul crossed a fresh trail early this morning. Sam and Jake took off to help. Sam was hopeful. "She's holed up beside the mountains." He thinks they have a good chance to finish this. Oh no, Billy, she whispered, dread creeping in. Oh no. He chuckled, a deep, low sound. Do you really like La Push so much that you want to extend your sentence here? Don't make jokes, Billy, Bella said, wringing her hands. This is too scary for that. You're right, he agreed, still relaxed. His ancient eyes were difficult to read. This one's tricky. It's not as dangerous for them as you think. Sam knows what he's doing. You're the one to worry about. The vampire doesn't want to fight them, she's just trying to find a way around them, to you. How does Sam know what he's doing? Bella asked, brushing aside his concern for her. They've never had to kill a vampire. Not yet. We take what we do very seriously, Bella. The skill hasn't been forgotten. Everything they need to know has been passed down from father to son for generations. He fixed her with a heavy, amused gaze. Besides, I imagine if you manage to get through it and not remember, the boys have a decent chance as a team. That didn't comfort Bella the way he probably intended. The memory of Victoria, wild, cat-like, lethal, loomed too strong in her mind. If she couldn't get around the wolves, she would eventually try to go through them. Billy returned to his breakfast, and Bella sank onto the sofa, flipping aimlessly through the TV channels. But that didn't last long. She started to feel closed in by the small room. Bella felt claustrophobic, upset by the fact that she couldn't see out the curtained windows. I'll be at the beach, she told Billy, hurrying out the door. Being outside didn't help as much as she had hoped. The clouds loomed overhead, pressing down with an invisible weight that kept her feelings of confinement from easing. As she walked toward the beach, the forest seemed strangely vacant. Bella didn't see any animals, no deer, no squirrels. She couldn't hear any birds, either. The silence was eerie, there wasn't even the sound of wind rustling through the trees. She knew it was all just a product of the weather, but it still made her anxious. The heavy, warm pressure in the air was more pronounced to her heightened senses, hinting at something significant brewing in the storm. A glance at the sky confirmed her suspicions. The clouds churned sluggishly despite the lack of a breeze on the ground. The closest clouds were a smoky gray, but between the cracks, she could see another layer of a gruesome purple color. The skies had a ferocious plan in store for the day, and it seemed the animals must be hunkering down. As soon as she reached the beach, Bella wished she hadn't come. She'd already had enough of this place. She'd been here almost every day, wandering alone. Was it really so different from her nightmares? But where else could she go? She trudged down to the driftwood tree and sat at the end, leaning against the tangled roots. Bella stared up at the angry sky, brooding and waiting for the first drops to break the stillness. She tried not to think about the danger Jacob and his friends were in. Because nothing could happen to Jacob. The thought was unbearable. She'd lost too much already. Would fate take the last few shreds of peace she had left? That seemed so unfair, so out of balance. But maybe she had violated some unknown rule, crossed a line that had condemned her. Perhaps it was wrong to be so involved with myths and legends, to turn her back on the human world, even if it wasn't, entirely by choice. Maybe. No, nothing would happen to Jacob. She had to believe that, or she wouldn't be able to function. Arg. Bella groaned as she jumped off the log. She couldn't sit still, it was worse than pacing. She had really been counting on hearing Edward that morning. It seemed like that was the one thing that might make this day bearable. The aches had been festering lately, as if they were getting revenge for the times Jacob's presence had tamed them. The edges burned. As she paced, the waves began to pick up, crashing against the rocks, but there was still no wind. Bella felt pinned down by the pressure of the storm. Everything swirled around her, yet it was perfectly still where she stood. The air had a faint electric charge. She could feel the static in her hair. Farther out, the waves were angrier than they were along the shore. Bella watched as they battered against the cliffs, sending up big white clouds of sea foam into the sky. Still, there was no movement in the air, although the clouds roiled more quickly now. It was eerie, as if the clouds were moving of their own will. Bella narrowed her eyes, knowing it was just a trick of the pressure. The cliffs stood like a black knife edge against the livid sky. Staring at them, she remembered the day Jacob had told her about Sam and his gang. She thought of the boys, the werewolves, throwing themselves into the empty air. The image of those falling, spiraling figures was still vivid in her mind. She imagined the utter freedom of the fall. She imagined how Edward's voice would have sounded in her head, furious, velvet, perfect. The burning in her chest and the teeth marks on her bicep flared in a synchronized agony. There had to be a way to quench it. The pain was growing more intolerable by the second. She glared at the cliffs and the crashing waves. Well, why not? The voice in her mind whispered. Why not quench it right now? Jacob had. He had promised her cliff diving, hadn't he? Just because he was unavailable, did that mean she had to give up the distraction she needed so desperately? Especially now, with Jacob out there risking his life, essentially, for her. If it weren't for her, Victoria wouldn't be killing people here. She'd be doing it somewhere else, far away. If anything happened to Jacob, it would be her fault. That realization hit her hard, pushing Bella to jog briskly back up the road toward Billy's house, where her truck was parked. Bella knew the way to the lane that passed closest to the cliffs, but she had to search for the narrow path that would lead her to the ledge. As she followed it, she kept an eye out for turns or forks, remembering that Jake had planned to take her off the lower outcropping instead of the top. But the path wound in a thin, single line toward the edge, offering no alternatives. She didn't have time to find another way down. The storm was moving in quickly now. The wind finally began to touch her, and the clouds pressed closer to the ground. Just as she reached the point where the dirt path opened up to the stone precipice, the first drops of rain broke through and splattered against her face. It was easy to convince herself that she didn't have time to search for another route. She wanted to jump from the top. That image had lingered in her mind, the thrill of a long fall that would feel like flying. She knew this was the most reckless thing she had ever done, and the thought made her smile. The pain was already easing, as if her body sensed that Edward's voice was nearby. The ocean felt somehow farther away now, compared to when Bella had been on the path among the trees. She grimaced at the thought of the water's temperature, but she wasn't going to let that stop her. The wind picked up, whipping the rain into eddies around her. Bella stepped to the edge, keeping her eyes fixed on the empty space before her. Her toes reached out, feeling the edge of the rock beneath them. Bella took a deep breath and held it, waiting. Bella, a voice called out. She smiled and exhaled. Yes? She thought, not daring to answer aloud for fear that the sound of her voice would shatter the beautiful illusion. He sounded so real, so close. It was only in moments of danger that she could hear the true memory of his voice, the silky texture and the musical intonation that made it the most perfect of all voices. Don't do this, he pleaded. You wanted me to be normal, she reminded him. Well, watch me. Please. For me. But you won't stay with me any other way. Please. His voice was barely a whisper, carried away by the rain that tossed her hair and drenched her clothes, making Bella as wet as if this were her second jump of the day. She rose onto the balls of her feet. No, Bella. He exclaimed, anger coloring his tone. Yet there was something lovely about his anger. She smiled and raised her arms straight out, as if preparing to dive, lifting her face into the rain. But the instinct from years of swimming at the public pool took over, feet first time. Bella leaned forward, crouching to gain more spring, and then she flung herself off the cliff. She screamed as she plummeted through the open air like a meteor, but it was a scream of exhilaration, not fear. The wind fought against her, trying vainly to resist the pull of gravity, twirling her in spirals like a rocket crashing to earth. Yes. The word echoed through her mind as she sliced through the surface of the water. It was icy, colder than she'd feared, yet the chill only heightened her thrill. Bella felt proud of herself as she plunged deeper into the freezing black water. Not a moment of terror crossed her mind, just pure adrenaline. Really, the fall wasn't scary at all. Where was the challenge? That was when intuition kicked in, sending a fierce pulse through her arm and ankle. She had been so preoccupied with the size of the cliffs and the obvious danger of their sheer height. Bella faced the dark water below, surprisingly untroubled by its depths. The waves fought to pull her back and forth, as if determined to split her in two. Yet, Bella remained anchored, her body strong enough to swim with confidence. She could see into the dark depths, holding her breath with ease. Little did she know, the true danger lurked far beneath the surface, hidden beneath the turbulent surf. In the distance, she thought she caught a glimpse of a flash of red. It didn't shock her, after all, Edward owed her this much, especially since she felt she was on the brink of death. "Keep swimming," Edward urged, his voice urgent. The cold water numbed her mind, and she started to let the currents toss her around, spinning helplessly. She ignored the pounding in her heart that warned her of the impending danger. A sudden heaviness seeped into her bones, making them feel like lead. What was the point? If Victoria took her now, everyone would be safe, and Bella would finally be free. "Fight!" he yelled. "Damn it, Bella, keep fighting." In that moment, Bella didn't want to fight anymore. It wasn't just the lightheadedness or the cold that made her want to surrender, it was the overwhelming sense of defeat that washed over her. Yet, her subconscious held on to Edward, preserving every detail of him for this final moment. She envisioned his perfect face as if he were right there beside her, the exact shade of his icy skin, the shape of his lips, the line of his jaw, and the glint of gold in his furious eyes. He was angry, naturally, that she was letting go. His teeth were clenched, and his nostrils flared with rage. "Stop that," he commanded. "Don't you dare give up." And something clicked inside her. She listened to him. Bella forced her arms to keep reaching, her legs to kick harder as she spotted the sunlight filtering through the waves, casting a dim glow around her. Another crimson flash flickered at the edge of her vision, drawing Bella's defunct self-preservation instincts into overdrive. The internal turmoil felt like a primal engine, urging her to stroke harder against the relentless currents. As she swam toward the shore, she found herself resisting the fight. She had felt such a sense of contentment while floating there. Even with the threat of Victoria looming nearby, Bella experienced a rare moment of peace. She had almost forgotten what true happiness felt like, and in that moment, happiness made the prospect of dying seem bearable. Suddenly, the current overwhelmed her, shoving Bella violently against something hard. It struck her solidly across the chest, slamming into her like an iron bar, and the air rushed from her lungs in a thick cloud of silver bubbles. Water surged down her throat, choking and burning. It felt as if the iron bar was dragging her away from Edward, pulling her deeper into the light and toward the ocean's surface. Goodbye, was her last thought. Then, Bella's head broke the surface. It was disorienting, she had been certain she was still underwater. The quiet whooshing in her ears wasn't the sound of waves, but the air moving in and out of her lungs. Each breath was painful, her passageways feeling as raw as if scrubbed with steel wool. But she was breathing. "Bella?" Jacob's voice broke through, wild with anxiety. "Bells, honey, can you hear me?" Inside her head, the contents swished and rolled, as if they had joined the rough waters. "How long has she been unconscious?" another voice asked, one that jolted Bella into sharper awareness. She realized she was still, there was no tug of the current on her. The heaving was only in her mind. The surface beneath her was flat and motionless, grainy against her bare arms. "Sand." "I don't know," Jacob replied, still frantic. His voice was very close now. Warm hands, she recognized them as his, brushed wet hair from her cheeks. The warmth and strength of the person who dragged her to safety enveloped her. "A minute, maybe," someone said. It didn't take long to tow her to the beach. "She's breathing." "She'll come around," another voice replied. "We should get her out of the cold, though. Even with her wolf, she looks too pale." Bella recognized Sam's voice this time. "You think it's okay to move her? Did she hurt her back or anything when she fell?" "I don't know." They hesitated. Bella tried to open her eyes. It took a moment, but eventually, she could see the dark purple clouds overhead, flinging icy rain down at her. "Jake," she croaked. Jacob's face blocked out the sky. "Oh," he gasped, relief washing over his features. His eyes glistened with raindrops. "Oh, Bella. Are you okay? Can you hear me? Do you hurt anywhere?" "Just in my throat," she stuttered, the cooler temperature triggering her body's vibrations. "Let's get you out of here, then," Jacob said. He slid his arms under her and lifted Bella effortlessly, as if she were a shoebox. His bare chest was warm against her skin, and he hunched his shoulders to shield her from the rain. Bella's head lolled over his arm, her eyes vacant as she stared back at the furious water crashing against the sand behind him. "You got her?" Sam asked. "Yeah, I'll take it from here. Get back to the hospital. We'll join you later." "Thanks, Sam." Bella's head continued to roll, and at first, none of his words registered. Sam didn't respond. There was only silence, and she wondered if he had already left. The water licked and writhed up the sand after them, as if angry that she had escaped. As she stared, weary, a spark of color caught her attention, a small flash of fire dancing on the black water, far out in the bay. Bella's mind swirled with memories of the churning water, a feeling so defeated that she didn't want to find a way out. She had felt lost, but somehow instinct and Jacob had guided her. "How did you find me?" she rasped. "I was searching for you," Jacob said, jogging through the rain, moving up the beach toward the road. "I followed the tire tracks to your truck, and then I heard you scream." He shuddered. "Why would you jump, Bella? Didn't you notice that it's turning into a hurricane out here? Couldn't you have waited for me?" Anger crept into his tone as relief slipped away. "Sorry," Bella muttered. "It was stupid." "Yeah, it was really stupid," he agreed, raindrops shaking free from his hair as he nodded. "Look, do you mind saving the stupid stuff for when I'm around? I won't be able to concentrate if I think you're jumping off cliffs behind my back." "Sure," Bella replied. "No problem." Her voice sounded rough, like she had been chain-smoking. "What happened today? Did you get her?" Jacob shook his head, still running as he headed up the road to his house. "No. She took off into the water. The bloodsuckers have the advantage there. That's why I raced home. I was afraid she was going to double back swimming. You spend so much time on the beach." He trailed off, a catch in his throat. "Sam came back with you. Is everyone else home, too?" Bella hoped they weren't still out searching for her, especially after what she had seen in the water. "Yeah. Sort of." She squinted against the hammering rain, trying to read his expression. His eyes were tight with worry. Pain. The words that hadn't made sense before suddenly clicked into place. "You said, hospital. Earlier, to Sam. Is someone hurt? Did she fight you?" Her voice jumped up an octave, sounding strange with the hoarseness. No. When we got back, Em was waiting with the news. It's Harry Clearwater. Harry had a heart attack this morning." "Harry?" Bella shook her head, struggling to absorb what he was saying. "Oh no. Does Charlie know?" "Yeah. He's over there too, with my dad." "Is Harry going to be okay?" Jacob's eyes tightened again. "It doesn't look so great right now." Suddenly, guilt washed over Bella, making her feel sick. She felt terrible about the reckless cliff dive. Nobody needed to worry about her right now. What a foolish time to be reckless. "What can I do?" she asked. At that moment, the rain stopped. Bella hadn't realized they were already back at Jacob's house until he walked through the door. The storm continued to pound against the roof. "You can stay here," Jacob said as he dropped her onto the short couch. "I mean it, right here. I'll get you some dry clothes, and then we can head to the hospital." Bella's eyes adjusted to the dim light of the room while Jacob rummaged around in his bedroom. The cramped front room felt almost desolate without Billy. It carried an ominous weight, especially since she knew where he was. Jacob returned in seconds, tossing a pile of gray cotton at her. "These will be huge on you, but it's the best I've got. I'll, step outside so you can change." He gently shut the door behind him. As Bella stripped off her soaked clothes, she savored the warmth radiating from the small radiator in the corner of Jacob's room. The storm rattling against the windows created a soothing lullaby that calmed her frazzled mind. Today had been a disaster, and it seemed to be getting worse. Poor Harry. Poor Sue. Bella knew Charlie would be beside himself. Harry was one of his best friends. Despite Jacob's bleak outlook, she hoped fervently that Harry would pull through, for Charlie's sake, for Sue's, and for Leah's and Seth's. Bella slipped on her damp sneakers and padded out to the living room. Jacob was sitting on the sofa, his knee bouncing and his head bowed as he waited for her. He glanced at her new outfit with a nod and stood up. Passing her a spare umbrella and a woolen blanket, they locked up the house and headed to Bella's truck. As she leaned her head against the passenger window, watching the rolling landscape, an eerie sense of déjà vu washed over her. Whenever Bella tried to stretch out and forget, or perhaps to remember, the world always snapped her back, leaving her with the wounds of its chastising whip. Would she ever escape this never-ending feeling of entrapment? She bounced her knee nervously, watching the various visitors, doctors, and nurses hustle past. Hushed murmurs filled the air, accompanied by the dark circles under weary eyes, muffled coughs, and the cries of infants. Hospitals were becoming all too familiar in her life, and this visit felt like the worst of all. The modest waiting room overflowed with the law-push wolves, Emily, and other tribe members. Many heads were bowed in quiet prayer, arms wrapped around one another as they distracted children from making too much noise. Bella and Jacob had managed to carve out a small space on the floor, leaning against the eggshell walls, fighting against exhaustion as they awaited news. Hours had passed since their arrival, yet Billy, Charlie, Sue, Seth, Sam, and Leah had not emerged from the private corridor leading to Harry's operating room. Underneath the hospital's disinfectant smell, Bella's stomach churned, and her throat ached from the lingering scent of decay and blood. At some point, Jacob had nodded off against her shoulder. The heat of his presence lulled Bella into a light sleep, the quiet conversations around them providing a steady background hum. Suddenly, the bang of a swinging door jolted them both awake. Bella blinked through bleary eyes as Sam strode through the packed room, gripping the hand of a trembling Leah and Seth. He glanced at Jacob, who instinctively moved to help, and mouthed, "Stay with Bella." Without breaking his stride, he turned his gaze toward the other wolves and tilted his head toward the exit. The boys jumped up, following after the trio. Sam's appearance and subsequent departure stirred anxious questions in the air. Moments later, Billy and the attending physician entered the room. Their faces told the story. Hardened with grief and etched with faint tears, Billy shook his head. Dar. Reese, the physician, prepared to deliver the news that everyone feared. A vacant chair sat among the tribe members as Jacob addressed them. "I know this has been a difficult, tiring wait, and I want to thank you all for your patience." He took a worn breath before continuing in his deep, gruff voice. "I'm afraid I have very difficult news. Harry has died due to a blood clot in his artery from his heart attack." The tense pressure in the room burst like a cork, and the tribe members erupted into anguished murmurs, tears, and questions. The doctor began to respond to each query, explaining the operating procedure in detail. Jacob hurried to his father and took one of his hands. The pain on Jacob's face suddenly made him look childlike, and the contrast with his adult body startled Bella. Hesitant, she approached them and met Billy's weary gaze. "I'm so sorry," Bella whispered. Billy nodded. "It's going to be hard for everyone." "Is Charlie?" "Your father is still in the room with Sue. There are many arrangements to be made." Bella swallowed hard. "I should get back," Billy murmured. He gently pulled his hand away from Jacob and rolled himself back through the doors to the corridor. Jacob stared after him for a long moment before sitting down on the floor in their previous spot, burying his face in his hands. Bella sat beside him, rubbing his shoulder, wishing she could think of something comforting to say. After a few moments, Jacob caught her hand and held it to his face. "How are you feeling? Are you okay?" Jacob sighed. "I probably should have taken you to a doctor or something." "Don't worry about me," Bella croaked. He turned his head to look at her, his eyes rimmed in red. "You don't look so good." "I don't feel so good either, I guess. I'll take you home. You probably ought to be there when Charlie finishes here." "Right." Bella waited by the door as Jacob hugged the other tribe members. She felt like a peeping Tom, intruding on a private sorrow that wasn't hers. The thought of safe harbors bubbled through the swamps of her grief. The Quileutes held on to one another like safe harbors. They gripped each other's backs, wrists, and necks with a fierce, emboldened care, remaining grounded through rocky waters with the presence of their brothers. Their entangled arms formed a connected root system, and Bella realized with an aching awe that no member, from infant to elder, was left untouched, unprotected, or unloved. Decent chance, Billy had told her. But decent didn't even begin to cover it. It didn't take Jacob long to say goodbye. Soon, they were headed out of the hospital, distancing themselves from the sound of Quileute dirges and moving toward the exit. Jacob kept his arm around Bella's shoulder as a faint drizzle began to paint their skin. He took the driver's seat without asking, pulling Bella close to keep his arm tight around her. She rested her head against his chest, and the roar of her truck's engine broke their somber silence. "How will you get home?" Bella asked. "I'm not going home. We still haven't caught the bloodsucker, remember?" Bella clenched her jaw and watched the droplets patter against the windshield, focusing on the fleck of dust in each one. Jacob squeezed his arm around her. "Sup? It's nothing. Bella. You all are out there because of me." She sighed, shifting in her seat. "Putting yourselves in danger while I'm home and can't do anything to help. I hate it." Jacob nodded, allowing her words the space they needed to breathe. "It's like you all enjoy your lives as supernatural beings, and the moment a human walks in, it all turns to chaos." Bella huffed out a faint, weary chuckle. "And no matter how many times I try to blend into your world, life just conspires to kill me and everyone I care about." Jacob tapped his fingers against the steering wheel, his forehead wrinkled in contemplation. "So, essentially, you believe that you're the human version of a bad luck charm?" Bella stiffened. "Jake. Or like a broken mirror?" She turned her head to meet his gaze, searching for understanding. Bella shot Jacob a glare. Oh. Maybe you spilled salt because you're super pale and love dry humor, OW. She released his twisted nipple. "Can you be serious right now?" "I was." Jacob pouted, rubbing his sore chest with his free hand. "Not all of us can be fans of poetry and purple prose, Bells. Sometimes simple metaphors are cooler." The heat of Bella's glare intensified. "Wuthering Heights does not have purple prose. It just... You know, my dad always said that people think the world revolves around them," Jacob continued, a small smile creeping onto his face. "But even the sun isn't the center of the universe." He paused for a moment. "With or without you, I would have been a wolf. That's the effect of vampires near Quileutes, the Cullens and the redhead in my case. Did you cause them to show up again in Forks?" Bella hesitated. "No. A couple of days ago, in the garage, you told me that bloodsucker James tried to kill you." The steering wheel creaked under his bruising grip. "Did you ask him to do that?" "Well, technically," but Bella shook her head. "And the redhead?" The rain pattered softly against the cab, making Jacob's words stand out despite his gentle tone. "You told us it was made for mate, right? Revenge for Eddie Boy's actions because of James' actions?" Bella's voice was small. "I did. So you could have been anyone, and she'd still have it out for you." Jacob shrugged. "You said it yourself, we're supernatural creatures, Bella. Some of our problems are beyond the scope of human capability. We all have choices, but I think you were just an active bystander in a life you were unprepared to handle. Silence filled the cab as his words challenged her beliefs. Habit made her fight back. Yeah, she sighed. But I still can't help now, so how are things any different? Jacob snorted. The tribe might be focused on the redhead. Harry now, but that doesn't mean we aren't working on your wolf, Jacob said, glancing at Bella. What do you mean? She asked, her brow furrowing. We've been looking into the boy. Some tribe members are on the police force, so Sam's having them investigate any missing kids or runaways that fit his description. Bella's thoughts drifted back to Charlie's warnings. Thank you, you didn't have to. We did, Jacob interrupted. It's our job, Bella. But, you know, I wouldn't say no to a thank you lasagna. He raised his eyebrows in a playful manner. Your cooking is pretty awesome. Laughter bubbled up from Bella, surprising her amidst everything. She savored the moment as the pressure eased, even if just for a little while. Jacob leaned his cheek against the top of her head, as if he felt the same relief. It was comforting, almost like feeling whole again. Jacob brought the truck to a stop in front of Bella's dark house, cutting the engine and plunging them into sudden silence. They sat there for a moment before Bella broke the stillness. So, what do we do now? Jacob frowned, then shrugged. Protect the town, kill the redhead, and figure out your wolf. Bella couldn't help but chuckle at his rational tone, as if he were listing items on a grocery list. Jacob reached for the door, and a gust of storm-cooled air swept through the cab of the truck. But the smell hit Bella like a punch to the gut. It was sickly sweet, like rotting fruit, but with a burning scent that clung to her nose like chloroform. Her stomach churned. What is that? Holy crap! Jacob exclaimed, slamming the door shut and twisting the keys in the ignition at the same time. His hands shook so violently that Bella wondered how he managed it. What's wrong? She asked, He glanced down at Bella for a split second, taking in her horror-struck eyes and pale face, before scanning the street again. Right. Get you out. The engine roared to life, and the tires squealed as he spun the truck around, heading toward their only escape. The headlights swept across the pavement, illuminating the edge of the dark forest, and finally reflecting off a car parked across the street from her house. Stop. Bella gasped. It was a black car, a car she recognized. Bella might not have been a car enthusiast, but she could tell you everything about that particular vehicle. It was a Mercedes S55 AMG. She knew its horsepower, the color of the interior, and the way the powerful engine purred through the frame. She could almost smell the rich leather seats and picture how the extra dark tint made noon look like dust through those windows. It was Carlisle's car. Stop. Bella cried again, louder this time, as Jacob gunned the truck down the street. What? It's not Victoria. Stop, stop. I want to go back. He slammed on the brakes so hard that Bella had to brace herself against the dashboard. What? He asked again, his eyes wide with horror. It's Carlisle's car. It's the Cullens. I know it. He watched as realization dawned on her face, and a violent tremor shook his frame. Hey, calm down, Jake, she said, gripping his shoulder. It's okay. No danger, see? Relax. Yeah, calm, he panted, lowering his head and closing his eyes. While he focused on not transforming into a wolf, Bella stared out the back window at the black car. It was just Carlisle, she told herself. Don't expect anything more. Maybe Esme. Stop right there. Just Carlisle. Don't hope for more. There's a vampire in that house, Jacob hissed. And you want to go back? Bella quickly glanced at him, torn away from the Mercedes, terrified it would vanish the moment she looked away. Of course, she replied, her voice flat with surprise at his question. Of course she wanted to go back. Don't you want to know why he's here? Jacob's expression hardened, his face transforming into the bitter mask Bella had thought was gone for good. Just before he fully masked his emotions, She caught a flash of hurt in his eyes. His hands were still shaking, and he looked 10 years older than her. He took a deep breath. "You're sure it's not a trick?" he asked slowly, his voice heavy with concern. "It's not a trick. It's Carlyle. Take me back." "No." A shudder rippled through his broad shoulders, but his eyes remained flat and emotionless. "I have to tell Sam right away. This changes everything. We can't be caught on their territory." "Jake, it's okay." "Look, Bella," he interrupted, his voice hardening. "I can't go back. Treaty or no treaty, that's my enemy in there. Jake, it's not a war." He began to shake so violently that his form appeared blurred. Panic surged through Bella as she grabbed his neck, pulling his forehead against hers. Courage urged her to hold on, even as he released a low growl from deep within his chest. She moved her hands up his neck until they cradled his jaw. "Please, Jacob." Her breathing quickened, tightening the walls of her throat. I can't do this without you. And I refuse to choose, so please, don't make me." Bella tried to make eye contact, but Jacob's eyes were tightly shut as he trembled. Suddenly, he jerked away from her grip, and for a moment, fear gripped Bella. She braced herself against the door, preparing for the worst, expecting him to tear the car apart in his rage. But she underestimated his self-control. Jacob pressed his head against the seat's headrest and then slammed his fist against the steering wheel. Jacob slammed the wheel with a hoarse, "Fuck." He put the truck in neutral and jumped out, leaving the engine running. Remorse pinned Bella against the seat for a fleeting moment. What had she just done to Jacob? She was startled by the sound of her passenger side door opening. Jacob slid into the seat, stormy and silent, his gaze fixed on the windshield. Bella noticed the small trembles coursing through his back and forearms. "I can't drive like this," Jacob gritted out, still not looking at her. "If you want to go back, you need to do it." "Jake, I..." "Don't, Bella." He clenched his jaw and shook his head. "Just drive." There was nothing she could say to make it better, so Bella slid across the seat and shifted the truck back into drive. Her hands shook almost as hard as Jacob's, and it took her a moment to concentrate. Carefully, she made a U-turn and drove back toward her house. It was very dark when she turned off the headlights. Charlie had left in such a hurry that he'd forgotten to turn on the porch light. A pang of doubt shot through Bella as she stared at the house, deep in shadow. What if it was a trap? She glanced back at the black car, nearly invisible in the night. No. I know that car. Still, her hands trembled even more as she reached for the key above the door. Jacob stood beside her, a towering presence whose anger radiated around him like a powerful scent, nearly overpowering another smell, almost. When she grabbed the doorknob, it twisted easily under her hand. Bella let the door swing open. She wanted to call out a greeting, but the intense, cloying scent made her nose sting and her teeth clench. She struggled to catch her breath. The hallway was dark, like black water, with an orange flame flickering impossibly on top of it. A flame that couldn't be a fire, but what then? Suddenly, something Jacob had told her earlier that afternoon echoed in her mind, finally sinking in. He took off into the water, Jacob had said. The bloodsuckers have the advantage there. That's why I raced home. I was afraid she was going to double back while swimming. Bella suddenly understood why something deep inside her recognized the strange orange hue on the water. It was Victoria's hair, wild in the wind, the color of fire. She had been right there in the harbor with her and Jacob. If Sam hadn't been there, if it had just been the two of them. Bella felt a wave of panic wash over her. She couldn't breathe or move. Even in the pitch black, she sensed someone was waiting for them. Jacob growled, instinctively pulling Bella behind him. In the center of the hallway stood a figure, unnaturally still and pale, with large black eyes fixed intently on Bella's face. The visitor waited motionless, beautiful beyond imagining. Bella froze. Alice? Chapter 9, Ghosts We Knew. For a moment, Bella's knees trembled. Jacob, filled with anger and disappointment, gently grasped her biceps and helped her back to her feet. Bella's gaze remained fixed on Alice, whose elegant cream blouse glimmered in the darkness. The former spikes of her hair had transformed into a sleek bob, yet her expression was a mix of confusion, worry, shock, and hostility. A surge of emotion had Bella on the verge of throwing herself into Alice's arms, but then there was that smell. The intensity of its unpleasantness made her lean back into Jacob's embrace, and she realized Alice's piercing glare was directed at him. Her eyes were as dark as night. "Bella," Alice said, shifting her focus to her. "Would you like to explain to me how you're alive?" Jacob's grip around Bella's arms tightened. In that instant, Bella understood what must have happened and why Alice was there. She swallowed hard. "You saw me fall." "No," Alice disagreed, narrowing her eyes. "I saw you jump." Bella pursed her lips, struggling to think of an explanation that wouldn't sound crazy. Alice shook her head. "I told him this would happen, but he didn't believe me." Bella promised. She mimicked Edward's voice so perfectly that Bella froze in shock. "Don't be looking for her future, either," she continued, quoting him. "We've done enough damage." "But just because I'm not looking doesn't mean I don't see," Alice pressed on. "I wasn't keeping tabs on you, I swear, Bella. It's just that I'm already attuned to you. When I saw you the second time, I didn't think, I just got on a plane. I knew I would be too late, but I couldn't do nothing. And then I got here, thinking maybe I could help Charlie somehow, and you drive up." She shook her head, confusion etched on her face, her voice strained. "I saw you go into the water, and I waited and waited for you to come up, but you didn't. What happened? How could you do that to Edward? Did you even stop to think about what this would do to him? And your father? Do you have any idea what Charlie—" Bella closed her eyes, shaking off the barrage of Alice's lecturing. The shock of Alice's sudden appearance, combined with Jacob's simmering anger, on the verge of transforming into a shift, left Bella feeling drained. It was a fatigue that crept up like a strangler fig, choking out any vibrancy she had left. Nearly 6 months had passed since their absence, and now, because of a couple of mistakes, she was being lectured like a child. Suddenly, the light flickered on, though neither Bella nor Alice had touched the switch. Bella blinked against the brightness and glanced at Jacob, who had shifted during Alice's speech. "If I'm going to stay for this conversation, I need to make a phone call," he grumbled, casting a sideways glance at Alice. "And open some windows, Tinkerbell stinks." He strode into the kitchen, ignoring the bitter glare Alice shot at him. Bella decided to redirect Alice's attention back to her. "Alice, I wasn't trying to commit suicide." Alice eyed her skeptically. "Are you saying you didn't jump off a cliff?" "No, but—" Bella grimaced, her shoulders jerking in a shrug. "It was just for fun." Alice's expression hardened. "I'd seen some of Jacob's friends cliff diving," Bella insisted. "It looked like fun, and I was bored. And hoping to catch a glimpse of my ex-boyfriend." Alice waited, her gaze unyielding. "I didn't think about how the storm would affect the currents. Honestly, I didn't think about the water much at all. Just your brother's face, in excellent quality considering the conditions." Alice wasn't convinced. Bella could see that Alice still believed she had been trying to end her life. And she hadn't even begun to touch on the real reason behind her reckless decision. What happened in the woods? Both times. Bella decided to redirect the conversation. "So, if you saw me go in, why didn't you see Jacob?" Alice tilted her head, looking distracted. Bella pressed on. "It's true that I probably would have drowned if Jacob hadn't jumped in after me." "Well, okay, there's no probably about it. But he did save me. He pulled me out, and I guess he towed me back to shore, though I was kind of out for that part. It couldn't have been more than a minute that I was under before he grabbed me. How come he didn't see that?" She frowned, perplexed. "Someone pulled you out?" "Yes. Jacob saved me. He's—" Bella nodded toward the kitchen, where she could hear the low rumble of his voice on the phone. She remembered Jacob's hurt expression, wondering what he thought of her now. My best friend. Bella watched, intrigued, as a complex range of emotions flitted across Alice's face. Something was bothering her. Was it her imperfect vision? But Bella wasn't sure. Then Alice leaned in deliberately and sniffed Bella's shoulder. Bella froze, clenching tight to stop the sudden spasms that began in her calves. She tilted her head back to escape some of the intense scent of Alice. Why was it so different now? Don't be ridiculous, Alice muttered, sniffing at her some more. What are you doing? Bella asked. Checking, Alice replied, seeming preoccupied. But I don't know what it means. Well, I'm not dead, at least. That boy was a fool to think you could survive alone. Alice rolled her eyes. I've never seen anyone so prone to life-threatening idiocy. I survived, Bella pointed out, a small headache beginning to throb at the bridge of her nose. Alice was lost in thought. So, if the currents were too much for you, how did your friend manage? Jacob is strong. Alice noticed the hesitation in Bella's voice, and her eyebrows rose. Bella chewed on her lip, considering her words. Was this a secret or not? And if it was, how was Bella going to explain it? Suddenly, a thought struck her. When had her loyalty begun to waver, to the point where she hesitated to share things with Alice? Jacob interrupted her train of thought. You know, for a crystal ball, you're really terrible at your job, he called from the kitchen, his voice rough with lingering agitation. I'm a werewolf. Jake, Bella groaned, rolling her eyes, though she felt a sense of relief. She wondered if she would have to step in as a makeshift guardrail to prevent these two from colliding. The tension in Alice's shoulders as she turned her head toward Jacob suggested that yes, she might have to. The Cullens turn into wolves when there are vampires around, Bella admitted quickly. They've known Carlisle for a long time. Were you with Carlisle back then? Alice blinked in surprise, shaking off her anger. Well, I guess that explains the smell, she muttered. But does it explain what I didn't see? She frowned, her porcelain forehead creasing. And no, I hadn't found him yet. The smell? Bella asked, confused. You and him smell awful, she said absent-mindedly, still frowning. But it's different with you, more sharp, intense. Bella winced, realizing it went both ways. Maybe my regular scent doesn't mesh well with Jacob's. She shrugged, trying to keep it light. Teenage boy body odor isn't a great cologne for anyone. Him. Alice seemed lost in thought for a moment. Then her eyes widened, and she stared at Bella in shock. You're best friends with a werewolf? Bella nodded, a bit sheepish. How long has this been going on? Not long, she replied, feeling defensive. He's only been a werewolf for a few weeks. Alice glared at her. A young werewolf? Even worse. All the more energy to eat you up with, Tink. Bella could almost picture the feral grin in Jacob's voice as he snapped his teeth with a faint click. Edward was right, you're a magnet for danger. Weren't you supposed to be staying out of trouble? There's nothing wrong with werewolves, Bella replied, stung by the sharpness in his tone. Until they lose their tempers, Jacob countered, shaking his head. Leave it to you, Bella. Anyone else would be better off when the vampires leave town, but you have to start hanging out with the first monsters you find. For the second time since Alice had returned to her life, Bella froze. A vicious flash of heat surged through her, transporting her back to the meadow with Laurent. That familiar sensation left her trembling, an ache like a terrible cold creeping up her spine. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming hatred for Alice. Logically, humanly, Bella didn't want to argue with Alice. They had once been great friends, close friends, but that word stirred up emotions Bella didn't know how to confront, feelings she couldn't control. And that terrified her more than anything else. It was hard for Bella to understand why the room was spinning or where the hollow roar in her ears was coming from. Her mind and body were locked in a battle, instinct versus logic, and she struggled to make sense of Alice's concerned expression while her body swayed, yearning for a fight. Alice's neck. Unconsciousness. Anything to bring balance back to her chaotic reality. Suddenly, Jacob's furious voice broke through, hissing a stream of profanities. Bella felt a vague sense of disapproval. His new friends were clearly a bad influence. "What did you do to her?" he demanded. Jacob practically carried Bella to the living room couch, settling her there before taking a perch on the arm to block Alice from getting closer. To Bella, it felt like an earthquake. The couch was shaking beneath her. "Stay back," Jacob warned, his body tense beneath her. "Calm down, Jacob Black," Alice ordered. "You don't want to do anything rash so close to her." "I don't think I'll have any problem keeping my focus," Jacob replied, though his voice had softened slightly. "Alice?" Jacob's turmoil anchored Bella to the present, allowing the overwhelming sensations to fade enough for her to engage in their conversation. She leaned around Jacob to face Alice. "The vampires didn't really leave. Not all of them, anyway. That's the whole trouble. If it weren't for the werewolves, Victoria would have gotten to me by now." "Well, if it weren't for Jake and his friends," Bella said, glancing at Jacob, who held her gaze with intensity. He didn't need to speak, his eyes conveyed everything. She turned back to Alice and added, "I would have been in a lot more trouble." "Victoria?" Alice hissed. Bella nodded, her unease growing under Alice's piercing black eyes. She pointed to her chest. "Danger magnet, remember?" Alice shook her head. "Tell me everything. Start at the beginning." "Oh boy." Bella glossed over the details, skipping the motorcycle, the voices, and the giant werewolf in the forest. Instead, she recounted everything else right up to today's misadventure, leaving out Laurent, the incident with Laurent, and waking up in the woods covered in various animals' blood. It wasn't a pleasant retelling, but Bella noticed the corners of Jacob's lips twitching as she carefully navigated the landmines of the past 6 months. Alice clearly disapproved of Bella's brief explanation about boredom and the cliffs, as indicated by Jacob's sudden frown, so she quickly moved on to the strange flames she had seen on the water and what she thought it meant. Jacob's thoughtful nod gave weight to her suspicions. Alice's eyes narrowed almost to slits at that revelation. It was unsettling for Bella to witness that look on her, so primal, almost like a vampire. Bella swallowed hard. A sudden wave of nausea washed over Bella as she continued talking about Harry. Alice listened intently, not interrupting. Occasionally, she would shake her head, and the crease in her forehead deepened, as if it had been permanently carved into the marble of her skin. Bella fell quiet, struck once more by the weight of grief over Harry's passing. She thought of Charlie. He would be home soon. What condition would he be in? "Our leaving didn't do you any good at all, did it?" Alice murmured. "That was never the point, though, was it?" Bella barked out a laugh, though it sounded more hysterical than amused. "It's not like you left for my benefit." She dug her nails into her palm to steady herself. Alice scowled at the floor. "Well, I guess I was impulsive today. I probably shouldn't have intruded," Alice admitted. Bella snorted, leaning back against the cushions as a tiny headache blossomed into a full-blown migraine. She rubbed her temples, torn between wanting Alice to stay and the chaotic emotions surrounding her and her family. It seemed the choice would be taken out of her hands once again. "Bella," Alice said, watching her face as she concentrated on her breathing. She waited until Bella seemed calmer before continuing. "There's another thing you need to know." "Yeah?" Bella tilted her head toward Alice. "I'm not the only one of my family who came back to Forks." Jacob and Bella stiffened in unison. Bella felt the blood drain from her face, and her stomach dropped. Jacob gripped the back of the couch until a faint rip echoed in the air. "Who else?" he demanded. Alice hesitated, a frustrated look flickering across her face as she tried to gauge their reactions. She took a deep breath and said softly, "Everyone, they want to see you, Bella." Silence wrapped around the room like a heavy fog. Eventually, the sound of car wheels spraying gravel broke through the tension. sparked life into the room. Bella recognized the vehicle pulling into the driveway. "Charlie's back," Jacob murmured. "Would he mind my being here?" Alice asked, her voice laced with worry. "Charlie thinks you're wonderful, Alice," Bella reassured her, though the thought of her father, Jacob, and Alice all in the same room made her feel weary. "Well, we're about to find out." Just then, a distant howl drifted in through the open kitchen window. Jacob's head snapped toward the sound, his body tense with a contained energy that seemed to tighten even more at the noise, like a marionette strung too tightly. Bella reached out to him, her brows furrowed with concern. "Jake?" "HM?" Jacob shook his head, as if trying to clear his thoughts. "I'm, good, I just..." He sprang off the couch with an athletic jolt. That was Sam. "He's calling a meeting." Bella sighed, nodding. "So you have to go?" "I do." Jacob shot Alice a dark glare as she watched them. "But I will be back." He then pulled Bella into a bone-crushing hug. "I'll sneak back in when I'm done." Jacob pulled back, staring at her with a protective intensity. "Don't do anything dumb while I'm gone, Bella. You owe me that much." "I'm not a child, Jake," Bella huffed, yet she squeezed his hand in gratitude. "I'm even older than you." "Not in dog years," Jacob winked before bounding toward the door that led to the back porch. He slipped through, shutting it behind him just as the sound of Charlie's car door slamming echoed through the house. Bella jumped up and hurried to open the front door. Charlie trudged up the walk, his eyes on the ground and shoulders slumped. Bella stepped forward to meet him, and he didn't even see her until she hugged him around the waist. Charlie embraced her back with a desperate fierceness. "I'm so sorry about Harry, Dad." "I'm really going to miss him," Charlie mumbled, his voice weary. "How is Sue?" "She seems dazed. Emily's staying with her." The voice faded in and out. "Those poor kids. Leah's just a year older than you, and Seth is only 14. He shook his head. Charlie kept his gaze on her as he started toward the door again. Dad?" Bella decided it was best to warn him. "You'll never guess who's here." His expression was blank as he looked at her. Charlie's head swiveled around, and he spotted the Mercedes parked across the street, the porch light reflecting off its midnight matte paint. Before he could react, Alice appeared in the doorway. "Hi, Charlie," she said in a subdued tone. "I'm sorry I came at such a terrible time." "Alice Cullen?" Charlie squinted at the slight figure in front of him, as if he doubted his own eyes. "Alice, is that you?" "It's me," she confirmed. "I was in the neighborhood." "Is Carlisle?" Charlie started, but both Alice and Bella knew he wasn't really asking about Carlisle. "Yes, he is. We all are, actually," Alice replied. Charlie tightened his arm around Bella's shoulder. "Dad, would it be all right if I hang out with Alice tonight?" Bella glanced at Alice. "We, wanted to catch up." "Of course," Charlie said, his tone sounding mechanical. "It's good to see you, Alice." "Thank you, Charlie." "I know it's horrible timing." "No, it's fine, really. I'm going to be busy doing what I can for Harry's family. It will be nice for Bella to have some company." "There's dinner for you in the fridge, Dad," Bella told him. "Some of yesterday's casserole." "Thanks, Belle." He gave her one last squeeze before shuffling toward the kitchen. The girls followed him inside, and Bella nodded toward the stairs. "I'm going to go take a shower and get ready." She exchanged a glance with Alice, who nodded and went to join Charlie at the dining table. In her bedroom, Bella slipped off her borrowed clothes and grabbed a towel. The reprieve from everyone's presence allowed her thoughts to swirl until it all faded into a quiet stillness. Thoughts whirled in Bella's head. Mechanically, she made her way to the bathroom, letting the squeaky showerhead and the soap wash away the events of the day, if only for a little while. "How bad was it, Charlie?" Alice's soft voice drifted through the air, sounding so close that Bella thought she was just outside the door. She cracked an eye open and listened intently. Charlie sighed. Real bad. The clanking of plates indicated he was preparing her dinner. Tell me about it. I want to know exactly what happened after we left. There was a brief pause, followed by the sound of a cupboard door closing and a dial on the stove being turned off. It seemed they thought Bella's human ears wouldn't pick up their conversation from so far away. She waited, cringing. I've never felt so helpless, Charlie began, his voice slow and weary. I didn't know what to do. That first week, I thought I was going to have to hospitalize her. She wouldn't eat or drink, she wouldn't move. Dr. Gerandy was throwing around words like catatonic, but I didn't let him see her. I was afraid it would scare her. She snapped out of it, though. I had Renee come to take her to Florida. I just didn't want to be the one, if she had to go to a hospital or something. I hoped being with her mother would help. But when we started packing her clothes, she woke up with a vengeance. I've never seen Bella throw a fit like that. She was never one for tantrums, but, boy, did she fly into a fury. She threw her clothes everywhere and screamed that we couldn't make her leave, and then she finally started crying. I thought that would be the turning point. I didn't argue when she insisted on staying here, and she did seem to get better at first. Charlie trailed off, and Bella felt a pang of guilt as she listened to the pain in his voice. But Alice gently pressed. She went back to school and work, she ate and slept and did her homework. She answered when someone asked her a direct question. But she was empty. Her eyes were. Bella felt blank. There were so many little signs. She stopped listening to music altogether. I found a pile of broken CDs in the trash. She quit reading and avoided being in the same room when the TV was on, not that she watched it much before. I finally figured it out. She was steering clear of anything that might remind her of him. We could hardly talk. I was so worried about saying something that would upset her. The smallest things would make her flinch, and she never volunteered any information. She would only respond if I asked her something. She was alone all the time. She stopped calling her friends back, and eventually, they stopped reaching out. It was like the night of the living dead around here. I still hear her screaming in her sleep. Bella could almost imagine him shuddering at the memory. She shook, too, feeling the weight of it all, and then let out a sigh. I hadn't fooled him at all, not for 1 second. I'm so sorry, Charlie, Alice said, her voice heavy with sadness. It's not your fault. The way he said it made it clear he was holding someone responsible. You were always a good friend to her, Alice replied. She seems better now, though. Yeah. Ever since she started hanging out with Jacob Black, I've noticed a real improvement. She has some color in her cheeks when she comes home, some light in her eyes. She's happier. He paused, and his tone shifted when he spoke again. He's a year or so younger than her, and I know she used to think of him as just a friend, but I suspect it's something more now, or at least headed in that direction. Charlie's tone was almost belligerent. It felt like a warning, not for Alice, but for Bella to hear. Jake's old for his years, he continued, still defensive. He's taken care of his father physically, just like Bella took care of her mother emotionally. It matured him. He's a good-looking kid, too, takes after his mom's side. He's good for Bella, you know, Charlie insisted. Then it's good she has him, Alice agreed. Charlie let out a big sigh, quickly folding under the weight of his thoughts. Okay, so maybe that's a bit of an exaggeration, Charlie said, his voice heavy with concern. I don't know, even with Jacob, sometimes I see something in her eyes that makes me wonder if I've ever truly understood the depth of her pain. It's not normal, Alice, and it frightens me. It's not just that someone left her, it feels like someone died. His voice cracked, the weight of his words hanging in the air. It was as if she had truly died. Losing the love of her life was devastating enough, but it was more than that. It was the loss of an entire future, a family, the life Bella had envisioned for herself, twice now. Charlie continued, his tone filled with despair. I don't know if she's going to get over this. I'm not sure it's in her nature to heal from something like this. She's always been stubborn. She doesn't move past things, she doesn't change her mind. She's one of a kind, Alice agreed softly. And Alice. Charlie hesitated, a hint of suppressed anger coloring his words. You know how fond I am of you, but I can't help but worry about what your family's return will mean for her. Especially him. So am I, Charlie, so am I, Alice replied, her voice gentle and reassuring. We would have waited if we'd known. I'm sorry. Don't apologize, honey. Who knows? Maybe it will be good for her. I hope you're right. A long silence followed, broken only by the sound of forks scraping against plates as Charlie chewed. Bella found herself wondering where Alice was hiding the food. Suddenly, a chair scraped loudly across the floor. Bella imagined Charlie getting up. There was no way Alice would make that kind of noise. The faucet ran, splashing against a dish, and it seemed like they weren't going to say anything more. Deciding it was time to leave the shower, Bella wrapped herself in a towel, her fingers tracing the scar on her clavicle, which felt unusually sensitive to the touch. The edges of her usually pale skin were flushed pink, and she felt a familiar, unsettling flip in her stomach. She padded down the hallway, ready to face whatever awaited her. Bella stepped into her room and cracked the window open to let in some cool air. As she dried off and got dressed, her mind was thankfully clear. She tugged on a pair of dark jeans, a long-sleeved shirt, and her old high school hoodie that proudly displayed the faded words, Shadow Mountain Matadors. The clothes fit her differently now, hugging her sinewy frame in a way they hadn't before. As Bella reached under her bed for her Converse, she heard the slightest creak from the windowsill. She stiffened, her mind racing with possibilities, until the warm scent of tonka bean, sun-soaked fur, and engine oil wafted to her nose. She couldn't help but huff out a quiet laugh. Gonna have to add a doorbell to my window if you keep using it like this. Turning around, she found Jacob leaning against the sill, arms crossed. His nose scrunched up at the sharp scent of Alice that seeped under the doorframe, but his face was a smooth mask, betraying nothing. Yet, she could sense the small vibrations running beneath his skin, the hostility radiating off him in waves. It reminded her of that awful afternoon when he had chosen Sam over her, and Bella instinctively lifted her chin in a gesture of self-defense. So, what did he want? She asked, squeezing the towel around her hair as she waited for an answer. Told us the same thing your bloodsucker did, they're all back. Jake, Bella admonished. Jacob pursed his lips, still leaning against the sill. Don't you feel it? Feel what? Bella shot back. Was it the sugary chloroform of Alice's scent? The grief over Harry's death? The shame of what she had put her father through? Or maybe the tension from Jacob's blood feud with her ex-boyfriend's family? Pick one. The atmosphere in the room seemed to make him even edgier, his long arms were trembling. He didn't answer her question. Instead, he moved to the center of the room, his restless eyes darting around. Bella followed him as he paced back and forth in the limited space. Hey, she said, stepping into his path. Jacob halted and looked down at her. Jacob glanced at her. What's up? He hesitated. She's still here? Yes. Downstairs. Bella sighed, deciding it was time to rip the bandage off. We're going to her house. Tonight. He took a deep breath, and his trembling fingers suddenly stilled. The calm mask returned to his face. You should know that we can only watch our own lands with the Cullens here. You'll only be safe in La Push. By law, I can't protect you here anymore. Okay, Bella said softly. He turned his gaze away, looking at the dream catcher above her headboard. Is that all? Jacob didn't continue. What a disaster. How had she alienated him so completely in such a short time? She slumped onto the bed, burying her face in her hands. How had she made such a mess of everything? But what could she have done differently? Even in hindsight, Bella couldn't think of any better way, any perfect course of action. Bella, Jacob said, his voice troubled. Bella pulled her face from her hands to see Jacob hesitating in front of the window. He hadn't left like she thought. It was only when she saw the clear drop sparkling in her hands that she realized she was crying. Jacob's calm expression was gone, replaced by anxiety and uncertainty. He walked back to crouch in front of her, ducking his head so that his eyes were closer to hers. "I just wanted you to understand my stakes," Jacob said, watching her for a moment. "Because I'm coming with you." "What?" Bella gaped, her voice cracking. "It's harder for Sam to command us when we're human." Jacob nodded. "He'll be furious with me tomorrow, but since everyone else is following the treaty, they won't cross over to bring me back." "But," Bella shook her head, "why?" "Jacob, you hate the Cullens." "Yeah, I do," he admitted, blinking away the sudden revulsion in his eyes. "But you're my best friend, and I'm pretty sure you're going to need backup going over there. Actually, I'm pretty sure that's why Sam didn't order me as hard as he could have." Bella's eyebrows scrunched in confusion. Jacob glanced at the bedroom door before mouthing, "You're wolf." He was right. Even with Jacob just inches away, Alice was able to detect the differences in their scents after only a few minutes. Alone, the Cullens would spot her immediately, especially with Jasper and Edward's abilities. Bella wasn't sure how, or even if, she was ready to tell them everything that had happened during their absence. She looked into Jacob's eyes, overwhelmed with gratitude, and threw herself into his arms. Slowly and carefully, he wrapped his arms around her. "Thank you, Jake." "Thank you," Bella sniffed. "You're welcome, Bells." Jacob squeezed her tightly. "I figured if you were willing to storm what you thought was a gang hideout to help me, I can do the same with your bloodsuckers." For a brief moment, wrapped in his embrace, Bella was reminded of the forest after that first transformation. It was that fragile eye of the storm where wolf, girl, and boy intertwined, resting together in a tiny, quiet space in time. Peace. Every day, that feeling became more elusive. Finally, they released each other, and Jacob stood up, offering Bella a hand to get up. "I'll wait in the truck." With that, he leaped out of the window onto a tree branch, displaying the flair of an acrobat. Bella rolled her eyes and smiled. "Show off." She grabbed her sneakers, flicked off her light switch, and headed downstairs. Charlie was dozing in his lazy chair, still dressed in his uniform, while Alice sat on the couch with her eyes glazed over in blank focus. She snapped back to alertness when Bella entered the living room. Though she scrutinized Bella, she didn't voice her thoughts. She merely nodded and flitted out the front door, just before the laughter of the random sitcom's live studio audience roused Charlie from his slumber. Bella gently shook him awake. "Dad?" Charlie's eyes fluttered against the harsh light of the TV. "You should go to bed." "It's been a long day," Bella said as she flicked off the lamp and extended her hand to Charlie. Sleepily, he grasped it and jolted awake when she effortlessly pulled him to his feet. Blinking, he squeezed her palm and rubbed the sleep from his eyes. "Been working out, Bells?" he asked, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Bella chuckled. "Yeah, Jake's been showing me his routine. It's really working well." She reached for the remote to turn off the TV. "I can see that," Charlie replied, giving her a gentle pat on the back. "Isabella, I know you're probably excited to have Alice and her family back in town, but please, take care of yourself." He pulled Bella into a firm hug and kissed the top of her head. "I love you." "I love you too, Dad," Bella murmured, her words muffled in the crook of his neck. Charlie reached down to grab his service belt and headed upstairs. Just before he reached the top, he turned back toward her. "And Bella?" "Yeah?" she replied, curious. His mischievous grin shone in the moonlight, making him look 10 years younger. "If you see that boy, punch him in the face for me." Outside, Bella could hear Jacob's low chuckle and Alice's weary sigh. "Got it, Chief," Bella drawled with a smile. "Good night," Charlie waved as Bella walked out the front door, shutting it quietly behind her. The night air was cool, and as she strode to her truck, it clung to her, sensing the internal struggle boiling within her. Up ahead, the soft purr of Carlisle's Mercedes echoed off the tall Douglas firs, its headlights carving a path onto the main road. Waiting. Inside the truck bed, Jacob watched the car from the passenger seat with a heavy gaze. Bella gripped the gear shift and turned to him. "Are you sure about this?" Jacob glanced at her before looking back out the windshield as Alice began to drive down the road. "Are you? Honestly?" Bella tugged the gear into drive and eased her foot on the gas. "No." So they were going to his house, a place Bella hadn't been since. It had been so many months since her ill-fated birthday. The thick, almost jungle-like growth crept slowly past her windows as they drove. The winding road seemed endless. Bella pressed down on the accelerator, feeling a surge of anxiety as she closed the distance to Alice's car, nearly a quarter of a mile ahead. "How long have we been driving? Shouldn't we have reached the house by now?" The lane was so overgrown that it barely looked familiar. A part of Bella wondered if this was all some elaborate hallucination, a chaotic creation of her mind. Maybe Edward's ghostly presence wasn't enough. Perhaps she needed the entire Cullen family to feel grounded. What if I can't even see it? She shivered at the thought. What if there was no tangible proof at all? Then she spotted the break in the trees that she remembered, though it wasn't as pronounced as before. The flora here wasted no time reclaiming any land left unguarded. Tall ferns had invaded the meadow around the house, crowding against the trunks of the cedars and even creeping up to the wide porch. It was as if the lawn had been submerged, waist-high, with green, feathery waves. The house stood there, but it felt different. Though nothing had changed on the outside, an unsettling vibe enveloped it. For the first time since she had seen the beautiful glass and wood estate, it looked like a fitting haunt for vampires. Bella slammed on the brakes, turning her gaze away. Fear gripped her, she was afraid to go further. But nothing happened. No velvet voice echoed in her mind. Inside, the lights were on. They were home. Alice pulled into the garage, and even in the dark, Bella recognized the familiar gleam of a charcoal Volvo and a crimson BMW convertible. A weary creak startled her, and she felt Jacob's warm hand on her arm, snapping her back to reality. She glanced down, realizing she was gripping the steering wheel tightly. Alice flitted out of the garage, no longer concealing her true nature, and stood on the front porch, waiting. Bella exchanged a look with Jacob before opening her car door. The smell hit her, overwhelming. She managed to grip the door and hold herself back before Bella wasn't sure what to think. Jacob was staring at the front door as if it were the entrance to hell, and she figured her gut feeling wasn't a pleasant one either. Alice tilted her head, eyeing them with suspicion. Bella swallowed the bitter, sour saliva pooling in her mouth and stepped closer to the ominous fumes. She could hear Jacob's stiff footsteps behind her, and then he gagged, muttering, "I'm gonna be sick." When they reached the porch stairs, Alice motioned to the open door with her hand and led them through the extravagant home. The room looked just as Bella remembered. There was the piano, the white couches, and the massive hardwood staircase. There was no dust, no white sheets. Bella could hear footsteps moving above them and paused in shock. Their home was usually silent unless they were intentionally making noise for her to hear. Her ears picked up the quiet murmur of conversation, but from this distance, it was hard to catch the context. Still, it was enough to spook her. Alice called out names with a tone no louder than regular conversation. Carlisle? Esme? Rosalie? Emmett? Jasper? Edward? They would hear her. Suddenly, Carlisle was standing beside them, as if he had been there all along. Jacob jumped, cursing under his breath. "Good evening, Bella," Carlisle said, his smile small but genuine. "It's good to see you again." "Carlisle," Bella breathed out, taking in his baby blue sweater, slim beige chinos, pale skin, and the warm, golden tint of his eyes. 6 months had passed, yet it felt as if he hadn't even left. She shouldn't have been surprised. Immortality was a resilient creature. Still, despite the profound impact he had on her life, the hospital, and even his family, she realized how time would never truly hold him. Her short life would leave little mark on him and his hundreds of years in this world. "Hi," she said, blinking. "I, heard you all wanted to talk to me." Bella couldn't help but glance up at Jacob's face as she spoke. His expression was critical yet resigned. When she turned back to Carlyle, she noticed him glancing between them, his brows furrowed. "Yes," he said, nodding. "Why don't we talk in the other room?" Carlyle led the way through the bright living room and around the corner to the dining room, turning on lights as he went. The walls were white, and the ceiling soared high, just like in the living room. In the center of the room, beneath a low-hanging chandelier, sat a large, polished oval table surrounded by 8 chairs. Carlyle held out a chair for Bella at the head of the table. Jacob declined to sit and opted to stand behind her chair instead. Bella realized she had never seen the Cullens use the dining room table before. It always felt like just a prop. They didn't eat in the house. As Bella turned to sit in the chair, she knew they were not alone. All the air left her lungs, and a low, wounded gasp escaped her lips. Across the table sat Edward. Suddenly, the world narrowed down to a tunnel. All she could see, all she could smell, was him. But this wasn't the reunion she had hoped for, the one she had dreamed about through countless misadventures. Where there had once been the sense of honeysuckle, iris, and narrowly, there was now bleach, pure and burning in every sense of the word. It shocked her system, and she visibly recoiled. Something deep and snarling inside her reacted the same way, and her blood roared in her ears. She felt something rising within her, scrabbling and clawing to break free. A part of her that loved Charlie, Jacob, and the people of Forks, even if she didn't realize it yet, fought tooth and nail against the scent of the monsters it was sworn to hunt, the very ones Bella cared for. It howled inside her. Her spine tingled, her jaw ached, and her hands fisted in her lap as she tried to restrain it. The teeth marks along her body throbbed, urging the heat within her to rise. To rise. Just as Jacob reached out a hand to her, Bella tilted her head and caught a different scent. Her nostrils flared as she took in a deep breath of the complex aroma, her mind racing to identify it even as her body craved more. It was good, her human instincts concluded. The rest of her didn't care about the specifics. It reminded her of her mother. Years before Bella could step into the role of the unofficial parent, Renee had tried her hand at chores and maintenance. More often than not, her efforts ended in improvisation due to her well-intentioned blunders. Bella's favorite, and Renee's most common mishap, was laundry day. After an hour or two of misreading manuals, losing essential screws, and nearly flooding the laundry room, Renee would turn it into an event. She'd make homemade detergent to use at the local laundromat while the plumber fixed the machines. Bella could still recall the dry squish of wet baking soda and the fragrant essential oils Renee would toss into the mixing bowl: sandalwood, ylang-ylang, vanilla, and rosewood. Driven by instinct and a sense of self-preservation, Bella followed the scent's trail until she found herself staring into whiskey gold eyes. Sitting between Esme and Emmett, with sunshine hair cascading around her flawless face, was Rosalie. The room's windows were open behind her, allowing the light and breeze to mingle with the comforting aroma. Gobsmacked, Bella didn't know what to do, and even if she had, she couldn't have moved. "Bella," Edward's velvet voice interrupted her, whatever that was. She turned to meet his topaz gaze, her nostalgic heartstrings tugging at her. The breeze picked up, and Edward sat up sharply, grimacing as if he detected something foul. Bella noticed his eyes shift from amber to pitch black. Jacob growled low in his throat. Bella's mental tunnel opened, allowing her to see the rest of the room clearly. The Cullens tensed at Jacob's palpable hostility. Jasper and Emmett kept their eyes fixed on him, while Edward glanced between them, mirroring the confusion on his sister's face. "Boys, calm down," Carlyle said, trying to diffuse the tension. "The peace between the Quilluites and us is already fragile. There's no need to start a war over a conversation." Edward's gaze swept over Bella, noticing the subtle changes in her. "Something's different," he murmured. The entire table turned their attention to the two visitors. Jacob stiffened under their scrutiny, his fingers trembling. Edward's gaze shifted to him, head tilted. What are you trying to hide? None of your business, leech, Jacob shot back, his eyes sparking with animosity as he glared at Edward. And being hunted by your red-headed friend is enough to make anyone different, wouldn't you say? Tension thickened at the mention of Victoria. Bella winced. She appreciated Jacob's defense, but how long could they maintain the standoff? Finally, she found her voice, though her words caught in her throat before she cleared it. It's been over 6 months, Edward. Even for me, that's a long time. Yes, Edward replied softly, but your face is sharper. Older. Emmett let out a laugh. Smooth, bro. Post-breakup diet, Bella retorted, a hint of dismissive sarcasm in her tone that felt more genuine than she intended. It's all the rage for teenage girls. It's been harder to see you in visions for nearly months now, Alice said, narrowing her eyes. Even your firmest decisions come through like television static. Bella quickly calculated in her mind. Alice had been able to see her before, the only change was, my wolf. Jacob's been with me most of the time since you were gone. And didn't you say you couldn't see him in the water? She took a leap of faith with her theory, but judging by the sudden perplexity, and almost worry, on Alice's face, it seemed more plausible than she had expected. Jasper placed a reassuring hand on her thigh. Bella noticed some of the tension ease from Alice's shoulders. However, her own anxiety spiked when Jacob turned his sharp gaze toward her. Memories of her old dreams flooded back, visions of obsidian eyes, Jasper's torn clothes, and a massive beast made her heart pound slowly and deeply. Jasper's eyes flickered to her chest before honing in on her with intense focus. Carlyle crossed his arms, leaning against the nearest wall, observing the scene like a head surgeon overseeing his residents, calculating their observations and drawing his own conclusions. Jasper? I can't feel her emotions either, Jasper grimaced. There's a block there, I'm bouncing off a wall. She's pretty jacked, too, Emmett said, frowning as he took in Bella's sturdy build. Bella hunched her shoulders defensively. She's on my workout routine, Jacob spat. And her eyes, came a low, mellifluous voice. The brown isn't the same. Bella felt her stomach clench under Rosalie's acute gaze. Frowning at the sensation, she blurted, contacts aren't hard to find. She exhaled sharply. That comment felt like a light throw compared to the other hard questions they had tossed her way. So why was the room suddenly silent? The Cullens stared at her, their expressions varying from surprise to concern. Dear, Esme hesitated before asking, how on earth were you able to hear what she said? Bella froze. Jacob shook his head, murmuring a quiet curse. In her rush to defend herself, Bella hadn't realized that Rosalie's words had been whispered, not spoken aloud. That volume was beyond the reach of human ears. Glancing around the table, Bella weighed her options. She could lie, continue to poorly gaslight the Cullens, or simply say it was none of their business. But aside from the Quillard tribe, the Cullens were the only ones who might have answers about her situation. She made a decision. All right, Bella sighed, the weight of her next words heavy on her tongue. Last month, I went into the forest for a night hike. To clear my head. Bella picked at her nail bed, a nervous habit. After a while, I heard some loud noises, and when I turned, I saw a wolf. As she reminisced, she missed the sharp glances aimed at Jacob. It was the biggest animal I'd ever seen, definitely larger than any regular wolf. Bella felt a twinge of pain in her bicep and ankle from the memory. It bit me, she said, clenching her jaw. And I changed. You could have heard a pin drop in that room. Then, it erupted. You were bitten. Carlyle, the treaty. How did I not see this? Oh, bells. Edward shot out of his chair, getting in Jacob's face and gripping his shoulder. Jacob quickly raised his fist to dislodge Edward's hand, shoving him hard enough that a crack echoed through the room. Edward marched forward again, but his brothers held him back. Bella jumped in front of a trembling Jacob, hands raised. Edward, stop. It wasn't Jacob or any of the law-push wolves. Edward shifted his furious gaze from Jacob to Bella. Read his mind and see. Bella went out during a full moon, Jacob gritted out, his hands ready at his sides. And my pack's never seen anything like it, size of a bear, body like a wolf, and walking on two legs like a human. Edward paused, a look of concern shadowing his face. Is that Carlyle? I'm going to think of a creature, Edward, Carlyle murmured. Does it look the same? Edward nodded. In an instant, Carlyle blurred out of the room and returned with a large book. Its sepia leather-bound cover crackled with age in his careful hands. He placed it on the dining table and flipped it open to a piece of old dried parchment. Everyone leaned in closer to see. On the paper was a detailed charcoal sketch of the same ferocious, onyx beast Bella had seen in her dreams. This creature, like us, goes by many names, Carlyle began. One of the more popular ones is the werewolf, but the Vulturi refer to them as Figli della Luna, children of the moon. Bella stared at the image, completely transfixed. Children of the moon, Jacob repeated, his voice a mournful grumble. Makes sense. When the sun rose after my pack managed to catch it, it turned into a little kid. A boy. How is this even possible? Carlyle asked, running a perplexed hand over his chin. The children of the moon have been extinct for generations. And to come to Forks and find Bella of all people? Alice exclaimed, her eyes wide. How could you let this happen? Edward stepped into Jacob's space again, his black eyes locking onto him like a rifle scope. Humans here are under your protection. How did this slip through your pack's watch? Watch it. Jacob straightened to his full, imposing height. She went into the forest because of you, Leech. Jake, Bella implored, hoping to calm the situation. Me? Edward hissed, incredulous. How is this my fault that you were grossly incompetent at your only job? Because, Jacob barked, his voice lowering to a hoarse rumble, even after she was bitten, even while she was unconscious, she was still begging me to let her go, to let her see you again. He glared down at Edward, his expression fierce. This was your fault. The other Cullens exchanged wary, pitying glances between the two boys and Bella. She felt that familiar anger rising in her chest, and unconsciously, she dug her nails into her palms. Rosalie glanced down at Bella's hands, noting the deep crescent marks and the faint shivers rolling down her frame. Edward, let it go, Rosalie urged. No, Rosalie, Edward snapped back. We didn't leave for a vacation. We left to protect Bella and give her a better chance of living a normal, human life. Protect her? Jacob's eyebrows shot up. By leaving her alone in the woods with no clue how to get home? By not making sure every enemy was dealt with before you all disappeared? A sardonic laugh sliced through the tension, sharp as steel aimed for a decapitation. Great job, bloodsucker, truly, best boyfriend of the year. Bella's vision blurred with a haze of red. Enough. She snapped. Her eyes sparkled with a fierce quicksilver, and a commanding presence filled the room, making the Cullens and Jacob recoil in fear. The heavy pheromones in the air sent shivers down their spines, triggering a primal instinct to flee. Get out, their instinct screamed. Fight. But just as quickly as it had come, that suffocating energy receded. Bella's heartbeat returned to its steady rhythm. Blinking, she took in the faces around her, registering the lingering animal instincts of anger and fear. Her hands trembled as she turned and bolted from the house, fleeing into the surrounding forest, away from them all. Under the vast canopy of an ancient western red cedar, the air was laced with the scent of rain. Bella leaned against a fallen log, eyes closed, tracing her fingers over the black marks left by lightning strikes on its splintering surface. She could almost still smell the ozone lingering in the air. The cool Washington night enveloped her, and the absence of wildlife left the moonlit space eerily silent. Only the whisper of the wind broke the stillness. Bella wondered if the creatures had hidden because of her. Children of the moon. The name rolled around in her mind, a fragile distraction pulling her back from the depths of dissociation. Jacob's words echoed in her thoughts, while Edward's dark gaze lingered in her memory. The charred bark crumbled in her clenched, trembling fist. Maybe it was all too fragile. With her enhanced senses, Bella inhaled the rich scents of the forest, fertile soil, the sweet fragrance of cherry blossom seeds, and the heavy, creamy aroma of Brazilian rosewood mingling with freshly washed linen. She paused, one weary eye creaking open, expecting to see Jacob, maybe even Alice or Edward. Instead, she furrowed her brows at the sight of Rosalie standing at the edge of the clearing. Cedar's shadow lingered nearby, watching with a calm, expectant gaze. Bella took in the sight of Rosalie, who looked like she had stepped straight off a Milan runway. Her snow-white espadrille wedges complemented tailored cigarette slacks and a sweetheart blouse. The warm cream of her long knit cardigan anchored the shine of her honey-blonde locks. Minimalistic silver jewelry sparkled against her pale porcelain complexion and whiskey-gold eyes. Bella snorted, feeling a mix of half-entranced admiration and annoyance. Only Rosalie could look that perfect in the middle of a forest. When Bella didn't respond, Rosalie cleared her throat. "May I sit?" she asked, nodding toward the empty spot on the log next to Bella. Bella hesitated, glancing between Rosalie's pristine pants and the soot from the dead birch. She swallowed her tired amusement and shrugged. Free forest. She wondered if she imagined the tiny smile that flickered across Rosalie's lips as she removed her cardigan and placed it on the log, then sat on her makeshift cushion. They both gazed into the distance, where the faint lights of the Cullens' home twinkled. Despite her intention to remain silent, a question tapped at Bella's lips. "Why are you out here, Rosalie?" Rosalie's long eyelashes fluttered in a serene blink. "We figured someone should check on you." "And you volunteered?" Bella chuckled, a mix of petulance and doubt in her voice. "Why? You hate me." For a long moment, Rosalie didn't respond, her gaze fixed on the trees swaying gently in the light breeze. It felt as if Bella's question had vanished into the air. Finally, Rosalie's lips pursed. "I never hated you," she said, turning her head slightly to acknowledge Bella. "I just didn't particularly like you." Bella frowned at the distinction. "Why not?" "Your humanity represented a threat to my family," Rosalie replied, raising a manicured eyebrow. "Your wolf still might." She sighed, her expression softening. "But there is a difference between making a bad choice and having one made for you. I understand the latter much better." "We all do," Rosalie said, her tone hinting at something deeper. Bella, too tired for cryptic conversations, replied, "What does that mean?" Rosalie opened her mouth to respond but then shot a glare to the side, her nose scrunching up in annoyance. A waft of cedar and warm fur drifted toward Bella, and she turned to see Jacob standing a few yards away, slouched against the leaning spruce. He glanced at Rosalie with barely concealed menace, but when his eyes met Bella's, the expression softened into something apologetic. "He's waiting for you," Rosalie said, looking back at Bella. "But you should come back soon." With a slow, graceful motion, Rosalie stood, draping her cardigan over her arm. "From what the mongrel explained while you were gone, his pack doesn't know much about your situation. Carlyle would, though, and I know you have questions." Bella's mind buzzed with endless questions, fears, and emotions, but all she could manage was a dry response. "You do realize that calling Jacob a dog insults me too, right?" Rosalie flashed a small grin that dazzled Bella. "I know." With that, Rosalie whisked away, leaving behind her sweet aroma intertwined with the warm, subdued scent of bleach. Chapter 10, Where do we go from here? Bella spent the next morning in bed, lost in thought. Absent-mindedly, she ran her hands along the scratchy wool of her blankets. The microfibers sparked tiny jolts of static against the sensitive tips of her fingers. Downstairs, she could hear the bubbling of Charlie's coffee maker and the muffled sound of his heavy footsteps padding around in the bathroom. Gazing out her window, Bella watched a winter wren flit gracefully through the branches of the tree in her backyard. She ignored the nearby scents of engine oil, fur, and sea salt. After Jacob had dropped her off the night before, sleep had eluded her. Since September, she had been plagued by countless nightmares, dreams of loving and losing Edward, of loving and losing Alice, Esme, Carlisle. Bella loved her parents, but she often felt like a burden, a piece of baggage shuttled between the remnants of their love, the last thread that kept them tied together and trapped. With Esme and Carlisle, it had been different. For the first time in her life, someone had made an effort to love her with the kind of willful adoration she had longed for. But then they all left her behind. Part of her, amidst the heartbreak and disconnection, hadn't been surprised. The persistent weight of insecurity and desperate longing had always hovered over her spirit, the fear of never measuring up, of never being enough. She was the daughter of a woman who didn't find happiness until she was completely out of Bella's life. She came to live with a father whose life she upheaved just by being there. And somehow, she had fallen in love with a boy who showed her a world she had never dared to dream about, who gave her a second family, a mother, a father, siblings. Until one day, he said, "Bella, I don't want you to come with me." "You don't want me?" "No." In that moment, Bella understood. She wasn't good for anyone. She let him leave because he had voiced all her fears, sealing them into words that cut deep. Standing amidst the trees, she felt a horrible realization settle in her chest. A roar echoed in Bella's mind. No Cullen had come for her, and Edward was not a liar. Her love hadn't been enough, it was never enough, and there was no going back to what once was. Not after a monster had found Bella in the dark, chasing a boy who didn't want to be found, especially not by her. So when you manage to rebuild something within yourself, no matter how fragile, no matter how fresh, what do you choose when those who broke you return to the scene of the crime? Forgiveness or fair play? Bella sighed, rubbing her palms over her eyes as she sat up from her little cocoon. Decisions would have to be made soon, she knew that, yet for now, the world could grant her a peaceful morning. Especially since Charlie was making his famous breakfast. Sliding into her chair at the dining table, Bella savored the aroma of crispy sunny-side-up eggs cooking in leftover ribeye grease. Charlie may not have been a master in the kitchen, but Bella had never met anyone better at making steak and eggs than her father. She grabbed some buttered toast and steaming potato hash from the serving plates in front of her and nibbled as she watched him finish up. Still whistling, Charlie flicked off the stove and turned toward the table, clearly surprised by Bella's presence. He jumped, nearly tossing the pan into the air. "Ah!" he bellowed. "Christ, don't do that." With her cheeks stuffed with food, Bella raised her eyebrows and struggled to contain her laughter. "Dawa?" she mumbled. "Give me a," Charlie began, but then he rubbed his chest. Bella's eyes darted from his rapid pulse to meet his startled gaze. After a moment, Charlie composed himself, shaping his expression into weary amusement. "I might be getting old, but I swear it was harder for you to sneak up on me before." He slid some steak tips and eggs onto their plates, watching with wide eyes as Bella dove headfirst into her meal. After a few hearty bites, Bella leaned back and pondered his words. Bella hadn't meant to startle him, but lately, she had become aware of how graceful her movements were. It was hard to remember the last time she tripped. "Jacob's been having me do agility work," she said with a casual shrug, reloading her familiar excuse. "And sometimes I do yoga with Emily." "Yoga?" Charlie repeated, his eyebrows raising in surprise. "Well, that's good. I can finally get rid of the baby safety stuff in the house." Bella scoffed, rolling her eyes at the playful glimmer in his gaze as he sipped from his mug. "Very funny." "I'm serious though, Bells." Charlie swallowed a bite of ribeye and fiddled with his fork. "I'm proud of you for putting yourself out there, trying new things." Bella offered him a bashful half-smile. "Dad, it's not a big deal." "It is," he insisted, shaking his head as he patted her hand. "And I know the Cullens are back now, which probably makes you feel all sorts of things, good and bad." He rubbed the back of his neck. "But just don't put all your eggs in one basket, okay? Keep spending time with your other friends. Balance." Bella bit back a laugh. Charlie had no idea how right he was. "I understand, Dad," she said with a sigh. And I promise, things will definitely be different this time. Good. Charlie's lips stretched into a bright, relieved smile. Bella blinked, unaccustomed to seeing that expression, and felt a bitter warmth of guilt pooling in her stomach. Omission was still a lie, no matter the intention behind it. She grabbed their empty plates and started clearing the table, heading to the sink while her father slipped on his worn field jacket. Heading over to the Clearwaters, Charlie said with a grumble. Bella turned her head, catching a gloomy look in his eye. She faced him fully, turning off the faucet to focus on his words. Sue needs some help with the final arrangements for the funeral tonight. Of course, Bella nodded. Do you want me to bring anything? Some food? Billy said to just bring ourselves. Charlie shook his head, his hand reaching for his duty belt before freezing and curling back into his pockets. The Quileutes are taking care of everything else. The ceremony starts at 6 on the beach. Okay, then I'll be there, Bella replied, her voice firm. Charlie walked over and planted a kiss on her head. Squeezing her shoulders, he whispered, "Be safe, Bella." She nodded in response. After he left, Bella finished washing the dishes and leaned against the counter. Closing her eyes, she began to count the seconds ticking away on the kitchen clock, inhaling the scent of hot dish soap mixed with the lingering aroma of her father's Old Spice aftershave. In the deep forest behind her backyard, she could hear Jacob's quiet lope as he kept watch. Rosalie's words echoed in her mind. "You should come back soon. I know you have questions." Emotions swirled within her, ranging from anger to joy, from heart-wrenching grief. She felt like a teapot about to boil over. Even if everything with the Cullens, and with Edward, was resolved, she knew she couldn't return to September. She couldn't be that same girl anymore. But Bella needed answers, and she knew exactly where to find them. Peering through her windshield, Bella was struck by an odd sense of déjà vu. The grounds had been edged, manicured, and fertilized with expert hands she suspected belonged to Esme or Alice, transforming the Cullens' home from an empty haunt into something worthy of a magazine cover. Weeks of work completed in a single night. Bella eyed the freshly planted broadleaf lupins and rolled her eyes. She didn't know if it was a coincidence, a joke, or a peace offering, but what she did know was that she didn't have time for any of it. With a determined push, she opened her truck's creaking door and braced against the overpowering scent of bleach that clung to her nose. Bella pried her fingers off the door handle, frowning at the faint reminders of what lay ahead. Bella felt the indents left in the plastic as she shoved her hand into her pocket. With a tap of her elbow, she closed the door behind her. Moving closer to the front door, she concentrated on the crisp crunch of cut grass beneath her boots. The lingering scent of petrichor calmed the turmoil in her stomach. Just then, the front door swung open, revealing Esme. "Bella," Esme breathed, and it took every ounce of Bella's strength not to turn back. A lump formed in her throat, and something heavy settled in her heart as she looked at this impossibly warm woman. "Hey," Bella replied, her voice quiet and rough, uncertain of how to feel in the presence of the person who was supposed to be her second mother, the one who had always reassured her that she belonged, that she was one of them. As they stood there, time seemed to stretch, the seconds ticking by while they locked eyes. A gentle breeze tugged at Bella's Henley before settling down. She noticed Esme's gaze drop to the deep bite just beneath her collar, a flicker of pain passing through her eyes. "Forgive me, dear, I've forgotten my manners," Esme said, blinking as she regained her composure. "Please, come in." She gestured gracefully toward the entryway. Tension coiled in Bella's stomach, making her feel rigid as she trudged past Esme. She lowered her head, avoiding the matriarch's somber gaze. Stepping into the foyer, Bella took in the familiar surroundings, the floor-to-ceiling glass walls, wood and cream-painted surfaces, vaulted ceilings, abstract lighting fixtures, and sumptuous couches with high-end speakers peeking out from the living room area. The gently curving staircase led up to their many luxurious rooms, but as Bella glanced at it, she shook her head. Even as a human, she had always felt out of place in the modern opulence the Cullens had created. Now, she looked down, wincing at the muddy tracks she had left on the gleaming hardwood floors. Great. She felt like a dingy dog. As if sensing her thoughts, Esme reached out with a comforting hand. "Don't worry about that, dear, nothing that can't be cleaned up." Bella swallowed the bitter saliva pooling in her mouth. She didn't push Esme's hand away, but her instinctive stillness revealed her agitation. "I'm sorry, Bella." Esme stepped back, her voice soft and filled with regret. "I shouldn't have intruded in your space. I just wanted to." She trailed off, leaving the words hanging in the air. Bella stared at the floor, her jaw clenched and shoulders tense. "Anyways," Esme sighed, "what I want isn't the important reason here." She gestured toward the staircase, leading Bella upstairs. "Carlisle has been looking forward to speaking with you." As they entered the Cullen home, Bella hadn't realized how quiet it was, mistaking her enhanced hearing for her old human senses. In her previous life, the house could have been filled with people, and she would have been none the wiser. Now, from different parts of the house, she could hear the faint sound of a thick liquid being poured and the rhythmic scratch of a pen on paper. "Where are the others?" Bella asked, noticing Esme's step falter for just a moment before she continued. It seemed everyone would have to adjust to this new reality. Esme flashed Bella a small, surprised smile. "Jasper, Alice, and Emmett have gone hunting. Rosalie is in the garage. And Edward went to inform our cousins in Alaska about our return. They should all be back later today." Bella nodded, taking in the many art pieces adorning the walls. Her eyes traced the individual texture of each brushstroke. She slowed to a stop behind Esme, standing in front of a familiar heavy oak paneled door. It took only a moment after Esme knocked for Carlisle to open it. He greeted Esme with a soft, love-warm smile before turning his golden gaze onto Bella. "It's wonderful to see you again," Carlisle said. There was something in his voice that made Bella look up, finally meeting the eyes of the man she had once dared to love as another father. "Thank you for returning." Bella shrugged, holding back the urge to say, "Well, someone had to." She swallowed the words and rubbed away the sudden itch on her bicep. "Right." Carlisle cleared his throat. "I know you must have questions, and there's much I need to tell you. So please," he said, pushing open the door to his office, "come in." He gave Esme a warm nod before shutting the door behind them, creating an illusion of privacy. Carlisle's office resembled a private library, a stark contrast to the glassy, bright, open spaces that filled the rest of the Cullen home. Magistrates would have felt at peace in this room. The dark mahogany paneling complemented the warm Brazilian cherry floors, and the refined metal lanterns scattered throughout the room created an aura of solemnity. Wall-to-wall bookshelves were stuffed with an array of ancient artifacts in glass cases, worn tomes, leather journals, hardbound medical texts, spiritual writings, and modern paperbacks. On various shelves, Bella noticed piles of papers. From certain angles, she could see diagrams of human anatomy, surgical techniques, and annotations written in Carlisle's neat penmanship. The canvases on the walls also caught her attention. Unlike the fluid, abstract paintings in the rest of the house, the artworks in Carlisle's office were hyper-realistic. They depicted forests, lakes, villages, and people, vivid representations of his personal history bursting from the walls. Bella remembered one painting from her first visit, Carlisle's time in Italy. It portrayed a calm quartet of men, each with the exquisite face of a seraph, standing on a high balcony overlooking a swirling chaos of color. Though the painting was centuries old, Carlisle, the blonde angel, remained unchanged. She recalled the three others, his early acquaintances. What were their names again? Bella asked into the calm silence, stiffening when she realized he had been listening. Carlisle watched her closely as she took in the painting. After a moment of serious contemplation, he said, "Arrow, Marcus, and Caius." He nodded toward the striking trio, two with black hair and one with snow-white locks. "They are the Vulturi." Bella turned to him, her eyebrows knitting together in confusion. "What is a Vulturi?" "They are a family," he explained, though his golden eyes seemed distant. "A very old, very powerful family of our kind. They are the closest thing our world has to a royal family, I suppose. Edward mentioned you lived with them. I did, Carlyle replied, nodding. For a few decades, before I came to America. Bella studied the figures in the painting, noting their indifferent expressions. Why did you decide to leave? The Vulturi, while very refined and respectful of the arts, science, and the law, do not value human life or any being that isn't a vampire. Carlyle's expression darkened. I simply couldn't agree with their involvement in certain activities. His tone piqued Bella's curiosity, and she faced him fully. What kind of activities? That question is actually tied to the reason you're here, Bella. He gestured to his side. On a small metal table next to his desk, Bella noticed medical instruments, professional and impeccably clean. Please, take a seat on the desk. I'm going to conduct a basic physical examination, ask you a few questions, check your wounds, and most importantly, inform you about the children of the moon and their history with the Volturi. Bella swallowed hard, suddenly regretting that she had ever left her bed. The truth felt more uncomfortable than she had anticipated. She perched on the desk as Carlyle pulled his chair closer. The slight height difference between them, which she suspected he had created intentionally, gave her a sense of power, a feeling of control. It was enough to embolden her to ask, "What do you need to know?" "I'm aware of the specific circumstances surrounding your change." Carlyle regarded her with calm, intent eyes. "Jacob and Sam informed me after dropping you off." "You at home? Sam talked to you?" "He did." Carlyle moved to one of the shelves and picked up an item. "Sam said they found this on the boy's body after the full moon." He held up a bracelet, gleaming softly with the muted glow of sterling silver. The interwoven rope was connected to a small nameplate. Bella's sharp eyes caught faint etchings on the plate, symbols that didn't resemble any language she recognized, accompanied by a small design that nagged at her memory. However, the worn surface made it difficult for her to decipher. "Silver?" Bella furrowed her brow. "I thought werewolves couldn't." "That's merely a folktale spread by humans to give them reassurance." Carlyle smiled slightly. "It seems the person who gifted this child the bracelet had a sense of irony." "Why do you think it's a gift?" "The craftsmanship is quite elegant." He pointed to the links. "It suggests mastery and experience beyond that of a young boy. And those words don't look like English." Bella tilted her chin toward the jewelry. "Do you know what it says?" Carlyle regarded her with an impressed expression before sighing and shaking his head. "I couldn't decipher the exact script, but..." He tapped the nameplate. "From the symbolism of the designs and the curvature of certain letters, I believe it's written in Amharic, an ancient Ethiopian language." "Ancient," she echoed. "So he could actually be older than a child?" "Yes, which is the current situation the Cullens and I are trying to resolve." Carlyle retrieved a thin manila folder from his desk. He opened it, revealing the autopsy report of the child. Bella was struck by the severity of the wounds marked on the full-body diagram. The physiology of the children of the moon is remarkably similar yet distinct from that of a vampire's. After the initial transformation, our cells become extremely hard, making our bodies utterly impenetrable compared to our human forms, along with the venom that replaces our bodily fluids, essentially freeze our internal organs. Carlyle paused for a moment, gathering his thoughts. The entropic nature of our human bodies is entirely removed, and without that, we can't use modern instruments to identify this boy. So now, we need to find another way to pinpoint him in time and place. Bella felt her heart skip a beat. The boy's physiology was remarkably similar, yet distinct from a vampire's. "By similar, you mean?" she asked, curiosity piqued. Carlyle's voice lowered, taking on a slow, soothing tone. "Along with exponential speed, strength, and a venomous bite, the children of the moon are also immortal. However, the monthly transformations allow for some leeway in terms of growth. Their hair, nails, body temperature, and muscularity are more adaptable compared to vampires." Immortality. Heat surged through her chest, and she slumped over, gripping the edge of the desk. The dull crunch of African's appeal barely penetrated the roar of her heartbeat. Panting, Bella clutched her chest, sucking in deep breaths. But each inhale felt like swallowing chemically coated needles. Kill, her mind screamed. The wood crumbled to splinters beneath her trembling fingers. It felt too crowded. She needed to move. A strong, icy draft swept through the room, and distantly, she felt more than heard the low vibrations of Carlisle's voice from across the room. "Breathe, Bella. Breathe," he urged. She listened, focusing on the fresh air that slowly anchored her spiraling thoughts. Carlisle stood by the ornate window, rolling a water bottle toward her feet. Suddenly, she realized how thirsty she was. She drank deeply, the cold liquid soothing her tight throat and calming her rapid breathing. The dizziness began to fade. Carlisle watched her with somber, honey-colored eyes, and Bella wondered just how much bad news he had delivered in his long career. Before he mastered the delivery, he shared the news: stage 4 cancer, a collapsed lung, a fatal bullet wound, and now, immortality. Bella let out a breathy laugh, empty and filled with irony. Once upon a time, this was exactly what she had wanted. "Are you all right, Bella?" "Yeah, totally," she replied, waving her hand dismissively as a wave of panic rolled beneath her skin. She felt like a live wire with no outlet in sight. Just, catching my breath." She rested her hand against the desk and jolted at the sensation of the wooden pinpricks digging into her palm. Bella stared at the handprints seared into the surface. "I apologize for not having the window open," Carlisle said, his concerned frown meeting her gaze. "I overlooked the effect of my scent in a room this size." "Yeah, why do you guys smell so bad now?" Bella blurted out, her eyes widening as her mouth ran ahead of her thoughts. Despite the serious atmosphere, Carlisle let out a small chuckle. "It's the instincts of your wolf. Children of the moon and vampires are natural-born enemies, have been for many millennia. Our scent is a deterrent to you, and vice versa. Most of our abilities cancel each other out in battle against werewolves, including our venom." Bella was struck by memories of Laurent in the forest, the surprise in his eyes after he sank his fangs into her neck. Had Sam told them about the vampire's reappearance? And his subsequent disappearance at her hands? The Cullens wolves have a similar distaste for vampires due to their history, Carlisle continued as he grabbed a blood pressure monitor cuff. With gentle hands, he wrapped it around Bella's bicep, squeezing the bulb and taking notes once the monitor beeped. "But I would argue it's much more intense with children of the moon for the exact same reason." He angled his ear toward her left upper chest and closed his eyes. After a few seconds, he wrote down a number. Bella realized it was her heart rate. She turned her attention back to the painting on the wall. "And that history is with the Vulturi," Carlisle said, nodding. "Even during my time with them, there was little knowledge about the children. It was simply understood that they were undesirable, absolute adversaries of the state, and any allegiance with them would result in punishment. This was one of their most important laws." "Because they're natural enemies?" Bella asked, her voice muffled as Carlisle placed the thermometer on her tongue. Carlisle wrote down a number, 108 degrees. Bella gaped at the reading, and contemplated her question. "I would argue that we became more enemies after Caius." "Caius?" Bella frowned, her eyes drawn to the faint sneer of the named figure. "Why him?" "It wasn't just the lack of information about the children," Carlisle sighed. "It was the lack of the children themselves." He reached for an old tome, and Bella recognized the cover from yesterday. He opened it to reveal a sketch of the onyx child. The sheer size of the creature, even on paper, made the words seem laughable. It was said that 2,000 years ago, near the shore of the Danube River in Austria, Caius nearly lost his life in a battle against this creature. Some say Caius was hunting the child for sport, others claim it was a territory dispute. Either way, Caius became terrified of all children, and that fear bred resentment within him, resentment that would have grave consequences for the entire species. Bella stared at him, her heart racing. "What consequences?" "Genocide." Bella's stomach dropped. "What?" After that battle, Caius convinced Arrow and Marcus to support his campaign to decimate the children. Given their potential threat to vampires, it wasn't difficult to rally other covens to join in the hunt. Carlyle tapped the sketch. This is one of the few pieces of evidence that this creature ever existed. The Vulturi took it upon themselves to erase every historical text and landmark related to the children, and the ones they did keep were altered from their original form. Carlyle's eyes darkened as he spoke. Became distant, lost in time. For every supernatural being, the children became an omen. This is what happens when you disrespect the Vulturi. The atmosphere thickened with an aura of death, swelling up around them until it crashed down in waves from the ceiling. They sat still, adrift in the haunting memory of massacred souls, caught in the confluence of the river Styx between Volterra and Forks. A thought flickered in Bella's mind, reminiscent of the doves released from Noah's Ark, searching for land amid the flood. If the Vulturi killed all the children so long ago, Bella began, how are they still here now? I mean, how am I one? The Vulturi succeeded in destroying all the packs in Europe and Asia, as those were the closest continents to Volterra. But Carlyle rubbed his chin thoughtfully, they're a resilient species. It's not surprising that more managed to survive, especially with the aid of their abilities. Besides strength and speed? Exactly. Think of the differences you've experienced since your first change. They may have been drastic for you, but were they noticeable to the other humans around you? Bella reflected on that. Aside from Charlie's questions about her sudden muscularity and her change in eye color, most people hadn't batted an eye at her appearance. The majority of the intense changes were internal and only surfaced in moments of distress. They're able to blend in, aren't they? Carlyle nodded. Much more than vampires, which gives them an advantage. He began packing up the medical instruments, tucking them back into leather pouches and a wooden box. But that changes during the full moon. It does, which is why we're all preparing to help you with the next one. Carlyle paused, turning towards her, his eyes shining with concern. If you're amicable to that, of course. Bella opened her mouth, unsure whether to say no or yes. Then she remembered his words from earlier. Carlyle, you said the Vulturi punish vampires with any allegiance to werewolves. Bella's mind began to race. What happens if they find out about me? Bella asked, her voice tinged with anxiety. The simplest answer is that they can't find out, Carlyle replied, flashing her a muted smile, though his gaze held the weight of centuries. We'll need to be very careful about keeping your change a secret, Bella. Otherwise, no one will enjoy seeing the Vulturi in Forks. After Carlyle shared a list of tips to help her manage her supernatural anxiety and made an earnest promise to check on her soon, Bella found herself staring at the sheet as she descended the stairs. Carlyle and Esme had offered to walk her out, but Bella needed space to breathe, both physically and emotionally. As she blinked back to the present, Bella noticed the collage of graduation caps Edward had shown her over a year ago. An inside joke among my family, he had said. A slow warmth spread through her, and she thought, guess it's my turn to laugh now, huh? Stepping through the front door, Bella felt an eagerness to sink into the nest of blankets awaiting her at home. But just then, a breeze brushed past her face. Amid the sickly sweet astringency wafting from the Cullens home and the fresh dampness of the pine and wood from the surrounding forest, a light aroma filtered through, somehow blending the best of both scents and warming Bella to her core. She opened her eyes, unaware she had even closed them, and tilted her head toward the source of the enticing smell. Metallic clinks and ratchets echoed from around the house. Driven by curiosity, Bella quietly wandered closer to the sound. As she rounded the corner of the front side of the house, she approached the familiar two-story garage. One of the doors was propped open, revealing a yellow canary Porsche hoisted high into the air by a machine. The muted shine of Emmett's muddy Jeep caught her eye from a corner. And next to it, upon closer inspection, was Rosalie's bold crimson convertible, elevated on a jack, exposing the undercarriage to the elegant hands working on it. Bella paused at the sight of long blonde hair cascading down, captivated by the scene unfolding before her. Bella stood there, her heart racing as she took in the scene. Rosalie was tucked under a plain beige ball cap, her willowy shoulders moving gracefully in a snug heather gray tee. She was focused, turning a bolt with a ratchet wrench, and the warm floral fragrance she wore mixed with the scents of motor oil, gas, paint, and polished metal in the air. Bella froze, her hands dangling awkwardly at her sides as she debated whether to stay or leave. "If you're going to stand there and stare," Rosalie said, her voice low and melodious, flowing like golden honey, "you may as well pass me a rag." She tilted her head toward a jet-black Ducati tucked away in the corner. "Over there." Bella swallowed hard and wandered over, her eyes drawn to the array of steel machines, carts, and drawers organized with meticulous care. Everything gleamed, exuding a high-value aura. She noticed the personal touches too, leather journals filled with neat handwriting and sketches of car parts, discarded overalls smeared with small streaks of oil, and car magazines, both modern and vintage, dog-eared at multiple pages. Near a 1956 edition of Sports Cars Illustrated, she spotted an open drawer filled with clean rags, neatly folded and smelling of bleach, vampiric and chemical. Scrunching her nose, Bella grabbed two and made her way back to the focused blonde. Holding out the rags, she waited for Rosalie to turn her head. Without looking, Rosalie reached back with surprising accuracy, wrapping her hand around the rags. Something nameless stirred within Bella, both playful and annoyed. She didn't like how Rosalie avoided her gaze, so she tightened her grip subtly when the girl pulled the rags away. Bella noticed the nearly imperceptible pause when Rosalie felt the resistance, but she wasn't prepared for the moment Rosalie tilted her head to meet her gaze directly. Bella blinked, losing her train of thought. "Hi." Rosalie watched her for a moment longer, her champagne-colored eyes narrowing slightly on the silver. "The situation." Bella watched, transfixed, as Rosalie's eye color shifted to a deep hue of dark toffee, and her pouty lips flattened into a straight line. The blonde raised an arched brow, casting one last glance at Bella's scar before pulling the rags from Bella's loosened fingers. With quick, precise movements, Rosalie turned toward her Mercedes, wiping her hands. Bella straightened, a flush creeping up her neck, one that would never show on her skin. She interpreted Rosalie's continued silence as a subtle dismissal and suddenly felt quite foolish. "What is she to me?" Rosalie had once asked Carlyle in this very garage when Bella was still James Prey and the fragile ward of the Cullens. Shoving her hands into her pockets, Bella prepared to leave when Rosalie spoke up. "Your conversation with Carlyle. How was it?" Bella furrowed her brows. "You didn't hear?" "With the amount of connectedness in my family, I appreciate the importance of privacy." Rosalie paused, angling her head slightly toward Bella. "So no, I didn't listen." "Oh, thanks, and it was good," Bella said, frowning as she shuffled her feet. "Well, good in the sense that he told me everything I should know about my wolf." The last word tripped off her tongue, clumsy and ill-used. "But everything else is." Bella trailed off, unsure of where to begin. Suddenly, the stench of sugary acid and motor oil hit her face. Bella spluttered, swiping at the source of the smell. She realized she was gripping the very rag she had passed to Rosalie, who was now standing, watching Bella with an expression that landed somewhere between amusement and empathy. "Hey," Bella barked. "What was that for?" "Carlyle's rather good at explaining the supernatural to those first entering the world," Rosalie said, a dark, distant smile crossing her face as she ignored Bella's question. "Gentle and patient, but," she pursed her lips, "it doesn't change the reality of who you were, who you are, and how much trouble is waiting for you now that you've changed." Bella interrupted, squeezing the sheet Carlyle had given her into a tight crinkle. Rosalie glanced down at Bella's clenched fists. "And the crazy part?" Bella continued, her thoughts spilling out faster than she could contain them. "I'm somehow worse off than before. Victoria wants my head. The Vulturi will kill everyone once they find out I'm a werewolf." Faint tremors began to shake Bella's frame, her head bowed in despair. "I can't even control this time bomb inside of me. And the only one who had any answers about what to do is dead, leaving no clue about how to figure out his identity." The roiling heat climbed higher within her, fogging her mind and leaving her blind to everything except rage, anxiety, and fear. And right now, the only thing I can use is this stupid sheet of paper. A warm, sweet fragrance flowed into her senses, gently cutting through the turmoil. She shuddered as a cool grip encircled her wrist, elegant fingers tugging the paper from her unyielding grasp. But Bella wasn't cold, just. "Bella," Rosalie murmured, firm yet gentle. "Look at me." Bella's wild gaze met Rosalie's, which shone with a chilly silver that matched the cool interior of the garage. Calmly, Rosalie waited for Bella to settle down, recognizing the familiar rage within her. When Bella finally did, Rosalie succinctly said, "I understand." The weary fierceness in Rosalie's whiskey gold eyes convinced Bella that she truly did. That feeling of powerlessness, when things look bad. Rosalie paused, correcting herself. When things are bad, like someone's taken your world and replaced it with a nightmare you can't wake up from. Rosalie's eyes darkened. "I get it." Bella held her gaze, an unconscious urge rising alongside the turmoil. Oddly, it reminded her of Jacob. "Charlie," Bella began, the need to address her feelings pressing down on her. "Do you still feel that way?" Her voice was dry and quiet. Rosalie shook her head. "No." "How did you stop?" Bella asked, searching for answers. Rosalie considered the question, a shadow passing over her features. One miserable, bloody step at a time. But they were steps nonetheless. She let out a chuckle, a dark, sultry sound that sent a shiver down Bella's spine. "I'd remind myself, cut down each hydra head until there's nothing but stumps." "It worked," Bella said, her curiosity piqued. Rosalie's fiery gaze locked onto Bella's brown-gray eyes, the silver now just a thin ring around the iris. "But then again," she shrugged, "I've always been a little theatrical." Suddenly, Rosalie pulled her hand away from Bella's wrist. Bella frowned and opened her mouth to speak, but the words caught in her throat, morphing into a deep, primal sneer. The strong scent of rotting fruit wafted through the garage door, drawing her attention. Bella turned to face the intruder, instinctively stepping in front of Rosalie. Across the property, near the tree line, stood Edward. Bella's body slackened in surprise. "Hello, Bella," he said, his velvet voice carrying across the distance and igniting a whirlwind of emotions within her. "Can we talk?" Chapter 11, For Whom the Bells Toll. 6 months. A lifetime had passed in that time. "I would like to ask one favor, though, if that's not too much," Edward had said. Bella wondered what he saw on her face, because something flickered across his own in response. But before she could identify it, he composed his features into a serene mask once more. "Anything," Bella vowed, her voice faint. As she watched, his frozen eyes began to melt. The gold became liquid, molten, burning into her with overwhelming intensity. "Don't do anything reckless or stupid," he ordered, his tone no longer detached. "Do you understand what I'm saying?" Bella nodded, feeling helpless. The fire left his eyes, and the distance returned. "I'm thinking of Charlie, of course. He needs you. Take care of yourself, for him." Bella nodded again. "I will," she whispered. He seemed to relax, just a little. "And I'll make you a promise in return," he said. "I promise that this will be the last time you'll see me. I won't come back. I won't put you through anything like this again. You can go on with your life without any more interference from me. It will be as if I'd never existed." Bella's knees must have started to shake, because the trees suddenly wobbled around her. She could hear the blood pounding in her ears. His voice sounded far away, like a velvet murmur at the end of a tunnel. "Don't worry, Bella." He smiled gently. "You're human, your memory is no more than a sieve. Time heals all wounds for your kind." "Bella?" Edward asked, walking a few steps toward the pair in the garage. The girl in question blinked, waving away the memory. Bella glanced down at the white rag in her hand, fluttering in the breeze. She frowned, realizing belatedly that there were no gusts flowing through the open garage door. It was just her, trembling from the minute shivers racking down her frame. This cold rage was a vulture held in the fragile cage of her heart. Self-control. Part of Bella felt utterly drained by the constant blue flames of anger that flared up within her at the slightest provocation. Yet, another part was grateful. Her anger overshadowed all the other emotions that threatened to unravel her. Whether wolf or girl, she was determined not to show any more weakness, especially not to him. "Edward," Rosalie said, stepping around Bella to glare at her brother. She stretched an arm back toward Bella, whether to block her or grab her wrist, Bella couldn't tell. Now is not a good time for this. You know what Carlisle and Esme said. Bella is still adjusting. Edward's gaze remained fixed on Bella as he echoed the last word from Rosalie's thoughts. His expression tightened, a mix of displeasure, guilt, and unease flickering across his face as he sensed the waves of hostility radiating from Bella. I know. I just decided to make another impulsive decision with no concern for others. Rosalie scoffed, her scowl worn from countless arguments with Edward. Why am I not surprised? Don't act like you didn't agree with that impulsive decision the first time, Rosalie. Edward turned his dark eyes on his sister. Your sanctimonious attitude won't change the fact that you wanted to leave, too. Sanctimonious? Rosalie bared her teeth in a feral smile, taking a tense step closer to him. Coming from the boy with a god complex the size of. Stop, Bella interjected, her low voice laced with steel. Both of you. The siblings snapped their gazes to her, their eyes black with anger. But Bella stood tall, that same steel woven through her broad shoulders. The trembles that had once shaken her were nowhere to be found. The Cullens were taken aback by the control she held over herself, and they turned their eyes away from their heated bickering. Bella's gray-brown eyes locked onto Edward with a cool focus, fire tempered into glass. You want to talk, she said, the question hanging in the air like a challenge. Statement, a dare thrown back to him. Edward nodded in acknowledgement. For a moment, Bella turned inward, observing the constant battle among her head, heart, and instincts. As long as she could remember, they had always been at odds. She had bitten her tongue against school bullies, repressed her frustrations with her eternally youthful mother, and since moving to Forks, ignored the logic of avoiding a supernatural predator who went feral at the mere scent of her blood. Even when Edward left, becoming a hallucinatory manifestation of that very logic, she chose to ignore it in favor of pursuing greater danger. Bella realized she had never been in alignment, always losing balance within herself, until now. As she watched Edward, a numbness swept through her, leaving only a grim certainty. All right, she said. Rosalie. Bella turned to the blonde, who was observing them both with a stiff displeasure. Could you give us some space to speak? Rosalie raised an eyebrow, scoffing in disbelief. Please. The vampire's derision lessened as she caught the expression in Bella's eyes. Rosalie sighed, casting one last glare at her brother. Carlisle, Esme, and I will be nearby, just in case. Bella noted the subtle reminder of eavesdropping and nodded her head in gratitude for the warning. Thank you. With that, Rosalie moved in a blur toward the Cullens' main house, the scent of fresh flowers and gasoline lingering in her wake. As Bella stared after the blonde, a sudden question struck her. Why did Rosalie smell so different from the others? The near-silent crunch of grass under Edward's feet brought her attention back to him. Instead of standing at the edge of the clearing, he had moved closer, now halfway to the garage. His expression unfolded into an ancient sadness as he watched Bella. For a moment, they simply stared at one another. Though the sky was mostly cloudy, occasional bursts of sunlight illuminated Edward's face, making it sparkle like a million diamonds. Bella had been captivated by the incandescence since that day in the meadow. In the past, she always hesitated, always feared that he would vanish like a mirage, too beautiful to be real. But now, with him standing right in front of her, a part of Bella still couldn't shake the feeling that this was some absurd dream. Then he spoke, his smooth voice making her fingers twitch. Isabella, Edward pronounced her full name with care. How are you? Bella furrowed her brows and side-eyed him as if he were crazy. I'm fine. I may not be able to hear your thoughts, he hesitated, but even I can guess that's not entirely accurate. In spite of the situation, or perhaps because of it, she let out a small, bitter chuckle. What do you want me to say here, Edward? Nothing. He took a deep breath. I owe you an apology. No, I owe you much, much more than that. But you have to know, the words began to flow rapidly, the way Bella remembered he sometimes spoke when he was agitated. She had to concentrate to catch them all, that I had no idea. I didn't realize the mess I was leaving behind. I thought it was safe for you here. So safe. I had no idea that Victoria, his lips curled back as he said the name, would come back. I'll admit, when I saw her that one time, I was much more focused on James's thoughts. I just didn't see that she had this kind of response to him. That she even had such a tie to him. I think I understand why now. She was so sure of him that the thought of him failing never occurred to her. Her overconfidence clouded her feelings about him, preventing me from seeing the depth of their bond. Not that there's any excuse for what I left you to face. When I heard what you told Alice, what she saw herself, when I realized that you had to put your life in the hands of werewolves, immature and reckless. The worst threat out there, aside from Victoria herself. He shuddered, pausing for a moment as his words caught in his throat. Please know that I had no idea of any of this. I feel sick to my core, even now, knowing that I can see you safe, alive. I am the most miserable excuse for. Stop, Bella interrupted, her voice firm. Edward stared at her with eyes full of anguish, and she searched for the right words to convey the turmoil inside her. Her gut twisted at his words. The worst thing out there besides Victoria? Edward, she let out a stunned, disdainful laugh. Those werewolves. The ones that saved my life more than once. I'm just like them. I didn't mean it like that. Edward scowled, shaking his head. It's different. You're different. That's right, I am. Bella crossed her arms, pressing her fingers into the silver scar hidden beneath her shirt. I'm worse. You know, after you left, she continued, her voice weary and raw, I had a lot of different dreams, and some were about moments like this. And when I'd wake up, it felt like I'd fallen into a nightmare. Because you were gone, your family was gone, and it felt like, Bella clenched her jaw, hope had vanished. Bella. So, imagine my surprise, she said, a grim smile touching her lips before settling into a flat line, when I finally see your face after months, and you look at me with utter disgust. But the crazy part? When I think back on that moment, I realize I felt the exact same way. Bella met his broken gaze, her voice low. And I spent the night thinking, maybe it's just heartbreak, you know? Maybe I'm just angry right now, and we can work this out, but I just need some time. But, Edward, it wasn't just you who made me feel this way. It was your whole family. Everyone. Everyone except. I mean, I got bitten because I was chasing a mirage of. You, Edward said, squeezing his eyes shut, because it made me feel better. Bella sighed, her voice ragged. So I knew this. Feeling wasn't just hurt. It felt like running when the house was on fire, or gasping when there was no air. It was instinct, too primal to be rationalized, too powerful to disobey. The vampire ran a heavy hand through his hair, his tortured topaz eyes turning toward her. I let you down, he said, and Bella didn't argue, because it was true. And I'll have to live forever with the price of that. There was another truth, one Bella admitted with a half-hearted shrug. I let myself down, too. Edward took slow, graceful steps toward her, watching her with a pained hesitancy as he reached for her hand. Bella allowed it, her wolf calm as if sensing the finality of the moment. Bella, I'm grateful for the time we spent together. His intense gaze swept over her features. You are a wonder to know. Her eyes stung with sharp tears, and she let them fall, gripping his hand in return, warning the Bella who loved Edward and the Edward who loved her back. The versions of themselves that, for a moment, had gotten their timing right. After a moment, a self-deprecating smile flickered on Edward's lips as he stepped back. I imagine Charlie will be jumping for joy after this. Probably. Bella let out a silent, teary laugh, then remembered a promise. Edward? Yes? He looked at her, concern etched on his face, brows furrowed. Just near the canopy of noble fir trees, a flock of golden-crowned kinglets burst through the leaves, startled by the sound of a sturdy thud and the plaintive, surprised yell of one Edward Cullen. Ow. That hurt. My dad wanted me to say hi. As sunset approached, an array of distractions guided her thoughts away from the Cullens. Bella blinked slowly in the last rays of light. Sunlight streamed through her windshield, illuminating the colorful, abstract strokes of the sky, bursting reds, deep indigos, and pale lavender stretching across the horizon's celestial canvas. A somber gratitude curled in her chest as she took it all in. Her hand moved to the passenger seat, lightly tracing the invitation letter that had accompanied her drive to La Push. Harry's smiling, wrinkled face, adorned with his favorite cap, beamed from the front page. Please join us for a celebration of life in honor of the beloved Harold Clearwater. Bella's thoughts drifted back to when she was 7 years old. Lake Crescent sparkled like cobalt crystal under the July sun as she wiggled her toes in the water beneath the warm wooden docks. Behind her, Charlie and Harry were caught up in a playful argument about the weight of their catch, each man's voice booming with competitiveness, convinced he had landed the bigger rainbow trout. Bells. Charlie called out. Bella looked up from the water to see her father and Harry awaiting her attention like eager students. Bella, do us a favor and tell us which fish is bigger. Bella pursed her lips, her narrowed brown eyes flickering between the two fish. It was hard to choose. They were so similar, like picking between two Skittles. Bella, Harry said, his voice warm and inviting, his bushy eyebrows raised in anticipation. Would you like some of that vanilla ice cream Sue makes? She can add those frozen blueberries you love. He dodged a playful elbow that Charlie threw into his side. Well, young Bella thought, it did seem like Harry's fish had a longer tail. But she remembered Charlie's warnings about honesty and sighed. It wouldn't be fair to her dad if she lied, even if the thought of Sue's homemade ice cream made her mouth water just from the memory. After a mental game of eeny meeny miny mo, she still couldn't decide. They look the same. It's a tie. The men erupted into loud, playful groans, jostling each other as they began to pack away their gear. Bella picked up stray bits of their adventure, feeling a bittersweet nostalgia wash over her. As Bella sorted through the bait and line scraps, she was pleasantly surprised to feel the light weight of a bucket hat shade her face. She looked up to find Harry smiling warmly at her. Wouldn't want you to get a sunburn before your ice cream, he said, his eyes twinkling with mischief. Bella's eyebrows shot up in excited disbelief. I can still have some? Of course. Harry scoffed, his voice a deep bellow. He gently patted her head, now sheltered under his bucket hat. Every great fish judge deserves a treat, and you did very well. Just then, they heard Charlie mumbling curses and groans nearby. Let's go help your father untangle that fishing line before he scares away all the other animals, Harry suggested. Dad. No swearing, Bella giggled, taking Harold's hand as they walked off the dock. It was only 15 miles to La Push from Forks, with gorgeous, dense green forests lining the road for most of the way, and the wide Cullens River snaking beneath it twice. Bella was grateful for the view and tried to soak up as much sunlight as possible. Having visited the beaches around La Push many times, the mile-long crescent of First Beach felt familiar. Yet, it still took her breath away. The water was a dark gray, even in the sunlight, with white caps crashing against the rocky shore. Islands jutted out of the steel harbor waters, their sheer cliffs rising to uneven summits, crowned with majestic fir trees. At the water's edge, the beach offered only a thin strip of sand, quickly giving way to millions of large, smooth stones that appeared uniformly gray from a distance. Up close, however, they revealed every shade imaginable: terracotta, sea green, lavender, blue-gray, and dull gold. The tide line was littered with huge driftwood trees, bleached bone white by the salt waves. Some lay piled together against the edge of the forest fringe, while others rested solitary, just out of reach of the waves. A brisk wind swept off the water, adding to the wild beauty of the scene. The air was cool and briny. Pelicans floated gracefully on the swells while seagulls and a solitary eagle wheeled above them. Clouds began to gather in the sky, threatening to encroach at any moment, but for now, the sun shone bravely in its descending halo of blue. In the distance, the rhythmic sound of drumming and traditional Quileute songs filled the open space. Bella carefully made her way down to the beach, drawn toward two rings of massive, lit driftwood logs. The azure sage fire blazed tall, illuminating the many La Push natives gathered near the flames, encircling something significant. Dressed in tunics and kilts made from bearskin and cedar, several young men danced around the centerpiece. Their faces, painted in vivid hues of white, red, and black, were serious and focused as they sang responses to the tribal elders' calls. Bella recognized Jacob, Seth, and the other Quileute wolves among them. Between the rolling waves of the river and the robust flames lay a large, glistening cedar-stripped dugout canoe. At its center rested a figure wrapped in a burial shroud made from the heart of a red western cedar tree, woven with gray wolf skins. Beside the figure was a fishing pole, a tonto knife, and a worn hunting cap, all smashed and purposely torn, as if the essence of these belongings had departed hand in hand with their owner. Bella felt a pang of sorrow as she realized it was Harry. Women and children, dressed in cedar skirts, shawls, and robes adorned with shell beads, gently placed preserved thimbleberries, edible roots, and tiger lilies over his body. The tangerine petals of the flowers glowed like divine lanterns in the firelight. Leah stood at the bow, her body trembling slightly, alongside her mother. Sue, gripping the canoe's gunwale with her chin raised and eyes closed, radiated a glow that mirrored the flames surrounding her. Bella could hear the soft hums of her rich voice blending with the drumming and the rising chorus of voices, a mournful vibrato that resonated deeply in the air. Bella was momentarily hypnotized until she spotted her father in the background, accompanied by a couple of folks Harry knew from outside La Push. They were outsiders, given the rare opportunity to witness his send-off. Bella made her way over to her father's side. Charlie greeted her with a gruff nod, wrapping an arm around her shoulders. Together, they turned back to the center where Billy, surrounded by the other tribal elders, began to speak in Quileute. His voice resonated with a robust, heartfelt tone. At times, his voice would boom, reaching toward the indigo sky, prompting the young men and children to hoot and holler in support, their energy carrying the essence of his message. Bella observed as the women gathered around Leah and Sue, placing their hands wherever they could on their bodies, murmuring quiet affirmations to accompany Billy's words. Then, Billy's gaze met hers. The chief's dark eyes felt like a swelling wave, drawing her focus as he spoke again, this time in English. May Sakati guide his journey to Akalat and beyond. To her left, several sparks flickered on the ocean's surface. Bella turned her attention away from Billy and froze at the sight beside her. A small fleet of canoes, crafted in a similar style to Harry's, silently floated on the water. Each canoe was manned by two older men, one rowing, the other holding a wooden pole with a now-lit lantern. They watched the proceedings with keen eyes beneath their face paint. The women stepped away from Harry's canoe, with Sue placing a final kiss on his forehead and Leah bending down to whisper a last message before setting a tiny doll by his side. In their place, the young men moved forward. Bella watched as Jacob, Seth, Sam, Quill, Paul, Embry, and Jared stepped up, grasped the canoe's gunwale, and heaved it onto their shoulders. They walked toward the water, where two canoes began unraveling a heavy rope, tossing one end near the other's vessel. As Sam's pack reached deeper waters, they gently placed Harry's canoe onto the surface. Seth and Jacob took their positions, ready to continue the ceremony. They tied the ends of each rope around and through the wooden bars of the canoe thwart, creating a net that connected Harry to the two canoes alongside him. Slowly, the fleet began to row further and further across the ocean toward their distant destination. Amid the crimson glow of the lanterns and the flickering firelight, the massive silhouette of James Island rose from the Pacific, a sacred burial ground for the Quileute tribal elders and chiefs. Soon, Billy called out a command, and the tribe responded in unison, their voices intertwining in a hauntingly beautiful song. The drums picked up their rhythm once more, feet began to stomp, and hands twirled in time with the music. The flames danced in response, their tendrils swaying to the melody rising from their hearts. Bella watched as the lanterns of the canoes shrank into the distance. Within the storm of her grief, a glimmer of sunlight broke through her spirit. It wasn't the warmth of her wolf, but a gentle heat reminiscent of floppy bucket hats and a bright, laugh-lined grin, a final farewell before his departure. Goodbye, Harry, Bella thought, sending her wishes into the wind. Safe travels. Chapter 12, The Violet Hour. Bella sat at the kitchen table, watching the tiny dust motes dance in the air as she lost herself in thought. In the days following Harry's funeral, Bella and Charlie had spent a lot of time in La Push, visiting the Clearwaters and offering help wherever they could. The matriarch bore her husband's death with profound grace, serving as an anchor for her children and keeping them steady. It warmed Bella's heart to witness how the Quileute people looked after their own. Every day, kind faces would stop by Sue's home, bringing gifts, fixing anything that was broken, or coming to cook and clean. Sam often took Leah and Seth into the woods to hunt, guiding them to release the pent-up energy that grief had built up inside them. Eventually, Bella and Charlie started to give them space as Charlie returned to work and Bella caught up on her schoolwork. In the midst of solving a calculus problem, Bella found her mind drifting into a sea of grief and helpless loss, waves that seemed to crash more frequently now that she was alone. A firm knock pulled her from her thoughts. The familiar scent of amber, sandalwood, and engine oil wafted under the front door's weather strip. Bella frowned. Jacob, she murmured to herself. Since the night of the Cullens' arrival and Harry's passing, they hadn't had much time to talk. And honestly, Bella wasn't sure she wanted to. Jacob was a blessing in her life for many reasons, but that night at the Cullens had revealed a certain intensity in him that she could no longer ignore. It had been easy to push those feelings aside amidst her depression and with Victoria still on the loose. Jacob represented safety and happiness, a sun-warmed harbor and Fork's ever-rainy climate. Bella found it hard to rid herself of his presence, especially since he had become such a permanent fixture in her heart. But was she being selfish for not confronting the truth about Jacob's real feelings? Was she guarding herself against the possibility of him leaving her when those feelings weren't returned? Another rhythmic knock echoed against the door jamb. Bella took a deep breath, preparing herself for whatever came next. Bella sighed, gathering herself before opening the door. A small smile crept onto her face as she watched Jacob stretch his head back, eyes closed, basking in the rays of the mid-afternoon sun. In that moment, he looked more like a large house cat than a fierce wolf. A second later, her best friend blinked and focused his gaze on Bella. In his eyes, she saw a myriad of emotions, some familiar, some not. It struck her as funny that they could still be in sync, even amid their individual uncertainties. Jacob took a deep breath and greeted her with a casual, "Hey." "Hi," Bella replied, echoing his greeting. She noticed a small clack and glanced down at the familiar, worn motorcycle helmet in his hand. Behind him, she spotted Billy's truck, which housed 2 motorcycles, one of them with an extra helmet strapped to its handlebars. Bella raised an eyebrow at Jacob and instinctively scanned the area for Charlie. Her protective instincts kicked in. She had a feeling that Charlie wouldn't appreciate the picture Jacob and she were painting right now. Bringing her questioning gaze back to Jacob, she asked, He rubbed the back of his head. "I thought it would be good for us to hang out. We haven't had time to talk after everything." Bella nodded, biting the corner of her lip. She tilted her head toward the bikes. "And the motorcycles? Have you ridden one since your first change?" Bella shook her head. A devil-may-care grin spread across Jacob's face. "Want to see what the difference is?" The engine rumbled beneath her as she straddled the iron beast, and the miles sped away beneath its black wheels. Bella couldn't help but laugh as the wind whipped her hair around her face, and she unconsciously squeezed the lever on the great Y-shaped handlebars, coaxing even more power from the sturdy machine. She took in the towering Sitka spruces, merely iridescent in the afternoon sun, and felt the brisk breeze billowing around her. The sounds of Jacob's wind-drenched howls filled the air as he popped a wheelie, adding to the lightheartedness of the moment. This was nothing like the rides she remembered. Bella felt like a comet, bare yet soaring, bold, fast, and searing. At the same time, she exuded the ease of a masterful yogi, displaying immaculate balance and control. Yet beneath it all, she sensed a missing undercurrent in her emotional landscape. Its absence left her feeling strangely empty. However, with all that free space inside her, a carefree joy bloomed in her heart. It startled her into a tiny smile, and she let out loud giggles, reminiscent of childhood laughter. As she leaned her bike into a wide curve, her fingertips grazed the asphalt. In that moment, she recalled a distant feeling, fear. As the bend began to straighten out, Jacob edged up next to her, his eyes bright. "Race you to the treaty line?" he bellowed. Bella laughed, a smirk forming on her lips. She revved her throttle and sped out of the curve before his surprised yell could reach her ears. Give her a straight road through forks all the way to the Pacific, and she would ask for nothing more in this life or the next. "I beat you fair and square, Black," Bella teased, rolling her eyes. "Just enjoy the taste of defeat. Fair isn't getting your bike at 70 miles per hour before we've even said go." Jacob scoffed. "Besides, I said I'll grant you the win. All I'm asking for is a little rematch." They grabbed their sodas from the fridge and waved to Billy before heading out to Jacob's garage. Bella mused, her tone dubious. "That doesn't really sound like granting me the win. More like the sweet sound of a sore loser, actually." Yeah, rub it in," Jacob replied, bumping her shoulder playfully. "Next time, all you'll be able to do is kiss my ass when I blow past you." Bella craned her neck to glance at Jacob's backside. It's a cute butt, so not a huge burden." A faint flush bloomed in Jacob's cheeks. He coughed and fell quiet for a few moments. Just then, an elephant ambled into the garage. Bella watched as Jacob's face shifted through embarrassment, confusion, and finally, reflection. She felt a twinge of guilt for accidentally teasing him, but decided to let him gather his thoughts before she spoke again. Jacob tossed her a rag and began wiping down his own bike. As he moved around the exhaust pipes, he finally spoke. "I'm surprised you're here." Bella paused, polishing her handlebars, and squinted at him. "What do you mean?" "Well, I thought you'd be at the Cullens by now," Jacob said, staring intently at the rear fender of his bike, as if it held all the answers. "Spending time with the leech. I've been to their place a couple of times, but not for Edward, anymore." Bella sighed. "We broke up." "Oh." Bella stifled a chuckle at the way Jacob's ears perked up. "Why?" "We needed different things." She flashed him a glimpse of her bitten bicep. "Things we couldn't give each other." A weary smile emerged on her lips. "So it was best to have the freedom to find it ourselves." Jacob nodded, but the lightness in his eyes turned to worry. "And how are you?" "I'm adjusting." Bella glanced around the garage, gathering her thoughts. "It feels like I'm not just mourning our relationship but my old life. The old me." She fiddled with the rag in her lap. "Now, I can't go back, and everything in front of me feels more chaotic by the day." "I know it's a real mindfuck, Bella," Jacob said, his large hand replacing the rag and enveloping hers in a warm embrace. "But you don't have to figure it out alone. You've got people on your side, including me." Bella closed her eyes at the warmth of his touch and took a breath, readying herself for the conversation ahead. The spark of heat in Jacob's eyes at the news of her and Edward's split didn't go unnoticed. "Jake?" Bella felt him scoot closer, his warmth radiating into her space. "Yeah, Bells." Jacob replied, his voice low as he gently rubbed his thumb across her palm and leaned in slightly. "God damn it, Jacob. This is the worst time to start making a move. Can I ask you a really awkward question?" Bella squeaked, craning her neck to look into his eyes. Jacob paused, his gaze heavy with low-lidded eyes and a slight furrow in his brow. Of course, what's up? Just rip the bandage off, Bella. Do you have feelings for me? Jacob blinked a few times, and Bella watched as he transformed from the confident Casanova back to a shy teenager. He glanced down at their entwined hands and shrugged. His answer, quiet yet all-encompassing, fell from his lips, and she could feel the weight of his heart in those words, I do. Bella sighed, a sizable fear swelling within her that she might lose her best friend. But she refused to use Jacob's feelings as a makeshift bandage for her own issues. She had to learn to stand on her own. Jacob. Her fingers trembled slightly as she spoke. You're an amazing person and my best friend. He looked down at her hands, re-gripping them with an instinctual gentleness to steady her shakes. You helped me when you had nothing to gain from it. When I was nothing. A wet, awe-filled laugh escaped her lips. You saved my life, more than once, and taught me how to enjoy it, to cherish it. You inspire me every day with your bravery, your loyalty, and your kindness. Then, Bella held his gaze with a somber intensity. I wish I could return your feelings, but I can't, not in the way you'd want me to. I'm sorry. Jacob gave a slow nod, pulled back his hands, and avoided her gaze, falling into silence. Bella could read his disappointment in the subtle signs she had learned to decode, the weariness emanating from him. A heavy stone settled in Bella's stomach. Jacob was someone she would do anything for, yet here she was, unable to give him the one thing he truly wanted. Honesty might be the best policy, but no one ever warned her about the painful consequences of being truthful. Bella stood up and grabbed her belongings. After slipping on her coat, she turned to face him. I understand if you don't want to be friends anymore, so... She sighed, trying to ignore the tears threatening to spill from her eyes. Thank you for everything, Jacob. I don't deserve you, and I'm grateful for all you've done for me. It's been more than enough. With those words, Bella turned and walked toward the door. The day the bloodsuckers came back, you asked me to break my people's law for you. Jacob's voice was gruff and strained, hanging heavy in the air. A law older than my grandfather, created to protect people like you. Bella froze. You asked me to break it based on a feeling, a belief that the enemy of my tribe would somehow spare you and ignore a biological urge to drain you of your blood. Jacob scoffed, shaking his head. And I did. When Sam reamed me out for disobeying, I couldn't even bring myself to feel guilty about it. Jacob squeezed the soiled rag in his hand and let out a disbelieving chuckle. Because if it keeps you safe, I'd break any law, shatter any treaty to make it happen. Forget the consequences. He looked up into Bella's wide eyes, his gaze steady and intense. You can be a depressed dumbass sometimes, but my life is much better with you in it than without you. Romance or not. Gratitude welled up in Bella, pushing her tears closer to the surface. Jake, I don't know what to say. Don't say anything. Jacob shook his head. Just take your bike home and give me some space to get over this. My bike? Bella glanced at the shining chrome of the motorcycle's gas tank. No, Jacob, I can't take this. When you were riding, your wolf was silent, wasn't it? Jacob raised an eyebrow at her. Bella was silent, her shock evident. You know, when you mentioned that your wolf felt separate from you, like it wasn't really you, I knew something was off. Rachel told me about a psychology class she took, where she learned about different disorders. One of them was called dissociative identity disorder, Jacob explained. He rolled his eyes. Honestly, science tries to put a negative spin on anything it can't fully understand. So, I did some extra research at the school library. The book suggested that meditation could help. My dad's always trying to get me to meditate like he does, to better focus my emotions, but I'd rather ride a bike than sit still. The speed, the constant turns, you have to be super present, Bella filled in, finally managing to stop gaping. Yeah, Jacob nodded. Stillness in motion, my dad always says. Anyway, it's a good way to connect with your wolf. So, Bella, Just take the bike. Stillness in motion. Bella mumbled, still overwhelmed by how much effort Jacob was putting into helping her after just a casual comment. She shook her head. But, Jake, what about Charlie? He'll kill me if he sees me on this. Don't worry. Dad talked to him, Jacob shrugged, dropping the bike's keys into her hand. He wasn't thrilled, but Charlie's willing to give it a shot if you take it seriously. Just don't pop any wheelies where he can see you. Bella stared at him, speechless. Please, Bella, leave now, Jacob said with a snort. He handed her a helmet and pulled her in for a quick hug. Otherwise, I'm going to kiss you, and you'll probably punch me. And honestly, I have a feeling you could break my jaw now, so, no thanks. His playful words contrasted with the serious look in his eyes and the flatness of his small smile. Give me time, all right? Of course, Bella replied, swinging a leg over her new bike. Whatever you need. Thank you, Jacob. As she sped off, Jacob waved goodbye before reaching for the volume knob on his old boombox. Far Side's "Passin' Me By" filled the air, setting the mood just right. A bittersweet chuckle escaped him as he focused on his bike. Bella stood in front of the Cullens' door, surprised to be back so soon, especially just a weekend before school resumed. Carlisle had called the house, asking her to visit in preparation for being around humans again. She had almost dismissed the idea of meeting him when the memory of that day in gym class flashed vividly in her mind. She hadn't hurt Lauren too badly, but what if she had lost control? Could she have broken her ribs? Maybe even worse? Those fears pushed her to accept the doctor's offer, and now here she was, fidgeting in her worn flannel jacket, her hands shoved deep in her pockets, hesitating to knock and re-enter the dragon's den. Ultimately, the decision was made for her. The front door swung open, releasing a sharp waft of fruity isopropyl alongside a deep, boisterous voice. Bella. What are you doing just standing outside? We've been waiting. Emmett Cullen, with his bear-like stature, greeted her with a giant smirk. You do know the stories say it's vampires who need to ask for permission to enter houses, right? Not werewolves. Yeah, I know. Bella couldn't suppress a small, internal smile as she shrugged. I was just thinking. About how you're a badass, superhuman heartbreaker now. Emmett leaned against the door, arms crossed, nodding in a mock-serious manner. Eddie's been playing classical versions of Coldplay non-stop this week. He leaned down and whispered, I'm glad he's up in Alaska today. I think my ears might start bleeding if I have to hear Fix You again. Bella leaned back, crinkling her nose. Sorry. Just then, Esme's voice reached them, her warm tone tinged with a hint of sternness. Emmett, let Bella inside before she catches her death out there. Emmett paused, then opened his mouth again, ready to respond. With a mischievous twinkle in his eye. Don't even start, Emmett, Rosalie's voice chimed in, dry yet alluring. Bella took a deep breath, trying to ease the sudden tension in her posture. I already know the joke, and it's definitely not as funny as you think it is. Who needs Edward to ruin my fun when you two do it so well? Emmett exclaimed, throwing his hands up dramatically before stepping aside and gesturing for Bella to enter the house with the flourish of an exasperated butler. Bella followed Emmett into the living room, where Rosalie and Esme were settled on a plush leather sectional couch. The movie Love in the Afternoon played softly on the 65-inch flat-screen TV mounted above the sleek, dark charcoal mantel of the fireplace. The gentle crackle of the burning wood blended seamlessly with Audrey Hepburn's sweet, innocent tones as she captivated the attention of Gary Cooper's mature character. From upstairs, Bella could hear the low murmur of Alice and Jasper chatting in their bedroom. Welcome back, Bella. We're glad to see you again, Esme said warmly, instinctively rising to greet Bella with a hug. But then she caught herself, freezing for a moment before transforming her greeting into a bright, albeit slightly embarrassed, smile. Carlisle will be down in a moment, he's just finishing a call with a coworker. Esme gestured for Bella to take a seat in an adjacent armchair. Would you like anything to drink? Eat? Bella settled into the chair, grateful for Esme's awareness. Although the Cullens scent didn't unsettle her as much as it had on her first night with them, being in their territory, home, she corrected herself, still made her wolf stir uneasily. No, thank you. Emmett plopped down on the couch, wrapping a muscular arm around Rosalie's shoulders. The blonde vampire, though distracted by Bella and Esme, leaned into his embrace. Bella shifted her gaze, trying to avoid looking in their direction as a swirl of discomfort blossomed within her. A bit more cautious. Bella felt a knot tighten in her stomach. She initially brushed it off as a longing for the comfort of being held by someone special. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed the tender way Emmett was rubbing Rosalie's arm, and she blinked away her intense focus, frowning slightly. Bella, Carlyle said as he appeared at the bottom of the stairs, a warm smile on his face. Thank you for coming on such short notice. Hey, Bella replied, sitting up straighter in her chair. So, what did you need to tell me? Well, Carlyle said, settling next to Esme, as we discussed previously, I shared information about the children and your newfound abilities. Yeah, Bella responded with a slow nod. More strength, speed, vampire venom can't affect me, and immortality. Correct, Carlyle confirmed. However, there's more you need to know. Just like vampires, children also experience bloodlust, although your cravings will primarily be for flesh. That desire peaks during the full moon when you're in your physical werewolf form. Flesh? Bella interrupted, her face going pale as she gripped the armrests of her chair. The memory of Lawrence's remnants still haunted her. Are people included too? Carlyle sighed. Yes. What? Why didn't you tell me this sooner? Bella exclaimed, her voice rising. I could have harmed someone. Her hands trembled at the thought. What if she had lost control around the Quilutes or Charlie? Bella, breathe, Rosalie urged, her tone firm yet soothing. Emmett glanced at her, taken aback. Carlyle wouldn't let that happen. Let him explain, Emmett said. Bella clenched her teeth, inhaling deeply to steady herself. She nodded at Carlyle. Thank you, Rosalie. Carlyle gave her an appreciative look. Bella, in your human form, the urge to consume living beings, humans, animals, or otherwise, is minimal compared to when you're a werewolf. It's manageable if you satisfy your cravings with animal meat and stay vigilant around people. As the full moon approaches, we'll need to be more cautious. Be more careful, Carlyle urged, opening his palms to Bella as he leaned forward. I didn't want to overwhelm you with too much information all at once. Your body may have adapted to the trauma you faced, but your mind is still adjusting. Paradigm shifts can fracture the psyche if one isn't cautious. The last thing you need is a fractured mind when your body undergoes another change. I know Jazz and I are supposed to stay upstairs so Bella isn't overwhelmed. Alice's voice floated down from the ceiling. But just to clarify, did she say she killed someone else? All the Cullens downstairs turned their heads toward Alice. Bella glanced around the room, her knee bouncing anxiously. She was surprised the law-push wolves hadn't shared everything that had happened during her first full moon. Was it out of respect for her privacy? Fear of retaliation? Or perhaps a hope to gain an advantage, either in knowledge or strength? I did, she murmured, meeting Rosalie's concerned honey-colored gaze. Lauren. Alice popped into view with a gasp. Bella felt her hackles rise. Lauren was in town? Alice, Esme sighed, placing a hand on her forehead. What did we discuss before Bella's arrival? Boundaries and patience, Alice recited, pouting at her adoptive mother. But Esme, this is important. I didn't even see any trace of him. How could Lauren's death be hidden from my vision? Darling, step back. Jasper appeared by his wife's side, placing a gentle hand on her wrist and pulling Alice into his embrace. He noticed the tension in Bella's shoulders. While it was challenging to sense her emotions directly, Jasper had enough experience to understand what Bella wasn't saying. Often, his ability to perceive feelings became redundant. People's bodies revealed their truths. And although Alice held an unwavering optimism that Bella and the Cullens would mend their relationship, Jasper remained aware of the unspoken fears lingering in the air. Jasper hesitated, unsure about agreeing. If healing was possible, it would be a long journey before any wounds were fully mended. Considering the blocks you had with Bella before we returned, would assume something similar happened when she encountered him, he said. He came to find me to help Victoria, Bella replied. But when he did, he decided it would be more beneficial for both of us if he killed me instead. That was also the night of the full moon, my first one. A hint of smug satisfaction filled her chest. He was very surprised. That's Bella, Emmett whispered, earning a side-eye from both Esme and Carlisle. I woke up the next morning covered in blood with no memory of the night before. Jake found me in the forest and told me everything. Bella rubbed her temples. When I vomited, there was a chunk of hair in the mess, Lawrence. You ate him? Emmett gaped, his eyebrows shooting up. Ouch! Rosalie exclaimed, retracting her elbow from his side, her glare sharp. Absent-mindedly, Bella rubbed the hollow of her throat. The dry soreness reminded her of a similar feeling from that day at Emily's house. She looked at Carlisle. I have a question. Yes, the doctor asked. When I'm around certain people, my body reacts differently, Bella frowned. When I'm with you, my throat burns, and the smell is harsh. When I'm around humans, my throat burns, but the smell is pleasant. With the Cullens, it's similar to humans but much less potent. Sam's pack is even less so. She narrowed her eyes, contemplating. But with certain people, it's strange, I don't smell or feel anything with Jacob or Charlie. She hesitated, avoiding a glance at the couch. Why is that? My initial assumption, Carlisle said as he rubbed his chin, is that there could be a difference in how you perceive species now. Depending on your relationship with them, your physiology reacts accordingly. He paused, considering. In terms of outliers, given the close bond you have with your father and your friend, you may make subconscious exceptions for them, Carlisle said, his tone thoughtful. Depending on who they are to me? Bella shook off the thoughts that lingered. What should I do to get ready for school? You'll need to eat more animal products, particularly red meat. That should help fulfill your urges, Carlisle advised. Be more physically active and spend time in nature to ground yourself. And whenever you feel overwhelmed, you'll need to train your nervous system to calm down. This will be especially important as the full moon approaches, since it will amplify your abilities and weaken your control over them. So, control my wolf, Bella said, or it will control me. Exactly, Carlisle nodded, his voice serious. Alice and Edward will be there to help you. If anything happens, they can assist you in managing it. He glanced at his daughter. Right? Bella drawled, of course, it would be those two. Is there anything else I need to know? No, Carlisle shook his head. I'm still working with the Cullens to gather more information about the boy. Jasper and I have also been researching the children's connection to the full moon. If there's a way to control your shift, we're determined to find it. We'll keep you updated. I appreciate the help, Carlisle. Thank you, Bella said, nodding at everyone. She stood up and turned to Alice. See you on Monday. With that, she walked toward the foyer, her mind racing and her body craving fresh air. As Bella reached the bottom step of the porch, the scent of spring and fresh linens enveloped her. She paused and glanced back at Rosalie, who was leaning against the stair banister. Are you all right? Rosalie asked, her posture stiff, as if uncertain about being there. Her honey-colored eyes glowed with focused concern, capturing Bella's full attention. Yeah, Bella shrugged, a hint of self-deprecation lacing her flat smile. Her gaze drifted to the side before returning to meet Rosalie's eyes. Honestly, I think I'm getting numb to all this new information. At this point, anything's possible. And what about Laurent? Rosalie tilted her head, a frown creasing her brow. How do you feel about that? Bella clenched her fists. What do you mean? Rosalie chose her words carefully. It couldn't have been easy. Killing him? Bella interrupted, her tone sharp. It seemed that way to me. Too easy. You were in danger, Rosalie reasoned. It's not the same thing. He wanted to kill me. So, I killed him. Bella shook her head slowly, doubt clouding her eyes as she stared at the dried mud on her sneakers. My intentions don't matter if the end result is always death. I'm no different from him. Intention is everything, Rosalie stated, her voice firm and resolute. Bella was taken aback. The fierce, dignified energy in Rosalie's eyes was undeniable. Everyone has the capability to become a monster. The reasoning behind why we do so? That makes all the difference. Rosalie pursed her lips and began to walk back toward the front door. Before she stepped inside, she glanced back at Bella. Make sure to be careful of your thoughts, Bella. If you believe you are something, you'll certainly become it. With that, Rosalie left Bella standing on the steps, her words and lingering fragrance stirring up questions that made her tremble. Who are you to me? Surprisingly, the first week back at school passed smoothly. Alice and Edward had convinced the registrar to place them in a few of Bella's classes, creating a peculiar sense of déjà vu. There was a tension between Edward and Bella that reminded her of her early days in Forks. They no longer sat together in class, instead, they were hyper-aware of each other's presence. There was nothing more awkward than being in a small room with your ex-boyfriend who was also your biological enemy. Bella found herself asking for hall passes more often than usual. Those classes. Then, just under a week before the full moon, things began to unravel. Self-control became a pressing concern. Too much anger, and Bella found herself slipping into a void where nothing else could enter. Some nights, she jolted awake from a blurry nightmare, drenched in sweat, a serpentine heat constricting her ribcage. Those dreams? She could never quite remember them, but their residue lingered. Blood-soaked fangs. Terrified screams fading into wet gurgles. The stench of fear. The rush of adrenaline. And a piercing, primal howl that marked the end of each dream. Bella swung her legs over the side of the bed and sat up, hunching forward. She pressed her fists against her closed eyelids, deeply shadowed by sleep deprivation, and took a shallow breath. It's happening again. She blinked away the spots clouding her vision. Rising from her bed, Bella deliberately ignored the finger-shaped holes punctured in her sheets and mattress. Her gaze skimmed over her dented nightstand and the crushed remains of her new alarm clock. There was a stiffness in her muscles that wouldn't fade, no matter how much she twisted or stretched. Bella padded downstairs, nearly mindless in her hunger. The waxing gibbous moon guided her path with cool streams of silver light. She gripped the handle of the old fridge with an absurd amount of gentleness, remembering how she had to hide the back door handle after ripping it off in her excitement the day before. Her tired eyes brightened when she spotted the slabs of wrapped ribeyes hidden behind boxes of store-bought veggie lasagna. She had told Charlie that the Cullens gifted them the meat as a gesture of thanks for their support after Harry's passing. Coming up with an explanation for the nearly gluttonous amounts had been challenging, so she had taken to stashing them in places where Charlie wouldn't suspect. Bella stared at the frozen steak, its myoglobin giving the enticing meat a rich crimson hue. She licked her lips at the sight. The generous marbling of the meat was still fresh in her mind. She could almost taste the rich flavor of the animal's blood. Bella bit the inside of her cheek until she broke the skin, a sharp hiss escaping her lips as she snapped back to reality. Shaking her head, she grabbed a carton of eggs and made her way to the stove. With uncanny speed, she seared the edges of the ribeye and cooked her scrambled eggs in the leftover grease. As she worked, Bella watched streaks of cerulean, cantaloupe, and crimson bleed through the night's veil. Each bite of her breakfast brought a sense of satisfaction, yet something deep within her mourned the slow fade of the moon. A while later, Bella emerged from the shower and headed to her room. She had set the water temperature to icy, hoping it would help cool the feverish heat radiating from her skin. Unfortunately, it didn't. Frustration grew as she surveyed her sparse clothing options. Most of her clothes felt ill-fitting now, chosen in an unconscious effort to hide herself. They had become a nuisance, impeding her movements and making her feel clumsier than her patience could tolerate. With a grunt, she selected the best from a lackluster bunch. The charcoal waffle knit Henley fit snugly around her back and biceps, accentuating her dense musculature and the azure veins running down her arms. She pulled on some form-fitting jeans and matching black boots, the weight of the shoes grounding her. Despite the heat radiating from her body, Bella added a light hoodie and a Sherpa trucker jacket to conceal her scars. She didn't want to give her father or the students at Forks High any reason to question the marks on her skin. Listening for Charlie's footsteps as he left through the front door, she waited until she heard the loud sputter of his cruiser's exhaust. Then, she headed downstairs to the garage and pulled off the weatherproof cover from her motorcycle. Jacob had been right. Charlie had been very hesitant during the 3-hour lecture Bella had endured. The dangers of motorcycling were well known, but he was willing to give her a chance. His main condition was that she wait until she had the proper gear and an official license before riding the bike. Bella thought that was a very reasonable request. But today, her perspective had shifted. The urge to be outside had grown overwhelming, and the thought of soaring through the morning winds drowned out her concerns about appearing safe for Charlie's sake. Bella winced at the possibility of her father catching her. "Sorry, Dad." She quickly threw on her helmet and backpack, guiding her bike out of the garage. She started her ride and set off for school, stifling the urge to howl at the sky. As she rounded the last corner to Forks High, the sound of chatter filled her ears like a crashing wave. She rolled her neck and gripped the handlebars to steady herself. Another thought of thanks went out to Jacob. The ride had done wonders to quiet the restless thoughts in her mind. The sights and sounds of wildlife tempted her to skip school and go hunting instead. But Bella pushed the accelerator, letting the speed wash over her like a calming wave. That relaxation, however, threatened to evaporate the moment she pulled into the school parking lot. As she nudged down her kickstand, she felt the weight of gazes on her back. Gritting her teeth, she counted to 30. Whispers began to swirl around her name as she removed her helmet and dismounted the bike. Quickly, she slipped on dark wayfarers to shield her eyes. Earlier, she had noticed changes in the bathroom mirror. The gray-brown of her irises had melded further into a predominantly gray landscape, and the bloodshot veins drew more attention than she wanted. Okay, so maybe looking like a teenage Terminator wasn't the best way to go unnoticed, but she didn't care. The more layers she could put between herself and the world, the better. Her composure was slipping away, and the attendance bell hadn't even rung yet. Bella spotted Alice and Edward across the parking lot. The duo. Resting against Edward's Volvo, his friends were watching her with cautious eyes. Carlyle had advised them to keep their distance from Bella as much as possible this week. Their natural scent was like nails on a chalkboard to her self-control. Even separated by hundreds of students, Bella could feel the stench of rotten fruit and rubbing alcohol pressing down on her like a hand on her shoulder. She gave them a blank nod and strode inside the building. Under her breath, she prayed to any deity listening for patience. Somehow, someone must have heard her. Bella had made it to lunch, relatively unscathed. Classes had been mind-numbingly boring. The combined scent of vampires and humans in a small, heated room had rubbed her throat raw. The endless, droning conversations she absorbed from all corners of the school were almost enough to make her pull her hair out. She felt hypersensitive, impatient, and irritable, but blessedly, she had made it through. She sat down at an empty table near the edge of the room. Hamburgers and beef hot dogs were on the menu today, and a tiny smile bloomed on her lips. Maybe things would be all right. Then, Bella tuned into the streams of chatter bouncing around the lunchroom. Most students were happily babbling about their day. Bella scanned the conversations, sporting events, complaints about homework, friendship drama, sexual encounters, and new TV episodes. One boy was loudly defending his love for peanut butter and pickle sandwiches. However, a good portion of the gossip centered around the hot topic of the week, the return of the Cullens. One voice, in particular, made Bella's eyes narrow, the caustic, nasally tone of Lauren Mallory. "At least we don't have to deal with all 5 of them anymore," Lauren said, tossing her hair over her shoulder and looking down her nose at her popular friends. And Edward is much better eye candy than the rest. Nah, Rosalie was an absolute babe, a dark-haired jock interjected from across the table. Bella recognized him as one of the hockey players. The face of Bella's fury. Top-shelf ass, tits, and a face to match, Jonathan leered during the dodgeball game. His teammates murmured in agreement, clearly enjoying the spectacle. Please, Lauren scoffed. As if Rosalie would ever look at you. Bella could sense the thinly veiled derision and envy in her tone. She's too much of a frigid bitch. Bella felt the blood pound in her ears as her wolf snapped its jaws around the remaining threads of her control. True, Jonathan snorted, clearly playing it up for the audience. I'd probably need an ice pick and snow gloves to get anywhere with her. Laughter erupted from the table as they continued to tear apart each member of the Cullen family. Then a name surfaced from the depths of Bella's memory, Jonathan. As Lauren stood from her seat, leaving nail imprints on the table, Bella felt a surge of gratitude for recalling it. It would be important to know what name to inscribe on his tombstone. The crowd parted as Bella made her slow march toward the popular kids' table. Several students paused, sensing the near-divine wrath radiating from her. She was like a thundercloud in motion. Yet, despite the storm brewing inside her, the first words she directed at Lauren and her crew came out in a quiet, rough whisper, the single raindrop before the skies opened. Shut up, Bella said, her eyes dark and flat behind her sunglasses. The table froze, taking in her fierce appearance with furrowed brows and confused glances. What did you say? Jonathan sneered. I said, Bella leaned closer, one hand planted firmly on the table, invading his personal space, you need to shut the fuck up. Don't talk about her again. A pin could have dropped in the cafeteria, the silence was palpable. Across the school, Edward felt the swell of thoughts emanating from the lunchroom. He asked his gym teacher for a hall pass, claiming a sudden migraine. Alice offered to escort her brother to the nurse's office. Jonathan's expression darkened before he erupted into a loud guffaw. Lauren and the others followed suit, though their laughter was more subdued in the face of Bella's fury. Bella waited, counting to 30, praying for the tremors in her hands to stop. So, let me get this straight, Jonathan said, wiping an imaginary tear from his eyes. Edward's personal cheerleader is a part-time carpet muncher too? The hockey captain shook his head in disbelief. Christ, if I gave you some of my lunch money, could you give me and my friends the same treatment? We're dying for some emotional support, and you seem amazing at your job. He slapped palms with one of his teammates and then laughed in Bella's face. To everyone's surprise, Bella joined him, unhinged, boisterous giggles erupted from her lips, rising into a terrible crescendo. Jonathan managed one more confused blink before an iron grip seized his neck. Bella's sunglasses slipped down her nose, and the sight of her bloodshot silver eyes stunned him. She licked her lips as his rapid pulse thumped against her palm, relishing the taste of his swelling panic and purpling features. Now, Bella murmured, her voice low and resonant, let me get this straight, Johnny boy. So, you and your friends are in need of my special care? She winked, slow and exaggerated. Nothing would give me greater joy than helping you out. How about a little sample? She aimed to place the second hand around his throat when the scent of fruity ethanol wafted into the cafeteria, capturing her attention. Bella. Bella, you need to stop. Two voices, low and strained, broke through her heightened awareness. Alice and Edward stood by the open doors. Swallowing the saliva pooling in her mouth, Bella found herself distracted by their presence. She dropped her hands and pushed up the bridge of her sunglasses, disgusted at the sight of Jonathan gasping for air. Why bother with a human when there was bigger prey right in front of her? Bella gripped the boy's shoulder and whispered in his ear. Jonathan's eyes widened in fear. After a moment, he turned pale and toppled over his chair, scrambling away from her in a panic. Bella's grip kept him right by her side, and a deep indigo crimson bruise in the shape of her hand blossomed on his throat for everyone to see, a clear warning. Rosalie's name no longer exists in any of your mouths, she said, locking eyes with the terrified students around her. Do not mention her in any capacity, whether in praise or disgust. She is off limits. Am I understood? The low rumble of Bella's silent growl sent shivers down their spines. Through her sunglasses, her icy gaze pierced their spirits. "I said," Bella sneered, her eyes boring into Lauren's inflated ego like a pin to a balloon. "Am I understood?" "Yes, Lauren, Jonathan," and the crowd murmured in unison. Bella's wolf rumbled in contentment, satisfied with their obedience. Done with the confrontation, she released Jonathan and stalked after Alice and Edward. Trusting her instincts, Bella led the way out of the school and into the woods behind the athletic building. In a small clearing, she found Edward standing with his hands raised in surrender. Bella tilted her head, gauging his movements with fierce intensity. Though she was eager to capture her prey, she knew she was outmatched in her current state. Suddenly, a flock of red crossbills burst through the trees, and for a moment, Bella glanced away from Edward. In that instant, Alice appeared in her blind spot and leaped onto her back, wrapping a slim arm around her neck. The vampire tightened her legs around Bella's waist, anticipating the way Bella would buck as soon as Alice's scent registered. "Bella, sweetie, remember, you're lost in your bloodlust right now. Carlisle warned us about this happening. You need to calm down." Bella bared her teeth and bit down into Alice's forearm. Alice's eyebrows shot up in surprise as the faintest crack appeared on the surface of her marble skin. "All right," Alice said. Alice sang with a bright smile and squinty eyes, "Time for a nap, Bella." With careful pressure, she applied a rear-naked chokehold, squeezing the oxygen from Bella's lungs. Within seconds, Bella fell unconscious. In one fluid motion, Alice hopped off her back and cradled her in her arms. She pulled down her sunglasses to observe the fading silver hue in Bella's irises. Frowning at the bloodshot vessels and dark circles under her eyes, Alice met her brother's worried gaze. "I'm going to take her home and get her settled. Can you clean up the mess at the school, grab her things, and let the others know what happened?" Edward nodded. "Watch out for her, Alice." "Always," she replied with a wink, securing Bella's head in her arms before she blurred away. As Alice glanced down at the girl's sleeping face and the teeth marks peeking out from her hoodie, the smile faded from her lips. "No, not always." Later that night, in his office after an impromptu family meeting, Carlisle dialed a number. "Hello?" A gruff voice answered on the third ring, with the sound of rumbling surf and playful hollers echoing in the background. "Good evening, Sam," Carlisle greeted with a small smile. He tapped his fountain pen on his open journal, filled with fresh notes and the makings of a plan. They didn't have much time before the full moon. "Is this a good moment to talk?" "It's about Bella." Chapter 13, Beware of Dog. Inside a narrow cave lay a slumbering child. Leftover rainwater trickled off the edge of a jagged stalactite, gently pelting the werewolf's snout in soft, persistent drops. Outside, creatures moved with a hush in their steps, careful not to disturb the beast from its sleep. But after a few more drops, Bella scrunched her nose and blinked her silver eyes open, dazed and confused by the dim rays of sunlight filtering into the cave and warming her chestnut fur. Then, that voice returned, gliding along the sunrays to float into her ears with a warm, lulling vibrato. The woman's words, though spoken in an unknown language, felt rhythmic and vivid, a message wrapped in song. Bella nearly succumbed to sleep again when the dry burn in her throat and the deep ache in her stomach urged her to wake. Hunger. For Bella, the answer to that was instinctual. She stretched, shook out her fur, and loped out of the cave. Jumping down the various boulders and rocks, she craned her ears for the sounds of wildlife, but there was none to be found. Aside from the hidden woman's voice, all other creatures seemed to have vanished. The wind began to pick up around her, causing the leaves on the trees to rustle and flex as they sensed the approaching storm. Bella glanced up at the pregnant clouds rolling over the mountain tops, many miles in the distance, speeding toward her location. She bounded deeper into the lush forest, the darkening, charcoal shadows of the clouds igniting a steady timer in the back of her mind. Eventually, her ears twitched at the crunch of hurried hooves on the dead, fallen leaves. The scent of dried urine, musky glands, and the sound of a warm, fluttering pulse caught her attention. She swallowed the rising burn in her throat, accompanied by an irritable rumble. Bella pressed her body low to the ground, slinking slowly around bushes and trees until she found it. There, several feet in front of her, a large buck was searching for shelter from the approaching storm. Standing over a meter tall, his dark brown fur contrasted sharply with the greenery, while his sharp, spiraling horns crowned his head. His onyx eyes darted around, alert and watchful. Stripes of white adorned his underbelly, hind legs, and face, as if a divine artist had taken care to highlight the handsome features of the Menelix bushbuck. Silently, Bella scaled the nearest tree, inching down a large branch until she found herself directly above the buck, perfectly positioned for her strike. She tensed, preparing to pounce when two things happened. A flash of lightning illuminated the darkening sky, followed by the powerful rumble of thunder. At the same moment, the buck flicked its ears, sniffing the air. Bella sprang off the branch, claws extended and vision narrowed to a singular focus. She latched onto the back of the buck's neck, her weight anchoring him down like a predator claiming its prize. The male struggled to shake her off, but Bella sank her inch-long incisors into his thin throat, drinking deeply from the warm flow of blood. The buck's life became a waiting game, its pulse weakening beneath the thunderous roar of the storm. Rain poured down like a heavy stage curtain, drenching everything in its path. Satisfying her burning thirst before tearing into the buck's flesh, Bella savored the essence of life with a mindless fervor. The blood was rich and heavy, infused with hints of citrus, tubers, and flowers, a perversion of the pleasure one finds in wine after a long day's work. Perhaps that's why she didn't notice the change at first. Beneath her paws, the buck's fur seemed to recede in an instant, leaving the body feeling soft and bare. Only patches remained, on the head, chest, and jaw, beneath Bella's fangs, in the form of short stubble. The woman's psalm curled around the trees, weaving through the torrential weather. Amidst the storm, the eerie lyrics sent a shiver down Bella's spine. A new scent wafted into Bella's nostrils. No longer did the buck smell animalistic or musty. Instead, it carried the distinct aroma of worn leather and the star anise lemon scent of Old Spice aftershave. A creeping dread washed over her, heavy and suffocating, knocking her back into her human form like a sledgehammer. Carefully, she turned the body over in her arms. Even without her wolf eyes, she recognized him instantly, Charlie. His neck bore deep puncture wounds, his skin a gray pallor, and his dull brown gaze met Bella's wide eyes. "Bella," he mouthed, the whisper barely escaping his lips. "Why?" "Dad." Bella gasped, terror gripping her as she choked on her words. "I'm sorry, I didn't know." She cupped his throat with trembling, bloodied fingers, feeling as if she had been thrown from a plane without a parachute. Suddenly, the haunting song that had been playing in the background seemed to grow closer, as if the lyrics were streaming into her ears through headphones. Bella glanced up and froze at the sight of a woman standing in a tiny clearing, just 10 feet away from the swans. The mysterious figure was draped in a sky-blue dress that concealed her body, save for her manicured hands and bare feet. The airy fabric was adorned with blooming white African irises, their milky white petals and pale lavender centers shining brilliantly against the azure backdrop, perfectly complementing her rich ochre complexion. A snow-white lace scarf framed her face, covering her neck and hair. But it was the absence of her facial features that struck Bella with disbelief. No matter how she angled her gaze, the intricate shadows cast by the surrounding trees conspired to hide the woman's identity. "Please," Bella begged, her lips stained scarlet with her father's blood. Tears streamed down her cheeks. The scene transformed into a macabre spectacle of rust-brown hues. Bella's horror-stricken eyes sought the hidden gaze of the woman nearby. He needs help." The woman tilted her head and paused her haunting melody. As if responding to her plea, the raging storm softened into a whisper. Suddenly, a rainbow burst above the trees as the sun emerged from behind the fluffy clouds. The woman pointed down at Charlie's body. Bella gasped as she realized her father had deteriorated into a rotting, bare-bones corpse. Beneath his skeletal frame, lush green moss thrived, nourished by the nitrogen released from his decomposing body. Vibrant crimson, saffron, and cobalt flowers bloomed around his spine and ribs. Time seemed to warp, years condensing into mere seconds. Wah! Bella gaped, then noticed her hands had changed. They looked more youthful, the alabaster skin now a golden copper, and the scar from James had vanished. Slowly, she reached a trembling hand to her head, feeling tight, coarse, short curls instead of her long hair. Soft, leathery fingers cupped Bella's cheeks, lifting her gaze to meet the woman's veiled face. The fragrance of freshly cut jasmine, black currant, and Moroccan cedar wafted from her, enveloping Bella's senses in a soothing, balmy embrace. "Ajani, Nafiki Hailhu," the woman murmured, her worried tone infused with unconditional fondness. "Ajani, I have missed you." The language, usually foreign to Bella, suddenly felt familiar, instantly known in her mind. Unbidden words flowed from Bella's lips, familiar yet not quite her own. The timbre of her new voice was lower, cracking at unexpected moments. "Ihit? Che. Enite Nehi? Sister? Che. Is that you?" As the forest around them began to lose color and fade, an invisible force pulled Bella toward waking consciousness. The hands on her face tightened in panic. "Ajani, Ibakihi Yeti Inadalahai Nigereniai. Kali Ijbalahu, Imadalho. Ajani, please tell me where you are. I promise I will come get you." Bella blinked. The skin and sinew of her lower body had crumbled away, leaving only bones that clanked against Charlie's corpse. "Oh." The girl's mouth fell open in an agonized, childlike surprise. Che, I'm sorry. I have to go now." No, Ajani, wait. You can't leave now." As consciousness began to dissolve the rest of Bella's body, she felt herself becoming nothing more than debris swirling upwards in the unconscious winds. Ajani. Bella. Che's low, mature voice transformed into an airy, bell-like timbre. The scent of a harsh, sickly sweet astringent and a feather-light touch on her shoulder jolted her awake. Disoriented, Bella scrambled off her sheets, her chest heaving as she grabbed her legs. "Fuck." She gasped in relief, feeling the warmth of her skin and the strong, intact muscles of her thighs and calves. Fuck. But then the flash of her father's rotting corpse made her pale. Bella grabbed the hand resting on her body and yanked Alice nearly nose to nose with her. Trembling in fearful rage, she could see the silver gleam of her eyes reflected in Alice's wide-eyed gaze. "Charlie," she barked, "is he safe?" "Bella, wah." Unconsciously, Bella dug her fingers into Alice's wrist until she heard a faint creak. "Is he safe?" "He's all right, Bella." "Look." Alice's gaze blanked for a moment before her clairvoyant clarity kicked in, allowing her to meet Bella's wild eyes with certainty. "He's nearly done with his afternoon patrol and is getting burgers and fries for you both when he's done." A small, wry smile flitted across her lips. "He's not in danger of anything but a full belly and higher cholesterol. I promise." Bella searched Alice's eyes. After a moment, she released the girl and gritted her teeth, reluctantly saying, "Thanks, and sorry." Alice waved a hand, brushing off the apology. She leaned in closer to Bella, noticing the restless chaos in her demeanor. "You had a nightmare about Charlie?" Bella rubbed her temples. "Something like that." The taste of blood lingered on her tongue, and she could still see that glassy look in Charlie's eyes. Fuck. Out of all her dreams, this one was the most vivid. She scoffed. And the most terrifying. The names Ajani and Che echoed in her mind. For the first time, she had been able to attach a face, or rather, a body, to the feminine voice that had haunted her dreams for so long. The surreal changes to her own body still left her shaken. Bella furrowed her brows for a moment. Did that technically count as blackface if my subconscious did it? Later on, she'd have to check the handbook. Shaking her head to clear her thoughts, she glanced around in confusion. Why am I in my room? She remembered being in the cafeteria before everything went fuzzy, But then the image of Jonathan's purpling face and her too tight grip around his neck flooded back to her. "Well, after you tried to kill that boy, Edward, and I thought it was best to get you home and give you a break," Alice chirped, her eyes focused on Bella's closet doors with the gleam of an evil scientist. Another memory surfaced. "Did I bite you?" "Amicham." Alice sashayed over to the closet, diving into her clothes. She plucked out various pieces, her facial expressions shifting between disappointment, intrigue, and excitement. "Your teeth actually managed to crack my skin." Alice laughed. "Fierce, Bella, very fierce." She held up a cut-off flannel and a pair of old, distressed bootcut jeans, raising an eyebrow at a bewildered Bella. "What is this, lesbian farmer goes indie?" Bella merely blinked in response. Alice sighed. "The color of this shirt completely clashes with everything else. Washes out your complexion, and these jeans are just not flattering for your body type. No offense, Bella, but your fashion sense is borderline inhumane." Bella glared at Alice, who had just scoffed unapologetically. "So, let me get this straight. Today, I threatened and strangled one of my classmates." "Yep," Alice interjected. "And I hunted down my brother in broad daylight. Amicham. And I bit you so hard that your skin, which is basically supernatural granite, cracked. But my sense of style makes me a monster." Bella drawled. "Yes," Alice replied, nodding seriously. "That's correct." "Of course," Bella said, mimicking Alice with a slow, squinty-eyed smirk. "So." Alice clapped her hands, her bright grin returning. "Since you're all rested, I thought we could spend the rest of the day." "Stop." Bella's expression hardened as she studied Alice with cautious eyes. "Why did you help me? Why did you even stay?" Alice hesitated, her smile faltering as she noticed the guarded look on Bella's face. I just wanted to spend time with you," she stammered, a rare moment of vulnerability. "It's been a while." Bella narrowed her eyes. "Is that really it?" she murmured. Alice's expression fell, her shoulders slumping as she sank down onto the floor. "I know I messed up," she admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. "I should have been there for you." In that moment, Bella realized something profound. The thing about immortality? It crystallized you, freezing your body and mind in a way that made life spin around you like a repelling magnet, treating you like a phantom that couldn't be touched. But that didn't mean there weren't changes. You could still leave a mark on someone's soul, staining them with the memories of the past. Bella's heart ached at the sight of the woman she had considered her most important friend, the one person she had trusted with her life. Repressed emotions surged within her. Bella felt a weight in her chest, like heavy ice picks. "You left me," she said, her voice trembling, and she hated that it did. "When I needed you the most. I had to deal with everything on my own." Alice's golden eyes darkened with guilt as she glanced down at the silver teeth mark staining Bella's pale skin. "I'm sorry," she replied, her voice choked with tears that would never fall. "I'm so sorry. I was just so scared. For you, for us. I didn't know what to do. Seeing the future, predicting choices, that's my gift. But this? How do I prepare for this?" She waved her hand in frustration before running it through her disheveled, limp hair. Bella noticed the faint shadows beneath her eyes. "So you hoped we could pick up from September," Bella surmised, her voice distant and monotone, drawing Alice's attention. "Like nothing's changed." Alice sank down onto the bedroom floor, wrapping her arms around her knees like a straitjacket. She sighed. "That was a fool's dream, wasn't it?" Bella shrugged, her gaze lost as she stared out the window. There wasn't much left in her to give but the truth. "I love you, Alice. You were my sister," she whispered. The weight of ice picks dissipated, leaving behind a frozen void for what could have been. "But, I can't trust you. I don't know how to." Alice's head hung low, venom glimmering in her eyes. "I know," she said, her voice barely audible. In that bottomless silence of Bella's bedroom, something died, Maybe it was hope. It was strange to watch time pass, feeling more and more of her humanity slip away. Bella stared into space, her fingers scratching idly against her tattered sheets, a product of her constant nightmares that ignited a vicious fight-or-flight instinct within her, releasing itself on her mattress. 8 hours until the full moon. She had spent the last few days at home since the altercation with Jonathan at school. Though the week-long suspension had come as Bella had taken a necessary break to manage her fragile temper, but she was surprised by the consequences that followed. With the vivid memory of her handprints on Jonathan's neck lingering in her mind, Bella had braced herself for an inevitable expulsion and possibly even an assault charge. It seemed Carlisle was just as bewildered. The day after the altercation, he accompanied Charlie to the high school to plead Bella's case to the administrators. However, Carlisle noticed something unusual in their behavior, prompting him to call Bella that afternoon. "Charlie and I visited with plans to leverage my family's donations to the school, considering you were defending Rosalie," Carlisle explained, his calm voice coming through the Swan household phone. "But they had already decided against expelling you, and Jonathan declined to press any charges." "What?" Bella blinked, the flush from Rosalie's mention fading into confusion. "How come?" Their reasoning was that, due to the jumble of contradictory reports from witnessing students, it became a veritable, she said, situation. They concluded it wouldn't make sense to punish a student so harshly for their first offense. He paused. Your father was very relieved. Yet, there was something in Carlisle's tone that piqued her interest. But whenever your name was mentioned, all of their sense changed, he sighed. They turned to one of fear. The oddest part was that Jonathan and his friends, who were in direct contact with you during the encounter, seemed to have the most distorted memories of the whole event. They were so foggy that I could argue it was a very mild form of amnesia. Bella fell silent, her mind racing back to that moment in the cafeteria. "Bella?" Carlisle prompted gently. "Yeah?" she croaked. "Alice and Edward informed us of what they witnessed, both firsthand and through others' minds. There was a moment when you had the entire room in a thrall. Edward also mentioned that the effect was felt around the school, not just in the cafeteria." Carlisle continued, "Do you remember how you felt when that happened? Why you thought it was necessary to activate?" "They were disrespecting your daughter," Bella said firmly. "I know," Carlisle replied. "It was unacceptable." "I know." Bella took a deep breath, slowly releasing her grip on the landline. "I felt that they needed to understand that, and I wasn't leaving until they did." "I understand," Carlisle murmured. "Is this the first time you've experienced this?" Paul asked, twisting his head toward Jared, his lips curling in irritation. Then he directed his glare at Bella. Jacob stepped in front of her, a protective gesture that didn't go unnoticed. Bella met Paul's dark, furious gaze head-on. The primal heat coursing through her ignited a feral growl that tore through her teeth. She sidestepped Jacob's hand, closing the distance to Paul. With a hint of delight, she noticed his trembling intensify. Something deep inside her yearned for a fight, a chance to crush his arrogant challenge. She tilted her head, teasingly licking her canines. In the reflection of his dilated pupils, she caught a glimpse of bright silver. Paul's eyes widened, and his shivering stopped. An unpleasant, musky scent filled Bella's nostrils. "Fear," her gut whispered. "No," she said simply to Carlisle. "Okay," Carlisle acknowledged, moving forward. "Since you cannot stay at home when the full moon rises, we've come up with a reason for you to be here. Esme is going to call Charlie tonight. Alice says he'll let you go, but..." Carlisle's tone carried a small smile. "You'll be hearing a long lecture on self-control before that happens." "Fantastic," Bella sighed. And so, after Esme pleaded with Charlie to allow Bella and Alice to finish a school project together at their home, under her strictest supervision, of course, Bella watched her father pace and talk for 2 hours. Finally, it was time to head over to the Cullens. The chime of the doorbell jolted Bella from her thoughts. She quickly grabbed her small duffel bag, slipped on a jacket, and laced up her sneakers before heading downstairs. Charlie glanced away from the television as she entered the living room. The deep wrinkles and graying hair on his face told a story Bella wasn't ready to confront just yet. The contrast between her immortality and his mortality filled her with a sharp sense of dread. "Hey," she murmured. "Hey," Charlie replied, his voice low and gruff. "You heading out?" "Yeah," Bella nodded. "Esme's outside." "All right." Charlie watched her for a moment. "Be safe, slugger, okay? I'll see you on Sunday." "Yeah, good night, Dad." Bella didn't want to risk a hug right now, so she simply nodded and began to walk away. "Isabella?" Bella paused and turned back to Charlie. "I'm proud of you for defending your friend," he said, leaning forward in his armchair and fixing her with his serious gaze. "But just a bit more self-control with the defense, okay?" "Self-control," Bella repeated, forcing a grin she didn't truly feel. "Of course." She walked out the door and made her way to Emmett's white Jeep. The dark-tinted windows concealed the occupants from human eyes, but Bella easily spotted the warm smile on Esme's lips. Once inside, Bella was immediately enveloped by the sense of various air fresheners and diffusers. Are those lit candles in the back seat?" she asked. "HM?" "Oh, yes." Esme's smile turned a bit sheepish. "It's too bright to lower the windows, but I didn't want my scent to make you uncomfortable. You're already in a tough enough situation as it is." Bella stared at Esme, remembering those nights when she had woken up feeling twisted and abandoned by the family she had loved. Meeting the Cullens, falling in love with Edward, bonding with Alice, and then Bella found herself caught in a whirlwind of emotions, reflecting on her complex relationships. She loved Esme and Carlisle deeply. Her feelings for her mother were different. Bella had always been the adult in that relationship, ensuring they had everything they needed and that the bills were paid. With Esme and Carlisle, it was the opposite. For the first time, someone else had taken the effort to cook for her, promising her an eternity of love that she had longed for throughout her life. And then, just like that, they were gone. Now, as Esme greeted her with a warm smile and filled the car with the comforting scent of Palo Santo candles, fire hazard aside, it felt as if she had never left. Bella couldn't help but wonder about the layers of her abandonment issues. How many licks did it take to get to the center of them? 1, 2, 3. She sighed, catching the hopeful glint in Esme's caramel eyes. "Thanks, Esme," Bella said softly. "Of course," Esme replied, putting the car in drive and pressing the gas. "Now, let's get you to the others." The drive was only semi-uncomfortable. The dark, earthy scent of incense, smoke, and patchouli soothed her vampire-induced anxiety. But then Bella noticed they had passed the familiar forest trail leading to the Cullen home and were on a different path, one that felt unfamiliar. The mid-afternoon sun barely penetrated the massive canopies of the Douglas firs, casting a muted light on their way. "Esme, where are we going?" Bella asked, curiosity creeping into her voice. "Based on the Quilut's descriptions of your werewolf size, our home wouldn't be very stable for you," Esme murmured. "So we're spending your full moon at the outbuilding where I keep my construction supplies. More privacy, more room to move, and fewer people." Her full moon? Bella almost laughed at the thought, as if it were a werewolf's version of a half-birthday. Just then, she picked up new scents and heartbeats nearby, the rest of the Cullens and the Quiluts. Esme turned off the trail and onto a paved stone road. There, nestled in a small clearing in the forest, was a. Bella gazed at the shining gray building, which resembled a modest cottage but was constructed like a sci-fi bunker. "Construction supplies," she mumbled, taking in the apocalypse-proof steel doors. "To build what? A spaceship?" No, nothing that elaborate," Esme replied, her laughter fluttering around Bella like a harp on a sunny May afternoon. "Carlisle advised me not to create too many projects that would catch the attention of the U.S. corporation. Excuse me, I mean government. Although, Alice did agree to help me sneak into Cape Canaveral if I really wanted to compare notes." Bella blinked in surprise, noticing the subtle, rebellious glint in Esme's eyes. The matriarch parked the jeep and clapped her hands in delight, a sweet smile spreading across her face. Well, we're here now, and look, the others are waiting for us. As Bella stepped down from the jeep, she watched the Cullens. Emmett was absent, emerge from the outbuilding. Then, Sam's pack appeared from behind the trees, freshly shifted back into human form. Bella noted the lingering animal scent and the absence of their sneakers. Jacob waved, offering her a small, weary smile, while the other Cullens nodded in her direction. Bella took in the restrained sneers, the tense body language, and the barely contained hostility on their faces as they approached the vampires. In stark contrast, the Cullens wore blank expressions, showing no signs of discomfort, save for the slight scrunch of Rosalie and Edward's noses and the faint twitching of Jasper's fingers as his dark eyes darted from werewolf to werewolf. Esme walked to Carlisle's side, and a subtle tension seemed to leave his posture as he wrapped an arm around her waist. Carlisle greeted the Cullens and Bella with a warm, gracious smile. Welcome, everyone. Thank you all for coming tonight. Carlisle, what are we doing here? Bella asked, tilting her head. During my first shift, I was in the woods the whole night. I thought we'd be doing something similar. Not that way again, Bella said, her voice steady. Last time, it was a miracle you managed to stay in the forest, Sam replied, his eyes serious and wary as he regarded her. The animals and that bloodsucker satisfied your hunger enough to keep you contained, but if a human scent crossed your path, what then? He shook his head, trying to rid himself of the troubling thought. It's a safer bet to keep you contained. Contained, huh? Bella's mouth flattened into an annoyed, grim line. A heat began to rise in her belly, like a shot of rye whiskey. She glanced around at the semicircle of supernaturals gathered around her. Despite their individual feelings about the plan, she could sense the readiness in their hands and shoulders, making it clear that she really only had one option. Everyone except Rosalie and Jacob. She noticed the way their gazes flickered between their leaders and her, both filled with worry, apprehension, and a hint of irritation. Okay, Bella sighed. How are we doing this? Because rope won't cut it. Carlisle nodded in agreement. Yes, very true. Well. Suddenly, the sound of a blasting air horn made everyone flinch. Rosalie rolled her eyes to the heavens. Emmett bounded out of the outbuilding, wearing a bright yellow construction hat and an outfit that suspiciously resembled Ty Pennington's wardrobe. He unclipped a bullhorn from his tool belt and yelled into it, "Welcome to Extreme Makeover, Containment Edition." The instrumental of the phrase "How to Save a Life" began to play from hidden speakers in the trees surrounding them. Right now, we're in the Bogaccio rainforest and excited to help change Bella Swan's life. Bella Swan is an 18-year-old dealing with the woes of teenage life, but there's a twist. She's actually a child of the MPH. Alice had hopped onto Emmett's back, covering his mouth with her hand. She flashed a strange smile to the small gathering. Sorry, my brother hasn't taken his daily dose of deer blood. Please pardon his enthusiasm. A younger wolf named Colin looked at the brother-sister duo with bewildered eyes. He whispered to the other wolves, "Are you guys sure these are the vampires our ancestors knew? They seem kind of weird." Emmett's pout was somehow visible through Alice's hands. He pulled her hand and said, "But you guys promised me I could introduce the Cullens' newly patented werewolf trap." Werewolf trap. Paul bristled at the name, stepping out from behind Sam and running into Jared's restraining arm. What the hell? Carlisle moved in front of Emmett with his palms raised in surrender. What Emmett means is that we renovated this building to contain Bella's werewolf once she turns. It's only meant for full moon emergencies and can be dismantled within a day. The doctor extended his hand toward the door. Now, if you will please follow me inside, I can show you how this works. Jacob, Seth, and Jared will come inside with me, Sam stated. Colin, join Brady back at La Push and keep an eye on the tribe and the people in Forks tonight. Leah, Embry, and Paul, you three will stay outside and watch the perimeter. We'll be out soon. The wolves nodded and went to their tasks. The interior was surprisingly cozy. The floor was a crazy quilt of smooth, flat stones. The low ceiling had long exposed beams that someone as tall as Jacob nearly knocked his head on. The walls were warm wood in some places and stone mosaics in others. Bella sniffed and tasted metal on the back of her tongue. Carlyle noticed her curiosity. We've reinforced all the walls with the strongest metals in the world, titanium and tungsten. The front door, originally wooden, is now steel, and we've removed all easily destructible items. The doctor led them to a narrow stone steel hallway with tiny arches in the ceiling, reminiscent of a miniature cyberpunk castle. He stopped. At a dark cherrywood door, Bella stepped inside to find a massive white bed, draped with clouds of gossamer that floated gracefully down from the canopy to the floor. The pale wood floor matched the one in the other room, its color reminiscent of a pristine beach. "This is where you'll sleep tonight, Bella," Carlyle said gently. "Once you're unconscious, we'll move to the next room and prepare for your transformation. Our hope is that by putting you into a deep state of unconsciousness, your wolf will stay asleep for the night. But if not, we have containment tools in place as a backup plan." Rendering her unconscious? Jacob frowned, his expression filled with concern. "Yes, I'll explain more in here," Carlyle replied, leading them to another tungsten door, which was reinforced with high-tech security bars. Bella felt a wave of apprehension wash over her, like Daniel entering the lion's den. With each passing moment, the thin line between monster and man grew blurrier for her. A rising dread swirled in her gut, and the steel doors before her only intensified that feeling. As Carlyle opened the door, Bella instantly recognized that this room was a new addition to the building. It was clean and filled with the soothing fragrance of Esme's candles, mingling with the diffused scent of wolfsbane and other earthy aromas. In the center of the room, 2 king-size mattresses were pushed together, each covered with a silver-fitted sheet. But it wasn't the mattresses that caught her attention. Her gaze fell upon the modern interpretation of solitary confinement, reminiscent of Guantanamo Bay. Various intricately arranged werewolf-sized shackles, manacles, and chains dangled from the metal walls, their presence both ominous and oddly ironic. Bella narrowed her eyes at the gleaming stainless steel that seemed to mock her. Of course, this was what every teenage werewolf needed, silver jewelry to complement her fur. "Okay, we know what you're thinking," Emmett said, his voice coming from behind them. "But we promise, it's not a bondage party. Well, not the sexy kind, anyway." The vampire nodded earnestly. "Definitely family-friendly." Silently, Bella, the Quileute wolves, and the Cullens all turned their heads toward him. "What?" Emmett defended, wide-eyed and shrugging. "It's not." Esme pinched the bridge of her nose and sighed. Carlyle retrieved a small, Kevlar-coated case from inside his coat pocket. He unzipped the case, pulling out 2 vials, and presented the one with a silver top to the others. "This vial contains a mixture of curare and etomidate, paralyzing and anesthetic agents used for surgery. I'll administer this to you before you sleep, and ideally, that's all that occurs tonight." As Carlyle began to tuck the vials back into the case, Bella's voice, hoarse and quiet, stopped him. "Wait. You said ideally, so, is that other vial the worst-case scenario?" "In a sense," Carlyle replied, glancing down at the vial with an onyx top, filled with a chalky gray liquid. He frowned. "This vial holds a combination of carfentanil, which is primarily used to tranquilize large mammals like elephants, and vampire venom. These dark syringes are made of titanium and coated in our venom to pierce your skin. All the restraints in here are as well. You're going to inject her with your venom?" Jacob's large frame trembled, his words clawing through gritted teeth. "Are you out of your mind? You'll kill her." "I won't lie to you, Jacob. There is always a risk when dealing with supernatural natures." Carlyle met the wolf's furious gaze with steady, solemn eyes. "But killing Bella is not even a consideration in our plans to mitigate the worst-case scenario. Bella's abilities are much different from yours as a shifter. She can withstand unimaginable amounts of our venom without dying, but she can feel its effects. This is merely an intense step up from the other vial. A tranquilizer fit for a child," Sam said firmly. You need to stand down, Jacob. He placed an authoritative hand on Jacob's shoulder. This is not the time for another wolf to go haywire. Jacob's gaze locked onto Sam's, and the tension between the two wolves was palpable. Sam tightened his grip, and a deep rumble echoed from his chest. After a moment, Jacob's eyes shifted down and to the left, displaying reluctant submission, but submission nonetheless. Bella noticed a different energy radiating from Jacob, one that felt familiar. She caught his eye and shook her head, trying to dissuade him. Fine, Jacob grunted, brushing Sam's arm off in agitation. I'll be outside. With that, he stormed out of the room and through the front door. Carlyle began packing away the vials and glanced at his watch. The sun will be setting soon. We need to get you ready for bed, Bella. After changing into her sleepwear and settling onto the bed, which felt as soft as a cloud, Esme and Carlyle entered the room. Carlyle held the Kevlar case while Esme carried a small tray with a glass kettle and matching tea mug. Bella, honey, how are you feeling? Esme asked, placing the tray on the nightstand before sitting in the armchair near the bed. Her eyes met Bella's, filled with empathy, warmth, and worry. Carlyle filled a syringe with the contents of the silver-topped vial, glancing at Bella, waiting for her answer before proceeding. I feel. Bella hesitated, her thoughts racing like a sapling in the path of an erupting volcano, watching the slow march of destruction and feeling utterly powerless. The chaos within her spiraled, threatening to reach a breaking point that could shatter everyone around her. She could sense all the hypervigilant ears and eyes tuned into this room. So, Bella decided to say as much as she could without revealing too much. I feel as ready as I'll ever be. Here you go, dear, Esme said, handing her the glass mug. This should help calm your mind. Bella could see the warmth in Esme's eyes as she offered her support. The steam rose from the dark orange liquid in slow, thick tendrils, carrying the sweet aroma of hibiscus, rooibos, and honey, mingled with a hint of something medicinal. Bella took a slow sip, feeling the warmth spread through her throat and chest. After a few more sips, Esme gently took the glass from her hands and set it down on the tray. Carlyle rolled up the sleeve of her shirt, revealing the firm muscle of her arm and the azure veins that snaked down the sinew. The bite marks on her biceps shimmered with a faint silver glow, as if they were filled cavities. He swabbed the area with rubbing alcohol. Just before he injected the syringe, he looked at her with a knowing expression and said, "You're going to be all right, Bella. You've done your part splendidly, now we'll handle the rest." Bella barely felt the needle, but she certainly felt the effects. Much like the tea, a balmy wave crashed against the rocks of her mind. Her senses began to dim, and so did the influence of the approaching moon. She leaned back against the pillows, her feet shuffling awkwardly, like a tipsy child trying to get under the satin sheets. Esme gently pulled the covers from underneath Bella and tucked her in up to her neck. With a tender hand resting on her shoulder, she murmured softly, "Good night, Bella," before stepping back. As sleep pulled Bella under its heavy grasp, Carlyle cradled her in his arms and carried her to the containment room. They laid her on the mattress and carefully secured manacles around her body and limbs, along with a heavy collar around her neck. They triple-checked the locks before allowing her to rest in peace. Outside, Sam's pack, some human, some wolves, paced to maintain distance from the Cullens. They occasionally scented the air for any changes and kept a watchful eye on the sky. Inside the outer room, the Cullens waited, unnaturally still, discussing matters in hushed tones. Every 20 minutes or so, Carlyle would check on the sleeping Bella, monitoring her pulse. The group monitored her temperature, noting any visible changes. The silver bites on her bicep and ankle had brightened over time. Then, after about an hour, the sun began to set. Bella's scent intensified, causing every vampire except Carlyle and Rosalie to wince in discomfort. The overwhelming aroma made young Colin whimper, but a sharp glare from Paul silenced him. Her pheromones felt like a heavy weight pressing down on the back of their necks. Recognizing the situation, Carlyle stepped outside and called for Sam with a solemn nod. The two leaders approached the door of the containment room. Carlyle slid back a metal cover to reveal a peephole and gestured for Sam to take a look first. Sam peered into the room, taking in the sight of the unconscious, dark chestnut werewolf. He recalled his phone conversation with Carlisle, where he learned about Bella's impending transformation. A child of the moon's transformation would kill a normal human within 30 seconds, Carlisle had explained. Bella's heart will stop and shrink by 1/3, while she also experiences liver and kidney failure as all her other organs must change size. Her bones will break and begin to reshape and reform. Her throat and vocal cords will tear and reform, leaving her unable to talk or scream for a time. The pituitary glands will try to ease the pain by flooding her body with endorphins, but by then, they will have shut down too. Once the internal changes are complete, the external changes begin. Fangs will grow in, and her fingernails and toenails will extend into claws. Bella's eyes will shift from their normal human appearance to a striking animalistic silver. Her spine will enlarge, pushing the vertebrae against her skin and causing her body to hunch over, although her werewolf form will still allow her to walk upright on 2 legs. Her face and skull will reform and extend into a snout, while long hair will sprout all over her body. The skin beneath the hair will darken significantly. The stage was set. Bella had lost her human mind and had fully transformed into her bestial state. Typically, a werewolf would let out a long howl upon completing the transformation. But there was no howl. Instead, all that filled the air were low rumbles as the werewolf's deep breaths caused her underbelly to rise and fall. Sam let out a silent breath. Despite being a leader, a father figure, and a massive wolf, essentially a grown man, he felt a wave of relief wash over him at the thought of not having to deal with a rabid werewolf the size of a Ford Explorer and the height of a small giant. Carlisle observed Bella closely, jotting down notes in his pocket notebook. He gave Sam a small smile and whispered, "It seems that Bella is still asleep. Crazy plan, tranquilizing a werewolf, but it's working much better than the alternative," Sam replied with a nod. "Will she need another shot later on?" "Potentially," Carlisle mused. "If her werewolf physiology metabolizes the dose quickly enough, she could." Suddenly, the faint clink of metal echoed through the doorway. They paused, locking eyes. Carlisle moved closer to the opening, keeping a sharp watch on the still slumbering Bella. He had heard movement, which was to be expected from an unconscious body shifting in sleep. He mouthed, "Still asleep," to Sam before walking over to the couch where his wife sat. Sam turned to head outside when something made him stop. Perhaps it was a whisper from his instincts or a nudge from Sakati guiding his attention. Whatever it was, he looked back into the opening and met the eyes of his worst nightmare. Silver eyes gleamed with a hatred that pierced deep into his spirit. Bella was awake. "Carlisle!" Sam barked. Carlisle rushed to Sam's side, peering through the peephole with a grave expression. The others stood blurred behind him, but he raised a hand to block them. "No, go outside," he commanded. "But, Carlisle," Jasper began. Sam argued, his eyes black with tension. "Your combined sense will only agitate her," Carlisle replied, shaking his head. "We need her to stay calm. So please, go, and I'll call for you if Sam or I need help." Esme could see the unease in Carlisle's expression. "We'll be right outside, honey." "Please be careful," she murmured, kissing his cheek before guiding their children out. They could hear Esme explaining the situation to the other wolves. "We need to sedate her with the other dose." Carlisle filled a tranquilizer dart with the solution from the black-topped vial. He assembled a retractable blowgun and loaded the dart into the chamber. Bella growled, tracking his movements with intense focus. She tried to stand, the chains and cuffs creaking under her strength, but they held her down. The effects of the initial dose still dulled her abilities, preventing her from reaching full power. She locked eyes with Sam through the small opening, a low rumble escaping her throat, reminiscent of a '69 Camaro. Sam stiffened, his expression a mix of fear and shock. As Carlisle raised the blowgun to his lips, a heavy hand gripped his wrist. "Sam?" Carlisle glanced at him, confused. The Quileute wolf trembled as he spoke. "She's making me do this." A wave of dread washed over Carlisle. He switched the blowgun to his other hand, trying to fire a quick shot. But Sam positioned himself in front of Carlisle, blocking the view of Bella. Carlisle heard a chain snap as Bella let out an ear-splitting howl. Jasper. Emmett. In an instant, a black wolf burst forth from Sam's form. Carlisle jumped back to avoid a vicious bite as Jasper and Emmett flanked him. How was she doing this? Jasper asked, watching the way Sam protected Bella's door. It's her pheromones, Carlisle replied. Murmured, she can overpower a human or shifters will if certain conditions are met. Certain conditions? Emmett raised his eyebrows. Like, when she defended Rosalie in the cafe? Yes, Carlisle replied. I believe it's easy for her to tap into that power when she's very angry or protective. Or feels she's in danger, Jasper finished. Carlisle nodded. Emmett, face the front door and have the others help you. The front door? Emmett frowned. Isn't the problem with this door? If Bella can overpower the Cullens Alpha, then the others aren't far behind. Paul. Leah. Leave them alone. Jacob yelled. You need to snap out of it. Emmett burst outside, throwing a feral paw off Alice and chased after the wolf. With that opening, Rosalie stepped in close and swung a spinning back fist at Leah's temple. The wolf ducked under the blow and tried to snap her jaws around Rosalie's shoulder. Rosalie dove over the wolf, holding her arms up in a defensive stance. Edward and Esme stood back to back, surrounded by the snapping jaws of Seth and Embry. Inside the building, Jasper and Sam were locked in battle. Carlisle did his best to avoid the blows and sharp fangs while he readied his gun, but every time he got close, Sam would push the fight in his direction, breaking his concentration. During those endless seconds, Bella regained the rest of her strength. She stretched to her full height, ignoring the tiny sting of venom sticking to her fur. With an unruly roar, she broke the last of the chains and snapped her teeth around the chain anchoring the collar around her neck. The werewolf bounded toward the door, the thunder of her paws making the floor tremble. Bella rose on her hind legs and slammed her forepaws against the door with the force of a freight truck. Bang! The door flew off its hinges and slammed into Carlisle, leaving a body-shaped imprint in the material. Bella jumped on top of the door and snarled inches from Carlisle's face, her lips curling back to reveal her razor-sharp teeth. Long strands of venomous saliva dripped from her inch-long fangs onto his cheek. Carlisle grimaced, rolling onto his side and kicking the door, and Bella, away from him. She flew through the wall, shredding it in an instant, and landed outside in a tumble. Bella extended her claws, digging them into the ground to catch herself. As she tensed her body to dive back into the house and confront Carlisle, the scent of numerous threats surrounded her, threats that shifted Bella straight into fight or flight mode. In the chaos of her escape, the werewolf momentarily lost focus on her overwhelming dominance over Sam's pack. The Quillet wolves and the Cullens halted their battle, angling to surround Bella. She snarled, unleashing a defensive wave of her scent that made them recoil before she sprinted into the nearby forest. Bella! Jacob called out, shifting into his wolf form and bounding after her. The others quickly followed his lead. Bella was on a warpath, appending trees and carving mini trenches in the dirt beneath the weight of her paws. She moved like a ballistic tank gone haywire, her speed escalating as the scent of her pursuers pushed her beyond her limits. She's headed right for town, Alice warned. Everyone, Carlisle commanded. We need to herd Bella toward the cliffs. How do you want to do that? Emmett asked, skepticism creeping into his voice. She doesn't seem to want to participate. Werewolves can attack people, but they are hardwired to hunt vampires, Carlisle explained. If we can entice her to chase us toward the cliffs while surrounding her from behind, I can sedate her. Entice her to chase? Emmett's eyes narrowed, a challenge brewing in his gaze. I got this. Wait, Emmett. Rosalie cautioned. But her husband cracked his knuckles and leaped into the fork of a nearby grand fir. The burly man bounded from branch to branch, ready to put his plan into action. Emmett stood right in front of Bella, poised for action. With a powerful leap off the tree, he executed a front pike somersault, landing in a superhero crouch that created a 5-foot crater in the ground. 200 feet away, Bella curled her lips back to reveal her fangs. Whistling a jaunty tune, Emmett dusted off his shirt and dove to the right just as she attempted to slam her paws down on his head. With a swift kip up, he back-tucked into a backflip, narrowly avoiding her poisonous bite. "Come on, big bad bee," Emmett taunted, weaving side to side as he sprinted away from her. "I know you've got more moves than that." Bella's roar echoed through the trees. "Good display of dominance," Emmett said, pretending to jot down notes on an imaginary clipboard. "However, I'm looking for something more committed to the act, Bella. You're a werewolf, but are you really giving it your all?" He winked at her. "Let's find out." With that, Emmett blurred away in the direction of the cliffs, his ears tuned to the sound of her thunderous footfalls behind him. As he distracted her, the others fanned out in an arrowhead formation, guiding Bella into a funnel that led straight to the edge. Moonlight filtered through the canopies of the western larch, casting pale rays that absorbed into the darkness of Bella's coat. When they were half a mile from the cliffs, Emmett glanced back to check on Bella. But he had underestimated how quickly she would catch up. "Damn!" Emmett bellowed as her fangs clamped down on his shoulders. Pain surged through him as he felt the sickening crunch of his bones in her maw. In horror, he watched as Bella shook her head, dislodging his arm from his body. It fell into a pile of moss with a sickening thud. Just as Bella angled her jaws to devour his head, Rosalie slammed into her side, sending them both tumbling. The heavy weight of Bella on Rosalie's back made her freeze. Rosalie flipped over to protect herself, her hands crossed over her face. She braced for pain, but when none came, she lowered her arms. Bella, with her limbs bracketing the vampire's arms and legs on both sides, pierced Rosalie with her silver-eyed stare. The feral look faded from the werewolf's features as Bella sniffed the vampire, replaced by a potent curiosity that sent a shiver down Rosalie's spine. "Bella?" Rosalie murmured, the worry in her voice creating a bubble around them. She blinked as Bella's ears flickered, as if the werewolf recognized her own name. A fleck of brown surfaced in the silver pool of Bella's irises. The change was nearly invisible, even to Rosalie's enhanced sight. "Bella, can you hear me? You need to calm down so we can get you back." Bella tilted her head just as a small projectile whistled through the air and punctured her flank. Then, right before the sedative took hold, something incredible happened. In a split second, perhaps even an illusion under the dim lights, something transformed. For a group of supernatural beings, there was no mistaking what they witnessed. Rosalie gasped as the soft, naked woman replaced the werewolf's form. She was wide-eyed, caught in Bella's intense gaze. But before Rosalie could react, Bella's eyes rolled back into her head, and she slumped against the vampire's neck. In that moment, the girl transformed back into a werewolf, still unconscious, now acting as the world's largest weighted blanket. The Quilutes and Cullens watched the scene in shock. "Oh, thank goodness, you're all right," Esme said, holding a hand to her mouth, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. A small sob escaped her as she watched Emmett attach his missing limb. "Well, for a moment, I definitely was," Emmett said, waving his missing arm at the group before reattaching it to his rotator cuff. Despite the lightness in his words, his expression was solemn as he reflected on the situation. Edward observed Rosalie and Bella, running a shaky hand through his hair. "Did you two catch that?" Alice's doe-like eyes seemed to take up half her face. "Yeah," she replied. Jasper nodded, adding, "I could feel it." "What happened?" Carlyle asked, his curiosity piqued. "In the exact moment Bella turned into a human, we could use our powers on her," Edward explained, tearing his gaze away from the slumbering wolf. "But the opening disappeared when she shifted back." "Could you see anything of note? Any thoughts or feelings?" Carlyle pressed, his mind racing. Edward exchanged a glance with Alice and Jasper, who shrugged helplessly. "Well," Edward began, discomfort radiating from him, "she was thinking of Rosalie." There was this indescribable continuum of emotion, it felt timeless. He looked at Jasper, who nodded in agreement. I had a vision of them. Alice's voice floated through the air like a soft lullaby, capturing everyone's attention. They were running together, surrounded by darkness, but they weren't scared. They were filled with joy. All eyes turned to the unconscious wolf and the frozen vampire beneath her. "Shit," Rosalie whispered. Hidden in the towering crown of a mountain hemlock was a woman with crimson eyes, trembling with a seething anger that coursed through her body. Earlier, she had watched from miles away as vampires and werewolves collaborated to surround a silver building. A branch disintegrated in her grip at the sight of Edward and then his mate. Lauren's absence loomed heavily in her thoughts. That afternoon, she had plotted over new solutions, toiling over potential loopholes. The Cullens' return had greatly disrupted her plans. And then, the full moon rose, bringing with it a rabid werewolf, with no sign of Edward's mate. As she watched them manage to corral the creature in the woods, a new plan began to form in her mind. One that would require a visit to pay. With respect to her friend's widow, Victoria glanced back at the cliffs one last time before heading north toward Alaska. Chapter 14, Watermarked by Our Ancestry. Bella woke up enveloped in the scent of rosewood. She squinted against the sunlight pressing against her eyelids and took a deep breath, yawning. Suddenly, she froze. The smell of rotting berries and rubbing alcohol invaded her senses. But then she relaxed, recalling the gentle look on Esme's face as she had pulled the comforter up to cover Bella. "Bella?" A voice called, rich and enchanting, flowing like golden ichor. Bella recognized it as Rosalie's. The werewolf's fingers twitched. This was not Esme. It felt as though until now, she had only heard Rosalie speak through the crackling static of a two-way radio, without grasping the divine reality before her. As Bella opened her eyes, she took in the sight of Rosalie. She was glorious, bathed in the sun's warm embrace, somehow a trillion times more beautiful now that Bella had a new perspective. This was a vision she knew she would never forget, even if her mind remained weak and human. She silently thanked whatever higher power existed that this image would remain with her for all eternity. Rosalie's cool, celestial hand brushed Bella's hair back from her face. Dazed, Bella gazed into the infinite warmth of Rosalie's honeyed eyes and mumbled, "Angel." "Gay," Alice coughed under her breath, disrupting the moment with her typical clairvoyant accuracy. She covered her mouth with her fist, but the mischievous twinkle in her eyes betrayed her amusement. Rosalie startled, pulling her hand back and rising from her seat as if she had been shaken awake. The icy regret in her eyes pierced Bella's chest, leaving her feeling floundering and fully conscious. "I'll let the others know she's awake," Rosalie said, her voice toneless. She swept her gaze over Bella, emotions carefully concealed, and then Bella turned to leave the bedroom, but a small voice inside her, a condensed pearl of swirling, sweltering emotion, whispered out to the vampire, urging her, "Don't walk away." Rosalie tensed, a slight hesitation that echoed like alarms in Bella's heart. The woman clenched her teeth and shut the door behind her without a backward glance. Esme took Rosalie's empty seat and gently ran her fingers over a bandage on Bella's waist. Bella winced and suddenly became aware of her surroundings. "Where am I?" she asked. The ever-present harsh buzz in her throat was soothed by the room's comforting fragrance. "And where are Jacob and the others?" "The Cullens are doing a debrief of last night in La Push," Esme explained carefully, beginning to remove the old bandage. "And you're back at our home." Alice flashed an impish grin. "In Rosalie's room, to be exact." Bella's eyes darted around the bedroom, taking in details that felt entirely different from the Rosalie Hale she knew. The room was defined by organic materials and finishes, a personification of a Brazilian summer. Exposed wooden beams adorned the ceiling, while the walls, made of white painted brick, were as thin as a paperback. The polished concrete floor contrasted beautifully with the natural, distressed textures of tigerwood furniture. Bella blushed at the sight of the Japanese copper-soaking tub in the far corner of the room, framed by a 6-inch-high border and fully visible from the bed. The space was alive with a variety of blossoming greenery and modernized by gold-framed artworks. The Art Deco and Surrealist styles grounded the room with their dark, rich colors. Floor-to-ceiling windows opened onto a spacious balcony, featuring the only mirror in the entire room. The full-length gilded mirror faced away from the nature beyond, as if Rosalie, standing on the balcony, had to choose between admiring her own beauty or the beauty of the world outside. The boundless rainforest surrounded them, and this room was designed to make one lose themselves in its beauty. A question formed in Bella's mind: why would someone like Rosalie want to disappear? How did I get here? Bella tore her gaze from a painting of Frida Kahlo's La Columna Rhoda and met Esme's eyes. What happened last night? Well, Alice sang, passing a fresh mug of tea to Bella. It all began once you laid your beautiful head down to rest. Alice, Esme said, her motherly tone making the seer's shoulders slump. Please give her a synopsis. Once I clean Bella's bandages, we need to head downstairs for our own debrief with everyone. Yes, Esme. Alice sighed and held up her hand. So, you fell asleep and turned into a werewolf. The tranquilizer wore off, and you woke up. She jabbed her finger down with each point. You managed to mind control every Quileute wolf except for Jacob Black and got Sam to fight Carlisle and Jasper while you escaped your containment room. Let's see. You nearly ran to Forks, but Emmett distracted you, and then you broke his arm. Rosalie pushed you off him before you could seriously hurt him, and you didn't try to kill Rose. Actually, you did some kind of intense, homoerotic sniffing and, oops, almost forgot, you turned back into your human self for a second. Edward, Jazz, and I were able to use our powers on you then, and we learned a lot about you. Esme flicked her hand out to catch the mud that slipped from Bella's frozen fingers. Honestly? Alice tapped her chin, a thoughtful look on her face. It explained so many things that didn't add up. I mean, we do live in Washington, but a pickup truck, a near obsession with worn flannels, and a depressive, nihilistic state so profound you could call it one of your core personality traits. The vampire scared and made a dubious face. It's a bit too on the nose, don't you think, Bella? Like, give us some room to be doubtful. What? Bella sputtered, confusion etched on her face. Bella turned a deep shade of firetruck red. I don't. Alice. Esme scolded, her frown deepening as she rubbed Bella's back. I said synopsis, not psychoanalysis. Pourquoi pas let's do? Alice replied, raising her hands in a mock gesture of surrender. I can multitask. Bella could barely catch her breath. Alice, I will come back upstairs if you don't quickly learn the concept of one mouth, two ears. Rosalie's low, rumbling voice echoed from below, sending a different kind of shiver down Bella's spine. Darling, Jasper called in a somewhat strained tone, Rose isn't joking, I would let it go. He sighed. And there's no need to dig a deeper hole with Bella when that's not really how you feel. You know that. Alice clenched her fists, her playful demeanor vanishing like day-old makeup. A sense of weariness settled on her shoulders. Bella was taken aback by the sight of Alice kneeling at the foot of her bed, her dark toffee gaze fixed on Bella's hands as they fidgeted in her lap, as if she felt unworthy of meeting the werewolf's eyes. I'm sorry, Bella. Alice's voice was a mournful tinkle, like a forgotten wind chime in an abandoned home. I'm being self-destructive when I should be supportive. She bit her lip, scratching a manicured nail against her pants. And it's not right to make you a punching bag because I'm unhappy with your feelings and your opinion on our friendship. Alice swallowed, correcting herself. Former friendship. So, I'm going to go downstairs and wait until you feel ready to come down because I don't want to make things worse. She glanced at the side of her neck before blurring out of the room. Bella managed one shallow breath before dropping her head into her hands. What the absolute hell? Bella. Esme murmured. Pardon me, Esme, but please. Don't. Irritation bubbled up inside Bella. What happened to people giving you a moment to wake up before bombarding you with their nonsense? I can't handle the hot and cold from those two and then kindness from you. It feels like you're all playing emotional ping-pong with my brain. Shaking her head, Bella got out of bed. Esme nodded and handed her a pile of fresh clothes and toiletries before quietly murmuring, "Take your time," as she left the room. Bella glanced at the small portrait of the scream and let out a self-deprecating chuckle at the man's agonized expression. "Buddy, trust me, I know how you feel." Once she was cleaned up, Bella padded down the main staircase to join the Cullens. As she entered the living room, the murmurs faded, and she took in the various looks of concern, anxiety, and alertness from the group. "All right, I'm going to be honest," Bella began. "Ignoring that cluster you-know-what upstairs, judging by everyone's faces, it feels like I blacked out last night, peed on a cop car, and flipped off an old lady." "Well, technically, that'd be much better than what happened yesterday," Emmett pointed out with a grin. Everyone turned to stare at him. "Hey." Emmett narrowed his eyes, frowning in mock betrayal as he gestured to his shoulder. "My arm got ripped off. I'm entitled to my comedic reparations, all right?" A wave of panic bloomed in Bella's chest, a sensation always lurking just beneath the surface, waiting to resurface. So, Alice wasn't lying? Although her retelling left much to be desired, Carlyle said, shooting his daughter a disappointed glance before shaking his head. "Alice was correct in everything she told you. Last night was an experience, both humbling and informative." Carlyle tried to understate the chaos. "It was like trying to catch a rabid newborn," Emmett snorted, dismissing the attempt to downplay it. "It's not an inaccurate analogy for her situation," Jasper said, tilting his head in contemplation. "Honestly, it's very similar. Like her bloodthirst." "Her speed," Edward added, watching Bella with solemn eyes. "Her viciousness," Emmett chimed in, shuddering slightly before placing a gentle kiss on his shoulder. "Her strength," Alice murmured from her cozy spot in the corner of the couch, fiddling with Jasper's hand. "Wait," Bella interjected, her eyebrows furrowing as confusion halted her mini panic attack. "You're comparing me to a baby bitten by a dog?" "Well, that does sound ridiculous in that context," Carlyle chuckled, rubbing his thumb on Esme's shoulder. "But no, newborns is our term for new vampires, not human infants." "Okay, and what makes them different from you guys?" Bella asked. "Aren't vampires all the same once they're bitten, aside from having gifts?" "They're a great deal stronger than us because their own human blood lingers in their tissues," Carlyle explained. "Our kind is never more physically powerful than in the first several months of this life." "Carlyle's right," Jasper said, his steadfast gaze fixed on Bella. "That's what makes them so dangerous." "Well, at least their phase dies down," Bella retorted, a bitter gloom settling in her chest. "Mine will never end." All of the Cullens paused. "What?" Bella glanced around the room. "What is it?" "Bella," Carlyle said, watching her carefully, "what exactly do you remember from last night?" The question caught her off guard, but she found herself answering. "Well, everything up until drinking the tea and falling asleep, but nothing else." She blinked, her mouth gaping as a memory flashed into her mind. The scent of dead leaves and fresh, budding flowers. Soft skin. Whiskey gold eyes brimming with concern. A profound, restless urge bloomed deep under Bella's skin, just wanting, aching, yearning for. Then, a voice spoke. Calming every sorrow, buoying every hope, that voice. Bella met Rosalie's cool, guarded gaze. The blonde tilted her chin up, staring down her nose at Bella. In response, Bella dug her nails into her palms, gritting her teeth against the deep sting. She didn't finish her sentence, she didn't need to. A million questions had buzzed around her mind since the first night she caught the scent of Brazilian rosewood. Now, only a shaky, solitary answer, accompanied by a rising panic, remained. Carlyle glanced between the two and cleared his throat. "When you and Rosalie interacted, you were able to turn back into a human for a short moment. Considering that your mind's shield was open enough to allow Alice, Jasper, and Edward's powers to interact with you, and they were all standing just a few feet away. I believe you were extending your shield far enough to not only enclose your body but theirs as well." "So, what does that mean?" Bella asked, unable to look away from the golden, dry ice gaze of what had once been a terrifying vampire who had barely stirred her instincts but now. If your shield can extend far enough to stop the effects of the full moon, Carlyle said, his eyes shining with tempered hope, then we may have a way to control your wolf. Meanwhile, 10 miles outside of La Push, 9 wolves had gathered. In a clearing left by loggers and wedged between 2 spurs of the Olympic Mountains, where no one would see them, the Quileute wolf staged a chaotic reenactment of the Tower of Babel. Jacob's ears twitched at the jumbled shouts echoing in his mind. Sam's onyx hackles stood stiff as rumbling, unbroken growls spilled from his maw like rushing water. As he paced around the top of the ring, Paul and Jared moved like shadows behind him, their ears flat against the sides of their heads. The entire circle was agitated, standing on their feet and snarling in low bursts. Jacob watched with growing dread as their tension escalated. Anger started out undefined, a bubbling toddler of rage with no clear purpose, driven only by instinct. Then, fragmented thoughts began to coalesce. How can this be? What does it mean? What will she become? Not safe. Not right. Dangerous. Unnatural. Monstrous. An abomination. We can't allow this. The pack began to pace in unison, their thoughts merging, except for Jacob and one other. The boy sat beside his brother, whoever it was, too stunned by yesterday's events to check with his eyes or mind. The pack circled around them, tension thick in the air. The treaty does not cover this. This puts everyone in danger. Jacob tried to make sense of the spiraling voices, following the twisting path of their thoughts, but it was chaotic. The images at the center of their minds were his own, terrifying memories. The wolves bared their fangs as they attacked the Cullens, Bella's vicious snarl as she stood over Carlyle. They fear it, too. But they won't take action. Protecting Bella's swan. We can't let that influence us. The safety of our families, of everyone here, is more important than one girl. If they won't stop her, we have to. Protect the tribe. Protect our families. We must end this before it's too late. Another memory surged in Jacob's mind, Carlyle's words, if Bella can overpower the Quileute Alpha, then the others won't be far behind. Jacob struggled to concentrate, to distinguish individual voices. No time to waste, Jared thought. It will mean a fight, Embry cautioned. A bad one. We're ready, Paul insisted. We'll need surprise on our side, Sam mused. If we catch them divided, we can take them down separately. It will increase our chances of victory, Jared strategized, already plotting their next move. Jacob shook his head and slowly rose to his feet. The circling wolves made him dizzy, unsteady on his feet. The wolf beside him got. His shoulder pressed against Jacob's, offering support. Jacob paused for a moment, his thoughts racing. The circling wolves halted for just a beat before resuming their pacing. There's little time, Sam said, urgency in his voice. But what are you thinking? Jacob questioned. You're planning an ambush while the treaty is still intact? This is not something our treaty anticipated, Sam replied. This is a danger to every human in the area. Bella is wild, violent, and beyond the reach of reason or restraint. She's protected by the Cullens. We don't fully understand what kind of creature she is, but we know she's strong and capable of controlling all of us. Except Jacob, Paul muttered. We don't know, Jacob began to protest. We don't know, he conceded. And we can't take chances with the unknown in this case. The Cullens can exist here only because we trust they won't cause harm. She cannot be trusted. They don't trust her any more than we do, Sam said, pulling Rosalie's concerned face from Jacob's mind and displaying it for everyone. Some are ready to fight for her, no matter what she is. She's just a girl, for crying out loud. Jacob explained. Not during the full moon, Leah whispered. Jake, this is a big problem, Colin said. We can't just ignore it. You're making it into something bigger than it is, Jacob argued. The only one in danger here is Bella. Again, by her own actions, Sam countered. But this time, she affects us all. I don't think so, Jacob replied. We can't take that chance. We won't allow a blood drinker to hunt on our lands. Then tell them to leave, Seth, still supporting Jacob, suggested. Of course. And inflict her on others? Jacob retorted. When blood drinkers cross our land, we handle it, no matter where they plan to hunt. We protect everyone we can. This is crazy, Jacob said, frustration evident in his voice. 2 months ago, we were just protecting her. 2 months ago, I didn't know she could control our bodies and force us to fight each other. I can't believe this. How are you? How are we going to stop Bella without killing her? The silence hung heavy with unspoken words. Jacob howled in frustration. She's a wolf too. Doesn't our protection apply to her? Leah thought, she's already on borrowed time before the Vulturi finds out. We'll just shorten the process. That was it. Jacob leaped away from Seth and charged toward his sister, teeth bared. He was just about to catch her left hind leg when he felt Sam's teeth sink into his flank, dragging him back. Jacob barked furiously in pain and turned on Sam. Stop, he ordered, his voice resonating with the authority of the Alpha. Jacob's legs buckled beneath him, and he jerked to a halt, barely managing to stay on his feet through sheer willpower. Sam turned his gaze away from Jacob. You will not be cruel to him, Leah, he commanded. Bella's sacrifice is a heavy price, and we will all recognize that. It goes against everything we stand for to take a human life. Making an exception to that code is a grim thing. We will all mourn for what we do tonight. Tonight? Seth repeated, shocked. Sam, I think we should talk about this some more. Consult with the elders, at least. You can't seriously mean for us to. We can't afford your tolerance for the Cullens right now. There is no time for debate. You will do as you are told, Seth. Seth's front knees folded, and his head dropped under the weight of the Alpha's command. Sam began to pace in a tight circle around the two of them. We need the whole pack for this. Jacob, you are our strongest fighter. You will fight with us tonight. I understand that this is hard for you, so you will focus on their fighters, Emmett and Jasper Cullen. You don't have to get involved with the other part. Colin and Embry will fight alongside you. Jacob's knees trembled as he struggled to remain upright, the weight of the Alpha's voice pressing against his will. Paul, Jared, and I will take on Edward and Rosalie. From what we've seen, I believe. They will be the ones guarding Bella, Sam declared. Carlisle, Esme, and Alice will also be nearby. Brady, Colin, Seth, and Leah will focus on them. Whoever has a clear line on. He hesitated, clearly struggling with saying Bella's name. The creature will take it. Destroying that beast is our first priority. The pack rumbled in nervous agreement. The tension in the air had everyone's fur standing on end. Their pacing quickened, and the sound of paws against the brackish floor sharpened, toenails tearing into the soil. Only Seth and Jacob remained still, caught in the eye of a storm filled with bared teeth and flattened ears. Seth's nose was nearly touching the ground, bowed under Sam's commands. And what choice did Jacob have? When the Alpha spoke, the pack followed. Sam had never pushed his authority this far before, and Jacob could see the discomfort in him. He hated to see Seth kneeling before him like a slave at the foot of his master. Sam wouldn't force this if he didn't believe he had no other choice. Jacob knew he couldn't lie to them when they were linked mind to mind like this. Sam truly believed it was their duty to destroy Bella and the mindless wolf she had become. He believed they had no time to waste. Sam believed it enough to die for it. But this felt wrong. It wasn't just because killing Bella felt like killing himself, like suicide. Pull it together, Jacob, Sam ordered. The tribe comes first. We have a duty to fulfill. Jacob braced himself. No, Sam snarled, halting his pacing in front of Jacob. He locked eyes with him, and a deep growl slid between his teeth. Yes, the Alpha decreed, his voice heavy with authority. There are no loopholes tonight. You, Jacob, are going to fight the Cullens with us. You, along with Colin and Embry, will take care of Jasper and Emmett. You are obligated to protect the tribe. That is why you exist. You will perform this obligation. Jacob's shoulders tensed. Jacob hunched low, feeling the weight of Sam's edict press down on him. His legs buckled, and he found himself sprawled on his belly beneath the alpha. No member of the pack could defy Sam's command. As Sam organized the others into formation, Jacob remained on the ground. Embry and Colin stood by his side, waiting for him to regain his footing and take the lead. Jacob felt an undeniable urge to rise and guide them, a compulsion that intensified even as he fought against it. It was a futile struggle, and he cringed on the ground. Embry let out a quiet whimper in his ear, hesitant to voice his thoughts, fearing that it would draw Sam's attention back to Jacob. Jacob sensed Embry's wordless plea for him to stand up, to face this challenge and finish it. Fear permeated the pack, not so much for their own lives, but for the group as a whole. They couldn't bear to think about who might not make it through the night. Which brothers would they lose? Which minds would be forever absent? Which families would they find themselves comforting in the morning? As Jacob's thoughts aligned with those of his pack, he instinctively pushed himself off the ground and shook out his coat. Embry and Colin exhaled in relief. Embry nudged Jacob gently with his nose, a silent show of support. The two boys were united in their mission, their focus sharpened. They recalled the previous day when they had watched the Cullens battle against their own and chase after Bella. Emmett Cullen was the strongest, but Jasper posed an even greater threat. He moved with a speed and power that felt almost lethal. How many centuries of experience did he have? Enough that the rest of the Cullens looked to him for leadership. "I'll take point if you want to flank," Colin offered, his excitement palpable. For him, this was more than just a fight, it was a contest. Even with his life on the line, he was eager for the challenge. Paul had that same spark, as did Brady, the other boy who had never seen battle. "Jake?" Colin nudged him again. "How do you want to roll?" Jacob shook his head, struggling to concentrate. The compulsion to follow orders felt like puppet strings tied to every muscle in his body, forcing him to move. One foot forward, then another. Seth lagged behind Colin and Brady, while Leah had taken the lead. She ignored Seth as she strategized with the others, and Jacob could sense her desire to leave him out of the fight. There was a protective instinct in her feelings for her younger brother, a wish that Sam would send him home. Seth, however, seemed oblivious to Leah's doubts. He was adjusting to the pull of those puppet strings, just like Jacob was. "Maybe if you stopped resisting," Embry whispered. "Just focus on our part. The big ones. We can take them down. We own them." Colin was getting fired up, rallying them like a coach before a big game. Jacob realized how easy it would be to narrow his focus to just his role. It wasn't difficult to imagine charging at Jasper and Emmett, they had been close to that before. He had seen them as enemies for a long time, and he could do so again. He just had to forget that they were protecting the same person he would protect. He had to ignore the reason he might want them to succeed. "Jake," Embry warned, "keep your head in the game." Jacob's feet felt heavy, like blocks of cement, resisting the pull of the strings. "There's no point fighting it," Embry whispered again. He was right. Jacob would ultimately do what Sam wanted if he pushed through it. And he was willing. There was a good reason for the Alpha's authority. Even a pack as strong as theirs was ineffective without a leader. They needed to move and think as one, and that required a guiding force. So what if Sam was wrong this time? There was nothing anyone could do about it. No one could challenge his decision. Except. And there it was, a thought Jacob had never wanted to entertain. But now, with his legs ensnared by those strings, he felt a sense of relief, more than relief, a fierce joy. No one could dispute the Alpha's decision affected everyone, except for him. He hadn't earned anything. Yet there were aspects of himself he had left unclaimed, things that had always been there. Jacob never wanted to lead the pack. He didn't want to take on the responsibility for all their fates resting on his shoulders. Sam was better suited for that role than he would ever be. But tonight, Sam was wrong. Jacob wasn't meant to kneel before him. As if shedding invisible bonds, Jacob felt a rush of freedom and an unsettling, hollow power. Hollow, because an alpha's strength came from his pack, and Jacob had no pack. For a brief moment, loneliness overwhelmed him. But then, a cozy warmth gathered at the nape of his neck and his right bicep, a sensation that reminded him of Bella. He might not have a pack now, but he had Bella, and he could feel her presence even from miles away. With newfound determination, Jacob walked straight and strong toward where Sam stood, strategizing with Paul and Jared. Sam turned at the sound of Jacob's approach, his black eyes narrowing. "No," Jacob said firmly. Immediately, Sam sensed it. He could hear the choice Jacob had made through the resonance of his alpha voice in his thoughts. Sam stumbled back a half step, shock evident on his face. "Jacob? What have you done?" "I won't follow you, Sam." "I can't." Sam stared at Jacob, stunned. "You would choose your enemies over your family?" "They aren't," Jacob shook his head, clearing his mind. "They aren't our enemies. They never have been. Until I had to face the reality of destroying them, I didn't see that." "This isn't about them," Sam snarled. "This is about Bella. She has never been the one for you. She has never chosen you, yet you continue to destroy your life for her." Those were harsh words, but only partly true. Jacob inhaled deeply, letting the warmth of Bella anchor his decision. "You're right. But you're going to destroy the pack. Over her, Sam. No matter how many of them survive tonight, they will always have murder on their hands. We have to protect our families. I know what you've decided, Sam. But you don't decide for me, not anymore. Jacob, you can't turn your back on the tribe." Jacob heard the familiar echo of Sam's alpha command, but this time, it felt weightless. It no longer held power over him. Sam clenched his jaw, trying to force a reaction from Jacob, but Jacob stood firm, staring into Sam's furious eyes. Ephraim Black's son was not destined to follow Levi Yuli's. "Is this it, then, Jacob Black?" Sam asked, his hackles rising as he bared his teeth. Paul and Jared snarled, bristling at his sides. "Even if you can defeat me, the pack will never follow you." Jacob jerked back, a surprised whine escaping his throat. "Defeat you? I'm not going to fight you, Sam." "Then what's your plan?" "I'm not stepping aside so you can protect this beast at the tribe's expense. I'm not telling you to step aside. If you order them to follow you, I won't take anyone's will away from them." Sam's tail whipped back and forth as he recoiled from the judgment in Jacob's words. He stepped forward until they were toe-to-toe, his exposed teeth inches from Jacob's face. In that moment, Jacob realized he had grown taller than Sam. There cannot be more than one alpha. The pack has chosen me. Will you rip us apart tonight? Will you turn on your brothers? Or will you end this insanity and join us again? Every word dripped with command, but it couldn't touch Jacob. Alpha blood ran undiluted in his veins. "Of course, you'd betray us for that girl," Paul snarled. "I knew it. I knew something was up when she couldn't affect you. You're her little lapdog." Jacob could see why there was never more than one alpha male in a pack. His body was responding to the challenge, the instinct to assert himself rising within him. Jacob felt a surge of determination rising within him. The primal essence of his wolf self tensed in anticipation of a battle for supremacy. He concentrated all his energy on controlling that instinct. He refused to engage in a pointless, destructive fight with Sam or Paul. They were still his brothers, even as he rejected their authority. There's only one alpha for this pack. I'm not disputing that. I'm simply choosing my own path. Do you belong to a coven now, Jacob? Sam asked, a hint of disbelief in his voice. Jacob flinched at the question. I don't know, Sam. But I do know this. Sam recoiled as he sensed the weight of authority in Jacob's tone. It affected him more deeply than it did Jacob, who had been born to lead. I will stand between you and the Cullens. I won't just watch while the pack kills innocent. It was challenging to apply that term to vampires, but it was true. People. The pack is better than that. Led them in the right direction, Sam. With that, Jacob turned his back on him. A chorus of howls erupted in the air around him. Digging his nails into the earth, he raced away from the chaos he had caused. Time was not on his side. At least Leo was the only one who might outrun him, and he had a head start. The howling faded into the distance, and Jacob found comfort in the sound, even as it shattered the stillness of the night. They weren't after him. Not yet. He needed to warn the Cullens before the pack could regroup and stop him. If the Cullens were prepared, it might give Sam a reason to rethink this before it was too late. Jacob sprinted toward the White House he still despised, leaving his former home behind. Home no longer belonged to Jacob, he had turned his back on it. Above him, the imperceptible warmth of the Arctic sun shone brightly, miles upon miles of majestic mountains, rolling hills, and vast lush forests where alert deer never noticed the silent steps of the predator among them. The air in Alaska was clean and ripe with opportunity. Victoria had heard tales from Laurent but preferred to avoid first-hand experience in the territory of the unfamiliar. Cullens' allies. Family, as Laurent called them. Victoria dug her bare feet into the icy knoll and scoffed at the notion. What a primitive concept. It hadn't taken long for her to find the home of the only vampires in this frozen state. James' sharp smirk, one of her favorites, shone vividly in her mind. His gift had rubbed off on her after centuries of exploring the world, and she cherished those lessons. She remembered the focus in his gaze, those rare moments when he was serious, his age evident in his tempered experience, battle scars and all. "Rhea, you've got to remove the barrier between your mind and your prey's mind," he would always say. "It's not enough to smell, run, or observe. You have to ignore the individual parts of yourself and become your prey in particles and waves. Emotions, desires, beliefs, fears. If you become them, then it's just a matter of closing the distance between you and yourself." Inevitability. Then he'd laugh that crazed laugh, gripping her neck and waist with firm hands. She'd get lost in his lips, his scent, and his long, gorgeous locks. Inevitability. That's what loving James was. Now, standing half a mile from a habitat she had come to expect filled with domesticated vampires, few as they were, Victoria adjusted her expression and readied herself for a different kind of inevitability. An eye for an eye echoed in the back of her mind. Her bare feet pressed into the icy ground, the Arctic air carrying a pristine chill as she surveyed the landscape. She could see why Laurent had mentioned Alaska's allure, the wilderness, the solitude, a place for creatures like them to roam undisturbed. Yet, as the Denali Coven's domain appeared in the distance, she felt the weight of familiar disdain settle within her. Family, Laurent had once said with a smirk, as if it were a quaint relic from another time. She scoffed. Family was a myth, at least for her. The Denali residence emerged through the snow-dusted trees, expansive with slanted dark roofs and a carefully maintained perimeter. The grounds around the house were meticulously cleared, almost excessively so, as if the vampires within were trying to mimic human habits of upkeep but missing the mark on subtlety. The place felt cozy, inviting in a way that struck Victoria as naive. Her gaze sharpened when she spotted movement, a flash of blonde stepping forward with steady confidence. The stranger's eyes assessed her, catching the slant of Victoria's mouth as she raised a hand in greeting. The blonde vampire halted a few feet away, a glint of wariness in her Slavic-toned voice. "Do you always make a habit of trespassing on private land, or is today special?" Victoria's lips twisted into a playful smirk. "Trespassing?" she replied, tilting her head with feigned innocence. "I was going to call it being neighborly." The vampire's eyes narrowed, suspicion mingling with a cautious curiosity. "And what brings you to our corner of Alaska, then?" "Laurent," Victoria said simply, slipping her sunglasses down to reveal her unguarded gaze. Or rather, his current absence. She noticed a flicker of recognition, a tightening of the jaw, the faintest glimmer of worry. The woman's mouth twitched, a new sort of sharp consideration entering her eyes as she placed a hand on her hip. Laurent, how do you know that name? Laurent was my old coven mate, Victoria replied, her voice carrying a small, weighted frown. We had a rich history together. I see. The vampire studied her with wary eyes. I'm Tanya Denali, head of this coven. And you must be Victoria. Laurent has mentioned me, then. Tanya's eyebrow lifted in intrigue. That, and your mate's reputation with my cousin speaks for you. Ah. Yes. Victoria's eyes flitted down in a moment of reflection. Victoria maintained a demure expression, suppressing the rage that threatened to surface at the mention of James. That is an ongoing conversation, but I'm not here for revenge. I'm not even wearing the proper shoes for it, she pouted, digging her big toe into the gravel beneath them. You're an honest one, aren't you? Tanya observed, taking in Victoria's leather pants and mink coat. I try, Victoria replied, the words slipping out as a lie. Tanya's gaze tightened, lingering on her just a moment too long. Then, what business do you have here? Tanya asked. I came with news about him, Victoria said, reaching up to push her sunglasses aside, revealing a deep shade of forlorn crimson in her eyes. Something's happened. Tanya led her down the road, and Victoria followed, her expression impassive as they approached the house. Up close, she noted the meticulous human touches of the structure, a stark contrast to her nomadic life. As they entered, Victoria counted the watchful eyes around her, 5 vampires in total, regarding her with a mix of curiosity and mistrust. One by one, they introduced themselves. I'm Kate, said one of the blondes, and these are my sisters, Irina and Tanya. Then there were Eleazar and Carmen, with their black hair and olive-toned skin. The man was tall, while the woman was shorter, her curls spiraling around her face. Victoria tilted her head, locking eyes with Eleazar, who watched her intently. That's quite a gift you have there, he said, stepping forward and offering her his hand. How do you know about my gift? Victoria asked, hesitating before reaching for his hand, her muscles coiled with tension. Because of my own, Eleazar replied, and she realized he had positioned himself protectively in front of his wife without drawing attention to it, a subtle yet effective display of guardianship. I can sense the gift of any vampire I come in contact with. I see, Victoria said slowly, her wariness evident as she stared at the hand still patiently extended. Ever aware of her surroundings, she calculated the odds of escape. Victoria had a deep distaste for direct confrontation, especially when she was outnumbered. That was James's preferred way of playing the game, and look where it had led him. Her fingers twitched at the thought. It struck her that she couldn't remember the last time she'd touched someone other than James without the intention of hurting them. With a slow, hesitant motion, she slipped her hand into his, allowing him to give it a brief shake before yanking it back and tucking it into her coat sleeves. Well? What's happened to my mate? She demanded. Irina, a woman with somber golden eyes and chin-length platinum hair, stiffened in agitation as she met Victoria's gaze. Where is Laurent? 2 months ago, I asked Laurent to visit Forks as a favor to me. Victoria's voice was low and mournful as she began to recount her tale. In order to hunt Edward's human? Eleazar guessed, his discerning gaze fixed on her. If you know about Edward's human, she replied, tasting the name on her tongue, sharp and bitter, a madness flickering in her darkening eyes as she stepped closer. Then you wouldn't happen to know about his murder of my mate, James? The rhetorical question sparked a restlessness in her gait, only held back by the awareness that circling them would not be taken well. She forced down her rage into tiny, trembling compartments. In any case, Laurent only agreed to the favor as long as he didn't bring any harm to the girl. Victoria chose to overlook the hidden implication that it was because she wanted to take care of things herself. Instead, she focused on shaping their perceptions. Laurent was a creature of habit, until he found Alaska. He spoke of a simpler existence here, one that tempered his nature in ways I never quite understood. She met each gaze in the room, but her focus remained on Irina, determined to hold her rapt attention. But he told me he decided to change his entire way of life. For a woman he described to me as Alaska's Duxim Soleil, someone who completes him in all the ways my mate James completed me, Victoria said, swallowing hard. Funny, isn't it? The things we'll do for love. Her voice trembled with emotion. But, because of our history and his loyal, kind nature, he still felt compelled to help me find closure as best as he could. He would want that if something ever happened to his bit. So, he went to Forks to inform me about his human, and promised to update me within a week. He didn't. Irina's hands trembled as she fought the urge to shake the nomad for an answer. No, Victoria shook her head. After a month and a few weeks passed with no word, I decided to visit Forks myself. Tanya kept a close eye on Irina's body language, ready to step in if needed. Tension filled the air as her sister and Victoria locked eyes, both lost in their thoughts. That's not possible. If Laurent had been in Forks, our cousins would have seen him these past weeks. Edward would have informed us about him when he visited. Victoria would have reacted poorly at his mention, but it became the perfect opening. Wait, he didn't mention what's going on down there? The redhead blinked, her mouth falling into a mock-surprised gape. Oh. Victoria shook her head in disbelief. That makes much more sense. Laurent mentioned how steadfast you are in following our laws. You're playing games with my sister and the rest of us, Kate said, narrowing her eyes as she snapped her fingers, a small, bright spark dancing on the tip. State your point before I connect the dots for you. There's no need for that, Victoria replied, a slight smirk playing on her lips, revealing teeth that weren't quite friendly. Kate's eyes flashed in response, her body shifting, and Victoria raised her hands, fully aware she'd overstepped and eager to finish her business here. That night, I went to Forks on a full moon, she said carefully, meeting Tanya's piercing gaze with a steady look of her own. Your cousins were working with multiple children of the moon, and that human? Edward's pet? She's a child, too. The roaring hearth flickered as the room's temperature dropped. The reflection of the flames in Victoria's blood-red eyes reminded the Denali sisters of an ancient, unspoken night when the Vulturi burned their mother on the pyre for her crimes. I remember the specific days when Laurent went to Forks, Victoria continued, her gaze locking onto Irina's wide eyes. One of those days was a full moon, too. She sighed, looking away momentarily before meeting their eyes again. If your cousins didn't inform you of what's happening, then they're co-conspirators, and you know what happens to those who ally with children. Irina froze. You're lying, Kate snapped, hostility flaring within her. I'm not, Victoria replied, shaking her head. Her voice was low and persuasive as she held her hands out, palms up, pleading for understanding. Why would I come to the territory of my enemy's ally, sit in their home, and lie? I could have just texted you. Exactly, Tanya hissed. You're very eager to start something you have no intention of participating in. Instigating your personal, chaotic vendetta under the guise of justice doesn't make it true justice. That may be true, Victoria said with a dangerous grin, but I'm not instigating any personal vendetta. She pressed a hand against her heart. I'm merely coming to my fellow citizens to warn them about how their family is breaking several of our most important rules so they can inform the Vulturi themselves. Victoria cast them a sardonic look. And if they find themselves in a position where they don't want to inform our leaders of these crimes, well, family, as lovely a concept as it is not above the Vulturi's law. Co-conspirators are welcome to join the fray. Get out. The smell of ozone filled the living room as Kate's hand crackled with electricity, surging up and down her arm in potent voltages. She loomed over the red-haired vampire with black eyes, trembling as she whispered, now. Please, Victoria, leave, Carmen said, her dark eyes filled with disapproval and caution. Oops, I've clearly overstayed my welcome, Victoria sighed, turning her attention to Laurent's mate. Irina, I know exactly how you feel and what you're going to experience when the shock settles. Irina's fierce eyes were locked onto the widow's. I've given you an option. So, if you need help pulling it off, honey, Victoria lowered her voice to a whisper, "Come find me." Desire hung in the air. With a final air kiss, Victoria dodged a charged blow from Kate and blurred out the front door, escaping into the frosty air. "If you become them, then it's just a matter of closing the distance between you and yourself." The image of Irina's shell-shocked gaze warmed Victoria all the way out of Alaska. "Inevitability," she murmured with a tiny smile. Chapter 15, Lost in the World. The week had started like any other for Jacob. He patrolled through the overnight shift until the rainy sunrise bled through the trees and warmed his coat. He shared breakfast with his father, bickered with Paul and Embry over the coolest WWE superstars. How did it all go to such utter chaos? Jacob wondered. He had woken up surrounded by family, laughter, and a driven purpose, buoyed by the foundational bedrock of who he knew he was meant to be, Quilut. A son and brother to many, united under the transformative hands of Quadi. But now, he was alone, an unwilling alpha, cut off from his pack and everything he had ever known. Choosing vampires over them. Damn. The sound he had been fearing interrupted his dazed thoughts, the soft impact of large paws against the ground, chasing after him. Jacob threw himself forward, rocketing through the dark forest. He just needed to get close enough for Edward to hear the warning in his head. Leah, the fastest of the pack, wouldn't be able to stop him alone. Then, Jacob sensed the mood of the thoughts behind him. It wasn't anger, but enthusiasm. They weren't chasing, they were following. His stride faltered, and Jacob staggered 2 steps before regaining his balance. "Wait up. My legs aren't as long as yours. Seth. What do you think you're doing? Go home." Seth didn't answer, but Jacob could feel his excitement as the young teen kept right on after him. Jacob could see through Seth's eyes as easily as he could see through his own. The future felt bleak for Jacob, full of despair. For Seth, it was hopeful. Jacob hadn't realized he had slowed down, but suddenly Seth was running alongside him, matching his pace. "I'm not joking, Seth. This is no place for you. Get out of here." The gangly wolf snorted, his tan fur shifting in the breeze. "I've got your back, Jacob. I think you're right. And I'm not going to stand behind Sam when." "Oh yes, the hell you are going to. Get back to La Push and stand behind Sam. Do what he tells you." "No. Go, Seth." "Is that an order, Jacob?" The boy's question caught Jacob off guard. He skidded to a stop, his claws digging into the mud. "I'm not ordering anyone to do anything. I'm just telling you what you already know." Seth plopped down on his haunches beside him. "I'll tell you what I know. I know it's awful quiet. Haven't you noticed?" Jacob blinked. His tail swished nervously as he grasped what lay beneath Seth's words. It wasn't quiet in one sense. Howls still echoed in the distance, far to the west. "They haven't phased back," Seth said. Jacob was aware of that. The pack would be on high alert now, using the mind link to stay aware of everything around them. But he couldn't hear their thoughts, he could only hear Seth. No one else. "Looks to me like separate packs aren't linked," Seth continued. "Huh. Guess there was no reason for our fathers to know that before. There was never enough wolves for 2 packs. Wow. It's really quiet. Sort of eerie. But also kind of nice, don't you think? I bet it was easier for Ephraim, Quill, and Levi, less chatter with just 3. Or just 2. Shut up, Seth." "Yes, sir." "Stop that. There aren't 2 packs. There is the pack, and then there's me. That's all. So you can go home now. If there aren't 2 packs, then why can we hear each other and not the rest? I think that when you turned your back on Sam, that was a pretty significant move. A change. And when I followed you away, I think that was significant too." "You've got a point," Jacob conceded. "But what can change right back." Jacob got up and started trotting toward the east. No time to argue about it now. We should be moving quickly before Sam. He knew he was right about that part. There was no time to waste. Jacob broke into a run again, not pushing himself as hard this time. Seth stayed close behind, maintaining his traditional position on Jacob's right flank. He thought to himself, I can run somewhere else. I didn't follow you for a promotion. Run wherever you want, it makes no difference to me. Though there was no sound of pursuit, they both picked up their pace slightly. Jacob's worry grew. Without the ability to connect with the pack's mind, this situation was becoming more complicated. He wouldn't have any warning of an attack, just like the Cullens. We'll run patrols, Seth suggested. And what do we do if the pack challenges us? Jacob's expression tightened. Attack our brothers? Your sister? No, we sound the alarm and fall back. Good answer, Seth replied. But then what? I don't think. I know, Seth agreed, his confidence waning. I don't think I can fight them either. But they won't be any happier about attacking us than we are about attacking them. That might be enough to stop them right there. Plus, there are only 7 of them now. Stop being so. Jacob hesitated, searching for the right word. Optimistic. It's getting on my nerves. No problem. Do you want me to be all doom and gloom like you, or just shut up? Just shut up. Can do. Really? Doesn't seem like it. Finally, Seth fell silent, and they crossed the road, moving through the forest that surrounded the Cullens' house. Could Edward hear us yet? Jacob wondered. Maybe we should be thinking something like, we come in peace. Go for it, Jacob replied with a snort. Seth called out tentatively, Edward? You there? Okay, now I feel kinda stupid. You sound stupid, too. Think he can hear us? We're less than a mile out now. I think so. Hey, Dracula, if you can hear me, circle the wagons, bloodsucker. You've got a problem. We've got a problem, Seth corrected. Then, they broke through the trees into the open. The Cullens stood on the porch, with Bella a short distance away in the doorway. In the pale light, the vampires appeared almost like specters. Jacob slowed his pace, stepping back a few feet. The sharp scent of the vampires hit him like a burning sensation in his nostrils. Seth whined hesitantly, then fell back behind Jacob. Jacob? Seth? What's going on? Bella asked, stepping through the group with her nose scrunched up. She extended a hand toward Jacob. Are you all right? A small warmth filled Jacob's chest at the sight of her awake and unharmed. To answer her question, he let his mind replay the confrontation with Sam, going through it in reverse. Seth connected with him mentally, filling in the gaps and showing the scene from a different angle. They paused at the moment when Sam referred to Bella as an abomination. Edward hissed, furious, and leaped off the porch. They want to kill Bella? He snarled. Emmett and Jasper, having missed the earlier part of the conversation, took his inflectionless question as a statement. In an instant, they were right beside him, teeth bared, ready to confront the threat. Rosalie and Alice moved closer, flanking Bella on either side. Hey, now, Seth thought, backing away. Jazz, not them. It's the others. The pack is coming. Emmett and Jasper stumbled back slightly. Emmett and Alice turned to Edward, while Jasper and Rosalie kept their gaze fixed on the 2 wolves. What? Why? We just saw them all yesterday, Emmett said, confusion evident in his voice. Bella searched Jacob's lupin eyes for answers. The pack has decided that Bella is a problem, Jacob explained. Edward scowled. They foresee potential danger from her and believe they need to eliminate that threat. Jacob and Seth disbanded from the pack to warn us. The rest are planning to attack tonight. Alice hissed, leaning away from Jacob. The intensity of her gaze made Jacob's skin crawl. Esme covered her mouth with her hand, leaning into Carlyle, who wore a deep frown. Emmett and Jasper exchanged worried glances, the atmosphere thick with tension. A quick glance, and then their eyes scanned the trees. Bella felt a rush of color drain from her face. Rosalie lifted her hand to the girl's back, hesitating for a moment before letting it fall back to her side. I worried this might be a possibility, Carlyle murmured. But, Carlyle, what about Bella's shield? Esme wrung her hands, a serious expression on her face. If they know we have a chance to stop her transformation, wouldn't it make more sense for them to wait? Jacob whined softly and shot Bella a questioning look. She nodded in response. I believe Sam is beyond reasoning with us, my love, she said. Carlyle shook his head. From his perspective, he and his ancestors have extended many leniencies to us, only for more problems to arise and more uncontrolled variables to emerge. For him, death seems like the only certain solution. A cool wind rustled through the trees, creating an eerie melody that enveloped the quiet gathering. I'm going to go take a look, Seth said. I'll run the western perimeter. Will you be in danger, Seth? Edward asked. Seth and Jacob exchanged a glance. Don't think so, they thought in unison. Then Jacob added, but maybe I should go. Just in case. They'll be less likely to challenge me, Seth pointed out. I'm just a kid to them. You're just a kid to me, kid, Jacob replied. Seth flicked his nose in a dismissive gesture. I'm out of here. You need to coordinate with the Cullens. With that, the young wolf turned and dashed into the forest. Jacob didn't feel right ordering Seth around, so he let him go. Jacob, would you mind switching forms? Carlyle asked. I'd like to talk with you about what's happening. The wolf shook his head just as Edward responded. He needs to stay linked to Seth. I understand, Carlyle said, nodding. Nobody out here, Seth reported. All's quiet on the western front. They might go around. I'll make a loop. We should take up a defensive position, Jasper suggested. Edward nodded. Let's get inside. Seth said, if I get too far for you to hear my thoughts, listen for my howl. I will, Edward replied, then informed the others about Jacob and Seth's plan. They all stepped back into the house, their eyes darting around, scanning for any signs of danger. All except one. The words, Jacob and Seth disbanded from the pack to warn us, spun in circles in Bella's mind. She took a step closer to the wolf before he left and whispered, Jake. Jacob nipped at her hand and nudged his nose into Bella's stomach, pushing her gently backward. Rosalie grasped the girl's wrist with surprising tenderness. He'll be back, Bella, she murmured. Let him do his job. Before they were fully inside, Jacob turned and ran toward the west. I'm still not finding much, Seth communicated. I'll take half the circle. Move fast, we don't want them to sneak past us. With that, Seth surged forward in a sudden burst of speed. They ran in silence, and the minutes ticked by. Jacob listened to the sounds of wildlife around him, double-checking his instincts. Hey, something's coming up fast. Seth warned him after 15 minutes of silence. On my way. Hold your position, I don't think it's the entire pack. It sounds. Jacob began, but then he caught the scent on the breeze, and the realization hit him. Suddenly, Seth's piercing howl shattered the early morning quiet. Jacob raced toward the spot where Seth had frozen, tuning into the sound of paws racing in their direction. Morning, boys, a voice greeted them. A shocked whine escaped from Seth's throat, and they both snarled as they delved deeper into the new thoughts invading their minds. Oh, man. Go away, Leah. Seth groaned. Jacob stopped when he reached Seth, his head thrown back, ready to howl again, this time in frustration. Cut the noise, Seth, he urged. Right. Ugh. 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 Seth whimpered, pawing at the ground and scratching deep furrows in the dirt. Leah trotted into view. Jacob watched as Leah's small gray form wove through the underbrush. Stop whining, Seth. You're such a baby, Leah teased, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Jacob growled, flattening his ears against his skull. Instinctively, Leah took a step back. "What do you think you're doing, Leah?" he snapped. She let out a heavy sigh. "It's pretty obvious, isn't it? I'm joining your little renegade pack. Guard dogs for werewolves and vampires." She barked out a low, sarcastic laugh. "No, you're not. Turn around before I rip out one of your hamstrings. Like you could catch me." She grinned, coiling her body as if ready to spring. "Want a race, oh fearless leader?" Jacob took a deep breath, filling his lungs until his sides bulged. When he was sure he wouldn't scream, he exhaled sharply. "Seth, go let the Cullens know it's just your stupid sister," he thought, trying to convey his frustration. "I'll deal with this." "On it." Seth responded eagerly, disappearing toward the house. Leah whined, her fur bristling. "You're just going to let him run off to the vampires alone? I'm pretty sure he'd rather they took him out than spend another minute with you." "Shut up, Jacob." "Oops, I'm sorry. I meant, shut up, Most High Alpha. Why the hell are you here? Do you think I'm just going to sit at home while my little brother volunteers as a vampire chew toy? Seth doesn't want or need your protection. In fact, no one wants you here." "Ooh, ouch, that's gonna leave a huge mark," she shot back, baring her teeth in a surly sneer. "Tell me who does want me around, and I'm outta here." "So this isn't about Seth at all, is it?" "Of course it is. I'm just pointing out that being unwanted isn't a first for me. Not really a motivating factor, if you know what I mean." Jacob gritted his teeth, frustration boiling beneath the surface. Jacob tried to clear his mind. "Did Sam send you? If I were here on Sam's errand, you wouldn't even hear me. My allegiance is no longer with him." Jacob listened carefully, aware that her words might hide a deeper agenda. If this was a trick, he needed to see through it. But there was nothing deceptive about Leah's declaration. It was a reluctant, almost despairing truth. "You're loyal to me now?" Jacob asked, dripping with sarcasm. "Uh-huh. Right. My choices are limited. I'm working with the options I've got. Trust me, I'm not enjoying this any more than you are." That wasn't entirely true. There was a strange thrill in her mind. She was unhappy about the situation, yet also riding some odd high. Jacob searched her thoughts, trying to understand. Leah bristled, resenting his intrusion. He usually tried to tune her out. He'd never attempted to make sense of her before. They were interrupted by Seth, who was explaining the situation to Edward. It was a false alarm, Edward relayed to the others, echoing Seth's words. "Seth was upset about his sister appearing and forgot we were listening for a signal. He's very young. Nice to have toddlers guarding the fort," a deeper voice grumbled. "Emmett," Jacob thought. "They've done us a great service, yesterday and today, Emmett," Carlyle said. "At great personal sacrifice." "Yeah, I know. I'm just jealous. Wish I was out there." "Seth doesn't think Sam will attack now," Edward added, his voice mechanical and stiff. "Not with us forewarned and lacking 3 members of the pack." "What does Jacob think?" Carlyle asked. "He's not as optimistic." "What's going on?" Leah asked. "Catch me up to speed." "There's no point." "You're not staying." "Actually, Mr. Alpha, I am. Because since apparently, I have to belong to someone. I've tried breaking off on my own, you know that doesn't work," Jacob said. "I choose you." "Leah, you don't like me." "I don't like you." "Thank you, Captain Obvious. That doesn't matter to me. I'm staying with Seth." "You don't like vampires. Don't you think that's a bit of a conflict of interest?" "You don't like vampires either. But I'm committed to this alliance." "You aren't." "I'll keep my distance from them. I can run patrols out here, just like Seth. And I'm supposed to trust you with that?" Leah stretched her neck, rising onto her toes to match his height, staring into his eyes. "I will not betray my pack." Jacob felt a surge of frustration. He wanted to throw his head back and howl, just like Seth had done before. This isn't your pack. This isn't even a pack. It's just me, going off on my own. What is it with you Clearwaters? Why can't you leave me alone? Just then, Seth approached, looking hurt. Jacob, you've offended me. Great. I've been helpful, haven't I, Jake? You haven't been too much of a nuisance, kid, but if you and Leah are a package deal, if the only way to get rid of her is for you to go home, well, can you blame me for wanting you gone? Ugh, Leah, you ruin everything. Yeah, I know, she replied, her voice heavy with despair. Jacob felt the weight of those 3 little words. It was more than he'd expected, and he didn't want to feel that. He didn't want to feel bad for her. Sure, the pack was rough on her, but she brought it all on herself with the bitterness that tainted her every thought, making being in her head an absolute nightmare. Right? Seth chimed in, his voice filled with guilt. Jake, you're not going to send me away, are you? Leah's not so bad. Really? I mean, with her here, we can push through. The perimeter extended farther out, which left Sam down to 6. There was no way he could launch an attack with those odds. Maybe that was for the best. You know I don't want to lead a pack, Seth said. Then don't lead us, Leah offered. Jacob snorted. Sounds perfect to me. Run along home now. Jake, Seth thought. I belong here. I do like vampires. The Cullens, anyway. They're people to me, and I'm going to protect them because that's what we're supposed to do. Maybe you belong, kid, but your sister doesn't. And she's going to go wherever you are. Jacob froze. He realized he had touched on something Leah had been trying to avoid. Leah wasn't going anywhere. Jacob's sour thought lingered. Of course I'm here for Seth, she said, flinching. And, to get away from Sam. Her jaw tightened. I don't have to explain myself to you. I just have to do what I'm told. I belong to your pack, Jacob. That's it. Jacob paced away from her, growling in frustration. Great. He was never going to get rid of her. Despite how much she disliked him, how much she loathed the Cullens, and how happy she would be to take them all out right now, none of that compared to the relief of being free of Sam. Leah didn't like Jacob, so it wasn't such a burden having him wish she would disappear. She still loved Sam. And having him wish her gone was more pain than she was willing to endure, now that she had a choice. She would have taken any other option, even if it meant living with the Cullens as their lapdog. I don't know if I'd go that far, she thought, trying to sound tough and aggressive, but there were cracks in her facade. I'm sure I'd give killing myself a few good tries first. Look, Leah. No, you. Look, Jacob, stop arguing with me. It's not going to do any good. I'll stay out of your way, okay? I'll do anything you want. Except go back to Sam's pack and be the pathetic ex-girlfriend he can't get away from. If you want me to leave, she sat back on her haunches and stared straight into his eyes. You're going to have to make me. Jacob snarled for a long, angry minute. Despite everything Sam had done to him and to Seth, he felt a twinge of sympathy for the guy. No wonder Sam was always barking orders at the pack. How else would you ever get anything done? Seth, are you going to get mad at me if I kill your sister? Jacob pondered the question for a moment. Well, yeah, probably. Jacob sighed. Okay then, Ms. Do anything I want. Why don't you make yourself useful and tell us what you know? What happened after we left today? Lots of howling. But you probably heard that part. It was so loud that it took us a while to figure out we couldn't hear either of you anymore. Sam was. Words failed her, but the image was clear in their minds. Both Seth and Jacob cringed. After that, it became clear pretty quickly that we were going to have to rethink things. Sam was planning to talk to the other elders tonight. We were supposed to meet up and figure out a game plan. I could tell he wasn't going to mount another attack right away, though. That would be suicide at this point, with you and Seth AWOL and the bloodsuckers forewarned. I'm not sure what they'll do, but I wouldn't be wandering the forest alone if I were a leech. It's open season on vamps and werewolves now. You decided to skip the meeting? Jacob asked. When we split up for patrols, I asked permission to go home to tell my mother what had happened. Crap. You told Mom? Seth growled. Seth, hold off on the sibling stuff for a sec. Go on, Leah. So once I was human, I took a minute to think things through. Well, actually, I took all day, Leah admitted with a hint of sarcasm. I bet the others think I took a nap. But the whole situation with the two separate packs and their different mindsets gave me a lot to think about. In the end, I weighed Seth's safety and the other benefits against the idea of turning traitor and sniffing vampire stink for who knows how long. So, I made my decision. I left a note for my mom. I expect we'll hear about it when Sam finds out. Leah cocked an ear to the west. Yeah, I expect we will, Jacob agreed. So that's everything. What do we do now? She and Seth both looked at him expectantly. This was exactly the kind of thing Jacob didn't want to deal with. I guess we just keep an eye out for now. That's all we can do, he said. You should probably take a nap, Leah. You've had as much sleep as I have. Thought you were going to do what you were told? Leah shot back. Right. That's going to get old. She grumbled and then yawned. Well, whatever. I don't care. I'll run the border, Jake. I'm not tired at all. Seth was so glad he hadn't forced them to go home that he was practically prancing with excitement. Sure. I'm going to go check in with the Cullens. He took off along the new path worn into the damp earth. Leah had a thoughtful look in her eyes. Maybe a round or two before I crash. Hey Seth, want to see how many times I can lap you? No. Barking out a low chuckle, Leah lunged into the woods after him. Jacob growled and shook his head. So much for peace and quiet. Leah was trying, at least for her. She kept her jibes to a minimum as she raced around the circuit, but it was impossible not to notice her smug mood. Jacob thought about the saying, two's company. It didn't really apply, because one was plenty in his mind. But if there had to be three of them, it was hard to think of anyone better than Leah. Wouldn't trade her for him, Leah suggested. Paul? Jacob replied. Maybe, she said, laughing to herself, too jittery and hyper to feel offended. Jacob wondered how long the buzz from dodging Sam's pity would last. That will be my goal, then, to be less annoying than Paul. Yeah, work on that. Jacob woke up surrounded by family, laughter, and a sense of purpose, buoyed by the solid foundation of who he knew he was meant to be, Quilut. Son and brother to many, united as one under the transformative hands of Quadi. But now, he found himself an unwilling alpha, connected to two other outcast wolves, both willing to face their own families to protect the werewolf who was becoming more complicated by the day. And he hadn't even gotten to catch today's new episode of WWE. Great. Eventually, things settled into a fragile peace. Just as Leah had guessed, no attack had occurred yet. Sam and his pack had lost their strongest members, Jacob for strength, Leah for speed, and Seth for scouting, forcing them to regroup. But that didn't stop them from making life in La Push very difficult for the three outcasts. Jake. What happened? Bella burst into Carlisle's office, her eyes darting over Jacob's black eye and the careful way he held his stomach. Carlisle wrapped another sterile layer of bandage around his ribs while Esme pressed an ice pack against his bruising jaw. The near-blistering heat in Bella's chest had pulled her from school and tugged her here. Under the shock of seeing Jacob injured was the realization that her intuition had been right. Jacob had been in trouble. Paul happened, Jacob drawled, wincing at the light pressure on his ribs. Caught me in the woods after school. I wouldn't fight him, so he got pissed and... He sighed. Wolfed out. Should have let me fight him, you idiot. Next to the open window, Leah leaned against the wall, watching the scene unfold. Leah shot Jacob a dark glare. I can't believe His Majesty is now a pacifist. Leah, Seth scolded as he passed another bandage to the doctor. Shut up. Leah slowly turned her head toward her brother. Seth yelped and hid behind a bemused Esme, peeking over the matriarch's shoulder to stick his tongue out at her. No, Leah scowled, facing Jacob once more. I won't. Paul can't just talk trash all over the village like we're a bunch of outcasts. Like we aren't family. Oh, just leave it alone, Leah, Jacob replied, his features scrunching in agitation. What would you have done? Fought to the death? That's exactly what would have happened if I hadn't stepped in between you two. I had it under control, Jacob. And if we die, she shrugged. I refuse to be called a bloodsucker's whore, especially in remedial math. I've already dealt with this inside the pack. I won't deal with it outside of it. Wait, Bella shook her head. The others are still harassing you? What do you think, Cat Yella? Leah sneered, then turned to Carlisle and Esme, tipping an imaginary hat in mock apology. No offense. Carlisle waved a hand, dismissing her barb. None taken. You thought we could just, what? Leah scoffed at Bella's distressed expression. Desert our entire bloodline to help our enemies and still get to skip back all easy, breezy, beautiful cover girl? A small tremble in Leah's hands caught Bella's attention. Wake up from the fantasy, Izzy girl. Your naivete isn't that appealing to those with a brain. Leah, Jacob growled. Enough. But Bella swallowed, feeling pushed back by the vitriol pouring from Leah's lips. Sam would really tell them to attack you like this? Sam is Switzerland, Jacob replied. Jacob murmured, he won't outright attack us, but he's not going to stop the others from doing what they feel is necessary. We're in a gray zone. We're the children of the chief and tribe elders, but we're also working hand in hand with our worst enemies. It's complicated. There's nothing complicated about beating Paul's ass, Leah rolled her eyes. Then go beat his ass, Leah. Jacob exclaimed, throwing his hand to the side before sucking in a breath at the pain. And trigger a war, because not only have we abandoned our people, but now you want to kill one of our brothers too. Are you out of your mind? Better to be out of it than in this bullshit, Leah grumbled, folding her arms. You guys can't go back there, Bella stated firmly. It's not safe. Where else can we go? La Push is home, Seth whispered, his eyes downcast. And as much as shifting in the woods is fun, I prefer sleeping in a bed with sheets, Jacob sighed, his voice a hoarse whisper. Even if Dad can barely look me in the eyes now. Bella is right, Jacob, Carlisle said as he helped Jacob into a spare black flannel that Bella recognized as Emmett's. She noted that the vampiric scent had somehow been washed down to a microscopic minimum. La Push is your home, and it still will be after all this is handled. But it would be in your best interest, Carlisle glanced towards the Clearwaters before giving the Alpha a meaningful look, and the interest of your new pack to be safe while we figure this all out. We have another home built in the forest nearby that may be to your liking, Esme said, giving the three Quillets a warm, gentle smile. It's the closest one to the treaty line, so you'll be near your family if your mother, she glanced at Seth and Leah, and your father, she nodded at Jacob, ever want to visit. It also represents a safe zone if necessary. Can we think about this? Jacob asked, looking uncertain. Esme's voice was soft and reassuring. Of course, Jacob. Take whatever time you need to decide. We only want you all to feel comfortable and safe. Bella met Jacob's gaze, feeling the heavy heat surrounding her heart finally simmer down to a warm ember. They both exhaled a breath of relief, but then froze, their eyes widening in unison. Bella swallowed hard and mouthed, "Do you feel that?" Jacob snapped his mouth shut and nodded slowly. Bella's complexion paled. We'll talk later, she thought, and Jacob nodded again, apprehension etched on his face. Wow, we're renting from bloodsuckers now. Why am I not surprised? Leah joked, her lips curling into a derisive grin. So, will you be requiring cash or AB positive as the security deposit? Actually, we prefer O-negative, Carlyle replied, his expression serious as a grave. But Bella could have sworn she saw a wicked twinkle in his eyes. Easier to share the funds. Leah narrowed her eyes at the doctor, suspicion creeping in, while Seth and Esme burst into laughter. Carlyle's innocent smile lit up the office. And so, the three wolves moved into Esme and Carlyle's modern bungalow near the banks of the Cullens River. Jacob later told Bella that Billy and Sue had helped them settle in and unpack. The goodbye hugs were filled with tears, tight embraces, promises to handle everything with the other elders, and many awkward moments of silence. He told me to keep them safe, Jacob whispered to her days after they had settled into their temporary home. And while he wishes things were different, he's proud that I embraced my birthright. His voice trembled with unfallen tears as they lay together on a jutting cliff face, watching the gray, pregnant clouds fill the sky like a Build-A-Bear workshop. Perhaps Sakati, sensing the troubles of her young child, showed her compassion through nature. Jacob projected his pain into the heavens above, as if to say, "Look at how much you mean to me, child. With your tears, I will paint a paragon across the sky. With your cries and yells, I will compose a symphony. All I ask is that you see me in yourself, for I am always with you." "How do you feel about it?" Bella asked, fiddling with a small rock, overwhelmed with self-loathing for everything she felt she had cost him. "Weird," Jacob replied, letting out a watery laugh. "It's so quiet in my mind now. All I can feel is Seth and Leah fighting, and," he paused, his gaze suddenly locking onto Bella, pinning her to the rock beneath them. "Bella, how did you know where to find me that day with Paul? You got here so fast, we had barely gotten inside the house before you showed up." Bella glanced down at her lap, shrugging. "Honestly, I don't know. It just felt like he needed me, so I let my body go where it needed to go." She rubbed her heart, recalling the blistering fire that had burned beneath her skin. "It hurt worse than anything I've felt since getting bitten." A moment of silence hung between them. Then Jacob spoke. "I think I felt something similar." Bella's eyes shot up to meet his. "Really?" The alpha nodded, his expression serious. "When I left the pack, right before everyone disappeared, there was a warmth here." He pointed to his chest. "Then I thought of you, and it made me feel brave enough to leave." A small smile bloomed on his lips as he recalled that feeling. Bella clenched her fists, her gaze dropping. "Why would you do that?" "Do what?" Jacob's smile faded. "Leave the pack." He narrowed his eyes at her, then shrugged, his voice clipped. "There were no other choices." "Yes," Bella scowled, the remnants of crushed granite slipping like sand through her fingers. "There were. You could have." A deep silence followed. A low rumble emanated from Jacob's chest, echoing off the cliffside and cutting Bella off mid-sentence. "Could have what, Bella?" he asked, his hands twitching, his voice like a dark cavern. "Stood aside and watched as my brothers killed you? Or killed you myself?" Above them, thunder began its relentless drum solo. Bella sighed and placed her hand on top of his. "Jacob, you deserve to be with your family." He yanked his hand away and bellowed, "And you deserve to live." Jacob ran shaky hands across his face, hissing curses in Cullens before fixing a dark glare on Bella. "What the hell is wrong with you?" "Jake." "No. You don't get to talk." He waved his hands, dismissing her words. "Listen." Bella looked down, feeling the weight of his intensity. "Your suicidal tendencies are really irritating. Did you know that?" What did I just say?" She scowled, miming locking her mouth and throwing away the key. "You have people willing to die to protect you from the long list of idiots who want your head." His fierce gaze was unsettling. "And the craziest part? The number one spot on that list is held by you." "It's really unbelievable," Jacob said, huffing out a derisive laugh. "I wish the good doctor could open up your head and remove whatever's inside that makes you feel like you don't mean anything. But it's not my job to convince you of that, it's yours." And all I can do is stop you every time you decide to throw it all away. He sighed. Maybe that's selfish, but I'll be damned if I walk away from my family only to lose the very person I abandoned it for. Honestly, I can only laugh, he said, his smile held together with dollar store glue and duct tape. At the fact that I've been blessed by the universe herself with a power that kings would covet, yet I can barely keep my best friend alive. Jacob's dark eyes scanned Bella's face, searching for a response. So, what would you do, Bella? If I wanted to die more than I wanted to live, would you let me? Really? Bella flinched at his words, her pride wounded, even though his tone was gentle. Don't worry. I don't need you to answer that, he scoffed, angry tears streaming down his cheeks as he stood up. It's like I said, there were no other choices. He turned away, heading towards the Cullens River. The moment he disappeared into the forest, the sky opened up, pouring down rain that mirrored the grief enveloping Washington. Bella walked down the front steps of Forks High, her mind wandering slowly among the bustling students eager to leave school and start their afternoons. Jacob's tear-stained face, framed against the stark flashes of lightning, had burned itself into her memory. It had been a couple of days since their conversation on the cliff, and she replayed it over and over in her mind, meticulously searching for things she could have said, for ways she could have changed the outcome. But the truth was, they had reached an impasse. Death, in exchange for each other's safety, felt like the greatest gift they could offer one another. Yet, it was also the one gift neither of them could accept. Que dramatica, Bella sighed. She paused for a moment, shaking her head to clear her thoughts. The remnants of Spanish class still lingered in her mind. Yesterday, she had stopped by Jacob's bungalow to talk. Leah had opened the door with a grin that reminded Bella of Sid from Toy Story. Fortunately, Seth, the wonderful savior, had pushed his sister aside and offered Bella a sympathetic smile. Jacob's sleeping right now, but he figured you'd stop by, he said. The warmth and sadness in his eyes made Bella's brows furrow. Wait. Oh my God, did he know? A rush of heat flooded her cheeks. She had forgotten about the wolf pack's telepathy, and the idea that a 14-year-old boy and his older, meaner sister were privy to every word exchanged between her and Jacob was overwhelming. The conversation with Jacob left Bella feeling a wave of discomfort wash over her. She hung her head, a sense of shame enveloping her. Yeah, she murmured. Seth's warm, gangly arms wrapped around her waist, causing her heart to skip a beat. The sense of sea salt, Sue's homemade elderberry syrup, and a hint of sweet musk filled her senses. Bella glanced up at Leah, trying to read the young woman's expression, which remained closed off. Slowly, she tightened her grip around Seth's shoulders, closing her eyes as she took a shaky breath. He's been really down since your talk, Seth whispered into her hair. He called you a bunch of mean names. Leah raised an eyebrow. My favorite, in particular, was... Lee, Seth interrupted, before continuing. But you know he loves you, so I'm sure he would have given you a hug before sending this message because, well, you look really bad, Bella. Gee, with friends like these, Bella grumbled, swaying gently in Seth's embrace. Who needs enemies? Definitely not you, chica, Leah scoffed, sipping from her coffee mug. If we get any more RSVPs to the Kill Bella party, we'll need to hire security. And I doubt Charlie will be interested in the overtime. Bella rolled her eyes and leaned back to meet Seth's gaze. What's the message? Jake said, take some space and figure yourself out. I'm here if you need me, but I'm not the one you need to worry about, Seth recited. He's leaving out the dumbass, Jake added at the end. Leah smiled. Of course. It wouldn't be complete without that, Bella said, pursing her lips. I appreciate the help, Leah. Leah raised her mug in a mock salute. Just doing my job. It was pretty unnecessary to say, Seth shook his head. Bella's mood lifted. Thank you, say. It's like a robin calling a... Seth scrunched his nose in genuine confusion. Woodpecker is a bird, but dumbass is already implied because Jacob is one, too. Bella, a low, respectful murmur reached her ears. Bella blinked, pulled from her reverie. The scent of bleached candy and burnt jasmine wafted through the air, and she looked across the parking lot to see Alice, Edward, and Jasper. He wore a plum-colored flannel that highlighted the honey in his eyes, paired with black jeans and matching Chelsea boots. He raised his hand in greeting, watching her slow approach with a vigilant gaze. "Hey," Bella said, nodding at the three of them. She glanced at Jasper. "I, thought you graduated." "I did," Jasper drawled, the implied again making Alice giggle. "I'm not here for school. I'm here for you." "Me?" Bella tilted her head, noticing that the stiffness Jasper usually had around humans was much less noticeable, as if someone had turned the volume down. "Why do you need me?" "We only have so much time until the next moon," Jasper explained. "Carlisle says it'll be good for you to start practicing how to handle your shield." "But," Bella shook her head, "how do I even use it?" "It's usually just there, and the one time I could, She glanced around at the curious teenage gazes flicking toward them. They weren't speaking at a pitch for human ears, but she lowered her voice anyway. "Wasn't entirely myself." "If there's one person who can help you figure it out," Alice said, rubbing her hand on Jasper's back and grinning proudly, "it's Jazz." Once they reached the Cullens' home, Bella hopped out of her truck and followed Jasper to the small private clearing behind the house while the others went inside. She could hear faint metallic noises coming from the nearby garage and fought the urge to visit its inhabitant. Bella wasn't sure how to talk to Rosalie, especially after hearing the details of her full moon. "I don't believe we've had much time to speak." Jasper's posture was straight and strong, but his eyes were downcast. "Before we begin, I'd like to say something." Bella realized it had been a long time since they had talked one-on-one, since September, in fact. "Bella, for whatever it's worth," Jasper sighed, "I am eternally sorry for my actions on your birthday. Especially since things began to spiral in your life because of them. My lack of self-control was appalling, and if I had been more in control of myself, none of this would have happened. I can't sense you, but I can only imagine what you're feeling." Even amidst the constant chaos, Bella could still feel the hesitance lingering between them. She could blame it on their biological differences, but that didn't explain everything. There was Jasper's carefulness as he walked near her, always mindful of her personal space. And there was the way Bella's breath hitched whenever he moved a little too quickly for comfort. Sometimes, she envisioned a large, onyx werewolf taking his place, and she could still hear its hungry snarl echoing in her nightmares. Trauma had a way of slipping through the cracks of consciousness, weaving countless thread-thin moments around you. It encased you in a web of understanding, one from which you could only run so far before realizing you were stuck on a hamster wheel, sprinting right back toward yourself. So, yeah, maybe she wasn't sure how to talk to either of the Hales. Sue her, Bella thought. Yet there was a duality to the situation. While Bella didn't possess Jasper's powers, she had gained a natural empathy from having walked a mile in his shoes. "Your humanity represented a threat to my family," Rosalie said, raising a manicured eyebrow. "Your wolf still might," she sighed. "But there is a difference between making a bad choice and having one made for you. I understand the latter much more, we all do." "I appreciate that, Jasper," Bella replied. "But more than ever, I know what it's like to lose control. And it really sucks," she said, offering him a quick, weary smile. "So, I get it." Jasper lowered his head, his usually honeyed voice coming out hoarse. "I'm very grateful, Bella." "Thank you." "It's just Bella, Jasper." "No need for, ma'am." "Right. Sorry, Bella." He shook his head, correcting himself. Bella nodded, feeling a swirl of emotion settling in her stomach. She glanced around the clearing. "Okay, so how do we start?" She watched as the live vampire removed his boots and dug his feet into the soil. "Please remove your shoes," Jasper instructed. Meanwhile, he closed his eyes and began to meditate, his deep breaths filling the quiet around them. "Okay, removing the shoes," Bella said, frowning as her thrown converses clattered against the grass. "Jasper, you're not going to tie a headband on me and make me wash all your cars, right?" No, but only because Rosalie would kill us both for touching them. He offered her a rare smile, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Connecting to the ground below helps to clear my mind. When you have many emotions enveloping you, many of which aren't yours, it's essential to clear the stables every day. I can't imagine feeling that much all the time, Bella replied, shaking her head in disbelief. I can barely handle my own emotions, let alone multiple people's. Jasper nodded. You eventually adjust. It can come with benefits, like helping you today. He paused before adding, Bella, did you know I was a soldier? Really? Bella was surprised. She looked at him with newfound curiosity. It was hard to reconcile the image of the well-mannered, quiet Jasper with that of a soldier. But she sensed the ferocity that lingered beneath his composed exterior. Perhaps appearances could indeed be deceiving. When? During a civil war, Jasper said. Whoa, which one? Wait, Bella blinked, pausing for a moment. A civil war or the American Civil War? Jasper nodded. American. I was conscripted in 1861. Damn, Bella said, slapping a hand over her mouth. Sorry, she mumbled against her palm. I'm sorry. It's all right, Jasper chuckled, waving away her apologies. Alice and Emmett have already made every joke under the sun about my age and Texan upbringing. You can only get called Grandpappy or Tex-Mex so many times before you get used to it. I mention it because I was a major in the cavalry, Jasper continued. One of our most important jobs was preparing young, inexperienced men to fight. The process of breaking down a mind and rebuilding it to be the perfect soldier was the backbone of our war efforts. And I became very good at my work. Bella watched as Jasper clasped his hands behind his back, wondering if he even realized how commanding his stance was. Empathy was my greatest weapon, besides the saber and the musket. It wasn't enough for war to be a requirement, just a law signed by politicians sitting behind desks in faraway cities. Otherwise, you ran the risk of betting your life on cowards or crooks to watch your back. No, that was unacceptable. Emotions, interests, desires, each soldier had to be understood and, at their deepest core, know why they were on the battlefield. Jasper exhaled, and his footsteps paused. Sometimes I wonder if that's why my powers evolved into what they are now, both a prerogative and a punishment. A war hero who feels the emotions of anyone he encounters. He gave Bella a half-hearted smirk, his eyes heavy. Alice also likes to call me Atlas. Jasper took a deep breath, the coolness of the afternoon lingering on his tongue. Bella, when your shield expanded, I could feel everything. The amount of chaos inside you was staggering. It was Jasper's tone that caught Bella's attention. Bella snapped her gaze to Jasper's golden eyes. Carlyle believes those two things are connected, and I'm inclined to agree. If we can work on controlling and amplifying your emotions, as well as improving your concentration, I'm confident you'll be able to expand your shield. She frowned. Is it weird to feel like you all found and read my diary? Bella. All right, it sounds like a plan. What's next? Again. Jasper threw another jab at Bella's jaw, pulling back the intensity so it only knocked her down instead of taking her head clean off her shoulders. Concentrate, Bella. Ugh. Bella nursed her jaw, scowling at the veteran. How am I supposed to meditate if every 10 minutes you're stopping me to punch me? Bella, we've been over this, Jasper sighed. Your shield is a mental concept. If you want to control it, you have to learn how to sense it in your mind first. The challenge is, you already use it all the time. It's no different than your nose or your arm. To know where it begins and ends, you need a contrast. An emotionally volatile one. During the full moon, your rage was one of the strongest emotions. Well, can't we try something more joyful? Bella blew her hair out of her face. Like ice cream sundaes or, ooh. She snapped her fingers. Swedish massages. I bet that would really get me riled up. More joyful. Jasper huffed out a chuckle, then paused. Joy. Yeah, Bella said, sitting up from the ground. Or maybe some tickets to the live-action Bronte play showcasing in Seattle soon, Jasper. Let's try something different. Please don't say you're adding kicking to the mix. Bella flinched at the thought. I'm strong, but I know you do cycling classes with Esme. And Alice told me your thighs were like granite. Even for a vampire. Blah. Bella mimed vomiting. Close your eyes. Think of anything that makes you very happy. Things, memories, people, Jasper instructed. Bella nodded and began to breathe in the rhythm Jasper had taught her, slipping into a calming trance. Breathe in, 1, 2, 3, 4. She pictured herself landing the pas de chat and arabesque combo at her ballet concert when she was 8 years old, with Renee cheering louder than any other parent in the audience. Hold, 2, 3, 4. She remembered the mischief of her early teens, snickering in conspiracy with Rebecca and Rachel Black as they sneaked out a handful of sea salt chocolate chip cookies from Sue's cooling rack while Charlie napped, babysitting a giggling Seth. Breathe out, 1, 2, 3, 4. 17 and foolishly in love, she recalled Edward lifting his glorious, anguished eyes to hers and saying, "You are the most important thing to me now. The most important thing to me ever." Hold, 2, 3, 4. A rare sunburst illuminated her memories of racing motorcycles with Jacob, pushing the throttle faster and faster like an eagle preparing for flight. Jacob's wild hollering made Bella cackle and delight alongside him. Breathe in, 1, 2, 3. There it was. A warm, tangible film enveloping her thoughts, like metaphysical cellophane. Bella felt a subtle resistance as she pushed against it. The more she pressed, the stronger the resistance became. Whiskey gold eyes watched her with spine-tingling intensity. Rosalie's concern ignited a fire under her skin. The film softened, allowing her to stretch further. She pushed on, ignoring the rising heat in her body and the sweat forming on her brow. Bella's mind began to function like an infrared sensor, and she sensed a new presence. Jasper, she noted. His sharp intake of breath broke through her reverie, and she felt the film snap back around her mind. The sensation was a bit huffy, as if the film was irritated by her disturbance. Sorry, she thought, blinking her eyes open. I could sense it. Just a second. Or two, but it was there. Jasper gaped at Bella, then broke into a wide smile. Excellent work, soldier. You passed through step 1 with flying colors. Thanks, Jazz. Wait, that was step 1? Bella's eyes widened in horror. Of course, Jasper replied, nodding. By the time you've completed my training, you'll be able to expand and contain your shield in the middle of a civil war, let alone during a full moon. Ugh. Bella fell back against the ground, staring up at the foggy gray sky. You're mean for a grandpappy, you know that? Jasper stepped into her line of sight and slowly extended a hand. Bella eyed it for a moment, her wolf rumbling anxiously, then met his warm, hesitant gaze. She sighed and took his hand, allowing him to help her to her feet. Now, don't be rude to your elders, Bella, Jasper smirked, his heavy Texan drawl wrapping around his words. Otherwise, you'll be running miles. Jazz. Alice burst through the front door, freezing in place as a vision swept over her, glazing her eyes. Jasper blurred to her side, his hands hovering around her, ready to catch her if she stumbled. Alice blinked and slumped into Jasper's warm embrace before remembering herself. She reached up to caress his cheek. My, what a gentleman you are. Jasper turned his head and kissed her palm, never breaking his gaze from hers. What did you see? Victoria, Alice sighed, her brows furrowing. She was in Alaska. What? Bella exclaimed. Is Tanya aware? Jasper frowned. Tanya would have to know. Alice bit her lip and nodded. From what I could see, she was near their house. I just can't figure out why, she said, locking eyes with Bella. But I have a guess. The blocks preventing me from seeing the other visions are the same ones I encounter when focusing on Bella or La Push's future. This is connected. Jasper clenched his teeth, running through the implications in his mind. "We need to tell the others," Jasper said, his voice steady. Alice murmured, "Carlisle will be home around sunrise. He's on the graveyard shift, but he'll be free in a few minutes." After blinking out of another vision, she added, "I'll go call him." Jasper leaned in and gave her a gentle kiss. "I'll be there in a minute." They watched Alice step back inside the house. Then Jasper turned to Bella and said, "Ask me." "Huh?" Bella stuttered, caught off guard by the sudden shift. "Ask what?" "Ask me the question that's been on your mind." "Well," Bella fidgeted, "I can wait for a better time." "Only now exists, Bella, and we may not have time in the future to discuss this," Jasper said quietly. "So, please ask." "I can feel it behind your shield." Bella swallowed hard. "So, you said you were a really good soldier in the Civil War." "Yes," Jasper replied. "What side were you fighting on?" "America's," he sighed, "but the less coy answer is the Confederacy." "Oh. I can only imagine what you're thinking now," Jasper said, giving her a tired smile. His perfect posture seemed to sag under the weight of his past. "I have my reasons. I could try to diminish the atrocities I committed in my past as both a vampire and a human because history is never as black and white as it's told," he said, his voice heavy with regret. "But I won't. I can't. It's hard to take everything back because it led me to her." He glanced at the front door. "So all I can say is that I carry the blood and phantoms of all my choices. My only aim in this life is to pay back those debts. That's my step one." Jasper bowed his head and murmured, "Take care, Bella," before he walked into the house. Bella hesitated for a moment, took a deep breath, and knocked her fist on the ajar side door of the garage. The loud whirring of a machine paused. She waited, letting the warm scent of spring flow through the door, enveloping her senses. "Breathe in, 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Come in," Rosalie finally said. Bella exhaled slowly, counting to 4 as she carefully opened the door and stepped inside. Something settled within her at the sight of Rosalie leaning against the counter, holding a drill and staring intently at a whiteboard filled with diagrams and designs. "Hey," Bella greeted, offering an awkward wave. Rosalie glanced at her with an unreadable expression before turning her attention back to the open hood of Alice's Porsche. "Hello." Bella fidgeted, gathering her thoughts. "Can we talk?" Rosalie continued her work under the hood, never meeting Bella's gaze, though she raised an eyebrow at the question. "Isn't that what we're doing now?" Bella sighed. "No, I wanted to thank you for stopping me during the full moon. I know I can't remember what happened, but you stopped me from hurting Emmett and helped the others put me to sleep, so, thank you." "Okay, you're welcome," Rosalie replied, nodding. "Was that it?" Bella flinched at the acid tone in her words. No, it isn't." She clenched her jaw, swallowing her discomfort. "Look, there's been a lot of weird stuff happening with me lately, and this is going to sound crazy, really crazy, but it feels like you play a huge part in it." She frowned, deep in thought. "It's been a list of things. No offense, but I can barely stand the smell of your family. It's like burnt, bleached candy, yet you smell amazing. Fantastic. Like a tropical rainforest and fresh laundry had gorgeous, brilliant children together, adventure and comfort intertwined in a divine symphony," Bella's mind shouted. Fine," she coughed, blushing. "And another thing, I've been dealing with bullies since I was a kid. They bother me," she shrugged. "But I've always managed. It was easier to ignore or defuse than to fight back. But the moment someone, even when they talk bad about you, I feel like destroying them," Bella exclaimed, waving her hands in disbelief. "And now, with everything that happened on the full moon, I just..." She paused, taking a moment to really observe Rosalie. There was a tension in the woman's back, as if she were ready for battle. "Rosalie?" Bella reached out a hand but then let it drop to her side. Are you all right? The blonde released her grip on the now mangled drill and tossed it onto the nearby table. So, you've turned into an obsessive stalker, Rosalie said, pushing off from the car and facing Bella with a dark look, her arms folded. And now you want my pity? Honestly, I'd agree with you if I wasn't also confused about where all this is coming from, Bella replied, her lips pressing into a line. I just wanted to know if you noticed anything too. Rosalie's golden eyes bore into Bella's, and in that moment, Bella felt like she'd been placed on the scales of judgment. After a pause, the vampire's expression turned to stone, smooth and unyielding. No. Sorry, but I won't be able to help you assuage your guilt, Rosalie stated, her eyes flashing. Perhaps you should try a therapist. A niggling intuition stirred within Bella, resting in the same spot where she felt the protective energy for Jacob. The sensation urged her to stand firm against the icy demeanor radiating from Rosalie. You're lying, Bella scowled. Why? Rosalie froze, but Bella noticed her fingers twitch. This was a rare sight, she had never seen Rosalie caught off guard before. Even if I was, Rosalie said, her eyes narrowing, why does it matter? Because. Because what? Rosalie mocked, her lovely voice edged like a knife. Do you think I owe you any answers? That I have to give you anything you ask just because you're confused? She faux pouted before curling her lips into a smear. Because you desire it? Grow up, Isabella. Excuse me? Bella faltered, her wolf rumbling in response. What is wrong with you? I already told you that I was hoping for your perspective. You don't owe me anything. Why are you so angry? 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 Rosalie threw her head back and laughed, catching Bella off guard with the sudden shift. I'm not angry, doll. I'm amused. Rosalie's fierce gaze locked onto Bella's startled eyes. Within 100 years, the world has forced my hand twice. And here you are, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, eager to be the third with all your questions. Rosalie scoffed, murmuring under her breath, fool me thrice. 2 times? Bella was confused. What happened 2 times? Rosalie's wild grin faded. Love. Bella's chest ached as she took a sharp breath. Rosalie's eyes darkened, and Bella felt as if she were staring into a melted blend of black licorice and honey. The statuesque woman stepped closer, forcing Bella to take quick steps back until she bumped into a work table. She hissed at the cool surface pressing against her overheated skin. Rosalie moved even nearer, close enough that their bodies almost touched, yet they didn't. The air crackled with electricity, something Bella could almost taste. Or perhaps it was the scent of crisp mint and sweet, glazed nectar wafting from Rosalie's breath, inviting Bella to savor a small taste of paradise as she walked down this blonde's long, gorgeous green mile. So, tell me, Isabella, Rosalie said, her teasing tone holding Bella captive, underneath all of your Girl Scout questions about protecting me and sensing something different, are you sure you feel nothing untoward for me? Woof, Bella thought, feeling dizzy, her chest heaving with each breath that escaped her. Bella felt as if she had been sucker-punched by the irresistible allure that seemed to come so naturally to Rosalie. Those dark eyes swept over her, taking in her blushing cheeks and fidgeting toes, finally resting on Bella's lips. Nothing that you need me to acknowledge? Bella's eyelids fluttered at the unexpected intensity, but Rosalie's words began to settle in her mind. The seductive poison woven into the blonde's speech dispelled the hazy cloud that had enveloped Bella. Beneath the wave of desire crashing over her, a surge of anxious anger stirred in her heart, an emotion that didn't belong to her. A chill of fear trickled down Bella's spine, prompting her to shake her head in an attempt to clear her thoughts. Do you really believe I would make you be with me? Bella's voice, laced with quiet dread, echoed in the room. That I would enjoy having control over you in that way? Bella bared her teeth, her heart swirling with turmoil. Is that what you think of me? Rosalie's perfectly manicured brows knit together, her smirk fading into a bemused frown as she took in the sincerity of Bella's horror-struck expression. Yet, she remained silent, unwilling to deny the accusation. Oh, So you do, Bella said, her voice low and raw. I understand. She slid past Rosalie, careful to avoid any contact, and turned to face her, eyes blazing with anguish and shimmering with unshed tears. Intention is everything. Everyone has the capability to become a monster. You told me that, she inhaled deeply. And the capability to become means a choice. So, the mere fact that you believe I would let God, the universe, or whoever force you into loving me means you've already decided I am a monster, right? Rosalie stepped back, blinking in confusion. Believe whatever you want, but you're wrong. I understand you have a past, one that showed you the worst of people, but this is now, and I do have a choice. So I choose. No. Bella's smile wavered, a hint of sadness lingering in her gaze. She shrugged and said, I hope I can prove that to you one day. I'm truly sorry for bothering you, Rosalie. I'll figure this out myself. Bella strode out of the garage, shutting the door behind her with a small, snug click, reminiscent of a released grenade pin. Rosalie stared at the door, feeling the phantom of her long-dead heart thumping to the cadence of quiet loss. Chapter 16, History's Retrograde. For Rosalie, there was a certain peace in breaking things apart. The solid heft of an engine tugged from the skull of a vintage Cadillac left its mark on her flawless skin, staining it with slick brown oil. The crunch of a defunct carburetor slipped through her fingers like silver sand. She found solace in the repetitive act of controlled destruction, the ability to end something, only to restore it in a casual, nearly mundane process. She glanced at the faint smear on her convertible's headlight and set to work, buffing it to a pristine shine. There was an envy in how easily broken objects could be made whole again. Rosalie paused, scoffing to herself, Calm down, Edward. I saw that closet, Bella, Alice's worried murmur floated through the garage walls. With the way you've grown, you need new clothes. Let me take you to the mall. It'll be my treat. Rosalie clenched her jaw, struggling to block out the sound of her sister on the phone. She couldn't make out the tinny response on the other end, but Alice's weary sigh told her it wasn't agreeable. Of course, it wouldn't be, Rosalie thought. If Isabella Swan was anything, it was stubborn. Bella's words cut into Rosalie's chest, coated in Damascus steel. Believe whatever you want, but you're wrong. She saw Rosalie with clear, fierce eyes, treating her not as an absurd fantasy or supernatural competition, but as a woman. Bella's emotions were a myriad of mystery, dousing Rosalie in ice water and waking her from a daydream she hadn't realized she was stuck in. She made Rosalie feel real, her traitorous mind whispered. And for that, Rosalie hated her. She wanted to go back. That was the worst part of all, she really wanted to go back. Taking a small breath, the memory of Bella's scent lingered in her mind's eye. Of course. The smell enveloped her like a comforting embrace. It was a blend of toasted almonds and tart cranberries, evoking warmth from the campfire, alongside the chill of marsh water surrounding the ripening fruit. Rosalie could feel the late spring sun, cool from the wind, kissing her skin. But there was something more, something less tangible yet soothing in its familiarity. It settled around her like smoke, wrapping her in a welcoming haze. Since her family's return, she had sensed a pull towards the girl, initially attributing it to sympathy, a psychological urge to help a lost soul in a tragic situation. She never would have guessed that this tug was a reflection of herself, revealing the jagged edges of her spirit intertwined with. Rosalie sneered, pushing those thoughts aside as she rummaged through her tool cart, trying to shake off the annoyance of her brother's girlfriend. Or rather, ex-girlfriend. Wasn't that enough? Edward had already put their family at risk by pursuing that girl to satisfy his own desires. James and Victoria, the fragile piece with the Cullens, his romantic escapade had brought more chaos than they had seen in decades, not to mention the fallout from Jasper's bloodlust at Bella's birthday party. It had driven them from their home. And now, after all her harsh words about the consequences of Edward's repressed urges, Rosalie found herself facing an answer to a question she had never known she needed, one she hadn't even asked. Babe? A soothing voice came from the entrance of the garage, interrupting her spiraling thoughts. What? Rosalie snapped, her gaze shooting towards the unexpected intrusion. Emmett remained silent, his brow furrowed. She realized her tone had been sharp enough to turn anything nearby to ash. What? She repeated, this time keeping her voice deliberately low. Emmett's eyes drifted to her hand. Teeth grinding, Rosalie pulled her fingers away, choosing to ignore his concern. Rosalie's fingers grazed the mangled edge of the metal drawer, which yielded to her touch like soft putty. She carefully tucked away her chaotic thoughts and emotions, always eager to shield her feelings from her talented siblings. Ignoring the pitiful clunk of the tray as she pushed it closed, Rosalie lifted her chin, projecting an air of confidence. What's going on with you? Emmett asked, his tone gentle. But Rosalie's conscience felt heavy with complications, conjuring a sense of expectation she feared she wasn't meeting. What do you mean? She replied, busily picking up scraps from the floor. I mean, Emmett said, pushing off the door and stepping inside, you've been really stressed these past few weeks. He watched her with an eagle-eyed focus as she cleaned the garage, avoiding his gaze since their first encounter. Want to talk about it? No, I'm fine, Rosalie insisted, her shoulders bouncing with nervous energy. It's just, sharing the woods with those mongrels. She rolled her eyes, feigning irritation. The smell is so eerie. Rosalie. The weight in his voice compelled her to meet his gaze. Why are you lying to me? Emmett's expression was serious, his look stern. We never do this. Rosalie stared back, feeling like a mouse caught in a glue trap. You're lying, Bella had scowled. Why? The disappointment and hurt in both of their eyes mirrored each other, emotions Rosalie had inadvertently caused. I don't want to talk about it, she insisted, hoping that would be enough. But it wasn't. The intensity of Emmett's gaze pressed heavily on her, and then he spoke again. Bella's on her way here. For a few fragile, agonizing milliseconds, Rosalie felt her body lock down in terror. She hadn't been this aware of time since she was human. Oh. She forced her face into an expression of nonchalance, but her back felt too rigid, her hands too loose. This didn't matter. None of it mattered. Self-loathing washed over her like an ugly wave, and she sneered. Bella didn't matter. Alice must have convinced her to upgrade her wardrobe, she said. Right. Emmett chuckled, though his laughter was strained and low. He dropped his head, shaking it slowly. Of course, that's why. There was no mistaking the double entendre this time. Rosalie stuttered, struggling to release the words that felt trapped in her throat. Whenever, wherever, whatever, Rosie, you know that. His small, grim smile made Rosalie's stomach clench. Just don't keep me in the dark for too long. I might get lost. Emmett shrugged, hiding his pain, but it sliced into her gut differently, no less painfully than Bella's. She said, tensing as the roar of a thundering motor rolled into the clearing. Emmett glanced at her before stepping outside to greet the truck's driver with a grin. Bella Bear. I heard you're getting some new threads. And wasn't that the worst part? Emmett's continued kindness through all of this, even though he deserved answers. Rosalie's fists clenched. He only wanted to understand, and yet she still couldn't. Fuck. She slammed the hand down on the workbench, causing it to lurch forward like a startled mare. Tears threatened to spill, but none fell. Fuck. Moments passed, the sounds of outside conversation drowned out by the roar of her thoughts. The frigid evening winds of late April felt like an anomaly for spring. Under a broken streetlight, men with shadowed faces and neon-bright grins aimed at her like rifles. One whiskey-soaked laugh emerged from the center of the group, boasting, "Here's my Rose." Well, maybe Rosalie could take you, Alice's voice snapped her from her reverie. Rosalie blinked, eyeing the mangled mess of the table in her hands. No, it's all right. She could hear the hesitation in Bella's tone. I can handle it. Shopping by myself, Rosalie said, letting out an awkward laugh. I've been picking my own clothes since I was a kid, you know. I know, Alice replied with a sigh, as if this were the most painful fact in the world. But an expert eye and an extra hand are essential for a good wardrobe revamp. So, Rosalie walked to the door slowly, fighting the urge to lash out at her very annoying sibling, barely. There was a reason she only claimed Jasper as her blood relative. So, I'm expected to be her valet? Rosalie asked, feeling raw and ragged. She took a bit of pleasure in watching the muscles in Bella's back twitch as she entered. Driving Miss Swan around town to get a new flannel? Why does everyone keep mentioning my flannel? Bella muttered, barely glancing back at Rosalie. It's a good layering piece, and it's easy to wash, Rosalie shot back. There's an art to it, Bella, Alice chimed in gently, reaching out to pat her back lightly. And there's a fine line between indie rock star and older, vaguely disgruntled Disney teen. Didn't you read the pamphlet I mailed you? 5 ways to put the hip back in hipster, Bella drawled. Yes, I did. And it took 3 hours to get the exploding glitter out of my hair. Carlisle came up with the title, and Jasper, well, he handled the decorations, Alice said, her smile nearly maternal. They've been enjoying reading my Cosmopolitan magazines. Rosalie cleared her throat, loud and sardonic. If that's all. She turned back toward her garage, her heart boiling and hyper-aware of every gaze on her. Rose will take her, Emmett stated firmly. Excuse me? I am not. The look in his eyes was unreadable, and that made her pause. Rarely was there a moment when Emmett wasn't an open book to Rosalie. His tree-shaking laughs, the piercing bellow of his rage, and the tenderness he held in his giant hands, all complemented by his warm golden ochre eyes. There was no chapter of their story that was lost on her. Rosalie hadn't approached her life with much care. Emmett's gaze pierced through her. You're the only vampire Bella can stand, he said. I wouldn't go that far, Bella mumbled, her eyebrows furrowed as she darted her gaze between the couple. Rosalie scowled at her sister, then turned back to Emmett with a pleading expression. Go, Rosalie, Emmett said, shaking his head, his eyes serious. We'll talk later. Come on, Alice. With that, he strolled back into the house without looking back. Alice walked over to Rosalie, tactfully ignoring the tremors racing through her body. Here's a list of the things she'll need. The navy one will look great on her. Just make sure it's genuine leather. Alice began to slip a folded piece of paper into her jean pocket, but Rosalie snatched her wrist and yanked her closer, nearly lifting Alice off the ground. Hey, Bella protested, reaching out to stop her. A burning glare from Rosalie made Bella frown. It's all right, Bella, Alice said, holding up a hand to calm her. The hell it is, Rosalie hissed through clenched teeth, shaking her sister. What are you playing at? No, Alice met her gaze, her eyes reflecting the wisdom of 1,000 futures, 1,000 choices. What are you playing at? You have no right to interfere. None. You can't pretend this isn't happening, Rose. I saw. We all did. Even Emmett. Do not, Rosalie said, nearly tossing her sister into the forest. You saw nothing of importance. She didn't need this. She didn't want this. None of it mattered. Rosalie, Alice said, wrapping a gentle hand around her sister's wrist, rubbing her thumb against the long-lost pulse. She waited until Rosalie's dissociated gaze focused back on her. If you keep avoiding this, you're going to do the very thing you're trying to prevent, tear this family apart. And I'm not warning you, I'm telling you. I've seen it, Alice said, her voice steady. Rosalie deflated, her grip slackening as her anger drained away with surprising speed. Alice pulled her into a warm hug. Ignorance isn't all bliss, Rosie Posey, she said, her lazy drawl wrapping around Rosalie like a comforting blanket. The big river still flowed strong in Alice's blood, even after all these years. Trust me. Rosalie watched Bella over her sister's shoulder. Bella stood confidently, but her face betrayed uncertainty, and her fingers fidgeted nervously. The weight of Bella's steel-brown gaze pressed against Rosalie's skin. For Rosalie, ignorance may not have been bliss, but it certainly felt safe. What would it mean when there was nowhere left to hide? A wave of muted horror twisted Rosalie's face. Then, there was the sound of car abuse. She flinched as Bella started the truck, the engine roaring like a wounded animal, choked by years of neglect. Every grumble and sputter felt like a desperate plea for mercy, the grime straining its parts as if it were carrying a weight too heavy to bear. Rosalie's irritation only deepened. As if the situation weren't ridiculous enough, now she had to endure this. Bella's truck was an insult to all things mechanical, a clunky, lumbering eyesore. Car carelessness was one thing she couldn't forgive. But it wasn't just the truck. Bella was an intruder, a disruption, a mistake that Rosalie's family couldn't see clearly enough to fix. How could they not understand the problem? Bella jumped out of the truck, dusting off rust from her hoodie. I still don't get why we couldn't just take your car. My car doesn't have room for puppies, Rosalie replied, inching into the passenger seat while carefully avoiding the errant grease stains on the fabric. Grown-ups only. She flashed Bella a saccharine smile before slamming the door shut, hiding a tiny smirk at the sounds of protest that followed. Bella muttered curses as she walked around the front bumper, her fists clenched tightly around the steering wheel. She took a deep breath before shifting the truck into drive. Rosalie could feel the heat churning in Bella's stomach, a sensation that mirrored her own irritation with the situation. It seemed only fair that Rosalie wasn't the only one feeling this way. Bella kept her gaze fixed ahead on the highway, her expression carefully blank, well, almost blank. There was the faintest furrow between her eyebrows, and Rosalie noticed how she rolled her neck to ease the tension in her muscles. The tendons stood out stark against her pale skin, and Rosalie couldn't help but observe how Bella's bottom lip lost color as she bit down on it, only to blush a deep pink when she released it. Then there was that bewildered side-eye Bella shot her from beneath her messy hair. Rosalie blinked, a phantom heat creeping up her cheeks. "Shut up," she commanded, scowling. Bella's face scrunched up in confused protest. "I didn't even say anything." "Well, then," Rosalie sniffed, "keep it that way." A loud creak pulled Rosalie's attention back to Bella, whose knuckles were pale around the steering wheel, leaving imprints on the plastic. Rosalie rolled her eyes. "Watch what you do." Bella abruptly directed the truck to the side of the road and pulled on the emergency brake. "We're going to follow one simple rule during this trip," she said, her voice deep and resonant in the truck's cab. "If no one has anything nice to say, then no one says anything at all." Rosalie raised an eyebrow. "And what if I refuse to be scolded like a kindergartner?" Bella worked her jaw, nodding, and then flashed Rosalie a grin full of teeth. "Do me a favor and get my truck back to my house. Or just lock it and leave it here, I'll pick it up on my way back." She grabbed her backpack and jacket and opened the door. Bella hopped down onto the concrete and said, "What are you doing?" "I'm going to head to Seattle alone because this isn't going to work," Bella replied, tucking her backpack between her legs as she tugged on her jacket. "You don't want to be here." "Honestly, I don't either." Bella shrugged on her backpack and pulled her hair into a ponytail under a worn baseball cap. "Alice can't see me, so I'll grab a few items, and we can come up with a story about what happened." "You're being ridiculous," Rosalie said. "Am I?" Bella raised an eyebrow, wiping the light smatter of rain off her cheeks. "Because as far as I can tell, this is the best option I have." Her dark eyes locked onto Rosalie's. "You don't want to be here, and you've made that abundantly clear. But I refuse to be your punching bag just because." Bella snapped her teeth shut, a low growl escaping her chest as she ran her hands down her face. After a moment, she sighed. "Never mind. Just, please bring my truck back." The profound sadness in her expression made Rosalie stiffen, pain twisting through her as Bella turned and quietly started down the long road. As Rosalie watched thick fog envelop Bella, a conversation with Carlyle from a few days ago replayed in her mind. "I heard about your disagreement with Isabella," Carlyle said after Rosalie settled into one of his office's chaise lounges. "Bella," she corrected him, flashing a bitter smirk. And is that what they called it? Well, those were Jasper's words, Carlyle chuckled. Alice's were a bit more colorful. Of course, Rosalie scoffed, rolling her eyes. Look, if this is the part where you make me apologize. Actually, Carlyle's smile dimmed, now edged with an embarrassed twist. I wanted to do that. What? You're my daughter, Rosalie, Carlyle said. And every time I remember how I became your father, and I often find myself torn between feeling no regret for my choices and grappling with the immense uncertainty of the life I chose for you. Rosalie's bewildered gaze remained fixed on the doctor. How you died was unacceptable. Carlyle's hand, which had gently rested on the arm of the chair, clenched into a fist. Rosalie could hear the faint scratch as his nails grazed the wood. No one should experience such pain. Rosalie had never witnessed Carlyle lose control. Even this display felt excessive. Countless people do, Carlyle. She sighed. I know, he replied. But when I had the chance to prevent that pain, I couldn't think clearly. All I could focus on was saving you. I understand. And that was incredibly selfish of me. I'm truly sorry, Rosalie. Silence enveloped them, broken only by the sound of the wind. Rosalie's mind raced, counting and recounting moments and memories in an attempt to make sense of everything. Carlyle watched her patiently. When she finally spoke, her voice was hoarse. Why are you telling me this? Because Bella isn't me, Carlyle continued, and Rosalie stiffened at his words. Nor are you. Me? She asked, raising an eyebrow. Carlyle nodded, offering just one word, Emmett. In that moment, understanding washed over Rosalie. She could hear the roar of a grizzly bear, the deep cries of a young man, and the pungent scent of blood filling her nose with hints of spicy cacao, plum, and mint. She could picture his cherubic face twisted in agony. No, not this one, she thought, her fangs bared. I suppose we both have a tendency to save those who meet cruel fates without asking, whether it's due to the nature of the beast or the nature of man. Carlyle's smile was ancient and mischievous. Like father, like daughter, I suppose. I wouldn't dare honor that creature by calling him a man. Rosalie sneered, a nearly century-old anger rising like a heavy aura around her. Carlyle could feel the pressure. But this was a man who sheltered the enemies of his kind, who had abandoned the beliefs of his genocidal rulers, and who prayed to a Christian God, even though he was a devil incarnate. Pressure was a delicate, golden chain that he wore around his neck with relish, every single sunrise. And what would you call Bella? Carlyle ignored the deep growl emanating from Rosalie's chest, his gentle, knowing eyes capturing her focus. Because she isn't him either, Rosalie. Damn it, Rosalie sighed, sliding over to the driver's side. She shifted the gear and steered the car onto the road, her enhanced vision cutting through the dense mist. After a couple of minutes, she heard Bella's faint footsteps in the rain and then saw the outline of the thick jacket she'd thrown over her head. Bella, she called, knowing her low voice would reach the girl. Rosalie slowly drove behind Bella, waiting for her to acknowledge her, growing frustrated as Bella trudged through the air and puddles. Bella, get in the car. No response. No pause in her steps. But the tension in Bella's shoulders spoke volumes. Rosalie swerved the truck around her and cut her off from walking any further. Bella didn't speak, but the contempt burning in her eyes made the vampire hesitate. Before Rosalie could say anything, Bella planted a fist onto the truck's hood and used the leverage to swing her body across it. She nearly broke into a sprint when Rosalie threw the car door open, bursting with the words, "I'm sorry." Bella tripped before catching herself. It was the only clumsy mishap she'd had since her transformation. Raindrops pattered around them, tightening the outside world to make room for only the two of them. The werewolf looked like a foreigner in another country, lost for words at what Rosalie had just said. What? Rosalie's pride flared, her teeth gritting as she repeated herself. I am sorry. If you're apologizing for how you feel about all this, then keep it to yourself. Bella scoffed, turning her attention back to the road. I would never accept that. No. Rosalie exclaimed, surprising even herself with her intensity. No. Bella paused for a moment. I'm apologizing because this isn't your fault, Anne. I'm not making the situation any easier to handle, she sighed. You were right. We'll need to work together. Bella's expression remained blank, but then a small smirk appeared on her lips. I was right, huh? Don't, Rosalie said, rolling her eyes as she moved to the passenger side just as Bella got in. Geez, I would have brought my camera if I knew a miracle was going to happen. Bella shook her hair and jacket out, her face scrunching up from the water splattering everywhere. Clifford, that dumb pale werewolf, Rosalie muttered. And now you've ruined it. Bella shot her a droll look before pressing the gas, and their journey continued. Small miracles, indeed. Do I really have to try this on? Bella whined, holding up a blouse as if it were a repulsive creature. Rosalie looked up from her magazine, raising an eyebrow. What's wrong with it? It's frilly, Bella whispered, horrified. Rosalie snorted. It's a chiffon blouse with delicate lace sleeves, she said, holding up a piece of paper. And it's on your list, so. More like Alice's list, Bella grumbled under her breath, clearly forgetting that Rosalie had supernatural hearing. Did you not pick the items with her? Rosalie almost waved off Bella's complaints, but something in Bella's demeanor caught her attention. I did, but... Bella sighed. I just wanted clothes to replace my ripped ones. Alice turned it into this whole America's Next Top Model debacle, and I guess I went along with it because... She frowned, searching for the right words. You wanted to make her happy, Rosalie concluded, observing Bella's body language. Even if it came at the expense of your own comfort. Bella froze, crossing her arms defensively. I mean, wearing clothes like this. This isn't so bad, Bella said, glancing at the blouse. A small shiver raced through her body. It's beautiful, gorgeous really, but, she shook her head. My mom was raised by hippies who were raised by farmers during the Great Depression. Spending money on something like clothes instead of food, shelter, or adventure was a cardinal sin. And when we did buy clothes, they were always hand-me-downs or thrift store finds that were either too tight, too big, or too ratty to like. It was a necessity, never a pleasure. Paging Dr. Freud, Bella snapped, then immediately felt a wave of chagrin wash over her. Sorry, that was dickish. Rosalie remained silent. You just... Bella plopped down on the waiting bench and rubbed her eyes in frustration. You wouldn't get it. You always look fresh off a runway and I... The distant click of Rosalie's heels hinted at her departure. A quick glance confirmed it. Now you've really put your foot in it, Bella groaned. Paging Dr. Freud, she mocked. Really? She buried her face in her hands. Amid her self-loathing, Rosalie returned. Put these on, she said, holding out a small pile of clothes. Bella's head popped up, blinking at the garments in Rosalie's hands. Huh. Put these on. Rosalie commanded, her voice gentle but her expression stern. But what about? Bella gestured to Alice's list. Rosalie shook her head and slipped the clothes into the bewildered girl's hands. Dazed, Bella walked to the nearest dressing stall. As she turned away, Rosalie watched her for a long moment before taking a seat and reading her magazine as if nothing had happened. 15 minutes later, Bella emerged, adorned in a simple outfit and dark suede boots, wringing her hands. The clothes fit her well, accentuating her skin tone and adorning her lean body with a careful touch, creating a holistic mosaic of style. But Rosalie only noticed the new stillness in Bella's body. Itchem. Rosalie gave the nervous girl a small nod. How do you feel? Well, the jeans look cool, Anne. I didn't ask about that. Rosalie raised a hand. I asked how you felt. Bella gaped for a moment, then her shoulders relaxed as she reflected. I feel good. Rosalie believed her. Then, she pulled an item from behind her back, something that had caught her eye, The navy jacket would look great on Bella. She just needed to make sure it was genuine leather. A faint scent of buffalo blood mingled with the dried leather and dark dye, catching Bella's attention as she glanced down. "Raise your arms," Rosalie murmured. As she helped Bella slide on the leather jacket, she continued, "Decades after I turned, I decided to pursue a degree in fashion design. There was a course I needed to take to graduate, taught by a teacher I had disliked since enrolling at Parsons, an old hag named Meyer, who lived to make my life miserable." She rolled her eyes. On the first day of class, she assigned us a thesis paper on our definition of beauty. I raised my hand and told her that if I wanted to write essays, would have pursued a literary degree. We're enrolled in a design class to create beauty, not philosophize about it. So, please, stop wasting my time and do your job properly. Rosalie bit back an impulsive smile at the embarrassed groan Bella released. Yes, well, I was a bit of a terror in the 70s. Something about disco made me irritable, she mused. Anyways, Meyer, the Soviet souvenir, took her cigarette out of her mouth and put it out on my desk. Then she said, "You can be arrogant because your looks are powerful, but you are foolish because you believe yourself too great to learn. Beauty is twofold, it expresses function, yes, but it also eternalizes the ego. Everything you are. Genetics, environment, beliefs, personality, and memories all play a role in how beauty manifests in a person. To truly harness the gifts of beauty, one must understand its deeper significance. If you can't grasp what something is, how can you create it?" "Tai kak mashina bez maloka, bezbolesna," Rosalie said. "Wait, what does that mean?" Bella asked, curious. "You are like a car without milk, useless," Rosalie replied, her tone deadpan. "What?" Bella squeaked, struggling to suppress her laughter. "Emicham," Rosalie acknowledged. "Out of all the insults I've received, that one oddly affected me the most." "So, what did you do?" Bella inquired, feeling goosebumps rise as Rosalie's cool hands guided her arm through the jacket sleeve. "I wrote a paper," Rosalie shrugged. Inspired by her definition. She tugged on the hem, smoothed out the lapel creases, and slowly spun Bella around to face the mirror. For the first time in a long while, Bella felt like an intention, not just an aimless question or a reluctant statement, but firmly rooted in a presence she was surprised to recognize as herself. She took in the rich, dark color of the jacket, the sharp shine of the quicksilver zipper and buttons, and how it framed her broad shoulders. Laughter bubbled up within her, a mix of disbelief and pure joy. "The color brings out your eyes, makes them brighter," Rosalie murmured, almost absent-mindedly. Bella's giggle faded as her cheeks flushed. She met Rosalie's gaze in the mirror, and their eyes locked. The whiskey gold eyes glanced down at Bella's blush before hardening. Bella felt a familiar anxious swirl in her gut. It was Rosalie's embarrassment. Rosalie's expression turned blank, and she quickly turned to grab her handbag off the bench. "We'll get this outfit and a few other pieces so you'll have options." "But..." Rosalie was gone before Bella could finish her thought. With a sigh, Bella grabbed her clothes and followed the warm scent of rosewood. After shopping, the two of them walked through the mall, making their way back to the truck. Rosalie, tight-lipped and reticent, ignored every worried glance Bella cast her way. Rosalie's mind drifted helplessly, replaying images of Bella's bright smile in the mirror and the warm strength of her back beneath Rosalie's hands. She buried those memories deep within her mind and blinked back to the present. It was only then that she realized Bella had vanished. Panic surged through her as she spun around, but she quickly reminded herself of two important facts: she was a vampire, and Bella was a werewolf. The warm, tart scent of cranberries led her to a small supply store tucked away in a nearby corner. She read the faded wooden sign, Schönheit Supply Store. The blacked-out windows offered no glimpse inside, but the aroma of sweet fruit and heavily incensed wood created an inviting aura around the storefront. After a moment of hesitation, Rosalie finally pulled open the door. A small chime tinkled, announcing her entrance. As she stepped inside, Rosalie felt as if she had entered another world. Dim candlelight illuminated the space, where homemade rugs adorned the floor in a myriad of stunning patterns. The walls were lined with an impressive array of artwork, oil paintings, both abstract and photorealistic, jewelry that sparkled with an unnatural brilliance, and a variety of wooden masks, each differing in size, color, and emotion. Rosalie blinked in surprise at the juxtaposition of laundry detergent sitting next to a crimson, screen-carved mask. Her gaze fell on Bella, who was intently examining an item on a shelf, her head tilted and brows furrowed. "Bella?" Rosalie called, but Bella didn't respond. Curiosity piqued, Rosalie took a few steps closer, eager to see what had captured her attention. Was a black and white photo encased in a frame made of melted gemstones. In the picture, a woman, likely in her mid-20s, wrapped her arms around a young boy. Both were dressed in formal native attire, their matching squinty eyes and bright smiles lighting up the image. Do you need help finding something?" A bored, baritone voice asked. The warm scent of injera bread and ripe papaya filled Rosalie's nostrils. She turned her attention to the cash register, noting the lanky build of a teenage boy. Not the one in the photo, she observed as the boy's eyes widened upon meeting her gaze. She wrinkled her nose at the heavy musk in the air, a blush blooming on the boy's dark brown skin. Ugh, the scent of arousal made Rosalie roll her eyes. "Boys. No, we're all set, just. Who are these people?" Bella interrupted, her arms stiff as she pointed at the frame. "In this photo?" The boy slowly shifted his focus from Rosalie to Bella. "Oh, that's Voyage Shernet. She owns the store." "And the boy? Who's he?" Rosalie asked, noticing the intensity in Bella's voice. Why did she care so much? "That is my brother," a husky, authoritative voice emerged from the back room, gripping all their spines and causing them to straighten their posture. The first thing Rosalie noticed was a long cane thudding against the rug. It led to a wrinkled, sepia-brown hand that gripped the ornate handle with a casual certainty. Rosalie took in the gold ring on the pinky, then moved her gaze up further, admiring the charcoal gray wool skirt that brushed the woman's ankles and the neat burgundy blouse that concealed a small matching pendant necklace under its collar. Tightly coiled, pepper gray curls framed the woman's shoulders, while her glowing, wizened face held an intent gaze behind gold-rimmed glasses that mirrored the eyes in the photograph. The energy Rosalie had sensed upon entering the store radiated in waves from this old woman. It was palpable. The woman's gaze made Rosalie blanch with discomfort. It felt as though she was being eyed like prey. "And who might you be?" the woman asked. "Rosalie," the vampire replied. The woman's gaze shifted to the girl standing frozen at Rosalie's side. "And you?" Bella," the werewolf murmured. "Bella," Shernet repeated, rolling the name around on her tongue. Somehow, Rosalie sensed that this woman would remember their names. "Why have you come to my store, Bella? Are you in need of spare ramen?" "No, I got curious. Something told me to check this place out." Well, this isn't a place that anyone just checks out," the woman mused. She turned to the boy, speaking in a lilting, musical language. The boy bowed his head slightly and grabbed some items before heading to the back room. The door shut firmly behind him. Shernet moved behind the counter, taking the boy's place. "Come here, Liji," she beckoned. Bella glanced at Rosalie, then took small, hesitant steps toward the woman. "Why are you here?" Shernet asked again. "I don't know," Bella stuttered, feeling the need to be honest with this woman. I. Bella stopped as she felt the woman's cool hand on her cheek, leaning in subconsciously. "You do not sleep well, do you, Liji?" No," Bella replied, her laugh awkward and tight. "It's been a rough couple of months." "How do you dream?" Bella stiffened. "What?" Shernet gently rubbed the bags under the girl's eyes with her thumb. "This tells me you are restless." Her thumb slid to the corner of Bella's eye, more a point than a touch. "This tells me much more." Bella's stomach dropped. "What does it tell you?" Shernet watched her carefully before countering. "Why does the sun refuse to set in certain places?" "I don't know," Bella gaped, feeling lost. That's disappointing," the woman murmured, patting Bella's cheek before releasing her. "When you know, you'll come tell me." "Yes?" The woman glanced at Rosalie before turning back to Bella with a small smile. "I do wonder if your answer will change your choice of companion." Charlotte padded over to a nearby candle, and it flickered out. Bella blinked in surprise. "For now, you'll have to go. My store is closed, and the boy must go home." "Dena ederu, Bella." The old woman began to hum as she made her way to the back room, leaving the two women in stunned silence. The car ride back to Forks was quiet, both occupants lost in their thoughts. Bella's scent filled the cab, making Rosalie tense with the conflicting emotions swirling inside her. Part of her wanted to snap, but Carlisle's words echoed in her mind. "She isn't him either, Rosalie." "Did Edward ever tell you what led to my change?" Rosalie asked, breaking the silence. Bella blinked, pulled back to the present, her expression suddenly somber. "He said it was similar to what happened to me that time in Port Angeles, only no one was there to save you." The steering wheel creaked under Bella's grip. "Is that really all he told you?" Rosalie inquired. "Yes," Bella replied, her voice tight with apprehension. "Was there more?" Rosalie looked at her and smiled widely, though it was a harsh, bitter expression, yet still stunning. "Yes," she said, the scent of another spring filling her memory. "There was more." Bella waited in silence, staring out the window as she calmed herself. "Would you like to hear my story, Bella?" Rosalie's voice dropped to a void, a deep black pit, as she gazed through the windshield at the lazy drizzle of afternoon rain with unfathomable eyes. "It doesn't have a happy ending, but which of ours does? If we had a happy ending, we'd all be under gravestones now." Bella swallowed hard and nodded, though her heart began to race at the edge in Rosalie's voice. "My life was simpler than yours, Bella. It was 1933. I was 18, and I was beautiful. My life was perfect." Rosalie continued to stare out the window at the gray landscape, lost in her memories. "Clouds," her expression distant. "My parents were thoroughly middle class. My father had a stable job at a bank, and I realize now that he was quite proud of it. He viewed his prosperity as a reward for talent and hard work, never acknowledging the luck involved. I took it all for granted back then. In our home, it felt as if the Great Depression was merely a troublesome rumor. Of course, I saw the poor, the ones who weren't as fortunate. My father left me with the impression that they brought their troubles upon themselves. It was my mother's job to keep our house, and myself and my two younger brothers, in spotless order. It was clear that I was both her first priority and her favorite. I didn't fully understand it at the time, but I was always vaguely aware that my parents weren't satisfied with what they had, even though it was so much more than most. They wanted more. They had social aspirations, social climbers, I suppose you could call them. My beauty was like a gift to them. They saw so much more potential in it than I did. They weren't satisfied, but I was. I was thrilled to be me, to be Rosalie Hale. I loved that men's eyes followed me everywhere I went, starting from the year I turned 12. I delighted in the envy of my girlfriends when they touched my hair. I was happy that my mother was proud of me and that my father enjoyed buying me pretty dresses. I knew what I wanted out of life, and it felt like there was no way I wouldn't get exactly what I wanted. I wanted to be loved, to be adored. I dreamed of a huge, flowery wedding, where everyone in town would watch me walk down the aisle on my father's arm, thinking I was the most beautiful thing they'd ever seen. Admiration was like air to me, Bella. I was silly and shallow, but I was content. She smiled, amused by her own evaluation. My parents' influence had been so strong that I also wanted the material things in life. I wanted a big house with elegant furnishings that someone else would clean and a modern kitchen that someone else would cook in. I was young and very shallow, and I saw no reason why I wouldn't have those things. There were a few things I wanted that held more meaning. One thing in particular. My closest friend was a girl named Vera. She married young, just 17, to a man my parents would never have considered for me, a carpenter. A year later, she had a son, a beautiful little boy with dimples and curly black hair. It was the first time I'd ever felt truly jealous of anyone else in my entire life. She looked at Bella with deep, unfathomable eyes. It was a different time. I was the same age as you, but I was ready for it all. I yearned for my own little baby. I wanted my own house and a husband who would kiss me when he got home from work, just like Vera. Only I had a very different kind of house in mind. Rosalie sighed, and when she spoke again, her voice had changed, the wistfulness was gone. In Rochester, there was one royal family, the Kings, ironically enough. Royce King owned the bank where my father worked and nearly every other profitable business in town. That's how his son, Royce King II, she twisted her mouth around the name, letting it slip through her teeth, first saw me. He was set to take over at the bank, so he began overseeing the various positions. 2 days later, my mother conveniently forgot to send my father's lunch to work with him. I remember being confused when she insisted that I wear my white organza dress and roll my hair up just to run over to the bank. Rosalie laughed without humor. I didn't particularly notice Royce watching me. Everyone watched me. But that night, the first of the roses came. Every night of our courtship, he sent a bouquet of roses to me. My room was always overflowing with them. It got to the point where I smelled like roses when I left the house. Royce was. He was handsome, too. His hair was lighter than mine, and he had pale blue eyes. He told me my eyes were like violets, and soon after, violets began to appear alongside the roses. My parents approved, that's putting it mildly. This was everything they had dreamed of. And Royce seemed to be everything I had dreamed of, the fairy tale prince come to make me a princess. It was everything I wanted, yet somehow it felt like no more than I expected. We were engaged before I had known him for 2 months. We didn't spend much time alone together. Royce told me he had many responsibilities at work, and when we were together, he liked people to look at us, to see me on his arm. I liked that, too. There were plenty of parties, dancing, and beautiful dresses. When you were a king, every door opened for you, and every red carpet was rolled out to greet you. It wasn't a long engagement. Plans moved forward for the most lavish wedding. It was going to be everything I had ever wanted. I was completely happy. When I visited Vera, I no longer felt jealous. I pictured my fair-haired children playing on the sprawling lawns of the king's estate, and I even pitied her. Rosalie broke off suddenly, clenching her teeth together. Bella could sense that the story was about to take a dark turn. There would be no happy ending, despite what Rosalie had promised. I was at Vera's that night, Rosalie whispered, her face as smooth as marble, yet as hard. Her little Henry was truly adorable, all smiles and dimples. He was just starting to sit up on his own. Vera walked me to the door as I was leaving, her baby in her arms and her husband by her side, his arm around her waist. He kissed her on the cheek when he thought I wasn't looking, and that bothered me. When Royce kissed me, it wasn't quite the same. Somehow, it didn't feel as sweet. I shoved that thought aside. Royce was my prince. Someday, I would be. It was hard to tell, but it seemed like her porcelain white face paled even more. It was dark in the streets, and the lamps were already on. I hadn't realized how late it was. She continued to whisper, it was cold too cold for the season. The wedding was only a week away, and I was worrying about the weather as I hurried home. I can remember that clearly. I remember every detail about that night. I clung to it so hard, in the beginning. I thought of nothing else. And so, I remember this when so many pleasant memories have faded away completely. She sighed and began whispering again, yes, I was worrying about the weather. I didn't want to have to move the wedding indoors. I was just a few streets from my house when I heard them, a cluster of men under a broken street lamp, laughing too loudly. Drunk. I wished I'd called my father to escort me home, but the way was so short that it seemed silly. And then he called my name. Rose. He yelled, and the others laughed stupidly. I hadn't realized the drumps were so well dressed. It was Royce and some of his friends, sons of other rich men. Here's my Rose. Royce shouted, laughing with them, sounding just as foolish. "You're late. We're cold, you've kept us waiting so long." I'd never seen him drink before, just a toast now and then at a party. He'd told me he didn't like champagne, and I hadn't realized that he preferred something much stronger. He had a new friend, the friend of a friend who had come up from Atlanta. "What did I tell you, John?" Royce crowed, grabbing my arm and pulling me closer. "Isn't she lovelier than all your Georgia peaches?" The man named Jean was dark-haired and suntanned. He looked at me as if I were a horse for purchase. "It's hard to tell," he drawled slowly. "She's all covered up." They laughed, with Royce laughing the loudest among them. Suddenly, Royce ripped my jacket from my shoulders. It was a gift from him, popping the brass buttons off. They scattered all over the street. "Show him what you look like, Rose," he laughed again, then tore my hat from my head. The pins wrenched my hair from the roots, and I cried out in pain. They seemed to revel in the sound of my suffering. Bella growled, swerving the car to a stop on the side of the road. Rosalie looked at her suddenly, as if she'd just realized she was there. "I won't make you listen to the rest," she murmured. They left me in the street, still laughing as they stumbled away. They thought I was dead. They teased Royce about having to find a new bride. He laughed and said he'd have to learn some patience first. I waited in the road to die. It was cold, but there was so much pain that I was surprised it bothered me. It started to snow, and I wondered why I wasn't dying. I was impatient for death to come, to end the pain. It was taking so long. Then Carlyle found me. He'd smelled the blood and came to investigate. I remember feeling vaguely irritated as he worked over me, trying to save my life. I'd never liked Dr. Cullen or his wife and her brother, Edward pretended to be then. It upset me that they were all more beautiful than I was, especially the men. But they didn't mingle in society, so I'd only seen them once or twice. I thought I'd died when he pulled me from the ground and ran with me. Because of the speed, it felt like I was flying. I remembered being horrified that the pain didn't stop. Then I was in a bright room, warm and soothing. I was slipping away, grateful as the pain began to dull. But suddenly, something sharp cut into me, my throat, my wrists, my ankles. I screamed in shock, thinking. He brought me there to hurt me even more. Then, fire ignited within me, and nothing else mattered. I begged him to kill me. When Esme and Edward returned home, I pleaded with them to end my suffering, too. Carlyle sat with me, holding my hand. He said he was so sorry and promised that it would all come to an end. He explained everything, and sometimes I listened. He told me what he was and what I was becoming. I didn't believe him. Every time I screamed, he apologized. Eventually, the pain finally subsided, and they explained to me again what I was. This time, I believed them. I felt the thirst, the hardness of my skin, and I saw my brilliant red eyes. As shallow as it may seem, I felt a sense of relief when I first caught my reflection in the mirror. Despite the eyes, it was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. I laughed at myself for a moment. It took a while before I started to blame beauty for what had happened to me, before I realized the curse it could be. I wished I had been, not ugly, but normal, like Vera. I longed to marry someone who loved me and to have pretty babies. That's what I had really wanted all along. It still doesn't seem like too much to ask for. I became thoughtful for a moment, but then I smiled at Bella, my dark expression shifting to one of triumph. "You know, my record is almost as clean as Carlyle's," I told her. "Better than Esme's. 1,000 times better than Edward's. I've never tasted human blood," I announced proudly. I understood Bella's puzzled expression. "I did murder 5 humans," I said to the werewolf in a calm tone. "If you can really call them human." But I was very careful not to spill their blood. I knew I wouldn't be able to resist that, and I didn't want any part of them in me, you see. I saved Royce for last. I hoped he would hear about his friends' deaths and understand what was coming for him. I hoped the fear would make the end worse for him. I think it worked. He was hiding in a windowless room behind a door as thick as a bank vault, guarded outside by armed men, when I finally caught up with him. Oops, 7 murders, she corrected herself. I forgot about his guards. They only took a second. I was overly theatrical. It was kind of childish, really. I wore a wedding dress I'd stolen for the occasion. He screamed when he saw me. He screamed a lot that night. Saving him for last was a good idea. It made it easier for me to control myself. To make it slower, she broke off suddenly and glanced at Bella. I'm sorry, she said, looking chagrined. That was a lot. Do not apologize, Bella replied, her voice gravelly like a newly laid road. She closed her eyes against the steering wheel. Please. You were right to say I haven't been fair to you. Rosalie sighed. I suppose it's because of how you make me feel and the fact that you remind me of. She trailed off, hesitant. I remind you of what? Bella prompted. I died in the spring, Rosalie said, her shoulders sagging. You smell exactly like that night. Bella's stomach dropped. She stumbled out of the car, hands on her knees as she caught her breath. Bile threatened to rise in her throat. Rosalie watched her with dark, careful eyes, her hands clenched to avoid reaching out. Bella, Rosalie's voice was firm. I am not saying you're anything like that. No, of course not, Bella's voice was hoarse, cracking in several places. Just that my very biology constantly reminds you of your murder. She scrubbed her face, staring at Rosalie in disbelief. Why would you even put yourself through this? Being around me? Because, Rosalie searched her eyes, you are not Royce, and this bond isn't one-sided. Bella froze. I can't be the woman you're looking for. I haven't held her hopes and dreams since the 30s, the vampire sighed. But you aren't alone in what you feel, you aren't alone, Bella. Bella blinked, as if awakening from a daze, yet still feeling disoriented. Okay, she murmured softly. Okay. She sat back stiffly in her seat as the drive resumed. Rosalie felt her heart clench at the overwhelming dread churning in her gut. The self-loathing radiating from Bella prompted Rosalie to reach out and gently grip her shoulder. Bella, Bella didn't respond. Instead, she rolled down the windows and pressed the gas pedal, allowing fresh air to rush into the cab. Chapter 17, Enemy of My Enemy. Irina broke through the surface of the lake with a gentle splash. The icy waves lapped at her skin, soothing her worries with their mindless rhythm. Tiny clouds formed from her breath, mirroring the gray ones above her as she floated on her back in the center of the remote reservoir near her home. Here, it was easy to forget the stench of burning sulfur. Her body felt weightless in the primal simplicity of nature. She rolled over into a seamless forward dive, propelling herself deep underwater. The movement startled a vibrant school of rainbow trout, their scales glistening under the muted sunlight filtering through the surface. She suppressed a grin as she caught sight of a wide-eyed fish, then continued her journey to the other end of the lake. Pulling herself out of the chilly depths, Irina padded across the rocky shore until she grabbed her towel and clothes. As she dried herself off, she watched the wind stir the blue-gray waves. The walk home was quiet, with only the sounds of nature surrounding her. Over the past few weeks, a seed had been planted in her mind, and it had bloomed. Its leaves unfurled, rising steadily between the concrete slabs of her memories, a destroyed village, the cheerful look in Arrow's eyes as the Vulturi tore their mother and baby brother to shreds, a fire that burned brighter than the sun, and her sister's mourning screams. The pungent chemicals released from their burning venom, sulfur. Over 600 years of gluttonous lust, travel, and blood followed that night. 1,000 distractions had been constructed to hide the past, the scent of sulfur, and the look in Sasha's eyes as she died, a resigned love that spoke of no regrets. But for whom? Irina had always wondered. Was it for their brother Vasilii or for them? And then, even when she ran from it, love rose like a phoenix, manifesting in the form of brown locks, crimson eyes, and a low voice. Was reminded of the cobblestone streets of 18th century Paris. Mon bijou, Laurent would whisper as he held her. Tu brilles toujours si fort. My jewel, you always shine so brightly. The others had gone hunting, leaving her with some much-needed space to think and plan. But as Irina walked through the front door, she sensed who would be waiting for her. The living room was empty, except for Tanya, and Irina's packed suitcase. One she had hidden away. Tanya's fingers tapped a quiet rhythm on the hard shell of the suitcase, her eyes still closed since Irina entered the room. Neither sister spoke aloud, the silence between them was thick, but a conversation between sisters didn't always need words to begin. Then Tanya's eyes slid open, pinning Irina with her solemn gaze. So, that's it then. You've finally decided. Yes, Irina replied. And you'll go to her rather than speak to our cousins? Yes, Irina said, her fingers twitching with anxiety. Tanya nodded slowly. And if it's true, you understand what will happen once you help set this in motion? Irina clenched her teeth. Toddy, harboring those children, killing Laurent. Do you understand what will happen once you help set this in motion? Tanya repeated, her voice firm and dark. Yes, Irina whispered, a faint tremor running through her body. I do. Tanya nodded, rising from the armchair, looking her true age as she took Irina's suitcase. She approached her sister. I suspected this could happen since she visited. Her golden eyes scanned Irina's face, observing, noting, and worrying. Were you ever going to tell us? Or would you have preferred to slip into the dark like a thief? If I answer, Toddy, does that mean you'll stop me from leaving? Irina challenged. Keep me from knowing the truth? No. Tanya sighed. She wasn't wrong. Family isn't above the law. Irina nodded, her eyes steady yet tired. She reached out to hug her sister, a fierce embrace that would have crushed ribs if she were human. Tanya leaned back, swiping her thumbs across Irina's cheeks. As Irina stepped away, she grabbed her bag and hurried to the door, desperate to leave before a sob escaped her. But, Rena, Tanya called after her. Irina froze, turning her head toward her sister. I won't lie if they ask me, Tanya warned. So, be careful, and make sure you come back alive. Irina nodded, offering a quick, fragile smile. Give my love to the others when they return. Tell Kate I'm sorry I couldn't wait. And with that, she disappeared into the forest. Under the fog-covered streetlights of Anchorage, Irina let her instincts lead the way. The cryptic phone call hadn't provided much information for the Denali. The teasing lilt in the disembodied voice suggested that ambiguity was intentional, and it irritated Irina to feel like a pawn in someone's game. Like cat and mouse, the voice had taunted her, reveling in her low growl of frustration. As she turned onto the next street, the scent of cinnamon wafting from a nearby campfire guided her past huddled homeless individuals and drunken patrons fumbling through the night. Their heads turned to watch her as she passed, but one fierce glare sent the bolder ones scurrying back. Irina veered into a shadowy alleyway and paused, disgust curling her lip. There stood Victoria, dressed in leather pants, a fur coat, and a deep crimson bralette that revealed more than it concealed. Her eyes sparkled with mischief as she leered at Irina. Blood dripped down onto the pavement, forming a puddle beneath her heeled boots. The man Victoria had pinned against the brick wall slumped forward, exposing a cracked dent in the back of the skull, with hints of gray-pink matter visible. With a heavy thud, she let him drop to the ground. Over him, his blood splattered her smirk in a grotesque shade of red, reminiscent of macabre lipstick. Hey, kitten. Glad you found me, the woman said, her dark eyes tracing Irina's tense frame. The thrill of her recent violence turned her walk into a seductive saunter. You ready for some fun? The scent of sulfur wafted under Irina's nose, sparking a flood of distractions in her mind. Take me to them, Irina commanded, lifting her chin defiantly. Victoria's smirk widened into a full-blown smile, one that gleamed like the Cheshire Cat's in the dark. Gladly, she replied. Emmett, Victoria called out as Rosalie chased after him, bursting through the front door. Wait. What, Rosalie? Emmett turned, his gaze expectant, arms crossed defiantly. You gonna make me sit through another hour of vague, half-baked answers? I'm all set on that, actually. No, Rosalie frowned, uncertainty clouding her expression. I just don't know what to say. How about the truth? Emmett's golden eyes bore into hers. Because at this point, it feels like I'm the only one on the outside of this super awkward inside joke. Emmett's eyes narrowed as he gestured to himself. Tell me, Rose, am I a joke to you? Rosalie avoided glancing down at his waist, where only a fluffy towel hung, a rather unfortunate consequence of their conversation starting in the middle of a shower. No. She shook her head, her lips trembling. Then what, Rose? Emmett barked. What? The sound of a sob caught Rosalie off guard, and she was surprised to realize it came from her. Emmett's tense expression softened at her cries, his eyes widening with concern. He moved closer, hesitant hands hovering around her. Please don't cry, Rosalie. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to yell. He continued murmuring apologies in her ear as Rosalie turned into his embrace. He scooped her up, carrying her into the garage where they could find some semblance of privacy. Emmett settled into a spare chair, gathering Rosalie into his lap. He began to hum the melody of Whenever, Wherever, Whatever, the song that had inspired Rosalie to gift him tickets on their anniversary so they could see Maxwell live together. After a few moments, Rosalie mumbled against his sturdy shoulder. If I tell you the truth, I'll lose you. And I... Shoo, Emmett soothed, quieting her cries. There you go again, Rosie, letting your fears take control. He tightened his embrace, pulling her closer. Come on, you could never lose me. I will, Rosalie insisted, shaking her head. Emmett, this isn't something I can control, Anne. So, let's focus on what we can control. Talk to me. Beneath his comforting demeanor, there was a rare weariness that hinted at his breaking point. Talk now, or not at all. Rosalie straightened, her gaze fixed on a distant point. The night before we decided to come back to Forks, back in Paris, things felt different. She sighed. It was as if it was vital for me to return here. Clenching her fist, she continued, I didn't know until later, but on that same night, Bella had been bitten. Something between us activated when she turned. Link. Emmett's expression turned serious, his mind racing with possibilities. So, when Bella became human after you saved me. Rosalie tightened her grip on his t-shirt and nodded. She was able to hear me through the effects of the full moon. I asked her to calm down, and she did. Carlyle says that children are terrifying because of their inability to change. Once the full moon rises, there's no stopping them. Emmett shook his head in amazement. And you're telling me that you just asked her, and she flipped the switch? Emmett deflated as another thought struck him. There was an indescribable continuum of emotion. It felt timeless. Those were Edward's words, he said. That isn't just a random link. Rosalie, that's... Emmett, she warned, cutting him off. What if it's a bond? Her expression closed off, and she stood up from his lap, pacing around the garage. Emmett shook his head, determined to lay out his evidence piece by piece, his hands animated as he spoke. You feel a link the night Bella is bitten. The only vampire she can be near is you. She nearly fights her entire school over the things they say about you. And when she turns into a werewolf, your words alone can bring her back to human. So she's obsessed with me. Rosalie spun around, her voice sharp and snarling. She isn't the first one. She's the only one whose scent reminds you of your death. Emmett crossed his arms, his eyebrows furrowing. And no matter how messed up that is, it isn't a coincidence. The phantom heartbeat in his chest thudded heavily. Over 70 years with this woman had been filled with laughter, fights, and so much passion he thought he'd die again from the weight of it all. Rosalie had been his anchor, his wife, the forest angel who saved him from death. Yet, she hadn't been his mate, not in the way the others spoke of it, nor in the way the blood sang when you were near your other half. But could he let go of her so easily? Could he ignore all of that history for a new bond that raised more questions than answers? The trembles running through Rosalie's hands urged him to make a decision. He walked over and wrapped her in a hug. "Rosalie," he said, swallowing hard as he hoped the words stuck in his throat would finally come out, "if you're struggling to accept this because you don't want to hurt me, it's okay." "Don't," she commanded, a desperate fire igniting in her eyes as she looked at him. "It doesn't matter what it is, bond, link, I don't care. I'm with you, Emmett McCarty, until the end." "Rose. Are you with me?" Slowly, Emmett searched her gaze, and then he nodded. "Always, whenever, wherever, whatever." Emmett felt a knot of uncertainty settle in his stomach as Rosalie nestled into his embrace. Maybe no one else needed to know. Suddenly, the garage door burst open, and Alice rushed in, with Jasper close behind her. "Sup, guys?" Alice greeted. Emmett furrowed his eyebrows. "Aren't you supposed to be getting Bella? It's almost sunset." He tried to ignore the tension in Rosalie's posture. "Yes, that's the thing." Panic flickered in Alice's eyes. "See, we, can't find her," Jasper finished. "What?" Emmett and Rosalie echoed in unison. "We can find her," Alice insisted, swatting Jasper's bicep while ignoring his bewildered expression. Her voice rose a few octaves, "haven't gotten around to it yet. The full moon is less than an hour away, and you haven't gotten around to it?" Rosalie's eyebrows shot up. "Have you even checked her home?" "No, actually, we decided to check Wisconsin first because it seemed more her style," Alice replied flatly. "Yes, we checked there. And the school, and the stores nearby. We can't even catch her scent. It's like she doesn't want to be found." "Maybe she doesn't," Rosalie murmured, recalling their last conversation. "We should." Suddenly, the scent of wet, wild dogs wafted through the open door, making the vampires scrunch their noses. "Bella!" Jacob bellowed as he charged through the trees, flanked by Leah and Seth. "Where are you?" The Cullens rushed out of the garage and the front door. "Take a deep breath, Jacob," Carlisle said, stepping down from the porch with calming hands raised to address the violent shivers racing through the boy's body. "What's going on?" Dad called. Jacob gulped for air, his voice hoarse. "Bella's in danger. Sam and the others are on the way." "Well? Where is she?" Jacob demanded, scanning the group with frantic eyes. The Cullens exchanged worried glances before Carlisle spoke again. "Jacob. I can't catch her scent." Jacob interrupted, desperation creeping into his tone. Seth frowned as he scanned the area. "Of course, Bella is taking her sweet time getting here." Leah rolled her eyes. "She probably expects us to carry her in on a throne." "Unfortunately," Esme sighed, "Bella isn't on her way. We need to go look for her." "Look for her?" Jacob and Seth exclaimed in unison. "Why does everyone keep repeating what we say?" Alice grumbled. "You all have supernatural hearing, you know. So you don't know where to find the girl who's about to become a bloodthirsty werewolf?" Leah squinted, nodding slowly. Cool. Did she somehow fall out of one of your pockets on the way here or what?" "Bella's been having a rough time lately," Jasper murmured. "I imagine she's taking some time for herself before the transformation." "Rough time?" "It's forks," Leah repeated, her lips curling into a confused scowl. "Everyone, and their mother, is having a rough time here. That doesn't change the fact that she's dangerous. And it doesn't change the fact that we have a storm heading our way while the eye of it is nowhere to be found. We're wasting time arguing over nothing," Rosalie snapped. "Where could she be?" As they began to talk over one another, debating fight strategies, diplomatic solutions, and guesses about Bella's location, Jacob stepped away from the group, turning his gaze toward the forest as he gathered his thoughts. He remembered the quiet desperation in her eyes when she told him not to protect her, the desolation he felt when he laid her self-loathing bare. She had been like a drowned kitten in that rainstorm, looking as if a single gust of wind could blow her off that cliff. Jake?" Seth asked, glancing at his sister with worried eyes. "I know where she is," Jacob said firmly. The others fell silent, their attention focused on him. "There's a narrow cliffside on the other side of the Cullens River, near the beach," Jacob pointed to the west. "Bella took me there a few times." "It's where she goes for peace and quiet," Jacob said. "If she's trying to hide, that's probably the place." "The Cullens River runs right through La Push's territory," Alice added. "How are we going to get her without running into Sam's pack and leading them straight to her?" "If Sam's gearing up for war, he'll bring his strongest wolves, Paul, Jared, Embry, and Brady," Leah pointed out. "But he won't leave La Push completely unguarded. He'll leave the newbies, Colin and Quill, to protect the village and keep them out of the fight. It'll be easy pickings if we don't raise any suspicions." "I'll get her," Jacob murmured, his body beginning to tremble. "Jacob, you can't go," Jasper insisted. "Try and stop me, bloodsucker," Jacob growled, stepping into Jasper's personal space. "The only chance we have for a diplomatic solution depends on your presence," Jasper argued. Jasper shook his head. "Carlisle and Sam have some rapport, but you're the only other alpha in Forks. As his former packmate, you stand the best chance of getting Sam to back down without a fight." "Diplomatic solution?" Jacob chuckled, then spat on the ground. "Funny words coming from you, Cadella." After a moment, he clenched his fists and sighed. "If I'm not going, who is?" "Esme, Rosalie, Alice, and I will go," Jasper stated firmly. "Carlisle is best here for the same reasons as you. Edward can understand their thoughts even in wolf form, and Emmett is the strongest vampire here. Considering the effect Bella can have on Quilut wolves and how much they know about their former pack, Leah and Seth should be by your side as well." Jasper turned to his chosen group. "The name of the game with Bella is speed. We'll need to blend in and be efficient. The goal is to get her out into Esme's cabin before she shifts, but if we can't make it..." Alice intertwined her fingers with his. "We'll handle it, Jazz." Jasper leaned into her, before. Jasper pierced them with a solemn gaze. "We'll need to improvise and keep everyone safe if it happens. Understand?" "Improvise?" Rosalie froze. "You mean?" Jasper nodded and pressed on. "Sam will most likely come from the southeast near Jacob's cabin since it's closest to their side of the treaty line. We'll circumvent them by going around Forks and La Push, then cut back through the ocean toward the river. Take this, Jasper." Carlisle handed him a black Kevlar case, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. "In case you need it." Esme and Rosalie approached Carlisle and Emmett to say their goodbyes, while the others turned away to give them a moment of privacy. After a few moments, Jasper called out, "Are we ready?" The women nodded. "All right, ladies, let's go catch ourselves a werewolf," Jasper said, leading the group into a sprint. "What are we doing, Carlisle?" Emmett asked, cracking his knuckles. "It's as Jasper said. Edward will be our intermediary," Carlisle replied, turning to the mind reader. "Help us keep a forecast on their thoughts and actions. Jacob and I will do our best to persuade Sam to hold off. If that doesn't work, we'll need to keep them distracted long enough for the others to return to Forks and secure Bella." Carlisle shook his head. "It isn't an ideal situation, but..." "Yeah, I can already see a huge issue with that plan," Leah interjected. "If the others can't get Bella under control, how are we going to fight La Push and handle her at the same time?" "That's a valid point, Leah," Carlisle sighed. "As I said, it's not an ideal situation. If anybody can figure it out, Carlisle, it's us," Seth said, flashing a bright smile that helped ease some of the tension. "What do you mean, US?" Leah asked, raising an eyebrow. "You're not fighting, Seth." She turned to Jacob, crossing her arms. "He's not fighting." "Bug off, Leah." Seth shot back. Jacob scowled. "I can't keep him on the sidelines, Leah." He shook his head. "This is his fight too." Leah stepped closer, her glare fierce. "He's not ready." Then he'll learn, Jacob replied, rubbing his face in frustration. Leah, if he can't hold his own against his old pack, how will he handle Bella or vampires who would love to tear him apart? It's his birthright. Then have him honor his birthright by guarding Esme's cabin until the others return. Leah shot back. He doesn't need to be. Stop. Seth interrupted, stepping around Jacob to face Leah directly. The intensity in his gaze startled her. He looked so much like there. If you don't want to see me fight, then maybe you should guard Esme's cabin. Because I'm not leaving. Seth frowned. I'm not 7 anymore, Leah. You can't keep bossing me around. You're not Dad. He stormed away from the group, leaving Leah to watch as her expression fell. Seth, she murmured. I can hear them, Edward said, raising a hand. They're fanning out information, preparing for any surprises. He pointed toward Jacob's cabin. Jasper was right, they'll be coming from that direction in just minutes. All right, if it comes to it, I'll handle Sam. Emmett covers Paul. Leah, you're on Brady. Carlisle, you'll take Jared, and Edward and Seth will cover Embry, Jacob directed. We don't have the same bond as Sam's pack, which gives them an edge in their movements, but we have the numbers and more experienced fighters, so we can handle it. Jacob surveyed the group, lowering his voice. Carlisle and Edward will stand with me in front. Leah and Seth will take the middle. Emmett will cover the rear and watch our backs. They're here, Carlisle murmured. Deep in the shadowy thicket, large, lupin eyes glimmered in the reflection of the setting sun. A massive black wolf, Sam, sauntered out from the trees. The night was dark, his heavy paws thudding against the ground like the rhythm of a war drum. The others in his pack emerged beside him as large specters, their dark eyes focused on Jacob and the others. Hello, Sam, Carlisle said, nodding at the other wolves. It seems we're overdue for a conversation. Sam's gaze remained fixed on Jacob. Carlisle turned to Edward, who frowned and translated, Where is she? Carlisle sighed. Until the full moon ends and we resolve our differences in this matter, Bella will remain in our safekeeping. Paul huffed a derisive snort, and Edward's lips curled as he glared at the Omega. Her safekeeping should be in the hands of the Great Mother, not you, demon. She isn't natural. Have you taken a look around, idiot? Leah's dry voice made Paul's hackles rise. A bunch of shapeshifters and vampires don't exactly scream the American dream either. A small growl rumbled from Paul's panting fangs. He's, calling you very terrible names, Edward said, glancing between them with an awkward stance. Do you want me to translate? No need, Rosetta, I already got a clue, Leah replied, blowing Paul a kiss. Carry on. You already know I won't let you touch her, Sam, Jacob murmured, his hands trembling. You know what will happen if you try. So let's find a different option. You're my brothers, it doesn't have to be this way. Bella is dealing with her shifts, but she is getting better every single day. I don't understand why you can't see that. Why can't you just give her a chance? Sam's ear-splitting barks pierced the air. Give her a chance? Edward translated over the sounds of Sam's low snarl. We bathed, fed, and taught that girl our history, our culture for months. We treated her as if she was our own. This outcome, while unfortunate, is not personal. It's genetic, she is too dangerous to remain alive. But with you? It is personal. You, Jacob Black, a chorus of growls echoed alongside Sam, left behind everyone to defend this monster. You gather aid from our enemies. You have the audacity to call me brother while you shirk your duty and denounce me for upholding mine in the same breath. Our work is to protect our people, not betray them. But I suppose the beloved descendant of Ephraim is out of practice. Jacob gritted his teeth, the stutter of his heartbeat audible to everyone around. When we signed that treaty with Jacob's great-grandfather, Carlisle interjected, we also agreed to those same standards. Our duty is to live peacefully among you all. We want the citizens of Forks and La Push to be free from trouble. Jared's gray fur bristled as he snorted. Yet ever since Bella and your family moved back to Forks, there has been nothing but chaos and destruction. More vampire sightings, more shifters triggered into transforming, and more runaway werewolves than ever before. Bella is still a citizen of Forks and was turned into a werewolf under your watch, Carlyle countered. It wouldn't be fair to dismiss her now because of a consequence she could not control. Sam's claws dug into the ground as he raised his head to look down at the doctor. And when she becomes the uncontrollable consequence and kills these humans without hesitation, what then? Will you plead with us to give her another chance just because she's trying? The Law Push Alpha shook his head. No, my decision is final. We will not risk our people any longer. Speaking of people, where are the rest of yours? Jared asked, scanning the group and noticing their sudden, subtle stiffness. The seer, the empath, and the others? The beta glanced up at the darkening sky before meeting Paul's gaze. Edward's eyes narrowed as he voiced Paul's thoughts. They were just here. The scent's still warm, but Bella's. Like your nose is accurate, Lahote, Leah drawled, crossing her arms. Didn't you confuse Embry's scent with a raccoon when you were on watch? Not exactly someone I'd want to take scouting advice from. Paul's fur bristled as he took a step forward, the echo of his growl reverberating through the ground beneath them. Edward flinched, half turning to Leah. Save your breath, Cullen, Leah snorted. Was it something along the lines of screw you? Among other things, Edward admitted. Not even for a glass of water in the hottest part of hell. Leah purred at the Omega, her lips pursed in mock disappointment. You know what I realized, Polly? Everyone except Leah and Paul exchanged uneasy glances, a creeping tension filling the air. It tightened their muscles and sent their instincts into fight or flight mode. Leah sauntered to the front of the formation, ignoring Seth's frantic whispers. Keep them distracted long enough, Carlyle had said. We're more alike than you think, she grinned. Strings of drool hung from Paul's snarling fangs as he crouched lower. Sam huffed a warning to the Omega. Leah's smile widened at the sight. You see, before my big, strong X-alpha imprinted on my cousin, he had a different type. Sam liked his girls wild, headstrong, with huge tempers, Leah said, gesturing to herself with the flair of a magician. So when he settled down with Emily and became La Push's Mr. Rogers, I wondered where that desire went. Leah shrugged. Because imprint or not, Sam loves to argue, and Emily is too healthy a communicator for him to get his fix there. Leah, Seth hissed, a note of urgency in his voice. Now that I'm on the outside of the pack, it's so clear to see. Leah twirled her hands gaily, looking as though she might spin around in a circle at any moment. Sam didn't replace me with Emily. He replaced me with you. Leah scratched her chin, deep in thought. And I... Leah smirked and said, I guess, since I'm the bloodsucker's whore, as you so wonderfully put it, that must make you the big bad alpha's feisty little girlfriend. Her warm smile contrasted sharply with the wicked glint in her eyes as she locked her gaze onto Paul. Isn't it crazy how the world works? The tension in the air snapped. Paul lunged at Leah, his roar echoing with a thirst for blood. We're near the border, Jasper called out. They'll be able to sense us soon. One of us needs to distract the wolves, Esme suggested, her movements graceful as she navigated the forest terrain. Jasper bristled, a shadow of concern washing over his face. Alice. You know I'm the fastest, Jazz, Alice interjected. I can keep them off you until Bella is over the line. But if they both corner you, then I'll get out of it. Alice shrugged casually. You haven't been teaching me all those Algerian guerrilla warfare tactics just so I can stare at your pretty face, you know? Though, that is a plus. The empath rolled his eyes. Okay. We'll use the three Wrens call system, I know. Alice's cheeks dimpled into a smile. Give me 4 minutes, and you'll hear me. Good luck, soldier. With a wink, she took off in a sprint, blurring ahead of them and disappearing into La Push. She'll be all right, Jasper, Rosalie murmured, observing the way he stared after his wife. But Jasper didn't acknowledge her reassurance. Instead, his posture straightened with resolve. When we get there, we'll have two outcomes, Bella or her wolf. If she is human, I'll be the point of contact, but once she changes, then it'll be on me, Rosalie said, her fists curling into tight balls. Jasper nodded. Esme and I will hang back so our scent doesn't aggravate her. You'll need to watch her, she may attack. Rosalie swallowed hard. Bella wouldn't harm her, would she? Jasper's demeanor softened. She's emotionally volatile, Rose. If her subconscious is already on edge. To stay calm. We're here for you, Jasper continued, his voice steady despite the tension hanging in the air. The moon's influence can push anyone into their primal instincts, and we need to be ready for anything. Fight or flight can turn us all into wild animals. A sharp, bird-like trill echoed through the trees, followed closely by the distant sounds of pounding paws and low growls. Jasper stiffened, instinctively turning toward the noise before he caught himself. Let's go, he commanded, urgency lacing his tone. A brisk wind swept in from the ocean, cool and briny. Pelicans floated gracefully on the swells, while seagulls and a solitary eagle wheeled above them. The clouds began to gather in the sky, threatening to engulf the sun, but for now, the light shone defiantly in a halo of blue. The trio made their way across the sandy beach, heading into the forest where the cliffs loomed with jagged, steep summits. They climbed the rocks, leaping between smaller cliff faces to gain height. An ominous, earthy scent wafted from the top of one particular cliff, prompting them to slow their ascent to a near crawl. Suddenly, a deep growl resonated from above. Rosalie exchanged a knowing glance with Jasper and the two of them nodded. She swung herself onto a neighboring ridge, her heart racing at the sight of Bella curled tightly into a ball. Bella lifted her head from her arms, revealing deep silver eyes that glinted with tension. Bella? Rosalie whispered softly. Bella glared at her, a quiet snarl escaping her throat. She hasn't changed yet, Rosalie reported to the others, her voice low. But she's close. All right, Jasper said, launching himself to a more distant cliffside, with Esme following just behind him. It's good to see you, Bella. Bella's body shuddered, and she sank back into her arms, ignoring the presence of the vampires. Listen, Bella, you deserve time to yourself, Jasper murmured, his tone gentle. To figure things out, to get a handle on all this chaos. I know this situation isn't fair to you, but it's one we've been preparing for. I need you to stay strong. To prepare your mind for the shift, so we can protect you. Bella stiffened at his words, but then gradually relaxed. Her warning pheromones faded away, retreating like the tide until they were completely gone. The air grew still. Rosalie, Esme, and Jasper leaned forward, eager to catch a glimpse of Bella's face. For a brief moment, they dared to hope that their pleas had reached her ears, that this precarious situation would appeal to her forgiving nature. But, like a mother calling her children home for dinner, the rising moon unleashed the primal tide once again, drowning those under her command. Bones began to snap and creak. Bella's silver eyes rolled back in her head as her body twisted like a broken marionette beneath the night sky. Bella. Dread twisted in Rosalie's stomach. Rosalie, focus, Jasper barked. Esme, move a couple of miles into the forest. She can't make it down to the village. The moment she wakes up, she'll be disoriented and running off instinct. I'll toss her into the trees so she can't throw us off the cliff. Rosalie, you need to grab her and hold her down. Then, speak to her. The sharp rip of Bella's clothes echoed in the air. Speak to her. Rosalie's gaze was fixed on the agony etched across Bella's unconscious face. A tremor ran through Bella's frame as her mouth elongated into a chestnut-brown maw. And say what? Jasper's mischievous grin shone brightly under the starlight, a spark of danger igniting something playful within him. Perhaps. Love what you've done with your hair? Jazz. Chestnut fur erupted from the girl, morphing into a shape more than 10 times her size, a massive, crouched figure, poised to spring. A deep growl sent phantom goosebumps racing up Rosalie's arms. Jasper leaped onto Bella's cliff, grabbing her underbelly and twisting his body like a shot putter. Now, Rosalie. Her feet dug into the sandstone, and in an instant, she was racing through the trees. With her eyes peeled for a soaring werewolf, she suppressed the hysterical urge to laugh. Hey diddle, diddle, the cat and the fiddle. What was her life coming to? The vampire swung into the tall branches of a western hemlock, then leaped into the air, colliding with Bella in a loud crack that echoed like thunder tearing through the clouds. Rosalie wrapped her arms around the werewolf's hide, twisting Bella's body to absorb the fall, hoping to stun her out of her impending rage. A 60-foot crater blasted outward from the point of impact. Rosalie quickly flipped back to Bella's head, gripping her neck in a front headlock. She thrust her hips down, sending the werewolf's legs sprawling beneath her. Bella, stop. Rosalie urged. It's me. Underestimating Bella's agility, the vampire felt her shift a split second too late. Bella craned her neck and snapped her jaws around Rosalie's waist. With a fierce twist, she spun Rosalie in a tight circle over her head before hurling the vampire into a nearby boulder. Granite shards flew everywhere. Rosalie's mind swirled as Bella's wild gaze locked onto hers, luminescent silver pools that tracked her with single-minded intensity. Rosalie. Rose. Don't, Rosalie said, holding up her hand to stop the others from charging, her eyes never leaving the wolf. Bella, I know you can hear me in there. Bella released an ear-splitting roar, snapping her jaws at the empty space where Rosalie had just been. And I also know you don't want to, Rosalie continued, landing behind the werewolf and rolling to avoid the vicious whip of her tail. I mean, why should you? I've insulted you. Ignored you. Hurt you. Bella darted forward, swiping a razor-sharp paw down Rosalie's face. Rosalie tilted backward, barely dodging the attack. The atmosphere was thick with tension, as Rosalie found herself in an inhumane limbo, narrowly avoiding the worst of the strike. The remnants of the attack left burning trails across her upper thigh, shredding her balmain pants. Ew, Rosalie hissed through the sharp pain. I hate ripped jeans. Dear, maybe you shouldn't remind her of all the ways you misstepped, Esme advised, twisting her fingers anxiously. Jasper nodded in agreement. Improvise, they said, Rosalie grumbled. Everyone's a critic, including you. She pointed a finger at the growling Bella. These were custom-made by Oscar de la Renta himself. Have some decorum. Bella barked, a murderous glint in her eyes. In a flash, she blurred over to Rosalie, knocking her onto her back. As Bella pressed a heavy paw against Rosalie's sternum, ignoring the vampire's fierce snarls, Rosalie whispered, Wow, how messed up is it that this version of you scares me the least? Rosalie placed her hand over Bella's forearm, and for a moment, Bella blinked, her snarls fading at the unexpected gentleness. The vampire shrugged, glaring at the wolf as if to say, Don't ruin the moment. I don't have that many in me. When you're human, there's so much life to handle, Rosalie continued, shaking her head. Your safety, your curiosity, your hopes, your emotions. She puckered her lips around the words, as if they made her stomach curdle. It's confusing, conflicting, and so contagious. Nice, Dr. Seuss, Jasper drawled, earning a middle finger from Rosalie. I'm out of practice dealing with it, Rosalie sighed. Immortality doesn't require constant change or growth, but you do. Brown began to bleed into Bella's eyes, shading the silver with a warmer hue. So, be angry with me, hate me, fight me all you want, Rosalie said, her golden eyes pleading. Lord knows you deserve your turn after everything I threw at you, but please, help us keep you safe tonight so you can continue doing it another day. The werewolf shook her mane, growling as silver threatened to eclipse the brown. Push against the resistance in your mind, Jasper instructed. Remember, joy is the contrast. Bella squeezed her eyes shut, her breath stuttering. We're so proud of you, Bella, Esme smiled. Doing this despite how difficult it is incredible. Serrated claws flinched, biting into Rosalie's chest. You can do this, Rosalie murmured, ignoring the cold pinprick scratching the skin above her heart. The air was still. Rosalie, Esme, and Jasper leaned forward, hoping to catch a glimpse of the wolf's face. For the second time that night, they dared to hope. They hoped their pleas had reached her ears, that this precarious situation would appeal to her forgiving nature, and that she would win the battle against her lower instincts. Bella's eyes opened, the steel-brown irises reminiscent of her human self. The werewolf took in Rosalie's concerned features before moving off the woman. "Bella?" Rosalie called, her hand reaching out to touch the wolf. "Are you with us?" Bella ducked back, avoiding the touch but nodding nonetheless. Rosalie's hand dropped to her side, her nails biting into her palm. Jasper scanned the werewolf's movements. Instead of the usual broiling chaos, there was a rare silence. The empath felt conflicted by the energy. Was it a breakthrough or a knife's edge? The calmness emanating from Bella persuaded him to push aside the matter for now. After all, this was only the first half of their mission. "We need to head back to Forks," Jasper said. "The Cullens are confronting Jacob's pack and our family." He narrowed his eyes. "It may be a wild fight. Are you prepared to handle your shield at the same time?" Bella shot him a droll look before bounding into the forest. Jasper blinked at the dust trailing behind her. "I didn't know werewolves could be sassy." "Oh, it's not a werewolf trait," Rosalie replied with a hint of amusement. "My love," Esme said, her laughter filling the air like warm summer lanterns. "It's a teenage thing, apparently. It doesn't matter what species you are." Bella was moving at a furious pace, leading the group back toward Forks. As they approached the treaty line, a nimble shadow darted through the treetops and landed on Jasper's back. Yankee Doodle went to town, riding on a pony, a twinkling soprano hummed in his ear. "Not every day it rains women. I'm glad I didn't bring an umbrella." Jasper's stiff demeanor finally relaxed as he reached back to pat Alice affectionately. "How were the Cullens?" "Downright hospitable, minus the growls and death threats, of course." "Ah, the wonders of young manhood." Alice kissed his temple, resting her chin on his shoulder as she watched Bella. "How is she?" "Stable," Jasper replied, observing alongside her. "For now." Alice, attuned to her mate, sensed what he didn't voice. "Ready for tonight, though?" "Emicham." Jasper squeezed her thighs in agreement. "Ooh, then she'll be a great surprise for the others," Alice grinned. "And I do love surprises." "Only when you're in on them," Esme teased. "Otherwise, it's an immature affront to your divine powers." Alice sniffed, turning her nose up at them. "Well, tell that certain someone they shouldn't try to plan pranks on a seer. It can only lead to Nickelodeon slam pouring out of their rain showerheads." Alice's eyes widened in mock fear. "Hypothetically, of course. I would never dare ruin my mother's gorgeous interior designs." Esme said with a desert-dry look, making Alice hide her face in Jasper's neck while ignoring his deep chuckles. As they continued, the terrain shifted from wild and uninhabited to worn, the beginning of the trail back to the Cullens' home. Distant sounds of fighting echoed through the trees. "How are we handling this?" Rosalie asked. Her eyes rarely strayed from Bella's intense stride. "We'll need to clear the path for Bella," Jasper said. "Once she's in there, she can use her pheromones to stop the other wolves." Within moments, they reached the clearing, and chaos had turned their home into a battlefield. Blurs of wolves and vampires toppled nearby trees, sending countless flocks of birds flying. Edward dodged strikes from Embry, slipping under the beta's bites as Seth swiped sharp claws at Embry's back while he was distracted by the vampire. Jacob growled, rolling from underneath Sam's hold and clawing at his neck to dislodge him. They locked in a tight grip, snapping at each other's necks. Carlyle worked to subdue Brady without harming him, throwing the young wolf and spinning away to avoid the worst of the boy's strikes. Emmett shook bark out of his hair and dusted off his clothes from the tree he'd been kicked into. He tensed to chase Jared when the arriving group caught his attention. A broad grin spread across his face. "Hey, y'all. Almost thought you weren't going to show up." And miss seeing the wolves turn you into the world's largest Christmas ornament? Rosalie raised an eyebrow, a small smile flitting on her lips. Couldn't pay me to stay away. She worked to push aside the discordant emotions swirling in her stomach, avoiding Alice and Bella's gaze. Emmett held the sides of an imaginary skirt as he curtsied and mockingly giggled. "Oh, Mr. Darcy, you say the darndest things." A loud scuffle caught their attention. Leah and Paul were locked in a vicious fight, fangs snapping and bodies slamming together as they snarled in each other's faces. There was an inhumane intensity to their struggle that the others lacked. They were aiming to destroy one another. Paul managed to bite part of Leah's tail off, disorienting her movements as her scent gland was damaged. Her head bobbed unsteadily. Lost in a daze as Paul prepared to strike, Bella felt a sudden rush of movement. A lean, brown blur dove into Paul's side, and with a loud crash, Seth and the large Omega went tumbling into the forest. Seth quickly repositioned himself, determined to gain the upper hand. But he had miscalculated Paul's size and raw strength. With a swift twist of his body, Paul slammed his back against the ground, pulling Seth down into his embrace. The moment Seth landed between his legs, Paul's dagger-like teeth sank into the boy's neck while he squeezed his smaller frame. Seth's cry of agony pierced the night, mingling with the sickening cracks of his bones. Leah howled in terror. "Seth!" Edward shouted, struggling to fend off Embry's attacks. Just as Paul was about to bite down, he was suddenly propelled into the air by a massive shadow that pounced behind him. After crashing through 2 trees, Paul landed with a thud, dazed and panting. Bella's silent growl resonated through the clearing, her steel-brown eyes glinting under the moonlight. Paul managed to stand, snarling in response as the werewolf circled him. In an instant, Bella's paw struck his jaw with blinding speed, knocking the Omega to the ground. Paul snapped at her hind legs, but Bella's pheromones filled the air, sending him into a panic. With a sickening snap, Paul yelped as his right leg broke beneath her weight. Bella opened her jaw wide, ready to tear into his shoulder. Just then, Sam charged in, clawing at Bella's hindquarters. Bella roared and spun around, flinging the alpha away from her. Jacob sprinted towards them. "I'll take Paul, you focus on him." Bella was startled by the thought that echoed in her mind. "Jake?" "This is weird," she replied, her surprise evident. "We'll figure it out later, now, go," Jacob urged. Bella crouched low to the ground and bounded towards Sam like a massive battering ram. She crashed into the alpha, unleashing a powerful blast of pheromones into his face. "Stop," the command resonated, directed at Sam. Bella stiffened, rolling over with a fearful yelp. The air stilled around them as she lay silent. She quickly loped over to the alpha, yanking Sam onto his side when a razor-sharp claw slammed into her. Bella howled, her right eye pulsing shut from the titanium claws digging into her retina. She jumped backward, perplexed. Why weren't the pheromones working? Sam's lips curled back into a snarl, his heavy breath sending a peculiar scent toward Bella. She tilted her head, catching the acidic sting in the air. Then, her eyes widened. Bleach. Sam had covered his nose and sent glands to avoid the worst of her blast. His vicious smile ignited a fire in her gut. Bella charged at the onyx beast head-on. Their angry snarls echoed like thunder through the trees as they snapped and tore at each other, sharp teeth aimed at each other's throats. Sam rammed his shoulder into Bella again and again, pushing her back toward the trees. Maybe it was the pain flashing in her eye. Maybe it was the fact that Bella was driving her werewolf body, not her primal mind. Or perhaps it was the desperate fury that fueled Sam's attacks as he fought to protect his brothers and his home. But Bella began to falter under Sam's relentless assault. Each blow, small on its own, added up, weighing her down and shifting the outcome of the battle. She found herself dodging more than striking, her mind racing with fragmented memories that slowed her reaction time and diminished the power behind her bites. Sam slammed into her, sending her crashing through an errant boulder. Bella felt a sharp pain as Sam broke her leg mid-air, making her yelp before they both hit the ground, flying apart. The momentum rolled Bella's body toward a steep cliffside. She gasped around her fangs, her remaining eye blinking at the bright stars above. A hum echoed through the evening air as Sam shook out his fur, showing no indication that he had heard the chaos. The same sound lingered in the air, drifting around her and growing louder with each note. Bella thought to herself, I think I'm dying. Or at least, I must be going a little crazy. If music from her dreams was creeping into her reality, perhaps life was suggesting it was time for a long nap. Suddenly, Sam slammed a paw down on her tail, tearing through the muscle beneath. Bella could only manage a silent scream, the guttural lyrics disorienting her senses. Blood dripped from Sam's deep wounds as he wrapped his maw around Bella's neck, slowly dragging her toward the cliff. Desperately, Bella batted at the alpha's head, but his grip was too strong, and the music was too loud for her strikes to land effectively. Sam yanked her to the edge, pushing her body off the cliff while keeping her head suspended in the air by the literal skin of his teeth. Bella shuddered as the chorus reached its peak. Ancient words swirled through her mind, invading her body until she felt like nothing more than a vessel. Suddenly, her protective shield expanded outward, reaching beyond her mind and body, covering everything within a mile. Just as Sam twisted his head to snap her neck and send her plummeting, he was startled to find the werewolf had vanished into thin air. Two gentle hands wrapped around his neck, using him as a lifeline. Sam looked down into Bella's human face, her eyes glowing a luminous silver. A powerful bliss washed over him, as if he had stepped into a sun-warmed ocean. For an infinitesimal moment, the Quilut lost himself. More than that, he felt as though he had set aside everything that defined him. His heritage, his pack, Emily, his personality, fears, desires, and dreams, all were stripped away like clothes after a long day's work. What remained was a singular essence. Is this the Great Mother? Sam gaped. I am one of many mothers, son of Levi, Bella smiled, but not yours. Sam's heart stuttered. The voice echoing in his mind was not Bella's, although it. A warmth radiated from her, as deep and rich as the earth beneath them, reminiscent of a campfire's glow. She beckoned him to the cliff, and Sam found himself helpless to resist. Bella stood before him, exuding a regal presence, naked as the stars scattered across the night sky. The energy that flowed from her threatened to overwhelm him. Sam's ears flattened against his head, feeling as vulnerable as he did at 5 years old. I am not angry, Samuel, Bella said, her voice a low chuckle, rough and primal. You are only doing your duty. She is dangerous, Sam replied, gesturing toward the damage in the woods. She will harm the humans. She will harm my village. Just as you harmed Emily. Bella ran a hand through his fur, one eyebrow raised. Yes, she acknowledged, and Sam bowed his head, clenching his fangs. There are risks in being supernatural, but Bella leans too far in one direction. And so you must lean in the opposite direction to balance her, HM? Bella asked, a knowing smile on her lips. Sam nodded in agreement. You humans are all the same, Bella said, shaking her head, her bright silver eyes rolling skyward. Always aiming to rule others when that is not your role. Have you ever stopped to wonder why a child would appear in Washington now, after generations of no sightings? Carlyle said the genocides, chaos, like order, is cyclical on Earth, Sam replied. Bella sighed. No matter the outcome, you cannot stop your sun from rising or setting, not for long. I have a need for her. This gift she wields, her shield. She waved her hand through the air, her fingers dancing as if playing a melody on the filigrees of moonlight. It will help all of my children, no matter what side they have fallen on. True balance after so many millennia, Bella murmured, locking her gaze with his. So, she cannot die tonight, Samuel. There is more to come. More? Sam huffed, his breath catching. Like who? What is coming? I cannot say, Bella replied, her smile tinged with mischief. One of my sons has already given me leeway to be here now, and my other son despises it when I meddle with time. That's his domain. But you and your tribe will play a part, as you already have. Why are you goddesses so cryptic? Sam groaned. Because you humans don't listen when we speak, Bella replied, her laughter making the stars glow brighter. Putting things into code makes you focus, it makes you think. And if Bella attacks again? Sam asked, concern etched on his face. She will struggle, but she will not harm your people. Her aptitude is growing every day, as Jacob already told you, abandoning your pack aside. Sam glanced away under her stern gaze. Bella shrugged. She is her own worst enemy, not yours. She stepped closer to him until her nose nearly brushed against the fur on his chest. Sam's heart stuttered as he looked down into her narrowed, luminescent eyes. This fight is over. You will take your pack home, Samuel Yuli. Otherwise, our next conversation on this cliff will not end with Bella thrown off of it. Sam swallowed hard, issuing a command in his mind's eye to the others. Everyone stared as Bella and Sam emerged from the trees, walking side by side. Carlisle, Leah, and Seth were absent. Although Alice and Edward had updated the others the moment they were enveloped in Bella's shield, and the Cullens knew the same from Sam's thoughts, nothing prepared them for the sight of Bella's eyes. Sam nodded at the werewolf before releasing a loud howl. The members of his pack loped behind him, moving like specters in the night back to La Push. The moment they crossed over the treaty line, the light in Bella's eyes began to flicker, that intense energy dimming. The girl's wounds left her swaying like a banyan tree in a summer monsoon. Full moons are the worst, Bella slurred before passing out. She fell into the quick embrace of Jacob and Rosalie. They exchanged glances before taking in her cuts and bruises, gently pushing her tangled hair back from her face. The world settled, their war ending with a quiet murmur. Then, Alice was facing them, twisting around in a move so fast it blurred before their eyes. The seer's gaze was halfway here and halfway locked on the future, wide with urgency. Staring, her thin face seemed to overflow with emotion. Looking into her eyes was like peering out from inside a grave, buried beneath the terror, despair, and agony reflected in her gaze. Edward gasped, a broken, half-choked sound. What? Jasper growled, leaping to her side in a blur of movement, crushing the broken branches beneath his feet. He grabbed her shoulders and shook her sharply. She rattled in his grip, silent as a mouse. What is it, Alice? Emmett moved closer, his teeth bared, eyes darting around the clearing, anticipating another attack. Only silence surrounded them from Esme, Jacob, and Rose. Jasper shook Alice again. What is it? They're coming for us, Alice and Edward whispered in unison, perfectly synchronized. All of them. The wolves, again? Emmett scowled, his hands half-clenching into fists. No, not them, Edward shook his head. Victoria and Irina were here. When? Jasper asked, his voice like splintering ice. Tonight, Edward whispered. During our fight. Irina? Esme echoed. With Victoria? Why? After seeing proof of us conspiring with the children, Irina has decided to seek an audience. Alice's eyes didn't blink, but it was as if a veil covered them. They became perfectly blank. Only her mouth still expressed horror. With the Vulturi. Who? Jacob began to tremble, angry heat rising from his body in response to the terrifying atmosphere surrounding them. What does that mean? It means it's over, Jacob, Rosalie whispered, her voice filled with a stillness, the sound of the inside of a grave. We've all been sentenced to death. Chapter 18, Death by 1,000 Cuts. Gold Eyes pleaded with her humanity, avoiding her claws as she aimed to hurt, aimed to kill. The cries of a young boy echoed in her ears, his body broken into pieces by his own brother. Seth. She fought for her life. Blood seeped into her smashed eye, and debris cut the insides of her dry throat. Air whistled through her fur as she dangled over the abyss, her neck twisted like a bottle cap. She felt like a passenger in her own body, watching as a god saved her, spoke through her, and used her. The battle ended, but a war began. Pale-skinned seraphs with ancient, crimson eyes. The voice. Bella jolted, her heart thumping awake like the aftermath of a defibrillator. She stopped unconsciously clawing at her tattered mattress. Sweat dripped down her nose as she glanced at the cracked alarm clock. 5 a.m. third time this week, her mind helpfully supplied. The stillness of her room clashed with the chaos in her head, trombones blaring in libraries. Bella struggled to breathe beneath the weight on her chest, the pressure growing heavier. Stumbling out of bed, she grabbed her sweats and her iPod. Pushing open her bedroom window, Bella listened for the sound of Charlie's deep snore before jumping off the sill. She barely landed before launching into a vicious sprint. Creatures scurried away at the sound of her steps. The loud, ear-bleeding rock music crumbled the remnants of her sleep. But 1 hour and 30 miles later, deep in the forest, the memories still lingered like a hand around her throat. Bella fell to her knees, submerging her face in the streams of the Bogaccio River, hoping nobody would hear her muffled screams. An hour later, she crept through the front door, careful to step where the old floorboards didn't creak. Though only the faintest marks remained from her fight with the Cullens, Bella's mind still felt the weight of the encounter. Claw scars and bites marked her body as she ran. Tears, sweat, and river water soaked her hoodie, making it cling uncomfortably to her chest. She longed for a hot shower before the world woke up. Just then, the house phone rang. She snatched it from the receiver before the second ring could disturb Charlie's sleep. Yes? Bella answered, already knowing who it would be. Only a few places would be calling at this hour, and only one would time a call for exactly when she returned home. Bella, Alice murmured, how are you? I'm fine, what is it? Bella replied, hearing the faint chatter of the other Cullens in the background. We're gathering for a discussion. I've had a few more visions of Irina since that night, and Carlisle wants to talk to Tanya about it. Jacob is coming over too, and we figured since I can't sleep, we might as well have this talk at night like a real, authentic bunch of Scooby-Doo monsters. Bella interrupted. Alice simply hummed in response. All right. Bella leaned against the doorway and yawned. Let's get it over with. Okay. Jasper and I will come to pick you. No. Bella tightened her grip on the phone until it creaked in her hand. Bella. I said no. The voices behind Alice fell silent. She could almost feel the weight of the Cullens' stares, even from miles away. It made her skin crawl. Gently, Bella banged her head against the wall and sighed. Listen, I need to shower, but I'll be there by 4, and I'll get there myself, all right? Thanks for the offer, though. All right. Alice's disappointment was clear through the phone. Drive safe. Yeah. Bella hung up, placing the phone back on the handle. Minutes later, she sank into the steaming tub, dragging a comb through the clay and loamy soil tangled in her hair. The water enveloped her, flowing like hot silk across her skin. The clock ticked closer to 4, and an iron knot tightened in her stomach. She closed her eyes, allowing herself to sink deeper into the warmth. The tub until the water reached her neck. She held her breath and dipped beneath the surface, curling into a ball with her knees drawn up. The water muted the sensations around her, and she imagined she was floating in a vast ocean, or perhaps in a womb. The still darkness transformed her into a zygote, drifting in the eye of the universe. She envisioned the soapy bubbles seeping and swirling through her skin, guiding the tight energy in her gut like a sheepdog, soothing her anxiety. But even in that serene moment, she could hear the clock ticking down like a bomb. Tick. 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 It was a reminder, a taunt. Bella finally dragged herself from the tub, feeling like a bastardized, miraculous conception. It was time to go. She flipped down the kickstand on her motorcycle, swinging her leg off. The murmurs of voices inside the Cullen house paused. Guess that's my cue, she thought. Pulling her hood up to better conceal the exhaustion shadowed under her eyes, she approached the front door. Skipping the knock, she pushed through the unlocked door, forcing herself to adapt to the stinging scents that filled the air, trying to ignore the two that bothered her the most. Turning a corner, she found them all gathered in the living room. On one side sat Carlisle, Esme, and Edward on one of the sectional couches. To their left, Alice occupied a reading chair with Jasper standing beside her. Jacob leaned against the wall next to an open window, while Emmett stood with Rosalie on the right side. It had been 2 days since she woke up in one of their makeshift infirmaries, bandaged, alone, and covered with a cashmere blanket that smelled faintly of rosewood. She had all but begged Esme to take her home when the woman checked on her. After murmuring a quiet thank you when Esme dropped her off, Bella had ignored all their calls and avoided seeing them, until now. So, seeing all of them together like this, it was overwhelming. An imposing sight. Bella's gaze lingered on Rosalie, a wave of numbness washing over her at the sight of the muscular arm draped around Rosalie's shoulders. The woman met her eyes, her golden gaze echoing the same concern that had filled the air when Bella had nearly attacked her in the forest. Just remembering those moments made Bella's stomach churn. Carlisle cleared his throat, pulling Bella out of her thoughts. She moved to another window, sliding it open and leaning against the frame. Bella scolded herself. It wouldn't help to fixate on Rosalie, especially after what she had done. Alice was able to see when they'll come, Carlisle said, diving right into the heart of the matter. Not long, Alice added. All the snow in the forest and the town has melted. Flowers are starting to bloom. It's just a little over a month. They're all coming, Edward said, his voice heavy with dread. Arrow, Caius, Marcus, every member of the guard, even their wives. The wives never leave the tower, Jasper countered flatly. Never. Not during the Southern Rebellion, not when the Romanians tried to overthrow them, not even when they were hunting the immortal children. Never. They're coming now, Alice whispered. It's as if they're waiting for Irina. Like their decision has already been made, and they're just waiting on her. From what you all told me, isn't she one of your cousins? Jacob raised an eyebrow. And she didn't think to give you a heads up that she was getting you guys, sentenced to death? Jacob blinked and shook his head. That's pretty messed up. It's complicated, Carlisle sighed. Irina and her sisters, Tanya and Kate, lost their mother to the Vulturi's justice for harboring an immortal child, an unmentionable taboo for our kind. As a result, they'd become strict adherents to our laws. They respect that above all else. But that doesn't explain how she knew to come, Jacob argued, and why the redhead is part of the picture now, Edward said with a scowl. Especially considering the Denali's knew that Victoria was James' mate. Even if Victoria was unaware, she'd realize quickly that they were our allies. Esme frowned. What would make Irina take the word of a stranger over us? And to not even bring her sisters along to watch us? Silence fell over the group as they absorbed her question. Bella noticed the stars glowing brightly in her peripheral vision. The evening winds provided a cool relief from the persistent itch on her neck. She scratched lightly across her skin, her nails grazing the faint fang marks left behind. Suddenly, she froze. A deeper itch nestled into her spine, prompting her to shift her shoulders. So, how are things working out in Denali? Bella asked, trying to sound casual. Carlisle mentioned you were staying with Tanya. His response made her voice sound higher than she intended. He paused before answering. I like Tanya very much, he mused. And her sister Irina even more. I've never stayed in one place for so long before, and I enjoy the advantages, the novelty of it. But the restrictions are difficult. I'm surprised that any of them can maintain it for long. He smiled a secret smile at her. Sometimes I cheat. Laurent, Bella murmured. The one you ate? Emmett frowned. What about him? Thank you for the reminder, Bella drawled, swallowing down the memory of waking up covered in animal blood, the taste of his skin still fresh in her mind. When he found me in the woods, Laurent said he liked Irina, a lot. She absent-mindedly touched the bite marks on her skin, lost in thought. He also came to get me as a favor to Victoria. She wanted an eye for an eye because of Edward and James. So when Laurent didn't return to Victoria or the Denalis, Rosalie began, and the others started to connect the dots. Bella continued, and if Victoria figured out he was dead. Figured out I shifted around the same time, she'd have everything she needs to come after me. Get you how? Jacob asked, crossing his arms, a strong tremble racing through his body. Let me put it this way, if your mate was killed by your kind's biggest enemy, and that same enemy was protected by those you call family, Bella said, turning from the window to meet each gaze head-on. The same family that didn't even let you know your mate had died, but Victoria, your other enemy, did. What would you think of your family? Oh, no, Emmett muttered, dropping his head into his hands. The Denali's already lost one member because of a broken law, Alice sighed. Fool them twice. But she's wrong, Jacob interjected. Bella didn't kill him for fun, it was self-defense. She isn't like a regular child. She can use her shield to control her wolf. And even when she gets out of control, she hasn't harmed a single human since she shifted. We can handle her, and she's getting better at it. There's no reason. Jacob continued, waiting for someone to exhale with relief, hoping the icy tension in the room would ease as they realized he was right. Instead, the atmosphere felt even colder. Eventually, his voice trailed off into silence. No one spoke for a long time. Finally, Alice whispered, her eyes fixed on the floor. It's not the kind of crime they hold a trial for, Jacob. Arrow will see Irina's proof in her thoughts. They'll come to destroy, not to be reasoned with. But they're wrong, Jacob insisted. Alice shook her head. They won't wait for us to show them that. Then what can we do? He demanded. First, we need to call the Denali's, Carlyle said, his tone final. Now. We'll need to explain everything just right, Jasper murmured, his eyes dark and serious. Carefully. The Cullens gathered around the computer's webcam as the Skype ringtone echoed in the room. Bella and Jacob stepped back from view. It wouldn't help their case for the Denali's to see them right away. The call connected. Carlyle, a woman greeted. She was stunning, with pale skin and strawberry curls that glowed under the dim lighting. Though her face revealed no emotion, her presence was commanding. Bella's eyebrows crinkled as she took in the other Cullens standing behind Carlyle. I'm surprised you called, Tanya said. Good morning, Tanya. Yes, I wish we were talking under more ideal circumstances, Carlyle replied, his expression somber. Are the others around? Tanya nodded and turned toward the door behind her. Kate, Carmen, Eleazar, can you all come to my office? In a moment, 3 vampires appeared behind the Denali leader, 2 brunettes, 1 man and 1 woman, and a blonde woman whose glare seemed to pierce through the screen. Really, Tanya? You call us in for this? The blonde woman scoffed, leaning into the webcam. You all have some nerve after what you've done, what you've... Kate, Tanya warned. Enough. Kate clenched her teeth, sparks flying from her middle finger as she flipped it up at the screen. I do hope this isn't just a simple catch-up call, Carlyle. Tanya sighed, refocusing on the Cullens. As you can see, we're not really in the mood for anything but an explanation. Carlyle nodded. Shall we start with Irina and Victoria? I'd prefer to start with the reason she left it all, the truth. Something in Tanya's gaze hardened. Is Edward's mate truly a child? One that you've put under your protection? Just saying yes is not a sufficient response, Tanya. There's no context to the entire situation. There are many variables at play, Carlyle argued. But it's an answer all the same, Kate interjected, raising an eyebrow. So, say it aloud. Yes, Carlyle sighed. Bella was attacked by a child a few months ago. She has been under our care since we returned. The Denali's looked as if the weight of the world had dropped onto their shoulders. Oh, Carlyle, Tanya murmured, leaning back in her chair, her face paling even further. I had hoped she'd been lying, trying to lure us into a scheme. If that's true, why didn't you come to us? You, of all people, know our laws, Eleazar said, his voice tight and scolding. You know how the Vulturi punishes those who betray them. And you understand how the complexities of family can clash with those rules, Carlyle replied, frowning. Tradition doesn't always account for the new or the different. Eleazar glanced at his wife, Carmen, the weight of the lecture stuck in his throat. And for good reason. The children have been our enemies for centuries. Tanya interjected, namely because they kill us indiscriminately. The killing has been indiscriminate on both sides, Carlyle countered. Or have you forgotten Caius's order? I'm more concerned about the killing on our side, Kate scowled. Lauren, Irina's mate. In the background, Bella's nails dug into the window frame, creating a faint crack. Rosalie glanced at her. I don't know what Victoria told you, Edward said, shaking his head. But it isn't what you think. So, he is dead, Carmen breathed, her gold eyes widening. You killed him over a scouting mission? No, Bella chuckled, a low, hoarse sound that filled the room. He got too greedy for his own good. Laurent was originally tasked to only observe Bella, yes, but once he found her, he decided to drink her blood, Esme elaborated, trying to redirect attention away from Bella's interruption. Bad timing on his part. Emmett whistled. Bella shifted and ate him up like a creme brulee. His family, along with Bella, Jacob, and the Denali's, stared at him, unblinking. Too soon? Emmett asked, sheepishly. My bad, ignore me. Whose voice was that? Carmen asked, her pale gold eyes scanning the screen. The Cullens exchanged glances before looking at Bella. She shrugged. All right, then, Carlyle murmured. Bella? Step into the camera, please. Bella felt a strange numbness in her legs, but she reminded herself it was just in her head. She pushed off the wall, determined not to move sluggishly, and walked the short distance to the center of the room. The heat radiating from Jacob's body followed closely behind her as he shadowed her steps. Bella thought she was ready for their reactions, accusations, shouting, the heavy silence of deep stress. Tanya skidded her chair back, her strawberry curls trembling as if she were facing a venomous snake. Kate jumped all the way to the office door, bracing herself against the wall, a shocked hiss escaping her clenched teeth. Eleazar instinctively positioned himself in front of Carmen, adopting a protective crouch. Oh, please, Bella heard Jacob mutter under his breath. We're on Skype, for goodness sake. Bella, Jacob, meet the Denali's. Carlyle raised his hand to the screen. Jacob is also a war creature, though not biologically a child. He's more of a shapeshifter. We made a peace treaty with his ancestors when we first arrived, and we continue that tradition now. A peace treaty with werewolves. Eleazar blinked, momentarily speechless. Tanya looked pale, her dark gold eyes darting between the two newcomers. We shouldn't have digital evidence of us talking to them. Kate bristled with a mix of anger and anxiety. She lunged forward, reaching for the laptop lid. This conversation is over. Kate, Bella called out. The Denali's laptop paused mid-close, and even though Bella could only see the keyboard from her angle, the dim light pouring into the view assured her they could still hear her. Did you know that Irina has gone to Italy? To Volterra? The laptop was abruptly yanked open again. Kate hissed, her eyes narrowing to slits. Irina? No, Carmen whispered. Someone else. I saw her go to them, Alice interjected. Victoria was with her. How could she do this? Eleazar glanced around the room, his voice casual yet probing. She only got the story from Victoria's perspective. Alice sighed. She didn't have all the details when she came to watch us. Maybe she didn't want them, Rosalie murmured, her lips pursed in thought. Revenge is easier to choose when things are black and white. Tanya's expression tightened. No matter what she thought, making this decision without even talking to us, especially to you. Family isn't above the law, but it isn't below it either. Jasper interjected, there's nothing we can do about Irina's choice now. It's too late. Alice has given us a month. Both Tanya and Eleazar tilted their heads in curiosity. Kate furrowed her brow. So long? Eleazar asked. They are all coming. That must take some preparation. Eleazar gasped. The entire guard? Not just the guard, Carlyle frowned. Arrow, Caius, Marcus. Even the wives. Shock washed over their faces. Impossible, Eleazar murmured. I would have said the same 2 days ago, Carlyle replied, glancing at Bella. Honestly, 3 months ago, but things are changing rapidly. Eleazar scowled, his voice nearly a growl. But that doesn't make any sense. Why would they put themselves and the wives in danger? Alice shook her head. It doesn't make sense from that angle. I think there's more to this than just punishment for what we've done. More than punishment. But what else is there? On the screen, Eleazar began to pace, stalking toward the office door and back again, his eyebrows furrowed as he stared at the floor. Carlyle observed his movements. Eleazar, with your gift, have you ever been able to detect a werewolf with the ability to control their shifts and become a vessel for a goddess? Excuse me? We'll need to start from the beginning. Carlyle flashed a small, grim smile. I'm afraid there's much to unpack. He pulled out his notes, his gentle voice soothing the two groups as he began to recount everything. Eventually, Jasper interjected, mentioning his work with Bella on her shield. Reluctantly, Rosalie chimed in about her moments with Bella's wolf. Bella edged out of the room, ignoring the questioning looks from the Cullens. Rosalie paused mid-sentence, her eyes meeting Bella's in a silent clash before Bella turned her head away. Bursting through the front door, Bella leaned against it, closing it with a soft click as she exhaled a heavy sigh. Her heart raced, fists clenched, while the sound of Rosalie's smooth voice underscored her rising panic. Thoughts swirled in her mind, too chaotic to untangle. Taking that as her cue, she walked down the stairs. Bella? Jacob strode through the front door, concern etched on his face. Wait, where are you going? Bella didn't notice him, lost in her thoughts as she swung her leg over the bike saddle. Two large hands clamped down on her handlebars, bringing her back to the present with a start. You're running out of here like a bat out of hell. Jacob's gaze flickered back and forth, noting the distant look in Bella's eyes. What's wrong? Nothing. Everything. I need to go to the hospital. Hospital? Jacob grabbed her arm, alarmed. What's wrong? No, Bella shook her head. Not for me, for Seth. Right now? Jacob frowned and glanced out the window. We're in the middle of a conversation, he sighed and shook his head. Besides that, I don't think it's a good idea to be around Leah right now. She hasn't left Seth's hospital room since the fight. She's struggling, Bella. I don't care. Bella shrugged, her arms trembling. I have to see him, I need to say. All right, go, Jacob said, patting her hands, his brow furrowed. Just be careful, okay? Yeah, Bella replied, twisting her key in the ignition, her body balancing the heavy motorcycle. She smiled at him. Thank you, Jake. Bella sped out of the clearing, and Jacob watched her disappear, the wan look in her eyes distracting him as he stepped back into the house. Forks Community Hospital always made Bella fidget. Ever since childhood, she had never been a fan of hospitals. Constant visits due to her mother's accidents had left a sour taste in her mouth. The memories of Renee, bleeding, bruised, wrapped in slings or bandages, the incessant drip of 4 bags, distant, pained moans, and the taste of reheated meatloaf, haunted her. She couldn't remember the faces of the doctors, but their shiny white coats were forever etched in her mind. By the time they left, Bella often needed more comforting than her mother. It was one of those places where the line between life and death felt perilously thin with each step inside. And now, with her heightened senses, Bella could actually taste the stench of death. She parked her bike in the visitor's lot and strode towards the entrance. Once inside, she approached the receptionist's desk. The woman, a kind, older matron with a penchant for all things purple, smiled at her with crinkling eyes. Hey, sugar, she said. It's been a while. Staying out of trouble? Hey, Ms. D, Bella replied, her lips curling into a tiny smile as she shoved her hands into her pockets. Well, yeah, doing my best not to give you guys extra work. I'm glad to hear it, Ms. D smirked, peering over the rim of her glasses. But our book clubs aren't as lively without you. Only because I know where to get those Harlequin novels you all love for cheap, Bella chuckled, shaking her head. I still don't get the obsession, though. MS. Dee glanced around the nearly empty room before whispering, Honey, don't tell the chief I told you this, but a good glass of wine and a strapping Fabio will wash away the worst of days. She fanned herself at the thought. You'll understand when you get older. You say so. Bella crinkled her nose as she shrugged. Is Seth Clearwater here? Ms. D typed on her keyboard for a moment, then furrowed her brow. Oh, yes, Harry's son. Poor thing, what a terrible accident. I just don't understand you kids' obsession with motorcycles. She looked dismayed, shaking her head. Are you here to visit him? Yes, ma'am, Bella nodded. Would that be all right? Well, technically it's family only, dear, the receptionist said with a frown. Please, Miss D, Bella pleaded. I know he's in good hands here, but I need to see him for myself. He's my friend. Miss D observed Bella, taking in her frazzled state. She pursed her lips and glanced around the room again. All right, Bella, if you're quick and quiet, she said, raising a finger to emphasize her point. Quick and quiet. I'll pretend I didn't see you walk past me. And you, lucky duck, managed to stumble upon room 374 where that boy is coincidentally staying. She raised a graying eyebrow. You understand me, girl? Loud and clear, ma'am, Bella replied, placing a hand on Miss D's own. Thank you, Dee. Yeah, now get, Deandra said, rolling her eyes and swatting at Bella. I'd like to enjoy my lunch, troublemaker-free. Bella walked through the corridor doors and turned into the rarely used stairway, hoping to avoid any curious questions about why the chief's daughter was in the hospital and uninjured. When she arrived on the floor, her eyes scanned the doors until she spotted the silver-plated number 374. She could hear the slow thrum of one heartbeat, but no others. Opening the door, she slipped inside. When she turned, her heart caught in her throat. Seth, wrapped in sterile casts and bandages, lay sleeping on his bed. Though the beep, beep, beep of the heart monitor confirmed he was alive, it felt like a fragile heartbeat in a world that had suddenly become too quiet. It was eerie to see the boy so still. The sharp scent of disinfectant mixed with the palpable tension in the air surrounding him. Bella stepped closer, her eyes drawn to the double-wrapped tape on his broken ribs and the braces around his legs where Paul's grip had crushed his femurs. Carlisle had kept Seth in his personal infirmary for a few days, allowing the healing process to unfold without the prying eyes of human nurses and doctors. They had managed to spin Seth's injuries into a story about a bad motorcycle accident to quell any suspicions. Dragging a chair closer, Bella noticed the lingering warm scent of Sue on it. Leaning against the bed, she reached out a hand toward the boy's head. She hesitated for a moment, then gently brushed back his unruly locks. Closing her eyes, she synchronized her breathing with the steady rise and fall of his chest. Beep, beep, beep. Words caught in her throat as she held his hand, one of the few places that remained unwrapped. Sometimes it was easy to forget he was just a kid. But now, in the silence of the room, with his cherubic face even rounder in sleep, that was all she could see. I know if you were awake right now, you'd give me a hug and tell me I'm overreacting, Bella chuckled, sniffling. You'd say it's embarrassing how much I'm worrying about you, that you're just as strong as Jacob. She sighed, and I know, in a few days it'll just be old scars and bruises, but this shouldn't have happened. You shouldn't have, Bella swallowed hard. Jacob was right. I didn't control whether the Cullens or Victoria came or went, but you being in this bed, that's on me. No matter what you or Jacob say. She wrapped her hand around his warm fingers, watching the lights on the heart monitor flicker. I'm grateful for you, Seth. You remind me so much of your dad, always ready with a joke and a loyalty that can move anyone. But this shouldn't be your life. No matter how cool being a werewolf is for you, Bella said, your worst days should be failing a test or ending a relationship with someone you love, not nearly dying. You should be young and free, honestly, we all should be. She adjusted the blanket to cover Seth's torso more snugly. Nowadays, I don't really know if I miss my humanity. I'm not sure I can accept my immortality, because people keep getting hurt, no matter what side I'm on. I'm so happy I was there to stop him from hurting you. But it wouldn't have happened in the first place if Bella closed her eyes, taking a deep breath. Sorry. I'm making this about me when you're the one in the hospital bed. Bella rested her head against his hand, her eyes drifting shut. Beep. 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 In the background, she faintly heard the door open, the sounds of the hallway spilling into the room. A low growl shattered the quiet air. What are you doing here? Bella's eyes opened slowly, taking in Leah's tense frame. Just then, a nurse walked past the open door, glancing curiously into the room. I said, Leah kicked the door shut behind her. What are you doing here? I came to visit Seth, Bella murmured. Visitation is for family only. Leah yanked off her jacket, tossing it onto a nearby chair. I know, but... And you aren't family, so you're not allowed to be here. Leah's scowl deepened. So I'll ask again, why are you here? I needed to come here. Bella's gaze dropped, her eyes pleading. And do what? Leah snapped. Leah, he nearly died. I couldn't just stay at home and not see him. Yes, Leah's smile was sharp and cold. He almost died, over you, fighting against boys he's known since he was a literal baby, over you. And you thought that a simple sorry, Leah glanced at the bed, or a heartfelt handhold was going to fix that? Fix. Bella straightened in her seat. No, Let me tell you something, Leah said, pressing her fists into Seth's mattress. She leaned over him, glaring into Bella's eyes. If it weren't for the fact that we're in a hospital full of humans, I'd take you out myself. Bella could feel the hatred radiating from Leah's dark, wild eyes as she whispered, honestly, Jacob nearly forbade me from leaving this place because he could hear every thought I had about him, Sam, Paul, and you. Ripping your throats out was the kindest one I had. Bella pushed down the anger rising in her stomach. Hey, we never wanted him hurt. Do you know what your problem is? Leah asked. What? All you know how to do is take. Leah sneered, shaking her head. And you're so good at it that you don't even realize how much you do it. Seth was the only reason I helped you, that, and the idiotic idea that being in Jacob's pack would be less of a hell than Sam's. But let's keep it real between us girls, I don't like you. I loathe you. Leah's face became stiff and emotionless. Paul was right, you're not natural. And not because you're a werewolf, but because all you do is bring problems to everyone's doorstep. Seth, Jacob, Charlie, Forks, La Push, there hasn't been a single moment of peace since you arrived. And I blame it on the bloodsuckers too, all of you are bad news. You think I don't see the look in Charlie's eyes when he visits us? It's the same look my father had when the Cullens came back. The stress of this kills them. Who we are kills them. Bella flinched. So, the next time you decide to jump off a cliff, maybe don't come up for air. Leah swiped a fist over her wet eyes. It'll save us all the energy of cleaning up after your messes, again. A faint voice floated through the white noise roaring in her head. Hey, sugar. How was your visit, Bella? Isabella? Bella froze at the hospital entrance, blinking as she returned to the present. Her heartbeat pounded in her ears. When did I get back downstairs? She turned to the receptionist's desk, where Deandra watched her with concern. You alright, baby? You look paler than usual. Bella reached into her jacket pocket, pulling out 2 items and placing them on the desk. I forgot to give you this last time. Thanks. With that, she hurried out the door before Deandra could respond. Mouth slightly open in confusion, Deandra blinked at the worn romance novella and the homemade bookmark pressed with dried lavender before staring after the girl. Rose, could you pass me the paprika? Esme asked as she marinated chicken breasts. When her daughter didn't respond, she glanced over and found Rosalie lost in thought, sitting at the island. Rosalie? HM? Rosalie snapped back to reality. Oh, sorry, here you go. Thank you, dear. I figured Jacob and Bella could use a home-cooked meal after everything. Esme placed the meat in the pan on the stovetop and set the temperature. After stirring the boiling rice, she washed her hands and turned to Rosalie. You've been distracted the past few days. What's on your mind? A lot, Rosalie scoffed. Too much to count. It's been an intense time, Esme agreed, placing a hand on her own. Carlyle was right to say it, things are changing very fast. Rosalie's brow furrowed in thought. Can I ask you a personal question? Esme tilted her head. Of course. I know Carlyle changed you, but, before he did, Rosalie's gaze dropped. You tried to die? Esme's eyes grew somber, like warm embers in a smothered fire. Rosalie nodded. Why did you decide to stay alive when you realized what he'd done? The kitchen fell silent as Esme pondered the question. Eventually, she sighed and began to speak. I suppose. For the same reason I died in the first place, Esme said, her voice heavy with emotion. What do you mean? Rosalie asked, her curiosity piqued. Esme took a moment, fingering her wedding ring as she gathered her thoughts. I didn't have much else in my old life besides my baby and my classroom. Went and died. She paused, her gaze distant. I climbed the tallest cliff I could manage, and looking down, it felt like the end of a prison sentence. Shaking her head, Esme continued, Carlyle gave me the same feeling, though in a different way. All I knew was that I didn't have to be miserable anymore. I could choose happiness. She brushed her thumb over Rosalie's cheek, a small, wry smile playing on her lips. Every vampire is different, but I needed to die in order to have the freedom to really live, she chuckled. It also didn't hurt that he was much more gorgeous and kind than my first husband. The kitchen filled with their laughter. After a moment, Rosalie noticed the packed Tupperware containers Esme was loading into a large tote bag. Hey, Esme, she said. Esme replied, glancing up from her task. I can take that bag off your hands. Esme's gaze darted between the bag and her daughter, as if Rosalie were speaking a foreign language. Rosalie avoided meeting her mother's bright eyes, nearly gagging at the sheer Disney princess vibe Esme exuded at times. You're sure? Esme asked, her tone a mix of surprise and concern. Rosalie rolled her eyes. Not if you keep smiling at me like that, no. With a gentle smile, Esme passed the bag to her daughter, planting a cool kiss on her cheek. Tell Bella I said hi. Rosalie's attempt at kindness, never again, she silently vowed, went awry the moment she pulled up to the Swan residence. The evening air was brisk, and the moonlight cast a muted spotlight over the house. It seemed empty, but Rosalie quickly realized it was anything but. She heard frantic curses coming from upstairs, curses that didn't sound like Bella or Charlie. Without thinking, she blurred through the partially open front door, her heart racing at the thought of someone breaking into her home. Rosalie burst into Bella's home, slamming open the bedroom door. She grabbed the muscular forearm of a strange man and squeezed, ready to rip him apart. Hey! Hey, Blondie! It's me! Jacob howled. Let go. Still holding him in a death grip, Rosalie frowned as she finally registered the wet dog smell permeating the house. What are you doing here? I should ask you that, Jacob growled. Now, maybe you need ancient speak to really understand what I'm saying, so unhand me, ye old she-demon. Rosalie rolled her eyes and released the quillute. You couldn't pay me to ever give you a hand job. Jacob frowned at the hand imprints bruising his skin. He yelped as Rosalie grabbed him by the throat, pressing him into the wall. Her eyes were onyx black with rage. Okay, I was looking for Bella. And being a panty snatcher helps you find her. How exactly? I'd probably find boxer briefs in this room more than anything, OW. Jacob winced at the nails digging into his throat. I'm kidding, Jesus. Bella lets me use her window as a door when I visit after patrol shifts. When she didn't open it, I used the spare key for their front door. I was just sending her place to see if I could find her. So you didn't find her at school? No. The beach? Nope. The cliffs? First place I looked, nada. Honestly, it's pretty concerning that we never really find her at home. Rosalie groaned. That girl needs a tracking implant. Right? Tell me about it. Jacob shook his head. Rosalie narrowed her eyes. You don't get to agree to that. What? Why? It's gross when men think it, Rosalie said, giving him a disdainful look. Jacob shot her a droll glance, ignoring her. Her scent was cold everywhere I checked, like the earliest she could have been here was yesterday. This was the most recent place, and she hasn't been around. I've been here since this morning. I was about to stop by Forks Community Hospital next. Why? Bella went to visit Seth today. They might know where she is. Rosalie furrowed her brow. Why didn't you just go there first? Because I value my life. Jacob looked at her, confused by her confusion. And Leah has made it clear she'll disembowel me if she sees me again. Aunt Sue's had to stop her twice from doing it. Rosalie raised an eyebrow, her tone dripping with mockery. Is the big bad alpha scared of his beta? Hell yes, Jacob replied, unrepentant. Listen, Blondie, I'm an experienced connoisseur of scary ladies. I've been around them since the 90s. I've even mastered the art of breathing around a vicious chokehold. He gestured dramatically to his predicament. So, let me tell you, as an expert, Leah is a prodigy in two things, being annoying and being terrifying. I'm not going over there, that's final. Rosalie held his gaze, her fangs descending. 20 minutes later, she stood underneath a small grove of trees outside Forks Community Hospital, waiting for Jacob to return. Rosalie caught their scent before she saw them. Leah walked toward her with a menacing stride, Jacob trailing behind, clearly not trusting Leah to keep her cool. Leah's fists trembled at her sides. This is the emergency you brought me out here for, Jacob? Leah snapped. Hey, it is an emergency, Jacob said, raising his hands in surrender. Of a sort. What do you want? Leah barely glanced at Rosalie. Rosalie eyed Leah from head to toe. Where's Bella? Don't know, Leah replied, chuckling in disbelief. So get out of here. Excuse me? Leah slowed her words, speaking like a kindergarten teacher as she pointed at the road. I do not know, now get the hell out of here. Rosalie counted backward from 30, forcibly practicing the box breathing that Carlyle had taught her. The nurse said they saw her here. Leah, Jacob interrupted, arms folded tightly across his chest. Same time as you. Tons of people come to this hospital every day, Jake. What's that got to do with me? Yeah, Jacob pressed, frustration bubbling over, but only one person came to visit Seth today. You're telling me she didn't mention where she was headed next? Out of Washington if she knows what's best for her, Leah muttered, turning back toward the hospital. What? Rosalie snarled, her anger boiling, maybe even too intense. Listen, I'm aiming for dead, but gone isn't a bad consolation. There was no time for that sentence to finish, no waiting for Jacob's outraged growl or shocked response. More than anything, there was no consideration from Rosalie. She hadn't thought it through. In one heartbeat, Leah had spoken, her face contorted with fury, her hands swiping dismissively. In the very next moment, Rosalie's grip clamped down on Leah's neck, a feral snarl erupting from the vampire's throat as she leaned in, her rage palpable. If I don't find her because of you, you'll find yourself sharing a hospital room with your brother, broken bones to match. Rosalie hurled Leah deep into the forest, then raced after her, slamming her down into the earth. Leah twisted midair, shifting and ripping through her clothes, landing with a heavy thud. Drool dripped from Leah's snarling fangs as she crouched, ready to attack Rosalie. Rosalie raised her fists, settling into a defensive stance. Hey! Jacob sprinted between them, his hands outstretched like a barrier. This is not happening. We don't have time for this. Neither woman acknowledged his words. Neither backed down. Leah. Jacob leaned forward, locking eyes with the wolf. I don't know what you said to Bella, but how are you going to explain this to Charlie, Seth, or your mother? That she's just gone now after you talked? Leah dragged her gaze away from Jacob. Rosalie turned to Jacob. Don't make this situation worse, Leah, please. Jacob frowned. If you want to fight her, you'll have to get through me. Rosalie blinked, taken aback by his words. Another tense moment passed, and then Leah slowly retreated, one paw at a time, until she vanished into the mist, bounding toward the darkness. Jacob let out a sigh of relief, watching his beta disappear. We need to go, now. Sure you don't want to feed me to the scary lady? Rosalie shot back, the words slipping out instinctively with the adrenaline coursing through her. Maybe give her a chew toy to work through her anger issues? As they jogged back to the hospital, Jacob glanced over his shoulder, his eyes dark and his voice cold. Bella wouldn't want that. Rosalie frowned, her retort fading into the wind. They decided to leave their cars behind and move on foot instead, their natural abilities far outpacing any vehicle. For another hour, they navigated through the rainforest, searching for any sign of Bella. Just as they were about to give up and head back for reinforcements, a faint scent wafted off the road from the south, cranberries and motor oil. Rosalie blurred through the trees, Jacob right on her tail. The scent intensified, becoming more potent. Moonlight filtered through the large canopies, guiding their way until they stopped at a towering tree alongside the highway, nearly 50 miles away from Forks. It clung precariously to a coastal bluff, its thick roots winding deep into the ground. Beneath the webbed roots, Rosalie spotted a burbling stream flowing into a cave, the sound of crashing ocean waves echoing nearby. But what made her freeze was the scent of decay rising from the earth, a human body. Her heart raced as she noticed a small figure sitting across the silent road, leaning against a motorcycle and staring up at the tree. This is Epilogue, the tree of life, Jacob's low voice startled her. Jacob shifted back in silence. We buried him here. Buried who? The boy, the one who bit Bella. Jacob tilted his chin toward the ground, refusing to take his eyes off Bella. She met his gaze, and for a moment, their expressions were unreadable, each stubborn and stoic. Jacob pursed his lips and nodded toward the child. You should go. Speak to her. You're not coming. Rosalie furrowed her brow, though her feet were anxious to move. If I go over there and say what's on my mind, it'll be counterproductive, Jacob said with a humorless smirk. Besides, she already knows how I feel and what I think about these kinds of choices. So, go. I'll be here. With that, Jacob headed back into the forest, disappearing into the shadows. Rosalie moved across the road, nearly shuffling. Somehow, the girl looked older, as if the passing hours had aged her decades. She stopped just a foot away from her bike, but Bella didn't acknowledge her. Rosalie's gaze drifted between the girl, the motorcycle, and the tree, searching for the right words. The loving ones Esme would offer, the calm ones Carlyle would share, even the matter-of-fact ones Jasper would say. But all Rosalie had were her own, and she hoped they would be enough. You're terrible at running away. Bella rubbed her face, scoffing but remaining silent. Why? Rosalie demanded. Why am I terrible? Bella's voice came out as a hoarse whisper. Why are you leaving? Rosalie's hands itched to take Bella's and see her eyes, but Bella remained stubbornly silent. You're just going to walk away? Stroll into the sunset like some D-list movie character? Rosalie fumed. And leave everyone behind? Leave Jacob behind? Leave Charlie behind? Leave me. She bit her tongue hard enough to taste blood. Bella sighed, her shoulders hunched in defeat. It's not that simple. Then. Explain it to me. Rosalie's voice echoed through the trees. I don't know what the mongrel told you, but your place is here. You won't find what you're looking for out there. I'm not looking for anything, Bella snapped, her glare suddenly piercing through Rosalie. What? Rosalie threw up her hands, bewildered. Then why are you leaving? Bella stood up and grabbed her backpack. As she stepped to swing her leg over her motorcycle, a cool hand snatched her forearm, yanking her closer to Rosalie. Bella growled, trying to pull her arm back. Explain, Rosalie demanded, not faltering in her grip. Her gold eyes burned with fury. What are you talk? I'm a plague, Rosalie. Bella barked, her voice echoing off the forest walls like shattered glass in a pitch-black alley. Her chest heaved as she glared at Rosalie with intense determination. Everything I touch. She paused, as if struggling to find the right words. Is left broken, bloody, or near dead. Seth is in a hospital bed because of me. Jacob can barely go home without getting harassed, and Victoria, your cousin, and the Vulturi. They're ready to destroy us all. Bella clenched her fists. You said it yourself, beasts like me don't get happy endings. But if my death can bring more peace, more help to you and everyone in Forks than my life, then there's no question. She pulled her arm from Rosalie's slack hand. I'm going. Going? A creeping feeling filled Rosalie's stomach, leaving a taste of devastation. Are you turning yourself into the Vulturi? Bella swallowed hard and nodded brusquely, turning her face away. Words bubbled from her lips, betraying her thoughts. If I go to them before they come here, I can lie, explain that you were keeping me captive until you figured out what to do with me since I killed Lauren, that Irina and Victoria just got the wrong idea, Bella's rant continued, her voice growing more intense. Rosalie felt as if her head was spinning, the words washing over her like waterlogged whispers. How had it come to this? She had fought so hard against it, yet here she was, threatening to fracture everything she had built, everything she had ever known. Rosalie took a deep breath, and the familiar scent enveloped her, as undeniable as the moon in the night sky. Of course it was there, she thought, feeling lightheaded as the aroma of fire-roasted almonds and cranberries swirled around her senses. It was comforting and alluring, a reminder that she would never be alone, not now, not ever. And then, in that moment, Rosalie surrendered. She stepped closer, perhaps too close, a warning echoing in her mind, and took in Bella's fidgeting hands and the fierce determination in her eyes. Bella stood with a defiant posture, reminiscent of the Cullens' bravado, radiating a heat that felt like a mix of desperation and anger, mirroring the fluttering sensation in Rosalie's own chest, an echo of a heartbeat. In one swift motion, Rosalie grasped the leather lapels of Bella's jacket, silencing her anxious babble with a surprised squeak. When their lips met, it felt like an eclipse, two celestial bodies colliding in their orbits, igniting a shadowy warmth that enveloped them, banishing all doubt. Before reason could break through, Bella's arms wrapped around Rosalie, pulling her closer, fingers splayed wide across her lower back. A gasp escaped Bella as Rosalie's other hand glided up her side, icy fingers tangling in the werewolf's hair, pulling her in tighter. Bella leaned in, and Rosalie felt the softness of her lips against her own, a frantic, spiraling hunger blooming as they kissed for the second time. Rosalie's hands slid gently around Bella's neck, her nails grazing the silver-lined scar. Mine, a small, dark voice whispered from deep within Rosalie's mind. You want to save us? Fine, Rosalie murmured, trailing her lips along Bella's jawline, inhaling the intoxicating scent of campfire, the kind that felt like gas-soaked kindling, burning her to ashes. You want to die for us? Fine, she snarled, pressing her teeth against Bella's carotid, relishing the hoarse curse that escaped Bella's lips. But don't throw your life away in some meaningless suicide and act like it's martyrdom. It's not. It's just an excuse. Rosalie leaned in, connecting their mouths once more before whispering against Bella's cheek. Because nothing changes if you go, the Vulturi can still, and will still, come for us. She rested her head against Bella's forehead, her burning gold eyes focused on Bella's dazed silver ones, waiting for them to flutter open. When they finally did, Rosalie spoke, a blend of demand and plea. But if you stay with us, fight with us, everything could change. So, please, Bella, don't go. Under the vast canopy of the Tree of Life, above the remnants of Bella's sire, the air was tinged with the scent of rain. Bella blinked, her numb hands curling around the trembling vampire, pulling her closer. The cool Washington night enveloped them, devoid of any creatures to fill the moonlit space with chatter. Only the sound of the wind remained. Then, Bella spoke, her voice a near-silent whisper, pressing her words into Rosalie's skin. Okay. I'll stay. Chapter 19, Nella Memoria Amorosa, Volterra's Interlude. They had been driving for hours, or at least, that's how it felt to Claudio. He had just woken up, his throat dry and his brain bouncing with every pothole the vehicle hit. A pounding ache radiated from his cramped shoulders, and his senses were heightened, compensating for the sack over his head. The rough jute fibers scratched against his skin. He could hear the rattle of seatbelts around him and smell the stale musk emanating from the other bodies crammed into the van. Where are you taking us? A gruff voice to Claudio's left called out. There was something familiar about the stranger, but he couldn't quite place it. The driver didn't respond. Oi, are you fucking deaf? I said, where are you? The voice suddenly cut off, replaced by a choked gurgle. Claudio felt something whip past him, and the creaking of the seat accompanied the shuffle of panicked feet in the confined space. A strong scent of acidic urine filled the air, and Claudio clenched his teeth as the gruff voice ended with a sharp, wet crack. Even through the sack, he could sense the hulking size of the guard nearby. Hellfire, Felix, you're cleaning that up, the driver scolded from the front, his low voice tinged with exasperation. How many times have I told you to stop choking them? It makes them piss. Yeah, the man named Felix grunted, settling back into his seat. Anyone else have questions about our journey? Silence followed. The ride continued on. Some time later, the van slowed as it rounded a bend. The road beneath them shifted from cobblestone to smooth asphalt. The vehicle parked, and the back doors were flung open. A hand, cold as fallen snow, gripped Claudio's arm, guiding him out of the van. They were shuffled into an elevator and began to descend. When they were finally escorted off the bay, the first thing Claudio noticed was the humidity. Drops of water plinked around them, their surroundings felt alive with moisture. Steps echoed on the slippery tile as they were herded deeper into the space. Claudio sensed a figure poised in every corner. Kneel, the driver commanded. Water seeped into his pants, sticking the rough denim to his knees. The sack was pulled off his head, and he squinted against the harsh brightness. Then he froze, overwhelmed by a barrage of new sensations. Fresh blood swirled in an open glass nearby. He noticed the subtle movement of a leg crossing over another, accompanied by a scent reminiscent of oceanic crust and iron from the new presence. The presence spoke, a man. This is not the number you said. Felix responded in a voice drastically smaller than before, as if bowing his head against his chest. The Irishman was acting up. I'm sorry. Now, he feels remorse, the driver huffed, his voice barely a whisper. Dimitri, Kaya said, turning his head toward the driver. His sunglasses did little to conceal the weight of his gaze. Dimitri immediately averted his eyes. Forgive me, Caius. Welcome, Claudio felt the blood drinker approach, finally acknowledging the group, and congratulations on making it to our final selection. I appreciate your patience with our methods of transportation. Privacy is a priority for our organization. Caius paced slowly, like a man with all the time in the world. You've all shown immense promise, the greatest fighters and warriors of your nations, yet you still seek a higher level for many reasons: power, resources for your families, a new life. He continued, however, I require a certain amount of participation to choose new members for my guard. So, you will all fight. Your chosen opponent has been determined based on Felix and Demetri's research into your weaknesses. Caius paused in front of Claudio, his eyes piercing into the man's milky irises. You picked a blind man, Dimitri? A viseo neo AA. The only way to see, Claudio murmured, piecing together Caius' words, is through the mind. Sight isn't the only way to see. True vision is a matter of the mind. Mind your insolence, Felix growled, baring his teeth as he stepped toward the kneeling man. But Caius raised a hand, silencing him as he assessed Claudio. The man was built like an infantry soldier, athletic, with muscles rippling beneath his threadbare sweater. His shoulder-length braids softened his otherwise intimidating appearance. Dimitri, you had the entire South American continent to choose from, and you decide on a man who cannot see, Caius remarked, his tone laced with skepticism. Yes, Caius, Dimitri replied, nodding. There were many talented fighters, but he showed promise in different ways, like Alec and Jane. Promise? Caius raised an eyebrow, unconvinced. Eu so sido desde que era bebé. Cancer, Claudio shrugged. So I use my drums to get around. Echolocation, Dimitri quickly added, whispering to the Vulturi leader before he could respond with anger to Claudio's interruption. I found him training in a Brazilian favela near the rainforest. He makes sounds that bounce off surfaces, helping him understand his surroundings. A human bat? Caius murmured, tilting his head in curiosity. Dimitri nodded, a faint smirk playing on his lips. I thought Arrow might enjoy the irony. HM, and his opponent? Caius inquired, his tone still contemplative. Demetri's shoulders relaxed in relief as he pointed to a man further down the line. Isa from Dangfong, he uses a rope dart. Caius settled back into his armchair. Isa, Claudio, rise, he commanded. The fighters flinched when Caius removed his dark shades. Isa, a lean, tall man with a heavy scar across his chin and a shock of black hair, stood ready. Claudio stood with shaky legs, his wide eyes darting between Caius's crimson irises and Felix's blurred movements as the guard disappeared behind a massive ornate door. Je Dausher, he murmured, Jiangsher. It's true. A vampire. Suddenly, Felix popped up in front of Isa, his sunglasses gone, and flashed his fangs. Boo. Isa startled, blinking in confusion as his hands were filled with his weapon. The synthetic rope smelled of fresh talc powder as he pulled it across his palms. In an instant, Felix vanished again, appearing by Caius's side. Claudio shook his head at Demetri's murmured question. The tracker walked over to the two vampires. Claudio removed his shoes, tossing the worn espadrilles aside. He clicked his tongue like a tambourine and squatted down, stretching his hips and twisting his shoulders. Caius raised an eyebrow at the display. No weapon? He asked. Dimitri shook his head. He said he prefers his hands and feet to a knife. You picked a strange one, Metri, Felix snorted, crossing his massive arms. I'm winning the bet this time. I shake in anticipation, Felix, Dimitri drawled. My venom freezes at your fierce words. Caius rolled his eyes and called out to the standing fighters. There are no rules, no limitations. The fight will continue until someone is incapable of continuing it. Am I understood? Isa spun his rope, the steel dart gleaming under the fluorescent light. Claudio flexed his hands, his feet tapping rhythmically. Begin, Caius said, sipping from his glass. Isa watched the blind man, hesitating as Claudio formed a Jenga, rocking his feet back and forth into a rhythmic, triangular stance. When Claudio didn't move, only clicking his tongue to the 4/4 beat of his steps, Isa stepped forward to attack. He twirled the rope in a wide circle by his side, building speed before wrapping it around. The cord wrapped tightly around his forearm. Twisting his body to build momentum, he unraveled the dart, sending it spiraling above his head before tugging it down and whipping it across the room like a bullet. Claudio held his stance until the last moment, dipping his head to the side as the dart grazed the top of his ear. Isa yanked the cord back to himself, wrapping it around his neck before aiming it at Claudio's legs. In a flash, the Brazilian launched into a back handspring, narrowly avoiding the dart as it shot beneath him. Halfway through the flip, as his hands touched the floor, Claudio executed a swift kip-up, known as a canvite, just as Isa pulled the dart back between his spread hands. So he can dodge, Caius observed, but can he fight? Then, an unexpected moment unfolded as Claudio landed back on his feet. He rubbed the torn cartilage of his ear, blood smearing like rust against his brown skin. He clicked his tongue slowly, and an eerie rhythm filled the room, the whistling of Isa's rope intertwining with Claudio's beat. Click. Whoosh. Click. Whoosh. Click. Whoo. Claudio closed the distance with a front roll, pushing off the ground into a whip-fast aerial as the dart sliced through the empty air between his arm and leg. Isa's hands moved like quicksilver, ripping the cord back, but Claudio dropped low, his legs sweeping in a powerful arc that knocked Isa off his feet. The steel spear soared above the Brazilian's head, and as Isa fell, the dart buried itself deep into his right shoulder. Isa grunted in pain, crumpling around the wound. Claudio stood tall and stormed over to him, pressing his bare foot against the dart. "Fique to pay," Claudio demanded over Isa's deep cry, the open steel claw shredding vulnerable sinew. "Fique to pay. Get up." Claudio stepped back, crossing his arms as he waited. He nodded when he heard the subtle, wet slide of the dart as it left Isa's body. The dart master managed to get back on his feet, the patter of blood droplets marking his slow struggle. He wiped his hands on his shirt to maintain grip on the rope. Isa began to swing the dart with his left hand, using his injured right arm merely as a pulley for the weapon's momentum. He flung the rope off his arm, sending it behind him before yanking it toward Claudio. Claudio dodged the blow with a cartwheel, but as Isa pulled back and swung the rope by his side, he focused intently on Claudio's feet. The rhythm of their movements eerily matched the cadence of Isa's swing, with Claudio bouncing a moment before the dart completed its full circle. Isa sped up the swing. Claudio tilted his head, momentarily pausing. A heartbeat later, he synchronized again, his movement a split second before the arc reached its end. He resumed his jinga, his feet dancing to the rhythm of his own lead. When Isa slowed down, the same pattern emerged, and the dart master had a plan. He swung the rope around his body, twirling in a fierce circle to unravel the dart. Once it finished spinning off him, Isa aimed the missile at Claudio. But when Claudio dove backward into another canvite, Isa thrust his right arm into the cord, gritting his teeth against the pain from his shredded shoulder. This move halved the distance and height of the rope's trajectory. The dart, originally aimed at Claudio's heart, pierced clean through his left Achilles tendon and ankle bone. Isa quickly wrapped the rope around Claudio's ankle like a western lasso, yanking his body and sending him flying off his hands. Claudio fell heavily, hitting his head with a thud. Caius, usually unemotional, raised an eyebrow in disappointment. Just then, two guards opened the large doors, and a young girl entered. Adorned in a black dress and a matching velvet robe, Jane strolled through the room. Her bored, crimson eyes scanned the kneeling humans and the two slumped fighters until they locked onto the back of Caius's head. She approached the trio of vampires, glaring at Felix when he poked her side. "Jane," Caius murmured as she reached his side. "Caius," she replied, bowing her head before getting straight to the point. "Arrow needs you and Marcus upstairs." Caius sighed. "Can't it wait?" "It's important." Jane shook her head, her crimson ribbons floating in her plaited bun. "The Cullens. There's a witness here claiming they've committed a crime." And who is this witness?" "One of the Denali sisters, Irina." Caius paused, his pale blonde eyebrow rising in faint interest. "I'll leave in a few moments." Jane nodded and walked over to the door, waiting next to the outer guards. "It's over," Felix whispered, grinning as he approached Claudio to tie him up. "The dancing man can't fight without 2 feet." "You're too presumptive, Felix," Dmitri sighed, shaking his head. I thought you'd do better research on my choices after last time. Isa reached for the fallen man's leg. Claudio is skilled in more than one martial art, Dimitri smirked. He's a 4th-degree black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Iron-like thighs clamped around Isa's shoulders as the blind man snatched the Dart Master's arm, yanking it through his folded legs and across his body, opening up Isa's neck for a chokehold. Claudio wrapped his shattered ankle around his uninjured one, squeezing his legs tight with the fervor of an animal caught in fight or flight. Gritting his teeth, he pressed the thumb of his free hand deep into the puncture in Isa's shoulder. Isa fought against the triangle chokehold, screaming in agony until the pain and pressure finally forced him into unconsciousness. Moments later, Claudio released his hold, his chest heaving with adrenaline. Carefully, he rolled Isa off him and dragged his body across the room toward Caius, following the vampire's metallic and ancient basalt scent. When he reached the armchair, he rose to a haggard kneel. Estefito, Claudio gasped. It's finished. No, Caius shook his head, a rare glimmer of respect in his cruel eyes. Para você, apenas comica. No, for you, it has only begun. Caius then murmured, Felix, Dimitri, nodding toward his guards. The Vulturi's gaze swept over the group. As I said before, this is a final selection, and unfortunately, there are only 2 ways to leave this room. As a member of our guard. Claudio gasped in agony as Dimitri sank his fangs into his neck, the venom burning away his humanity. Or, for a burial, Caius finished, a small smile creeping across his face that sent chills down their spines. Isa stirred awake with a weak groan, desperately stabbing his shattered rope dart into Felix's granite shoulder. Felix cradled the fighter like an infant as he gulped down the blood pouring from Isa's wounded shoulder. The stabbing slowed until Isa's arm fell limp by Felix's side, the dart clattering to the floor from his open palm. An entire battle, a decision between eternity or death, unfolded in mere moments. For both fighters, their lives were the stakes on the betting table. And, like all bets, the house always eventually won. Best of luck to the rest of you, Caius said, waving as he strolled past Jane and the other guards, who fell into rank behind him. And Dimitri, make sure the maids clean this room well. You know how I hate the smell of rot. Dimitri bowed. Of course. Of course, Caius. The doors of the bathhouse slammed shut behind the Volturi and their entourage. Felix tossed Isa's limp body aside and called 2 women from the group to step forward. What was that you said earlier? Dimitri asked with a smug smile as he sank into an empty chair. About winning the bet? Fuck you, Felix scowled, baring his bloody teeth. Next fight, begin. Irina and Victoria were escorted by a hulking guard through an underground hallway. The guard directed them to walk through 2 large, black-lacquered doors into an inner chamber. The throne room was a refined circular space, accented by gold fixtures that gleamed under the blazing torchlight. Its 30-foot-high domed ceilings and pristine marble-tiled floors gave it a timeless feel, as if the very air remained unchanged. Etched into the walls was a small Latin inscription, commemorating the history and benefits of Vulturi governance, Liberate Tex Inferus. Save yourself from hell. Standing at attention were the Vulturi guards, resplendent in dark robes with sharp lines, radiating a restrained aura, like a gray storm surrounding an eye. In that eye, 3 onyx-black thrones were set, accented in the same gold as the chamber. Seated upon them were the pale seraphs of Volterra, Ero, Caius, and Marcus, their unreadable expressions fixed on the newcomers. Their granite complexions were translucent, resembling fragile onion skin, and their crimson eyes were clouded with a thin, hazy film. In a room filled with immortal beings, they looked truly alien. Irina, what a pleasant surprise, Ero said, his eyes twinkling as the guests approached the thrones. Thank you, Santiago dear, you've been an excellent help. Of course, Ero, Santiago replied with a bow before melding back into the ranks of guards. Ero glanced at the 2 women, his gaze lingering on Victoria. For a moment, he frowned as memories flickered across his mind. Ero's excitement was palpable as he clapped his hands together. Ooh, 2 surprises. Caius, Marcus, Look. Caius raised an eyebrow, his bored gaze fixed on the two women. I am looking. Marcus simply sighed in acknowledgement. Their lack of interest didn't dampen Arrow's enthusiasm. No, look closer, he urged, turning his attention to the redhead. You're quite the elusive woman to find, Victoria. Your gift is marvelous. How have you been? It felt as if they were old friends reunited. Caius leaned forward on his throne, narrowing his eyes at her. One of the few who managed to escape Dimitri. He's occupied, but he'll be very annoyed to see you just strolling into our castle. He loves the chase. Victoria clenched her fists. Yeah, well, I tend to attract those kinds of men. Irina shot a shocked glance at Victoria, and Arrow noticed. Victoria, he scolded gently, like a kind grandfather, did you not tell Irina about our past history? Honesty is always the best policy for friendships, and it's rather lonely being on the outside of inside jokes. He winked, his grin revealing perfect teeth. I was once part of another coven a few centuries ago, Victoria said, working her jaw as if the words were difficult to say. It was led by a woman named Hilda. She saved me and my sister, gave us a second chance. Such an ambitious woman, Arrow murmured, his hands tucked under his chin, legs folded on his throne like an enraptured child during story time. Please, continue. There were 5 of us in total, Victoria's voice turned grave. And according to the Vulturi, we were too large to remain in accordance with the laws of secrecy. So, we were punished. Punished, Irina whispered, a feeling of dread creeping into her mind. How? I was the only one who escaped, Victoria trembled. The last of our coven, Arrow said, his giggle echoing through the room like a shotgun blast. Irina and Victoria exchanged glances, surprised by his outburst. I'm sorry. Arrow exclaimed, covering his mouth as joyful laughter spilled through his fingers. I'm terrible at surprises, but I have great news, he gasped. Victoria, dear, you're not the only one in your coven who was given a second, well, third, chance at life. Victoria felt a chill run through her. What? Heidi, my child, Arrow cooed, step forward so Victoria can see you. As the guard members parted, a stunning woman emerged from the sea of gray. She was statuesque, her beauty striking even by vampiric standards. Mahogany hair framed her tanned face, and her crimson eyes locked onto Victoria with an expression that suggested her world was crumbling. Heidi? Victoria whispered, disbelief etched on her face. I thought you. Arrow clapped his hands, his excitement palpable. Oh, Marcus. Remember the amphitheater in Megara? This is just like that scene in Orpheus and Eurydice. Then you must be Aristeus, Caius drawled, his tone dismissive. Arrow shushed his grumpy brother, his focus unwavering on the scene unfolding before them. Heidi shook her head, clearly bewildered. I was recruited. Arrow felt my gift was too important to waste. Too important to. Victoria froze, realization dawning on her. Rage surged within her. Torai, Heidi rushed forward, cupping Victoria's face with fierce intensity. Don't think about it. You won't even make it one step. How can you act like this? Victoria hissed. Hilda was our mother. I'm not acting like anything. Heidi shot back, her expression shifting as she seemed lost in thought. After they brought me to Volterra, everything just got blurry. Chelsea, Marcus called out, observing the two women through his ability to perceive their relationship. Brother? Arrow replied, blinking at Marcus as he placed his palm on the table. Arrow took a moment to gather his thoughts. Oh, thank you, that's quite interesting. He turned to a petite woman with short, curling brown hair framing her delicate features. Yes, Chelsea, please, cleanse our dear Heidi's palate. Things are getting a tad heavy. Victoria felt a strange knot in her stomach, a sensation echoed in Heidi's fluttering eyes. Suddenly, old resentments flared up in Victoria's mind like wildfire. Heidi's smile seemed to drift away, as if she were gazing at a kind stranger. "Things are just different, Victoria," Heidi said, a wistful smile touching her lips. "I've found my home." Victoria merely grunted, unwilling to continue the conversation. Irina observed the interaction with growing horror. "Over 3 millennia, and I am still constantly amazed by your power, Chelsea," Arrow said, grinning at the woman. "Marvelous, truly." "Thank you, sire," Chelsea replied, bowing her head, her eyes shimmering with warmth. "Oh, please," Arrow scoffed, waving his hand dismissively. "Thank you, you saved me from my own excitement. I can get so caught up in good stories." Chelsea offered him a faint smile. "It happens to the best of us." "Anyways," Arrow clapped his hands and turned towards the distracted Denali. "We are here, my dear, because you have some very interesting news for us about our friends across the pond." "May I?" Irina nodded, extending her palm. Arrow took her hand, enveloping it in a gentle embrace. He delved into her thoughts, an eager glint in his eyes. Seconds ticked by, and no one moved. The Vulturi seemed frozen over Irina's hand as Arrow's expression shifted. Confidence gave way to doubt, then incredulity, before he composed himself into a blank mask. "Oh, my," he finally said, releasing her hand and reaching out to Victoria. "Just to confirm." Victoria glanced at Irina, then placed her hand in his. Another moment passed, and then Arrow's voice broke the silence. "You are a clever woman," Arrow chuckled, his head still bent forward. The Vulturi slowly lifted their eyes, excitement lighting up Arrow's face. "I won't spoil your game, but you are indeed very clever," he sighed wistfully. "Love makes martyrs of us all, immortality be damned. Or should I say lovers, HM?" Victoria didn't smile. "I'm glad you enjoyed it. To see your countermeasures and plans upon plans, even for situations that probably won't happen." Arrow shook his head in wonder. "It's so instinctual, just raw talent." "But one situation is occurring," Victoria reminded him, her voice muted. Yes, it's quite determined," Arrow replied, spinning in a circle and facing his brothers with outstretched arms. "Caius, Marcus, I have exciting news. There is, indeed, a crime. Our dear Carlyle has been harboring a human who knows our secrets." "Oh? Yes. And there's more," Arrow spread his hands dramatically, like a film director. "She's been turned." "Then how is there a crime?" Caius asked, sounding disappointed. "Because she's not a vampire," Arrow relished the silent anticipation, as if savoring a fine cigar. "She's been bitten by a child." He shook his head in disbelief. "Can you believe they still exist? And it's not just her. There's a whole coven of them in Forks." Caius's eyes turned ink black, his voice dropping to a feral hiss. "What?" "I knew he'd react like that." Arrow shot the women an impish grin and rolled his eyes. "So sensitive." Then he gasped in delight. "Oh, I get to write my official decree. And I have just the gift for my dear, naughty Carlyle." Arrow clapped his hands. "Santiago, please show our friends to the guest wing. The view of Volterra from the windows is fantastic, you'll love it." Irina offered a tight smile. "We greatly appreciate your hospitality, Arrow, but I have lodgings nearby, and I'd like to return to my family to prepare for the changes ahead." "My dear, I understand your desire to be near your loved ones," Arrow said, his smile fading slightly. "However, this is now an open investigation. Any witnesses to a crime must be available for further collaboration." He tilted his head in concern. "Law over family, it's how we've maintained stability in our society for so long. Wouldn't you agree?" Irina's eyes flickered around the room, landing on several of the guards. Victoria instinctively took a subtle step back, feeling the hairs on the back of her neck rise. "I understand," Irina replied, meeting Arrow's gaze evenly. "When you put it that way, how could anyone refuse?" "Indeed, my dear," Arrow said, his toothy grin gleaming in the torchlight, his eyes resembling the color of a dying sun. How could they? Chapter 20, Lo que el agua nos dio. Racing to beat the sunrise kept Bella sane, at least, on most days. Sister Rosetta blasted through her iPod as her bare feet bounded off fallen branches and dew-stained moss. The ice-gray air rushed past her lips like a locomotive. There wasn't much Bella could truly call her own, so she held on to these distractions, this delicate solitude, with everything she had left as she navigated through the slumbering forest. Her morning runs began the day she tried to leave Forks. That sleep-drunk sprint to the sputtering river was where she drowned everything beneath the current. On that day, as the animals watched her haphazard baptism with caution, sensing the wolf inside her, Bella had been struck still by the quiet. The quiet of the water. And the quiet of her mind. Entranced by the silence, Bella sank deeper until she lay on the riverbed. She watched a school of keen salmon bustle past her, tiny bubbles escaping from their gills and rising to the surface repeatedly. She waved a hand through them, curious like a child during bath time, feeling the subtle pops against her palm. Mr. Molina's lectures during biology came to mind, one of the few moments where Edward's presence didn't overshadow her entire focus. Symbiosis is no different than salsa, you see. Dancing is a give and take with your partner. Someone pushes, the other pulls, but there is always a dynamism, a synchronicity they share. Harmony comes from creating art together. And teens? Nature works on the same principle, yet the truly fascinating part is how it only takes what you already naturally give. The waste of a fish's breath, carbon dioxide, feeds trees and fuels photosynthesis. The waste of a tree, oxygen, provides breath for all living creatures. And the waste of all creatures enriches the very ground we stand on. Earth is a cycle of energy transference. Back step to front step. H2O to CO2. Breath to breath. Life to life. Bella's hand glided through the water, feeling the familiar texture of thin silk between her fingertips. In that moment, as her thoughts began to blur and the river embraced her, it felt like a shield. She closed her eyes, attuning herself to the slow beat of her heart. H2O to CO2. She imagined running a mental hand across her shield, pressing into it until it wrapped around her like warm dough. Breath to breath. With each pulse, Bella pushed the barrier farther and farther, gritting her teeth against the pull of the current that threatened to break her focus. The shield expanded, reaching the school of salmon and encircling them like a slipknot. She could taste the terror from her dreams, those pale hands tightening around her throat, crimson-coated fangs feasting on her pulse as she stared, helpless, at the dark hood surrounding her. She felt the desperation in her sweat-soaked shirt as she tore through the woods, half drunk on the instinct to survive. Anger churned in her gut, a helpless and rotten feeling clawing up her throat, racing to her numb hands, aching for an outlet, begging for control. Stop, something deep within Bella commanded, her glowing silver eyes tracking the fish with laser-like intensity. The salmon froze, their fins still swaying as if encased in glass. Turn, she tilted her head, watching as they faced her, their own pupils glowing in the dark. Come. And they did. She ran a finger down their scales, observing the flecks of their gills. This gift she wields, her shield, a voice that was not Bella's waved a hand through the air, thrumming as if playing a piano on the filigrees of moonlight, will help all of my children, no matter what side they have fallen on. Life to life. Bella blinked, her irises fading to silver brown as the startled salmon darted deep into the river's embrace. In a daze, she swam to the surface. Bella dragged herself onto the damp moss, watching the morning clouds drift past the thick canopies as her chest heaved in shock. That was new. When she returned home, before Alice's call, before the Denali's, before Leah and Seth, before Jacob, before Rosalie and the rest, something inside her decided to keep this piece of information a secret. It was a small act of self-preservation, a way to hold some part of her mind sacred. So, when Bella came back from the Tree of Life, she began to make a home by the Bogaccio River. If practicing her shield gave her an excuse to avoid certain conversations with certain people, who was she to complain? But the thing about conflict? It had an uncanny ability to creep into even the most secluded corners of our lives. On her third day at the Bogaccio River, Bella felt unsettled. After managing to control the salmon for a few seconds longer than before, she toweled off, ignoring the hidden presence that had been watching her since she dove into the water. A throat cleared, and the scent of amber and sandalwood drifted toward her. Bella paused, her back muscles tensing as she wrung the water from her hair. "Jake, I can't do this right en. Cool spot you found." Leah's arms were folded behind her head as she leaned against the robust trunk of a tree, blazing on the red cedar's branches like a panther, hidden in the shadows of the canopy. She slanted her gaze, observing the faint trembles down Bella's spine. "You, trying to channel the Little Mermaid or something? What were you doing down there anyway?" Bella clenched her fist, frustrated by the similar sense of the Cullens. She slid on her sweats and grabbed her backpack before starting to walk back to Forks. "Okay, not in the mood for small talk." "Got it," Leah said with a sigh, swinging off the branch and bounding to the next tree, keeping pace with Bella's stride. "Seth's out of the hospital, been asking about you every day." The silence between them was only broken by the sound of Bella's footsteps as she walked away. "I said a few things that were pretty awful that day." Leah scratched the back of her head, her gaze drifting into the distance. "I wasn't in the best headspace after Seth got hurt, and I shouldn't have dumped all of that on you because..." "Oi!" Leah exclaimed as Bella continued down the path, putting a significant distance between them while Leah got lost in her thoughts. Frustrated, Leah huffed and darted across several canopies until she landed in front of Bella. "Swan," the shifter growled when Bella attempted to walk around her. Leah reached out to grab Bella's shoulder. "I'm trying to take responsibility for my actions, so can you just wait?" But Bella's hand locked around Leah's wrist like an iron manacle, gripping so tightly that the agile Quillut stumbled over her own feet. In one swift motion, Bella twisted her body, throwing Leah to the forest floor with a fierce hip toss. Before Leah could catch her breath, Bella was on top of her. A quick jab sent Leah's head snapping back, and she cried out as an elbow strike broke her nose. Bella's wiry forearm pressed against Leah's throat. With her eyes darkened, she watched Leah struggle for the faint breath that remained. Bella's lips curled into a snarl, a deep growl rumbling from her chest. "What are you doing here?" "You know I told you," Leah choked out, blood gurgling in her windpipe, her hands raised in surrender. "Came to own up to my mistakes." "Keep lying to me, Leah." Bella pressed harder into Leah's throat, relishing the pained whimper that escaped her lips. "And I will break your neck." "You're not sorry, so why are you here?" "Seth," Leah wheezed, "told me to make amends, or he'd ice you out again," Bella concluded, shaking her head at Seth's meddling. Leah loved the kid, but some things were better left alone. Bella pulled her arm away and stepped over Leah to pick up her fallen items. "Just tell him we talked and worked things out. And don't come back here again," Bella instructed. Leah groaned, pressing on her nose, which had been hurt. "Wow, you can hit," she said, rolling over to spit out blood before dragging herself to a nearby tree and resting against its trunk. She watched Bella as she packed her bag, noticing the tension in her jaw. "Anyways, no can do, Swaney," Leah scoffed, her voice thin and nasally. "You know Seth. He'll see right through my lies the moment I look at him, and then we'll have to do this." "Shit." Leah winced, twisting her nose back into place with a sharp crack. "All over again, and no offense, but I'd rather not." Bella turned to walk away. "I heard what happened with you and Blondie," Leah called after her, crossing her arms to get comfortable against the tree. "Is that why you're spending all your time at the bottom of a river? And why she's locked herself up in her house like a prisoner?" Bella froze. "Locked herself up?" "Jake didn't tell me on purpose, so don't get mad at him." "It was the wolf," Leah sighed, bitterness creeping into her tone. "It's always the wolf." The rhythmic thud of a nearby woodpecker filled the quiet of the forest. "Did Jake ever tell you about my life before I shifted?" Leah waved a hand at the blood on her shirt. before all this magical goodness happened. Bella's grip tightened on her backpack strap, as if she might tear it off in frustration. I was 17, and I thought I would spend the rest of my life with Sam Yuli. Leah's smile turned grim. That's the one thing I miss about being younger, the delusional optimism that nothing would go wrong. Especially not with Sam around, because he was the best. He wasn't just my boyfriend, he was my best friend, my confidant, my protector. When I was with him, everything felt right. I felt like nothing was truly out of our reach, Leah chuckled, scratching her neck. That we could take over the world together. And then he shifted. Bella tilted her head toward the quilut. None of us, besides the elders and our parents, knew the truth about our heritage back then. So when Sam left and said he needed some time, I said, of course. What are weeks or months compared to a lifetime together? Leah continued, when he came back, bigger, stronger, angrier, I didn't really think too much of it. I don't think I wanted to think too much of it. But looking back, it was like a clock had begun counting down. She snapped her fingers in a metronome beat. And I was afraid of what would be on the other side of it. He spent so much time talking with the elders. He started running miles and miles in the forest. He found ways to calm down and be more like his old self, and eventually, things became normal again. Well, as normal as they could be. The Quilut watched the canopies shift in the heavy wind. Then Emily came to visit, and it was like a breath of fresh air because outside of Sam, Emily was my best friend, more like a sister than a cousin. So if anyone could help me figure out what was going on with Sam, it would be her. Leah's smirk faded. They'd never met before, so I was excited to introduce them. I asked Old Man Joe to whip up the greatest ice cream sundae he'd ever made, big enough for 3 people to share, and to save us his best seats at the diner because I wanted to show off for my 2 favorite people in the world. Do you know what it's like to be a ghost? Leah met Bella's gaze, her brown eyes shadowed with pain. I've known Sam since I was born, been his friend since I could walk, and loved him forever. But when he walked into that diner and saw Emily, she shook her head. I didn't even exist to him. Leah's chest heaved, her fingers trembling. Leah trembled as she spoke. I didn't take that too well. She continued, but honestly, that wasn't the part that upset me the most. Dad died. Seth and I shifted. And now my ex-boyfriend was my boss for life. She recounted her story in a flat, detached tone, like a weather report. Every weekend, we had packed meetings in the house where I could smell him with my best friend. I could read his thoughts and know exactly how much more he loved her than he ever loved me. Her voice turned fierce, her eyes taking on a predatory glint. So I pulled a Bella Swan, she chuckled softly, a hint of sharpness in her laughter. And Sam pulled Alpha on me, commanded me not to die, to never attempt to die again because what about Seth, Sue, and Harry? All I could say as he stood over me, making me bow to him, was, I, Captain. A thin ray of sunlight broke through the treetops, catching the glint of her razor-sharp smile. Needless to say, I didn't take that too well either. She paused, her expression softening. Sam may have stopped me from dying, but Seth is the one who pushes me to live. Leah took a deep breath. He always sees the bright side of things. He even held me and Mom together when Dad died, reminded us that his presence, his love for us, was everywhere. That death was a doorway, not a dead end. Leah sniffled, her eyes glistening. And how could I deny that when Seth is just a younger version of Harry in every way? He even snores the same, for heaven's sake, she scoffed, a tearful smile breaking through. Seth believes in destiny, that because we are all pieces of the Great Mother story, the good and bad don't matter as much in the grand scheme of things because it all adds up to love and joy. That's why Seth wants us to be friends so badly, why he told me to come here. I tried to explain it to him, but he's stubborn and just a kid. Leah crossed her legs and closed her eyes with a sigh. But it made me wonder, if there were no imprints, no marriages, no destiny, and no monsters, if it was just a simple choice between having us or not, do you think they would choose us? Would we be something they hoped for? For a moment, the question lingered in the air, echoing against the forest walls. Bella's voice was hoarse. You want to know what I think? Leah cracked open an eyelid. That's why I asked. I think you should go screw yourself, Leah. Bella spun around, arms spread wide at her sides. I'm tired of people using their tragic backstory as an excuse to be completely awful to me. I get it. You've been through tough times, but that doesn't give you the right to be a... Bella bit her tongue and shoved her hands into her pockets before she took a deep breath. Damn, my brother was right. Leah watched her, unbothered and curious. Part of the reason he thinks I got so angry at the hospital is that you remind me of me. This love triangle you have with Blondie and the big guy. It reeks of déjà vu. Leah raised an imaginary glass, though there was a hint of sincerity in her gaze. Well, here's hoping it works out better for you than it did for my bitter self. Bella stared at her, dumbfounded for a moment, before scoffing and walking away. So, does this mean I can tell Seth we're friends now? Leah called out into the awkward silence, eyebrows raised in hope. Forget you, Clearwater. Love you too, bestie. Leah waved, then shrugged, tugging at her blood-stained shirt. At this rate, I should probably get a tattoo that says it to save everyone the trouble, she mumbled, eyeing her imaginary glass before downing it like whiskey. Leah smacked her lips at the taste of rust in her mouth and groaned in startled pain. Ow. Jesus, did she knock out a tooth? Edward's footsteps were. He moved soundlessly along the familiar path to the Cullens' garage. Dim light spilled through the open door, casting a soft glow on the polished surfaces of the cars lined up inside. The gentle clinking of tools against metal mingled with the haunting melody of Solitude by Billie Holiday, echoing through the spacious room. His sister was hunched over the open hood of her convertible, intensely ratcheting a bolt into place. Since Rosalie and Jacob returned to Forks with Bella, their household had been charged with an undercurrent of unrest. It was during times like these that his gift felt more like a curse. Every question, emotion, and accusation swirled around him, multiplying until they threatened to drown him in a deluge of information. Some days, he struggled to separate himself from the voices, thousands of minds sharing space within his psyche. And what is a man but his mind? Consuming blood and thoughts alike, gluttony was Edward's sin. Rosalie's? It was the images lodged in his mind, as if struck by a hammer. He could see her hands, desperate yet gentle, caressing Bella's throat. He could picture the quiet devastation on Emmett's face as Rosalie revealed her feelings. I'm with you, Emmett McCarty, Emmett murmured softly. Rosalie's voice cracked. Until the end, he continued, his brows furrowing, his golden gaze piercing through her facade. Are you with me? Each word reverberated within her like the relentless toll of a funeral bell, signaling the fracture of their connection. It shattered the fragile facade she had built, leaving her standing on unstable ground, her world quaking beneath her feet. You asked me that, Rose, Emmett said, running a hand through his hair as he sought to ground himself while looking at his wife. After I checked in. After I told you that we could. I know, Rosalie choked out, her voice barely a whisper. I know. Do you? He asked, the question hanging heavily in the air. The tension lingered in the air. Know what you want? The unspoken question hung between them. Who do you want? Rosalie's lips parted, fear gripping her as she worried about saying the wrong thing and hurting him. Then something twisted in her chest. When did choosing Emmett stop being a certainty? Get, Rosalie snarled, her hand crushing the iron tool like a crushed soda can. Out. Of. My. Head. Edward fought the urge to snap back, murmuring, I apologize. Her onyx black eyes glared at him, hurling curses from her mind that nearly made him wince. Their mother would wash Rosalie's mouth out with soap if she could hear them. I brought tea, Edward said, raising the delicate ceramic cup in surrender. A floral-rich aroma wafted up from the warmed blood. Esme infused it with extra iron, said AB was your favorite. Rosalie's face was expressionless, her mental walls as high as Riker's as she turned back to her car. Esme said, "Don't fight." Esme said, "Don't fight." He replayed the mantra in his head, taking a deep breath he didn't really need. Edward sighed and set the cup down on the work table. "I didn't come to argue." "So why are you here?" "We were worried," Edward replied. "I was worried." Rosalie's gaze snapped to his, her body stiff with surprise. There was no trace of hidden arrogance or sarcasm that usually made her want to smack him. His eyes held genuine concern. "Why?" She scoffed, bitterness rising in her thoughts. "Because you think I'll take Bella from you? That she enjoyed our kiss more than you?" "Because you and I are very alike," Edward interrupted, shaking his head and ignoring her instinct to wound when she felt vulnerable. "And Bella has a tendency to bring out the best and worst in us." The tension in Rosalie's shoulders softened. Edward glanced at the out-of-place painting next to the row of vintage car posters. The artwork. The artwork commanded attention with its vibrant colors, rich symbolism, and surreal imagery. His gaze lingered on the title, "What the Water Gave Me." "Do you remember when Carlyle was trying to get us together?" Rosalie groaned. "God, don't remind me," Edward replied, a small, wry smile appearing on his face. "Esme pouring roses on the floor from my bedroom to yours. Leaving a love note in my handwriting. Then they watched through the crack in his office door when I came home," Rosalie sighed. "As if we all didn't have superhuman hearing." "I can still feel the punch you gave me after you read that letter," Edward shook his head. "What did it say?" "Honestly, I didn't even know," Rosalie giggled, surprising even herself. "Once I saw, to my rose, the most beautiful flower to bloom out of concrete, I ripped it up." "No, you also stomped on it," Edward corrected, chuckling. "And, yes, Esme in her poetry phase." The Harlem Renaissance had her in a chokehold, Rosalie rolled her eyes. "I'd never seen so many Cotton Club vinyls in my life." "And when she started snapping in solidarity when we would speak," Edward said, lifting his voice to mimic their spirited mother. "That was utterly profound, Edward, truly magnificent." Their shared laughter filled the room, warming the tension until it dissipated like mist. A thought slipped from Rosalie's mind, wrapped in fondness she would never say aloud. "In some ways, I get why Carlyle and Esme did it," Edward pondered. Rosalie slanted her gaze at him, her expression turning distraught. "This isn't you confessing your love for me, right?" "Because..." Edward said, looking at her incredulously, ignoring the faint offense on Rosalie's face at his disgust. "No. Vanity," he thought, rolling his eyes. Vanity was definitely Rosalie's sin. "I mean," Edward continued, "we see the world in very similar ways. Vampirism didn't feel like a second chance, it felt like punishment," Rosalie finished for him. Edward nodded. "You know how terrifying it is to drink the blood of a murderer and wonder, is there really a difference between us? Do my means really justify your end? I wasn't the biggest fan of myself." He looked away, lost in thought. "And then I met Bella." Rosalie's gaze dropped to the ground. "Here I am, practically screaming in this girl's face that I'm a monster, that I'm dangerous," Edward said, waving his hands in disbelief. "And all she cared about was whether she smelled so bad that I couldn't stand to stay in class with her." He laughed, still shocked. "She's so weird," they said in unison. Awe filled Edward's tone, while rawness colored Rosalie's. Rosalie met his eyes for a brief moment before looking away. "She made me ask new questions," Edward murmured. "Because if this fragile, crazy human can love me, even with my very nature crafted to kill her, what does that mean for every belief I've held about myself since I was changed? Was it all useless? Did I waste my time burying myself in hatred? Did you?" Rosalie's voice was faint. "Honestly, I don't know." Edward sighed, feeling the weight of his true age. "Part of me feels like I'll always be destined to make amends for who I am. For what I am." He looked at his sister, noticing the faint tremble in her fingers. "And I don't really know the right words to say, Rose." He shrugged and walked over to her. "I don't have a specific choice I want to push you towards. I just want you to know that we're here, no matter what you choose." Edward placed an awkward, gentle hand on her shoulder. "We love you." Rosalie's face froze in surprise, though her whiskey gold eyes held an unnameable emotion. "You're becoming more like Carlyle every day." The thought made Edward light up with a rare smile. "Thanks," he murmured, giving her shoulder a light squeeze. "Get out of my head," Rosalie scoffed. If her tone was warmer than she intended, well, Edward wouldn't draw attention to it. "Sorry," he said, unable to suppress his smile. The roar of a motorcycle engine cut through the air as it turned off the highway and onto the drive leading to their house. The siblings turned their gaze toward the garage door. "Do you want me to tell her you're not here?" Edward asked. "No, actually," Rosalie replied after a brief moment of silence. "Can you take her to my favorite spot and ask her to wait? I need a moment." "The one near the..." "Yeah." "Okay," Edward said, giving her one last squeeze before heading toward the door. "Wait," Rosalie called. "Edward?" "Yeah?" "Why are you doing this?" She shook her head. "Helping me." "You thought Bella was your mate." The blonde frowned. "I would have hated you if she..." Rosalie clenched her jaw, forcing down the tumult of thoughts swirling in her mind. "Honestly? Part of me does." Edward raised an eyebrow. "But I always felt like I had one foot out the door with Isabella. I mean, I was the most dangerous person in her life. Her blood called to me to drink, and we were dating." He shook his head in disbelief, self-loathing creeping into his voice. "I could have easily been Jasper. Hunted her like James." A low growl filled the room, and Rosalie blinked in shock, realizing the sound had come from her chest. Edward, however, looked unfazed. "Things are different with you too," he said, shrugging. "They don't feel as doomed to crash and burn in hell." "Wow," Rosalie replied flatly. "Such stunning optimism." "Well, you know me," Edward said, taking her words at face value. "I'm Mr. Brightside." Meanwhile, the forest unfolded around Bella, a boundless labyrinth of ancient trees. Edward sprinted ahead, moving slightly faster than her bike as he guided her through the verdant maze. The forest closed in around them. On both sides, the path ahead twisted serpent-like around the trunks of the red cedars, visible for only a few meters. The ground was mostly flat, and the splash of dew from the damp ferns and moss cooled the agitation that the vampire's scent had stirred on her skin. "This feels familiar," Bella mused as she jumped her motorbike over the occasional fallen tree or overturned boulder. Edward glanced back from time to time, watching her newfound agility with a small smile. As they continued forward, the light filtering through the canopy transformed, the murky olive tones shifted to a brighter jade. The sun had made a rare appearance, and when Bella spotted the faint glow ahead, a memory struck her. She picked up the pace, her eagerness growing with every turn of the wheels. Edward let her lead, smiling at the change in her mood. Finally, she reached the edge of the pool of light, stepping through the last fringe of ferns into the most beautiful place she had ever seen. The meadow was small and perfectly round, filled with wildflowers in violet, yellow, and soft white. Nearby, Bella could hear the bubbling music of a stream. The sun hung directly overhead, casting a warm haze of buttery sunshine across the circle. Awestruck, she walked slowly through the soft grass, swaying flowers, and warm, gilded air. Bella turned, wanting to share this moment with Edward, but then she gasped. Underneath the sun, he lay perfectly still in the grass. His skin, white despite the faint flush from yesterday's hunting trip, sparkled as if 1,000 diamonds were embedded in its surface. "This is the skin of a killer, Bella," Edward would later describe to her that afternoon, his sorrowful butterscotch eyes making her heart pound. He turned back again, their eyes meeting as they nearly touched that soft pool of light. In that moment, Bella realized it felt like time had crystallized. as she looked at him and saw how the tangents of her life flowed from her choices, much like the streams flowed from the mountains. Twilight River. Had it really only been a year since they first looked at the future and thought of us? Edward gave her another smile, tinged with quiet sadness, and Bella felt a similar emotion rising in her chest, a sense of mourning fading away behind closed curtains. That's all, folks. The vampire sped up, and Bella revved her bike to keep pace. The memory of the meadow blurred like fog behind them as they took a different path, climbing higher up the mountain. Do you need help getting up there? Edward asked, watching as Bella took in the breathtaking landscape while she parked her bike against the sturdy tree. The land was adorned with majestic giants, including towering Douglas firs and ancient western red cedars. Their verdant branches reached toward the heavens, as if aspiring to touch the very fabric of the universe. These ancient sentinels stood proud and resolute, their bark weathered by time, witnessing generations come and go and the secrets whispered by the winds. Bella breathed in the cool air, her heart pounding as she tilted her gaze up toward the treetops before turning to Edward. Rosalie likes to make things challenging, he warned. I'm good, she replied, shaking her head as she readied her stance. Besides, I have a feeling she'd prefer me to handle this on my own. You know my sister. I'm learning her, Bella corrected with a shrug. Edward nodded and stepped back. Good luck. Bella sprinted toward the trunk, jumping up to catch her boot against the rough bark. She pushed her legs like hydraulic pumps for a few wide steps before leaping off the tree and grabbing the lowest branch, 30 feet off the ground. With a surge of adrenaline, she pulled herself up onto the branch, harsh, exhilarated breaths escaping her lips as she continued her climb skyward. The tree embraced her with its sturdy limbs, offering a natural ladder to the heights. As Bella propelled herself upward, her muscles flexed with every powerful movement, the rough bark scraping against her skin. Against her hands, igniting a fiery determination within her. The rhythmic thud of her heart matched the cadence of her steps, echoing the adrenaline coursing through her veins. Higher and higher she climbed, her eyes focused on the next branch, her spirit unfolding slowly. The forest floor gradually receded beneath her, transforming into a vibrant tapestry of foliage. The majestic mountains and the winding Twilight River appeared as mere strokes on nature's canvas, their beauty magnified from this elevated perspective. Finally, as Bella reached the uppermost section of the ancient tree, she spotted a large branch that arched gracefully toward the heavens. It seemed to beckon her, an outstretched arm reaching for the sky. Without hesitation, she navigated through the intricate network of smaller branches, moving like a nimble spider through its web. And there, perched on the broad branch, sat Rosalie. Her golden locks cascaded around her like a halo, her expression a mixture of relief and despair. Bella's heart skipped a beat as their eyes met, the whiskey gold of Rosalie's gaze creating a tangible connection even from this distance. Hey, Bella whispered, her throat thick with unspoken questions. Hi, Rosalie murmured, her fidgeting fingers digging into the bark. Bella's gaze roamed over Rosalie, taking in every detail. She was captivated by her beauty, her enchanting aura, and the firm set of her shoulders. Yet it was the subtler aspects that resonated in Bella's mind, the dark lavender circles under Rosalie's eyes, the tension in her wrists, and the faint creases etched on her forehead. These details hinted at a hidden depth, a silent battle waged within Rosalie's mind. Bella longed to ease that burden, but how could she, when she felt like part of the problem? When Rosalie made her feel the same way? A line from an old story rose unbidden in her thoughts. Bella's thoughts drifted as she gazed at Rosalie's lips, still tasting the crisp mint and candied fruit from their earlier encounter. What hurts us is what heals us, she mused, sighing as she turned her eyes towards the sun. The air was fresh and invigorating, filled with the scent of wildflowers and damp earth, a symphony of fragrances that spoke of untouched wilderness. Yet it carried a question, one that had been buried deep within Bella ever since that night by the Cowlock tree. You kissed me, Bella said, her brows furrowing in confusion. Rosalie's nails dug into the wood beneath them. Did you do it to stop me from leaving? To prevent me from giving my life to the Vulturi? Yes, Rosalie finally replied. Bella squeezed her eyes shut, her heart breaking in response. But she had to ask just one more question. Was that the only reason? The words came out rough, and Bella heard Rosalie swallow hard, a subtle human instinct that revealed more than the vampire intended. Bella glanced back, noticing the venom pooling in Rosalie's eyes, mimicking tears that would never fall. Rose? No, Rosalie hissed, her composure fracturing to reveal the frightened woman beneath. It wasn't. And Emmett? Does he? I told him, Rosalie interrupted, her hands clenching into fists. He's staying at our cabin until I figure this out. Figure this out. The words echoed in Bella's mind. With a graceful leap, she landed on the branch, their gazes locking once more. What are we doing, Rosalie? Bella's anguish resonated in her voice, each syllable wrapped in a plea. What is this? Rosalie's eyes searched Bella's face, her own turmoil mirrored in the golden depths. The weight of uncertainty pressed heavily on her shoulders, threatening to crush the fragile connection they had begun to forge. Panic spilled from her lips. I love him, Bella. I can't just end my marriage. For someone like me, right? Bella's smile, though large, felt bruised and battered. Of course, who would ever want to do that? The werewolf swallowed, a bitter anguish clinging to her throat. Bella slowly stepped closer to the vampire, enveloped by the cool scent of rosewood that made her eyes flutter shut. Rosalie could hear the deep, rapid rhythm of Bella's heart, and it nearly mirrored her own. You know, this scares the hell out of me, too, Bella whispered, letting out a soft laugh that barely escaped her lips. I'm barely eating, I can't sleep, I've never felt like this before. I've chased death 1,000 times, she opened her eyes, her intense silver-brown gaze piercing through to Rosalie, but I've never had such a strong urge to chase life, until you. So, you love him. I understand that. Bella took one of Rosalie's trembling hands, bringing it to her chest and rubbing her calloused thumb over the vampire's marble-smooth skin. And he's been there for you longer than I've been alive. I get that too. But, this can't be one-sided. It just can't be. She flashed a tiny, derisive smile. Otherwise, how could you suddenly tolerate someone you hated so much? By kissing them to death? I never hated you, Rosalie murmured, her scowl softening Bella's smile into something more gentle and sincere. The vampire's fingers unconsciously curled over the werewolf's heart, as if cradling it gently. I just didn't like me, Bella finished, letting out a snort. And now you. Rosalie turned her head away, her golden eyes downcast. Look, Bella sighed, her thumb faltering in its movements. I'm never going to force you to make a decision you don't want to make. If Emmett is your choice, then be with him, her voice lowered into an aching plea, but please, don't shut me out, not again. Because out of everyone who's tried to kill me, every way I've tried to die, it's scary to know that you're the one who could do some real damage. Bella cupped Rosalie's cheek with her other hand, gently guiding her to meet her gaze. Rosalie's eyes darted across Bella's face, taking in her kind, tired eyes, the small heartbreak in her smile, and the deep scar on her neck. An emotional storm threatened to overwhelm her, but a gentle squeeze from Bella's hand and the steady beat of the werewolf's heart anchored her. We'll figure this out, Rose, Bella said, her voice filled with determination. Emboldened, she kissed Rosalie's forehead, drawing in the blessed calm that always enveloped her whenever she was near the blonde. Underneath the Washington sun, hidden in the shadows of a towering canopy, stood two celestial dichotomies, diametrically opposed yet irrevocably connected. Chapter 21, Her Brother's Keeper. Carlyle had always been a man of careful composure, possessing a deep well of patience and curiosity. Over his centuries of life, he had become a keen observer of human nature, noting the small moments that stitched the fabric of everyday existence. Even something as mundane as receiving mail became an opportunity for connection, a brief encounter with the outside world that kept him grounded in the present. Thank you, Todd, Carlyle said, reaching for the small stack of envelopes from the idling mailman, careful to avoid touching his fingers. How is Suzanne's ankle? Todd grinned. She's all right, Old girl's already raring to get back into her Zumba classes, even though I keep telling her to rest. 67 going on 27, she says. Ain't that something, Doc? Todd shook his head, mumbling in confusion caused by his constant dealings with his spirited wife. It certainly is, Carlyle chuckled. I'll see if Esme or the nurses have a spare yoga DVD lying around that we can give her. It'll keep Suzanne active but won't stress her joint too much. Oh, wow, thank you, document. The robust man's smile pushed his large mustache up toward his blushing nose. She'll love that. Of course, the doctor nodded, waving as he turned to take the long walk up to his home. Give my hellos to her and the children. Wait, I almost forgot. Todd hustled back into the cab of the carrier and rummaged through a heavy sack. With a triumphant hoot, he pulled out an onyx black package, one that seemed to weigh down his hands. Usually, it's just envelopes, so it slipped my mind to group these together. Todd scratched his head. But hey, looks like someone sent you a snazzy gift. Carlyle eyed the crimson ink that penned his address with a growing sense of dread. Snazzy, indeed, the doctor murmured, carefully taking the box from Todd and measuring its weight with each shift of his palms. Well, I'm off to finish the route, Todd said, tugging his cap over his head before starting his truck with a loud shudder. Have a good day, Doc. You too, Todd, Carlyle replied, offering the man a warm smile. As Todd drove away, the smile faded from the doctor's lips as he glanced down at the box, the faint scent of bitter herbs swirling in his mind. It seemed that even he, with all his training, couldn't pretend to be human forever. Bella parked her truck in front of the Cullens' house. As she cracked the door open, the murmurs from inside the living room paused. Jasper hadn't shared many details during their phone conversation, but one thing was clear, the Vulturi had sent a message. She understood the Cullens' hesitance to share news about Italy, especially since they couldn't see her, couldn't catch her, her mind whispered. Still, it irked her wolf to be treated as she had been in her human days, delicate, trigger-happy, like a child. Bella sighed, rolling her neck to ease the tension gathering in her shoulders. Now wasn't the time for anger, not until she figured out what was happening. As if on cue, the front door opened just as she stepped onto the porch. Instead of the usual sharp scent of astringent candy, Bella was greeted by the warm aroma of sea salt cookies, sending a comforting warmth through her. Bella! Seth exclaimed, his bright smile instantly distracting her from the blue sling cradling his arm. She braced herself as the lanky teen bounded into her arms. It was still strange to adjust to the Quileutes' instinctual need for connection through touch, their affection and trust expressed through back slaps, long hugs, roughhousing, and familial kisses. Seth was the worst, or the best, depending on how you looked at it, managing to burrow into her arms and tuck himself under her neck, despite towering over her by a good half-foot. A true mama's boy, Bella recalled Leah teasing him once. Seth cuddled like an infant. Bella had never known a love like this. It jarred her, especially after the flightiness of Renee's care, the awkwardness in Charlie's affection, and the cautious nature of Edward's feelings. Here was this boy, embracing her as if he genuinely enjoyed her presence, without any extra fanfare. It felt as if he looked up to her. It felt like love. Jacob, Edward, and even Rosalie were different. Bella could attribute their affections to fate, romance, or even lust. But Seth? She pondered. There was nothing for him to gain. He could easily maintain the same distance as his sister. So why did he reach out to her the way he did? As if she, with all her mistakes, traumas, and quirks, was enough. Without thinking, Bella wrapped her arms around his back with surprising gentleness. The rough scratch of the polyester sling pressed against her chest, a painful reminder of her failure to keep him safe. Hey, kid, Bella said, swallowing hard, a small, unsteady smile forming on her lips. Did your mom let you out of the house already? Don't you still need a few more days of rest? Not you too, Seth scoffed, lifting his head to give her an unimpressed glare he must have learned from Leah. Even Dr. Cullen was worried. Seth leaned in conspiratorially. I think he's worried I'll leave a bad review about his hospital. Well, I imagine the Better Business Bureau would frown upon a doctor holding secret battle meetings with a near-coma patient, Bella replied, her voice as dry as the Sahara, as she rubbed his back, her hands stiff but well-meaning. But how are you? Is your arm still aching? I'm all good, just some bruises left. But Carlyle made me keep the sling because my bones set so fast. He didn't want me to look like a scarecrow with the stuffing missing. Well, you are already pretty gangly. Hey. Don't bully the injured. Anyway, I'm just mad I missed you becoming a freaking god. That's so cool. Heh, maybe next time I can call her back and ask her to do a party trick or two, Seth said with a chuckle. Pardon me, Seth. When you and Bella are ready, can you both come inside? Carlyle asked. Bella rolled her shoulders, feeling the tension melt away. Showtime, she muttered. Seth looked at her with empathy. You got this, he whispered, gently nudging her up the stairs. At least it's a better meeting than the time you jumped off a cliff. The rare moment of dark humor jolted Bella out of her funk. You always know just what to say, Seth. His lighthouse smile was so bright that it encouraged her to step into the house without a word. Inside the Cullens' living room, an uncanny sense of familiarity hung in the air. Leah lounged on Esme's tailored sofa, treating it like her usual spot for game night. Across the room, Jacob's gaze met Bella's, his eyes unreadable. He acknowledged her with a curt nod before his attention snapped back to the center of the room. Emmett leaned against the far window, arms folded, his eyes dark and inscrutable. Rosalie was conspicuously absent from his side, instead occupying the couch opposite Leah. Her golden eyes shifted erratically, sometimes locking onto Bella with intense scrutiny, then darting away as if Bella were merely a figment of her imagination. Edward stood like a statue, his posture perfect but his expression tense, as if bracing for a storm. In contrast, Alice appeared almost buoyant, though her eyes were veiled, likely seeing possible futures flicker in and out of existence. Esme exuded a matronly grace, her face lined with concern, while Jasper maintained a posture of alertness, like a coiled spring, absorbing the collective emotion in the room. In this atmosphere thick with tension, Bella almost wished she could disappear. She hovered near an armchair in the corner, which Seth claimed with childlike enthusiasm. However, his demeanor shifted to solemnity when Carlyle presented a black package sat at the center of the room. Thank you, everyone, for coming on such short notice, Carlyle began. I know things have been rather chaotic, but it's important that we prepare for what this may bring to our doorstep. He carefully waved the package before setting it down on the coffee table. Seth's expression turned serious. What is that, Dr. C? In my time with the Vulturi, Arrow often enjoyed sending gifts to show his interest and attention to certain parties. Certain parties? Leah asked. Rivaling covens, imminent lawbreakers, overly curious human organizations. This is a warning for what's to come. Carlyle opened the package, and everyone's attention focused on the crimson rubies glittering against the sharp, gleaming silver. The object was Z-shaped, with an odd bar in the middle, attached by a chain to another piece of silver that was crescent-shaped. This is a wolf's angle, a symbol for a wolf hook that was often used in 8th century Europe. Hunters would conceal this inside a piece of meat to trick wolves into impaling themselves in one bite. Like a fish on a hook, Seth murmured. Yes, exactly, Seth, Carlyle nodded, stroking his chin. But I'm surprised this is the gift Arrow chose. What? 2 on the nose? Emmett guessed. Not his style of gift, Carlyle corrected. Just then, the faintest scent of venom rose from the shining metal. Vampire, yes, but also werewolf venom. Carlyle froze for a moment, a shadow passing over his face. Arrow didn't pick this. Caius did. How do you know? Jasper leaned forward, sending Carlyle's emotions as Alice rubbed the back of his neck. Because, if I'm not mistaken, this was the wolf's angle he used to kill the first child in their war. It wasn't just scarce amounts of information on the children, Carlyle sighed, but scarce amounts of the children themselves. Went to grab an old tome. Bella recognized the cover from the day before. He opened it to a sketch of the onyx child, and even on paper, the sheer size of this creature made the words seem laughable. It was said that 2,000 years ago, near the shore of the Danube River in Austria, Caius nearly lost his life in a battle against this creature, Carlyle surmised. Some say Caius was hunting the child for sport, others believe it was a territory dispute. Either way, Caius became terrified of all children, and that fear brewed resentment within him, resentment that catalyzed grave consequences for the entire species. Bella stared at the doctor. What consequences? Genocide. This isn't a simple punishment or battle then, it's bigger, Esme stated. Carlyle nodded. Caius would call them la pulizia dallas forcisia. The cleansing of filth. The room seemed to contract at Carlyle's words, the weight of their meaning pulling everyone closer to a center of gravity they couldn't escape. The air grew thick, like the atmosphere before a storm, charged and waiting for a bolt of lightning to split it open. Edward's eyes narrowed, tension mounting in the clenched line of his jaw. Rosalie gripped the armrest of her chair, as if she could draw some measure of control from the fabric. The Quileutes exchanged glances from their spots in the room. Seth's youthful face was etched with worry, while Leah's expression remained unreadable, masking the inner turmoil that surely mirrored the feelings of everyone present. This isn't just about us, Alice whispered, her eyes distant as if trying to peer into the cloudy corridors of the future. Jasper exhaled deeply, attempting to release the emotional stress filling the room. Emmett clenched and unclenched his fists, restless energy seeking an outlet. For a moment, voices erupted all at once, a cacophony of anxiety and desperation. Can we run? Esme blurted out, breaking the tense silence. Not with Dimitri alive, Edward replied, shaking his head, frustration lacing his voice. He makes James's tracking look amateur. If we run, they'll find us. So, what? We fight? Rosalie interjected, her tone sharp with skepticism and challenge. We're risking everything on a direct confrontation. Jacob stepped forward, cutting through the tension. Sam needs to know about this. Enemy or not, it concerns the people of La Push and Forks too. Carlyle met Jacob's gaze and nodded gravely. Of course, Jacob. I'll help you talk to him and provide the context he needs to understand the gravity of the situation. What else can we do? Seth's voice quivered, but there was a determination in his eyes. We can't just let them carry out another genocide. The Vulturi have resources, connections, and centuries of experience on their side, Carlyle said, his voice steady but tinged with sorrow. Confronting them head-on might not be the best course of action, but we can't just flee and let history repeat itself. Then what's the plan? Bella asked, her voice almost drowned in the whirlwind of emotions surrounding her. If running isn't an option and fighting them directly is basically a suicide mission, what choices do we have left? Carlyle looked around at each face, the tension in the room nearly palpable. He sighed. We'll have to think of something, he said, his voice as soft as snow. Something that neither Caius nor the rest of the Vulturi would expect. We're entering a battle of wits and strategy, not just of physical might. The room fell into a thoughtful but deeply uneasy silence. Every face, whether vampire or werewolf, reflected the grim and growing realization that their choices were narrowing, the walls closing in. The prospect of dying, once an abstract idea, was becoming uncomfortably real for each of them. And as they lost themselves in their own thoughts and fears, they found unity in their shared uncertainty. The grim reality loomed over Bella. Something had to be done, even if she had no idea what that something was. She pushed open the front door of her home, the familiar creak sounding distant and insignificant compared to the heavy dread that accompanied her. The house was shrouded in darkness, except for the gentle glow of a desk lamp spilling from her father's office upstairs. Each step felt like a struggle, as if the floor itself was trying to pull her down, holding her in place. The weight of the evening's revelations felt like an anchor, dragging her toward an inescapable abyss. She paused for a moment, closing her eyes and inhaling deeply, hoping to breathe away the terror and uncertainty. But her exhale did little to lift the cloud of worry that enveloped her. Summoning a weary strength, Bella trudged up the stairs, a moth drawn to the light of her father's office. She gently pushed the door open and found Charlie slumped over his cluttered desk, his face a landscape of stress and fatigue resting atop a mound of papers that spoke of unsolved crimes and unfulfilled duties. Half-empty cups of coffee and bags of chips lay scattered like remnants of long battles fought and lost. "Bella, is that you?" Charlie's voice, laced with sleep, offered a momentary reprieve from her swirling thoughts. "Yeah, Dad, hey. You can't keep falling asleep at your desk like this," Bella replied, her tone light with teasing, though her eyes revealed deeper concerns. He sat up, rubbing his eyes and glancing at the clock. "I guess the time got away from me. Just a long day." Bella approached him, placing a gentle hand on his shoulder. "Go get some sleep, Charlie. You've got another long day ahead, I'm sure." With tired, teasing eyes, he looked up at her. "Love you too, Bells." As he stood and shuffled out of the room, Bella felt a brief alleviation of her own burden. Burdens weighed heavily on her. The simple exchange with her father seemed to suspend time, momentarily keeping the impending catastrophe at bay. But as he disappeared down the hallway, that fleeting sense of calm vanished, leaving her alone in the battlefield that was his office. Mechanically, Bella began picking up the scattered trash, her hands moving of their own accord while her mind spiraled in a frenzied cyclone of despair. The Vulturi, Dimitri, the children, the coming storm, each thought struck her like hailstones, bombarding her from every angle. What are we going to do? So many lives are at stake. Lost in her thoughts, she inadvertently kicked an old box tucked away under Charlie's desk. The lid flew open, spilling a torrent of yellowed missing person posters onto the worn carpet. Cursing softly under her breath, Bella bent down to pick them up. Her fingers froze when they grasped a particular poster. A smiling boy stared back at her, his youthful face framed by short hair. A distinct scar under his right eye stood out like a cruel signature. A Johnny Zara, age 13. The poster was dated 1991. A memory flickered, a haunting déjà vu. She had seen this face before, framed on a shelf in that strange woman's shop. Miss Shernet, Bella recalled. It was the same boy, there was no mistake. A wave of realization surged through her. Was this the boy who had bitten her? It was hard to say, as the autopsy had shown his face mangled beyond recognition, but the pieces began clicking into place, each one a damning clue. Her father's voice echoed in her mind, solemn tones from months ago haunting her now. "Every day we get news of a missing person," Charlie had said. "Seattle, Poulsbo, Sequim, the place doesn't matter. There's always an APB staring at me from the bulletin board. Men, women, but the kids always stay with me. Some days are good days, you know. We find them and get them tucked into bed, snug as a bug. But..." Bella tightened her grip on the steering wheel. "Most days, you have to face the reality that these kids won't be found, not alive, at least. It's tough, but it's the job we signed up for." With trembling hands, she reached for her phone and dialed the Cullens. Alice answered almost before the first ring ended. "Bella? Is everything okay? Put Carlisle on, please." Seconds later, Carlisle's calm yet concerned voice came through. "Bella, what's wrong?" "Carlisle, was there a scar under the boy's right eye? The one from the autopsy?" "Yes, there was," he replied, a heavy pause settling between them. "How did you know that?" "What's happening, Bella?" She hesitated, her heart racing. "I can't explain right now. Can you put Rosalie on?" "Bella, if something's..." "Please, Carlisle. It's important." The line clicked, and Rosalie's voice came through, laced with a worried urgency that warmed Bella's spirit. "Bella, what's going on?" Bella swallowed hard, aware of the other ears that might hear their conversation. "Can you meet me at your tree? We need to talk." Rosalie paused, and in that moment, Bella felt a flicker of hope. It would have been easy for Rosalie to deny her request, to push her away even further. But just as it was instinctual for Bella to lean on Rosalie, to seek her presence, Rosalie felt the undeniable pull that told her Bella needed her now. "Of course, I'll be there in 5 minutes." "Thank you, Rosalie." Bella ended the call, her heart pounding in a frantic rhythm. Every nerve was alive with a fierce urgency. She didn't fully understand what it all meant, but as she clutched the weathered missing person poster, one thing was painfully clear: this was a clue, a lifeline in a sea of uncertainty. It was one she had to follow before it slipped through her fingers like everything else had. When she arrived, Rosalie was already waiting by the trunk of her western red cedar. When Bella arrived on her motorcycle at the secluded spot, the late afternoon sun bathed Rosalie in a gentle glow, illuminating her as if she were an ethereal figure pulled from the pages of a fairy tale. For a moment, Bella was struck by Rosalie's beauty, an oasis of calm in a world spiraling into chaos. "What's going on?" Rosalie asked again, her golden eyes searching Bella's face for clues. "You sounded urgent on the phone." Bella's fingers nervously toyed with the crumpled, aged paper she had brought with her. "Look at this," she said, unfolding it to reveal an old APB poster of a boy. "Tell me who he looks like." A flicker of realization crossed Rosalie's features. "He's the boy from the photograph in that woman's shop." "Why?" Bella felt a rush of relief that Rosalie saw it too. "Remember what Charlotte told us? About why does the sun refuse to set in certain places, or something?" "Yes, she spoke in riddles," Rosalie said, rolling her eyes as she recalled the cryptic conversation, the piercing stare that seemed to see right through her. It didn't make much sense at the time. Carlyle confirmed that the scar on this boy matches the scar on the one the Cullens killed. "The boy who bit me," Bella said, her words pouring out like a torrent. "It's a cold case, Rosalie. Almost 15 years old. That's probably why we couldn't find any information about him. His trail had gone cold long before databases could catch up." Rosalie's eyes widened in understanding, her lips parting as if to speak, but Bella cut her off. "We have to go back to Charlotte," she said, her voice charged with a blend of desperation and certainty. "Is that wise?" Rosalie asked, caution threading her words. "If Charlotte is just a regular human, we might be exposing our world to her. And if she's an enemy, a spy for the Vulturi?" Bella lifted her hand to squeeze Rosalie's shoulder, an intense connection zapping through their bodies, startling them both. Bella took a strained breath, fighting the urge to succumb to her racing thoughts. "Focus," her mind urged, and gradually the heat of anxiety began to dissipate. I know," she said. "But something, my gut, the wolf, tells me she's important. That she knows something we need to find out." Rosalie hesitated, narrowing her eyes as she stepped closer. "Bella, why didn't you tell the others about this? Why not Jacob? Don't you think they should know?" Bella glanced away, her fingers unconsciously crumpling the corner of the poster. "I didn't want to get anyone's hopes up. Especially not after all the trouble I've caused. I want something solid first, something concrete before I call in the cavalry." A soft, sad frown touched Rosalie's lips. "You're not trouble, Bella. You're part of our family, Jacob's family, whether you feel like it or not. We all care about you, more than you can probably comprehend." "I know," Bella sighed, lifting her dark eyes to meet Rosalie's. "I know, but this feels like something I need to do. I need to be useful, to contribute something more than just another problem to be solved." A pause settled between them, stretching like a living thing, filling the space with tension and unspoken questions. Their eyes locked, and in that moment, it felt as if their souls were laid bare, their thoughts transparent to each other. It was an understanding that transcended words, a connection neither could fully describe but both felt deeply. "I get it," Rosalie finally said, her voice tinged with a mix of respect and worry. "But when the time comes, promise me you'll let everyone in. We're doing this together, Bella." "I promise," Bella replied, her voice steady with resolve. "If we have something solid, I'll share it. With everyone. Then we'll go to Seattle." Rosalie nodded, the corners of her lips curving into a subtle smile that belied the gravity of the situation. since it looks like you can't be convinced otherwise. As they turned to leave on Bella's bike, each was acutely aware of the weight of their decision, ready to face whatever lay ahead. Aware that the answers they sought could either bring them closer together or lead them into uncharted territories that neither of them was prepared for. The wind whipped past Bella's ears as she skillfully maneuvered her motorcycle along the scenic route to Seattle. The city's skyline emerged in the distance, shimmering like a mirage. Rosalie sat behind her, her arms wrapped securely around Bella's waist. Despite being a vampire, her touch felt warm and inviting against Bella's overheated skin. Around them, the world transformed into a canvas of changing colors, bathed in the hues of an impending sunset. The rumble of the motorcycle quieted as they parked in front of the mall, home to Shernet's shop. The bell above the shop door tinkled as they stepped inside, instantly welcomed by the rich aroma of warm bread, aged wood, and exotic spices that danced on Bella's tongue. Behind the counter stood Shernet, as if she had never left. On a side table, a tea set was neatly arranged, 2 saucers filled with cups of Maghribi mint tea, sending up wisps of sweet steam. The 3rd and 4th saucers held a different kind of tea, one that made their throats ache with hunger, even as suspicion tightened the air around them. Without thinking, Rosalie stepped in front of Bella, her eyes darkening as she shielded Bella from Shernet's view. The tea was warm, fresh blood, animal and human, respectively, offering them options that made it clear Shernet was anything but an ordinary old lady, Bella thought dryly. "What is this?" Rosalie demanded, her voice icy with building anger. Bella placed a hand on Rosalie's arm, signaling her to wait. Shernet continued reading the page in her book, seemingly unfazed by Rosalie's outburst. Her pepper-gray curls were pinned into a bun, and she wore a simple black dress, adorned only with the gold rims of her glasses and a gold bracelet that looked eerily similar to one Carlyle had shown Bella in his office many times before. Weeks ago, the matching Amharic script hit Bella like a baseball bat. Shernet finally looked up, her dark brown eyes shadowed yet knowing. "Have you come back with an answer, Ligi?" Bella's mind was spinning from the tea, the poster, and the Vulturi, but a small, quiet voice inside her whispered the answer. The werewolf spoke carefully. "Because some secrets are too big for the night to contain." "Very good, Isabella." Shernet nodded, a faint twinkle in her gaze. "You're not as naive as you look." "Thank you," Bella started, but her smile faded as she processed the rest. "Wait, hey." Rosalie scrutinized one of the blood teas, her whiskey gold eyes narrowing like flints as they darted back to the elder woman. "How did you know that?" Shernet raised an eyebrow, waiting for the vampire to elaborate. Rosalie hated repeating herself. "She introduced herself to you as Bella, not Isabella, so how did you know that?" "Woman's intuition." Shernet shrugged, while Bella gripped Rosalie's wrist, trying to stop her from doing what? Bella wasn't sure, but she feared for the old woman's safety with that look in Rosalie's eyes. "Rose," Bella hissed under her breath, "you can't beat up an old lady just because she's sassy." "Oh, can't I?" Rosalie scowled but relaxed nonetheless, stifling the purr in her chest from the gentle way Bella's thumb caressed her skin. "Fine," she waved her hand, letting Bella take the lead. "Ms. Shernet." Then Shernet began to hum a haunting melody, woven from a tapestry of ether and twilight. The notes seeped into Bella's soul like liquid gold, evoking a sense of serene melancholy. It was a beauty born from years of sorrow that instantly transported her elsewhere. A dream Bella had experienced many nights ago surfaced in her mind, a mysterious woman in a sky-blue dress that concealed her body, except for her manicured hands and bare feet. The airy fabric of her dress was adorned with blooming white African irises. Their milky white petals and pale lavender centers shone brilliantly against the azure backdrop, beautifully complementing the warm, earthy richness of her ochre complexion. On her head rested a snow-white lace scarf that framed her face delicately, covering her neck and hair. Bella felt a wave of disbelief wash over her. No matter how she tilted her head to catch a glimpse, she couldn't discern the woman's facial features. An intricately woven shadow cast by the surrounding trees seemed to conspire with nature itself, concealing her identity from Bella's gaze. Soft, leathery fingers gently grasped Bella's cheeks, lifting her chin to meet the woman's veiled face. A soothing fragrance of freshly cut jasmine, black currant, and Moroccan cedarwood enveloped Bella, swirling her senses into a calming cyclone. "Ajani, Nafiki Hailhu," the woman murmured, her worried tone infused with unconditional fondness. "Ajani, I have missed you." The language, usually foreign to Bella, suddenly felt familiar, settling in her mind as if it had always belonged there. Unbidden words surged forth from Bella, familiar yet not truly hers. Her new voice resonated with a lower timbre, cracking in unexpected places. "Ihit? Che. Enite Nehi? Sister? Che. Is that you? Che." Bella whispered, attempting to shake off the sudden vertigo, leaning heavily against a startled Rosalie who bore her weight. You, it's you. The one who's been in my dreams, singing that song." A low growl rumbled from Rosalie's chest, a clear indication of her discomfort with the idea of anyone invading Bella's mind. But Bella joined Shernet, humming the same tune, and the shopkeeper's eyes softened. "That was Ajani's favorite song as a baby," she said, her voice gentle. "I used to sing it to him when the full moon came too close. It helped keep the wolf calm and helped him sleep." Bella carefully unfolded a poster from her pocket, laying it out on the counter with a solemn air under Shernet's watchful gaze. "Your brother was my sire," Bella said, though it sounded more like a question. Shernet's dark eyes remained fixed on Ajani's smiling face. "Yes, it seems that way," she replied softly. "I'm so sorry he found me," Bella whispered, her voice heavy with regret. "He's beautiful." Shernet shook her head, but for a brief moment, her composed demeanor cracked, revealing an abyss of grief and despair. Loss, fully embodied. The shopkeeper sighed deeply. Ajani's fate was perhaps sealed by many actions or inactions, mine, his, destinies, she said, waving a hand dismissively. "It's a harsh reality we live in, especially for us, those who dwell at the edges of the unknown." "How did he become a child?" Bella asked. Shernet guided them to a side table, her ornate cane tapping against the hardwood floor before she settled into her mahogany chair, as if carrying the weight of the world on her shoulders. Taking a sip of her tea, she closed her eyes for a moment to gather her thoughts. "Would you like to hear our story?" Shernet asked, opening her eyes to meet Bella's and Rosalie's gazes in turn. Bella nodded and leaned forward. "Sometimes it feels just like yesterday that we were children," she sighed, sinking deeper into her chair. Her eyes drifted, losing focus on the present, as if she were peering into a distant past. Tigray, Ethiopia, 1856. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long, golden rays through the trees. A young Shernet, her face radiant with innocence, danced in the meadow, laughing as an energetic Ajani chased after her. Their laughter echoed through the forest, filling the air with a sense of joy and freedom. But that happiness was destined to fade. On that fateful night in the village, the air was thick with the scent of frankincense and the distant thrum of tribal drums, while the moon clouds seemed to draw back, hiding behind a thick veil. The first sounds came from the livestock, their pens crafted from logs and braided straw. The frantic bleats of goats and the distant mooing of zebu cows echoed through the air, bouncing off the walls of the tukul huts, circular structures made from wood, mud, and thatched roofs. A sense of unease settled over everyone, a prickling sensation on their skin that whispered of an impending dread. Women paused in their weaving of vibrantly colored fabrics adorned with traditional motifs, while men halted their discussions about trade and tribal matters. Ajani, ever the fearless and curious boy, seized a wooden spear carved with ancestral symbols and moved toward the source of the commotion. His feet padded softly against the sun-baked earth of the village square, passing the sacred sycamore tree where village ceremonies were often held. Shernet felt a sinking sensation, as if her heart were plummeting into a bottomless abyss. "Ajani, wait," she called, but her voice was lost in the rising chaos. Villagers, soldiers and hunters alike, snatched up their weapons, spears and shot-hells, the curved swords of their ancestors. They armed themselves quickly, securing leather shields adorned with powerful symbols on their arms, and marched toward the ominous sounds that now mingled with human screams. At the edge of the village, they spotted it, a creature with matted fur stained with blood, its eyes a haunting silver, glinting like ferocious mercury. A child of the moon caught in the throes of transformation, its bestial visage twisted in an expression of both agony and rage. Ajani stood there, too close to the creature, his expression a mix of fascination and horror, his eyes wide beneath the faint glow of a clay oil lamp someone had hastily hung on a nearby acacia tree. Then, in a moment that stretched into eternity, the creature lunged at him. "No!" The collective cry rose from the crowd. The crowd's cries were drowned out by the thunderous discharge of muskets and the powerful chants of the village shamans. They hurled protective talismans made of carved bone and amulets inscribed with sacred scripts at the beast, reciting incantations older than the mountains themselves. A soldier lunged forward, spear aimed at the creature, and struck it just as its teeth sank into Ajani's arm. More spears flew, piercing the beast's hide and eliciting guttural roars that shook the heavens and rattled the handcrafted wooden masks adorning the village meeting area. Finally, the creature collapsed, its wild eyes dimming into the eternal stillness of death. But the cost was devastating. 3 soldiers lay motionless, their lives extinguished, and several others were injured. And Ajani was forever changed. Shernet rushed to her brother, her heart breaking at the sight of his bloodied arm and the terror and confusion in his eyes. She held him close, shielding his gaze from the creature that had irrevocably altered their lives. "It's all right, Ajani, it's all right," she murmured, her voice thick with emotion. Yet, even she struggled to believe her own words as she looked into the terrified eyes of her parents. The village mourned its losses and tended to the wounded. Priests from the ancient Christian church in the region offered prayers, filling the air with haunting echoes of liturgical chants. But a dark cloud loomed over Ajani, one that seemed to grow heavier with each passing day. In the days that followed the tragic night, the village council convened. Tensions ran high, the atmosphere thick with a mix of sorrow, dread, and an unspeakable burden. It was decided, Ajani was to be banished, for the safety of the village and everyone he had ever known. Shernet felt her heart constrict as her parents, respected members of the council, echoed this sentiment. "It's for the best, Shernet," her mother said softly. Her eyes clouded with tears. "You must understand, we cannot risk the lives of the villagers. What happened to your brother is a curse that we cannot yet comprehend. Your gifts as a healer are needed here," her father added, his voice heavy with sorrow. "You have a duty to your people, to your lineage." Shernet looked at them, her eyes ablaze with a fierce determination that not even the most tempestuous storms could quell. "I have a duty to my brother as well. You speak of my gifts as though they are to be hoarded and protected. My gifts are meaningless if I can't use them to save my own family. If anyone has a chance to cure Ajani, to turn him back into a human, it's me." Shernet's gaze shifted back to the present, meeting Bella's captivated eyes. "But as you can see, I was never successful. Over time, Ajani and I drifted apart, as I was, unable to cope with the consequences of his condition. I became obsessed with the supernatural, particularly in finding the remaining children of the moon. Over the years, I learned to slow down my own aging through certain rituals, spells you could call them. But unlike Ajani, I'm still ultimately human, and the years keep piling on," she said softly, pointing to her pepper-gray hair as if to confirm her words. "And he wanted me to just live my life and let him live his." Years turned into decades, each passing moon phase a reminder of the curse Ajani bore and the quest that consumed Shernet. They had been blessed by the goddess Asta, allowing Ajani to recognize Shernet even in his wolf state, their bond transcending the wrath of the moon. She had traversed continents, spoken to a homeless man versed in ancient lore in the alleys of Prague, conversed with a mythology professor from Chicago who filled chalkboards with arcane symbols, and even sought the wisdom of a wise woman in a remote part of Chile, whose words were as enigmatic as they were insightful. Everywhere she went, she accumulated knowledge. Pieces of myths, clues, and theories about the children of the moon. On the eve of another full moon, Shernet found herself back at their secluded home, away from prying eyes and judgmental whispers. The air was thick with the tension of unspoken feelings and unacknowledged truths. "Yanni," Shernet began, her voice heavy with exhaustion. "I may have found another ritual, another." "Stop," Ajani interrupted, his brown silver eyes avoiding hers. "Shenit, enough is enough. We've been at this for nearly a century. You can't keep wasting your time trying to stop the inevitable." "It's my life to waste," she retorted, frustration bubbling to the surface. "You're a genius, Cheche, the best shaman of our time. What about your dreams too? And what would you have me do?" Shenit gritted her teeth. "Stand idly by while you live half a life? A life that's not entirely yours?" Ajani sighed deeply. "I won't lie. There are moments, nights, when the wolf in me feels more alive than I ever did as a person. There's a kind of freedom, a wild purity that you can't understand." "Freedom? Is it freedom when you have to hide, to always look over your shoulder, to be forever apart from the world?" Shenit snapped, her words sharper than she intended. The room fell silent. "I think you should go get some air," Ajani finally said. "Fine," Shenit shot back, storming out of the house and letting the door slam shut behind her. When she returned hours later, emotions still swirling but somewhat calmer, Ajani was gone. On the wooden table lay a letter, penned with a loving hand, and beside it, a small amulet, an intricately carved wolf encased in silver, one of his own creations. Shenit felt her knees give way as she read his words, a final goodbye, a plea for her to live her life fully, as she deserved. He wrote that he'd. Shenit felt his presence would always be with her, in spirit if not in form. For weeks, she tried to reach out to him through her dreams, harnessing her shamanic powers. Yet, each time she attempted to connect, she encountered a kind but impenetrable barrier. "You taught me well enough how to protect my mind, Cheche," she could almost hear Ajani chiding her with a gentle smile. Years turned into more years, and the only place they could meet was in the dreamscape. Occasionally, Ajani would appear, his features a blend of young man and wolf, always radiating an undeniable serenity. They spoke in dreams, reminiscing about their childhood, discussing her latest discoveries, and sharing thoughts about the state of the world. Then, decades later, something shifted. Instead of Ajani, a new presence emerged in her dreams, Isabella, a dark chestnut wolf with a penchant for nightmares filled with hunts, screams, and an overwhelming amount of blood. No words were exchanged, but a sense of foreboding permeated the dreams. "I didn't want to admit what might have happened," Shenit said, covering her trembling hands with her tea. "Ajani may have been young when he transformed, but he was resourceful, considered a man by our tribe standards. But when I saw you in my dreams, I knew he was gone." Bella felt tears welling up in her eyes. Rosalie, who had remained silent until now, reached out and gently squeezed the girl's hand, a gesture that conveyed, "I'm here, and I understand." "Thank you, Miss Shenit," Bella managed to say, her voice thick with emotion. "Call me Cheche," the older woman replied, a sad yet fond smile gracing her lips. "After all, you and Ajani share a bond now. In a way, that makes you family." "Family," Bella repeated softly. For the second time that day, the word was taking on a deeper meaning and complexity. For a long moment, the room fell silent, save for the occasional flicker of candle flames and the distant rustle of wine through the trees outside. In the dim light, they both felt the weight of their shared history and the connections that bound them. As Shenit's supply store enveloped them, the atmosphere took on a mystical quality, suspended between two worlds. Each object seemed to hold a story, secrets whispered through the ages. The elder woman rose and walked toward a shadowy corner of the store. Shenit lifted a section of the carpet, revealing a nearly invisible square carving in the floor. If Bella and Rosalie had been human, they likely wouldn't have noticed it. With a tap of her cane, Shenit struck a rhythm on the square, and the wood slid aside to unveil a gleaming silver safe. The scent of werewolf and vampire venom wafted off the safe's surface, causing the two young women to instinctively cringe. Shenit shot them a playful glance before kneeling down to unlock the safe. Inside, she revealed stacks of leather journals, weathered folders brimming with documents, letters, photographs, small artifacts, and a thick, folded piece of paper that captured Bella's attention. Shenit grabbed the bundle and brought it to the counter, beckoning the two women over with a nod. She delicately unrolled the paper, revealing an old, annotated world map, its surface crinkling with the echoes of time. "This," she said, gesturing at the map with a sweeping motion, "is my life's work. I had intended to show this to my brother, Johnny, before he left us. But he has no use for it now. However, you," she said, looking directly at Bella, "might find it incredibly useful." Her gaze shifted to Rosalie, as if inviting her into a shared secret. "Especially with the new company you're expecting in town." The map was a complex tapestry of lines, symbols, and annotations. Dots marked various locations around the globe, accompanied by handwritten notes. "How did you?" Rosalie began, but her voice trailed off as she caught Bella's eye. A silent agreement passed between them, a shared understanding of the significance of what lay before them. To summon protection from other realms. How could Shernet possibly know about the Vulturi's invasion? Shernet chuckled softly. "In Amharic," she mused, "which means, the world has ears." Bella and Rosalie exchanged glances, their confusion deepening. "I've been around the block a few times," Shernet continued, translating her own phrase. "I have friends in all kinds of places, some of them not even human. Some of them," she paused for effect, "not even of this physical world. Do you think a woman like me wouldn't have allies in both seen and unseen realms?" For a moment, the room seemed to come alive, as if the walls were leaning in to listen. The wooden masks, the dusty books, and the arcane trinkets appeared to nod in silent agreement. "Do you identify as a witch?" Bella ventured, still processing the cascade of information and the implications of other realms. Shernet smiled, a mystery dancing on her lips. "Some might call me that. Others prefer the term shaman. But titles are only as useful as the understanding they bring. My focus has always been on the pursuit of knowledge and the protection of those I care about. Ajani used to say, 'There are no words to describe your greatness, Che, you are like the jungle.' He liked to call me wild woman." Shernet's eyes narrowed in mock suspicion, but that compliment always seemed to come when he wanted extra snacks. They all chuckled, the spirit of Ajani's boyish charm warming the room and easing the tension. Rosalie excused herself, heading to a payphone near the entrance of the store. As she dialed her family's house phone, her mind raced with the revelations that lay unfurled on Shernet's table. In her absence, Shernet began to elaborate on the documents. "These are my translations of original mythological and folklore texts. This one," she pointed to a stack of papers, "talks about ancient rituals believed to summon protection from other realms. To control the beast within. And these," Shernet said, gesturing to another pile, "are first-hand accounts of people who claim to have encountered the children of the moon." As Bella absorbed the wealth of information, Shernet looked up, locking eyes with her. "You and Ajani have the same eyes," she murmured. Bella chuckled, feeling a bit self-conscious. "Ah, the silver of the wolf blends with my old brown, creating this strange color." "No, I don't mean the color," Shernet corrected her. "I mean the warmth. It's still there, even after everything you've been through. Ajani was the same way. Sometimes I think it was part of his gift, his resilience." Bella blinked in surprise, about to respond when Rosalie walked back into the store, her golden eyes bright with determination. "Carlyle is calling for another meeting. Alice says, this changes everything." And there it was, an invitation, a challenge, a promise of something more. A path to a future where the lines between myth and reality blurred. But maybe, just maybe, they could find the answers they so desperately sought. Shernet nodded, as if she had already known this would happen. "Very well, prepare yourselves. What lies ahead is a path few have dared to tread, but one that might lead you to the answers you seek." The energy in the room was palpable, like an electric charge before a storm. The documents, the map, the weight of the ancient myths, all of it seemed to coalesce into a singular point of destiny, one they were now irrevocably tied to. As they stood up to leave, the bundle gathered under Rosalie's arm, Shernet placed a hand on Bella's shoulder. "Carry that warmth with you, Ligi. It will guide you through the darkness." "And Isabella?" "Yes." Bella replied. Please thank those Quilluit boys for me, for burying a Johnny. He always loved climbing big trees. Shernit gave her a small wink, shooing them out of her shop. As Bella and Rosalie crossed the threshold of the supply store, something compelled Bella to take one last look back. In that brief moment, Bella caught sight of Shernit, a seemingly invincible woman with a towering presence, bent over her cane like a banyan tree weathering a summer monsoon. The powerful figure was momentarily stripped bare, revealing a layer of vulnerable sorrow tucked away beneath her wisdom and strength. It was a private moment, a crack in the unyielding surface where grief seeped through, if only for a few seconds. Shernit allowed herself this brief lapse, this moment of fragility when she thought no one was watching. Belatedly, Bella realized that Shernit's dress was one of mourning. A sudden surge of emotion washed over her, inexplicable yet deeply intimate. It was as if the very air thickened with a kind of quantum energy, a soft whisper in the atmosphere that felt startlingly like when Shernit shared her story, felt like a Johnny. Was it him reaching out from wherever he was, sending love to a sister who had suffered in solitude for so long? The moment passed as quickly as it had arrived, but it left Bella aching. Are you coming, Bella? Rosalie's voice cut through her reverie. Yeah, Bella replied, her voice tinged with newfound reverence for the journey ahead. I'm right behind you. The sun was setting, casting a golden glow over the expansive highway. Bella revved the engine of her motorcycle, feeling its vibrations pulse through her. Rosalie sat behind her, her arms securely wrapped around Bella's waist. As they rode, the wind whipped through their hair, seeming to carry away the heavy atmosphere they'd left behind at Shernit's shop. Still, the weight of what they had learned hung over them like an impending storm. Can you believe it? Bella shouted over the roar of the engine. The children of the moon might still be alive. I want to, Rosalie responded, but we have to be careful, Bella. Especially with us being on the Vulturi's radar. A shiver ran down Bella's spine at the mention of their name. The mention of the Vulturi hung in the air, their ever-present threat looming over them. Bella felt Rosalie tighten her grip, as if she could sense the unease coursing through her. The physical contact reminded Bella of the bond they shared, filling her with a renewed sense of purpose and assurance. Soon, they reached the outskirts of Forks. Towering trees and the familiar scent of damp earth welcomed them back. It felt like stepping into another world, one now filled with more complications than ever. Bella turned onto the long, winding driveway that led to the Cullens residence. The large, modern house emerged from the dense forest like a beacon, its windows glowing softly in the twilight. As they parked the motorcycle, Bella felt a new weight settle on her shoulders. Rosalie seemed to sense her thoughts. We'll figure it out, she murmured, her golden eyes meeting Bella's. Hearing those reassuring words from Rosalie sent a wave of warmth through Bella. Today felt different. She knew she couldn't dwell on it, not with everything else going on, but a sense of gratitude swelled within her. She reflected on the emotional walls Rosalie had climbed to reach this point, reminding her of that night in the woods when the Cullens returned. Your humanity represented a threat to my family, Rosalie said, raising a manicured eyebrow. Your wolf still might. She sighed, adding, but there's a difference between making a bad choice and having one made for you. I understand the latter much more, we all do. Let's go, Bella replied, taking a deep breath to steady herself as she grabbed her backpack filled with Shernit's research. The atmosphere felt heavy, like the air before a summer downpour, as Bella and Rosalie entered the Cullens residence. Jacob's pack and the Cullens were already there, their faces a mix of anticipation and concern. The room was a hothouse of conflicting emotions, where the sense of werewolf and vampire mingled but never truly blended. Emmett sat silently, a different air about him, guarded, as he glanced between Rosalie and Bella but didn't say a word. The silence in the room was palpable until Seth finally broke it. Well? What happened? He squinted at Bella's backpack, as if trying to solve an unsolvable puzzle. Rosalie stepped forward, unrolling Shernit's detailed world map onto the dining table. We found something, she announced. And it's not just conjecture or folklore. Shernet has actually pinpointed places where she believes the children of the moon might be hiding. A murmur of excited disbelief rippled through the room. Carlyle looked taken aback as he absorbed the information. All these millennia, the children still managed to survive. How is this possible? Jacob crossed his arms and leaned back, skepticism etched on his face. We shouldn't get ahead of ourselves. This could all be the ramblings of a crazy old lady. Rosalie shot Jacob a dark glare, but it was Bella who spoke up. No, Jake, she's different. Shernet is the sister of the werewolf who bit me, a Johnny. Jacob's eyes widened, and he fell silent. Yeah, and she mentioned a whole bunch of stuff about magic in other realms, but the important part is that we have a shot, Bella said, jabbing her finger into the folders. They could be out there. But can we really trust an old map? Leah raised an eyebrow. From what Carlyle told us, the lady never actually saw the places herself and got her information from people who didn't either. What if they moved? What if they lied to get the Vulturi off their trail? What if it's all a myth? Yeah, but technically, Leah, we're a bunch of myths to people too, and we exist, Seth countered, his forehead wrinkled in thought. And not trusting this could be a bigger mistake, Bella insisted, her eyes locking onto each member of the room. Say that they're alive and we do find them, Jasper interjected, his tactical mind kicking into gear. How do we know they'll be willing to help us? That they won't attack us and do the Vulturi's job for them? Remember, if they've been in hiding this long from vampires. That's a lot of resentment waiting to come out, especially for immortal beings like them. Finding them could do more harm than good for our coven. Bella thought it over. What if I go alone? Like hell you will, Jacob growled. Excuse me, Rosalie frowned, her golden eyes darkening at the thought of such danger. Bella raised her hands in a sheepish gesture. Jasper has a point. You can't just stroll up to a potentially feral coven as their natural-born enemies and ask for a cup of sugar. And even though the Cullens are wolves, we've seen how Sam and Paul act during the full moon. It might be the same problem. She sighed. I'm the only one who is a child here. Yeah, we know, Rosalie grumbled. And, Bella shot the blonde a glare, that means I have the best chance of getting them to listen. Carlyle watched her, his paternal concern evident. Bella, we appreciate your desire to protect us, but... At that moment, Jacob abruptly stood up and stormed out of the house, tremors racing down his arms as surprised eyes followed his departure. Seth made a move to follow him, but Bella held up her hand solemnly. I'll handle it, she said, her gaze following Jacob's retreating figure as she strode after him. Just let me know when we leave, she called over her shoulder. Bella burst through the back door, the leaves crunching underfoot as she sped into the darkening woods. She found Jacob leaning against a tree, arms crossed and his expression unreadable. Taking a deep breath, she approached him. Why are you here? Shouldn't you be planning your solo mission? Jacob's voice dripped with sarcasm. We haven't really talked since that night at the tree, Bella began, her words cautious. I wanted to say that I'm sorry. Jacob narrowed his eyes. For what? Leaving? Don't lie, Bella. Yeah, Bella sighed, I do owe you an apology. But you have to understand. Understand what? Jacob cut her off, his voice rising. Jacob's voice was laced with bitterness. So, I've been begging you to stay alive for months, and all it takes is a kiss from Blondie to make you reconsider? Bella stepped back, her eyes widening in surprise. It's not like that, Jake. I've been changing, little by little, mostly because of you. You can't know how many times your words have echoed in my mind, telling me to do better, to think things through. Jacob's expression softened just a fraction. If that's true, then why do you always run away? Because staying feels like a burden to everyone else, Bella admitted, her gaze drifting away. Leaving seemed like the lesser evil. You don't get to decide what's a burden for me or anyone else, Jacob shot back, tension creeping into his voice. If you really cared about how your actions affect the people who love you, you'd stop making reckless decisions on a whim. Bella clenched her fists, frustration bubbling up. So, you're saying I shouldn't have any say in the sacrifices that are made? You get to play the hero, nearly die yourself, but I just have to stand by and be grateful? It's not a competition, Bella, Jacob replied, his voice firm. It's about not being reckless with your own life and the lives of the people who care about you. My happiness isn't worth you losing yours. Bella threw her hands in the air. And how could I ever be happy if you aren't here? Jacob growled, stepping closer into her personal space. Bella gritted her teeth, shoving him back in defiance. Jacob stumbled but quickly regained his balance, performing a back handspring. He shook his head, huffing, before charging at Bella like a linebacker. The impact sent them both crashing to the ground. They began to wrestle, Bella trying to pin Jacob while he worked to throw her off. When she finally got him down and raised her fist, locking eyes with Jacob, she was suddenly transported back to the morning after her first full moon. She was startled by the sight of a massive wolf. It paused, and they stared at each other, both caught in a moment that felt suspended in time. The sunlight transformed the creature's copper fur into a blazing shade of henna. The wolf crouched down on its forelegs, trying to appear less intimidating. Bella knew it should have been her moment to run. She should have backed away or begged for her life. Yet, even in her most vulnerable state, she felt a sense of awareness in the wolf's dark eyes, a comfort that reminded her of something deeper. Taking a deep breath, she pushed aside her instincts and called out, "Jacob?" The wolf yipped and lunged forward, showering Bella with wet kisses that soaked her hair. She couldn't help but giggle, threading her fingers through the wispy tufts behind his ears to tickle him. There was an innocence in their playful tussle, a dance that transcended language and species. Bella smiled, her eyes sparkling with childlike wonder, as Jacob gave her a gentle nip on the shoulder before stepping out of her embrace. She watched in awe as he began to huff and vibrate with an intensity that felt otherworldly. Scooting backward, she stared as the fur seemed to melt away from his body. Paws, tail, and the vibrant hue receded until a boy appeared in place of the wolf. Crouched on the balls of his feet, Jacob regarded her with quiet, gentle eyes. In that moment, a new understanding passed between them, a solemn connection that needed no words. Jacob reached for her ankle, gripping it with a calloused palm that soothed her unspoken fears and grounded her. The warmth of the sun kissed their bare skin, the moss beneath them provided a soft cushion, and the gentle gurgle of the nearby stream created a soothing symphony in their hidden oasis. Long moments passed before they moved again. They looked at each other, really looked, and the emotional charge that had filled the air finally began to dissipate. "Being your friend is exhausting," Bella murmured, her words breaking the silence between them. "You think you're exhausted?" Jacob chuckled, his laughter soft as dew. "Being your friend is excruciating." A genuine laugh bubbled up from Bella, shattering the tension like fragile glass. Jacob's mouth turned up in a reluctant, bright smile. Just then, Seth burst through the underbrush, his eyes rolling in a startling imitation of his irritated mother. "Are you two finished with your soap opera? We actually have work to do, remember?" Both Bella and Jacob exchanged chastised grins. "Yeah, we're done," Bella confirmed, locking eyes with Jacob and playfully shoving him into the bushes before racing to catch up with Seth. For now. The others had been poring over Shernet's notes while they were gone, cross-examining the information with Carlisle's resources. Meanwhile, Jasper was on the phone, murmuring about expedited travel documentation and housing fees. "As of now, we have 3 issues, Sam and the Cullens, the Vulturi, and our mission to find these children of the moon. How do we split our resources?" Carlisle suggested when the trio finally sat down. "I'm going to find the children," Bella stated, her voice resolute. Carlisle started to protest. "Maybe it's best if you—" "No," Bella interrupted. "If there's any chance the Vulturi or Sam back down because they think I'm gone, you can use that. Plus, I need more information on my wolf anyway." Jacob intervened. "I'll go with you. You'll need another pair of eyes watching your back." "Yes, but it can't be you, Jake," Bella retorted, raising a hand to stop his argument. Without me here, you are the only one who can overpower Sam without killing him. If he comes back to attack, we'll need you to handle the other Cullens. And you have the best chance of getting him on our side again. Fine, Jacob crossed his arms but relented. But if I'm not going, who is? We can't send the entire Brady bunch here to delegate either. Alice raised her hand, but Bella shook her head. Alice, we need all the gifted ones here in case of a Vulturi visit. Rosalie stepped in, her whiskey gold eyes blazing. I'll go with Bella, Emmett said, jumping to his feet with a deep frown on his face. Rose, that's too risky, he added. They won't be alone, big guy, Leah interrupted. I'll go. Bella grimaced. You? Seriously? Leah shrugged. Think about it. You'll need another werewolf, and it can't be Jacob or Seth. I'm all you've got. Carlisle and Esme exchanged glances. Unfortunately, she's not wrong, Carlisle admitted. Ain't nothing unfortunate about it, Doc, Leah scoffed, throwing her hands behind her head. I'm a goddamn delight. All right, fine, Bella sighed, conceding. Rosalie, Leah, and I will pursue Shernet's lead. Carlisle nodded. And we'll engage with Sam, look for more allies, and stay alert for any Volturi movements. Jasper is already making arrangements for your first stop, Norway. Maybe the Denalis will be more willing to help now that the stakes have changed, Esme murmured. All right, Leah clapped her hands, breaking the momentary silence that had fallen over the room. So, you guys have a private jet, right? She turned a curious gaze to Carlisle and Esme, who were blinking in surprise. Because Mama likes to save the world in style. Chapter 22, Midnight Sun. Are you sure this is the best time for you to be going, Bells? Charlie leaned against the doorway of her bedroom, watching as Bella stuffed another pair of jeans into her duffel bag. I mean, with exams coming up and graduation around the corner, why don't you just pick a project you can do here? Bella shook her head, a smile spreading across her face as she recalled the story the Cullens and Cullens had crafted for her father. Carlisle thinks it would be a good opportunity for me to explore places outside of Forks before I decide on a school. And you know Sue wants Leah to get some space from Forks after Harry. Rosalie wanting to go on a vacation just made it all fall into place. She shrugged, wiggling her fingers to signal him to pass her the socks on her nightstand. I know, Charlie said, rubbing his mustache. I'm just being a worrywart. There are lots of crazy folks out there, and you all are young women. It's easier to keep an eye on you when you're around, you know? He sighed in resignation. You'll call when you get there? Bella zipped up her bag and turned off her bedroom lights before slipping her arm through Charlie's, leading him down the stairs. The moment we land, I'm going to shove the flight attendant aside to get to the nearest landline, she nodded, her expression serious. Don't forget to use the clothesline move I taught you and go for her throat, Charlie said, patting her hand, though he was only half joking. Every second counts. Once they reached the kitchen, Bella turned to him, meeting his warm gaze. Dad, the words caught in her throat. I'll miss you. Please be safe. I hope I can keep you safe. But just then, the scrape of gravel and the incessant beep of a truck horn interrupted her swirling thoughts. She could hear Sue scolding someone about noise complaints from the driveway. Taking a deep breath, Bella collected herself and gave her father her brightest smile, pushing aside the sharp pressure building behind her eyes. She pulled him into a tight hug, memorizing his familiar warmth. The scent of anise aftershave and the warmth of his flannel wrapped around him like a familiar embrace. He cradled the back of her head gently, as if she were still a newborn. I love you, Bella whispered, breathing in his warmth and his gruff yet gentle presence. She pulled back just before tears could spill. See you soon, okay? Love you too, kiddo, Charlie replied, nodding as he wriggled his mustache to hide a small sniffle. Bring me back a cool t-shirt, something that single moms would love. Moms? Bella raised an eyebrow, fully aware of the front door opening but choosing to ignore it. Or do you mean something Sue would love? What's something I'd love? Sue Clearwater asked, stepping in and catching sight of the two swans. Charlie blushed, his eyes wide as he slashed a hand across his throat in a silent plea. Bella, with a devil-may-care smirk, slipped past Sue toward the front door. "Oh, nothing. Charlie just had a new fish recipe he wanted to try with you," Bella said, pressing a quick kiss to Sue's cheek. She leaned in closer and whispered, "Thanks, Sue, watch out for him, please." "Always," Sue said, giving Bella's waist a quick squeeze. "Leah's outside waiting for you." She rolled her eyes. "Please get her to take her hands off that horn before I put mine around her neck. I brought that girl into this world, and I don't mind taking her out of it for a weekend." "Forks might give you a medal for that," Bella replied, nodding gravely. "I can hear you, jackass," Leah grumbled from outside, leaning on the horn. "Get the heck out here so we can leave." Bella shot her father and Sue a droll look. "Looks like I need to go," she said, grabbing one of Sue's muffins from her bag of supplies as she rushed toward the door. "Love you guys, bye." Bella, wait, but the front door slammed behind her, and Charlie's shoulders dropped in resignation. The sudden silence settled heavily on his heart. He hadn't even had time to give her his famous lecture on pepper spray and situational awareness. He slumped down in a kitchen chair, feeling the weight of her absence. Sue's warm hands rubbed Charlie's shoulders as he pouted. "Does it ever get easier? Watching them grow up and just leave?" Sue sighed and leaned over to rest her chin on Charlie's shoulder. "I've asked myself that many times over the years, especially after Harry. Every time they walk out that door, a part of me wants to hold them close and never let go. But the truth? It doesn't necessarily get easier, but it gets different." Charlie turned to look at her, searching her eyes for understanding. "Different? What do you mean?" She took a moment, choosing her words with care. "At first, you're worried about scraped knees and nightmares. Then, it's about broken hearts and making the right choices. Eventually, it's about them finding their way in the world, hoping they remember the values and lessons you taught them. The concerns evolve, but the love is a constant. And that's what we hold on to." Charlie chuckled, a bit embarrassed. "Listening to you talk, I feel like I've barely figured out how to be a dad." "Oh, you have your moments," Sue smirked, giving him a gentle nudge. "But a mother has to have the lion's share of wisdom." Meanwhile, outside the Swan residence, the sky was awash with hues of twilight. Rich purples and deep blues stretched over Forks, casting a solemn shadow. Leah's truck idled, its low rumble breaking the serene silence. The scent of damp earth and pine wafted through the cool evening air, reminding Bella of the countless days she had spent enveloped in the embrace of these woods. As Bella approached, she noticed Leah tapping incessantly on the steering wheel. "Took you long enough," Leah remarked, her eyes scanning Bella as her silhouette framed against the backdrop of the dimming sunset made her skin glow. Bella huffed, her thoughts clouded. "Had to say goodbye, didn't I?" Leah snorted as she pulled out of the driveway. "Yeah, well, time's wasting. Wasting time. We've got a plane to catch, and I'm dying to try those fancy tiny cashews." Bella's gaze shifted to the distant horizon. "It feels weird leaving home, not knowing when we'll be back," she murmured. Leah nodded, her fingers twiddling with the old radio. "It's not forever, Swan. We have a mission. For you, for all of us." The weight of their journey settled heavily on Bella. The children of the moon, their last hope to stand against the Vulturi. But what if they were just myths? Or worse, what if they refused to join their cause? The uncertainty gnawed at her, intertwined with a desperate hope. Hours later, as they neared the private hangar, bathed in a soft glow, the sounds of Fleetwood Mac from Leah's radio provided a stark contrast to the tension in the air. In the dimming light, the silhouette of a sleek private plane became discernible. Its metallic surface gleamed, reflecting the last remnants of the day. "Now here you go again, you say you want your freedom. Well, who am I to keep you down? It's only right that you should play the way you feel it. But listen carefully to the sound of your loneliness. The Cullens stepped out of their vehicles as Jacob and Seth leaned against their bikes, their solemn expressions betraying the weight of the farewell. As Bella closed the truck door, they approached the women. Esme placed a gentle hand on Bella's shoulder. "Stay safe and take care of each other," she whispered. Carlisle nodded in agreement, grabbing their bags and taking them on board the plane. "The others are on patrol, but they send their love. Alice says she'll keep an eye out and call if anything," he said. "How do you two feel?" Carlisle's question lingered in the air as Bella and Leah exchanged glances. "We're as ready as we'll ever be," Bella replied, her voice steady despite the turmoil inside. Leah simply nodded, her eyes fixed on the horizon. At that moment, Emmett's jeep rolled into view. Bella and Leah paused near the hangar, their hearts heavy with the weight of their mission. As the light began to fade, Bella noticed Rosalie and Emmett engaged in a quiet yet intense conversation. Rosalie's face was a mask of pleading concern, while Emmett's expression was a blend of firmness and tenderness. He leaned down to kiss her forehead with a gentle ache, a silent promise passing between them. When Emmett stepped away to unload Rosalie's bag, Bella could see the mixture of sadness and resolve etched on his face. He pulled Rosalie into a tight embrace, whispering something in her ear before stepping back and driving away. Bella observed as Rosalie approached the group, her usual grace replaced by a rigid, almost mechanical movement. She barely acknowledged anyone as she made her way to the plane. Sensing the shift in Rosalie's demeanor, Bella followed closely behind, concern etched across her face. "Rosalie, are you—" "Not now, Bella," Rosalie interrupted, her voice colder and sharper than Bella had ever heard. Bella recoiled at the rebuff, her worry deepening. She watched Rosalie climb into the pilot's seat, her expression detached. Hesitantly, Bella stepped into the plane. The interior was a stark contrast to the tension between them. The cabin of the private jet exuded luxury and comfort, designed with a keen eye for elegance. Polished mahogany panels lined the walls, their rich, deep tones creating a warm, inviting ambience. Soft, golden accent lighting highlighted the intricate grain patterns in the wood. Plush, cream-colored leather seats were arranged thoughtfully throughout the space, offering both privacy and comfort. Each seat featured its own high-definition touchscreen, seamlessly integrated into the sleek, lacquered panels in front of them. Although the screens promised endless entertainment options, Bella's mind was too preoccupied to take notice. Towards the back, a small bar area was stocked with an array of beverages and snacks. The pristine black marble countertops gleamed under the subtle overhead lights, adding to the cabin's sophisticated atmosphere. The cabin was alive with soft lights. Above the bar, glass cabinets displayed an impressive collection of fine crystal glassware, their edges glinting in the light and sparkling like diamonds. In the center, a polished oak table stood surrounded by swivel chairs, its smooth surface inviting for meetings or a shared meal. The thick, soft carpet beneath Bella's feet was a rich burgundy, perfectly complementing the wood and leather, muffling the sounds of movement around her. As Bella ventured deeper into the cabin, she noticed a small corridor leading to more private quarters. There was a bedroom featuring a luxurious queen-sized bed draped in satin sheets, and a compact yet lavishly appointed bathroom. She paused at the window, looking out to see Carlisle and Esme standing outside. Their expressions were a mix of pride and concern. Carlisle placed a comforting hand on Esme's back and said, "Good luck," while Esme's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. They waved, their gestures filled with trust and silent encouragement. Leah, now lounging in the luxurious cabin with a mischievous grin, quipped, "Trouble in Vampire Paradise, Swan." Bella frowned in contemplation, mumbling to herself, "Wait. Wouldn't that just be hell? Since the two cancel each other out. Bad math and bad wingman etiquette, Lee," she scolded herself. Bella chose to ignore Leah, her gaze lingering on Rosalie's back. She settled into her seat, her mind racing with questions. What had happened between Rosalie and Emmett? Why the sudden coldness? The engines roared to life, the vibration of the plane echoing the unease in Bella's heart. As the aircraft lifted off, Forks disappeared beneath them, taking with it a sense of familiarity and safety. Leah was unabashedly enjoying the experience, her usually unimpressed eyes wide with excitement as she scoured the plane. "Dude, is this what Paris Hilton feels like every day?" she exclaimed, her voice muffled by the cashews stuffed in her cheeks. Savoring every moment, Bella gazed out the window, her thoughts drifting elsewhere. She stole a glance at Rosalie, her silhouette illuminated by the cockpit lights, and felt a pang of loss. Their recent closeness now felt like a distant memory. As the plane sliced through the clouds on its way to Norway, Bella's mind swirled with emotions. The mission ahead, the uncertainty surrounding the children of the moon, and Rosalie's sudden shift in behavior weighed heavily on her. She leaned back, closed her eyes, and tried to find solace in the hum of the engine. "We're heading into the unknown," she thought. "But it's our only chance. We have to make it count." The plane touched down gently in a secluded part of Norway, far from the prying eyes of the ordinary world. The breathtaking landscape that greeted them was a tapestry of vast greenery and rugged mountains, with crisp, invigorating air. The private hangar, nestled among rolling hills, was quaint yet functional, a stark contrast to the advanced technology they had just disembarked from. Once settled, they opened Shernet's book, its pages filled with notes and hypotheses. Among the scribbles and sketches, one town stood out as a promising lead. Determined, the trio made their way into Alisund, enveloped by the Norwegian architecture and the unfamiliar buzz of the language, igniting a sense of adventure within them. As they entered the charming town, Leah couldn't resist a quip, eyeing the sea of blonde heads. "Rosalie, you should probably take point. You look like you could be a long-lost daughter from around here." Rosalie raised an eyebrow and surprised them all by responding in fluent Scandinavian. "Fine, but if you two get lost, don't expect me to come looking for you." Her tone was sharp, yet Bella could have sworn she detected a hint of amusement in her eyes. The streets of Alisund were lined with Art Nouveau buildings, their ornate facades lending the town a fairy tale charm. Just then, a gentle snowfall began, dusting the cobblestone streets and adding to the enchanting atmosphere. Streets, covered by a soft white blanket. The cloudy gray sky and the serene beauty of the snowy atmosphere lent an air of tranquility to their search. As they walked, Bella took in her surroundings with keen interest. "This place feels different. Peaceful, almost," she remarked. Leah snorted. "Yeah, peaceful and freezing. Let's find this lead and get moving." Their search led them to the local college, a modest building marked with a sign that read, Alisund Universitet. Here, they hoped to find someone knowledgeable about the myths and legends that could guide them to the children of the moon. Rosalie, leading the way, approached the reception desk, her Norwegian smooth and confident. Bella and Leah trailed behind, exchanging glances and admiring the various decorative sculptures depicting folklore and ancient Norse characters. After a brief conversation with the receptionist, Rosalie turned back to them. "There's an anthropology professor here who might know something. Let's hope she's in." Professor Hilda Nordskog, with her stern demeanor and piercing gaze, commanded respect the moment they entered her office. A middle-aged woman, her hair pulled back in a tight bun and glasses perched on her nose, she exuded an air of scholarly authority. Rosalie stepped forward, speaking in fluent Scandinavian with a sudden cheerful tone that felt so alien it made Leah raise an eyebrow. "Good day, Professor Nordskog. I'm so sorry to interrupt your work, but we were very excited to speak with you." "Is that so?" The professor barely glanced up from her papers, absorbed in grading. "I find that to be a very rare sentiment during this part of final season. Are you new?" "Yes, ma'am," Rosalie replied, letting a hint of her American accent slip through her textbook perfect pronunciation. "I'm Rosalie, and this is Bella, and this is Leah. We're part of a foreign exchange program with our university to study supernatural myths and folklore in Norway. We've studied your papers and we're looking forward to meeting an expert for our dissertation research." Finally, Professor Nordskog looked up from her work. Professor Nordskog's interest was piqued as she switched to English, her Norse accent adding a warm, raspy quality to her words. "And what in particular are you interested in?" "An ancient cult based on werewolf and full moon folklore, the children of the moon," Rosalie replied. At this, Professor Nordskog raised both eyebrows, her gaze darting to a framed photo on her desk. It depicted a happy young girl in the arms of a grinning man and woman. A look of consternation settled over her features by the time she returned her attention to the unusual trio before her. That is a rather specific and small section of werewolf mythology that I rarely see anyone know about, let alone research. Is there a reason why you young ladies are interested in it? Personal curiosity, Leah spoke up this time, her tone polite yet her eyes sharp as she avoided the anxious and intense glares from Bella and Rosalie. I'm from a native tribe in Washington. Our origin history is based on wolf stories, but it's pretty obscure to the world. So when our professor asked us for a paper idea, it seemed like a fun project. Her grin flashed under the warm orange lights of the office, and Professor Nordskog leaned back unconsciously. Her body, whether she realized it or not, registered the subtle energy surrounding the three women. These are not typical students, intuition whispered to Hilda. But reason often drowned out that quiet knowing within a person's spirit. So, Professor Nordskog simply crossed her arms, tapping her pen against her bicep in thought. The origins of the children are not concrete. They seem to appear in histories around the world, not in depth, but almost like academic whispers. A sighting documented by an unrelated third party, a tiny annotation in a discontinued book. Some trace their beginnings as far back as 5000 to 4000 BC. Bella latched onto the date. Do you know of any other evidence or locations that might be important? We're interested in that data. Professor Nordskog sighed, tapping her pen on her desk. The children of the moon. The moon, or of Mainbarn, as the Scandinavian people referred to them, found their way into Norway's ancient legends as well. These creatures, said to be more beast than man, were both feared and revered. However, when it comes to historical evidence, there's little to be found. These stories are deeply rooted in folklore, not reality. So you don't believe in the myths at all? Leah asked, leaning against one of the ornate bookshelves. There's no possibility that they could have existed? Werewolves? The professor's disbelief was palpable, prompting her to burst into a rare laugh. It wasn't often that she was surprised by questions at her age. You're asking me if I believe werewolves exist? Honestly, you sound just like she frowned, regaining her composure. Pardon me. No, I do not believe in them. I think there are some facets of truth, especially regarding the cult aspect, but I don't think it was based on anything supernatural. Rosalie nodded thoughtfully. Any leads on where in Norway they were believed to frequent? The professor paused for a moment, then opened a drawer and pulled out an old map. There are areas in the northern regions where such myths were more prevalent. Remote, wild places where the ancient imagination could run free. But I must warn you, a lot of this research often leads to dead ends. Bella took note of the locations, her mind racing with possibilities. Despite the skepticism, they now had a starting point. Would it be all right if we exchanged numbers? In case we have more questions or come across something worthwhile? Hilda hesitated but relented at the earnest excitement in Bella's gaze. I suppose I could. She scribbled her number on a piece of paper and handed it to Bella. As they turned to leave, she added, best of luck with your research, ladies. Remember, while myths can be enthralling, they are often just that, myths. Don't let the fanciful tales mislead you from factual history. While Leah and Rosalie were more experienced in hiding their skepticism, Bella felt a thrill of anticipation for what lay ahead. Bella felt a tension in her posture as she considered how fanciful their situation was. She turned to Professor Hilda and offered a warm, albeit strained, smile. Of course, we'll make sure. Thank you again, Professor. The trio made their way back through the snow-covered streets of Alisund, each one lost in their thoughts. Bella broke the silence first. So, we're heading to the northern regions next. Leah nodded. Looks like it. But we're chasing shadows, aren't we? Rosalie's voice was cool but resolute. Shadows or not, it's a lead. We've come too far to back down now. As they ventured toward the Sunmoor Alps, the world around them transformed. The quaint charm of Alisund gave way to the wild, untamed beauty of the Norwegian wilderness. The landscape stretched endlessly, a tapestry of ancient forests and towering mountains that whispered tales of Yggdrasil and the realms it connected, of Odin's wise raven soaring through the sky, and of the elusive Naken lurking in hidden forest ponds. The air grew colder, the crisp bite of early spring nipping at their skin. Each breath formed small clouds of mist that vanished quickly into the ether. The dense canopy of trees overhead cast dappled shadows on the forest floor, creating a mosaic of light and darkness that danced with the gentle breeze. The forest felt like a slumbering giant, its once vibrant spirit muted by the passage of time. Moss-covered stones and fallen logs were scattered around, remnants of a forgotten age. Every step they took echoed through the woods, as if the very earth beneath their feet was listening. Rosalie, Leah, and Bella moved with a sense of purpose, their eyes scanning the surroundings. The stark beauty of the landscape was awe-inspiring, yet an undeniable sense of solitude hung in the air, as if the forest was holding its breath, waiting for something or someone long lost. The trees stood tall and proud, their branches swaying gently in the wind, whispering secrets of the ages. The scent of wet earth and pine filled their nostrils, a reminder of the raw nature surrounding them. It was a world untouched by time, a place where legends could hide in plain sight. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the sensation of being watched grew stronger. It wasn't threatening, but rather like the curious gaze of the forest itself, observing these new visitors with cautious entreat. Leah paused, her hand brushing against the rough bark of an old pine tree. "Feels like we've stepped into another world," she murmured, her voice barely louder than the rustling leaves. Bella nodded, her eyes wide with wonder. "It's beautiful. It feels like Forks but different." Rosalie remained silent, her gaze fixed ahead. Her mind was on the task at hand, searching for any sign of the children. The forest might hold secrets, but it wasn't easily giving them up. "How are we doing this? Walking through the forest hollering, Old Yeller?" Leah joked. "Your age is showing, Barbie," Leah chuckled, stripping off her clothes. Bella looked away to give her privacy, while Rosalie rolled her eyes in disdain. "What's your next idea, smoke signals?" Rosalie asked. Leah pulled a thick piece of twine from her pocket and began bundling up her clothes, tying them to her leg. "We'll split up. Track for any signs of unusual human or wolf activity, and then meet back here if we don't find anything. Make noise if you do, and we'll find you." Bella rifled through her book, pausing on a section. "You know, I've heard of weird things being spotted far into the woods, like 30, 40 miles in. Doors and staircases that look like someone cut them out and stuck them in the forest. Cabins and shacks that are hundreds of years old still look maintained, even though nobody lives there. Charlie always told me to never go near any of them when I used to visit. Today, a place to rest her weary heart. I eventually just got into the habit of ignoring them when I saw them. Maybe." Rosalie's brow furrowed in contemplation. For one of the first times since they had embarked on this journey, she addressed Bella directly. "So, you think there's something supernatural about them?" Bella shrugged. "Not sure, but why else would people avoid them? It's either dangerous individuals hanging around or beings that aren't human at all." "We'll keep an eye out," Leah said, a chill rolling down her spine. "You, rolling with me, Swan, or Blondie?" Bella glanced at Rosalie in response. Her chest tightened as she noticed Rosalie half turning away, her expression blank except for the icy look in her eyes. The message was clear, Bella's presence was not wanted. If someone had asked Isabella how she would have reacted to Rosalie's attitude back then, she would have admitted to cowering, offering unnecessary apologies, and feeling a pervasive fear of never living up to some unattainable standard. There would have been insecurity, desperation, even envy. And maybe those feelings still lingered within her. Perhaps they could never fully fade away, as they were part of who she had become. But that was the past, before the 3 bites, the 3 transformations, the 3 kisses, the death sentences, the countless nightmares, and the possession by an unnamed god. Oddly enough, her immediate reaction to Rosalie wasn't anger. The day after the vampire had stopped her from escaping to Volturi, Bella found herself lost in thought, sitting at the bottom of that lonely stream. The most frequent question on her mind? How did it get this bad for me? How did I reach a point where people had to beg me to value my own life? She cared deeply for the people in Forks, her friends, her father, the Cullens, and the Cullens. Of course, she would sacrifice for their safety and happiness. But that night in front of the Epilogue tree didn't feel like a sacrifice. It felt like exhaustion, a bed waiting for Bella at the end of a long day, a place to finally rest her weary heart. It had been a long, hard day. Maybe that's why Rosalie's words cut so deeply. Perhaps they were the catalyst that made Bella flutter her eyes open and take in her surroundings. The image of the vampire loomed in her mind, fierce and unyielding. "You want to die for us?" "Fine," Rosalie had hissed, her voice laced with a dangerous edge. Bella could still feel the cold press of Rosalie's teeth against the vulnerable pulse of her carotid, sending a shiver down her spine even now. The raw intensity in Rosalie's eyes was almost terrifying, their golden hue burning with a fire that was both protective and accusatory. An involuntary, hoarse curse escaped Bella's lips, a reflex to the biting pleasure and painful truth in Rosalie's words. But do not throw your life away in some meaningless suicide and act like it's martyrdom. It's not. It's an excuse, Rosalie continued, her words slicing through Bella's defenses, leaving her exposed and vulnerable. Rosalie had known. Jacob had known. Her father had known. And now, Bella knew too, as she watched Rosalie's shifting moods with a sense of stillness. She had asked the blonde for one favor: "Please, don't shut me out, not again. It's scary to know you're the one who could do real damage." She didn't ask for commitment, not even for acknowledgement of their bond, just communication. A pathway to figuring things out together, even if they would never be together. Perhaps Rosalie could let old habits continue. Maybe it was Bella's fault that she felt she could. Her flawed beliefs and actions had led to her mate not finding their relationship worthy of upholding a promise of respect and growth. The realization hit her with the force of a winter storm crashing against the shore. What a way to discover she loved someone. Bella found herself teetering on the edge of laughter. A quiet, strange, wild sound that echoed through the woods, startling Leah and Rosalie. Because sitting beneath that bubbling stream, Bella had recognized something profound. It was an immutable truth: her love for Rosalie and the people of Forks was a fierce, untamed force, too precious to be bartered away. She loved them with a depth that deserved to be cherished, not gambled in a game where the stakes were her sense of self. Even if it meant distancing herself from the soulmate fate had chosen for her, the soulmate she had accepted, it was a testament to a deeper understanding beginning to take root in Bella's mind. The truest form of love wasn't about holding on despite pain or begging for acceptance, but about two individuals standing firm on their principles and loving themselves together. In the depths of love, it was one's values that acted as anchors. How else could one avoid capsizing in its overwhelming waves? Bella shook her head at Leah's question, a small smile gracing her lips as she felt an odd mix of fear and excitement. She'd never done this before, choosing herself. "Neither," she replied to Leah, her eyes now focused on the dense cluster of trees ahead. "I'm going to head north and see what I can find." "Are you sure, Swan?" Leah asked, her voice carrying an undercurrent of hesitation as her gaze flicked between Bella and Rosalie. "It's a big forest, Anne." Bella's response was firm, her quiet strength evident in her words. "I'm not a regular human anymore," she said, meeting their eyes with confidence. "And I'm pretty sure we're the scariest things in here. I'll be fine. Just a search, and like you said, I'll yell if anything happens." A subtle shift occurred in Rosalie's posture, almost imperceptible. Her shoulders tensed slightly, and a faint crease formed between her brows. Her lips parted as if she had more to say, but they closed again, leaving the words unspoken. Leah, catching the brief exchange, gave Rosalie a knowing look. With a nod to Bella, Leah shifted and disappeared among the trees, her large lupin form quickly swallowed by the dense foliage. Rosalie's gaze lingered. Bella lingered for a moment longer, captivated by the depth in Rosalie's eyes. A complex swirl of emotions danced there, like the mist enveloping them. For a fleeting second, it seemed Rosalie might reach out, but instead, she turned away, retreating into the forest in a different direction. Bella watched her leave, feeling a mix of liberation and a tinge of sorrow. Then, squaring her shoulders, she stepped into the woods alone. The crunch of leaves underfoot and the gentle whisper of the wind through the trees accompanied her. Her heart beat steadily, a rhythm that matched the pulse of the forest. As Bella ventured northward, the trees seemed to close in around her, their ancient presence both comforting and daunting. They stood like silent sentinels, their leaves murmuring secrets in a language only the wild could comprehend. With each step, Bella's senses sharpened, attuned to the subtle symphony of the wilderness. Wildlife, unaccustomed to her presence, observed her with caution. A deer peeked through the underbrush, its curious eyes assessing her before bounding away, its host creating a soft drumbeat against the earth. Birds flitted from branch to branch, their melodies a vibrant contrast to the deep stillness of the woods. Hours later, her reverie was interrupted by a faint scent that teased her senses. Following it, she found herself beside an old, fallen tree, its bark draped in moss, a testament to the relentless passage of time. There, among the roots, she discovered a clue, a faded tuft of fur, unmistakably wolf but unlike any she had encountered before. The scent was faint, mingling with the metallic tang of blood, hinting at a skirmish long past. Bella crouched down, examining the fur closely. This was a sign, a whisper of the children of the moon, but it was old, the trail cold. Frustrated, she sighed and called out, "Leah." "Rosalie." Her voice echoed, carried by the wind. Moments later, Leah appeared, transformed into her wolf form, ready to respond. Leah emerged from the brush, her amber eyes reflecting a mix of concern and curiosity. Rosalie appeared soon after, her expression composed, but a flicker of relief shone in her eyes. "What did you find?" she asked. Bella held out the tuft of fur, explaining her discovery. The three of them stood together, a small island of deliberation amidst the vast expanse of the forest. "It's a start, but it's not enough," Rosalie observed, her gaze sweeping the area. "There's no trail to follow." Leah shifted back to her human form and nodded in agreement. "We're chasing ghosts in these woods. Without a clear lead, we're just wandering in circles." The weight of their fruitless search hung heavily in the air. Just as they were about to discuss their next move, Bella's phone rang, slicing through the silence. She glanced at the caller ID. It was Professor Nordskog. "Professor?" Bella answered, her brow furrowing in surprise. "I mentioned your visit to my mother," Hilda's voice came through, tinged with disbelief. "She insists on seeing you. She wanted me to ask, are you friends with Shernet?" The question hung in the air, loaded with implications. Bella exchanged a look with Rosalie and Leah, a silent conversation passing between them. "We know her," Bella replied carefully. "She's been a great help in our research." Hilda hesitated before continuing. "My mother wants to invite you over for dinner." "She rarely asks for such things." "Hell, I rarely ask for such things," the professor mumbled. "I'm sorry for the short notice, but could you come over tonight?" The invitation was unexpected, a curveball in their search. Yet, it held the promise of new information, a potential turning point in their quest. Leah and Rosalie hesitated for a moment before nodding. "We'll be there," Bella responded, a new sense of purpose infusing her voice. As the call ended and Hilda provided them with the address, the trio gathered their thoughts. The forest around them seemed to hold its breath, the ancient trees standing witness to the unfolding events. Leah broke the silence first, her voice laced with skepticism. "What if it's a trap? Could she be a spy for the Vulturi? I mean, she barely showed any interest in talking to us in her office, and now she's inviting us over for dinner." Rosalie considered this possibility, her gaze drifting towards the distant horizon. "It's possible," she admitted. "But the Vulturi are too secretive to rely on human spies for something like this. They'd send one of their gifted soldiers if they were truly hunting us." Bella nodded, her mind racing with the implications. "We should still be on guard, but we can't pass up this opportunity." Hilda's mother knew Shernet by name. That has to count for something. With a shared sense of resolve, they made their way out of the woods, heading toward the address Hilda had given them. The house was located near the cliffs outside Alisund, in a remote and breathtakingly beautiful spot that overlooked the vast expanse of the Norwegian Sea. As they approached, the house revealed itself as an elegant blend of modern and traditional architecture. Its walls were a fusion of smooth, dark wood and glass, offering stunning views of the sea and sky. The house seemed to perch precariously on the edge of the cliffs, as if daring the elements to challenge its presence. The steep, peaked roof was reminiscent of Norway's traditional stave churches, while the large windows gave it a contemporary edge, blurring the lines between the indoors and the natural world outside. The landscaping was minimal, allowing the wild beauty of the cliffs and sea to dominate the view. In the fading light of evening, the house appeared almost ethereal, a solitary haven against the backdrop of the untamed Norwegian wilderness. The sound of waves crashing against the cliffs below added a rhythmic, soothing element to the atmosphere. As they neared the front door, a mix of anticipation and caution filled the air. With a deep breath, Bella reached out and rang the doorbell, the sound echoing through the stillness. The doorbell echoed slightly in the crisp evening air. As the sound faded, a small red fox, its vibrant coat a striking contrast to the earthy tones of the house, appeared at the front door. It regarded them with curious, intelligent eyes before darting away, chased by Professor Nordskog. "Come back here, Loki," Hilda called after the fox. Dressed in comfortable casual wear, a stark contrast to her formal attire at the university, she exuded a much more relaxed air. "Sorry about him, he's overly friendly," she said, a small smile gracing her features as she ushered them inside. "Come in, the food's almost done, and my mother's in the living room." The aroma of delicious food, rich and inviting, wafted through the air. Notes of dill, smoked salmon, and freshly baked bread hinted at a traditional meal being prepared. Hilda led them into a beautifully designed room where the fusion of modern and traditional continued. The space was open and airy, with large windows framing the dramatic coastal view. Comfortable seating was arranged around a central fireplace, its gentle glow adding to the room's inviting atmosphere. Their attention was immediately captured by the sight of Hilda's mother. An elderly woman with a shock of white hair sat comfortably with a guitar in her lap, her fingers dancing over the strings with surprising agility. Her expression was one of intense focus as she played. Leah, taken aback by the unexpected scene, couldn't help but mutter under her breath, "Holy shit, is she ripping sultans of swing?" Bella chuckled softly, while Rosalie raised an eyebrow. Hilda's mother stopped playing and turned her head toward them, a broad smile spreading across her face. "Ah, welcome," she said, her voice lively and strong around the English words. "I am Astrid. Please, make yourselves comfortable." "Yes, sit," Hilda gestured toward the plush sofas. "Dinner will be ready shortly. Mama, these are the students I told you about." Astrid set her guitar aside and extended her hands in greeting. The cataracts in her eyes did nothing to diminish the warmth of her welcome. Bella hesitated for a moment, but then placed her hand in the elder's grasp. She gasped softly at the unexpected strength with which Astrid pulled her closer. The older woman squeezed Bella's hands as if she were trying to feel for something. Rosalie instinctively leaned forward, ready to intervene, but Leah held her back, glancing at the professor with a frown. "Hey, what's she doing?" Rosalie asked. Hilda shook her head, a hint of apology in her eyes. "I'm sorry about my mother. She means no harm but tends to forget to ask for things when she's excited. She says they only slow the spirit down." "The spirit?" Rosalie's tone was sharp, but she relaxed her stance when she realized Bella wasn't in danger. "I knew it." Astrid grinned, and they all blinked in confusion. "From the moment my Hilda told me about your research into the main barn, I knew there was something unusual about you three. And to find out you know Shernet. Your warmth feels just like her brother's." Bella shut her gaping mouth, shaking her head. How do you know about his warmth? Did you meet them yourself?" She glanced at Rosalie and Leah, unsure of how much information to confirm or deny when they barely knew anything about Astrid. Meet them? He was practically my best friend when they visited my family, back when I was barely a teenager. Astrid took in their wary expressions and turned to her daughter. Then and Min, could you run to the store and grab us some of that honey when you got me last time? It would warm my bones, my old, aching, motherly bones, she finished with a quivering pout. Hilda rolled her eyes and sighed. I'm not 14 anymore, Mama. If you want me to give you privacy, just say so. Astrid looked at her daughter, visibly unsettled. But, then who would bring back the wine? Hilda gave her a pointed look. Hilda shot Astrid a droll look before grabbing her jacket. Please watch over the salmon and make sure it doesn't burn. Astrid gave her a thumbs up. Of course. Not you, Hilda interrupted, nodding toward the other women. Them. Heaven knows you'll think it's just a campfire and never even check. Please turn off the stove in 15 minutes. I'll be back soon. She directed her gaze at Leah, who nodded in agreement. With that, Hilda left, shutting the front door behind her. Loki whimpered at her absence but crawled into Astrid's lap, seeking comfort in her warmth. Now, where were we? Oh. As I was saying. Wait, why did you send Professor Hilda away? Rosalie asked, her brow furrowing in confusion. Astrid blinked in surprise. For her safety, of course. For the first time since they met her, Astrid's expression turned serious. My dear, we no longer live in a time where myths are commonplace. They're just children's stories, television shows, and drunken imaginings. They shouldn't be considered real. It's dangerous to blurt out certain truths, and while it's not ideal, it was the best choice my husband and I could make to spare Hilda from the risk of that knowledge, to prevent her from believing in it. She's still called to the work, of course, it's in her blood, but the reason and rationality of the human mind will always overpower intuition if left unchecked. Doubt and disbelief are like weeds, I'm afraid. When you say knowledge. Bella sat down, her heart pounding. Oh dearie, Astrid said, giving Bella a pitying look that made her bristle. What was it with older women thinking she was slow? In my entire lifetime, there have only been 2 instances where people came here to research the children of the moon. Shernet and Ajani were the first. You girls are the second. Astrid raised an eyebrow. Or did you think I wouldn't notice a shapeshifter, a werewolf, and a vampire in my home for dinner? It sounds like a particularly bad joke, Leah said, and you could have heard a pin drop in the room. She slumped against the wall in shock. Are you? I'm not a creature like you 3 or a shaman like Shernet, Astrid replied, shaking her head as she gently stroked her dozing fox. My grandmama, Saga, was one of the most powerful oracles of her time, and we were one of the few surviving families who still followed the old ways. Shernet and Ajani visited when I was nearing my 13th year. It was rare for me to find someone my age who also knew and understood magic. We hit it off during their stay while Shernet worked with my grandparents on finding the children. Bella hesitated for a moment before pulling out Shernet's journal. Astrid's eyes lit up at the sight of it. Wow. What? She must trust you dearly if she let you have that book. Astrid continued to stare at it in disbelief. She never even let my grandmother read it. It was her life's work. Ajani was my sire, Bella murmured. She, considers me family because of it. Was? Astrid's hand paused in its petting. He died. We met during a full moon, and the wolves that protect my town stopped him before he could kill me. Bella's head dropped, a strange feeling rising within her. The bone between Ajani and her stirred emotions that bordered on irrational. It wasn't her fault he was killed, but the idea that her sire had died indirectly because of her made her wolf mourn just the same. Oh, Shernet, Astrid whispered, her eyes closing. You would think it gets easier, dealing with loss as you get older. But some days, they just seem to pile up one by one until you can't breathe for it. Even with what we know about death as magic beings, it still doesn't stop the pain. She scooped Loki into a hug. How did she handle the news? She was strong, Rosalie said. She carried her pain well, if there's such a way to. She was always so poised. A ghost of a smile crossed Astrid's face. Slipped from Astrid's lips. Johnny and I loved to pull pranks on her just to see her lose her head. He always found ways to remind her to live a little. Her attention shifted back to the journal. You told Hilda we're looking to research the children, but if there's anyone who's an expert, it's Shernet. She's studied Johnny and their myths for centuries. We're not looking to research, Bella shook her head. We're looking to find them. Find them? Astrid's eyebrows furrowed. The children haven't been seen in hundreds of years. Shernet probably told you that herself. Why are you looking? Rosalie crossed her arms. Do you know what the Vulturi are? Astrid's face relaxed in surprise before a fierce scowl emerged. She began muttering words that disturbed Loki from his sleep, making him swipe his tail against her mouth in disapproval. The language barrier didn't prevent them from understanding the emotions in the air. So I'm guessing you wouldn't invite them over for Sunday dinner, Leah said sagely. They're locusts, Astrid finally spat out in English. Gorging on destruction for the sake of power, with no end. Her hands clenched tightly, her knuckles whitening. There was a time when the land was alive with magic, and the old gods walked among us. But the Volturi were like a dark storm on the horizon, ruthless in their pursuit of control. They feared what they could not dominate. Her voice dropped to a whisper, laden with sorrow. They hunted those who held the ancient knowledge, those who revered the old ways. My grandmama told me stories of the magical tribes, the wise women and seers, who fell under their wrath. It was a silent massacre, hidden behind the guise of wars, crusades, and the spread of organized religion. A systematic eradication of a world they sought to extinguish. Loki, sensing the shift in mood, burrowed closer to Astrid, offering a small comfort. She gently stroked his fur, her gaze distant as if she were lost in memories of tales long passed down. They cloak their tyranny in velvet words and grandiose promises, Astrid said, but beneath it lies a core rotten with greed. More Saga used to say they are usurpers of freedom, the extinguishers of light. The distant ding of the kitchen timer interrupted the heavy silence. Only 15 minutes had passed. Leah blinked out of her stupor and gestured toward the other room. I'm going to. She left the living room to get the food, her mind whirling. They're coming for our town because they know I'm a child, Bella said, her wolf rising within her. We need to find the others if we're going to have any chance of stopping them. We checked the mountain nearby and found some signs, but nothing that indicates they've been here recently. Astrid reached for the book. May I? Bella slid the journal over and flipped it open to the pages on Norway. Astrid ran her fingers over the textured paper, squinting at the images drawn on the pages. Midnatsel, she whispered in amazement. Oh, she's a clever woman for putting that together. What do you mean? Rosalie asked. There's a phenomenon that occurs in places north of the Arctic Circle or south of the Antarctic Circle where the sun is visible even at night because of the axial tilt of the Earth. We call it the midnight sun, Astrid explained. The Vulturi are powerful, but even they avoid the sun to prevent their true nature from being seen by humans. The children must have realized this and chosen places where the sun shines long and bright. Her eyes sparkled, suitably impressed. They migrate to the next midnight sun to avoid both transforming and any vampires. Bella frowned. But, if Shernet knew the places they would go, why couldn't she find them? The children have existed for multiple millennia and are even older than the Vulturi themselves. They would have found more ways to hide than just migrating. Astrid studied Shernet's map and notes intently. It's possible that Shernet did find them but didn't know where to look. Leah popped her head back in, her mouth full of warm bread. So now we're looking for invisible werewolves. Sakati, help us all. Astrid's grin was almost manic, her eyes sparkling with excitement for the adventure ahead. You girls certainly have your work cut out for you. I'm almost jealous. Hilda closed the front door behind her, her arms full of grocery bags. Jealous of what? Astrid let Loki slip off her lap to circle around Hilda's legs. She smiled at her daughter. That I can no longer take gin shots like I did in my youth. It's only mature, wholesome wine for me now. Hilda raised an eyebrow as she passed the old woman the bottle. Like I didn't catch you doing an ice luge with Papa last year when I came back early from my trip. Leah coughed around the carrot salad in her mouth. Ice luge? Astrid shrugged, her tone haughty and unapologetic. It was our wedding anniversary, an important time for love and a little bit of madness. You were naked, Hilda said, cringing in disgust. And Papa had whipped cream on his nipples. The room erupted in laughter, the tension of the moment dissolving into the absurdity of the image. Even Rosalie, usually so moody, couldn't help but crack a smile. Bella caught Rosalie's gaze, and for a fleeting second, they got lost in the joy of the moment. An unspoken connection sparked between them before Bella caught herself and looked away. Rosalie felt a strange sensation squeeze her heart but quickly masked it by grabbing the grocery bags from Hilda and carrying them to the kitchen. Thank you, Rosalie and Leah, the professor called, beckoning everyone to the dining room. Dinner is ready, everyone. Let's eat. As they gathered around the table, it was laden with smoked salmon, potato dumplings, and the comforting aroma of home-cooked food. As they enjoyed the stew and hard cider, the atmosphere lightened. The food was delicious, providing a comforting respite from the weight of their quest. Bella found herself savoring the moment, the warmth of their company momentarily easing the burden of their mission. As they left Astrid's house, they promised to visit the women again, if everything worked out. The night sky stretched above them, vast and filled with stars. Below, the sea roared its eternal song, a reminder of the world's enduring mysteries. 9 countries later, and they had found nothing but wisps in the wind. There had been no breakthroughs, no secret hideouts, no signs of the children. Just sad, shaking heads from Shernet's network around the globe, and fingers pointing in different directions. Maybe if you tried. I heard that the forests south of here might have. Rumors of a tribe somewhere echoed in their minds. Each answer led to more questions until the 3 women sat on the plane, preparing to leave for. Was there even anywhere left to search? The unspoken truth hung in the private cabin, a tangled strangler fig that seemed to feed on their growing frustration and fatigue, hell-bent on suffocating their dimming hope. We need to consider other possibilities, Rosalie began, her pragmatism pushing her to speak. Bella barely paused her obsessive rereading of Shernet's journal. Maybe they were missing something. Like a different way they're hiding? I've tried to think it over but... No, Rosalie stated firmly. I mean the possibility that they no longer exist. That this is... Bella stilled at the look on the vampire's face. A fool's errand, Rosalie said bluntly. There was no time to beat around the bush. We've run down the list and there is nothing in Antarctica but ice and emptiness. We're chasing ghosts. What? Bella frowned and gestured toward the hanging map. Okay, so maybe they're hard to find, but it's only a matter of time. There are only so many places that make sense for them to go. Everybody we've talked to agrees with Shernet's theory on. Exactly, Rosalie said. Her theory, but aside from a Johnny, none of these people have actually seen or interacted with the children themselves. No matter how probable it seems, the theory could be inaccurate or outdated, or maybe it is correct, but there are no other wolves alive to validate it. She crossed her arms. Shernet scoured the world for centuries and never found them. We have only weeks to do the same. Think about this, Bella. I really hate to say this, Leah said, slouched in her seat and looking at the 2 with weary defeat. As much as it pains my soul to agree with Blondie, she might be right, Bella. We've searched the entire Arctic Circle and found nothing. Maybe it's time to regroup with the others. Bella looked at the women as if they were strangers. She clenched her jaw, nodding jerkily as she packed away Shernet's research and pulled on her parka and hat. Keeping her gaze low, she turned to Rosalie. Can you give me a few thousand from the funds Carlisle gave you? I'll pay you back once this is all over. When Bella met her gaze, it quickly darted away, but Rosalie saw enough betrayal, hurt, and anger in her eyes to stagger her. Bella, will you give it to me or not? Bella shot back, her impatience palpable. I don't have time to beat around the bush. So you can what? Rosalie scowled. Search for them alone while the Vulturi is planning to hunt you? Or defend yourself by yourself if you find the children and they decide to kill you? Leah sighed and slipped from her seat, leaning against the plane's exit door. She wished she had enough forewarning to make popcorn for this drama. I am not, Bella said, her voice a deadly murmur, going back to Forks and looking my father or your families in the eye just to shrug and say, sorry, we're out of luck. Especially not when there's an entire continent we haven't searched yet. You're being stupid and stubborn, Rosalie snapped, her frustration boiling over. Antarctica was a desolate expanse for land animals. Even werewolves would struggle with the relentless cold over decades. Better than that than hopeless, Bella said, stepping forward until she was almost nose to nose with the vampire. But I don't need you to believe in this or in me. Just stay out of my way if you don't want to help. We're too close to something for me to stop now. She grabbed her duffel and knapsack, heading for the plane door. Bella. Leah straightened from her slouch against the door, casually eyeing her nails. When Bella's glare seemed to bore into her, Leah looked up with feigned indifference. Where are you going, Stephenie? Get out of my way. Bella's eyes flashed silver. You know, I have to hand it to you, this walk-away tactic works wonders for you, Leah remarked, observing the fury radiating from both Bella and Rosalie. I might have to steal it when we get back from Antarctica. I said, Bella's anger wavered as she processed Leah's words. What? After we fly back from Antarctica? Leah placed a hand on her forehead, checking Bella's temperature. You're not getting slow from the cold, are you? Bella smacked Leah's hand away. Leah sighed with maternal disappointment. Kids these days. Blondie, we'll give it one more shot before we call it quits. Stephenie sold me on the dramatic look in our parents' eyes stuff. I don't want any issues with my mama, Leah admitted, looking genuinely frightened at the thought. She's the blueprint for scary ladies, and she scares the hell out of Bella and Seth. That's a losing battle for both of us. A heavy silence settled in the cabin as they awaited Rosalie's decision. Finally, Rosalie sighed, a sound of pained resignation. Fine. We'll check Antarctica. But if we find nothing, we go back to Forks. We are not going to keep flying blind. Bella gave them a stiff nod. Bella grabbed her belongings and headed to the bedroom at the back, shutting the door firmly behind her. Meanwhile, Rosalie stormed into the pilot's den, slamming the lock shut. Leah whistled in amazement. Mate fights were something else. Next time, she'd definitely bring popcorn. Over the next 24 hours, the private jet sliced through the skies, its destination the frozen solitude of Antarctica. As the plane descended onto the stark, icy landscape, they were greeted by a world of haunting beauty. The endless expanse of white stretched to the horizon, a pristine canvas where nature's drama unfolded in shades of blue and gray. The midnight sun hung high, casting long shadows across the snow and painting the landscape in a surreal, ethereal light. When they disembarked, the cold hit them like a physical blow. The air was so crisp it felt like it crystallized in their lungs. The stillness of the land was overwhelming, a silence so profound it rang in their ears. Bella pulled out a map of Ross Island and cross-referenced it with Shernet's markings. Mount Erebus, she murmured. In Greek mythology, Erebus is the god of darkness, a child of chaos. Shernet's annotations echoed in her mind. The name Erebus also referred to the darkness of the underworld itself, or the region through which souls pass to reach Hades, sometimes used as a synonym for Tartarus. It was worth noting that Mount Erebus had one other intriguing trait: it was an active volcano. Oh, goody, Leah droned, peeking over Bella's shoulder at the journal. I love being roasted to a crisp, really highlights my high cheekbones. Bella tucked the book away and, without a word, set off at a pace that would shame a Kenyan Olympian. Rosalie followed closely behind, leaving Leah to throw up her hands in disbelief. Did anyone else read the words, active volcano, or am I going blind? When no one responded, Leah muttered under her breath. Under her breath, Bella triple-wrapped her scarf beneath her parka before jogging onward. Miles later, they approached a shadowed, secluded area at the base of Mount Erebus. The harsh wind whipped the snowdrifts around them, making it harder to see and hear. Bella's heart raced as she scanned her surroundings, searching for anything unusual. She sprinted around the entire base 3 times before stopping to pore over Shernet's journal, mumbling to herself. Rosalie and Leah exchanged glances. Bella. Leah began, but a silver-eyed glare from Bella made her throw up her hands in surrender. She had a good idea, after all, no need for those moody glares. I was just going to say, try using your other senses. If you can't see it. Bella paused and closed her eyes, allowing her other senses to heighten. She took a moment to calm herself, overwhelmed by the cold and the vastness around her. The air was thick with scents, carbon dioxide, heated water vapor, the crisp chill of the atmosphere, sea musk, and blood. Bella froze. Blood. Werewolf blood. She walked around the base again, as if in a daze, until she paused in front of an innocuous rock face. Looking down at the ground, she noticed a light layer of snow covering it. Kneeling to dust it off, she gasped. There, etched into the rock, was a full moon with jagged claw marks across its craters. Bella's breath caught in her throat. The symbol was so small, so subtle, it would only take a leaf to cover it. She inhaled deeply, the scent of dried blood coating the rock face. What was going on? Rosalie. Leah. Bella called. Come see this. They hurried over, leaning closer to examine the symbol with tilted heads. Is that? Rosalie's eyes flickered to black for a moment before settling back into gold. Leah, can you pass me your knife? Bella asked, feeling her wolf calling to her, beckoning her to take an action she knew they'd think was crazy. Sure, Leah replied, reaching into her inner jacket for a karambit knife. Its curled blade resembling an animal claw. You planning to start a fire? What the hell, Bella? Rosalie snatched Bella's wrist, her dark eyes fixated on the blood pooling in Bella's palm, a mix of intense emotions flickering across her face. What are you doing? If I had told you guys what I was going to do, you wouldn't have let me, Bella replied calmly, handing the knife back to a bewildered Leah. She raised her injured hand, pressing her palm against the stone. My wolf had an idea. So if your wolf tells you to jump off a bridge, you'd do it? Leah's lips pressed together in a stern line, reminding Bella of her mother. In that moment, she experienced a strange déjà vu, recalling how Sue had scolded her and Jacob as children for breaking the kitchen window with a ball. Who knew Leah could be the rational one? There are better, faster ways to go out, Bella. Kamikaze, cyanide, Russian roulette. Enough, Rosalie hissed, her patience wearing thin. What idea? Suddenly, they heard a click beneath the ground. Bella pulled her hand away from the symbol, watching as her blood seeped into its engravings. The symbol flashed a brilliant silver before the blood vanished down an invisible drain, leaving them momentarily speechless. Another click echoed, followed by another, as the symbol split in half, revealing a hidden mechanism beneath. With a low rumble that vibrated through their feet, the seemingly solid rock face began to shift and slide apart, startling them with its sudden movement. A staircase, carved from the same dark stone as the mountain itself, descended into the shadows below. Each step glowed faintly, an eerie light emanating from within the stone, guiding them into the heart of Erebus. The steps spiraled downward, creating a path that beckoned them into the unknown. The air around them grew warmer as the opening widened, revealing more of the hidden passage. Steam began to rise from the depths, winding its way up the staircase like a living entity. Ghostly and ethereal glow in the dim light. A synonym for Tartarus, Shernet's notes had mentioned. Bella, Rosalie, and Leah exchanged worried glances. Without a word, Bella stepped forward, pressing her injured hand against her jacket, while her other hand trailed along the wall for support. Rosalie followed closely, her instincts on high alert, and Leah, knife raised, took up the rear, glancing behind them periodically. As they descended, the sounds of the outside world faded away, replaced by the echo of their footsteps and the steady gurgle of distant magma. The deeper they went, the more the air shifted, becoming charged with an undeniable energy. It felt as if the very heart of the mountain pulsed around them, a dormant power waiting to be awakened. At the bottom of the staircase, the passage opened into a vast cavern. The air was warmer here, heated by geothermal vents that created an otherworldly oasis in the heart of the frozen wasteland. In that moment, they realized they had found the hideaway of the Children of the Moon. Suddenly, the lights in the cavern flickered and went out, plunging the expansive space into darkness. A series of tribal trills echoed through the cavern, reverberating off the walls and creating a haunting melody. Before they could react, the light from the crystals illuminated the cavern once more, revealing that they were surrounded by a group of strange warriors. These warriors were dressed in airy, deep burgundy uniforms adorned with white markings on their arms, legs, and neck, their attire seemingly crafted for the volcano's environment. Each warrior held a weapon, spears, knives, swords, and arrows, that appeared to be forged from the very magma of the volcano, steam rising off them. Two of the warriors stepped forward from the shadows, their presence commanding and formidable. They wore masks made from volcanic rock and bone, the intricate designs etched into them telling stories of battles and legends. The man's mask bore the fierce visage of a wolf loomed in the shadows, while the woman's figure resembled a falcon in flight. Together, they embodied a powerful and mysterious presence, the guardians of an ancient secret hidden deep within the heart of the volcano. The man stood aggressively, ready to defend against any threat, while the woman maintained a more measured posture, her hand resting on his arm, a silent command for restraint. They observed Bella, Rosalie, and Leah with a blend of curiosity, hostility, and caution, the air around them thick with tension. Suddenly, the man noticed Rosalie and raised his spear, poised to attack. "A vampire in our home?" he spat. The woman quickly grabbed his arm, stopping him. "How did you get in here?" he demanded, narrowing his eyes. Bella hastily lifted her hand, revealing a cut smeared with blood. The man seized her wrist, examining it closely. He swore under his breath, recognizing the significance of the blood, a clear sign that she was one of them. Rosalie hissed in anger and lunged to grab his arm, her protective instincts kicking in. But before she could reach him, two warriors intervened, their magma-infused weapons slicing off her arms at the shoulders. The venom hissed as it met the heat, and Rosalie swayed in shock and pain, her severed arms clattering to the floor just moments later. "Rose!" Bella cried. "Rosalie!" The vampire dropped to her knees, dazed from the sudden loss. The warriors aimed their weapons at her neck, ready to strike, while others restrained Leah and Bella from intervening. The male warrior raised his blade, preparing to deliver the final blow when the female warrior spoke up. "Don't," she said, noticing Bella's desperation. "She will want to see them first, especially since she brought that here." She nodded toward Rosalie. "Don't call her that," Bella retorted, her eyes shining a bright silver as her wolf emerged, growling, "She's my mate." "Oh." The woman sauntered forward, her hand gripping Bella's chin and tilting it upward. Bella's gaze darted across the eye holes of the mask, taking in the intensity of the moment. The hazel silver eyes seemed to pierce right into Bella's soul. The strange woman's gaze flickered to a deep, burnt gold before returning to its original hue. After a moment, she chuckled. "It's been ages since we've had such an interesting surprise," she said, gently patting Bella's cheek. "Yes, we'll bring you to her. All of you." The male warrior growled but nodded at the other warriors. With a swift motion of his hand, they flipped their weapons, striking Leah and Bella on the back of their heads with the hilts. The last thing Bella heard was Rosalie's panic yell and the heated warmth of the stone floor pressing against her cheek before everything went black. Chapter 23, His Sister's Reaper. The sound of water echoing off the cavernous walls was the first thing Bella became aware of as consciousness slowly returned to her. Was the radiator broken again? Bella frowned in her sleep, thinking, "I thought Charlie fixed it weeks ago." Hiss. A nearby vent released steam, reminding her of the volcano's fiery heart that lay dormant beneath them. Her eyes fluttered open, struggling against the grogginess that clouded her senses. The dim, flickering light of the cavernous room cast ominous shadows against its rugged volcanic walls. Bella tried to move, but a sharp pain shot through the back of her head, halting her efforts. The clanking of chains accompanied her every move, a stark reminder of her captivity. She looked down and tugged at her restraints. She was bound by chains made of a strange, glowing gold that seemed to defy her supernatural strength. Surveying her surroundings, Bella noticed the room melded natural rock formations with man-made structures. The walls bore tribal insignias and symbols, glowing softly in the dim light, while more steam rose from fissures in the floor. Leah lay beside her, unconscious and bound, her breathing shallow. "Leah," Bella hissed, her voice strained, but the shifter didn't stir. She tried again, louder this time. "Leah." With a groan, Leah's eyes fluttered open, confusion followed by realization dawning in them as she took in their surroundings. "Where the hell are we?" Leah muttered, trying to sit up, only to wince as the chains pulled taut against her skin. "Somewhere inside Erebus," Bella replied, her expression grim as she scoured the cell. "But I don't know where Rosalie is." The absence of Rosalie sent a fresh wave of panic through Bella. She yanked at the chains, her frustration growing with each futile tug. The clanking echoed loudly in the otherwise silent room, a desperate symphony of her mounting fear and anger. "Bella," Leah began, her voice shaky. "Maybe you should." Footsteps echoed ominously in the vast chamber. Bella and Leah exchanged a glance, silently agreeing to brace themselves for whatever was approaching. Leah trembled, while silver began to seep into Bella's eyes. The footsteps grew louder and closer, until finally, 3 figures emerged from the shadows. At the sight of the vicious wolf mask, Bella growled low and deep, her arms straining against the chains that drained her energy. The one who had injured Rosalie made her wolf howl within her, "Kill him." The warrior tilted his head, observing the women before murmuring something to the 2 guards behind him. One guard, adorned in a lion mask, unlocked the cage door for the warrior and stepped aside as he entered the room. "Where is Rosalie?" Bella murmured, her eyes narrowing to silver slits. "No," the warrior replied, ignoring her question. "You will tell me your purpose for coming here." Bella's gaze hardened, but before she could respond, Leah interjected, casting a glance at their glowing swords. "I can't believe I'm the one saying this, but we're not here to cause trouble. We're just—" "Leah, stop," Bella cut her off, her voice sharp as a blade. "We're not telling them anything until they bring Rosalie to us." The warrior's expression remained impassive behind his mask. "Do you think you are in a position to make demands?" His tone was cold and clinical. "Are you spies for the Nyonyadamu?" "Spies?" Bella scoffed. "If we were spies, don't you think we'd be a bit more discreet?" Her voice dripped with sarcasm, reminiscent of the missing Cullen. "But I guess if we found your base, who knows who else might know about it. You should probably hurry if you want to prevent an attack." "Bella," Leah hissed, "chill out." The tension in the room escalated to a breaking point as the warrior pulled out a golden. The dagger glinted ominously in the dim light, its curved blade catching Bella's eye as the warrior stepped closer. He seized her by the neck, lifting her slightly off the ground, and pressed the flat of the knife against the muscle above her left chest. "I will take your heart if you do not tell me, Mwana Haramu," he murmured, his golden eyes burning into hers. "I wonder how you'll heal without it." He pressed the blade into her skin, eliciting a sharp intake of breath. Bella met his gaze, her voice steady despite the trembling in her hands. "Guess we'll find out." The warrior studied her intently, recognizing the determination in her eyes. After a tense moment, he released her and stepped back, still holding the dagger. Bella stumbled against the wall, biting back a growl as the small cut on her chest throbbed. What was this metal made of? The warrior turned and left the cell, his footsteps echoing as they faded into the distance. The 2 guards observed silently, their expressions hidden behind their masks. "Are you crazy?" Leah exclaimed, kicking Bella's ankle, ignoring the glare that followed. "That man looks like he eats polar bears for breakfast, and you're trying to provoke him for answers?" "They need us alive more than they need us dead right now," Bella replied, tugging at her chains while examining the melded links and the floor that held them captive. It felt like the volcano charged energy into these locks. "Otherwise, he would have killed us instead of locking us in this cage." "We know nothing about them, Swan." Leah shook her head. "They could be just like the V." She glanced at the guards before lowering her voice. "They might just be biding their time until they do kill us. This is supposed to be a round trip for all of us, you dodo. Don't get yourself killed. Otherwise, Blondie and I will." Just then, the warrior returned, dragging behind him a nearly unconscious Rosalie. Her eyes were dark, with deep purple bags beneath them, a stark contrast to her snow-white complexion. She was cuffed and chained, the metal coated with a thin layer of magma that shimmered ominously, burned into her skin. Her arms were still missing, the crystalline venom coating the remainder of her limbs. Bella's heart sank at the sight. "Rose!" she cried out, struggling against her chains in a futile attempt to reach her. "Oh no," Leah whispered. The warrior seized Rosalie's hair, exposing her neck. Steam wafted from the dagger he pressed against the vampire's throat, carving a thin line in her granite skin as if it were nothing. Rosalie's eyes fluttered as she groaned, the exposed venom bubbling from the intense heat. "Let her go," Bella barked, pulling at the chains until they emitted a faint creak. The guards unsheathed their swords, advancing toward Bella, but the warrior waved them off, keeping his focus on his knife work. Reluctantly, they stood down, their hands poised on their weapons. Slowly, the warrior lifted his bored gaze, as if he were an old man whittling a wooden statue. He glanced between Rosalie and the fury etched on Bella's face. "Ah, I see," he said, removing his dagger. He rubbed his thumb along the serrated edge, collecting the wet venom that hissed on its surface. Ignoring the faint burn on his skin, he flicked the knife to clean it. The splatter of venom hid Bella's cheek, causing her body to tremble with rage. "You do not care so much for your own safety," the warrior said, pointing his dagger at Bella before gesturing toward the blonde, "as you do for this Nyongi Damu." He nodded thoughtfully, placing the knife back at Rosalie's neck. "You have one more choice left. If you do not explain, I will not take your heart." His golden eyes burned with cold hatred. "I will take her head." The curve of the dagger nestled under Rosalie's ear, the blade glowing brighter as it pressed into her skin. "Stop. Stop. I'll explain." Bella lunged at the man, only to be yanked back by the chain. "Please, just..." "Quoll." The warrior paused. Bella turned her head to the newcomer standing at the entrance of the cage. A woman stood there, her arms crossed and a falcon mask obscuring her face. The tense atmosphere in the cell shifted as the woman began to speak. Her voice was firm and authoritative, carrying an air of command that even Quoll, the imposing warrior, seemed to respect, albeit with hesitation. Bella couldn't understand the language they were using, but her gaze remained fixed on the cut on Rosalie's neck. The language flowed like an ancient melody, and while she couldn't grasp the words, the tone and body language conveyed everything. Quoll's stance was defiant, his gestures animated as he argued, pointing toward Bella and Leah. His voice rose in intensity, insisting they posed a threat that needed to be neutralized. However, the woman was unyielding. She reprimanded Quoll, her words sharp and cutting through his objections. Bella caught the phrase Ammonius saw repeated throughout their conversation. Each mention seemed to heighten the tension in Quoll's body until he finally relented. His gold eyes faded back to brown, though his frustration was still palpable. He removed his dagger, allowing Rosalie to slip from his grip. With a final, lingering glare at Bella and Leah, he growled something under his breath and stormed out of the cage, his heavy footsteps echoing through the cavern. Bella's attention immediately turned to Rosalie, who lay trembling from the magma burns. She rushed forward, gathering Rosalie into her arms and carefully digging her fingers under the manacles around her neck to keep the metal from touching her skin. Rosalie's silver eyes, bright with fear and rage, flicked up to meet those of the strange warrior. Twice she saved them, a tiny, calm voice in Bella's mind noted. Why? The woman's gaze was inscrutable, her eyes assessing the trio. She jetted her chin toward the guards, who immediately sprang into action. Prepare them, she ordered, her tone indicating that this was not a request but a command. Ammonius saw is waiting. The guards approached. Bella and Leah moved with efficiency and practiced precision. They unshackled some of the chains, freeing themselves from the constraints of the wall, but their presence remained a stark reminder that they were still prisoners. Bella helped Leah to her feet before reaching back down to lift Rosalie into her arms. A shiver ran through her as the guard's sword handle prodded firmly against her back. Leah, still recovering from the blow to her head, stood tall, positioning herself to protect Bella. As the guards led them out of the cell, Bella clutched Rosalie closer, her eyes darting around as she tried to absorb every detail of their surroundings. The narrow, shadowy passageways of the volcanic base soon opened up into a broader expanse, revealing the heart of their hidden society. The air was warm and vibrant, filled with the buzz of activity. Around 100 people moved with purpose, dressed in a mix of practical tunics and elaborate, colorful garments that reflected their roles within this hidden civilization. Warriors clad in leather and bone armor navigated through artisans who were deeply engrossed in their crafts. The air was rich with a blend of earthy and spicy scents wafting from open kitchens, where cooks prepared an array of dishes over open flames. The mouth-watering aroma of roasting meats and baking bread mingled with the smell of molten rock. In the heart of the base, a group captivated Bella's attention. They skillfully manipulated streams of golden light, weaving them into the rock and magma in a mesmerizing display of magic. In one corner, individuals engaged in a harmonious task, channeling those streams of light into the rock and flowing magma. The dance of light and shadow created a hauntingly beautiful spectacle in the dim light. The setting was a stunning blend of natural volcanic architecture and carefully constructed living spaces, with walls adorned in intricate carvings and paintings that told stories of their community. They shared tales of strange animals, lunar cycles, hunts, and battles. Tapestries and fabrics in rich, earthy tones hung from the walls, softening the starkness of the stone. As Bella, Leah, and Rosalie were led through the area, the inhabitants paused to stare. Their reactions were a mix of curiosity, wariness, and, in some cases, outright hostility, especially towards Rosalie. Whispers filled the air, a cacophony of speculation at the sight of the unusual trio, particularly the vampire among them. The deeper they ventured, the more guards they encountered, their presence a constant reminder of the delicate balance in this underground world. Finally, they arrived at a cabin that stood apart from the rest. It was stately yet understated, a testament to the importance of its occupant, the Ammonius saw. The structure was made of dark volcanic rock, its exterior adorned with the same white symbols from the cages. The entrance was flanked by guards who stood as still as statues, their gazes unyielding. The falcon warrior spoke briefly with one of the guards, her voice low and authoritative. The guard nodded and slipped inside the cabin. After a tense moment, he returned and motioned them forward. The interior of the cabin was a blend of simplicity and elegance, with minimal furnishings crafted to perfection. The air inside was cool, a welcome relief from the heat outside. Bella's heart pounded in her chest as they waited, Rosalie still cradled in her arms. Leah stood rigid beside her, her eyes scanning the room, alert for any threat. As they approached the heavy double doors carved with strange gold hieroglyphs, the falcon warrior spoke again. When we approach the dais, you will kneel and bow your heads. Do not look at her until she has given you permission. Who is she? Bella croaked, but there was no answer as the guards opened the doors. The energy in the room felt like that of a lion's den, dim, deep, and charged with a primal power. Bella felt a twinge in her teeth as she took in the surroundings. The golden streaks of light seemed even more vibrant here, weaving through the walls and floors of the grand chamber like celestial bloodstreams. Her gaze was drawn to the striking centerpiece of the room, the dais. The platform rose majestically, carved entirely from an array of bones, each piece meticulously arranged to create a tapestry of intertwining patterns. Surrounding the dais, pillars of deep, glossy obsidian stood sentinel, their dark surfaces contrasting sharply with the purity of the bone. Reflecting the faint light, these pillars exuded an aura of solemnity and grandeur. Atop the platform, a throne carved from a single, massive bone commanded attention. Bleached to a stark white, the bone gleamed under the soft golden light, its surface etched with foreign glyphs that seemed to dance and shift as if alive. Notably, the seat was empty. Guards draped in rich burgundy formed 2 rows, framing the polished walkway leading to the throne. As Bella shuffled forward, she noticed the various masks adorning their faces: elephants, wolves, snakes, cranes, each reflecting a vast animal kingdom. When they reached the dais, the guards behind them struck at their hamstrings with the butt of their swords, forcing them to kneel. Bella nearly dropped Rosalie but glared at the guards before gently placing her on the floor beside her. She tucked back some of Rosalie's hair, relieved to see specks of gold returning to the woman's dark irises. Leah nudged Bella, prompting them to bow their heads, eyes fixed on the floor as their other senses heightened to absorb every detail. The falcon warrior took her place beside the bone throne, and the room settled in anticipation. They didn't have to wait long. Moments later, 2 new scents wafted in from a side door, causing the guards to strain their already precise postures. The first was the familiar scent of the wolf warrior, Cole, Bella recalled, his heavy presence marked by the complex aroma of oud mingled with the crisp, citrusy undertones of bergamot filled the air. Bella watched as he framed the other side of the throne, forming a twin sentinel with the falcon warrior, both of them overseeing the room. The new scent reminded Bella of Carlyle's favorite books, paper, but somehow more ancient, richer, layered with wild jasmine and an immersive musk that enveloped the space. Leah clenched her fists to steady her trembling, while Rosalie bit back a hiss. It felt as if this new presence ignited the chains, making them heat up even more. Then, Power stepped into the room, and Bella noticed, Power wore no shoes. Just bare feet, adorned with burnished gold rings that glinted with every step. As the ammonious sauce settled onto the throne, a blanket of tension swept over the chamber. She moved with the grace of a creatura, silent yet radiating authority. Bella could only see the hem of her black dress and her feet, but the weight of her gaze brushed against Bella's head like a tangible force. Pumzika, Walinzi Wangu, the ammonious saw commanded, her voice rich like velvet over steel, laced with a subtle, extinct accent that elongated her vowels. The guards instantly relaxed their rigid postures, though their alertness remained intact. It seems Cole's new recruits are more intriguing than usual, she mused dryly in English, as if they were pieces in a game she found particularly captivating. Raise your heads, she instructed, her voice vibrating through Bella's very bones, compelling obedience. At her command, they lifted their heads, and Bella finally had the chance to take in the full visage of the children's leader. The ammonious saw was a striking figure, her skin a deep, rich shade of brown that seemed to absorb the light like the night sky. Her eyes glowed like molten gold, holding a depth of knowledge and experience that spoke of endless time. Her hair cascaded in tight, intricate braids adorned with tiny, star-like beads that fell gracefully over one shoulder. Bella's gaze was drawn to the undercut of the ammonious saw, where the shaven skin was adorned with a tapestry of faintly glowing hieroglyphic tattoos that traced the contours of her skull. Over her airy black dress, she wore a jaguar pelt draped over her shoulder like a shawl. Her arms, resting comfortably on the arms of her seat, were decorated with bands of gold that matched the jewelry on her feet. But what truly captured Bella's attention were the scars. Faint bite marks covered nearly every inch of the ammonious saw's exposed skin. They varied in size and shape, some were mere punctures, while others were long and ragged, but they seemed to dance across her skin, each one a testament to war and resilience. Bella couldn't help but think that even Jasper's scars were child's play compared to these. How long has she been alive? When Bella finally looked up into the ammonious saw's face, she nearly flinched. The woman was staring right back at her, her expression unreadable. Bella swallowed under the intense scrutiny, her eyes darting back and forth as she took in the leader's gaze. Silver eyes, the ammonious saw murmured, seemingly lost in thought. She tilted her head toward the falcon warrior. How long has it been since we've seen those? 8 centuries. For our people? 9, the falcon warrior replied. For outsiders, 4. The ammonious saw raised an eyebrow in confusion. The scouting mission we took to Russia, Cole explained. Ah, the Dimitriads, the Ammonius Sa hummed. It was a time of trouble. The wolf warrior huffed, crossing his arms but remaining silent. Cole would prefer me to order your execution, the Ammonius Sa said matter-of-factly. Without preamble, she addressed the trio. That is why he is not laughing at my joke. The women stared in disbelief, speechless. Ammonius Sa, the falcon warrior, sighed. Please, I beg of you. What? He always behaves this way when he thinks I'm picking favorites, the Ammonius Sa shrugged, a hint of mischief in her voice. Your irreverence isn't helping, Taji. You keep ordering him around. The warrior, Taji, hissed in discontent, gesturing toward Rosalie. He was going to kill her before you could even see them. At that moment, a shadow passed over the Ammonius Sa's face, darkening her golden gaze. Her voice dropped to a low, dangerous tone. Would you blame him if he did? No, Taji admitted, turning her head away from the intensity of the glare. But I know, the Ammonius Sa sighed. I can feel it. You can? Taji sounded shocked. The leader waved a hand, and an immediate silence fell over the group. After a moment of contemplation, the Ammonius Sa focused on Bella. What do you call yourself? I Isabella Swan, but I go by. I will call you Isabella. The leader waved her hand impatiently. Before you were contained, Taji tells me you called her. She glanced at Rosalie, your mate. Is that true? Yes, Bella nodded. How can you be sure? The Ammonius Sa raised an eyebrow as she scrutinized Bella. You don't look a day over 20, and all Nyonya Damu have beauty. You could just be, what's that new phrase? She frowned for a moment before it came to her. Going through puberty. I'm not going through puberty, Bella sputtered, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. And I knew Rose before I shifted. She was, always beautiful, it just felt different after my first full moon. Describe it, the Ammonius Sa demanded. What did you feel after? What did I feel after? Bella's mind raced, pulling her back to a memory she hadn't fully allowed herself to unravel. She loved the woman, but describing their bond in front of Rosalie, the poster child for emotional constipation? Bella would rather wear a bikini to a construction site. What is a bond truly? Bella exclaimed, her hands waving dramatically as if she were on stage. Major turned substitute teacher. But a mockingbird flowing from a Cole unsheathed his sword. Christ, Swan, Leah said, please stop channeling Shakespeare. It's not helping. Sorry, Bella cringed. It's hard for me to. Just be honest, Bella. That pained whisper captured all of Isabella's attention. For the first time since they encountered the children, Rosalie spoke. Rose. Bella reached out to the vampire, but Rosalie shook her head, her black gold gaze flickering to the rising tension between Cole and the other guards. They were far more ruthless than the Quileutes, even in their early days. They wouldn't hesitate to take Rosalie down if she pushed them. Don't dress it up, Rosalie murmured. Just explain what you've noticed. She looked at the Ammonius Sa, pushing down the fear that bubbled up from her stomach. I can't tell you what Bella feels solely from her perspective, but I don't crave blood as much anymore. I can sense her emotions, especially when they're intense. She's the only werewolf whose scent I can tolerate, and I'm remembering more of my human life in my dreams, parts of my childhood I had forgotten since I was turned. Rosalie pressed her lips together, a telltale sign of her reluctance. After a moment, she decided to share more. And I think my arms have been growing back since your lapdog cut them off. What? Cole and Bella exclaimed in unison. The wolf warrior charged forward, but the leader waved him back. The Ammonius Sa narrowed her eyes, observing the crystalline appearance of Rosalie's venom as it slowly scabbed over, the hue beginning to match the woman's complexion. A vampire who could heal like a werewolf. Is that why your eyes are gold instead of red? The leader asked. Rosalie shook her head. My family, my coven, we only drink animal blood. I haven't had human blood in almost 100 years, the ammonious saw said, turning her gaze back to Bella. And you, Toto? During my second shift, Rosalie calmed me down. She was the only one who could get me to activate my shield. I was able to turn human long enough for them to knock me out and a murmur washed over the room, quieting the moment the ammonious saw raised her hand. She shot Taji a look before turning back to Bella, appraising her closely. Your shield? Yeah, Bella replied, glancing at Leah and Rosalie before squaring her shoulders. My mind has a force field around it. It stops any psychic or emotional powers. Our group has been experimenting with using it to counteract the effects of the full moon, and it's been working so far. Not consistently, but I can either stay sane as a wolf or turn back into a human if Rosalie helps me. Ammonious saw, Taji whispered in shock, if her shield. Your group, the leader frowned at that tidbit. Cole believes you're spies of Volturi, that you even hinted at an attack if we didn't act swiftly. Bella ignored the sharp gaze Leah was directing at her. Why should we believe any words you say? She mumbled under her breath, head bowed as she fiddled with her fingers. What was that? Bella sighed and raised her voice. He was being a jerk, so I shape-shifted into a bigger one. I'm sorry, teenage hormones. Teenage. The ammonious saw bit her tongue, looking in any direction but at the fury radiating from Cole, lest she laugh and provoke him to behead the girl. We've been looking for you because we need your help to stop the Vulturi, Bella continued. If you look in my bag, you'll find a journal from my sire's sister and some artifacts we have. I don't know if it's enough, but we'll explain everything it can't, if you'll let us. The ammonious saw nodded to one of the guards, who moved to retrieve the searched knapsack. One by one, they began to pull out the items, but when the woman was handed Sharnet's journal, something silver caught her eye. Forgetting the journal resting in her lap, she reached for the wolf's angle. Her gaze became dazed as her fingers traced the curve of the metal. The scent of werewolf venom made her clench her fist until the wolf hook twisted beneath her powerful grip. Her hand trembled as she met Bella's anxious gaze. Are you mocking us, Toto? She asked. The ammonious saw rose from her throne, her eyes blazing with golden fury. The guards, moving in perfect synchronization, unsheathed their swords and aimed them at the trio. What? Bella stammered. No. The Vulturi. Silence. The child bellowed, baring her teeth. Is this the new game your leaders have devised? Is it not enough for them to desecrate our people? Now they send children to deliver this insult, spinning tales of fantasy and falsehoods. The ammonious saw's brows furrowed. We granted you a chance, and this is how you repay us. She seized Bella by the neck, lifting her to meet her molten gaze. Perhaps I should mangle you all like this metal and send you back to that Tawny, Caius. Let him see the consequences of his assumptions. No one will escape the punishments of betrayal, she said, her grip tightening. Bella squinted against the burning glow as the ammonious saw squeezed, her iron hold making Bella's breath rattle in her chest. Not even a child. Leah and Rosalie yelled and lunged forward, only to be shoved back by Taji and Cole, their blades pressed against their hearts and throats. Bella clawed at the woman's wrist, but her fingers were crushed. She yelped, her feet swinging beneath her as the ammonious saw lifted her high like an impromptu noose. A whirlwind of sensations flooded Bella's mind as the rising heat from the woman's hands seared her skin. Desperate, Bella reached out with her other hand toward the ammonious saw's face. Her fingers slipped and scrambled over the woman's head, brushing against the tattoos that adorned her skin. The glyphs, meant to protect and ward off attacks, eerily welcomed Bella as she touched one in particular. The symbol of Bast, a sleek, powerful sun lioness etched in glowing hieroglyphs, seemed to pulse beneath her touch, causing Bella's eyes to gleam with a golden hue that mirrored the ammonious saw's own. In an instant, the world around her shifted. Bella's senses became overwhelmed as she found herself beside a roaring river, the scene unfolding like a vivid painting coming to life. Looking down at herself, she waved her hand through her body, astonished to discover she was an unseen ghost, a whisper in the wind of a time long past. The landscape was raw and untouched, the river's waters reflecting the tumultuous sky above. For a moment, Bella felt lost, disoriented in this ancient fever dream, her mind struggling to grasp the reality she was witnessing. It wasn't until her gaze settled on the figures before her that Carlyle's words echoed in her memory. It was said that 2,000 years ago, near the shore of the Danube River in Austria, Caius nearly lost his life in a battle against this creature. There stood Caius, his youthful appearance belying the millennia of cruelty etched into his icy gaze. His white hair, a stark contrast against the darkening sky, flowed like a ghostly halo around his head. When his eyes landed on Bella, she froze, exhaling a sigh as his gaze continued on as if she weren't even there. What was happening? Bella struggled to focus. Was she truly in the past? Opposite him stood the ammonious saw. Her eyes, wild and unbroken, burned with a fire that spoke of deep-seated defiance. The air crackled with tension, a silence heavy with anticipation. Have you made your decision, Kepra? Caius tilted his head, observing her intently. Like a snake with its prey. Will you and your people join us? Or will you end up like your allies, the Romanians? Not in the way you offer, the ammonious saw replied, her voice a low growl, her stance unyielding against the vampire's piercing gaze. We gain nothing from that path, nothing changes, and nobody can ever own us, Caius, especially not a usurper like you. Caius's expression shifted from arrogance to something darker, more dangerous. Then you leave me no choice, he hissed, signaling his soldiers. Around them, the world became a blur of movement. Caius's gifted soldiers, their eyes gleaming with malevolence, encircled the pair, a trap ready to spring. In a swift motion, driven by desperation and the need to protect, a figure lunged at Caius, a were-jaguar of formidable power, its furs shining with an ethereal light. But Caius's soldiers, equally gifted, intervened. The battle was fierce, a chaotic dance of fangs and claws, but the tide turned quickly. One of the soldiers' powers managed to stiffen the jaguar, Ammonious saw, and her warriors, freezing them like mannequins to the valley floor. Caius's cold laugh cut through the chaos as he held the Ammonious saw's made in a vice-like grip. A soldier passed him a shining silver object, its sharp edges studded with precious jewels. The wolf's angle, Bella whispered. She leaned forward to run, but time held her frozen, helpless as she watched Caius hack into the jaguar's chest, tugging out its heart while meeting the Ammonious saw's feral gaze. If I can't have you, no one will. Caius crushed the jaguar's pounding heart beneath his boot. The Ammonious saw's roar of grief and rage shook the very valley, her pain a tangible force that Bella could feel resonating under her skin, even through the memory. Her eyes burned like wildfire, her fury breaking free. Chains of psychic energy wrapped around her as she shifted into her jaguar form, charging at the triumphant Vulturi while her warriors fought fiercely against Volterra's soldiers. Caius, basking in what he believed to be his victory, turned to face the approaching Ammonious saw. His red eyes sparkled with a sinister delight, eager for another trophy to add to his collection. The atmosphere crackled with tension as these two powerful beings collided, fang and claw, magic and brute strength. The Ammonious saw's ferocity was unmatched, her claws swiped with deadly precision and intent. Caius, despite his arrogance, was no novice in battle. He parried and dodged, using his supernatural abilities to defend himself. As the clash escalated, the Ammonious saw's power surged within her. She fought with a strength that seemed to draw from the very earth, each blow landing with increasing force. Caius, once confident, began to waver under her relentless assault. In a swift, unexpected move, the Ammonious saw lunged at him, her steaming claws slicing through his defenses. With a roar that echoed through the valley, she tore off one of his arms and tossed it aside like a discarded toy. Caius staggered back, shock and pain twisting his features. For a moment, it seemed the Ammonious saw would claim victory. She prepared to strike at his exposed neck, her jaws wide open. But in that instant, a bird screeched in pain as the Vulturi managed to break its wing. Bella watched in horror as the bird transformed into a young woman, perhaps just a few years older than herself. The fierce determination in her stance and her hazel eyes felt hauntingly familiar. A hulking Vulturi soldier had her pinned, his hand hovering over her heart. Was she another falcon warrior, like Taji? Luniphilia. The soldier called, his crimson eyes gleaming as the Ammonius saw watched Taji struggle in his grip. Choose, either you kill him or you save them, he said, sweeping his arm back to draw her attention to her warriors. The battlefield fell silent, every eye turning to the scene unfolding before them. Caius, clutching his bleeding stump, wore a twisted expression of fury and terror as he glared at the Ammonius saw. Another choice, Kepra, he spat, his voice dripping with venom. Pick wisely this time. The Ammonius saw's eyes, brimming with fury and grief, shifted from Caius to Taji, who shook her head in opposition. Torn between the desire for vengeance and the need to protect her own, she began to transform, slowly backing away from the wounded vampire. This isn't over, Caius, she growled, her voice heavy with unspoken promises. As they retreated, Kepra's eyes locked onto Bella's ethereal form, and the werewolf felt a surge of emotions, anger, sorrow, determination, as if Kepra's spirit had briefly intertwined with her own. The memory faded with a strong pulse, and in an instant, Bella found herself back in the present, her hand still resting on the symbol of Bast, her heart pounding with the echoes of a past long gone. Kepra loosened her grip, her gaze dazed. Bella, her legs weak from the encounter, fell to the floor with a thud, gasping for air. Ammonius saw. Cole and Taji rushed to her side. Taji guided her back to the throne while Cole faced Bella, his body coiled like a spring ready to pounce. As Cole took a step toward Bella, the Ammonius saw reached out, her hand fastening around his forearm. Her touch stopped him in his tracks, and Cole turned to look at her, confusion etched on his face. Kepra's gaze remained fixed on Bella, her golden eyes reflecting an exhaustion that seemed to stretch back through the ages. A long, heavy moment passed, and silence enveloped the room. You said you came here because you wanted to stop the Vulturi, the Ammonius saw murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. Bella nodded, rubbing her throat. Why? The question hung in the air, heavy with implications. Bella took a breath. Because they're trying to kill my family and everyone in my town, innocent people, just because of what I am. She clenched her fists, glancing at Leah and Rosalie. Look, we didn't even know if you still existed. A lot of people think you guys are a myth or that you went extinct after fighting the Vulturi, but you're here. She gestured around the room, her voice rising with determination. If we can work together, we can stop TH. The arrogance of youth, the Ammonius saw interjected softly, as everlasting as the stars. The child's shoulders slumped as she rubbed her brow in frustration, a surprisingly human gesture given her immortality. I suppose they've had enough time to rewrite history to suit their needs, especially if the world above no longer believes we ever existed. I cannot say that it's entirely unhelpful, either. Ammonius saw. Taji hesitated, her hand reaching out toward the woman's shoulder. Shall I grab the... No, the Ammonius saw replied, leaning forward to observe the young werewolf's scars, noting how her hands fidgeted, glancing toward the two women behind her. Even after she knows, there is no proof that it is still true now. Bella shuffled, the chains clinking against her knees. Know what? The truth, the Ammonius saw stated. The reason why we're creatures and vampires are natural-born enemies is that our species are siblings, born from twin tribes in what you now call Egypt, many millennia ago. What? Bella, Rosalie, and Leah exclaimed in unison. I suppose it's a different tale than what you've learned today, the Ammonius saw continued. I can't tell you the exact recounting of it all. I was born in the Second Dynasty, years after the curse began, but... The curse? Leah asked, her brows furrowing as her mind raced through the possibilities. Ammonius saw blinked and said, I'm getting ahead of myself, aren't I? A bit, but only by a century or two, Taji shrugged, while Cole nodded in agreement. Try starting with the very beginning. Ammonius saw snapped her fingers, and golden streams of light flowed off the wall, transforming into a mesmerizing dance of scenes. The lights coalesced into forms and figures, playing out a history lost to the sands of time. Wow, Leah murmured. This is better than Disney on Ice. As the golden lights began to tell their story, Ammonius Saw's voice wove the narrative. 5,000 years ago, in pre-dynastic Egypt, Neith, the mother goddess, fate, and prime creator of the cosmos, watched over the empty universe before deciding to create the world. Her sons, Apep, the dark embodiment of chaos, and Ra, symbolizing light and order, shaped the forces of Earth. From Ra came many children, including 2 daughters, Sekhmet and Bast, the sun lionesses. Fierce warrior and gentle protector, they were the 2 eyes of Ra, embodying his dual nature of vengeance and healing. The lights shifted, depicting 2 tribes, each serving one of Ra's daughters. One tribe, under Sekhmet, delved into warfare, necromancy, and blood magic, while the other, under Bast, aligned with nature, animal magic, and medicine. Like Cain and Abel in the Christian mythos, these sibling tribes, initially harmonious, grew competitive, vying for Ra's favor. This rivalry, fueled by pride and ambition, led to a tragic blunder. In their zeal, they unleashed a plague upon their own people, causing immense suffering. Rosalie exchanged a quick, uneasy glance with Leah, who wore a look of disbelief. The reality of their situation was becoming increasingly surreal as the golden lights continued to unfold their tale. The atmosphere darkened, reflecting the despair that had settled over the tribes. The scene shifted to reveal the gods' fury at the devastation wrought by their own children. Great Mother Neith, heartbroken by the tragedy, cursed the magicians of these tribes. Those loyal to Bast, who had a deep connection with animals, were transformed into war creatures, embodying their primal instincts. Meanwhile, the followers of Sekhmet, who wielded death magic, became the first vampires, condemned to survive on the blood of others. The curse was not absolute at first. They could still shift between their human and beast forms, able to reproduce and create more of their kind. But as centuries rolled on, their human essence began to fade, solidifying their cursed identities. I was the last born into this turmoil, and when I came of age to lead, I sought to heal this rift. The scene transformed, showcasing Ammonius Saw engaged in intricate negotiations with the leaders of the Romanian vampires. The golden lights danced around them, illuminating their earnest discussions, punctuated by moments of tension and fragile truces. The Romanians, the dominant vampire tribe of that time, had established their rule through strength and fear, Ammonius Saw continued. Their strategy was simple: amass the most powerful humans, turn them, and use them to enforce their dominance. It was an effective method of intimidation and control. Yet, despite their power, they grew arrogant, blind to the rising threat of the Vulturi. Bella felt a chill run down her spine as the lights depicted the Romanian leaders, confident and unyielding, dismissing the warnings from Ammonius Saw and her envoys. "We warned them about the Vulturi's unconventional tactics," Ammonius Saw said, a weary frustration lacing her voice. The Vulturi operated differently. They sought out vampires with unique abilities, those who possessed psychic, emotional, and elemental powers. But the Romanians, cloaked in their arrogance, laughed off our warnings. They viewed the Vulturi as merely another upstart group, failing to grasp the true danger they posed. The scene shifted to reveal the Vulturi, led by Aro, Caius, and Marcus. Their strategy was far more cunning and insidious than mere brute force. They gathered gifted vampires, creating an army not just of strength, but of supernatural abilities meticulously chosen to outmaneuver any conventional force. The Romanians were unprepared for the Vulturi's guerrilla warfare, Ammonius Saw said, her voice somber. Their overconfidence was their downfall. When the Vulturi struck, it was not just with physical prowess, but with powers that could control minds, freeze enemies in their tracks, and sow discord within the Romanian ranks. As she spoke, the golden lights dimmed, reflecting the fall of the Romanians, outmaneuvered and outplayed by the Vulturi's strategic cunning. Thus, the Vulturi rose to power, ruthless and unchallenged, Ammonius Saw concluded, her tone heavy with gravitas. In their ascent, they dismantled any hope of lifting our shared curse. Like the Romanians before them, I sought negotiations, a path to break the curse. But the Vulturi were different. They reveled in their vampiric nature, basking in their immortality and power. As Ammonius Saw continued, the golden lights flickered, casting elongated shadows across the room, mirroring the dark turn of events. They had long abandoned any notions of reconciliation. They found delight in their dominance, in the terror they instilled in human populations. To them, the idea of returning to a state of harmony, of undoing the curse, was not just unappealing, it was antithetical to their very being. And then their interest grew, not only in ruling humanity but in controlling the children too. The room fell silent as Ammonius Saw's words lingered in the air. The lights then portrayed a heart-wrenching scene by the Danube River, where Caius forced Ammonius Saw into a devastating choice, igniting the catastrophic werewolf-vampire wars. Taji squeezed the hilt of her sword, her hazel eyes narrowing with determination. Ammonius Saw's eyes pierced into the image of Caius's smirk. The wars turned into a relentless hunt by the Vulturi against the children, she murmured. Trapped between our nature and their chase, we evolved for survival. Our DNA absorbed centuries of trauma, passing this information to every new child that was bitten. With each generation, the hatred intensified, and soon we could no longer transform at will. The force of the full moon left us feral and exposed, easy targets for the Vulturi. As the narrative reached the present day, the lights illuminated Ammonius Saw and her people, hidden and forgotten, reduced to mere stories. The midnight sun helped us in many ways. And as the Vulturi embedded themselves deeper into the fabric of Western civilization, manipulating events from behind the scenes, we moved underground, far from the prying eyes of Volterra. The golden light slowly transitioned to a serene glow. We have our ways to connect with the world above, people who still follow the old world. But we're biding our time, working to find the path to. The lights faded as they swirled back into the walls and floors. Live again. As Bella blinked out of the story's trance, her mind raced, processing the torrent of revelations cascading through her thoughts. She realized, with a sinking feeling, the depth of the rift between the two species, the centuries of hatred and fear ingrained so deeply that it had become part of their very essence. The Vulturi would never stop hunting her. The only way out alive was through the children. So, will you work with us? Ammonius Saw leaned back on her throne, scoffing. Work with a bunch of ragtag children who couldn't even fight off 6 of my warriors. You're asking me to bet the fate of my people, centuries of work, on that? The child's expression shifted to something wistful. Headstrong and a dreamer, you remind me of someone. She gave Taji an amused side eye as she sighed. Many. Someone's actually here. I will look over your journal and hear your story, but that is as far as I can promise, Ammonius Saw said. Cole bristled. But, Ammonius Saw, we should be cautious. Do you now doubt me, Toto Wamdu? Ammonius Saw's tone was fond as she regarded him. Have I lost your trust after all these years? Cole straightened, shaking his head. No, you could never. Then trust that, for now, they are not a threat. The wards would not have allowed her to pass into my mind otherwise. And the vampire? She cannot be unsupervised. Cole glared at Rosalie. Ammonius Saw's gaze lowered to the blonde, taking in the cracks along her shoulders and the harsh scent of burning bleach. Return her arms, but keep the manacle around her neck. And Taji. Ammonius Saw turned to the falcon warrior, her words sweet yet sharp. Since you've been such a Samaritan today, you and your lieutenants will be tasked with watching them. But, Taji began to protest. One look from Ammonius Saw silenced her. The leader turned back to the trio. We are not particularly charitable to outsiders anymore, especially vampires, so you 3 should consider yourselves fortunate. You are dismissed. Taji will explain the rules of our home. Ammonius Saw watched the young werewolf. And Isabella? Use this chance wisely. The guards escorted the women out of the chamber, but as the double doors closed behind her, Bella managed one last glance back. Kepra was staring at the crumpled wolfsangel in her palm, her expression unreadable. Chapter 24, Convergence of Fates. Use this chance wisely. The words echoed in Bella's mind as they were led down a narrow corridor, dimly lit by flickering torches that cast long shadows on the stone walls. The air was brisk, a stark contrast to the warmth of the chamber they had just left. Taji and Cole moved ahead, silent sentinels with their faces hidden, guiding them with precision, while 2 other guards brought up the rear. They soon arrived at a distant lodge, its door heavy and imposing, promising either solitude or another cage, depending on one's perspective. Bella noted the strange metal glowing in the hinges with a mix of curiosity and apprehension. Inside, the lodge was surprisingly tidy and minimalist. Barred windows and bolted furniture hinted at its true purpose, containment. Stone beds with plush bedding and dimly lit lamps offered a semblance of comfort amidst the oppressive atmosphere. The walls were adorned with tapestries that told the stories of the children's lore. As they absorbed their new surroundings, the door swung open once more. The guards who had escorted them unceremoniously tossed Rosalie's arms, now neatly wrapped in cloth, into the room. The sound of clanking metal followed as they unlocked Rosalie's chains, leaving only the one around her neck, a hot, unyielding circle of restraint. Rosalie shot them an icy glare the moment they turned away, but she remained silent, lifting her chin defiantly as she met Cole's piercing gaze. She refused to glance at the bundle, determined not to show any weakness to the warrior. No matter how deep their trespass into the volcano, Rosalie would never cower before a dangerous man again. "Hey, wait. What happens now?" Leah called out, her voice echoing in the room. "We can't just be kept here forever." Taji, standing at the threshold, offered her a calm look. "The Ammonius Saw will review the information you've provided," she said, her voice steady and firm. "She will consult with her council on the best course of action. For now, you have escaped death, but there is no trust and no. I guarantee you weren't followed, nor could the Vulturi coerce you into betraying us. You need to stay here until we can ensure the threat is mitigated." Bella's frustration was palpable. "What more do we need to convince you? There must be a reason you saved us, especially since it was before your leader even got involved." Taji's gaze lingered on them, a flicker of something deeper in her eyes, but she remained silent, the warning glance from Cole evident even through his mask. "The Ammonius Saw has instructed that I cannot share more until a decision is reached. Your meals will be delivered later," she added, turning to leave. Her footsteps echoed down the corridor, and the door shut with a definitive thud, leaving the trio alone once more. Bella moved to bang on the door, but a hushed "Jesus, Blondie" snapped her out of her frustration. It was Rosalie. The vampire had moved to the corner of the room, her back turned to Bella and Leah. The wrapped bundle of her arms lay untouched on the floor beside her, and she made no move to retrieve them, her posture trembling with tension. Bella felt a harsh tug in her chest, an inexplicable pull toward Rosalie. She approached with caution, her steps hesitant. "Rosalie," Bella began, her voice softer than she intended, "let me help." Rosalie shot her a sharp, cutting glare over her shoulder. "I don't need your pity," she snapped, her voice laced with venom, but Bella could hear the underlying strain. Leah, leaning against the wall with a watchful eye, shook her head. "Well, you might not want her pity, but you could use her hands. Unless you've suddenly grown a new pair since we last checked." Ignoring Leah's comment, Bella cradled the bundle and began unwrapping Rosalie's severed arms. She couldn't suppress a furious hiss at the sight. The clean cuts were a stark reminder of their dire situation. As she lifted one arm, a faint glow emanated from it. Is that supposed to happen?" Leah asked, her curiosity piqued as she pointed at the glowing wound. Rosalie's eyes darted to the glow, a mix of shock and embarrassment crossing her features. She quickly looked away, her jaw clenching. Bella felt a warmth spreading in her own arm, mirroring Rosalie's injury. She touched the area, the heat intensifying under her fingers. "Is this because of the bond?" she murmured, mostly to herself. Rosalie remained silent, refusing to meet Bella's gaze. Her pride was wounded, but the physical injury was healing, albeit slowly. The connection between them, the mate bond, seemed to be accelerating the process. "Let me just help put these back," Bella said softly, reaching out to touch Rosalie's arm. The contact sent a jolt through both of them, and the glow brightened for a moment. Finally, Rosalie met Bella's gaze, a tumult of emotions swirling in her eyes. The helpless rage nearly made Bella waver, but she held firm, meeting those fierce whiskey-colored eyes with a deep-seated patience. "Trust me," Bella thought as she waited. After a moment, Rosalie gave her a curt nod, allowing Bella to assist, though her stubborn nature kept her from voicing any thanks. The room filled with a tense, charged silence as they worked together, an unspoken understanding hanging heavily between them. Bella carefully aligned Rosalie's arms with the stumps. There was no manual for this, no guidelines on how to reattach the severed limbs of an immortal being. Yet, as their skin touched, a subtle, almost imperceptible vibration filled the air. Rosalie flinched, a sharp intake of breath betraying her discomfort. Carlyle prefers to keep the limb bound while the venom acts as a glue. He says it helps things align once they're reattached. She glanced down at the limb before staring at the wall. But I've never seen a vampire able to grow their limbs back, ever. Leah's astonishment was evident. "Wow," she breathed, "is it actually working?" Bella didn't respond, her focus was entirely on the task at hand. Deep inside, she felt an unshakable certainty that what they were doing was right. The warmth from her arms seemed to flow into Rosalie's, causing the glow in her wounds to intensify, knitting flesh to flesh and bone to bone. Rosalie's breath hitched, her eyes squeezing shut as she fought against the overwhelming sensation. The intimacy of the moment sent shivers under her skin. After what felt like an eternity, the glow began to fade, and Bella slowly withdrew her hands. She watched, mesmerized, as the last of the severed arms melded seamlessly with Rosalie's body. No scar remained, just smooth, flawless skin as if the limbs had never been removed. Even the thin line around her neck healed beneath the burning manacle. Rosalie opened her eyes, lifting her newly restored arms. She flexed her fingers, turning her wrists, testing the reality of her healed limbs. A whirlwind of emotions crossed her face, disbelief, relief, and a reluctant gratitude. For a moment, silence enveloped them. Finally, Rosalie turned her gaze to Bella, her eyes intense. "Thank you," she whispered, the words heavy with an emotion she couldn't quite name. Bella nodded. "You're welcome," she replied, her heart racing with a mix of exhilaration and energy. Without thinking, she squeezed Rosalie's arm, wanting to feel the warmth of her skin. Leah cleared her throat, breaking the charged atmosphere. "Well, that was something," she said, though she couldn't conceal the awe in her voice. Bella blinked out of her daze, quickly pulling her hand back and busying herself with picking up pieces of cloth. Rosalie watched her with a small frown, her arm felt colder now that Bella's touch was gone. As they settled into a new rhythm, the reality of their situation crept back in, settling heavily in the air. Leah broke the silence, her voice edged with an intensity that was rare for her. "All right, let's not sugarcoat this. What are we going to do? Because it feels like we're trapped in a bomb waiting to blow." Rosalie leaned against the wall, crossing her arms. "We're at their mercy," she admitted, her voice low. "We survived, yes, but that's hardly a victory. We're shaky allies at best and bargaining chips at worst. Right now, they're divided on what to do with us. Those two soldiers have their leader's ear, and they both want us alive and dead, respectively." Rosalie scoffed. "Edward would probably say we're living out the judgment of Solomon." Bella rubbed her temples, trying to ease the tension. "When I touched those symbols on her head, it wasn't just memories or emotions. It was like seeing centuries of their struggle all at once. They've gone through so much, but it's left them isolated and very dangerous. Whatever we fear from the Vulturi has happened to them 100 times over." Leah scowled, frustration clear on her face. "Great, so we're stuck begging for help from a tribe that's been messed with too many times to count. Vampires have attacked La Push maybe 2 or 3 times in our entire history, and look at how our wolves despise them. And to think those same vampires are supposed to be their siblings? How the hell are we supposed to convince them to help?" Rosalie sighed, meeting Bella's gaze. "By showing them we understand. We're not just asking them to fight our battle. We're offering them a partnership, a chance to end their isolation on their terms." "Anne." Rosalie's brows furrowed in thought, with Bella's shield. Maybe they won't need the midnight sun anymore. What do you mean? Bella asked, intrigued. Your shield naturally protects you from any psychic and emotional attacks. That's why Edward, Alice, and Jasper can't use their powers on you, right? Yeah, Bella replied, her mind racing with possibilities. Leah nodded. The only time they can read me now is if I expand my shield and let them inside it. And what else has changed now that you can use your shield? Rosalie stood up, meeting Leah and Bella's confused gazes. Think about the full moon, she urged. Leah straightened in her seat. She doesn't go crazy anymore when she shifts. Exactly, Rosalie confirmed. She can hold her wolf form like a colloid and even command other alphas with her power alone. I think her shield treats the moon's effect like a mental attack on her psyche, protecting her from its impact in the same way it would against a supernatural power. Bella exhaled in shock. So you're saying if I can expand my shield enough to keep the children inside, she pieced it together, then they can stay sane as wolves and fight as a pack. The Vulturi would lose that advantage. We would need some supernaturals with psychic powers to hold off the Vulturi's gifted soldiers, Rosalie murmured in thought. But yes, in theory, with the colloids and whatever allies my family can find, it would give us a much better chance against them. Maybe even an equal fight. Wow, Bella whispered. That changes a lot. And we still have Bella's strange god-complex situation too, Leah pointed out. Sam looked like he saw a ghost when you two came back after that fight. True, Bella sighed. But I still barely remember what happened. I don't know if I can rely on that as an option just yet. It wasn't me in control. Yeah, but we better treat every option like $1 billion when they come for us again. We need all the leverage we can get. Maybe Ammonia's son knows more about it. Leah shrugged, her mind wandering at the images of the two Egyptian goddesses, Bast and Sekhmet, carved into the mantle in front of her. And what about your bond? Leah asked, her unassuming words pulling Rosalie and Bella into tension, as if they were connected by invisible strings. Leah, lost in thought, tilted her head as she absorbed the children's mythology. We know it's pretty powerful, even in short bursts. Like how Blondie could get you to turn back into a human during the full moon, even before you learned to control your shield. Rosalie pursed her lips, sneaking a glance at Bella before finding her nails suddenly fascinating. Leah scratched her neck, her eyes darting across the origins of the ammonious saw. Or the fact that Rosalie can heal like a werewolf now and needs less blood to survive. Chief Billy would jump out of his chair for that alone. Bella's shoulders nearly reached her ears as she crossed her arms, trying to bury herself in the couch's cushions. And even with all that, there were still more moments, Bella's mind whispered. The emotions burning beneath her skin weren't hers to claim. She could sense any time Rosalie was in danger, the ever-present desire to please, to protect, to pursue. The way Rosalie turned her head every time she walked into the room. Her presence that created a rift in Rosalie's marriage. Her wolf that put Rosalie and their families under the scrutiny of the Vulturi. Her scent that constantly reminded Rosalie of her death. So what about their bond? Bella shook her head and rolled her shoulders to relieve the tension. Leah. Just stop, she said, surprising both Leah and Rosalie. They would have expected Rosalie to object before Bella. The vampire paused, noticing the shadow that crossed Bella's face. If the ammonious saw didn't even want to consider it, there was probably a good reason, Bella continued. But that Taji woman saved us because of it, Leah said, confused by Bella's sudden mood shift. Just because their leader didn't. I said that's enough, Bella growled, her eyes flashing like quicksilver. There was a tone in her voice that straightened Leah's spine and made her lean away from the werewolf, even as hostility simmered in her mind. The air felt heavy, like that of a large predator, lingering beneath Bella's skin. Sorry, but I'm the one with the bond, Bella sighed, her hands tight with restraint. So if I don't want to talk about it, please leave it alone. Baffled, Leah watched as Bella sulked into her folded arms, clearly shutting them out. Leah narrowed her eyes at the sight before turning her attention to Rosalie. Blondie? Rosalie barely tore her gaze from Bella, only to shake her head in response. Leah scoffed. "Oh, both of you, just leave it. It's the one reason we were spared, and neither of you want to talk about it. Let alone figure out how we can use it to help us with the Vulturi. Really? You're serious?" Silence met her question. "Tsukati, my lovely heavenly mama," Leah looked up at the ceiling, her palms open and raised. "If this is my karma for being a jerk about Sam imprinting, then I'm really, truly sorry, but please." Just then, the clanking of the door unlocking caught their attention. Without thinking, the women formed a loose triangle, with Leah and Bella at the front. As the latch pulled back, they tensed. The scent of spices, cooked meat, and wet metal filled the air. When Taji's mask appeared at the doorway, they sighed in relief. Another guard entered behind her, carrying a tray laden with food, drinks, and a sealed wooden bowl. They placed the tray on the table before standing against the wall, watching the room in silence. "Your food," Taji said, nodding at the offerings before fixing Rosalie with a piercing gaze. "You're lucky the Harmonious Saw allowed you this, if only to satisfy her curiosity about your diet." Taji then pointed at the wooden bowl, the thick scent of blood wafting from it. "Orca and leopard seal." Rosalie eyed the bowl for a moment. "It's not poisoned, if that's your concern," Taji reassured her. Taji drawled, "As you've already experienced, we have quicker ways to harm you if necessary." Bella positioned herself to block the vampire from Taji's view, her gaze locked onto the warrior's eyes. The air thickened with her pheromones, causing all but Rosalie and Taji to grimace in discomfort. Taji's fingers twitched in anticipation, her eyes gleaming at Bella's challenge. "You have a strong aura, especially for a pup," she said, adopting a sarcastically maternal tone. "Did my little threat make you territorial, Toto?" Bella snarled, flashing a hint of her teeth. Taji's guard pushed off the wall, her hands gripping the hilt of her sword. But Taji raised a halting hand in the air, her focus unwavering on Bella. "Well, I suppose I could show grace for your lack of manners," Taji mused. "After all, you thought you were the only child in the world, so how could you have learned?" She raised an eyebrow. "But, it's important for all werewolves to know the basics of our culture. And the number one rule of a fight?" Taji's eyes turned a bright, burnt gold. "Never aim a weapon you are not prepared to fire." If Bella's pheromones felt like a strong hand gripping the back of her neck, then Taji's presence tore through the room like a bulldozer. Her aura was an ancient tsunami, drowning them in a darkness that felt too vast and too old for this confined space. The air thickened, charged with an electric current that made their skin tingle and their hearts race. As Taji's pheromones flooded the room, Bella clenched her fists, feeling an involuntary shiver crawl up her spine. It was like standing in the eye of a storm, a maelstrom of wills clashing without a single word spoken. Bella's growl erupted from her, a knee-jerk reaction, a clash of instincts against the tidal wave of submission that Taji's scent demanded. It was a battle within herself, torn between the part that wanted to yield and the part that refused to be cowed. The tension spiked. The tension in the air was palpable as Taji observed them, her golden gaze sharp and assessing. It felt like a moment suspended in time, a lesson in the raw, unbridled laws that governed this new world. Bella swayed, her throat tightening around a thin, helpless yelp. Leah dropped to one knee, her shoulders trembling as she was forced to show her neck. Rosalie, though disconnected from wolf dynamics, understood the nature of power, the silent language of predators. She fought against the instinct in her bones to attack, realizing that Taji spoke a dialect she had never encountered before. Then, just as quickly as it had intensified, the pressure receded. The immediate threat had lessened, but Taji's presence lingered in the air, like the scent of rain after a lightning strike. Bella's raw gasps echoed through her chest, the tired sounds of her breathing filling the silence of the room. Taji turned to the soldier braced against the wall, their shoulders relaxed despite the tension. "I apologize, Naeli. I should have had you leave before I did that," she said, bowing her head in remorse. "That was inappropriate of me." "It's all right, Cozy," Naeli replied, squinting her eyes in amusement. "But do you see why it's ironic that you call Cole the hothead?" Taji huffed. No, because I do not speak the language of ludicrousness. Quoll is a hothead. Only because you light the match, Naeli chuckled. You are the two pillars for a reason. Quoll is practically a gentle giant when you're not around. Meanwhile, the scent of Taji's aura had finally stopped confusing Bella's instincts, pulling her between fight and flight. Yet, the imprint of it reminded her of that battle on the Danube River. It had been a clash of scents and auras, the metaphysical residue of battle making it hard to pinpoint anyone in particular. But when Bella saw that injured bird shift into a woman, one scent became clear as day. You were the falcon fighting Caius men, weren't you? Bella's voice was raw as she wrapped her arm around Leah's shoulder. Together with Rosalie, they lifted the shifter to sit on the couch. That day in Austria when they... Do not ever speak about that memory with such familiarity again, Taji snarled, spinning around to glare at the young werewolf. You only had access to it because of the ammonious saw. Wielding it as if you own it is far beyond bad manners. She turned to Naeli, who bowed her head in deference. You may leave us and relieve me later, Naeli. I will take the first watch. Naeli nodded. If Quoll asks. Tell him the truth, Taji replied with a shrug. I assigned another guard to the post. If he presses, be straightforward but remind him that the ammonious saw did give me the responsibility to watch them. Of course, cozy, Naeli said, giving the trio an unreadable look before locking the door behind her. The ammonious saw's memories are never to be shared without her explicit permission, Taji continued. Especially not with the uninitiated or any outsiders. She is the keeper of our people, her mind is practically sacred ground. Just because the glyphs allowed you to see anything doesn't mean you can share that information so freely. Do you understand? Yes, Bella murmured. But it was you, wasn't it? You wouldn't have cared so much otherwise. Why does it matter? Taji shot back, her eyes narrowed. The reason you came here wasn't for my biography. Bella didn't respond, locking eyes with Taji in a silent standoff. It was irrational, but her wolf still smarted from the pheromones that had been exchanged earlier. Leah glanced back and forth between them, feeling the tension rise. With a sigh, the shifter decided to break the silence. Maybe it doesn't matter, Leah shrugged. But it does, especially since your other pillar planned to kill us for trespassing. Seemed to mind one bit until you knew that these two were mates. Taji leaned back, breaking her intense gaze to glance at the Quilute. She recited the same company line, droll and crisp, like a bored lieutenant. The ammonious saw has forbidden any discussion of ancillary matters until she has made a decision about your presence here. I am not allowed to speak on. Oh, I call bullshit, Leah interjected. Taji's eyes flashed a burnt gold, prompting Leah to raise her hands in surrender. I mean, whatever the respectful version of that is. What I'm trying to say is, our lives are in your hands. And you know we didn't come here as enemies. We came for help. We came to help. Your leader may not want to talk about the mate bond, but it made you save us. With everything you've told us about your history, I'm willing to bet that's a pretty big deal. Leah sighed, puffing out a breath. Maybe in the end, you decide to kill us. Maybe we can't be of any use to each other at all. So, is there any harm in telling us what's going on? Especially if we can help you better if we know more. Taji's movements were deliberate as she rubbed the ornate hilt of her knife, her eyes veiled in contemplation. She settled into an armchair, an air of solemnity enveloping her. Slowly, with a grace that commanded silent attention, she began to remove her mask, revealing her features to the room. Her caramel-brown skin seemed to glow softly in the dim light, framing her light curly hair that cascaded naturally around her shoulders. Her hazel eyes, intense and profound, scanned the room, mirroring the keen gaze of her falcon form. Strong, angular features gave her a striking appearance, a testament to her wolf heritage and the battles she had weathered. Bella was momentarily taken aback by the revelation of Taji's distinct features, resonating deeply with the memories she held. Bella leaned slightly toward Leah, her voice barely a whisper but filled with realization. It was you in that memory. The recognition sparked a mix of awe and apprehension as the pieces of a once incomplete puzzle began to fall into place before her eyes. The Ammonius Saw does not consider the mate bond a viable strategy to break the curse. It's a fairy tale to her, Taji declared, her voice carrying a weight that filled the space with a new gravity. Why? Rosalie asked, raising an eyebrow at the revelation. From the way she spoke, it seemed like you were all waiting for the right moment to leave. Doesn't she like the idea? Taji shook her head. It's less about the idea and more about the outcomes of pursuing it. Outcomes? Bella inquired. There's a belief that there's another opportunity to break the curse every few centuries or so, Taji explained, looking at Rosalie and Bella. A mating bond between one vampire and one werewolf. Some see it as merely an anomaly, no different than a birth defect, a rare outcome of evolution and science. But others view it as a chance from Neath to start fresh and end our situation. A bond between the two tribes has been rumored to be extremely powerful because it accesses both the sun and moon abilities of Sekhmet and Bast. Order and chaos. Taji gazed at the carvings on the walls, her mind drifting. The Ammonius Saw used to tell us her tribe's stories about this often, especially when the time would come for a new mate pair to be born into the world. It was a sign of better times. Used to. Rosalie frowned. What changed? After that battle in Austria, Taji said, clenching her jaw, it wasn't just the children that were killed. The Vulturi hunted down every single bond pair since their rise to power to prevent the curse's end. Harboring any of them brought down their fury. It became unsafe for them to even exist. Eventually, they forbade us from even looking for them. Taji met the gazes of the two women. You two are the first we've seen in over 800 years. What? Rosalie and Bella exclaimed in unison. But after all this time, even with the mates before the Volturi, they never found a way to break it? Rosalie pressed. I mean, there must have been information. It seems like you all document so much of your history. Taji glanced around at the intricate carvings on the walls. This is a more recent habit of ours. The Ammonius Saw is not only a keeper of knowledge, but also one of the last guardians of the children. Before the war began, we relied on sound to remember. We were an oratory people, preferring psalms and stories. There was no need to write down what was passed down through our blood. That was until we lost so many of us, Taji continued. The Ammonius Saw thought it best to focus on keeping our numbers as stable as possible. We had no room for error, no time for guesses or hopes that the gods would bless us. We had to take our survival into our own hands, at least until a better time, a better opportunity would come. But if she's been waiting for a better time... Leah's eyebrows furrowed. Why is she so reluctant to consider their bond? I mean, this could be a way to save your people. The Ammonius Saw has never needed a way to save our people. She has been doing that, the Falcon warrior scolded on her leader's behalf. She lost so much. We all did, to the curse, to the Vulturi, from protecting each other. Leading comes with sacrifice. But how many times can you wish on a pipe dream until you look around and see all your people dead beside you? Do not judge the Ammonius Saw for being put in an impossible scenario. For many years, her job was not to give us hope. It was to keep us alive long enough to be able to hope. Taji sat back in her seat, her gaze dark with old memories. Rosalie noticed the tension in her shoulders. So, do you consider it your job to keep hope? No, Taji replied. Taji shook her head. The Ammonius Saw's job is to protect the children. My job is to protect the Ammonius Saw. Cole is a brilliant tactician, skilled at reading the environment. He prefers the fight. I'm more of a strategist. My gift lies in seeing the bigger picture. I believe that's why our animals chose us the way they did. I understood her decision to focus on the present. I still believe in it. But when I saw you two standing in the doorway of our home, it felt almost like a haphazard gift thrown down by Bast herself. How could I turn my back on that chance? How could I give up the opportunity to restore hope to the Ammonius Saw? Taji's gaze drifted to the carving of a young Kepra, her stance powerful even in a drawing. "I owe her too much," she murmured. "I won't pretend to understand what you've been through, but we want to help." Bella stepped forward. "We're here to help with that." Taji contemplated Bella's words before slowly nodding, her fingers tracing the contours of her mask. "Can you tell us a bit more about the bond?" Leah asked. "Why does the Vulturi fear it so much if there isn't much proof that it can stop them?" "I've collected pieces and scraps of information over the years," Taji sighed. "A lot of it is metaphors, arcane texts, and languages even older than the hieroglyphs I'm familiar with, languages that the Ammonius Saw wasn't even alive for. But from what I can read, there's always this reference to it joining. The bond between a werewolf and a vampire from the sister tribes amplifies certain abilities. I'm not sure how or which specific abilities, though they mention one of spirit and one of power, but from a physical perspective, it seems like they bind the pair's individual gifts together and create something new. After the mate bond is complete, there's a certain activation that has to occur. The pairings I talked to before weren't able to harness it. Not many of them could understand the texts or. The books hold something innate that needs to happen, but I just can't figure out what it is," Taji growled, frustration creeping into her voice. "What I do know is that the Vulturi both fear and covet power, especially powers that are unknown. If they can't understand it enough to control it, they probably think the easiest solution is to make sure it doesn't exist at all." She scoffed. "They are ruthlessly efficient, if nothing else." Leah chimed in with a dry tone, "So we're talking about an unknown, creepy spiritual weapon that's rumored to be more powerful than a single vampire or werewolf. No one knows anything about it, but it's scary enough to have the Vulturi on edge." Taji tilted her head, considering Leah's words. "If you haven't seen any proof of this power, how is it any different from the bond between vampires or an imprint, like with the werewolves in my tribe?" Taji's sudden intensity made Leah feel a blush creeping up her cheeks. "Werewolf?" Taji echoed, grabbing Leah by the chin and pulling her closer to examine her features. The warrior's eyes flashed a brief gold as she hummed thoughtfully. "Your transformation may turn you into a wolf, but you are not a werewolf. I thought you were a type of skinwalker, but a shapeshifter seems more likely." "Gods, I thought they had all gone extinct." "Extinct?" Rosalie interjected, curiosity piqued. "What do you mean?" "I am a werewolf," Leah protested, batting Taji's hand away in indignation. Calling her a skinwalker was one thing, it was as if Taji thought Leah might as well eat children for dinner. Taji shook her head. "Every supernatural being has a unique signature at their core. Your scent is different from that of a child or any other were creature I've encountered. It's deeper in your body, almost like the soft spot on the back of your head." She turned to Rosalie. "The children weren't the only ones affected by the Vulturi. This world used to be filled with many creatures." Taji pointed to a carving of a pale figure. The trio stood under the dim lights, their red eyes glowing with an otherworldly intensity. "Think of the Vulturi as an invasive species," Taji explained. "When they came and took over the human world as the apex predators, many other species went extinct, either hunted or displaced. Some shapeshifters, especially your kind, prefer to form bonds in isolated areas of the world. The Vulturi, however, thrive on being at the center of politics. That's why they reside near the Vatican. It's fortunate they've never discovered you." She scrunched her nose thoughtfully. "But it is quite unusual to see all three of you coexisting. You live together in the same town?" "Yeah, up in the Pacific Northwest," Bella replied, her mind racing with possibilities. "Other supernatural creatures existed?" "Forks, Washington." Taji rolled the name around on her tongue. "Must be a strange place." She turned her attention back to Leah. "Comparing your species to werewolves is a bit misleading. You would be more like a land shark? A sexy panther?" Leah suggested playfully. "Boo. Maybe one of those chupacabras I've seen on the Sci-Fi Channel," Leah added with a grin. "A sea otter," Taji said, her smile serene as the answer finally came to her. "A rather large, probably hairier sea otter." Leah blinked, her smile freezing in place. A glimmer of humor danced in Taji's next words. Actually, I would have had my Ascari choose the blood of a sea otter, but Cole has waged a one-man war against them. He even got the Ammonius Sa to forbid any child from hunting them. A war? Bella gaped. Against sea otters? Rosalie's tone was skeptical. Taji nodded, her expression turning grave. It was as if she felt it was her duty to share this dangerous and terrible news. It's a long, weary story, but one day my fierce brother was tragically overwhelmed by their forces. The Ammonius Sa believes there's something in them that is both immune and anger from werewolf venom. It's kind of like the dynamic between cobras and mongooses, I believe. Cole did his best to fend them off, but there were just too many to handle. Bella bit her tongue, hoping she had misheard. And by overwhelmed, you mean? I think the modern phrase is getting jumped. Taji guessed. He still gets twitchy if he hears them from the ocean. Our healer diagnosed him with POSD. It's very tragic. Just then, music and laughter filtered through the walls, a distant yet inviting cacophony that stirred curiosity in the air. The rhythmic beating of drums paired with the melodic strumming of string instruments created an alluring backdrop for the evening. What's going on out there? Bella asked, their attention drawn to the muffled celebration beyond their confines. It's also dinner time for us, Taji replied, her voice warm and reflective of the song. We often take time to celebrate the midnight sun and give thanks for keeping us safe in our home. The distant sounds of joy and the rich aroma of unfamiliar spices hinted at the vibrancy of the festivities. Leah, sensing an opportunity, turned toward the source of the sounds and then back to Taji with a hopeful glance. Could we maybe go check it out? Her voice held a mix of eagerness and restraint, unable to resist the pull of the children's spirit. Taji, firm yet no longer angry, replied, no, quelling Leah's immediate hope with a single word. Oh, come on. Leah pressed, her frustration mounting. After all this good girl talk. And the fact that I let you get away with that sea otter comment. Taji raised a dubious eyebrow at Leah, questioning whether she had truly let her get away with anything. I don't know about you, but I get stir-crazy staying in the same place for too long. She gestured toward the door, beyond which life continued in vibrant beats and melodies. And like you said before, if you need to hurt us to keep us in, you're more than capable of handling this. If we can get out and see the people, it might help the Ammonius Sa make a decision faster. They need to see that we can integrate and work together. Her eyes flicked briefly to Rosalie, adding a lighter note, and Blondie isn't an evil bastard like you all think, only on Tuesdays. After a moment of contemplation, swayed by the distant music, Taji reluctantly agreed. You'll have extra guards around you. You will do exactly what I say, and you won't cause any disturbances while you're outside. Her strict words sparked a flicker of hope among the women as they exchanged glances. It felt like a step closer to their goals. Outside, the night air buzzed with the energy of the children. Around the makeshift campfire, a lava pit cast a soft, otherworldly glow on the gathered faces. People shared meals and stories, and the music was louder here, wrapping them in its embrace. Homemade drums and string instruments filled the air with songs of ancient times and communal bonds. Curious glances were directed toward Bella and Rosalie, some wary, some neutral, as the newcomers attempted to blend into the backdrop of festivity. Sensing the tension, Bella and Rosalie chose a spot slightly removed from the center of activity. They positioned themselves close enough to observe but far enough to avoid exacerbating any latent hostility. From their vantage point, the gentle glow of the magma illuminated the gathering, casting long shadows and painting the scene with a primal, inviting warmth. Naomi approached her superior with a discreet shake of her head, her voice low but audible. She watched as Leah dove into the dried meats, snacking on seasoned seal jerky. Your lucky Cole is out patrolling the exterior, she said with a small, amused sigh. Taji's response carried a hint of calculated mischief. Why else do you think I chose today to let them come out? Her low laughter mingled with the ambient mirth, creating a brief moment of levity amidst the tension. Amid the underlying tension, Leah, ever observant, approached Taji with a thoughtful expression and full cheeks. "Hey, Falcon Lady, do you see that?" She gestured toward Bella and Rosalie. Although they weren't touching, there was an unconscious pull between them. As they ate their meals, they observed their surroundings, but whenever one thought the other wasn't looking, they engaged in an awkward dance of glances. They took in each other's features with a bittersweet longing before quickly looking away. "Christ, it's like middle school all over again," Leah groaned. "You know, I think the best way for us to work together and convince the Ammonius Saw is to get those two's heads on straight," she suggested, subtly indicating Bella and Rosalie, who remained unaware of the silent exchange. Taji narrowed her eyes at the nickname Leah had chosen and noticed the greasy remnants on the overly familiar shifter's fingers. She exchanged a look with Naeli. "The youth nowadays. And what do you suggest?" she asked. Amidst the low hum of ongoing conversations, a young werewolf from the children approached Bella. She had striking amber eyes that shimmered with youthful energy, and her dark hair fell in loose waves around her shoulders, framing her sun-kissed face marked with faint tribal etchings. Her expression was a mix of curiosity and kindness as she bowed her head in greeting. Taken aback by the unexpected introduction, Bella managed a small yet friendly smile and awkwardly bowed in return. They watched as the young werewolf said something that made Bella chuckle, her tense shoulders relaxing for a moment. Next to her, Rosalie's demeanor shifted subtly, her gaze darkened as she observed the interaction, a shadow of unreadable emotions crossing her features. Her eyes locked onto the exchange, the intensity of her stare tinged with an unmistakable hint of disdain. "I don't have anything concrete yet," Leah finally admitted to Taji, her keen eyes flicking back to the two women. "But I may have an idea of how. Let's kick things off." Chapter 25, Gold in the Shattered Places. Present day. How could this have gone so wrong? Rosalie growled, pacing in their cottage. How did I mess things up so badly? The question spun in her head like a carousel, each thought a piercing reminder of the chaos swelling inside her. Was I angry? Scared? Or just plain stupid? She paused momentarily, pressing her palms against her temples. Bella, she just. There was something about that dance, the way she laughed with her. Rosalie resumed her pacing, the stone floor oddly cold beneath her feet. And Emmett. The thought of him brought a different kind of pain, a dull, throbbing ache that refused to fade. Why does thinking of him hurt less now? Or does it hurt more? Confusion clouded her mind, mixing with the guilt that sat heavily on her chest. "Damn it," she muttered, the curse slipping out before she could stop it. The sound of her own voice startled her, echoing against the onyx walls and filling the room with the weight of her regret. If only I hadn't reacted like that. If only I could control these godforsaken feelings. She stopped pacing, her gaze falling to the ground, avoiding her own reflection in the mirrored surface of a nearby metal statue. What am I even doing? This isn't me. Even Emmett never made her feel this out of control. She winced at the thought, hating the comparison even as it formed in her mind. But he never made me feel this much either. Not like. She shook her head, trying to dispel the thoughts, but they clung to her like a second skin, persistent and unyielding. The memory of the festival, of Bella and that girl, flashed before her eyes. I didn't even think, I just snapped. Like a true monster. She cringed, wrapping her arms around herself as if to ward off the cold truth of her actions. Am I no better than Roy? There was a heavy silence, broken only by the rare sound of her uneven breathing. And now what? The weight of her turmoil pressed down on her, leaving her wondering what steps to take next. Her thoughts felt overwhelming, pressing down on her from all sides. Her mind raced for solutions but found none, leaving her feeling trapped, like she was submerged in water, with the pressure to escape becoming unbearable. How did this even happen? She whispered, the question lingering in the air without an answer. That inquiry felt like the opening of a Pandora's box, scraping at a deeper turmoil within her. It was a crack in the ice, spreading rapidly through the frozen lake of her emotions, threatening to plunge her into the cold waters of reality. One day ago. The knock came at an ungodly hour, or so Leah grumbled as she pulled herself from the depths of an uncomfortable sleep. Rosalie turned her head sharply towards the door, her body tense with anticipation. Bella, meanwhile, rubbed her eyes, emerging from her blankets like a bear waking from hibernation. The door creaked open to reveal one of Taji's warriors, a stern figure silhouetted against the dim lanterns outside the house. "The cozy summons you," the woman stated, her golden eyes sweeping over the three of them. Rosalie noticed how Bella's shoulders squared at the mention of Taji, and the curious spark in Leah's eyes. Moments later, beneath the stark, glaring Antarctic sun, Rosalie's thoughts churned as tumultuously as the ocean beyond. What does that woman want now? The cold bit at their skin as they followed the warrior further outside, the Antarctic landscape a silent, frozen world under the dim light of the ever-present sun. Rosalie observed everything and nothing, her thoughts annoyingly drawn to Bella, who regarded the icy wilderness with a mix of wonder and trepidation. Taji and her warriors awaited them. "Tomorrow, we officially honor the midnight sun," Taji began, her voice carrying across the frozen ground. "During this time, we hunt not just for survival, but as a celebration of life, even in the harshest of conditions." "Moments," Leah interjected, her spirits lifting at the thought of a good hunt. "So, what's on the menu for this grand feast?" Taji's lips twitched, almost forming a smile. "Perhaps sea otters, if it doesn't feel too close to home," she replied, a glint of humor sparkling in her eyes as she looked directly at the Quilut, who shot her a droll look in return. "Stay close," Taji commanded, her voice cutting through the chilly air, calm yet authoritative, as she led the group across the frozen expanse. Rosalie felt a stir of curiosity watching the children make their way closer to the southern ocean. The way they moved together reminded her of the Quiluts. There was an internal camaraderie, even in stark silence. "As we hunt," Taji continued, her gaze sweeping over them, "remember, we do so with intention. These creatures give their lives so we may continue ours. It is an important tradition for our people, reminding us of gratitude and reflection." Bella nodded, her expression growing serious, and Rosalie felt an odd pang of fondness. She's trying so hard to fit in, to do the right thing. It was an effort Rosalie recognized, one she had seen Bella make time and again since she met her brother. They were led to the edge of the ice, where the sea met the frozen land, the aura of the churning waves emanating a stark, dangerous beauty. Nayeli stepped forward, her stance militant. "Today, you'll learn our ways," she said, her voice firm, revealing no doubt that they could learn quickly. "The ocean is a different battlefield than land," Nayeli began, her eyes scanning the distant horizon. "Here, we rely more on sound than smell. Underwater, sound travels faster and farther, so we use a form of echolocation, not unlike the whales we hunt." Leah's eyes widened in fascination, while Rosalie felt that bud of curiosity grow within her. The thought of hunting in the ocean was vaguely intriguing. Occasionally, her coven would spend time by the sea to relax, but they preferred the forests of Washington for hunting. It was simply more convenient. Only Emmett, with his adrenaline junkie nature, ever sought out animals in the Pacific. "I'm like Hasselhoff in Baywatch, but sexier and a vampire," Emmett had joked. Rosalie rolled her eyes at his antics, but a week later, she couldn't help but hide a secret smile when he squealed, sweeping her off her feet into a crushing hug. He was so excited about the crimson Versace Speedo she had gifted him. "If you're going to be this ridiculous, at least look the part," she thought fondly. However, that sweet memory faded when she recalled the look on Emmett's face as he dropped her off at the hangar. Had it really only been a few weeks ago? "Rosalie, Nayeli's voice cut through her thoughts. "For larger prey like orcas or blue whales, we hunt in small formations, usually 2 or 3, she explained, pointing far out to the open water where dark shapes hinted at the presence of unseen giants. "For smaller targets, 1 or 2 can suffice, but never underestimate them. The sea is their domain. Our strength, speed, venom, and temperature resistance give us the ultimate edge, but in these waters, in our human forms, we are not the only apex predators." Rosalie focused on the present, watching as Nayeli demonstrated their unique magma weapons, explaining how they hardened in the cold water, becoming more lethal. The ammonia saw developed an alternative to our wolves when she realized we could no longer control our forms. As the midnight sun prevented us from changing, it did not stop the magic building up in our blood. I believe today's science describes it as energy cannot be created nor destroyed, merely transferred. So, she, the cozy, and many of our researchers spent over a century experimenting and perfecting ways to harness our power in forms we can use as humans. In what ways? Bella asked, her eyebrows raised in curiosity. Nayeli's eyes glowed a burnt gold as she pressed her hand to the blade of. Nayeli focused on her spear, watching as the magma boiled before she squeezed it. The heat shaped the flat blade into a point that resembled a gold-tipped javelin. The original tribe of Bast specialized in animals, war, healing, and natural elements. We believe that's why we can transmute objects into stronger ones. So that's how you make the metal inside the volcano? Leah asked, intrigued. That explains why it's so strong. Exactly, Taji said, pulling out 2 golden daggers. The curved blades gleamed like tiger claws under the sun. Over time, we've learned to be resourceful. It's more subtle and safer than using our bare hands, especially if we're ever spotted by the outside world. As they stood at the edge of the ice, Nayeli offered a final piece of advice. In the hunt, stay aware and stay together. Follow our lead and mimic our movements. Taji, you'll join Bakery, Caroline, and me, Leah said, nodding toward the warriors waiting nearby. Bella and Rosalie, you'll team up with Nayeli and Samara. There have been sightings of orca pods a few miles to the west. Our groups will each take their own set. Any questions? Nah, let's get started, Leah said, cracking her knuckles, though a tremble was evident in her fingers. Rosalie felt an unexpected thrill at the prospect, her vampire instincts aligned with the essence of the hunt. She had experienced many things with the Cullens, but it wasn't every day she hunted like this, with people like this. Beside her, Bella shifted her weight from foot to foot, clearly eager yet apprehensive. We're actually going to swim to them? She asked, her voice betraying her nervous excitement. Yes, Nayeli confirmed, her eyes briefly meeting Rosalie's, a silent acknowledgement of the challenge Bella might face. But don't worry, we'll guide you every step of the way. The group divided, with Leah heading off with Taji and her selected warriors. Rosalie, Bella, Samara, and Nayeli stood together at the edge, gazing out at the sea that sprawled before them like a portal to another realm. Rosalie watched as Bella untied her boots, her eyes fixed on the icy waves. Even though Bella had transformed into a werewolf, the remnants of her humanity and its inherent fears lingered in her thoughts. Rosalie felt the urge to offer comfort, to reassure her that everything would be all right, but the words caught in her throat. Instead, she turned her attention to Nayeli's instructions, allowing the anticipation of the hunt to momentarily push aside her swirling instincts. Nayeli's javelin glowed faintly as she led them to a vantage point, where the dark shapes of an orca pod were visible beneath the waves. The key is to dive quietly, blend in, and strike swiftly, Nayeli instructed, her voice low and focused. Rosalie couldn't help but admire the elegance of the weapons, noting how Nayeli had skillfully manipulated the magma into tools that were as lethal as they were beautiful. As they prepared to dive, Rosalie caught Bella's eye and offered a nod of encouragement. They dove together, the cold water enveloping them in an embrace that was shockingly alive with sound and motion. Underwater, the world transformed. Rosalie's senses adjusted to her surroundings, shifting from the previous realm into a new, ethereal one. Following Nayeli's lead, the icy waters parted to reveal the vibrant life teeming beneath the surface. Schools of fish darted between frozen sculptures, their scales glinting like precious gems under the muted sunlight filtering through the ice above. Forests of kelp swayed gently in the currents, concealing creatures Rosalie had never seen before, starfish with hues as vivid as flowers in a sunlit meadow, and anemones that seemed to pulse with life. The cold didn't touch her, her skin remained impervious to the freezing temperatures, allowing her to focus entirely on the breathtaking spectacle surrounding her. The ocean floor unfolded like a vibrant tapestry, with coral reefs providing a striking contrast to the stark, monochrome world above the ice. Rosalie marveled at how the light filtered through the ice, casting ethereal patterns that danced across the seabed, painting everything in shades of blue and green. As they ventured deeper, she noticed the children aligning into a formation reminiscent of the tactical maneuvers Jasper often obsessed over in old war documentaries. They spread out in a V shape, much like migrating birds, each warrior positioned to offer support while maintaining fluid movement and adaptability. Their cohesion was mesmerizing, a silent ballet choreographed by instinct and training. Then, far ahead, in the depths where light began to fade, the orcas emerged. They glided through the water like shadows, their sleek bodies cutting through the depths with a precision and grace that belied their size. Rosalie watched, captivated by the synchrony of their movements, a family bound by invisible ties that guided them through the vast ocean. Their communication came in a series of clicks and songs, a language of echoes that painted a vivid picture of their world in the darkness of the deep sea. The way they moved together reminded her of her own family, and the weight of missing them struck Rosalie more profoundly than she had anticipated. A subtle prod to her side drew her attention. Nayeli, with her golden eyes, tilted her head toward the rest of the group, who were swimming ahead. Rosalie followed as Nayeli led them back into formation. Leah shot her a questioning look from her position in the V, but Rosalie shook her head and focused on their path. The ocean's depths enveloped them further. As they drew closer to the orcas, Taji's clicks, sharp and clear and the water's embrace, commanded a split, having the V formation with military precision that reverberated through the water. Nayeli surged ahead as the lead of their half, with Samara, Rosalie, and Bella following closely in pursuit of their quarry. Pandemonium erupted as Taji unleashed a primal sound that sent the orcas into a state of confusion. It was like a scattergun blast to their senses. In the midst of the chaos, Nayeli and Samara sprang into action, their movements a blend of calculated grace and lethal intent as they pursued their designated prey. A dangerous dance unfolded on the vast underwater stage. Rosalie watched intently, her eyes following each move. She noted how Nayeli's javelin sliced through the water with deadly accuracy, striking the side of an orca with precision. Samara was equally effective. Her dagger found the vital spot beneath a fleeing orca's gill, causing the creature's massive body to slow as its lifeblood clouded the water. Nayeli's glance was a silent command, and Rosalie understood it was their turn. The handoff was quick. Bella's grip on Samara's dagger was firm, though Rosalie noticed a slight tremor, which sparked a flicker of concern. Rosalie's supernatural instincts, combined with her speed, allowed her to effortlessly catch up to a female orca. Positioning herself above the creature, she unleashed her strength, crushing its fins and swiftly draining its life away. The taste of the creature's blood was fresher than anything she'd ever experienced, potent and rich with the ancient, saline essence of the freezing sea. Perhaps it was the temperature that filtered out impurities or the lack of pollution from human activity. Either way, she began to understand Emmett's excitement as she detected a faint hint of sweetness. However, her triumph was short-lived. Her gaze fell on Bella, who was struggling against a larger male orca. Fear gripped Rosalie's heart, and terrifying images of Bella being hurt flashed through her mind. She instinctively moved to intervene, but Nayeli's hand on her shoulder held her back. That touch was another command, and against every instinct, Rosalie obeyed. Bella's own dance was tumultuous. The young werewolf, inexperienced but. The fierce struggle unfolded as Bella grappled toe-to-toe with the orca, a raw test of wills. The massive creature snapped at Bella's legs, delivering a warning that she narrowly avoided. Gradually, Bella's efforts began to turn the tide in her favor. Her movements grew more deliberate as she led the orca on a chase. With a tactical pivot, she lured it away, then whirled back beneath the colossal beast, her dagger finding the vulnerable spot beneath its gills. As she pierced the orca, a roar erupted from her, a sound so powerful it sent vibrations through the water, scattering nearby marine life and causing Rosalie, Nayeli, and the others to cover their ears in pain. In the aftermath, the ocean fell silent, Bella floating there, her clothing torn and her eyes glowing with a fierce silver light that slowly dimmed as she took in the sight of the dying orca. A heavy moment passed before she turned swiftly and swam upward, leaving the creature behind. Without thinking, Rosalie tossed her catch at Nayeli's feet before shooting to the surface. She emerged from the icy depths, trailing after Bella, water droplets cascading around her like a shimmering halo. Bella sat on the shore, knees drawn to her chest, her gaze fixed on the distant clouds. She seemed smaller, more human than Rosalie had ever seen her. "Are you okay?" Rosalie asked, her voice softer than she intended, a gentle intrusion into the solitude that surrounded Bella. Bella's lips moved, but no sound came at first. She nodded, still staring out at the vast ocean. "Yeah, it's just..." Her voice cracked like thin ice. "I didn't expect it to feel like that. To be so intense." Rosalie stood beside her, torn between the desire to comfort and her own uncertainty. "You've never done a hunt like this before, in your human form." Rosalie tried to piece together Bella's turmoil. "No, I haven't," Bella finally said, turning to meet Rosalie's gaze. The depth of emotion in her eyes struck Rosalie. "When I'm a werewolf, it's different. I don't really remember anything. But this," Bella gestured toward the water, "this was real. I saw it all, the fight, felt its life slipping away beneath my hands." The confession hung between them, heavy and raw. Rosalie felt a twinge in her chest, an echo of Bella's pain. There was something profoundly magnetic in the rawness of Bella's humanity, in her capacity to feel so deeply. How long had it been since she felt that way? Rosalie's eyes traced the remnants of the battle on Bella's body, the tears in her clothing revealing lean muscle that spoke of the struggle, the fierce quicksilver that had lit her eyes just moments before. She felt an unexpected pull, a heat that mingled with admiration, stirring within her a dangerous cocktail of emotions she was terrified to name. She had witnessed many deaths and caused many herself, but few had affected her like this. It stripped her bare, laying open the conflict raging inside her between her icy nature and the unfamiliar stirrings of empathy. Leah's voice called to them from the shore, a lifeline pulling Rosalie from the riptide of her thoughts. "Holy shit, Bella!" Leah exclaimed. "You've got to stop scaring me, girl. I wasn't sure if you were going to become bait, but then you flipped it on that fish WWE style." She placed her own catch into the pile with the others. "Now, you didn't do it with as much flair as me, but I'll give you mucho brownie points for not getting eaten." "Thank you, Leah. Your advice is always appreciated," Bella sighed, straightening and wiping her face with the back of her hand. Rosalie offered her hand to help Bella up, and after a moment of hesitation, Bella accepted. Leah walked over, still buzzing with excitement. Together, they turned to face Taji and the remaining children. "Good work, all of you. Somehow, both of you pups did better than I expected," Taji said, her gaze piercing and clear. Leah huffed at the playful jab, but her posture straightened in response. The others began piling the whales into the back of the large, idling truck, where a bored child sat in the driver's seat. "The Ammonius saw request your presence tomorrow," Taji murmured, bowing her head in thanks as Samara grabbed Taji's daggers to clean. "She wishes to hear your stories, to learn about your lives, and to decide the truth of your words." The trio exchanged a glance, a silent understanding passing between them. "Decide?" Leah frowned in thought. "On whether you'll help us or not." Taji nodded, her eyes lingering on Bella, a shadow of respect flickering in her gaze. "Your actions here today have intrigued me, but the Ammonius Saw's decision will be made with great care. So, speak and move with honesty during the rest of your stay here. It will be your best asset if you wish to convince her." As the gravity of the Ammonius Saw's summons settled over the group, Rosalie felt a shift within her, a hardening resolve. The hunt had been a test, and they had risen to the challenge. But bigger trials lay ahead. The slings and arrows of outrageous fate. Rosalie rolled her eyes as the quote came to mind. As Taji and the children began their journey back home, Naeli stood to the side, holding something small in her hands. She approached Bella with measured steps, her eyes reflecting the fading light. Halting a few paces away, she observed the young werewolf for a moment, the weight of the day's events etched across Bella's features. "It's never easy," Naeli finally said, her usually firm voice now carrying the softness of falling snow. "Taking a life, it's a heavy burden to bear, especially the first time. Bella's eyes, still stinging with venom, lifted to meet Naeli's gaze. Naeli extended her hand, revealing the polished tooth of the orca that Bella had hunted. "This," she said, holding it out to Bella, "is a reminder of the life that was given so we may continue ours. It's important to honor that sacrifice." Bella took the tooth, turning it over in her hands and feeling the smooth surface that still held the essence of the wild creature it had come from. "In our traditions," Naeli continued, "we give thanks to the spirit of the animal. It's a way of acknowledging the cycle of life and our part in it. This orca's energy hasn't disappeared, it's simply joined with yours. Carry it with grace." Bella nodded, silently promising to heed Naeli's words. She clutched the bone a little tighter as a token of respect. "And if you want," Naeli added, a hint of lightness entering her eyes, "I can show you how to weave it into a necklace. A keepsake to remind you of today, of your strength, and the life you've honored. You handled yourself well." "Thank you, I'd like that," Bella murmured, a tiny smile blooming on her lips. The women began their trek back to the settlement, the excitement of the morning gradually giving way to quiet contemplation. Rosalie glanced at Bella, noticing the subtle shift in her demeanor and the way she kept looking down at the whale's tooth. Rosalie couldn't help but continue to watch Bella, her profile etched against the waking day, feeling that same dangerous sensation sparking like a struck tinderbox in her mind. What is going on with me? After the morning's work beneath the waves, the air within the volcano felt heavy, tinged with the scent of salt and the echoing greetings from the waking children. For Rosalie, it was bewildering to see such warmth among so many supernaturals gathered in one place. The law-push wolves were an exception, but Rosalie assumed their shared blood quelled any territorial instincts. They were truly a family. But could the same be said for the children? Although they were as disjointed as any vampire coven, most of them brought together by venom and death rather than any shared heritage, it struck Rosalie as odd. Carlyle would probably jump for joy at the mere chance to talk to one of them. Maybe it was the circumstances of survival or the newer instincts that their leader mentioned had developed after the Vulturi's rise. As she watched the children encircle Bella, their proud laughter creating a vibrant tapestry against the brisk air, she was bewildered by how quickly they welcomed the girl after her hunt. The weight of her own solitude pressed heavily on Rosalie's shoulders as she observed from the outskirts. "So you managed to trick it into chasing you?" asked one of the cooks, a young, lanky man with tribal tattoos around his neck, peering at Bella with curiosity. Surprised by the attention, Bella nodded while hefting the hefty bulk of the orca onto a makeshift table. The children rallied around her, eager to welcome the newcomer into the rhythms of their life. Her cheeks flushed from the effort and the unexpected spotlight. The earlier intensity of the hunt was now replaced with a more grounded task as the community prepared for the festival. Yeah, I guess I did," she admitted, her voice laced with the fatigue and awe from the morning's ordeal. An older woman with shells woven into her braids clucked her tongue. "Clever girl," she said, though the compliment felt more like an insult. "We had a bet that you'd freeze or run off. The Southern Ocean is not kind to the unprepared. Yet here you are, bringing in the feast." One of the warriors nudged the disgruntled woman, and from the extra helping of food she gave him, Rosalie imagined she hadn't bet in Bella's favor. Leah, who had been boasting to a group of young warriors about her penguin escapade, overheard the comment. "Run away?" "Nah, Bella's a lot of things, but scared isn't one of them." "Sure, she doesn't have my natural flair," she winked at an exasperated Bella, but she held her own. "You should have seen it, it was like something out of an action movie." A collective murmur of approval rippled through the children as they continued their work, knives flashing and hands moving with practiced ease. Some looked impressed, while others remained skeptical, but all were intrigued by the young, unusual child who had fared so unexpectedly well. In the midst of this, Bella was gently but firmly pushed into the thick of the activity. Hands guided her to grip the knives correctly and slice with confidence, teaching her the respectful and efficient method to skin the whales. She moved along with it, feeling a bit overwhelmed by the new dynamic yet finding solace in the motions and the shared purpose. While Bella's integration into the children's community was seamless, Rosalie met the subtle hostility of their gazes with a cool, even stare. No matter how this ended, She would never forget the sensation of metal burning her skin or the sight of her arms clattering to the floor, as if she were a distant spectator. It had been a long time since she'd been dealt a bad hand in dealing with other covens, packs, or people. Their ongoing wariness of her was a stark reminder of the delicate balance of power and the inherent mistrust between their kinds. They were even more intense than Ephraim and his pack. The memory of those treaty negotiations made her miss Edward, especially the way he would mimic the curses the Quileutes would throw at them in their heads. That was how they first began to bond. Rosalie watched all of this from a distance, her emotions a complex tapestry she couldn't begin to piece together. Her musings were interrupted when Bella was swept up by a group of eager children, her surprised squeal trailing behind her as they laughed and offered to show her more of the volcano's wonders. As she watched Bella leave, Leah approached, happily chewing on a piece of smoked orca. Quileutes and their food, Rosalie sighed, faintly annoyed. Why so serious, Blondie? Leah asked, a teasing glint in her eye. Is it the bad blood, or is it just that the wolves are taking a shine to Bella's awkward charm? Rosalie responded with a noncommittal raise of her eyebrow, but Leah's words hit closer to home than she cared to admit. The isolation felt different now that she wasn't the one creating it, but being alone was nothing new for Rosalie. There was a faint, distracting ache that fluttered within her whenever she watched Bella smile, struggle, or succeed. It was as frustrating as it was bothersome, especially when it drew lingering, unguarded looks from some of the children. Come on, let's walk around. Show ourselves off like good diplomats. Sakati help us all, Leah suggested, her voice laced with mischief, which a distracted Rosalie completely missed. Normally, she would have told the shifter to get lost, but honestly, anything was more interesting than being glared at by werewolves wielding sharp knives. Fine. Together, they strolled through the bustling corridors of the volcano, passing warriors training, scholars studying, and the constant hum of a community thriving under the shadow of an unending, silent war. Rosalie noticed more glances thrown her way. Their stares lingered, filled with unspoken questions and sharp suspicion. And then she saw him. An old, burning rage embraced her like a childhood friend. Cole's golden gaze met hers from across the room, an unreadable expression on his face as he commanded his soldiers through their katas. In the logic of Rosalie's mind, she understood that the context had been different. They were trespassing. There had been a war. A multi-millennia genocide that altered the evolution of their entire species. In a way, Rosalie understood the instincts that drove one to act for their duty and for their family. But logic became a fading ember at the sight of that gleaming sword. In an instant, she was transported back to that dark place, feeling the ghostly pain of her severed arms and the echoes of a helplessness she hadn't experienced since Royce King and his men had cornered her on that fateful spring night. She shivered, despite her body's resistance to cold. Hell hath no fury like. It took everything within her to suppress that bloodlust. Cole's eyes narrowed in suspicion as he studied her expression. Leah noticed the subtle change. Hey, she said, bumping her shoulder against Rosalie's. Rosalie curled her lip in irritation. You're a million miles away. What's going on in that Barbie head of yours? Reluctantly, Rosalie forced a bright, insincere smile at Leah before turning away, pushing back the tide of memories. Just thinking about what's to come, she lied, her voice smooth as silk. Yeah, me too. Leah glanced between the warrior and Rosalie, but she accepted this, nodding as she turned her gaze back to the path ahead, subtly guiding them further away from the warriors. It's going to be one hell of a shit show when the Vulturi comes knocking. As they meandered through the underground village, Rosalie's gaze wandered, taking in the seamless blend of tradition and necessity that animated the children's daily life. It was a symphony of communal living, each member playing their part in harmony with the others. Her observations became a silent study, an attempt to understand the intricacies of a society so unlike her own. Leah, ever watchful, caught sight of Jazara, the flirty female child from dinner the night before, pulling Bella toward a secluded tent nestled in a corner of the settlement. With a tiny smirk, the shifter steered Rosalie toward the tent under the pretense of curiosity. As they drew closer, laughter and light-hearted chatter floated toward them, a sound that felt oddly out of place in the otherwise industrious part of the village. Your hair is so long, Jazara teased, her warm voice playfully pricking at Rosalie's skin. I don't think I've ever seen anyone grow it out this much. How do you manage when you shift? Bella's quiet response sounded almost bashful. I guess I never thought about it much. I couldn't think about it during the full moon, and when I could, there was always so much going on. I'm not a fashionista, honestly. I think people consider me more of a fashion disaster than anything, she chuckled, adopting a self-deprecating tone reminiscent of Charlie. Well, I think your style suits you, Jazara chimed in. It makes you look like a pretty rebel compared to the other children. Though, the flannel is a bit on the nose, don't you think? I've never seen a piece of clothing that so precisely says sapphic. Rosalie's steps slowed, hesitation threading through her veins as she caught the familiar, playful lilt of Bella's scoff. She was struck by the ease in Bella's voice, a stark contrast to the tension that had woven through their recent interactions. Had Bella ever laughed that freely around her? Once Rosalie and Leah stepped inside the tent, the atmosphere shifted. Jazara, while arranging some tools, caught Rosalie's reflection in the mirror. The cheer faded from her expression, replaced by a moment of uncertainty, then a stubborn stoicism, as if to establish that Bella's presence felt natural while Rosalie was the stranger. Bella looked surprised at the arrival of the two women, her gaze lingering on Rosalie's features before darting away to something safer. Hey, guys, she said. The lack of eye contact made Rosalie's fingers twitch. Sup, Swan? Leah waved her hand at the scene, her brown eyes curious. You, making friends? Bella shrugged, though she returned a shy smile in response. The bright grin Jazara gave her. Jazara thinks I need a haircut. She says it'll make things easier for me when I shift. Jazara cleaned the blade of her scissors as she spoke. Our hair and its length show in our fur when we shift. We haven't had to deal with it since we discovered the midnight sun, but many of us keep it short out of principle. Makes things simpler. She brandished her tools with a flourish. All right, ready for my magic? Someone must have hijacked Rosalie's voice. Maybe that's why, upon seeing Jazara place her hand on Bella's nape, she stepped forward and said, Actually, I can take over from here. The other women paused, but Rosalie ignored the confusion on Bella's face and the barely concealed glee on Leah's as she kept her eyes locked on Jazara, matching the child's challenging gaze. Though Jazara appeared nonchalant, Rosalie sensed the tension in her at the interruption. I don't mind helping, Jazara said with a careless shrug, running her fingers through Bella's long locks. It's no trouble. Bella shifted uncomfortably at the changing mood, glancing between the two women. She opened her mouth to speak, but Rosalie cut her off. I'm sure you have more important things to do, Rosalie said. Her voice was polite on the surface, but an unmistakable edge of primality lurked beneath the words. Get out, her gut whispered. I can handle a simple haircut. Jazara frowned at the abrupt dismissal. For a moment, it seemed she might argue, unwilling to relinquish her place at Bella's side. But with Leah looking on in open amusement, she merely inclined her head. As you wish, she acquiesced, though her smile faded. She set down the scissors and combs on a small table with more force than necessary. As she brushed past Rosalie, she met the vampire's gaze once more. Enjoy your haircut. The words were loaded with tension. The implications were clear, but Rosalie chose to ignore them. As soon as Jazara slipped out of the tent, the atmosphere lightened. Leah let out a low whistle. Damn, Blondie. Staking your claim? Leah raised her hands at the blonde's icy glare. As the best barber? She smiled sweetly, as if butter wouldn't melt in her mouth. Rosalie didn't dignify that with a response. Instead, she turned her attention to Bella, who watched her with a caution that tugged at the vampire's heart. You don't have to do this, Rosalie, Bella frowned. I can figure this out myself. But Rosalie silenced her protests by gently turning Bella's face toward the mirror and gathering up her hair. With deft fingers, she twisted it into a loose hold to keep it from tangling, letting her fingers linger for a moment against Bella's neck. I know I don't, Rosalie murmured, surprised by the sudden urge to be gentle, I want to. Bella hesitated at that response but nodded once and sat back. Gently, Rosalie ran her fingers through Bella's long, mahogany locks, impulsively exploring its silkiness. Leah observed the interaction, her smirk softening into something fonder. Catching Rosalie's eye, she gave an approving nod before slipping outside to give them privacy. The tent fell silent except for the sound of scissors gliding against the whetstone. Rosalie breathed in Bella's scent, feeling an unnameable weight settle on her heart. She turned to the werewolf, who sat slumped in the chair, twiddling her thumbs. I suppose we got so caught up in everything, we never really connected the small things about your wolf to you, Rosalie began, trimming the edges and tidying the hair before making any major changes. Bella scoffed, the tiny sound of derision making Rosalie smirk. Outside of Alice, I don't see why anyone would really care. When I'm a wolf, I'm too focused on the hunt. When I'm human, it's just in the way. It's annoying, Bella remarked. Caring for it can definitely be work, Rosalie agreed. Effort tends to be a concession for beauty, but I've always found it to be a worthy one. Of course you'd say that, Bella laughed, shaking her head. You're gorgeous. At that compliment, a strange weight bloomed in Rosalie's chest, making her reflect on how a simple praise could stir more than just a vague sense of entitlement. Bella froze at Rosalie's pause, meeting her whiskey gold eyes in the mirror before quickly looking away to focus on her hands. She hunched her shoulders, as if trying to conceal the words she had just blurted out. Thank you. Rosalie swept her fingers through Bella's hair, examining its length while hiding a small smile as the warmth of Bella's blush spread against her cool skin. Awkward charm, Leah had called it. You know, there's another benefit to styling hair, Rosalie said, splaying the locks around Bella's shoulders and watching as the girl frowned at the sight. Like what? Bella asked. Self-expression, Rosalie replied, meeting Bella's eyes in the mirror. There are many ways to show yourself, but none are as visible as your hair. It can tell people a story about you before you even speak. Bella raised an eyebrow. And what does my hair say about me? That I'm messy? That I don't know what I'm doing? No, you idiot, Rosalie rolled her eyes, stilling Bella's fidgeting with her hands on the girl's shoulders. It means you have an opportunity to own the person you are now, without all the baggage of who you used to be. She leaned down, nearly resting her chin on Bella's shoulders. Bella's gaze darted back and forth across their reflections. So, what do you want, Isabella? Bella's breaths deepened, her dark gaze piercing into Rosalie's own. She seemed speechless, helpless as she stared. But then a sunburst of inspiration echoed in Rosalie's chest, sparking a bold idea. Will you trust me with this? Bella swallowed, watching Rosalie for a long moment before she finally responded. With a faint nod. Rosalie held Bella's hair with a soft reverence, turning the chair around so Bella couldn't peek at the mirror anymore. The werewolf instinctively closed her eyes as she felt the gentle touch of Rosalie's hands. Rosalie began to cut, guided by the vision blossoming in her mind. She worked in silence, the only sound being the soft snip of the scissors. The world around them faded away, narrowing down to the strands of hair falling softly to the floor. With each careful cut, the tension in Bella's shoulders eased. Rosalie found a rhythm in her movements, one that pulsed with an unexpected intimacy in this seemingly mundane task. As her fingers brushed through Bella's hair, a wave of nostalgia washed over Rosalie. Memories flooded back from decades ago, teaching Emmett the nuances of their kind, mending the rips in his shirts from hunting, and helping him learn to control his newborn powers. She remembered the gentleness he carried and how he found hope even in the darkest moments. There were stolen moments of joy, almost as bright as those summer days spent with Vera. The warmth of those memories infused her touch, gentle yet precise, as she completed the task that Jazara had left behind. Rosalie brushed away the last of the cut strands, each movement revealing more of Bella's transformed silhouette. Hair that once cascaded like nightfall now framed her face sharply, the rich chestnut locks cut just below her shoulders, grazing them like a lion's mane yet still contained. Each layer was thick, a crafted chaos, with a subtle undercut that would only be visible when Bella tilted her head or gathered her hair up, a secret slice of rebellion against her usual style. The scars on her neck added to the wild and dangerous allure. In the reflection, surprise illuminated Bella's features. Her eyes widened as a hand reached up tentatively to touch the ends that were no longer there. The weight of her gaze hung heavily in the mirror, her lips parting as if to speak, but no words emerged. Rosalie leaned in closer. Sometimes it just takes an intentional hand to see the beauty underneath, but it was always there, Bella, she murmured softly, her voice breaking the stunned silence. As Bella's shoulders relaxed, the tension she had carried slipped away along with the shorn locks. In that moment, Rosalie noticed a shift in Bella, a lightness crackling through her demeanor that hinted at new beginnings. "Thank you, Rosalie," Bella said, her voice filled with gratitude. Rosalie smiled, squeezing Bella's shoulders gently as she placed the scissors on the table. A particular memory surfaced, and she chuckled lightly. "You know, Emmett used to be so clueless about vampire strength. I had to stop him from breaking everything he touched. This reminds me of those early days, teaching him, caring for him." Bella's eyes met hers in the mirror, and Rosalie sensed the change before she saw it, a retreat, a pulling away that she hadn't intended. "Rosalie, Bella began, hesitating. "He was lucky to find you. He is lucky," Bella continued, but her voice now carried an edge that Rosalie couldn't quite place. Was it resignation? Confusion? Rosalie's brow furrowed as she tried to understand this sudden shift. But Bella offered no further explanation, only a soft, "Thank you again," before slipping off the stool and stepping away from Rosalie's reach before she could stop her. Left alone in the tent, the lingering scent of Bella, smoked cranberry almond, wrapped around Rosalie like a comforting shroud. She inhaled deeply, the haunting aroma intertwining with the tangle of her thoughts. The silence of the tent enveloped her, a solitary cocoon, as she grappled with the complex emotions she still didn't fully comprehend. That bittersweet scent served as a reminder of what was, what could be, and the enigmatic space in between. The morning before. The sun had barely crested the horizon when Rosalie found herself alone in the cottage, the quiet a stark contrast to the bustling energy that awaited outside. Leah and Bella. Already swept up in the preparations for the feast, Rosalie found herself alone in her solitude. It was during these quiet moments that her thoughts turned inward, reflecting on the whirlwind of events that had led them to this hidden place within the Antarctic ice. A knock at the door interrupted her reverie. A soldier from Taji stood before her, commanding attention despite the youth of her immortality. "The Ammonius Saw will see you now." The urgency in her tone left no room for argument, setting the day into motion with a purpose that felt both daunting and inevitable. As Rosalie stepped outside, she navigated through the throngs of children, their laughter and chatter creating a vibrant tapestry against the brisk morning air. "The Ammonius Saw may not admit it yet, but you have given us much reason to celebrate tonight, child." Rosalie stepped slowed as she instinctively overheard a conversation not meant for her ears, yet impossible to ignore. The scent gave her a hint about who was speaking. Bella was engaged in conversation with an older member of the children, who appeared to be around Esme's age, with short-cropped hair and a linen sundress. They were huddled deeper into the village, but Rosalie could see the surprised look on Bella's face as if she were standing right next to her. "We've had many nights in this world, many more perilous than others," the woman was saying, her hand gently clasping Bella's. "But if the rumors are true, that you can hold your mind under the full moon, you are a beacon of hope." Bella's response was a soft, "Thank you," her eyes wide with the gravity of the woman's words. "No, thank you," the woman smiled, though her expression turned thoughtful. "Do you plan to go back to America when this is all done?" Yeah," Bella stammered. "Forks is my home." "Yes," the woman nodded, "but do you not feel isolated being the only child there? Especially among other supernaturals?" "It can be tough sometimes, yeah," Bella admitted. Rosalie shrugged, but the woman's perspective seemed to unsettle her. "I guess you just get used to it and make the best of it," she replied. The woman hummed in acknowledgement, her eyes filled with curiosity. "Well, I believe that home is where you're most understood, where you're truly seen. So if you ever decide to stay, I don't think the Ammonius Saw would be opposed." She patted Rosalie's hands with a warm smile before continuing on her way. A pang of dread coursed through Rosalie like dark ink. What if Bella chose to stay? The soldier's call pulled Rosalie from her thoughts, reminding her of her purpose. The Ammonius Saw was waiting, and she couldn't afford to be late. As she walked toward the great black doors where she had first met the Ammonius Saw, she noticed the absence of guards. The emptiness raised alarm bells in her head, but they were quickly silenced as the doors swung open to reveal the Ammonius Saw sitting alone on her throne, commanding her chamber. Rosalie took in the imposing presence of the children's leader. From the exquisite jewelry adorning her toes to the defined muscles in her arms, and finally the fiery sun gold of her eyes, Rosalie felt herself slipping into old defensive habits, which Alice would have scolded her for. Unable to hold back, she blurted out her thoughts. Are your warriors too busy terrorizing other vampires to handle their duties? The blonde raised an eyebrow, scanning the room. Do you really believe I need my guards to protect me from you, Nyoni Damu? The Ammonius Saw asked, a hint of amusement in her voice. Yet, her serious gaze tracked every movement Rosalie made, a reminder of the vast gulf of experience that lay between them. No, Rosalie conceded, lowering her head. I apologize. My mother says my mouth sometimes gets ahead of me. Your mother? Is she still alive? No, Rosalie shook her head. The wife of my sire, she's become a mother figure to me. The Ammonius Saw tilted her head. From what I know of vampires, they don't typically use human terms for family. Such bonds tend to falter in the face of immortality. Carlyle is interesting that way, Rosalie replied. He has always had a habit of breaking tradition. He is the one who changed you, the Ammonius Saw clarified. Whom you call your father? Rosalie nodded. The Ammonius Saw leaned forward in her throne. From the way Taji describes it, your coven's way of life is an anomaly, she said, tapping her finger against the armrest. Living among humans and shifters, abstaining from human blood, what drives such a departure from your nature? I suppose our coven has always tried to preserve what makes us people rather than mere creatures, Rosalie reflected. Carlyle has always loved humanity. In a way, his mindset has influenced us to embrace it as well. And you are even more of an anomaly, aren't you? Kepler regarded Rosalie with an intensity that seemed to peer into her very soul. Having a child for a mate. Steadying her nerves under the Ammonius Saw's gaze, Rosalie began, I've heard that you don't put much stock in the myth of the mate bond. Sun-gold eyes burned a bit brighter at the probing into her personal history. I'm not a big fan of fairy tales either, Rosalie continued. My life didn't end in a way that supported that reality, where a mate is the solution and not the problem. But my dynamic with Bella is different, she's different. The leader's eyebrow arched in intrigue. Speak plainly. Bella has always been curious about the supernatural world, Rosalie explained. Even as a human, she was drawn to our family, though we did our best to push her away. Her thoughts drifted to the look on Bella's face when they returned to Forks. That mix of anger, despair, and hope had been overwhelming. Sometimes I wonder if she was destined to become something more, no matter what creature it was, because she took to it so naturally, especially with her gifts, Rosalie said, her mind racing with everything that had transpired over the past few months. Her shield is a powerful defensive weapon. She isn't affected by supernaturals with emotional, mental, or psychic abilities. They can only touch her as she envelopes them with her shield. As a wolf, the moon doesn't affect her mind as she expands her shield around her head. She even managed to stop one of the alpha shifters using only her pheromones. If you'd like, Leah can share her perspective on that when you speak to her. Through our testing, we believe that Bella can expand her shield in a way that could prevent the full moon's curse from affecting all children, regardless of whether you are under the midnight sun or not. That would take away the Vulturi's advantage, and as wolves, you would finally be able to fight. A heavy silence filled the room, weighed down by the significance of Rosalie's words. The Ammonius Saw's gaze drifted, lost in thought. This is unprecedented news, I will give you that. But how can you be certain that Isabella's shield won't fail her and everyone who relies on it at the moment it's truly needed? Village skirmishes are one thing, but this? Warfare among immortals is an entirely different world. The Ammonius Thaw's expression turned severe, almost as a warning. Human generals often ask their soldiers if they are prepared to die in battle, but for us, life has no end. Kerper's stormy gaze locked onto Rosalie's. And so war can become a different kind of nightmare. I shall ask you a different question. Are you prepared to live in war? The Ammonius Thaw rose from her throne, her steps silent as she descended the dais. Are you and your family, a coven that prides itself on peace and turning enemies into allies, ready to face a reality where you confront a power that has not only mastered the art of breaking immortal souls but relishes it? One who thrives on crushing dynasties into sand, playing God and casting us all as their disappointing children. Are you prepared? Kerper took a breath, her growing anger simmering beneath her skin. Rosalie feared the burn, one that was hotter than the magma in these walls. Hell hath no fury like. To feel a pain so deep that even death cannot cure it, Kerper continued in a low murmur. Because it is only you who remains after watching everyone you love perish, all because they fought out of love for you. To witness your immortality, your strength, your endless resources mean nothing as your people suffer for millennia, simply for existing. And for that enemy, that harbinger of terror, to be part of your own bloodline as well. Rosalie felt like an ant under the ancient child's gaze as Kerper searched her. Are you all prepared to live that way for one girl? Rosalie could have answered that question in many ways, hoping that whatever left her mouth could appease the certainty of such voracious, unstoppable tragedy. But all she could see was the look in Bella's eyes the night she nearly escaped to Volturi, and everything else faded into silence. Bella clenched her fists. You said it yourself. Beasts like me don't get happy endings, but if my death can bring more peace, more help to you and everyone in Forks than my life, then there is no question. Bella pulled her arm from Rosalie's slack hand. I'm going. She would do the same for us, Rosalie said, giving a helpless shrug. How does one explain the infinite, the absurdity of simplicity? We're all a bit foolish that way. Kerper absorbed her words as she walked back to her throne. Hope is a precarious ledge upon which to perch our fates, Rosalie. Yet, you present it with the conviction of a woman who has glimpsed its power. Taji looks the same when she speaks of your bond with Bella. The woman paused, her gaze penetrating. But what does? What does it mean to you? Rosalie hesitated, taken aback by the stark directness of the question. For its potential in battle? Kerper shook her head, a dry look in her eyes. As you stated so eloquently, I have many more reservations about the mate myths than Taji does. Although she is curious about its purpose as a weapon, its use relies solely on the successful bonding between a werewolf and a vampire. The golden glyphs beneath her braids seemed to glow for a moment. And I did not sense that the bond between you two is complete. So I shall ask again, what does Isabella Swan mean to you? It wasn't often that a question could stun Rosalie. Her features clouded over in thought. Kerper watched her intently for a long moment before letting out a tiny, amused scoff. At Rosalie's questioning frown, she waved her hand dismissively. Nothing, it's none of my business. The vampire remained silent, waiting for Kerper to continue. Sometimes I enjoy being able to still be surprised by the people of this world. It always reminds me that Mother Neath enjoys life as both a good tragedy and a comedy. Warmth entered Kerper's golden eyes for the first time since she began speaking. She leaned more onto her throne's armrest, chin resting on her hand. Is it not rather ironic that you would scour an entire globe to find someone and nearly die at the hands of your blood enemy in order to gain their favor to wage war on the most terrifying power the supernatural world has ever known, which could potentially sentence your entire town to true death, for a girl you have not yet decided how you feel about? Rosalie's icy defenses faltered, revealing the anxious turmoil within her. It's complicated. Kerpera raised her hands in surrender. Like I said, child, it is truly none of my business. She clapped her hands twice, and the doors began to open at the command of the guards. Outside, a signal marked the end of their conversation. I have appreciated your candor, Miss Hale, Kerper said, catching Rosalie off guard with the knowing look in her bright eyes as she assessed her. How did she know I still need to conduct the rest of my interviews and research to form any decisions, but I am intrigued by your family's brand of stupidity. It is rather refreshing for vampires. Just then, one of the guards appeared from a side door, holding a small pile of papyrus and a gilded pen. Kerpera took them with a murmured thank you and dismissed Rosalie with a final, "Enjoy tonight's festivities, Miss Hale." As Rosalie walked back, deep in thought, her mind swirled with the day's revelations. She had resigned herself to a night of solitude and Edward-level brooding within the stone walls of the cottage. Hours later, the evening air carried the distant sounds of preparation and celebration, a reminder of the feast that awaited the community. But Rosalie had no intention of joining in. Her mind was a turbulent sea, churning with thoughts of Bella, their bond, and the changing layers of herself she hadn't dared to examine until now. Mimicking Kerpera's smooth tones, Rosalie muttered under her breath, "Is it not rather odd that you have crossed the world for a woman you can barely stand on any day ending in a Y? Why yes, you nosy, old wolf, it is." She rolled her eyes, glancing around the room, wary of provoking any more homicidal warriors. For the first time in her life, Rosalie missed the deaf ears of human teenagers. Suddenly, the door burst open, and Leah strode in with the energy of a storm. Rosalie stifled a hiss as her frozen heart finally stopped seizing in fear. Leah's presence, usually as welcome as cargo shorts in Rosalie's closet, now felt like a rusty nail in her eye. "Blondie. Come out. Let's play." Leah sang, nearly bouncing off the walls. Dressed in the children's white linens, she held up a half-full cup. "Why are you still here, moping around like your moody brother?" Rosalie bit back a string of curses. "Because I was trying to mope around like my moody brother." "You know the festival started, right?" Leah asked, her confused voice slicing through the heavy silence. "And I may have even convinced Taji to get the engineers to make an ice luge in the shape of a sea otter," she grinned. "Cole is furious. Wanna come see?" "I'm not in the mood, Clearwater," Rosalie replied, barely glancing up, her voice tight with irritation. "Go enjoy the mongrel fest without me." Undeterred by Rosalie's tone, Leah flopped down on the couch nearby. "Come on, what's got you all wound up? You've been out of it since you got back from seeing the ammonious saw." Rosalie's silence was like a wall, but Leah was equipped with dynamite. "Look, to be honest, I came here because I'm worried about Bella. She's out there, probably getting lost in the festivities, and you know how she can be. Love the girl, but she's a bit of a groupie for chaos. Plus, with everyone so excited about the celebration, who knows what could happen." Rosalie scoffed, her frustration finding a target. "Bella can handle herself. She wanted this whole adventure, didn't she?" "Sure," Leah leaned in, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "But have you seen how that Jazara woman's been around her? A bit too close for comfort, if you ask me. I just thought you'd want to keep an eye on that. Bella's pretty naive about danger." The mention of that child sparked a flare of something within Rosalie. Despite herself, the seed of worry Leah had planted began to take root. "Well, if you change your mind, you know where to find us," Leah said. Rosalie popped off the couch, stretching as she spoke. "Honestly, I'm a little embarrassed," she admitted, scratching her neck and chuckling lightly. "I'm probably worrying for no reason, you know? I mean, it's just Bella, in a dark cave, surrounded by werewolves and strong liquor. What could possibly go wrong?" As she spoke, her hand gripped the armrest of her chair, crumpling it into a pile of ash. With that parting shot, Leah left, her carefree whistle echoing through the walls, blending with the sounds of the festival beyond. Rosalie sat in the thickening silence, her thoughts a chaotic battlefield. "Bella doesn't need me shadowing her," she reasoned, her mind swirling in a tempest of denial. "Let her enjoy her night without me hovering." But as the minutes ticked by, Rosalie's resolve began to crumble. What if Leah's right? What if one of the wolves? The scenarios, each more unsettling than the last, played out in her mind. With a frustrated growl, Rosalie stood, her emotions forcing her hand. Damn it, what is going on with me? That ever-present question haunted her as she made her way toward the caves, toward Bella, toward the tragic irony that was becoming increasingly impossible to ignore. The night air buzzed with the energy of the feast, the community gathered in a celebration that felt both wild and sacred. Drums echoed, fires danced, and Rosalie moved like a phantom among the wolves lingering nearby, drawn inexorably to the place where she knew she'd find Bella. The warmth in her chest grew stronger with every step. Bass rumbled through the cavernous space like a pulse, an ancient heartbeat thrumming beneath her feet. As Rosalie stepped into the halo of torchlight illuminating the cave, the familiar strain of tension tightened across her shoulders. Into the wolf's den we go, she sighed, silhouetted against the flickering flames. As Rosalie watched the bonfires flicker, the scene before her seemed to freeze in time. The children moved in a trance, their shadows merging and splitting with the dance of the flames. Among them, Bella and Jazara swayed to a silent rhythm that Rosalie could not hear but felt deep within her, an intimate dance that twisted a tight knot in her stomach. Jazara's hand trailed down Bella's arm, leaning close enough to blur the lines between friendship and something more. Bella's expression was that of a deer caught in headlights, yet a small, primal voice in Rosalie's mind noted that Bella didn't pull away. Unnoticed, Rosalie advanced, her onyx-black gaze locked onto the pair. The cave seemed to narrow, the sounds dulling as if the world had shrunk to the space between her and Bella. Feral instincts ignited within Rosalie, breaking down the defenses she had long fortified. She's mine. The thought hissed in her mind, fierce and raw. Jazara's low, sultry chuckle snapped the last thread of Rosalie's restraint, the storm of her emotions condensing onto one singular target. In a blur of motion, Rosalie was upon them, gripping Jazara's arm with a force that would have shattered bone had she been human. Get off of her, she growled, each word a terrifying snarl punctuated by the tightening of her fingers. Jazara's eyes widened, a mix of defiance and a flicker of fear flashing across her face as she met Rosalie's burning black gaze. Around them, the atmosphere shifted, tension crackled in the air, causing some nearby werewolves to pause, their bodies coiled and ready to defend their own. How could Rosalie explain the absurdity of simplicity? In her heart, nothing mattered except two things: she would destroy this woman, and she would relish every moment of it. The warmth of the campfire seeped into her skin, igniting a fierce worry that felt foreign to her. The heat of those calloused, small hands gripping her wrist thawed her frozen rage just enough to pull her focus. She locked eyes with Jazara, whose brown-silver gaze felt like a personal spring. I am damned, my flower, Hades murmured to Persephone. You are a holy, pure thing. Rosalie. What are you doing? Bella's voice sliced through the tension, sharp with shock as she tugged futilely at the blonde's unyielding grip. You need to let go, now. Hearing her name on Bella's lips was like a splash of cold water. Rosalie blinked, suddenly aware of the strength of Jazara's muscles beneath her grip, the serious faces of the watching children, and most piercingly, the mix of concern, embarrassment, and fierce anger in Bella's eyes. The reality of what she had almost done, the potential chaos she might have unleashed among allies they desperately needed, crashed into her with the weight of 1,000 regrets. I could have gotten us killed. She released Jazara abruptly, stepping back as if burned. Rosalie struggled to find her words, her usual confidence faltering. I'm sorry. Jazara rubbed her arm, casting a hostile glance at Rosalie, but her posture softened as Bella rushed to check on her, murmuring apologies that stung Rosalie with their necessity. Without another word, Rosalie turned and fled back to the cottage, the terrifying look in Bella's eyes, like she was watching a stranger, shattering her heart into pieces. Present day. Alone in the quiet of the room, Rosalie slumped against the door, her breath coming in ragged gasps. The scent of the night's celebration clung to her like a suffocating shawl. The echoes of her actions replayed in her mind, relentless and merciless. Nightmare. How could this have gone so wrong? Rosalie growled, pacing the small cottage. How did I mess things up so badly? The questions spun in her mind like a carousel, each thought a sharp reminder of the chaos swelling within her. Was it anger? Fear that she'd leave? Or just plain stupidity? She paused for a moment, pressing her palms against her temples. Bella, there was just something about that dance, the way she laughed with me. She resumed her pacing, the cold stone floor sending a chill through her feet. And Emmett. The thought of him brought a different kind of pain, a dull, throbbing ache that refused to fade away. As the jeep hummed along the dirt road to the airport hangar, the silence between Rosalie and Emmett felt charged, a current of unspoken emotions swirling in the confined space. She turned her gaze to him, noticing the set of his jaw and the way his golden eyes seemed fixed on the road, yet were staring at something far beyond it. Just before the hangar came into view, he pulled off to the side of the road. The click of the gearshift and sudden quiet filled Rosalie with dread. For the first time in decades, she couldn't read what he was feeling. "Rosalie, I won't be gone long, she interrupted, her voice faint as she tried to bridge the growing gap between them. "I know this trip with Bella isn't ideal, but it's the only way for us to save everyone. Without more people, we don't stand a chance against the Vulturi." Her words began to pick up speed. "If you want, you could even come with us so." Emmett took her hand in his larger one, rubbing his thumb across her knuckles. "It's always been whenever, wherever, whatever with us, right, Rosie?" He turned to her, his expression earnest and vulnerable. "Emmett," Rosalie warned in a whisper, feeling a chill run through her at the look in his eyes. "If you're mad, just talk to me. Please. I can't fix this if..." "You don't get to tell me how," Rosalie said. "Like you've been talking to me?" Emmett let out a hollow laugh, one that lacked any real amusement. His lips fell into a gentle frown as Rosalie bowed her head in shame. He sighed. "Honestly, I'm not mad, Rosalie, not anymore." "Well, you're definitely not happy," Rosalie grumbled, tenderly playing with his fingers. "Great work, detective," Emmett said, bumping her shoulder and ignoring her half-hearted glare. "You might even push Alice out of a job." It's not about you going on this trip," Emmett shook his head. "I mean, I am really worried, but I trust you. And Leah's pretty crazy, I wouldn't want to mess with either of you." "Then what is it?" Rosalie searched his gaze, noting the tension in his body and that rare solemn energy settling on his face. Emmett sighed. "Do you remember the day you found me in the woods?" Rosalie nodded, struck silent. He continued, "Even now, there are a lot of things I don't remember about my old life, but it's hard to forget the feeling of your stomach being ripped to shreds by a grizzly. And you swooped in like a total babe with the sunset behind you, and I thought, thank you, God, for sending such a pretty angel." Rosalie finished his sentence, a mix of exasperation and fondness coloring her words. "You've got to give me cool points for that, Rosie," Emmett grinned. "I was such a poet even on my deathbed." Rosalie scoffed, her eyes glistening. "There was this look you had," Emmett said, falling back into his memories. "It was so fierce and protective that Edward told me even if they had disagreed with the idea of changing me, no one would have been able to say no to you then." "I'm not surprised, though," Emmett shook his head with a sad, proud smile. "I think you're the only one who doesn't realize how powerful it is to be loved by you." Rosalie began. Emmett whispered, when Bella said she was going to find the children. His soft words echoed in the car like nails being driven into a coffin. "You had that same look on your face." Rosalie froze. "And I know it was your instincts in that moment." "I know you still love me," Emmett murmured. "But when I told you it was too dangerous, just for a second, you looked at me like I was an obstacle in your path. Like I was the person you were protecting Bella from. And I think that's when I realized." Emmett swallowed, a shadow passing over his face. "I let my fear of losing you trick me into pretending I didn't know you. I let myself believe what you were saying, what I wished was real, instead of paying attention to your heart, Rose." Rosalie felt that hammer suspended over the final nail begin to freefall. "And it's been facing only one direction ever since we came back to Forks," Emmett concluded. "Bella's." Thud. In the heavy silence that followed, Rosalie could almost hear Alice's words echoing in her mind like a dystopian siren, warning of impending doom. The memory of Alice's hand on her wrist, the intensity in her eyes as she spoke, resurfaced with chilling clarity. "Rosalie," Alice had said, her voice low and urgent, her thumb brushing against the spot where a pulse should beat, drawing Rosalie's scattered focus back to her piercing gaze. "If you keep avoiding this, you're going to do the very thing you're trying to prevent, tear this family apart. And I'm not warning you, I'm telling you. I've seen it. Wherever you go, there you are." "Emmett, please," Rosalie's voice cracked. "I can't lose you." Emmett yanked her into a hug, pulling her out of her seat and into his lap. Rosalie bit back sobs as she tried to hide her face in his chest. His own heart shattered as he wrapped his arms around her, pressing a kiss to her temple. "Never," Emmett stated, rubbing a soothing hand on her hip. "You're my best friend, Rose. You could never lose me. Whenever, wherever. Whatever," Rosalie finished. In that moment, silence enveloped them, their heartbeats intertwining for a brief instant before they parted. But then. "Now it may take a few post-divorce raggers in Caracas to get over you, but, OW." Rosalie twisted Emmett's nipple, ignoring his whimpers as she shot him a glare. "Don't plan your degenerate parties right in front of me. You need to mourn losing me for at least 2 decades before you even think about moving on." "I was joking," Emmett mumbled. "And you're the one with the mate. Shouldn't a man be able to lick his wounds however he chooses? It's not every day you lose an utter babe to fate." At the mention of Bella, a shadow crossed Rosalie's face, and she fell silent. "I'm so tired of fate. I didn't ask for this, any of this. I chose you." "And I chose you," Emmett replied, his voice thick with emotion. "But I think, and I know I'm the world's greatest wingman for saying this, sometimes fate gives you what you need, not what you want. And I don't want to be the reason that holds you back from whatever this thing is with Bella. That's not love, Rosie. That's fear." Rosalie swallowed hard, her eyes stinging with unshed tears. "I don't know if I can do this without you." "You can. You're the bravest person I know," Emmett insisted, his voice firm yet tender. "And you're not really without me. I'm in every decision you make, every step you take that's driven by that joy. And I'll always be cheering you on, even if it's from the sidelines." The finality in his voice was a gentle push, urging her to accept the inevitable divergence in their paths. "Find your happiness, Rosie," Emmett smiled with an aching softness, his gaze lingering on her face. He leaned in closer. Emmett leaned in, pressing a gentle kiss to Rosalie's forehead, a gesture so familiar, yet in that moment, it pierced her heart. "You've always deserved this," he said, a playful glint in his eye. "And hey, if fate brings us back together, I'll be here for your hot self. A little birdie once told me that post-soulmate breakup rebound sex is phenomenal." He wiggled his eyebrows, dodging Rosalie's playful swats, his boisterous laugh filling the car as they wrapped up their drive to the hangar. "I can't believe I just did that," Rosalie whispered, her voice barely audible over the ringing in her ears. She was shaking, her hands clasped so tightly in her lap that her skin began to crack. The slam of the door echoed through the room, jolting Rosalie from her turmoil. Bella stormed in, each step radiating fury, filling the small space with palpable tension. Rosalie could almost see the waves of anger rolling off her. For a moment, she was too stunned to speak. "You can't believe you just did that?" Bella's voice sliced through the silence, sharp and cold as ice. She locked the door with a definitive click, turning her back to Rosalie as if she couldn't bear to look at her. "I can't believe you just did that," she whispered venomously, ensuring their privacy from any supernatural eavesdroppers. Rosalie's hands trembled in the heavy silence. Bella turned slightly, meeting her gaze, and Rosalie saw a storm brewing in those deep, expressive eyes, a tempest of hurt, confusion, and an undeniable sense of betrayal. "Bella," Rosalie started, her voice hesitant under the weight of her emotions. The words felt inadequate, too frail to bridge the widening gap between them. "I can't go through this a second time, losing someone else. I'm sore. Stop. I'm sick of those apologies." "You need to listen to me," Bella interjected, turning to face her fully. Her eyes blazed with intensity, her posture rigid with indignation. All this time, I've respected everything you've asked of me. Your anger, your need for space, I never pressed, I never pushed, even when it tore me apart inside. And for what? So you could lose your mind the moment you see me with someone else? What is going on with you? Rosalie flinched as if struck. Bella's words were daggers, sharp and precise, each one landing with painful accuracy. I didn't mean to do that. Bella, I swear I didn't, she pleaded. I just came to check on you, and something else took over. I promise you, I've never lost control like this before. You nearly killed her because she was dancing with me. Are you serious, Rosalie? You've been married to Emmett for decades. Bella exclaimed, her voice thick with disbelief and hurt. Even with the bond, I never told you to choose me over him. I even pushed you to choose him because I knew how much you loved him. Guilt rose in Rosalie's stomach, hot as acid. When your family came back to Forks, you were the easiest person for me to talk to. It felt like you heard me and understood how I felt, Bella added, her voice softening yet still filled with frustration and sorrow. But then, when we learned about the bond, you became a whole different person. A look of turmoil crossed Bella's face, her expression darkening as she scoffed. Is it because you're scared to lose another one of your toys? I saw you and Emmett arguing in the car before this trip. Maybe you saw me with Jazara and thought she was playing with something that belonged to you. After all, maybe Emmett and I, we're both just part of your collection, right? Hoping you'll pick us up to play one day. In that moment, Rosalie realized how much her denial of the bond had impacted Bella. Horror etched itself on her face as she interjected, No, that's not it, Bella. I have never seen you two that way. Emmett broke up with me in the car after telling me to choose you. Bella, skeptical and hurt, shot back, Oh, is that why you? Why are you so upset? I guess it makes sense. After all, I'm all you have left. You can barely stand to be around me anyway. Can you imagine how humiliating that is? To feel more unwanted than even Edward made me feel when he left town? Bella held up her hands as if framing a movie title, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Isabella Swan, the only girl in the world with a soulmate who hates her. I don't hate you. I've never hated you, Bella. You have to know that, Rosalie exclaimed, her panic rising as she noticed the tears welling in Bella's eyes. I didn't handle this right at all. Emmett and Alice have been trying to tell me, but I messed up. Bella's quiet murmur drew Rosalie's full attention. You told me my scent reminded you of the night you were murdered. How could I ever imagine you'd want to be around me after that? The truth spilled from Rosalie like a broken dam. The meaning changed. Bella frowned, the dark emptiness in her eyes fading ever so slightly. What? Rosalie paused, her voice dropping as if she were sharing a long-held secret. The meaning of the scent changed, she admitted, her hands absently tracing the edge of a nearby chair, her gaze avoiding Bella's. I don't know how, but it happened after the night we kissed. I started to get my human memories back, older ones I had forgotten from my childhood. She shifted slightly, the memory transporting her back to a time of innocence. There was this spring I always cherished, when I would spend weekends with Vera and my great-grandmother at her cabin in Albany. This was before the summer courtships began, Rosalie continued, a wistful smile touching her lips as she recalled. Vera and I could simply be ourselves, splashing in puddles, daring each other with our clothing choices, mimicking the exotic debutantes who traveled to New York. There were no expectations to meet, no potential husbands to impress. Her gaze drifted to the fire, as if she could see it right in front of her. My great-grandmother, Marilyn, loved to set up a small campfire in the backyard. From there, you could see the skyline for miles. Her house was right next to a pond surrounded by cranberry bushes. Vera enjoyed popping nuts, almonds, walnuts, all kinds, into the fire, she explained, her hands mimicking the action, a flicker of a smile ghosting across her face. She said it added to the atmosphere, like making candles for the animals around us, a pleasant scent for them to enjoy. Rosalie's expression hardened slightly as she returned to the present. And the night I died, it smelled just like those nights. You smell exactly like that night I died, she confessed, her voice barely a whisper. But I realized the reason it was so painful was that it reminded me of the nights I spent with Vera and my grandmother. She glanced up, her amber gold eyes meeting Bella's, conveying a depth of vulnerability rarely shown. Emmett told me that sometimes fate makes you leave behind what you want to give you what you need. Rosalie took a deep breath, seeming to gather her strength. I don't know how this will end. I am so tired of trying to figure things out, pretending I can control it all. But I wonder, in some ways, if fate brought you to me at least to remind me how to move on from my old pain, she mused, her gaze turning thoughtful, as if seeing a distant possibility for the first time. Bella watched, shocked into silence, as Rosalie unraveled her emotions before her. And this time, it wasn't to punish or burden, but to genuinely connect, something that had taken Rosalie an agonizingly long time to achieve. Rosalie stepped forward, her eyes tracing the trembling anger in Bella's body, the fierceness and worry in her gaze, and the stubborn set of her jaw. She noticed the. Rosalie swayed slightly toward Bella, as if an invisible force had always drawn her in. I've tried to fight it, she confessed, her voice thick with emotion. I've hurt you and so many others I care about in my desperate attempts to escape, and for that, I'm so sorry. I became the monster I always feared the bond would make you be. Some days, I'm still shocked that I have a family, people who can love me and whom I can love back. There are nights when I feel like nothing more than a ghost, just waiting for the day Royce comes back to find me. Rosalie sighed. I built up fortresses in this new life to protect myself from being hurt the way I was by those I loved. But I'm terrified. She met Bella's gaze, her whiskey gold eyes burning with that rare light Emmett had spoken of. Because you make me feel real, Bella. For the first time in a very, very long time, you make me feel alive. And I'm scared that if I let you in. Bella stepped forward, her presence vibrating with an intensity that made Rosalie's heart quake. The mix of frustration and yearning wrapped around her like a heavy cloak. Bella's gaze remained intense as she took another step closer, her voice solemn. I can't keep doing this, Rosalie. You need to tell me right now, what is it that you want? How does one explain the infinite, the absurdity of simplicity? In countless mythologies, it is often said that the world's creation began with the word. But for Rosalie Hale, the world she knew ended with one word. You. At those words, Bella stepped even closer, her eyes glowing a warm silver. The scent of that haunting spring night enveloped Rosalie, washing away her fears, worries, and old pains like forgiven sins. In that moment, she realized there had been many deaths in her life, but this death, the death of control, of what she thought she knew, might just be the sweetest. In one fluid motion, the space between them vanished, as if the air itself conspired to pull them together, tethering them in a moment of profound connection. Their bodies moved like two stars drawn into the same orbit, colliding in a way that felt inevitable. Bella resembled a comet, poised to blaze through the night, her gaze dark and her hands trembling as she reached up to cup Rosalie's face. With a sudden push, she kissed Rosalie with fervor, gasping in surprise when Rosalie growled and flipped their bodies, pinning Bella against the wall. Rosalie's hands wandered to Bella's waist, caressing her lean muscle as if she were starving. Bella whimpered into the kiss, her breaths quickening as she wrapped her arms around Rosalie's shoulders. Rosalie tasted cranberries and smoky heat on Bella's tongue, pulling her even tighter. In that moment, Rosalie realized she had never been kissed like this before. There was love in the way Emmett kissed, and lust from the few lovers she had before him, but this was different. This was the first time someone kissed her as if they truly needed her. She melted into the kiss, her hands sliding down to dip below Bella's waistband, tracing along the faint Adonis belt. In a brief moment of clarity, Rosalie understood that she wasn't surprised by Bella's intensity. Aside from her fleeting moments with Edward and her surprising maturity for her age, Rosalie was certain this was one of Bella's first experiences with anyone. The thought of their mate bond only intensified her feelings, and as Bella's hitched breath captured her attention, Rosalie thought, no wonder I feel like I'm losing my mind. Bella, Rosalie murmured, stifling a moan as Bella's tongue traced along her neck. Are you sure about this? We don't have to. Bella pulled back, her gaze filled with a dizzying warmth that threatened to undo Rosalie. If anything happens, Bella said, her voice laced with daring bravery, a blush painting her pale cheeks a rosy pink, I want to know what it was like to be with you. Rosalie paused, her shock evident as she locked eyes with Bella. The girl spoke with a bold clarity that was impossible to ignore. She had noticed the hungry glint in Bella's eyes, the way Bella's tongue traced the tendons in her neck, silently signaling her intentions. I'm done with people making decisions for me, Bella declared, lifting a hand to gently cup Rosalie's cheek. Her touch was as deliberate as her words. From now on, we decide the story, Rose, together. Her initiative sparkled in the dim light as she leaned in, her lips meeting Rosalie's again in a softer, experimental kiss. At first, Rosalie wrestled with the unfamiliar sensation of yielding control, her instinct screaming for dominance. Yet, she allowed Bella this moment to lead their dance. However, her patience was short-lived. Once Bella tasted her moment of command, Rosalie reclaimed her role. She grasped Bella by the waist and pulled her close, deepening her kiss with fervent urgency. Bella's flavor was intoxicating, sweet and smoky, an essence that Rosalie craved more of. Tell me what you like, Bella, Rosalie murmured huskily, trailing her lips along the tender skin of Bella's neck. She placed soft kisses that gradually became more insistent, each nibble drawing a moan from deep within Bella. Rosalie's fingers entwined in Bella's dark hair, a gentle tug bringing their faces closer. Are you listening? She teased, her voice a blend of affection and challenge, smiling against the warmth of Bella's skin. Bella's response was a whimper, her earlier assertiveness melting away under Rosalie's touch. Rosalie could feel Bella's heartbeat, rapid and strong beneath her lips, the pulse quickening with each kiss. Hold me, Bella moaned, her arms wrapping tightly around Rosalie, pulling herself even closer into the embrace. They moved together to the bed, the world around them fading into the background, their focus solely on each other. They sat on the edge of the mattress, still lost in the moment. Entwined in each other's embrace, they looked more like a scene from a heartfelt novel than reality. The soft lighting of the room highlighted their intense expressions as their fingers gripped each other's clothing, anchoring themselves in the storm of emotions swirling between them. Rosalie gently eased Bella down onto the bed, kissing her all the way until Bella's head rested against the pillow. In this intimate moment, Rosalie felt a surge of vibrant energy coursing through her, like electricity sparked by their touch. It was as if Bella not only accepted her scars but cherished them, finding an echo of her own experiences within them. A burst of need welled up inside Rosalie, but it was clear that it wasn't just her own. It carried the smoky taste of roasted cranberries. Bella, growing impatient, smiled mischievously. Patience, Rosalie chided, letting her hand glide down Bella's neck but pausing before it went any lower. Use your words, darling. Tell me what you want. I want you to touch me, Bella replied, arching off the bed to seek Rosalie's hands against her skin. Where? Everywhere, Bella gasped. Feeling that same intense need again, Rosalie knew it was coming from Bella. She slid her hand down Bella's body and slipped it beneath the waistband of her pants. Bella sighed as Rosalie explored her, rolling her hips into the vampire's touch. Rosalie relished watching Bella squirm beneath her, her whole body writhing with passion. Her cheeks flushed a deep red, and her mouth formed an adorable O shape. Leaning over, Rosalie pressed a kiss to Bella's lips, savoring her taste. The two began to melt together, becoming a tangle of limbs on the bed as they gently pulled at each other's clothes. They worked in perfect harmony. Rosalie unbuttoned Bella's pants while Bella pushed Rosalie's shirt off her shoulders. United in their desires, they collaborated until nothing was left between them. Their hearts and bodies were laid bare, leaving nothing to hide. Please, Bella said, taking Rosalie's hand. Bella's thoughts surged into Rosalie's mind once more, the insatiable need within Bella now seeping into Rosalie as well. Rosalie slowly slid down Bella's body, her hands gliding over the woman's curves, settling between her pale thighs. Bella leaned back, tangling her fingers in Rosalie's hair as the woman began to kiss her. In an instant, the throbbing desire that had invaded Rosalie's mind transformed into pure satisfaction. She could feel Bella's own yearning as she ignited it. There was no room for doubt about what she liked, only immediate feedback. As her tongue explored, fireworks erupted in her mind, and as her fingers delved deeper, a single sparkler ignited. Bella's emotions were captivating, crafted from vivid images and sensations that transcended mere feelings. Her pleasure radiated like the warmth of the Arizona sun, while her need resembled an empty treasure chest, desperate to be filled. As Rosalie tasted her, her own urges grew wilder. The mating bond surged to life, compelling her to want more, to take more. Kisses and caresses were no longer sufficient to satisfy her hunger. She needed to claim Bella completely. Rosalie grasped Bella's hands, intertwining their fingers and pinning them to the mattress. Bella let out a low growl, and the sensation of surrender washed over her. Rosalie could feel Bella's mix of frustration and excitement at being tamed, which only fueled her desire. She kissed Bella deeply, allowing her to taste herself on Rosalie's lips. She wanted Bella to experience the sweet, smoky flavor of her body, a flavor that was driving her to the brink of madness. Bella gasped softly, causing Rosalie to pause, worried she had gone too far. I can feel it, Bella panted, her chest rising and falling rapidly. I can feel how you feel. Rosalie smiled. She pressed her fingers against her own body, massaging herself and igniting the flames of her desire. As the heat within her intensified, so did Bella's. Bella gazed up at her, eyes wide with longing. They tumbled together, rolling across the bed as their hands searched, explored, and craved one another. Their minds became as entwined as their bodies, forming a knot that only they could ever hope to unravel. Each thought and every touch deepened their bond, making it stronger and clearer with every passing moment. Rosalie felt her heart pound in rhythm with Bella's, their bodies in sync yet so distinct at the same time. Was this what it meant to be mates? To be so completely aligned that it felt like one body instead of two? She couldn't linger on the thought, as her body ached to bite, to claim, to conquer. She marked Bella's neck with teeth-shaped bruises across her throat and collarbone, careful not to break the skin. It was a relentless tease, getting so close to the fiery passion coursing through her veins but never quite tasting it. The world around them faded as they touched, their hands exploring one another's warmth and pushing each other to the edge. They no longer needed words, every emotion and need flowed through their thoughts, through the bond that connected their hearts and minds. For the first time in centuries, Rosalie's skin felt alive, her long-dead heart stirring and pounding like a bird desperate to escape its cage. She looked into Bella's deep silver-brown eyes and understood that they were crossing a threshold that would lead them both to a new chapter, one where they could fully embrace their bond and feelings for each other. Rosalie panted as she felt herself nearing her peak, driven by Bella's nimble fingers. Bella's own desire burned brightly in Rosalie's mind, their climaxes seemingly aligned. Their hands quickened, and their lips. They ravaged one another, the overwhelming urge to become one consuming them. Their desperate breaths mingled as they stood on the brink of pleasure, ready to plunge into the depths of ecstasy. Rosalie found herself drowning in Bella's dark gaze, which flickered like an old television switching off. Static danced across her irises before transforming into a brilliant blue. Her eyes glowed softly, casting a gentle light on everything around her. "Rose, your eyes," Bella gasped, staring up at her with wide-eyed awe. In that moment, an electrifying realization struck them both like a freight train. Bella moaned Rosalie's name, her body twitching and shuddering as a fierce pulse surged through her. Rosalie struggled to maintain her composure, guiding Bella through the intensity of the new emotions, but the depth of rapture radiating from her mate was impossible to ignore. Rosalie gasped as she spiraled down the roller coaster of her climax, the intensity nearly making her dizzy. They clung tightly to one another, navigating the powerful shocks of ecstasy that coursed through their spines. Their bodies tensed, and even with their eyes closed, their glowing light seeped through the delicate skin of their eyelids. After a few moments, the intensity began to fade, the remnants of their orgasm draining from them like rain after a monsoon. Rosalie held Bella close, meeting her with a sweet kiss, the warmth between them a stark contrast to the cool twilight air. As their breaths intertwined and their hands clasped, Rosalie felt an unfamiliar sensation stirring within her. Jasper's voice echoed in her mind, a memory from a quiet evening when he had handed her a book while she was absorbed in learning Japanese for a trip with Alice. "What's kintsugi?" she had asked, her curiosity piqued by the unfamiliar term. It wasn't often that she encountered a word she didn't know. "It's the art of repairing broken things with gold," Jasper had explained. Her voice was soft yet earnest. "It teaches us that we are not beyond repair, that even in our brokenness, beauty can be found." Japanese craftsmen believe that through this process, you're not just fixing an object, you're transforming its very soul into something entirely different. As Rosalie looked down at Bella, seeing the trust and raw openness in her gaze, she understood what Jasper meant. The jagged edges of her own soul, once felt as irreparable fractures, began to align and connect with Bella's in a way that felt like home. The thought appeared in her mind as if it had always been there, just tucked away until she could finally see it. As the tide of passion ebbed, Rosalie lay next to Bella, her heart still thrumming with an intensity that resonated through her undead veins. She felt a closeness to Bella that transcended the physical realm. It was as if their very essences had intertwined, forming a new alloy forged by a hidden hand. The air around them hummed with the power of their union, and for a moment, Rosalie experienced a vulnerability she hadn't known since her human days. Turning to Bella, she caught her breath at the sight of her mate's eyes. They still shone with that iridescent blue, glowing with an otherworldly luminescence. It was as if the vast, endless skies were reflected in Bella's gaze. In the reflection of Bella's eyes, Rosalie saw her own, holding the same celestial hue, a mirror to the connection they now shared. The change was silent yet profound, a secret language only their spirits could comprehend. The bond they had formed was no longer just a connection, it was a divine tether tying them to something greater than themselves. Meanwhile, beyond the seclusion of their intimacy, the world continued its silent, eternal march. A soldier of the children, patrolling the outskirts of their territory, paused. His sharp, discerning gaze caught a flicker of golden light that seemed out of place in the night sky. It grew, blossoming into a vibrant display. A breathtaking display of color danced across the heavens. The aurora borealis, with its vibrant hues of green, purple, and blue, arced over the world like a celestial bridge. For a brief moment, the soldier stood transfixed, overwhelmed by the significance of what he was witnessing. This was no ordinary natural wonder, it could only be a sign from the goddess Neith herself, a proclamation that something monumental had occurred. His duty was clear, he needed to alert Taji. This revelation would shake the very foundations of their society, for the long-prophesied omen of a bond between a child of the moon and a vampire, after more than 800 years, had finally been sanctified. The soldier turned and ran, urgency propelling him forward. As he disappeared into the steaming heart of Erebus, the sky continued to glow, a silent witness to the tides of change that were about to sweep over them all. Chapter 26, Buried Alive, The Children's Interlude. A dusky haze lingered at the horizon's edge, a dim shroud barely resisting the perpetual daylight that bathed the land in an endless glow. Taji stood alone on a balcony overlooking the valley that cradled her people in their sanctuary, the balm of the midnight sun enveloping them all. Below, the rising sun cast a pale light across the ice, transforming the ancient glaciers into a shimmering display that whispered secrets of the deep freeze, a symphony as old as time itself. For Taji, the early hours were a fortress of solitude, a moment when the weight of centuries felt bearable, if only for an instant. She leaned against the stone railing, her gaze tracing the path of a frozen river that snaked through the landscape like a silver thread. The aurora borealis from the previous night still burned bright in her mind's eye. The ghostly hues of green and violet had painted the heavens in broad, sweeping strokes, turning the golden sky into a canvas of cosmic wonder. Her thoughts drifted back to last night. Nayeli had burst into her chambers, her voice thick with awe and urgency. "Cozy," Nayeli whispered, her eyes wide with excitement. "Jamil just reported seeing a strange aurora borealis. It's like the prophecies on the papyrus, Neith has shown signs of her hand." "Is it?" "The bond," Taji murmured, jumping out of her seat and sprinting outside to see it in all its glory. It felt like the eve of the festival of Thoth, a fierce burst of joy spiraling through her body, just as it had when she was a child. Standing there, the cold night air wrapping around them like a shroud, Taji felt a chill that wasn't from the breeze. There was an echo of Bast's power, a reminder of the deep, almost forgotten magics that once coursed freely through their veins. Poise fell from her shoulders and shattered on the ground. The floor felt like broken glass beneath her feet. Taji reached up, letting her fingers trace the glowing particles of the aurora. The desire to fly burned beneath her skin. She had suppressed those urges for so long that her body had become a casket for her spirit, watching as the world faded to grayscale while centuries passed her by. It felt as though she had only been half herself for far too long, distanced from the embrace of the gods, her survival becoming the only worthy altar for her worship. For years, the Ammonius Saw had taught her that the only way she could lead her people was to stay alive long enough to enact change. Frustration bubbled within her as she felt the flat of a sword sweep her feet out from under her, sending her crashing to the ground. She stifled a hiss as the gentle nudge of the blade pressed against her neck. Reluctantly, she bared her neck to her opponent. Khepra flipped her sword back into its sheath and extended a hand to Taji, pulling the annoyed air off the ground. "We are done for today," Khepra declared. "But why must we stop?" Taji protested. "I learned nothing from failing." "War cannot always be aggression, Taji," Khepra sighed. "True strategy requires both action and stillness in equal measure. Your failure is part of your progress." Taji shook her head. "But you are forward-thinking, child," Khepra said, placing a hand on her shoulder to calm her. "It's part of your gift, always hunting for a new horizon, seeking an understanding we have yet to discover. But what lifts your wings as you fly?" "The wind?" Taji murmured. "And though the wind is silent," Khepra continued, "it is ever present. It supports you, carries you, guides you. You must learn to be that stillness for your mind, to rest in the calmness. It's not always about the hunt or the pursuit. It's about knowing when to wait, when to observe, and when to let fate move around you." Taji looked down, deep in thought. Kepra's words echoed in Taji's mind. "How can I do that?" Khepra smiled warmly, like a mother comforting her child. "By embracing both your desire to move and your need for rest. In the silence, you will find strength. In patience, you will find clarity. The falcon does not merely hunt with its eyes but also with its heart." Now, in the quiet moments before dawn, Taji's thoughts returned to the present. Her gaze followed the path of the rising sun, watching as it crept over the frozen landscape, illuminating the ancient stones and the silent trees that had stood as witnesses to countless generations. Her mind drifted to those ancient scrolls, hieroglyphs that spoke of the deep bond between the tribes of Bast and Sekhmet. She had spent decades studying them by flickering torchlight, the weight of that history pressing down on her, a constant reminder of the burden she carried. Her thoughts wandered further back to that fateful day when Bella, Rosalie, and Leah had stumbled into their sanctuary. Their arrival had been like a storm, disrupting the stillness and bringing with it the specter of the Vulturi. She remembered the urgency in Naeli's voice, the fear that laced her words as she burst through the door. "Someone is here, cozy. Outsiders, they've found us." Those words shattered Taji's sense of security, pulling her from the comfort of the historical scrolls into the harsh reality of the present. It felt too eerie to be mere coincidence. Taji had watched from the shadows as the three figures navigated the rough terrain. Bella's fierce resolve, Rosalie's protective stance, Leah's wary eyes. They were warriors, each in their own way. They had certainly brought chaos into her world, but also a spark of something new, something Taji couldn't quite dare to acknowledge. Hope. It was a fragile thing, delicate and easily crushed. Taji understood the cost of faith, a lofty price she had learned all too well. The price had been paid in blood and loss. The first light of dawn brought both promise and peril, a reminder of the choices that lay ahead. Taji turned away from the view and walked back into the heart of their enclave, preparing herself for the conversation she was about to have with Khepra, the Ammonius Saw. Khepra was her leader and oldest confidant, the one who had guided them through their darkest times and held their community together with a strength Taji had admired since childhood. Could she ask Kepra to risk everything for a chance at a future that might never come? The path to Kepra's private quarters was as familiar as the back of her hand, yet each step felt like a meditation on a deadly Pandora's box. As the Ammonius Saw had said, Taji's role as the Falcon was not just to watch from the heights but to engage in the fray, guiding her people toward their highest good, even if it meant challenging the very foundations of their existence. Standing before Kepra's door, Taji paused, her hand resting on the ancient wood. She felt the grooves and grains that had weathered many storms. Opening it would mean exposing their world to new risks and dangers. Taking a deep breath, she steadied herself for the conversation ahead. Kepra was seated at an ornate wooden table, writing in the dim light of a single candle. As Taji entered, their eyes met in a silent exchange, both aware of the gravity of the discussion to come. "Taji," Kepra greeted, her voice a calm presence in the silence. "I have been expecting you." Power, ancient and primordial, thrummed through the Ammonius Saw's veins. Deep within the hidden recesses of Erebus, Kepra knelt in a sacred chamber carved into the heart of the old volcano. The air was dense with the earthy scent of ancient stone and sulfur, creating an atmosphere that was both grounding and ethereal. Before her lay an altar adorned with relics. In Kemet, Kepra surrounded herself with meaningful artifacts, a statue of Neith, a child's toy crafted from bone, and a ceremonial dagger that shimmered with an ethereal light. Her morning ritual was a delicate balance between the mortal and the divine. With her eyes closed, she inhaled the warmth of the volcanic air, feeling the subtle vibrations of the earth beneath her. Each breath became a prayer, and each exhale released the burdens she bore as the Ammonius Saw. Her movements were fluid, almost mesmerizing, guided by the rhythm of an ancient chant that resonated deeply within her soul. As she chanted, the hieroglyphic tattoos on her shaven scalp began to glow faintly, pulsing in time with her heartbeat. The tiny, star-like beads woven into her braids sparkled brighter, casting an aura around her. When she rose from her meditation, Kepra moved to the edge of the chamber, where a narrow ledge offered a view of the sprawling ice below. Watching her people go about their daily routines filled her with profound gratitude. She observed the children washing their clothes by a thin stream, their laughter soothing her weary spirit. The weight of leadership was a constant presence, with every decision and action sending ripples through the lives of those she vowed to protect. Kepra recalled Taji's words from the night before, the light in her eyes as she spoke of the bond between Rosalie and Bella. It was a sign, Taji believed, a spark of hope that could change everything. Yet, Kepra remained skeptical. Faith was a double-edged sword, and the stakes had never been higher. After her ritual, Kepra returned to her chambers to find Taji waiting for her. They had spoken in the early hours, Taji's excitement barely contained as she described the aurora borealis and its significance. "It was as if the heavens were speaking to us," Taji had exclaimed, her eyes alight with fervor. Ammonius Saw, their bond could be the key to breaking the curse. Kepra listened intently, weighing the possibilities in her mind. This bond was unprecedented, a union between a child and a vampire, potentially powerful enough to shift the balance. But the risks were immense. The Vulturi would not stand by idly if they sensed a threat to their reign. A soft knock on the chamber door pulled Kepra from her thoughts. It was one of her guards, ready to escort the trio for the interview. Initially, she had planned to speak with them individually, to gauge their intentions and capabilities. However, Taji's news had changed everything. The bond needed to be understood, its potential assessed, which called for a different approach. Kepra nodded to the guard, signaling her readiness. As she prepared to face Bella, Rosalie, and Leah, she was acutely aware that the decisions made today would echo through the ages. Straightening her posture, she felt resolve harden in her eyes. "Bring them here, my child," she commanded. The guard bowed slightly and left the room, moving swiftly to carry out her orders. As she awaited their arrival, Kepra understood the weight of her duty, to weigh hope against responsibility, and faith against pragmatism. The future of her people rested on a knife's edge. She watched as the trio approached her chamber, noting the changes in their demeanor since the night before. Leah led the group, while Bella and Rosalie walked side by side, their arms occasionally brushing against one another. An unmistakable energy pulsed between them, hinting at their newfound connection. "Good morning," Kepra greeted them, her voice steady and commanding. "As you know, I originally planned to conduct individual interviews with each of you, but considering the events of last night, things have changed rather drastically." "No kidding," Leah muttered under her breath. "Try waking up to the sky on fire because two people F." Bella and Rosalie shot her warning looks, and Leah fell silent. Kepra's eyes narrowed slightly, focusing on the trio before her. Kepra flickered with amusement. "Yes, I'm not sure how much you know about the mate bond, what my people or Taji may have told you." Bella stepped forward, her gaze unwavering. "Taji mentioned the Vulturi's efforts to destroy mate bonds and the myths surrounding their potential power. We know there are risks involved." Kepra nodded. "Indeed, the mate bond brings a greater risk of becoming targets for the Vulturi. This bond is unprecedented, it holds unknown potential, but also great danger." Bella's voice was firm. "But isn't this the power you've been seeking? Isn't this what we've been looking for?" Kepra sighed. "The bond is shrouded in myth. Even I have not witnessed its full potential. It could be a folktale. But the Vulturi's fear of it suggests otherwise," Rosalie countered. Kepra paused, studying their faces. "Have you noticed any changes within yourselves since the bond was formed?" Bella and Rosalie exchanged a glance. Rosalie spoke up, her voice soft yet clear. "We woke up able to understand each other's thoughts. The emotional connection is stronger, almost amplified. And our eyes turned bright blue last night." Kepra's eyes narrowed. "Bright blue, you say?" Leah interjected, "You know. Sam said Bella's eyes turned that color after their battle. When that goddess pulled an exorcism on her." "Neath," Kepra murmured, digesting this as her guards exchanged surprised glances. "Then the only way to know for certain is to test its capabilities." Bella's posture stiffened. "Test it how?" Kepra signaled to one of her guards, who bowed before exiting the chamber. "I believe Cole will be better suited for this task than Taji. We need to see the extent of your bond's power." Bella's anger flared, her body trembling as if on the verge of shifting. Rosalie's expression turned icy, her fury palpable. Leah spoke up, her voice tense as she raised a finger. I'm not so sure this is a good idea," Bella said, her voice laced with uncertainty. "All mate bonds are most powerful under duress," Kepra replied. "To truly understand its potential, we need an emotional trigger." Just then, Cole entered the chamber, bowing respectfully to Kepra before turning to face Bella and Rosalie. Bella's eyes blazed with anger, while Rosalie's gaze remained steely and cold. "We need to explore the potential of their bond," Kepra addressed Cole, her voice firm. "Observe if there are any differences in their abilities that are atypical for them." Cole nodded, his expression unreadable. "As you command," Ammonius saw. The tension in the room was palpable as Kepra settled into her throne, her voice resonating with authority. "Cole, bring in your best. We will conduct a controlled combat scenario first." The warrior bowed and swiftly exited the chamber. Moments later, he returned with a female guard. She bore a distinctive scar under her left eye, a testament to countless battles fought and won. Her presence was formidable, her eyes sharp with focus. Kepra observed as Bella, Rosalie, and Leah stood before her, tension crackling in the air. Leah, ever the protector, positioned herself slightly ahead of the others, her muscles coiled and ready. "We'll start simple. No weapons. Hand to hand," Kepra said, turning her attention back to the trio. "Cole will spar with Rosalie, and Anaya will face Bella." Anaya moved toward Bella, her eyes calculating. Cole faced Rosalie, a silent challenge evident in his stance. Kepra raised her hand, signaling the start. "Begin." Anaya struck first, her movements swift and precise. Bella met her attacks with equal agility, the two engaged in a fierce dance of violence. Anaya's strikes were fierce, but Bella's reflexes, heightened by her newfound bond, matched her blow for blow. The raw athleticism helped to anchor her lack of training, almost as if she were a newborn vampire. Across the chamber, Cole and Rosalie prepared for their own clash. Rosalie collided with a force that reverberated through the room. She moved with a speed that even surprised Leah. "Holy crap, Rosalie, you've gotten faster," Leah muttered, her eyes wide with disbelief. Kepra watched the scene unfold with a critical eye. Bella and Anaya circled each other, their movements fluid yet deadly. Anaya's scarred face remained impassive, but a hint of curiosity flickered in her gaze as Bella deflected another strike. On the other side of the room, the battle between Rosalie and Cole intensified. Rosalie's punches landed with a force that belied her size, each impact echoing throughout the chamber. Cole, seasoned and powerful, found himself pushed to his limits, his expression darkening with every blow. Kepra sensed the energy between Bella and Rosalie, a palpable connection that pulsed in the air, as if an invisible thread linked them and amplified their strengths. "Enough," Kepra commanded, her voice slicing through the chaos. "Increase the difficulty." She then spoke in Swahili, releasing a hidden command that heightened their bloodlust. Cole's attacks became more aggressive, his experience bearing down on Rosalie. In the midst of her own battle, Bella noticed the shift. "Hey, can you," she started, but her words were cut off by a powerful strike from Anaya. Rosalie fought with raw intensity, memories of past traumas fueling her strength. Her movements grew more desperate, her punches and kicks landing harder. She delivered a head kick that made Cole stagger, blood trickling from his lip. Cole's eyes blazed with cold fury as he retaliated with a slicing uppercut that sent Rosalie skidding across the floor. The warrior advanced on her, overwhelming her with powerful, fluid combinations as he aimed for a knockout blow. Bella's heart pounded, Rosalie's pain amplifying her fear and anger. "No." Bella's voice rang out through the chamber, her eyes shifting to silver. A raw, primal energy burst from her. A shield of blinding light engulfed both Bella and Rosalie. The force of it sent Cole crashing against the wall. Kepra's glyphs glowed brightly in response to the surge of power, filling the room with flickers of silver and blue light. The air crackled with energy, and for a moment, everything stood still. "Stop," Kepra commanded, her voice firm. The room fell silent, the combatants frozen in place. She stepped forward, her gaze locked on Bella and Rosalie. The power of the mate bond was undeniable, its potential evident in the aftermath of the battle. Cole rose from the floor, a mixture of shock and respect in his eyes. Anaya, too, stood back, her expression one of contemplation. Kepra nodded, her glyphs dimming as the energy settled. "This advancement of your shield," Kepra began slowly, narrowing her eyes as she focused on Bella, "adds a new dynamic to consider." She paused, the weight of her words hanging in the air. "What were you thinking, Bella, right before the shield activated in that way? What happened?" Bella took a deep breath, still feeling the residual energy coursing through her veins. She walked over to Rosalie, pulling her away from the two guards as she approached Kepra. I could feel what Rosalie was feeling, the anger, the fear, the desperation. It was overwhelming, like I was drowning in it. All I could think was, "Don't touch her." It felt like a click, almost as if everything else shut down. Then this force, this energy, burst out of me. It was like a rock being hurled from a slingshot. Kepra listened, her expression thoughtful. The room was silent, the only sound the soft breathing of those present. Leah shifted uncomfortably before speaking up. "So, what do you think now, Ammonia-sa? Does this change anything?" Kepra looked at Leah, then back at Bella and Rosalie. "I will not deny that this makes me reconsider some of my original assumptions." But, she held her gaze steady, ready to continue. Kepra raised a hand, silencing any premature celebrations. "I need time. Time to think and consider all the implications. We will reconvene for a discussion." As the others filed out of the chamber, Kepra's eyes followed Bella. "Isabella," she called softly, "please stay a moment. I'd like to discuss some things with you." Leah and Rosalie exchanged worried glances, hesitating at the door. Bella met Kepra's gaze and then looked back at her friends, offering a reassuring nod. She gently squeezed Rosalie's hand. "It's okay. I'll meet you guys later." Kepra watched as the door closed behind Leah and Rosalie, leaving the two of them alone. She gestured for Bella to sit, her expression thoughtful. "Did you know my people have given you a nickname?" Kepra began, her voice calm. "The Lost One." Bella raised an eyebrow, curiosity piqued. "The Lost One?" Kepra nodded. "Yes, because you were not raised among us, yet you carry our magic. You are, in many ways, a bridge between worlds, sitting in the epicenter of chaos. Are you aware of that?" Bella sighed, feeling the weight of the conversation already. "I suppose I am. It's just a lot. You are young, just a baby in our eyes." Kepra leaned back, her eyes never leaving Bella's face. "Yet, here you are, leading with the responsibility of many lives on your shoulders." Bella shifted, the idea uncomfortable. "I'm not a leader. I'm just trying to save my family and friends." "But have Leah and Rosalie not traveled across the entire world for you?" Kepra asked, her tone gentle but firm. "Does it not seem that you have more people at home willing to fight as well? From what Taji has told me of her conversations with Leah, you can be rather hard-headed when it comes to pursuing what you feel is right." Bella glanced away, her voice barely above a whisper. "I didn't ask for any of this. I was just heartbroken. Someone I thought was the one left. It sounds so dumb when I say it out loud, but look at where that led me." Kepra's expression softened as understanding dawned in her eyes. "Most leaders do not yearn for leadership, Isabella. It is something that is thrust upon them, a request to do more than they ever expected they could. But the people are the true leaders, we merely become their singular extension. There will be many choices you will have to make, many of them unpleasant." Bella looked up, meeting Kepra's gaze. "So, what do I do?" Kepra leaned forward, her gaze intense yet kind. "You ask yourself if you are willing to honor that responsibility," she said softly. "To put your people's needs above your own. That is the true test of a leader." Bella took a deep breath and nodded. "I understand. You may go now, Toto," Kepra said as she stood, signaling the end of their conversation. "Thank you for your time." Bella rose and gave a respectful nod before leaving the chamber. Kepra watched her go, a mix of emotions swirling within her. She turned back to the window, her thoughts drifting. Her words to Bella had been meant as guidance, but they lingered in her own heart like a solemn vow. The burden of leadership was a weight that was never fully lifted, even after thousands of years. It was a path Kepra had accepted, a mantle she would bear. She felt the silent presence of her ancestors, their expectations and wisdom woven into the very fabric of her existence, urging her forward. She would need to pray before she met with Cole and Taji. Loud voices echoed off the stone walls of the private chamber, their heated argument forming a familiar symphony. "Finally be free." Taji's voice trembled with passion, her hands clenched into fists at her sides. "Why are you so hard-headed?" Cole's expression was a mask of fury. "The risk of freedom is not worth the potential loss of our people. We don't know them, Taji. And they walk freely among vampires, our enemies." Kepra stepped into the room, her presence immediately commanding attention. "Enough," she called out, her voice slicing through the tension. Taji turned, a mix of defiance and relief in her eyes. Ammonia saw. Kepra raised a hand, silencing her. "No, child. Let us discuss this like adults. You are all too old for such petty bickering." The three of them settled into their usual spots, the atmosphere shifting from heated argument to reluctant cooperation. Cole crossed his arms over his chest, his jaw set in a stubborn line. Taji took a deep breath, trying to regain her composure. "The bond between Rosalie and Bella," Taji began, "is our chance to break the curse and finally live as we should under the will of Neith." Cole scoffed. "And at what cost? From what we've seen, they're nothing but a ragtag group of children. They've never faced a war of this magnitude." Kepra listened, her gaze moving between the two. We must consider both the present and the future. This is the first true sign we've had in centuries. But you're right, Cole. The risk is great. Taji leaned forward, her eyes pleading. Bella, Rosalie, and Leah, they're different. They've faced incredible odds and emerged stronger. Rosalie's loyalty to Bella, Leah's determination, these are the qualities we need. Cole's eyes narrowed. We cannot ally with Nyonya Damu. They've killed our people for nearly a millennium. What if they choose to change sides and work with the Vulturi to gain favor? Kepra nodded slowly. And even without extra allies, the Vulturi are powerful. Their gifted members pose a significant threat. But we cannot ignore the potential of the mate bond. The stakes are too high, Cole insisted. What if Chelsea breaks the bonds between us? What if James Payne overwhelms us? Taji countered, but what if the mate bond is the key? Bella's shield was already able to defending against mental and magical attacks now, especially with her abilities to create physical shields and the aurora. It seems Neith is asking us to trust her plan. Kepra's mind raced with the possibilities and dangers ahead. She thought of her own mate, lost to the wars, a memory that was a constant ache in her heart. I see both sides, she finally said. This evolution of Bella's shield adds new information to consider. Cole and Taji fell silent, waiting for her decision. Kepra took a deep breath, feeling the weight of her responsibilities pressing down on her. I have come to my conclusion, she stated, her voice steady as she turned to one of her guards. Bring the women back into the throne room. We will meet with them there. The tension in the chamber was palpable as everyone gathered together. The air was thick with anticipation and uncertainty. Kepra took a deep breath, her eyes scanning the faces before her. I have spent much of today contemplating your perspectives and the challenges ahead, Kepra began, her voice steady but laced with a heavy heart. There are compelling reasons on both sides of this decision. The new possibilities brought to us by Isabella's shield, the mate bond, and the alliances you have created speak of something different, something we haven't been able to accomplish in a long time. Bella, Leah, and Rosalie exchanged hopeful glances, while Taji looked on with a mixture of hope and anxiety. Cole stood with his arms crossed, his expression unreadable. But, Kepra continued, the potential counterattacks from the Vulturi make me feel that this war will present us with insurmountable obstacles. Yes, Bella's shield is powerful, and there is much potential, but potential is not the same as reality. And you are young. There isn't much time for training or for more battle testing. From what I understand of your lives, you have been blessed to live very similar to humans, safe from the violence of supernatural warfare. She paused, letting her words sink in. We may be in. Hiding may be our instinct, but we have been raised, grown, and lived as warriors for thousands of years. The Vulturi have too. If we hesitate, it's because we've witnessed the cost of missteps in war. The risks are immense, and the odds do not seem to favor us. As Kepra spoke, the hope that had flickered in Bella, Leah, and Rosalie's eyes began to fade into despair. Taji clenched her fists, visibly frustrated yet holding it together. Kepra sighed deeply. Your arrival here, finding us, speaks of good omens. It signifies change, a potential return to how things should be, or the possibility of lifting this curse. However, I do not believe today is the day we are meant to act. Protests erupted from the trio. But Ammonius saw, Bella began, her voice laced with desperation. Kepra raised her hand for silence. Isabella, leadership is not a responsibility to be taken lightly. I must consider not only my faith and hope but also that of my people. Your people believe in us, Rosalie interjected, her voice intense. So why can't you? Kepra's eyes softened, but her resolve remained unwavering. I have never sought to crush the spirit of my people, I only wish to keep it safe. The odds do not seem to favor that outcome. It's not just the size of the Vulturi army, they excel in unorthodox warfare. She turned her gaze to Bella, Leah, and Rosalie. I empathize with what you three are feeling. You've traveled far and fought hard to save your people, and I admire that. But just as I would do anything to save my people, I cannot agree to any course of action if the chances of survival are not high. The three women understood the unspoken message. Your chances of survival are not high. A heavy silence settled over the room. I admire your tenacity and will support you in your efforts, Kepler continued, her tone firm yet compassionate. In any way that does not directly endanger our people. Kepler took a deep breath. I will make the announcement to the rest of the children. They moved to the central gathering area within the volcano. The space was large and cavernous, illuminated by torches that cast flickering shadows on the walls. Kepra stood at the forefront, with Cole and Taji flanking her. Bella, Leah, and Rosalie stood off to the side, the despair between them palpable. As you all know, Kepra began, her voice echoing through the chamber, we have recently had outsiders come to us, bringing knowledge of the world outside. They have shared their quest to defeat the Vulturi and save their people. These newcomers have shown us that not everything is as we expected with vampires and other species. The crowd murmured, a mix of curiosity and apprehension in their eyes. I know that their presence has given many of you hope, Kepler continued. It has made us think of what could be if the Vulturi were no longer a threat. However, after many discussions and a thorough understanding of their situation and the Vulturi's resources, I have decided that it is not in our best interest to join this war. A collective murmur rose from the crowd, followed by gasps of both disappointment and relief. We do support their efforts wholeheartedly, Kepra said firmly. We will provide all the information and resources we can to help them achieve their goals. This moment speaks to me as a good omen, a sign that things are changing. While it may not be our time to act now, it does mean that something will come eventually. As Kepra concluded her announcement, the room buzzed with chatter. She felt their eyes upon her, a mix of relief and doubt etched into their faces. Taji's clenched fists and the flicker of despair in Bella's eyes spoke volumes, each expression a harsh reminder of the stakes surrounding Kepra's decision. A woman cannot always be a mother in times of war. The ancient stone walls seemed to draw closer, the air thick with tension. The atmosphere was thick with the weight of expectation. Kepra took a slow, steady breath, feeling the burden of her decision settle heavily on her heart. A fleeting memory of her lost mate crossed her mind, a poignant reminder of the personal cost of war and the ancient grudge she held against the Vulturi. The pain was a constant companion, fueling her determination to protect her people at all costs. With measured steps, she turned, each footfall resonating with the gravity of her choice. The return to her chambers felt like navigating a gauntlet, the lingering glances of her people weighing heavily upon her. The silent worry and unspoken fears hung in the air, palpable and oppressive. Kepra paused at the threshold of her sanctuary, her hand resting on the cool, worn stone. Heavy was the head that wore the crown. Bast, help us all, she murmured. Chapter 27, Then the Definition of Faith. Bella gazed out of the airplane window, her eyes tracing the delicate line where the sky met the ocean, a hazy blend of blue and gray that stretched endlessly before her. The steady hum of the engines vibrated softly through her seat, a persistent drone that faded into the background as her thoughts drifted back to the night before. That evening felt almost dreamlike, wrapped in warmth and illuminated by the golden glow of Rosalie's touch. Even now, she could still feel the gentle pressure of Rosalie's fingers, tracing invisible patterns on her skin, each touch a silent vow echoing between them in the stillness. Rosalie's gaze had been a mix of vulnerability and fierce determination, her dark eyes locking onto Bella's, making her heart skip a beat. The kiss had started slowly, tentatively, as if they were both afraid of shattering the fragile moment. But it quickly deepened, turning into a desperate tether amidst the chaos of their lives. Bella's heart raced at the memory, a small, bittersweet smile curving her lips. Are you sure about this? Rosalie's whisper had been warm against Bella's neck, the words laced with uncertainty. If anything happens, Bella had murmured back, her fingers tangling in Rosalie's soft, golden hair as she pulled her closer, I want to know what it was like to be with you. Their night together had been a sanctuary, a brief reprieve from the storm raging around them. Bella could still feel the way their bodies had moved in perfect harmony, as if they had been made for each other. It was a memory she would cherish forever, something pure and sacred amidst the turmoil of their mission. But now, as the plane sliced through the clouds, the harsh reality of their situation pressed heavily on Bella's shoulders. The children of the moon, their potential allies, had refused to join their cause. The sting of rejection was sharp, a bitter contrast to the euphoria of the night before. Bella glanced back at Leah, who sat with her arms crossed, a scowl etched on her face, frustration simmering just beneath the surface. Beside her in the cockpit, Rosalie reached out, her fingers brushing against Bella's hand in a silent gesture of comfort. Leah had been the first to voice her anger during their final meeting with Taji. "Why won't she help us?" Leah demanded, her voice a low growl. "Don't they understand what's at stake?" Taji's eyes flickered with conflict, her loyalty to Kepra battling with her own misgivings. "It's not that simple, Leah. The Vulturi are a formidable enemy. Joining this war would destroy us all. But we need you," Bella pleaded, her voice cracking under the weight of her desperation. "We can't do this alone." Taji's face hardened, the finality of her decision clear in her gaze. "I'm sorry. I truly am. But I can only offer you what knowledge and resources I have. The Ammonius Saw's decision is final." Now, back on the plane, Bella felt the sting of that rejection all over again. The warmth of Rosalie's embrace clashed with the cold reality of their mission, the contrast stark and painful. She sighed, her thoughts tangled in a web of emotions. The memory of Rosalie's love was a balm, yet it made their current predicament all the more difficult to bear. For a while, they all sat in silence, the weight of disappointment heavy in the air. Bella cast a glance at Rosalie, whose eyes were distant as she stared out of the cockpit, lost in thought. Leah, on the other hand, fidgeted restlessly, her frustration barely contained. "I can't believe this," Leah muttered, breaking the silence. "We found them, but they won't help. What are we supposed to do now?" Bella sighed, the question hanging in the air like a heavy cloud. "I don't know. We have to figure out something. We can't just give up." Rosalie turned to Bella, her eyes soft with concern. "We'll find another way, Bella. We always do." Bella nodded, holding on to that hope like a lifeline, even though the odds felt insurmountable. She closed her eyes, trying to drown out the noise of her racing thoughts with the steady hum of the engines. The image of Taji's sorrowful expression lingered in her mind, a constant reminder of their failure. Yet, the memory of Rosalie's touch and her whispered words of love offered a small glimmer of hope. They had each other, and for now, that had to be enough. As the plane began its descent, Bella's thoughts shifted to the impending battle. They would have to return home and face their friends and family, explain the children's refusal, and prepare for the fight of their lives. The night with Rosalie had been a beacon of light in the darkness, but now they had to confront the harsh reality of their mission. Bella leaned back in her seat, feeling Rosalie's hand still intertwined with hers, a small but comforting presence. Leah, seated across the aisle, glanced over, her frown deepening. "So, what's the plan now?" Leah asked, her voice breaking the silence. "We go back and tell everyone we failed?" Bella tightened her grip on Rosalie's hand, the warmth grounding her. "We have to be honest with them. We did find the children, but they can't help us. We need to figure out our next move." Leah scoffed, shaking her head in frustration. "Great. Just great. We're running out of time, and now we're back to square one." Rosalie released Bella's hand to pour her a cup of tea from the thermos they had brought. She handed it to Bella with a gentle smile, the kind that made Bella's heart ache with a mix of love and fear. "Here, drink this. It'll help." Bella took the cup, feeling the warmth seep into her fingers, offering a small measure of comfort. She took a sip, savoring the soothing effect of the tea. "Thanks, Rosalie." Bella nodded and turned her attention to Leah. "We'll need to regroup and assess what resources we have left. Maybe there's something we overlooked, some way we can still fight back." Leah leaned back in her seat, crossing her arms with a huff. "Yeah, well, let's hope we figure it out soon. The Vulturi aren't going to wait forever." Bella shifted her gaze back to the windshield, the clouds below them a stark reminder of the distance they still needed to cover. The love she felt for Rosalie was a powerful force, yet so was the fear of what lay ahead. Taking a deep breath, she tried to steady herself, seeking some semblance of calm amidst the storm. For a brief, beautiful moment, Bella allowed herself to linger in the warmth of Rosalie's love, the memory of their night together serving as a shield against the encroaching darkness. But as the plane touched down, she steeled herself for what was to come. They had a war to fight, and they would face it together, no matter the cost. The plane's wheels hit the ground with a slight jolt, and Bella felt her heart thud heavily in response. The entire journey had been long, filled with tension and unanswered questions. Now, as the familiar landscape of Forks came into view, a small sense of relief began to settle in her chest. Home. Beside her, Rosalie reached over, intertwining her fingers with Bella's in a reassuring squeeze. That simple touch grounded her, reminding her that despite everything, they were together. As they exited the plane, Bella's eyes immediately scanned the waiting area, her heart racing with anticipation. There they were, some of the Cullens, Jacob, and Seth, standing united, a familiar sight amid the uncertainty that lay ahead. Carlyle stood tall with his calm, steady demeanor, while Esme's face lit up with a warm smile, her arms already outstretched. Esme reached them first, enveloping both Bella and Rosalie in a tight, comforting embrace. "Welcome home," she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. "We missed you both so much." Seth was next, darting forward to throw his arms around Leah. "Lee!" he exclaimed, his voice a blend of relief and excitement. Leah ruffled his hair, a rare smile tugging at her lips. "Hey, Vunt," she teased, her tone softer than usual. Then, with a playful punch to Jacob's shoulder, she added, "You've been looking after him, right?" Jacob grinned, rubbing his shoulder with mock indignation. "You know it," he replied, before turning to Bella. He scooped her up, spinning her around with a joyful laugh that echoed through the air. Bella's surprised squeal mingled with his laughter, a sound that brought warmth to the chilly Washington day. "Hey, Chica, I missed you," Jacob said as he set her down gently. His eyes searched hers, a mix of concern and joy. "You guys went dark for a bit after Norway. Carlyle said to wait for the SOS message, but then you contacted us. What happened? Are you okay?" "It's a long story, but we're fine," Bella nodded, her heart warming at the worry in Jacob's voice. "How about Charlie?" she asked, her voice betraying the anxiety she'd carried all this time. Thoughts of Victoria planning another attack in their absence had rattled her. "Is he?" Jacob's expression softened. "He's all right, Bells. Missed you, but he's okay. Sue kept him company, and we made sure he stayed out of the kitchen so he didn't burn the whole place down trying to recreate your casserole," he added with a wink. Bella chuckled softly, relief washing over her like a soothing balm. "Thank you, Jake," she said, squeezing his hand. The knot in her stomach loosened slightly at the thought of her father being safe. For now, she thought, trying to push away the creeping worry. There would be time for enough doomsday later. Esme turned to Rosalie, pulling her into another hug that conveyed the love and worry that had built up during her absence. "It's so good to have you back, my sweet girl," she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. Rosalie returned the embrace, her usual cool demeanor melting away in the warmth of her mother's arms. She kissed Esme's cheek and tightened her hug. Carlyle placed a gentle hand on Rosalie's shoulder, his voice calm yet tinged with curiosity. "We're glad you're all safe," he said, glancing between Rosalie and Bella, his nose twitching slightly. "But, you both seem different." Alice interjected, raising an eyebrow as her gaze flicked to Bella's new hairstyle before landing on Rosalie with a knowing smile. "Perhaps a certain someone had a hand in this new look, Very nice, like grunge Spice Girls chic," she teased, a mischievous twinkle in her eyes as she caught Rosalie's side glance. Bella instinctively touched her hair, feeling the unfamiliar yet bold cut. It was Rosalie, she admitted, squirming under the attention. Jacob leaned in, his brow furrowed as he inhaled deeply. Bella squawked in protest. "Yeah, and your scent is new too," he remarked, confusion lacing his tone. "You still smell like you, but it's mixed with something else." Jacob's nose wrinkled. "Kind of like blonde." His eyebrow raised as he watched a fierce blush wash over Bella's cheeks, her eyes darting around. Without needing to look, he could feel Rosalie's icy glare piercing into the side of his skull. In that moment, Jacob transformed into the spitting image of his older sisters, the unspoken message flashing in his eyes like a signal. "We will be talking about this later." Bella gulped, and Carlyle's expression shifted to one of intrigue, his analytical mind clearly at work. "Indeed. There is a distinct change. What happened out there?" Bella opened her mouth, but words failed her as the reality of their experiences settled in. The weight of the mate bond, the encounter with the children of the moon, and the overwhelming sense of destiny loomed over her, too much to articulate. She glanced at Leah and Rosalie, her eyes wide, seeking help. "Jake, what did my mom tell you about sniffing girls?" Leah sighed, her voice laced with exasperation. "You really need to grow out of that habit. Werewolf genetics aside, it's going to land you on a watch list one day." Seth stifled a giggle as Jacob waved his hands in a panic. "Is that true, Jacob?" Esme asked, watching him with a hint of disappointment. "It's not very kind to smell women without their permission." "No." Jacob yelped, his eyes wide as he took in Esme's sadness, as if the sun itself were dying. "I would never." Esme mused aloud, "I could get you some books on puberty for young men, and maybe some on wolf and canine behavior, too. Ooh, perhaps I could create a personalized guide, and we could have a great talk about sexual maturity." "Mrs. Cullen, I beg you, that's really not necessary," Jacob stuttered, his voice rising in panic. "I promise I don't." "The entire trip was a long story, Jake," Rosalie interjected, her voice steady and commanding as she stepped forward. "We'll explain everything back at the house," she said, her tone leaving no room for argument. Her protective stance beside Bella didn't go unnoticed, though it was subtle amid the helpful chaos Leah had created. Carlyle's eyes narrowed as he looked between Bella and Rosalie, his instinct sensing the change. But before he could question further, Bella spoke up, her voice weary. "Where is everyone else?" Alice, who had been standing quietly nearby, now stepped forward, her gaze sharp yet concerned. "They're at home," she replied. "Waiting. We didn't want to overwhelm you all at once," she explained, her voice soft but edged with worry. "But we have a lot to catch up on." Carlyle nodded in agreement, his eyes reflecting a mix of emotions. "We've had some changes here as well. More people have joined us, people who are willing to fight." Bella's heart skipped a beat. "Who?" she asked, her voice a blend of curiosity and apprehension. As they made their way back to the Cullen house, Bella was hit by familiar yet subtly different scents, the comforting aroma of the forest mingled with the distinct, musky scent of the wolves. It served as a stark reminder of the tenuous alliance they had formed, born out of necessity rather than trust. Rounding the corner of the house, they were met with the sight of Sam standing tall, flanked by his pack, Quill, Embry, Paul, Jared, and Brady. The tension was palpable as the three girls instinctively tensed, recalling their last encounter with the Quillutes, which had been anything but friendly. Jacob stepped forward, his tone firm but reassuring. "While you were gone, Sue and my dad helped set up a talk between Sam and me. We explained everything, what you were doing, what we were dealing with here, and the threat the Vulturi pose. We've come to an understanding, a truce." Carlyle nodded, adding, "Sam understands the danger we all face now. This truce isn't just about survival, it's about protecting our people." Sam's eyes, filled with cautious resolve, met Bella's. "I still believe there's danger in this, but if what they say about your shield is true, it changes things. And with the Vulturi in the picture, our primary task is to protect our own. We're in this together, for now." The tension eased slightly, though the underlying wariness remained. They were allies, but not yet friends. The group moved inside, gathering in the living room where the air was thick with anticipation. Anticipation filled the air. Carlyle stood at the center of the room, his gaze sweeping over the assembled group. "I know you three must be tired," he began, his voice steady and calm. "But we need to understand what happened out there. Can you tell us?" Bella glanced at Rosalie and Leah, taking a deep breath to steady herself. The weight of everything they had seen and learned bore down on her, threatening to crush her under its enormity. She looked around at the expectant faces, family, friends, and allies, all waiting for answers. They needed to know the truth, no matter how heavy it might be. "They're real," Bella began, her voice quiet but firm, drawing everyone's attention. "The children of the moon, they exist. And they're more than we ever imagined." She paused, gathering her thoughts as the memories of their journey swirled in her mind, the ancient structures, the powerful magic, the faces of those who had survived so long in hiding. She noticed Carlyle's eyes narrowing slightly, his mind already working through the implications. "They've been hidden away for centuries," Bella continued, her voice gaining strength. "They have this base, deep in Antarctica, protected by magic. It's a place that's completely off the grid, impossible to find unless they allow you to. They've been there for so long, traveling with the midnight sun to hide themselves from the full moon. That's how they prevent the change, they use the sun's light as camouflage." Bella hesitated for a moment, her gaze shifting to Rosalie, who offered a reassuring nod. "There's more," Bella added, her voice tightening with the weight of what she was about to reveal. "Taji told us about the mate bond, specifically between a werewolf and a vampire." The room stilled, the silence so thick it was palpable. "It's different from what we know. Vampires have mate bonds, werewolves have imprints. But a mate bond between a vampire and a werewolf." Bella's voice wavered slightly, but she pressed on. Bella pressed on. "The Vulturi have hunted down every pair like this for centuries because they fear the bond's power. They know it could break the curse that ties the children of the moon to their transformations. They just don't know how." The room fell silent, everyone hanging on her every word. Carlyle's expression was one of intense focus, his analytical mind clearly absorbing every detail. Esme covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes wide with a mix of awe and maternal concern. "And then there's the ammonious saw," Bella said, her voice dropping slightly as she recalled the powerful presence of the leader of the children. "She's older than the Vulturi by thousands of years. Her name is Kepra, and she was born in the afterbirth of ancient Egypt." At this, Carlyle's eyes widened, his shock evident. "Older than the Vulturi?" he murmured, more to himself than anyone else. "That's incredible." Bella nodded, the weight of what she was about to say pressing down on her. "She told us that the children of the moon and vampires come from the same magical origin. According to Kepra, we're like twins or sisters, born from the same source. The story of Sekhmet and Bast, the two goddesses from ancient Egyptian mythology, it's real. Vampires and the children of the moon are the modern versions of that ancient rivalry." A murmur ran through the room, shock and disbelief rippling across the faces of those gathered. Esme's eyes widened in horror, her hands still covering her mouth as she processed the enormity of Bella's words. "The genocide was real," Bella continued, her voice heavy with sorrow. "The Vulturi wiped out almost all of the children of the moon for thousands of years. Kepra and the few that are left are survivors of that massacre. They've been on the run ever since, hiding from the Vulturi's reach." Esme gasped, the sound sharp in the silence. Carlyle's expression shifted to one of deep concern. Sorrow washed over the room as he bowed his head slightly, absorbing the weight of the truth. "They've tried to fight back," Bella said, her voice trembling under the heaviness of the story. "They've sought diplomacy, hoping to find a way to live in peace. But the Vulturi, they're all about complete domination. They've amassed tremendous power, both in the vampire world and among humans. They have political leaders in their pockets, humans who act as their puppets. The children of the moon, they've been evading them for so long, but they've lost so much. They don't think we stand a chance." Silence enveloped the room, the gravity of the situation pressing down on everyone. Bella could feel despair settling in, that familiar sense of hopelessness creeping in as she recognized the odds stacked heavily against them. "They don't believe this is a war worth fighting," Bella continued, her voice barely above a whisper. "They think it's a lost cause." For a moment, it felt as if the very air had thickened, the weight of impending doom settling over them like a suffocating blanket. Bella saw the resignation in their faces, the fear that they were stepping into a battle they couldn't possibly win. But then, she thought of Taji and the few who had looked at her with hope, who had seen her as a sign of something greater. "But, not all of them believe that," Bella added, her voice gaining strength. "Some see this as an opportunity, a chance to fight back and free themselves from the Vulturi's rule. They see us as a sign that maybe, just maybe, there's a way out." Carlyle's head lifted slightly at this, a flicker of hope igniting in his eyes. "There are those who are willing to fight?" he asked, his voice laced with cautious optimism. Bella nodded slowly. "Yes. But Kepra, she's made her decision. She has to do what's best for her people, and she doesn't believe this war is it. She doesn't think we can win." The room fell silent once more. The weight of Kepra's words hung heavily in the air, suffocating hope and pressing down on them from all sides. For a moment, despair seemed to envelop them completely. But then, Sam stepped forward, his voice cutting through the silence with unwavering resolve. "We fight," he declared, his tone leaving no room for doubt. "We've been protecting our people for generations. We may not have the odds stacked in our favor, but that doesn't mean we can give up. We fight for those who don't even know what's coming." His words reverberated through the room, igniting a spark of determination in the hearts of those gathered. They might be facing impossible odds, but they wouldn't back down. Not now. Not ever. Jasper stood before the group, his posture commanding, his voice steady as he began to speak. "The Vulturi are not just a coven, they are a force of nature, an army that has maintained control for centuries. Their strength lies in their unity, their discipline, and their ruthlessness. They've perfected the art of war, relying on fear and overwhelming power to subdue their enemies." Carlyle stepped forward, his expression grave and thoughtful. "Their tactics are swift and decisive. They will attempt to separate us, to break our lines and create chaos. But we possess something they don't, unpredictability. We understand their methods, their strengths and weaknesses. They, however, do not fully comprehend what we're capable of. This gives us an edge, an opportunity to exploit their overconfidence." Jasper resumed the lead, his eyes scanning the group with the keen precision of a seasoned general. "We must fight as one, a cohesive unit. The Vulturi may be powerful, but they are accustomed to dominating smaller, fragmented covens. Our strength lies in our ability to adapt, to protect each other, and to strike where they least expect it. Today, we begin to forge that unity." His gaze lingered on the newer fighters, their faces a mix of determination and trepidation. "Some of you have never fought before. We've never faced vampires of this caliber before. The Vulturi's guard is not only physically strong, but they also possess abilities that can turn the tide of battle in an instant. We must be prepared for anything." The group spread out into a wide circle, each member exuding a quiet determination as they prepared for the drills. Jasper moved among them with the precision of a chess master setting up his pieces, positioning each person strategically as if anticipating the moves of an unseen opponent. First, Jasper called out, his voice carrying the weight of experience, "We'll work on our defensive formations. The Vulturi will try to divide us, but if we can hold our ground and protect each other, we can minimize their advantage." He demonstrated a few quick maneuvers, illustrating how to form a defensive line with the strongest fighters at the front and those with special abilities, like Bella and her shield, in critical positions. His movements were swift and efficient, a blur of calculated precision as he guided them through each formation, his voice steady and reassuring. Carlyle joined in, partnering with Bella as they focused on her ability to expand her shield. "Your shield is our best defense against their mental attacks," he reminded her, his tone both gentle and firm. "But you'll need to push it further than you ever have before." Bella nodded, her expression resolute as she concentrated, feeling the familiar pulse of her shield extend outward. She pushed harder, willing the shield to expand, to cover more of the group, to protect those she cared about. We also learned that my shield can be more than just a defense, Bella said, glancing at Rosalie as she recalled an earlier discovery. When we're together, it amplifies. Rosalie can transform it and make it physical, like an invisible barrier that's not just mental. I don't fully understand it, but when she's connected to me, or when I think of protecting her, it becomes something more. She looked up at Carlyle, her voice steady yet filled with awe. It's like my shield can shift from protecting minds to protecting us. Physically, like armor. We tested it, and it worked. Jasper observed her progress closely, his sharp eyes catching every detail. Good. Now, let's see how you handle an attack. With a nod from Jasper, Alice darted forward, her movements swift and precise as she tested Bella's shield. Bella concentrated deeply, and the shield held firm, repelling Alice's rapid strikes. Alice grinned as she pulled back, a hint of pride shining in her eyes. Impressive, Bella. But remember, the Vulturi won't be as forgiving. The training continued, with Jasper guiding them through various offensive and defensive tactics. The group moved as one, their movements becoming more fluid and in sync as they honed their skills and learned to anticipate each other's actions. As the day wore on, Jasper called for a break. The group dispersed, some heading to the nearby trees to rest while others continued practicing in pairs, the tension of the impending battle still lingering in the air. Rosalie and Emmett found themselves standing together, slightly apart from the others. Emmett shot her a lopsided grin, but there was a depth in his eyes that hadn't been there before. So, Rose, he began with a teasing lilt, I thought that was a new perfume you were wearing, but I guess it's something else, huh? Rosalie looked at him, her expression softening as she caught the meaning behind his words. Emmett, She started, her voice trailing off as she searched for the right words. But Emmett, ever the gentle giant, cut her off with a soft smile. It's okay, Rose. I told you to go to her. I knew where your heart was headed, even before you did. He paused, his smile turning bittersweet. I just want you to be happy. And it seems like you are. Rosalie nodded, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Thank you, Emmett, she whispered, the weight of her gratitude heavy in her voice. I never wanted to hurt you. Emmett let out a soft chuckle, shaking his head. His head. You didn't hurt me, Rose. You just found what you were looking for. His voice softened, filled with gentle warmth. And as long as you're happy, that's all that matters to me. They stood there in comfortable silence, the unspoken understanding between them solidifying the bond they would always share. Though their paths had diverged, there was no resentment, only the quiet acceptance of a love that had evolved into something new. Nearby, Jacob and Bella had found a secluded spot away from the others. Jacob leaned against a tree, watching as Bella fidgeted with her shirt. A grin spread across his face as he gave her a knowing look. Young lady, what is going on with you and Rosalie? He teased, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. You disappear for a few weeks, and now you come back smelling like each other. Spill it. Bella's face flushed a deep red, and she looked away, biting her lip as if trying to suppress a smile. Jake. She started, but he cut her off, leaning closer. No, you didn't, he gasped, eyes widening with shock. Did you? Bella looked back at him, her cheeks still burning, and nodded slightly, her expression a mix of embarrassment and happiness. It just happened. We figured out what we really wanted. Jacob's jaw dropped before breaking into a wide, mischievous grin. Holy shit, Bells. He exclaimed, grabbing her by the shoulders and spinning her around. You've got yourself a mate. Damn, Chica, that's huge. Bella laughed, the sound filled with a mix of relief and joy as Jacob set her down. Yeah, it's kind of wild. But it feels right, you know? Jacob nodded, still grinning from ear to ear. I'm happy for you, Bells. Really. But what about Emmett? She sighed, her smile fading a little as she looked off into the distance. I was worried about that too, but Rosalie talked to. Jacob smiled gently. They worked it out. He pulled Bella into a warm embrace, his grin softening into something more tender. Damn, Bella. You deserve this. You deserve to be happy. Bella returned the hug tightly, a wave of gratitude washing over her for her best friend. Thanks, Jake. You've always had my back. They shared a moment of quiet contentment, a solemn, unspoken connection binding them once again. But then, Jacob's nose twitched, and his expression turned serious. Wait, do you smell that? Bella immediately tensed, her senses on high alert. Is it the Vulturi? I don't know, Jacob replied, shaking his head, his brow furrowing in concentration. Smaller numbers. Maybe a team of scouts. Jacob stiffened as the scent of approaching vampires filled the air. Instinctively, he moved in front of Bella, his protective instincts kicking in. They both turned toward the source of the scent, bracing for whatever, or whoever, was coming. From the shadows emerged a group of vampires, their features sharp and distinct. Bella noticed two of them had long blonde hair that caught the light. Recognition flickered across her face. The Denali coven, she murmured, recalling their video call. Kate, with her usual mischievous glint, was the first to speak. Well, we leave our cousins alone in Washington for a few decades, and look what they get up to, she teased, her golden gaze sweeping between Jacob and Bella. The two teens trembled as they struggled against their primal instincts to shift. Fraternizing with young werewolves and humans, killing vampires, upsetting the Volturi, the vampire Sked, her gaze flicking between them as if measuring their strength. What a potluck of trouble they've made. Carlyle stood before the entire group, his presence calm and steady, yet commanding. When he spoke, his voice was soft but carried a weight that settled over them like a gathering storm. The tension in the air thickened. The tension in the air was palpable, thick with years of unease and mistrust. On one side stood the vampires, on the other, the Cullens. In the middle, the Denali coven remained slightly apart, their golden eyes flickering with wariness as they assessed the wolves. Sam and his pack stood vigilant, muscles coiled and eyes sharp, as if one wrong move could ignite the powder keg they all knew lay between them. I reached out to the Denali coven yesterday, Carlyle began, his gaze sweeping across the gathered assembly. His voice was measured but carried an underlying urgency. I explained the situation, including what we discovered about the curse and what the Vulturi might be hiding. A murmur swept through the group like a low wind rustling dry leaves, but it quickly fell silent as Tanya stepped forward. Her expression was grim, her golden eyes revealing nothing but cool calculation as she glanced at the wolves and then back at Carlyle. We couldn't stand by and do nothing, she said, her voice heavy with the weight of their decision. We don't know exactly what to believe yet, but if what you've uncovered about the curse is true, it calls into question everything the Vulturi have claimed as law. If there's truly a way to reverse vampirism, or at least offer that choice, and the Vulturi have kept it hidden, then this is not about true law or justice. It's about absolute power. And that's not something we can condone, especially if our sister is in their custody, unaware of this. Her words hung in the air like fog over a cold, silent lake. For a moment, no one moved, no one spoke. Bella could feel the tension tightening around them like a noose. She glanced at Sam, whose jaw was set and muscles tense, his stance rigid as though he were holding himself back from springing forward. The wolves behind him mirrored his posture, their eyes sharp and narrowed as they waited. The Denali coven regarded the situation with suspicion. Carlyle's gaze softened, but the tension in the air remained palpable as he addressed the unspoken divide among them. I know there's some unease among us, he said, his voice gentle yet firm, the tone of someone experienced in bridging seemingly impossible gaps. There's bad blood due to our histories and the nature of our species. But we must stand united. The Vulturi's power lies in dividing us. Only together do we have a chance. A murmur rippled through the group, tentative and cautious. The Cullens exchanged glances, their trust in the Cullens fragile and brittle. Tanya gave a slight nod, acknowledging Carlyle's words, but her stance remained guarded, like a predator uncertain of her footing. Bella's eyes flicked to Jacob, standing just a few feet away. He caught her glance and offered a small, encouraging nod, a gesture that said, "We're in this together." Yet, Bella could feel how precarious it all was. This alliance, this fragile bond forged out of desperation rather than trust, felt like it could crumble at any moment. One wrong move, one misstep, and it would all come crashing down like a house of cards. The silence stretched, thick and oppressive, hanging over them like storm clouds ready to burst. Carlyle's words, meant to unite, felt like a bridge that hadn't quite connected both shores. Bella sensed the weight of uncertainty pressing down on them all, the looming threat of the Vulturi casting a long shadow over their tentative alliance. Then, Sam finally spoke. His voice was low and steady, yet firm, carrying the quiet resolve of someone who understood the stakes better than anyone. "As long as they uphold the rules of the treaty," he said, echoing his earlier sentiment with a calm that belied the storm brewing inside him. His gaze was hard, his tone leaving no room for argument. "Whether we like it or not, we're in this together now. And sometimes, there are things worth dying for." The words hung in the air, cold and biting, wrapping around the group like a chilling wind. There was no illusion of unity here, no facade of a grand alliance built on mutual respect or trust. No, the reality was far more unsettling. They were all entrenched in this war now, whether or not they had faith in one another. Chapter 28, Molotov. Bella stood at the kitchen window, the cool glass pressing against her palms as she gazed out at the familiar overcast sky. Forks never changed. The clouds hung low like a heavy curtain, and the pale, filtered light cast a soft, muted glow over the backyard. The familiar scent of damp earth mixed with the faint aroma of pine, a reminder of how deeply this place was rooted in her mind. Behind her, Charlie sat at the kitchen table, his back to the window, the crinkle of the Sunday paper breaking the silence. The sound was a steady rhythm, one that had comforted her over the years since she moved back home. These quiet moments with her father were cherished, an unspoken bond that didn't need words. But today, the air felt heavier, charged with something unspoken, something that weighed down every breath she took. She wouldn't have many more moments like this. Bella turned away from the window, folding her arms as she leaned against the sink. The cool porcelain edge dug into her palms, grounding her, even as her mind raced. She glanced at her dad, her gaze lingering on his familiar, constant face. She had been putting this conversation off for days, convincing herself there would be more time. But deep down, she knew the truth. There was no more time. She took a shallow breath. It was now or never. "Dad," she began, her voice soft and almost hesitant, as if she were testing the waters. Her throat tightened, but she swallowed it down. She needed to keep this calm. "I've been thinking, maybe you could take a little vacation. Just for a week or so." Charlie's chair creaked as he looked up from the paper, his brows furrowed in that way that told her he was already curious, already suspicious. "A vacation, huh?" Bella's heart clenched. He's going to say no. She could already see it in his eyes, the way he leaned back in his chair as if he wasn't buying any of it. But she pushed forward, forcing a smile. "Yeah. You work so hard. It would be nice to get away for a while, right?" "You know me, Bells," Charlie said, raising an eyebrow as he set the newspaper down and rubbed the back of his neck. "I don't need to go anywhere fancy. Besides, Forks is quiet. No need to leave." He chuckled softly, and Bella felt her heart squeeze tighter, anxiety creeping up from her stomach. He's not going to leave. He doesn't understand. He can't know. She shifted her weight, trying to keep her voice light, even though her chest felt like it might cave in. "Well, you know, it's just. I worry about you." The words tumbled out too quickly, too raw. She quickly added, "Maybe you could just get out of town for a bit. It's not forever, just a week. Maybe see Renee?" Charlie chuckled again, shaking his head. "Renee's not much for my company these days," he said with a dry laugh. His face softened, but his tone carried a sense of finality. "And besides, I'm fine here. The dull ache in Bella's chest deepened. She bit the inside of her cheek to keep her face neutral, nodding as if she agreed. Of course, he's fine. He doesn't know the Vulturi are coming. He doesn't know that I might never see him again. She blinked back the sudden sting in her eyes, gripping the edge of the sink tightly. He must have seen it, the tiny crack in her composure. Charlie's brow furrowed, his sheriff instincts kicking in. His gaze softened, becoming more searching, as if he could see something beneath the surface. What's really going on, Bella? Her breath caught, and for a moment, she couldn't move. She couldn't answer him. She could only stare at the floor, at the worn tile beneath her feet, as if that would anchor her. What can I even say? She closed her eyes, willing herself to speak, but her throat felt tight. Then, she stepped forward, closing the distance between them, wrapping her arms around him. Bella wrapped her arms around Charlie in a tight hug, as if that embrace could express all the things she couldn't put into words. For a brief moment, he froze, then chuckled softly, patting her back in that comforting, fatherly way. His voice was gruff yet warm. Whoa, okay, what's this for? Bella buried her face in his shoulder, the familiar texture of his rough flannel shirt soothing against her cheek. I just missed you, she murmured, her voice muffled against him. Tears she had been holding back threatened to spill, but she blinked them away. Being away made me realize how much I missed you. How glad I am that we got this time. Her voice cracked on the last word, but she swallowed hard, hoping he wouldn't notice. Please, don't notice. Charlie chuckled again, this time with a hint of tenderness. You're getting all sentimental on me, kiddo, he said, his voice rough yet affectionate. You've always got more time with this old duck. I'm not going anywhere. Bella's throat burned, but she forced a smile. Yeah. You're right. He pulled back to look at her, his brow furrowed. For a moment, she thought he might press further, might ask what was really going on. But then he softened, lowering his voice as he asked, You sure you're okay? You've been spending a lot of time with that Rosalie girl. Jacob told me, you're dating now. Bella's chest tightened. He knows. Oh God, he knows. She hadn't even fully processed what this meant for herself, let alone how to explain it to Charlie. Panic began to rise in her chest. She wasn't ready for this. Not here, not now. Her throat went dry, and for a moment, all she could do was stare at the floor. Yeah, she mumbled, her voice barely above a whisper as she tried to keep it steady. I didn't know how to tell you, but things just kind of happened. I see, Charlie said, rubbing the... He rubbed the back of his neck, his brow furrowing deeper. Well, I'll be honest, Bells. I'm not sure I fully understand much about that kind of thing. He paused, his face softening slightly. But, it's not Edward, so, that's something, right? Bella blinked, unsure whether to laugh or cry. But when she met Charlie's eyes, she saw a hint of acceptance there, even if it wasn't perfect. It wasn't the reaction she had feared. A wave of relief washed over her, loosening the tension in her chest. I just want you to be happy, kiddo, Charlie continued, his voice a little quieter. So, if Rosalie's the one for you, then that's good enough for me. Bella let out a small laugh, feeling the weight of the conversation ease just a bit. Never liked that pretty boy attitude anyway, huh? Nope. Charlie shook his head, grinning. And you're just like your old man. Your mom was dating someone else when she met me, too. She just couldn't help herself. They shared a quiet laugh, the moment tinged with bittersweet warmth. Bella held onto him for a moment longer, her arms wrapped tightly around him, feeling the solid weight of her father, the warmth of his presence that had always felt so steady and unmovable. But now, it felt like she was holding onto something that was slipping through her fingers. Noticing the shift, Charlie's voice softened. You sure you're feeling all right? Nothing going on at school? Bella smiled again, but it didn't quite reach her eyes. I'm fine, Dad. I just love you, that's all. I love you too, kid, he said, his voice steady, the familiar rough warmth grounding her for just a moment longer. His hand squeezed her shoulder, a touch that held more meaning than either of them said out loud. You're tough. Always have been. Bella nodded, but her chest felt tighter now. I have to leave. I have to go. I better get going. Rosalie's coming to pick me up, she said, stepping back. Charlie nodded, his gaze lingering on Bella with a thoughtful expression. His instincts as sheriff were still present, just beneath the surface, but he chose to set them aside for now. See you later, Bells. Don't stay out too late, he said. Bella managed a smile, though it felt heavy and bittersweet. See you, Dad. Stepping outside, the cool air nipped at her skin, and her breath formed clouds in the crisp atmosphere. The cherry-red Mercedes gleamed in the driveway, a vivid contrast to the muted grays of Forks. As she approached, Rosalie leaned against the car, her golden hair cascading over her shoulders. Her eyes were soft with concern. You okay? Rosalie asked, her voice low and gentle, the kind of tone reserved for moments when someone wasn't quite all right. Bella nodded, but her voice cracked slightly. I just said goodbye to my dad. You know, just in case. Rosalie reached out, her hand warm and steady, grounding Bella in a way that words couldn't. Bella squeezed her hand in return, grateful for the silent comfort, even as the weight of what lay ahead pressed down on her like a storm cloud ready to burst. I thought we could get away for the day, Rosalie continued softly. I figured we could train. Just the two of us. A break from everyone at the house. Bella's eyebrows lifted in curiosity. Where? Esme's cabin, Rosalie replied with a shrug, a hint of daring in her eyes. It's quiet and secluded. We can work on your shield without any distractions. Bella's heart fluttered at the thought of being alone with Rosalie, and she realized just how much she needed this escape. Yeah, she said quietly. That sounds perfect. They climbed into the car, and as Rosalie pulled away from the house, Bella glanced back at the small, familiar structure. She watched until it disappeared behind the trees, her chest tight with the knowledge that these could be the last moments she'd see it. The last moments she'd see him. The night settled around them. Esme's cabin was filled with the crisp scent of pine and damp earth. Inside, the warmth of the fire crackled in the hearth, casting flickering shadows on the wooden walls. Bella lay beneath the blankets, her skin still tingling from the closeness they had just shared. Rosalie's arm rested gently across Bella's waist, a natural, protective gesture that felt like an anchor. The soft rise and fall of Rosalie's breath beside her was a comforting reminder that, in this fleeting moment, they had each other. No war, no Vulturi, no children. Bella closed her eyes, allowing her thoughts to linger on the sensation of Rosalie's skin against hers, the way their bodies had moved together as if they had always known each other. Their connection, raw, deep, and intense, had surprised her with its natural rhythm. Mates. It felt like such a simple word, yet the bond between them had grown in ways Bella couldn't quite explain. Every touch, every kiss, felt heightened, as though their souls were intertwining, reinforcing a strength Bella hadn't known she possessed. But now, lying in the dim glow of the firelight, her thoughts began to shift. The intensity of the emotions they had shared reminded her of what they were fighting for, and what they stood to lose. Bella's chest tightened, the weight of the impending battle pressing down on her like a heavy blanket. The stillness of the evening felt like a fragile piece, one that could shatter at any moment. Behind her, Rosalie stirred, her movements soft yet deliberate. She shifted closer, pressing a gentle kiss to Bella's shoulder before propping herself up slightly. You're thinking too much again, she whispered, her breath warm against Bella's skin. Bella smiled softly, though it didn't quite reach her eyes. I can't help it. Everything is happening so fast, and sometimes I feel like it's slipping away from me. Rosalie let out a quiet laugh, her fingers tracing lazy patterns across Bella's arm. We still have time, she said, her voice a soothing balm in the midst of Bella's swirling thoughts. Rosalie's voice held a mixture of playfulness and reassurance as she shifted slightly, her fingers brushing against Bella's side, causing Bella to shiver softly. "But if we don't get out of this bed, I'm afraid I might distract you all night." Bella turned to meet Rosalie's gaze in the flickering light, her heart fluttering, not from fear, but from the intense connection they shared in that moment. "Maybe I wouldn't mind the distraction," Bella replied softly, her voice heavy with unspoken thoughts. Rosalie smirked, her golden eyes shining with affection and something deeper. "As tempting as that is," she whispered teasingly, "we should train. Get some more practice in." She took Bella's hand, their fingers intertwining as she gave a playful tug. "You know, just in case your shield decides to give out at the worst possible time." Bella sighed, rolling onto her back. The warmth from the fire contrasted with the cool night air seeping through the cabin walls. She knew Rosalie was right, even though part of her longed to remain in this moment, where the chaos of the outside world felt distant. "I don't know if anyone can truly be ready for something like this," she admitted, her voice quieter now. "The Vulturi, the children, everything feels like it's spiraling out of control." Rosalie shifted beside her, propping herself up on one elbow, her gaze unwavering. "Then focus on what you can control," she said, her tone firm yet gentle. "Focus on what you're fighting for." Their eyes locked, and Bella felt the pull of their bond, an undeniable connection that had grown deeper with each passing day. In moments like this, when the world felt overwhelming, Rosalie grounded her. Bella took a deep breath, feeling the tension in her chest ease just a bit. "I'm fighting for you," she whispered, her voice barely audible, the weight of the truth making it feel fragile. Rosalie's lips curved into a small, bittersweet smile. "And I for you." They sat together, the warmth of their shared resolve wrapping around them like a protective cloak. In the stillness, the crackle of the fire was the only sound between them, but the quiet held more than just peace, it held understanding. Bella's heart raced, not from fear of what was to come, but from the overwhelming warmth that Rosalie's presence brought her. It was this bond that gave her strength, making her believe, even for a moment, that they could face whatever lay ahead. "We should train," Bella said after a beat, breaking the silence but not the connection between them. "I need to know that my shield can hold." Rosalie nodded, her gaze lingering as if she were seeing something beyond the training. "Yes, but don't forget what we talked about. It's not just about strength or control." She lifted her hand and gently placed it over Bella's heart. "Your power comes from here," she said softly, yet with certainty. "From the people who matter most to you." Bella's breath caught for a moment. She looked at Rosalie in a way that tightened her chest. There was something unspoken yet undeniable between them. For a brief moment, the world outside felt distant, and only the two of them mattered. Rosalie's hand lingered on Bella's arm. "Alice told you what she saw. They're going to be here soon, at the clearing. The same one where Laurent tried to harm you." Her voice was steady, tinged with caution. "But you're stronger than you think, Bella. And we still have a bit of time." The intensity of the moment passed, yet Bella felt a growing determination within her. Still, worry crept back into her thoughts, and she turned away slightly. "Do you really think I'll be ready in time?" she asked quietly, exhaling as her gaze drifted toward the window. I can't fail them. What if my shield isn't strong enough to protect everyone?" Rosalie tilted Bella's chin up, compelling her to meet her gaze. "Then we'll face that together. Jasper and Carlisle have planned for contingencies. But I know you, Bella. When it comes to the people you care about, you will find a way." "Okay," Bella nodded, feeling a renewed sense of purpose settle over her as her shield expanded around them like a warm, invisible wave. "Let's do this." Under the dim, cold light of the torches, the grand hall of Volturi stretched out like a tomb, oppressive in its silence. The ancient stone walls, towering and smooth with age, seemed to absorb all sound, leaving only the faintest echoes of the past. The air was thick with the scent of incense, its smoky tendrils curling upward and mingling with the faint metallic tang of venom that always lingered in this place, a reminder of the centuries of power and blood that had passed through its halls. At the center of the room sat the three Vulturi leaders, Ero, Caius, and Marcus. Their figures cast long, distorted shadows that flickered with the movement of the flames. They were like statues in their stillness, a triumvirate of death, each radiating a quiet, deadly dominance. Behind them, the guard stood motionless, a silent testament to the unyielding authority of the ancient seraphs. Eros' pale fingers traced the armrest of his throne in slow, deliberate movements. The faint sound of his nails scraping against the stone was the only noise breaking the weighty silence. His eyes gleamed with a kind of childlike curiosity, but beneath that lay a far more dangerous glint, the look of a man who had spent centuries playing the long game of power. Today, his thoughts were occupied yet again by Bella Swan, the enigmatic newcomer who had disrupted the ancient balance. An accused child, but with circumstances unlike anything they had seen before. Eros' voice, soft and melodic, cut through the silence, almost serpentine in its delivery. "Ah, young Bella. There's so much we do not know about her." He leaned forward, his smile thin and calculating. "Her kind was believed to be extinct, and yet here she is, defying expectations and hiding in the arms of our subjects." He paused, letting the weight of his words linger in the air. His words hung in the air, heavy and deliberate. "I wonder, what lies beneath the surface? What secrets her nature holds?" Caius scoffed, his sharp features twisting into a sneer. His eyes, gleaming with malice, flickered with impatience at the mere mention of Bella. He wanted action, not words. The restraint Ero displayed grated on him. "Enough of this," he snapped, his voice cold and biting, like a blade drawn across ice. "A child of the moon is a threat, no matter how rare or special you think she is, Ero. She must be destroyed before she becomes more dangerous. Her kind is a stain on our world, one we wiped away long ago." Ero's fingers drummed rhythmically against the stone, each tap a reminder of his control and patience. He smiled at Caius' outburst, a hint of amusement coloring his tone. "Ah, Caius, your fervor is unmatched," he mused, his voice like velvet, soft but with an undertone that commanded attention. "But we mustn't be too hasty. There is so much to understand here, so much to gain." Caius' lip curled, his disgust clear. His body tensed, a predator barely held in check, craving the satisfaction of blood and vengeance. "You speak of understanding, but all I see is a rebellion brewing. The Cullens are gathering their forces, wolves, vampires, and whatever else they can scrape together, and we sit here debating. This isn't about understanding. It's about survival. Our survival." Ero rose from his seat with fluid grace, his long robe trailing behind him like the whisper of shadows. He moved slowly and deliberately, every step measured, as though time itself bent to his will. His hands, clasped behind his back, exuded calm authority as he approached the great window that overlooked the ancient city of Volturi. The moonlight filtered through, casting eerie, elongated shadows across the room. The stone floor echoed with Ero's calm yet meaningful voice. "Ah, but the game, Caius, it must be played wisely." He spoke like a chess master contemplating his next move. "Let us not waste an opportunity for understanding. The Cullens are clever, yes. But why do they stand their ground? They must believe they have found something powerful enough to challenge us." He turned back, his eyes gleaming with dark intrigue. "Perhaps it is Bella herself. A child of the moon could hold powers we have long forgotten. Imagine if such power could be tested, stretched. Think of what we could discover. They believe she is the key to something. What could it be, I wonder?" Caius slammed his fist against the stone armrest, the sound reverberating through the hall like thunder. His fury was barely contained, his posture rigid with rage. "You put too much stock in them, Ero. They are weak. All of them." His gaze sliced toward Marcus, who remained silent, his expression as blank as the stone surrounding them. "And you, Marcus? What do you say?" Marcus's face remained impassive, his voice distant, as if he were speaking from a place far removed from the present. "What if they have found a way to break the curse?" The room seemed to grow colder at his words, the weight of them settling heavily in the still air. For a brief moment, Ero's smile faltered, the calm veneer cracking, but only for a second. Caius erupted, his voice dripping with disdain and disbelief. "Break the curse?" he snarled, his eyes blazing with fury. "Do not be a fool, Marcus. They are not capable of such a thing. They would never dare break the very bond that ties them to us, the bond that ensures their strength. It is laughable to even suggest it." Arrow's smile returned, sharper now, more calculating. The glint of amusement in his eyes had faded, replaced by something colder, more predatory. "Perhaps, dear Caius. Perhaps. But what if they are desperate enough to try? Desperation can lead to strange and wondrous actions, don't you think?" He turned back toward the window, his gaze sweeping over the ancient city, the shadows of Volturi stretching out before him. "Prepare the guard, Caius. Gather the witnesses. We will make our move soon. But remember, dear brother, this is not just about destruction. It is also about knowledge. We must see what else they are hiding before we crush them." Caius nodded, his anger simmering just below the surface, a barely contained desire for blood and war. He was eager to lead the Vulturi into battle, to end this farce, but he knew better than to challenge Arrow's command. "Not yet." "As you wish. But when the moment comes, I will ensure that they all burn." Arrow's laugh was soft, almost musical, yet it carried a dark edge, a promise of things to come. "Ah, yes, my dear brother. When the next full moon rises, we shall see just how far their strength, and their resolve, can take them." With that, Arrow drifted out of the chamber, his footsteps silent against the stone, leaving Marcus and Caius in the cold, heavy silence of the ancient hall. The weight of centuries settled around them, and the game had begun. Arrow, as always, was eager to see how his opponents would play their hand. The air hung heavy with tension, as if the very atmosphere braced for the chaos about to be unleashed. Cold winter winds sliced through the open expanse of the battlefield, biting fruitlessly at the exposed skin of the supernaturals gathered. Snow dusted the ground, muffling footsteps but doing nothing to quiet the tremor of unease that rippled through the crowd. The Cullens, Denali's, and Quilutes stood together, a patchwork of predators and protectors, their faces grim and unyielding. In their solemn expressions lingered an unspoken truth. They were poised on the edge of an impending storm. The abyss loomed, waiting for the shadow of death to descend. The sky was shrouded in a thick canopy of clouds, diffusing the little light the sun struggled to offer. This dense overcast muted the brightness, keeping the gathering hidden from human eyes and concealing the shimmering secret of the vampires. Somewhere behind those clouds, the moon hovered just below the horizon, its pull growing stronger, though the full moon had yet to rise. The tension was palpable, each passing moment brought them closer to the point when the lunar power would reach its zenith. Alice had predicted the timing perfectly. The Volturi had chosen a day late in winter, when the snow was barely clinging to the ground. The irony was not lost on anyone. The same gloom that shielded the vampires from discovery would soon expose any signs of a child of the moon. The full moon's approach loomed like a ticking clock, its arrival both feared and anticipated. Carlyle stood at the forefront, his shoulders squared, but his face bore the weight of what was to come. His golden eyes, usually so full of warmth, were darkened by the gravity of the moment. Beside him, Esme's hands twitched slightly at her sides, revealing the tension beneath her calm exterior. She cast a brief glance at Carlyle, then at Rosalie, whose jaw was clenched tightly, straining against her skin. Rosalie's hand gripped Bella's with fierce protectiveness, her eyes darting warily between Bella and Emmett, who stood proudly at the edge of the women's shadows, cracking his knuckles. Behind them, the wolves prowled, their bodies taut and silent, muscles coiled as if ready to strike at the first sign of danger. A deep, suffocating dread settled in Bella's stomach, a cold weight spreading through her limbs. The air felt charged, like the moment before a storm when even the earth seems to hold its breath. She knew Rosalie could sense it too, could feel the frantic turmoil of her emotions. Neither of them spoke. Words would do nothing to halt the impending threat. The Vulturi were drawing near, their presence pressing against the edges of the forest like a looming, invisible danger. Then, from the shadows of the trees, they emerged. Like ink bleeding through the woods, the Vulturi moved with an eerie, predatory grace. Their dark cloaks billowed like living shadows, and their steps were unnervingly synchronized, as if death itself had taken form and was marching toward them. Arrow walked at the center, serene and calm, but the predatory hunger lurking beneath his facade gleamed in his eyes. Caius followed, his gaze sharp and filled with glittering malice, his lips twisted into a sneer. Marcus drifted beside them, detached and ghost-like, more specter than vampire, his presence a mere whisper of what it once was. The Cullens stiffened as the Vulturi closed in, their silent march echoing with the weight of their power. For a brief moment, the world seemed to hold its breath, two armies standing opposite one another, the anticipation of violence thrumming like a taut string waiting to snap. Carlyle stepped forward, ever the diplomat, raising his hand slightly in a gesture of peace. His voice was measured, but beneath the calm lay an undercurrent of resolve. "Arrow," he called out, his words carrying across the clearing with a practiced steadiness that belied the storm brewing within. "We meet again. I hope today we might find a way to resolve this without unnecessary bloodshed." Arrow's lips curled into a thin, serpentine smile, his eyes narrowing with curiosity. His voice, soft and smooth, drifted toward them like silk unraveling. "Ah, Carlyle, my old friend. Always so hopeful, so compassionate." His gaze swept over the gathered Cullens, the wolves, the Denalis, taking in each face as if savoring the moment. "But I fear," he continued, his tone shifting ever so slightly. "This situation is beyond diplomacy," Caius declared, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. For a fleeting moment, hope stirred in Bella's chest, delicate and fragile, like a flicker of light in the darkness. Maybe Carlyle's words could reach Arrow, perhaps there was a way to appeal to reason. But then Caius stepped forward, his face twisted in disgust, a venomous snarl barely contained on his lips. "There is no diplomacy when the law has been broken," he hissed, his voice sharp as the wind cutting through the clearing. His eyes scanned their ranks before locking onto Irina and Victoria, who stood at the back of the Vulturi's witnesses. Irina's face was tense, her eyes wide with fear. Across the field, Tanya and Kate wore expressions of concern, protective of their sister despite her mistakes. Irina swallowed hard, instinct urging her to step back, but it was too late. Victoria's gaze flickered around, her sharp eyes taking in the sight of Bella, Edward, and the others. But there was something else, an instinct, like a predator sensing danger. Being so close to Caius set off alarm bells in her mind, and it took everything she had to remain composed. "Girl," Caius said, his voice sharp and dismissive as he turned his attention to Victoria. "Tell us. What did you witness that brought us here today?" Victoria's lips tightened, but she nodded, her tone measured, though her eyes flicked uneasily between the Cullens and the Vulturi. "I went to search for my former coven mate, Laurent. He had mentioned to me that he was keeping an eye on the Cullens, as I was heartbroken after the death of my mate, James." Her eyes darted briefly to Bella, a flicker of old hatred still lingering. "When he didn't return, I feared something had happened, so I went to check on them myself." Caius's eyes narrowed, but he remained silent, allowing her to continue. "I found them dealing with a rabid wolf in there." In the midst of all this, Victoria said, her voice steadier now, though the tension in the air remained thick. "Just before the full moon set, that wolf, it turned back into a human. And that human was Bella Swan." A murmur rippled through the ranks of the Vulturi, but Caius remained unmoved, his gaze cold and fixed. Irina stepped forward next, her voice more controlled but laced with bitterness. "Victoria came to me afterward with the news of Laurent's death. I wanted vengeance, but more than that, I wanted proof." She hesitated, glancing toward her cousins across the field, but pressed on. "I didn't want to believe my family could harbor a creature that killed my mate. So, I went with Victoria to Forks, to see for myself." Irina's voice wavered slightly before she steadied herself. "When we arrived, it wasn't just one wolf. The Cullens were in the middle of a battle, with multiple wolves." The Quillets visibly tensed at her words, a ripple of restrained fury passing through their ranks as the weight of her accusation hung in the air. Arrow stepped forward then, his movements smooth, his voice deceptively soft, like a disappointed father chastising a misbehaving child. Carlyle, Arrow said, his tone dripping with condescension. How can you dispute these claims when there are multiple accounts of you harboring a child of the moon within your home? You have betrayed the law, and betrayed us. Carlyle's voice cut through the rising tension, his words measured but strained with the weight of everything at stake. Bella was human when she was attacked, an unfortunate victim of circumstances beyond her control. Lauren, the very vampire Irina mourns, attacked her. She had no choice but to defend herself. We have taken every step to protect her and help her control the wolf inside. The Vulturi's eyes flicked from Carlyle to Bella. Silence filled the space, save for the low growls of the wolves. Prowled just beyond the Cullen ranks. But the words seemed to fall flat against Caius's unyielding rage. Caius sneered, the edges of his lips curling into something between a smirk and a snarl. This defense, he spat, is pathetic. You think we care for her innocence, Carlyle? A child of the moon, whether by accident or choice, is a threat to everything we've built. You have betrayed the law. Arrow raised a hand, his smile as thin as ice. Carlyle, you speak of innocence and control, but surely you understand our concern. A werewolf, even one you claim is contained, presents complications. Carlyle's face tightened, but he stood firm. Bella is no danger to you. We are in control of the situation. She has not harmed anyone. Carlyle's words echoed in the cold air, but they did nothing to quell the growing storm behind Caius's crimson eyes. His rage was palpable, but beneath the fury lay a calculating malice and madness. He scanned the faces of those gathered, his gaze locking on the Denali sisters across the field, their eyes wide with anticipation and fear. The corners of his mouth twisted into a cruel smirk as a thought crept into his mind. If he could provoke them, draw them into battle, the Vulturi would have all the justification they needed to destroy them all. He turned his gaze to Irina and Victoria and stepped toward them, his voice dripping with venom. You've betrayed us all. Irina flinched as Caius's attention bore down on her, but before she could speak, Caius's sneer deepened. You stand here now only because you sought vengeance. Arrow read your thoughts, and we saw the truth. You waited until it suited your personal desires to tell us of Bella's transformation, not out of loyalty to our laws or to your kind, but to satisfy your thirst for retribution. His voice dripped with disdain, but a sick pleasure gleamed in Caius's eyes as he glanced toward Tanya and Kate. Now, as you face your family, can we trust you to remain loyal to the Vulturi? Or will your emotions sway you once again? His tone sharpened, cutting through the air like a blade. Such disloyalty cannot be tolerated. Before anyone could react, Caius's hand shot out, gripping Irina's neck with an iron grip. This is your punishment, he growled, and with a sickening twist, her neck snapped. The sound echoed across the clearing, followed by a stunned silence. Irina's body crumpled to the ground, lifeless, her eyes frozen in shock. The terrified protests of the Denali sisters pierced the air as they watched helplessly from across the field. Caius's smirk widened as he turned to Victoria. You two acted out of personal vengeance, not loyalty to our kind. With the same swift brutality, he ended her life as well, her body hitting the ground next to Irina's. Time seemed to freeze as they both lay there, lifeless, their eyes still open in twin frozen expressions of terror. A stunned silence hung in the air. The shock of it hit first, the sheer brutality, the cold-blooded murder in front of them all. Then came the screams. Jasper, Emmett. Carlyle shouted, his voice sharp with urgency. Contain them. Let go of me. Kate screamed, her voice cracking with anguish. He killed her, he killed her. Eleazar and Carmen moved to grab them, but their attempts fell short as Tanya and Kate thrashed wildly, their fury barely contained. Jasper and Emmett shot forward at Carlyle's signal, closing the distance in an instant. Jasper reached for Kate, but the moment his hand grazed her arm, her electric power surged, sending a sharp jolt through him. He recoiled, staggering back as the current and her emotional rage overwhelmed him. The air crackled around her like a furious storm. Emmett lunged at Tanya, wrapping his arms around her from behind to restrain her. She struggled fiercely, her strength nearly breaking free, but Emmett held on, his face tight with effort. "Kate." Carlyle's voice cut through the chaos, pleading. "Do not attack. This is what Caius wants, he's provoking you. If you strike, they'll use it as an excuse to destroy us all." Kate trembled, her hands still buzzing with remnants of her power, her eyes fixed on Caius, filled with nothing but rage and grief. The air around her sizzled like a live wire, but Carlyle stepped directly in her path. His gaze locked with hers, stern yet grieving. Jacob narrowed his eyes, the image of Caius twisting Irina's neck replaying in his mind. The murder had been too fast, too calculated. Jacob's hands curled into fists as he suppressed the urge to shift, the animal rage stirring beneath his skin. "It's a trap," Eleazar said, his tone heavy with sorrow. "He's baiting you. This is what he wants, Kate. If you strike, they will have reason to destroy us all." Carmen's voice cut through the chaos, soft but insistent. "Katrina, don't. Don't give him the satisfaction. We need you here. Alive." But even as the Cullens and Denali's fought to keep the sisters from losing control, Caius stood unmoved, his smirk deepening as he watched the chaos unfold. The satisfaction in his eyes was unmistakable. He had set the stage, and now he relished watching them teeter on the edge. Heidi stood motionless at the periphery, her eyes narrowing as she gazed at Victoria's fallen body. For a split second, something cracked inside her, the ghost of a forgotten bond tugging at her, a sliver of her old coven loyalty resurfacing before Chelsea's influence forced it back down. Unease through everyone present. Carlyle, his heart heavy, turned to Arrow, desperation creeping into his voice. "This isn't justice, Arrow. This is slaughter." Arrow's expression remained cold. His once curious smile vanished as he addressed Carlyle. "Justice, my dear Carlyle, takes many forms. And as we see here, your coven's actions led to this. Her death is merely a consequence of your betrayal." The tension in the air grew unbearable. The Vulturi soldiers stood poised, their crimson eyes scanning for any sign of rebellion. The Quileutes bristled, their low growls barely restrained, ready to strike at the slightest provocation. In that moment, the fragile thread of diplomacy snapped. Irina's death hung heavily in the air, a cruel reminder of the Vulturi's ruthlessness. The Cullens' hope for a peaceful resolution shattered, replaced by simmering fury and an undeniable truth: there would be no escape from this battle. Suddenly, the forest behind them stirred. From the shadowed trees, figures began to emerge, their presence initially unnoticed amidst the tension. They moved silently, like wraiths through the snow-covered underbrush, their arrival ghostly and precise. The children of the moon had arrived. They appeared as if from nowhere, their golden weapons glinting under the rising moon, their wine-dark, tribal armor blending seamlessly with the night. Kepra led them, her eyes blazing with cold, burning hatred that seemed to pierce through the darkened battlefield. The glyphs beneath her tied braids pulsed with vibrant intensity. Bella felt the weight of their entrance, sensing the power they brought with them, a primal energy unlike anything else. Shock rippled through Fork's ranks. For a moment, the air thickened with disbelief. Kepra and her people had refused to help, claiming it was too dangerous. Their arrival now, at the 11th hour, sent a jolt of adrenaline through everyone present. An unexpected surge of hope coursed through the allies. Eyes darted between them in stunned silence. Even Jasper and Sam, both ready for battle, hesitated as the realization sank in: reinforcements had arrived. Rosalie tightened her grip on Bella's hand, her eyes widening in surprise, while a faint smirk tugged at the corners of Emmett's mouth. "They actually showed up," he murmured under his breath, his voice laced with both amazement and newfound confidence. "Hell yeah, better late than never." Beside Kepra, Taji and Quol moved silently, their expressions unreadable beneath their masks, but their intent was clear. The full moon reached its zenith in the sky, casting a pale, ethereal glow over the clearing. Yet, no transformation took place. As they stepped beneath Bella's shield, the curse that should have ravaged their forms and turned them into rabid beasts was held at bay, their human shapes remaining intact. For a brief moment, even the Vulturi faltered. Their crimson eyes narrowed as they took in the unfamiliar sight. These were not typical vampires, there was something ancient and primal about them. Their eyes lacked the red of the Vulturi and the golden hue of the Cullens. Instead, they shimmered with a deep, burnt gold that glowed faintly in the darkness, reflecting an internal fire that remained unquenched despite centuries of suffering. Caius's smug expression wavered as his gaze locked onto Kepra. Recognition flickered in his eyes, and for the first time that night, a flash of uncertainty crossed his face. The children should have been mindless by now, overtaken by the full moon. Instead, they stood before him in perfect control. "It can't be," Caius whispered, his voice barely audible, disbelief rippling through his words. He had fought them before, in times when their transformation had rendered them uncontrollable. This was not supposed to happen. Kepra's lips curled into a slow, dangerous smile. She smiled, her eyes locking onto Caius's, unwavering. "Did you really think I would allow you to slaughter my kind, my mate, without consequences, Caius?" Her voice resonated with defiance, each word striking like a dagger. "You've hunted us for centuries, but that ends today." Caius's face contorted into a snarl, venom dripping from every word. "I should have eradicated you when I had the chance. Your kind was never meant to survive." His tone was sharp, laced with arrogance, yet beneath it lay a sliver of fear. Something he couldn't comprehend haunted him. Before Kepra could reply, Arrow raised his hand, silencing the exchange with a single gesture. His sharp, calculating gaze swept over the newcomers, as if he were piecing together a puzzle. Curiosity flickered in his eyes as he looked at Carlyle, revealing something closer to disappointment than malice. "Carlyle," he began, his voice deceptively soft, "it's one thing to claim that Bella poses no threat as a single wolf, but now I see you have allied yourself with, well, if I'm not mistaken, all of the children of the moon, no less." Arrow's gaze lingered on Kepra and Bella for a moment longer, suspicion darkening his expression. "And under such a full moon. Yet they remain, intact." His words hung heavily in the air, rich with implication. Arrow's dark eyes flicked toward Caius, and for the first time, he noticed the hint of fear in his brother's posture. Caius, always the hunter, was rattled. The children of the moon were not supposed to retain their human forms under the full moon. The mere idea that they stood here now, seemingly immune to the curse, was unfathomable. Arrow's gaze returned to the children, narrowing slightly as he studied them. "Fascinating," he murmured, more to himself than to anyone else. The tension in the air thickened, and the Volturi soldiers shifted uneasily, their eyes darting around. The tension in the air flickered between the children and the Cullens. The Quileutes bristled, their fur standing on end, low growls rumbling in their throats as they awaited the next move. Carlyle, his face etched with grief and determination, stepped forward. His voice was steady, despite the weight of the situation. "Arrow, we are here to prevent further bloodshed. Bella is not a threat, and neither are they. We have come to ensure that." "Ensure?" Arrow's voice was a silken thread, laced with curiosity and skepticism. "And yet, here we stand, with the full moon above us and this." He gestured toward Kepra and her warriors, a flicker of intrigue crossing his expression. "A curious alignment of events, wouldn't you say?" Carlyle stood firm. "We are not your enemies, Arrow. But we will not allow you to continue this slaughter." Of course," Arrow cooed. "But surely you understand, we must confirm certain concerns." With a delicate wave of his hand, Arrow signaled Chelsea to step forward from the ranks of the Vulturi. Her pale eyes scanned the Cullens and their allies, already preparing to sever the bonds of loyalty that held them together. This was the Vulturi's prime strategy: disassemble without bloodshed. There would be no need to fight if Chelsea succeeded in fracturing their unity. She focused her power, tendrils of influence weaving invisibly toward the gathered group. But something was wrong. Chelsea's brow furrowed, confusion flashing across her features as she strained to find the thread she was accustomed to manipulating. The bones were still there, strong and unbroken. Her power recoiled, meeting some unseen barrier. Arrow's eyes flickered with intrigue as he observed Chelsea's subtle struggle. His smile faltered for just a moment, barely noticeable, before he spoke again. "It seems you have a remarkable loyalty among you, Carlyle," he said, a thread of suspicion weaving through his voice. "Such resilience." A low growl escaped his lips, impatience clearly building. His gaze flicked toward Chelsea, his annoyance evident. "What is taking so long? This should have been finished before it even began." "Patience, brother," Arrow murmured, though even his fascination was now tinged with uncertainty. He narrowed his eyes as he observed the group before him. "Perhaps we should try another approach." Jane stepped forward, a cruel smile twisting across her lips. Caius gave her a brief nod, his impatience palpable. Jane's gaze shifted to the Cullens. With an almost imperceptible twitch of her lips, she unleashed her infamous power. Her target, Eleazar, stood tall as her malicious energy surged toward him like a tidal wave, meant to drown him in agony. Her smile widened in anticipation, her eyes gleaming with sadistic pleasure. This was always her favorite part, the look of horror and helplessness that crossed her victims' faces as they crumbled under her power. But this time, nothing happened. Eleazar didn't flinch, his expression remained steady, just as it had been moments before. Jane's smile faltered, a crack in her usually unshakable confidence. She pushed harder, focusing all her malice into the attack. Her eyes narrowed as she concentrated, channeling everything she had to overwhelm him. Yet again, there was no reaction. Eleazar remained completely unaffected. Caius, witnessing Jane's struggle, hissed with frustration. "What is this?" he snarled, stepping forward. "How are they still standing?" Arrow, whose interest had only deepened, tilted his head. "Curious," he murmured softly. "Very curious indeed." Jane, now visibly rattled, glanced back at Arrow, her eyes wide with confusion. Caius's temper flared, his icy demeanor shattered as he growled low in his throat, clearly unsatisfied with their initial attempts. "Enough of this," he spat. Alex stepped forward, silent and composed as always, his face an unreadable mask. He didn't need orders to know what to do, his twin's failure only sharpened his focus. Extending his hand, his power spread out like a dense fog, unseen by most but deadly in its effect. Alex's ability was more subtle than Jane's, it robbed his victims of all their senses, leaving them helpless, blind, and disoriented. The mist crept toward the Cullens, encircling them as it advanced. A tense silence fell over the battlefield as everyone awaited the inevitable. The wolves growled low in their throats, sensing the danger, while the vampires held their ground. Alex's cloud reached its targets, but like Jane's assault, it dissipated the moment it touched the invisible barrier surrounding them. Alex's brow furrowed slightly, a rare show of surprise from him. His mist, which never failed to incapacitate senses, was melting away before it even reached the Cullens. Arrow's expression shifted from curiosity to genuine intrigue. Well, Arrow mused, his voice soft yet resonant across the field. "It seems we are not dealing with an ordinary defense." Caius's frustration boiled over. "This is absurd," he spat, his eyes blazing. "Are we to believe that these imbecile children possess such a defense? Or is this the doing of one of their allies?" The Cullens remained silent, but the tension in the air was thick, almost tangible. Every failed attempt by the Vulturi heightened the sense of unease, and the realization that outright war could be mere moments away began to settle into their bones. Arrow held up a hand to stop Caius's ranting. "Felix," he called, his voice smooth as silk. "It seems we will need to test this barrier physically. Please, be thorough." Felix, towering and broad, stepped forward with a grin that suggested he relished the opportunity. The air crackled with tension as Felix, a towering figure, lunged toward the Cullens, targeting Emmett, his equally formidable counterpart. His attack reverberated through the clearing as his fist came crashing down, but instead of connecting with flesh and bone, it met the same invisible force that had halted Jane and Alec. The impact sent a shockwave rippling through the air, causing Felix to stagger back, disbelief etched on his face. He growled in frustration and launched another assault, this time using both fists to strike the barrier with all his might. But once again, he found himself thwarted. Caius's fury was palpable. "Impossible," he roared. "What trickery is this?" Even Arrow, usually composed, showed signs of agitation. He tilted his head slightly, his calculating mind racing behind his dark eyes. A defensive shield, perhaps, he mused quietly. But how? And who? The Cullens stood firm, a solid wall of defiance, while the Vulturi's confidence began to falter. Their psychic and physical attacks had failed, leaving them in the dark about the source of this formidable protection. Arrow's eyes narrowed as he observed the scene, his mind churning with possibilities. This shield was beyond anything they had anticipated, and while Arrow thrived on the unknown, it was clear that Caius's patience was wearing thin. Having failed to break through, Felix stepped back, his growls of frustration echoing through the clearing. The Vulturi's strongest physical force had been thwarted, leaving the battlefield steeped in tense, breathless anticipation. "Well, Carlyle," Arrow said, his voice tinged with cold amusement as he met the doctor's grim, golden eyes, "it seems you've prepared well. But how long will this last? I do wonder." As the Vulturi's attempts continued to falter, the atmosphere thickened with a growing sense of dread. Arrow's calm demeanor began to crack under the pressure. Tension hung thick in the air, and Caius's frustration was evident in every tense muscle of his body. The Cullens and Denali's stood resolute, Bella's unseen shield holding strong, while the children and Quillibeats remained poised, their powers simmering just beneath the surface. "Brothers," Marcus murmured, his voice soft yet tinged with a newfound somberness. "It appears we have no choice but to escalate." Caius met Arrow's gaze, a sharp nod betraying his barely contained impatience. Then, with deliberate slowness, he commanded, "Claudio, paso a frente." From the depths of the Vulturi ranks, a figure stepped forward, slicing through the tension like a knife. Claudio moved with an eerie grace, his dark cloak swirling around him as if it were alive. His milky red eyes, though blind, seemed to pierce through the scene with a quiet, unnerving power. Each step Claudio took was slow and deliberate, as if exerting a strange pressure on the very air around him. Even the most seasoned fighters on the battlefield, vampires and wolves alike, felt an instinctual unease as he drew nearer. The children, sensitive to the shifting energies, stiffened at the distortion in the atmosphere. Kepra's gaze hardened, her instincts on high alert as Claudio's presence pressed against them like an invisible weight. He stopped at the forefront of the Vulturi, tilting his head as if listening to something beyond the range of mortal hearing. His lips barely moved, yet a series of sharp, rhythmic clicks began to echo through the clearing. The sound was unlike anything they had heard before, an unnatural frequency that vibrated in their bones, unsettling in its precision. The air around them seemed to hum with the clicks, the ground beneath the Cullens and their allies trembling ever so slightly. It was a sound not of this world, something altogether otherworldly. Something ancient felt wrong. Bella sensed the faintest tremor at the edges of her shield, an odd vibration that made the air around her hum. The shield held firm, but Claudio's strange sound waves brushed against it, sending a warning through her body. The power felt invasive, probing, more of a subtle manipulation than an overt attack, twisting her stomach with unease. Her shield shimmered under the weight of the unnatural sound, its edges flickering like the surface of disturbed water. The others felt it too. Carlyle took a cautious step forward, his gaze fixed on Claudio as he addressed Arrow. "This doesn't need to go further, Arrow," he said, his voice calm but tinged with urgency. "We can still end this peacefully." But Arrow's expression had shifted. The familiar glint of curiosity was overshadowed by something more sinister. His smile, wistful and cold, widened ever so slightly. "I fear peace is no longer what we seek today, old friend. Claudio will illuminate the truth for us all." Claudio's next series of clicks were slower, more deliberate. Each one sent a ripple through the gathered forces. The trees swayed as if buffeted by a wind no one could feel, and the ground beneath them seemed to shift as if it no longer obeyed the laws of nature. Yet Claudio stood still, unmoving, his blind gaze fixed forward as though he saw every detail of the battlefield in stark clarity. Anxiety rippled through Bella, the Cullens, and their allies. Even the children, who thrived in chaos, felt a strange buzzing sensation just beneath their skin. Taji's sharp eyes locked onto Claudio, a low growl rumbling in her throat. For a heartbeat, her vision wavered, as if the trees themselves shifted and bent in the wrong direction. Anakizanasi, the falcon warrior muttered darkly. Aina Falani Yidanganaifu. He's toying with us. Some sort of illusion. Suddenly, the sound of the clicks intensified. The tension hung in the air as everything came to a halt. For a brief, unsettling moment, silence enveloped the room, an overwhelming quiet that amplified every heartbeat and breath. It felt as if the entire world was holding its breath, teetering on the brink of something catastrophic. Then, in a voice that echoed unnaturally, Claudio broke the stillness. Agora, veramos quam est realmente no control. Now, we shall see who is truly in control. Chapter 29, Nature of the Beasts. The air on the battlefield thickened, not just with tension, but with the eerie, bone-deep reverberations of Claudio's sound waves. Each click sent a pulse through the atmosphere, reminiscent of the rhythm of a dark, malevolent heartbeat. It warped the very fabric of the world around them. Bella's shield flickered, trembling under the pressure. A single ripple stretched across the protective barrier she had poured every ounce of her strength into maintaining. For the first time, she felt something breaking through, like a crack forming in a solid wall, letting in the faintest whisper of danger. The air itself rippled as if toyed with by unseen hands. Reality bent, swaying under Claudio's relentless assault. The tension swelled, thick, suffocating, like the rising tide before a storm that threatens to drown everything in its path. Claudio's presence crept into their defenses, overwhelming and insidious. Bella clenched her teeth, her concentration slipping for just a moment. The shield, once impenetrable, began to ripple and vibrate. It was no longer solid but unstable. The air warped around her, pressing in from all sides, as though the very atmosphere was being torn apart. Bella could feel it, the pressure building, pulling her inward, threatening to unravel everything she had fought to protect. Eleazar's sharp intake of breath echoed nearby, drawing the attention of the other defenders. His eyes narrowed, locking onto the battlefield with sudden, grim understanding. "It's his sound waves," he murmured, his voice low and filled with alarm. "They're altering the shield. Not just physically, but in its very essence. He's manipulating the energy field, turning it from something solid to something fluid." Around them, the Vulturi stirred. Felix and Dimitri stood at the forefront, poised like panthers ready to strike. Their eyes gleamed with violent anticipation. Santiago flanked them with the lesser guards, all eager for what was to come. Bloodshed loomed on the horizon. Behind them, Arrow observed with an unnerving calm, while Caius was a stark contrast. His impatience was evident, every taut muscle in his body reflecting his agitation. His eyes darted restlessly between Claudio and the wavering shield. Nearby, Chelsea hovered, her gaze sharp and calculating. She sought out emotional weaknesses, attempting to unravel the bonds that held the Cullens together. Then, like the breaking of a dam, Claudio's sound waves surged to a crescendo. The clicks became faster, deeper, and the very air pulsed with their rhythm. Bella's shield shimmered, the edges unraveling as if dissolving under the relentless vibrations. She winced, her breath catching as the strain took its toll. Her muscles tightened, bracing against the force that threatened to tear her apart. A low murmur of fear rippled through the Cullens' lines. Eleazar's voice cut through the chaos, laced with urgency. "It's not a direct attack. It's subtler. He's weakening the structure, turning it porous. If this continues, the Vulturi will break through." Then, with a roar like a beast breaking free from its chains, the Vulturi surged forward. Their numbers rippled across the battlefield like a dark tide. Felix, Dimitri, and Santiago led the charge, their silhouettes blurred by preternatural speed, movements fluid like shadows cast by the moon. Felix, towering and full of brute force, was the first to crash into the Cullens' line, his powerful frame acting like a battering ram. Emmett met him head-on. The two vampires collided with such ferocity that the ground itself seemed to shudder beneath them. Dust and snow flew into the air as their fists connected, bone meeting granite in a clash that reverberated across the field. The air between them crackled with tension, each blow a testament to raw strength and stubborn will. Felix swung a massive fist toward Emmett's head, but Emmett ducked, countering with a powerful uppercut. Sent shockwaves through Felix's chest. The sound of their strikes, heavy and violent, echoed like a thunderous drumbeat amid the chaos of battle. Dimitri moved like a predator, silent, sleek, a shadow gliding through the battlefield. His speed was dizzying, but Edward was quicker. Every muscle in Edward's body tensed and released in perfect synchronicity, his movements sharpened to a deadly edge. Dimitri's fist darted toward him, but Edward was already out of reach. His mind-reading ability allowed him to dance just beyond Dimitri's grasp. The two circled one another, a blur of motion. Fists collided with a sharp crack, like stone striking stone. Edward's mind stayed ahead of every one of Dimitri's maneuvers, anticipating each intent before it materialized into action. He ducked a swing aimed at his head, pivoting on his heel to counter with a brutal jab to Dimitri's ribs. The impact sent ripples through the air, and Dimitri hissed in fury, recovering quickly to launch himself at Edward once more. Their growls filled the space between them, a cacophony of snarls and sharp breaths. Each was locked in a deadly dance of wills and violence. Nearby, Rosalie fought like a force of nature. Her golden hair flashed brilliantly amid the carnage. Her movements were fluid and elegant, yet lethal, each strike delivered with precision honed by centuries of practice. Her eyes never left Bella's form. She moved instinctively to protect her, each punch and kick calculated to keep her mate safe. Her fists connected with her opponent's chest, sending him sprawling backward. Without missing a beat, she whirled toward the next threat, a fierce guardian amid the storm. Alice danced between attackers. Two Vulturi guards rushed her, but she saw their moves before they even began. One aimed a wild punch at her ribs. She twisted, his fist slicing through empty air. Alice countered with a swift kick, sending him tumbling. The second guard. Alice lunged from behind, but her foresight had already guided her steps elsewhere. She spun around, striking with deadly precision, and the guard crumpled to the ground. Her eyes narrowed as she scanned the battlefield, always one step ahead. Carlyle and Esme stood side by side, facing Santiago. His fist swung with brute force, but Carlyle moved with calm precision, easily dodging each blow. Esme followed his lead, her strikes sharp and deliberate. Santiago, massive and powerful, swung again. Carlyle ducked, deflecting the punch effortlessly. Esme seized the opportunity, her foot shooting out to deliver a quick strike to Santiago's ribs. He staggered but continued to press forward. Carlyle moved in, his elbow crashing into Santiago's jaw. The sharp crack echoed through the chaos. Santiago roared in pain, but Esme was right there. Her kick landed hard against his chest, sending him crashing to the ground. For a brief moment, Carlyle and Esme exchanged a glance, a silent understanding passing between them. Then, without hesitation, they prepared for the next threat. Jacob's massive form hurtled through the chaos, the La-Push wolf pack at his side, a wall of muscle and fur crashing into the ranks of the Vulturi like an avalanche. The earth trembled beneath their paws, and the air was alive with snarls and the tearing of flesh. Sam, Paul, and Jared led the pack with terrifying coordination, their movements synchronized, each wolf anticipating the next strike from its packmate. Fangs gleamed in the moonlight as they sank deep into the flesh of the Vulturi guards. Claws raked through skin and stone, tearing their enemies apart with ruthless efficiency. Jacob lunged at a Vulturi guard, his jaws closing around the vampire's arm with a sickening crunch, the force of his bite snapping bone. He flung the guard aside as if he weighed nothing. His eyes burned with fierce protectiveness as he positioned himself between his pack and their enemies. The ground began to slick with a mix of venom and blood, but the wolves moved with unyielding determination. Savage grace surged through the battlefield, undeterred. Seth and Leah flanked Embry, their smaller forms proving just as deadly. Leah moved in a blur of speed and ferocity, her teeth finding purchase in the throat of a Vulturi guard. With a vicious shake of her head, she tore out his jugular. Not far behind, Seth pounced on another guard, his claws sinking deep into the vampire's chest as he dragged him down in a flurry of fur and snapping jaws. Khepra and the children charged into the fray, their raw force so powerful it felt as if the very sky might split open. Their golden weapons caught the moonlight, flashing like ancient omens. Each strike carried the weight of their unbroken lineage. They moved with the fluidity of predators, one with the earth, their human forms shifting effortlessly between man and beast, merging the instincts of both as the battle raged. Taji was at Khepra's side, her every movement sharp and each strike more precise than the last. Quick and calculated, every swing was deliberate, as if she could see the path of her blade before it even cut through flesh. Her eyes burned bright, her youthful appearance belying the ferocity within. There was no hesitation, no wasted effort, just the calm efficiency of someone born to lead, carving her place in history with each thrust of her blade. Cole moved with brutal intent, his golden staff a blur as it connected with bone and stone. Each strike resonated with years of battle-hardened skill, his motions were heavy and powerful. The ground vibrated beneath him, each blow carrying the weight of his long years of war. His expression remained stoic, though his eyes betrayed the storm of violence simmering beneath his still surface. He embodied relentless force, the clang of his weapon echoing across the battlefield like the toll of an ancient bell. Khepra's gaze locked onto Caius, her lips curling into something too cold to be called a smile. The weight of their shared past hung heavy in the air. The air was thick and heavy, but it wasn't the past that fueled her now, it was the urgent need to end it. Her blade moved like a whisper, slicing through the chaos with a series of lethal, precise strikes. She danced through the turmoil, each motion a testament to centuries of mastery. Her attacks were clean and efficient, leaving nothing but wreckage in their wake. Taji and Cole fought at her side, but the battlefield seemed to fold around Khepra. Her presence commanded the space, every movement bringing her closer to Caius. It wasn't about the past anymore, it was about the present, the now, and the blood soaking the earth beneath her feet. The Denali clan moved through the chaos like sharpened blades, cutting through the battlefield with deadly precision. Tanya led the charge, her eyes focused and her movements fluid as she struck down enemies with lethal elegance. Beside her, Kate was a storm of electric fury, her power crackling through the air as bolts of lightning arched from her fingertips. Each strike paralyzed any Vulturi guard that dared to approach. Each jolt was precise, sending waves of energy through their enemies' bodies, leaving them rigid and defenseless before she delivered the killing blow. Tanya's fists collided with the guard's chest, sending him crashing to the ground with such force that the earth beneath him cracked. She moved with swift, deadly grace, spinning to block an incoming attack, her reflexes faster than the eye could follow. Her expression remained calm, but beneath that calm lay a deep, smoldering grief that sharpened her resolve. It was a quiet morning for the sisters they had lost, mixed with a fury that drove her forward, seeking vengeance with every strike. Eleazar and Carmen flowed through the battlefield like a single, fluid entity. Eleazar struck with surgical accuracy, each blow landing with the weight of foresight. His eyes darted across the battlefield as if he could see the rhythm of the fight unfolding before him. The violence unfolded before him, and his instincts were honed to a razor's edge, always a step ahead of his enemies. Carmen was never far from his side, her body a blur of motion as she countered each incoming attack with lethal precision. Her strikes were fluid and relentless, bone meeting bone, flesh against steel. Her eyes locked onto Eleazar's movements as if they were an extension of each other. Together, they carved through the chaos, a seamless rhythm of destruction. Electricity crackled through the air once more as Kate unleashed another pulse against a line of Vulturi guards. Their bodies froze in place, stiffened by the energy coursing through them before collapsing to the ground. Her eyes met Tanya's. Without exchanging a word, the two sisters fell back into formation, their combined strength reinforcing the Denali line as they pushed deeper into the Vulturi ranks. Amidst the chaos, Claudio's sound waves rippled through the air like invisible serpents, distorting reality itself. Each pulse warped the battlefield in ways only the most sensitive could detect, subtle shifts in perception, disorienting distortions, and vibrations that seemed to seep into the bones of those caught in their path. The edges of Bella's shield shimmered under the assault, fraying with every wave of Claudio's sonic manipulation. Bella's focus faltered, her grip on the shield wavered as the ground beneath her rippled in response to the sound waves. Her teeth clenched, every fiber of her being strained to keep the defense steady, but Claudio's power was insidious, twisting the energy of the shield like water slipping through her fingers. The disorienting effect left her vulnerable. Each attempt to refocus felt like battling a current that sought to pull her under. Nearby, Jasper stood as a beacon of calm in the storm. His ability to manipulate emotions was stretched thin as he fought to keep their allies steady. Yet, even he felt the creeping sensation of Claudio's influence, a low hum in the back of his mind, throwing off his concentration. Equilibrium. He concentrated on calming the wolves, sensing their heightened aggression, and worked to stabilize the emotional balance of the battlefield. However, there was only so much he could do as Claudio's power continued to warp the atmosphere, pushing them closer to chaos. Jasper's efforts provided some assistance, but he understood that the tide could shift at any moment. The battle had evolved into not just a physical fight, but a psychological war, with Claudio's influence gnawing at the edges of their resolve. As Bella struggled to maintain her shield, Jasper sent waves of calm to the wolves and their human allies, but even that was merely a temporary reprieve from the growing storm. Suddenly, Caius's cold, imperious voice sliced through the noise like a jagged blade. "Why haven't we broken through?" His frustration was palpable as he surveyed the battlefield with narrowed eyes. He had expected swift and decisive action from his psychic fighters, Alec, Jane, and Chelsea, those who usually tore through defenses with ease. The Cullens' shield should have crumbled by now. He sneered, his gaze flicking toward the trio, frustration boiling over in his voice. Why haven't the gifted pierced their defenses? Amidst the chaos, Claudio stood eerily still. His red, milky eyes appeared unseeing, but his acute perception extended far beyond the physical realm. Every subtle vibration, every shift in energy revealed more than any visual cue could. He clicked his tongue, the sound ricocheting through the air like sonar, mapping the battlefield in invisible lines. Each wave bounced back, painting a picture of energy flows, heat signatures, bonds, and connections. His lips curled into a slight, knowing frown. "They're clever," Claudio murmured in Portuguese, his voice soft and ethereal, as if it were part of the very wind. "They're cycling their positions, making it difficult to pinpoint the source of their strength. Someone in their formation is critical, but they rotate so quickly, it's hard to say who." Arrow, observing the battlefield with keen interest. With an unsettling composure, Claudio raised an eyebrow in intrigue. A faint flicker of amusement crossed his features, and his voice carried a curious edge. "Fascinating," he remarked, his tone smooth and calm, contrasting sharply with the chaos surrounding him. His voice resonated across the battlefield. "Continue, Claudio. We need answers." Claudio's clicking tongue reverberated through the battlefield again, this time with a deeper resonance, honing in on the energy flows between the Cullens. His senses, more attuned to the fabric of sound and energy than to sight, began to focus on two specific figures, Bella and Rosalie. A surge of power flickered between them, something Claudio couldn't see but could feel pulsing through the air. The bond between them was like a heartbeat in sync, strengthening the shield. Every time they were near each other, the shield's energy pulsed brighter and stronger. "There," Claudio said with certainty, his voice deep and deliberate. "It's those two women, the child and the vampire. There's an energy between them, a bond that strengthens the shield. It brightens whenever they're together." Caius's face twisted into a cruel smile, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. "Then break them." His voice was sharp, filled with icy malice. Claudio gave a slight nod, his demeanor unshaken by the demand. He adjusted the frequency of his clicks, tuning them with precision. His focus shifted to Bella, his sound waves seeking her energy, searching for her core. But something felt off. Her presence was dim, as if she were hidden behind layers of protection. His clicks bounced back with no true hold, like trying to grasp a wisp of smoke that vanished before solid contact could be made. He frowned, the sound waves shifting again. A realization formed in the depths of his mind. "She's shielded," Claudio muttered softly, his tone thoughtful. Or, she is the shield. Caius's patience thinned to a razor's edge, and his eyes shifted dangerously toward Rosalie. Then it's the other one, the Cullen. Destroy her. Without a moment's hesitation, Claudio redirected his focus. His clicks grew darker and heavier as he searched for Rosalie on the battlefield. His sound waves penetrated deeper, warping through the chaos around him. The air surrounding Rosalie began to shimmer, rippling as Claudio's frequency locked onto its target. He didn't just aim to break her physically, he intended to unearth her deepest nightmares. The next wave of sound dove into her psyche, clawing at the recesses of her mind, stirring old wounds, and summoning the ghosts of her past like a necromancer. Rosalie froze. No. Her heart stuttered. Not him. She blinked, her eyes wide with disbelief. The battlefield faded away, swallowed by a memory that was too sharp, too real. The scent of bitter almond and cranberry invaded her senses, just as it had that night. Royce's cologne hung in the air, thick and sickening, mingling with the damp granite beneath her feet. The slick, wet stone mirrored the mist of a forgotten sidewalk. Her breath quickened, her chest tightening as she saw him, his hair dark and gleaming under the rain. The shine of the pomade caught the light, and his sneer was as sharp as ever. What did I tell you, John? Royce's voice sliced through her, echoing like a cruel melody. He grabbed her arm, pulling her close. She could almost feel the pins wrenching from her hair, tearing at her scalp. Isn't she lovelier than all of your Georgia peaches? His laughter was jagged, a sound that tore through her skin like glass. No. Not again. The words slipped from her lips in a whisper, barely audible. Her body stiffened as her senses spiraled into another tailspin. Wet granite. Cologne. The weight of his hand dragged her deeper into the nightmare. Show him what you look like, Rose. His laughter echoed again, and she could feel the pull of her hair as he. Fingers wrenched her head away, sharp pins scraping against her scalp, pain flaring with each tug. Her breath hitched. The battlefield faded into nothingness, leaving only Royce. Royce, with his cold eyes and cruel hands, pulling her back into the darkness she had fought so hard to escape. No, she whimpered. No, please, no. Her movements faltered. The lethal precision she had fought with vanished, replaced by the helplessness that bound her, trapping her in that night. She could hear their laughter echoing through the alley, filling the air. The sound of her own cries became a twisted serenade for them. Bella sensed the shift in Rosalie's energy. Panic tightened her chest as she turned. The shield flickered. Rosalie. Bella's voice cracked, fear spiking through her as the bond between them weakened, like sand slipping through her fingers. Rosalie wasn't present anymore. Bella could feel it. She was somewhere darker, dissociating to a place beyond reach. Bella's heart raced as the shield around them frayed, leaving them vulnerable. Caius noticed it too. The crack in their defenses. His eyes gleamed with triumph. He didn't need to say a word. One look was enough for Felix. Felix charged, a force of pure muscle and malice, his eyes locked onto Rosalie, still trapped in her past. She didn't even see him coming. In her mind, it was still Royce with his sneering smile, stepping closer, his heavy hands reaching for her dress buttons once more. But it wasn't Royce. It was Felix. His hand closed around her throat, lifting her effortlessly from the ground. The sickening crunch of her throat collapsing under his grip echoed through the battlefield, a sharp and brutal sound that reverberated in Bella's ears. No. Bella's scream tore through the chaos, raw and desperate. Her heart twisted in her chest, and for a moment, everything around her blurred. Felix, with a twisted smirk, slammed. Rosalie hit the ground with brutal force, the impact sending tremors through the earth like a seismic shockwave. The violence of the blow rippled across the battlefield, a jarring sound that shook Bella to her core. Rosalie's body struck the ground with a sickening thud. She lay there, her limbs motionless, her throat crushed and shattered, though no breath was needed. Her eyes, usually fierce and full of life, flickered with weakness, the vibrant glow fading as her strength drained away. The invulnerability that had once defined her was stripped away in an instant, leaving her broken in a way Bella had never witnessed, not even at Mount Erebus under the Sword of Coal. "Rosalie!" Bella cried out, feeling the weight of despair settle in. The shield, the only thing standing between them and annihilation, shattered completely. Bella felt it collapse around her, its impenetrable strength dissolving like mist in the wind. But none of that mattered now. All that mattered was Rosalie. Before Felix could raise his fists for a final crushing blow, a thunderous roar split the air. Emmett charged with the force of a freight train, slamming into Felix with bone-rattling impact, sending both giants crashing into the snow in a whirlwind of snarls and fists. Bella's world narrowed to a single point, Rosalie's fragile, broken form lying at her feet. Her heart hammered in her chest as she fell to her knees beside her mate, her hands trembling as they hovered over Rosalie's shattered throat, unsure where to touch or what to do. Her mind screamed at her to focus, to regain control of the shield, but her body refused to obey. "Rosalie, please," Bella whispered, her voice thick with desperation and grief. Tears blurred her vision as she looked down at her mate, the woman who had fought beside her, protected her, and now lay on the edge of death. Bella's hands cupped Rosalie's throat, feeling the faint, uneven rise and fall of her breaths, the fragility of immortal life hanging by a thread. Jasper stood near Bella, his instincts on high alert. He felt the shift in the air as the protective shield crumbled around them. An uncontrollable force surged through the battlefield, creating a crackling energy that rippled outward. The children of the moon convulsed under its influence, their glowing eyes, already bright from the ancient curse, flaring even more intensely as chaos took hold. Kepra staggered, her body trembling violently before twisting in an unnatural way. Muscles surged beneath her skin, rippling and stretching until, in an instant, she dropped to all fours. Her form collapsed into that of a jaguar, sleek, feral, and fearsome. Her black fur shimmered under the pale moonlight, muscles coiled with lethal grace. The fierce leader was gone, replaced by a wild predator. With a flash of her eyes, she roared and launched herself into the fray, claws extended. Beside her, Taji's transformation erupted with less grace but more force. She gasped sharply as feathers burst from her arms, which stretched into massive wings. In moments, her human form vanished, transformed into a giant falcon, her talons sharp as knives. A piercing screech tore through the battlefield as she soared upward before diving into the chaos below, her beak snapping with deadly precision. Cole's change was no less brutal. His body contorted, bones breaking and reforming until his entire frame swelled with thick fur and muscle. A monstrous wolf emerged, towering and snarling, its massive paws clawing at the earth. His golden eyes gleamed with unfiltered rage as he charged forward, unable to distinguish friend from foe, a whirlwind of fangs and fury. Nayeli gritted her teeth as her form shifted. Her legs lengthened, her spine curving into a powerful arch as she morphed into a mountain lion. Tawny fur covered her rippling muscles, and her eyes, once sharp, now shone with primal focus, ready for the battle ahead. The chaos around them intensified. Samara, fierce and calculating, glowed with untamed ferocity. With a savage growl, she leaped toward the nearest Vulturi, her claws slicing through the air with unstoppable force. Her transformation was swift, almost too quick to follow. One moment, she was in control, the next, she had become a tiger. The orange and black stripes blurred as she tore through the battlefield, her growls reverberating like thunder. She moved with terrifying speed, her massive paws leaving deep gashes in the earth as she slashed her way through anything in her path. The other children, now fully engulfed in their beastly forms, rampaged across the battlefield in a frenzy. All sense of strategy vanished, their primal instincts overtaking their senses as they attacked indiscriminately, creating chaos that neither the Vulturi nor the Cullens could contain. Fur, claws, and fangs filled the air, the snarls and roars merging with the clash of weapons. Jasper felt the tremors of fear and confusion spreading, the emotional tide swelling beyond his control. His powers, usually so effective at keeping everyone grounded, were drowned out by the sheer magnitude of panic and desperation flooding the battlefield. He quickly glanced at Bella, who remained fixated solely on Rosalie. "Bella, you have to focus," he shouted, straining to be heard above the deafening madness. "If the shield stays down, we're all in danger." The children, once their allies, had transformed into a force of nature, mindless, feral creatures that had tipped the balance into complete pandemonium. Without the shield, the battlefield was lost to chaos. But Bella was unreachable. The only thing she could hear was the faint, labored sound of Rosalie's breath. "I'm here," Bella whispered, her voice breaking as she leaned closer to Rosalie, tears streaming down her face. "I've got you." She knelt beside her, pressing her hands against Rosalie's cheeks, her vision blurring as tears stung her eyes. Bella tried to assess the situation, but there was no time to think, no time to act. Rosalie's throat had been nearly severed from Felix's brutal attack, and Bella could see the jagged, uneven edges where the skin had been torn. Though no blood oozed from the wound, the sight was still terrifying. Rosalie wasn't dying, but she was vulnerable. One more strike, one wrong move in this chaos, and Bella knew she could lose her, truly lose her. Panic clawed at Bella's chest. Rosalie's immortality didn't matter if they couldn't stop the relentless attacks surrounding them. There was no time to heal, no time to focus, especially with Bella's mind fraying under the weight of trying to protect everyone, particularly her injured mate, fragile in her arms. Rosalie's eyes fluttered, half open, half closed, as if she were caught between worlds. Her lips moved, barely forming words. "I love you," she rasped, her voice weak but carrying the weight of 1,000 unspoken feelings. The words were so quiet they were nearly lost in the noise of the battle, as if the air itself wanted to swallow them whole. Bella's heart twisted painfully. She let out a breath that was half a sob, half a laugh, disbelief coursing through her alongside the fear. "You jerk," Bella whispered, her voice trembling. "You don't get to say that now. Not here." Her laughter was short, bitter, tinged with the surreal absurdity of the moment. They were surrounded by chaos, by death and destruction, and yet only Rosalie, stubborn, maddening Rosalie, chose now to say it for the first time. Leaning down, Bella pressed her forehead against Rosalie's, her lips brushing against her mate's cool, marble skin. "No," Bella whispered fiercely, her voice thick with emotion. "I'm here. I've got you. Don't you dare try to make this some goodbye to me. I love you, too." Bella kissed Rosalie softly, desperate to keep her there, to tether her to this moment. She believed that the touch of their lips could somehow hold back the inevitable. The world around them felt like it was narrowing, closing in like a devouring hurricane, but Bella's focus remained solely on Rosalie. Yet, even as Bella knelt there, something began to stir in the air around them. At first, it wasn't obvious. It moved like a whisper, a shift so faint that Bella didn't notice it, consumed as she was by her desperation to keep Rosalie alive. But the energy was present, building, gathering in the space between them, almost like a serpent coiling in on itself. Bella couldn't see it, but she might have felt it if she weren't so focused on the broken pieces of Rosalie's body and the overwhelming terror of losing her. Still, the air grew heavier, thick with something intangible and powerful. The sounds of the battlefield, the chaos surrounding them, faded into a distant hum. Somewhere deep in Bella's consciousness, she sensed something was happening, but that thought was pushed aside by a flood of emotion. All that mattered was Rosalie. And then it happened. Bella felt it, a warmth blooming in her chest, spreading outward, filling the space between them. It was like an electric current, a surge of power she had never experienced before, golden and blue tendrils of light intertwining and swirling between them, twisting and dancing in intricate patterns, weaving something primordial. Though it felt familiar, too. It was a power she had only sensed once before, during the fight with Sam when the mother goddess Neith had taken over her body to stop the battle. The memory flashed in her mind, but this time, the power was stronger. More personal. It was hers, and it was born from her love for Rosalie. The shield, which had been straining against Claudio's sonic assault, collapsed in on itself. It was as if the protective barrier Bella had conjured was now infused with the very essence of her love. The delicate balance Bella had maintained for so long could no longer exist in its current form. The energy that once fueled her protection was now needed for something far greater. It rippled and quivered before disappearing with a soundless implosion, folding inward like a tide receding into the ocean. For a brief moment, it felt as if the world had been sucked into a vacuum. There was no sound, no movement, the air thickened, pressing in on all sides. An unbearable silence enveloped them, a moment suspended in time, like the breath before a firework explodes. Tendrils of golden and blue light swirled around Bella and Rosalie, enveloping them in a cocoon of magic so intense that it felt as though the very fabric of reality was warping to accommodate the ancient force now unleashed. Bella sensed her own power surge, but it was more than just hers. It was the connection, the deep, unbreakable bond between her and Rosalie, that fueled it. In that stillness, the magic pulsed stronger, vibrating in the air and resonating in their bones. The golden and blue tendrils coiled tighter, gathering momentum and building pressure. Then, with a silent explosion, it shot upward, piercing the sky like a missile, an unstoppable force that tore through the clouds, leaving a radiant trail in its wake. The moon hung above them, glowing unnaturally, as if something had always lurked just beneath its surface. The energy struck the moon, crackling and spiraling around it, and for a moment, the battlefield was bathed in an eerie light. The tendrils of light wrapped themselves around the moon, and with a soundless, psychic boom, the barrier that had once controlled its influence over the children of the moon shattered. The sky trembled, and a deep crack echoed through the atmosphere, reminiscent of ice breaking on a frozen lake. The moon itself pulsed with life, glowing with a vibrant energy. A mix of gold and blue enveloped them, the colors symbolizing their bond, as if the illusion that had confined it for centuries was finally lifting. The magical barrier that had surrounded it, controlling the primal forces linking the moon to the wolves, fractured, splintered, and dissolved into nothingness. As the curse shattered, the impact sent a shockwave of psychic energy rippling outward across the battlefield. The ground trembled beneath their feet. Trees shook, their leaves scattering in the wind, responding to the power unleashed by the curse's undoing. Wolves howled in the distance, their voices rising in a primal chorus of freedom and release. The moment hung in the air for just a heartbeat longer before the psychic explosion reverberated back across the battlefield. Boom. The sound was deeper than any thunder Bella had ever experienced, a low, resonant force that shook the earth to its core. The moon's light, now unbound, bathed everything in its hues. It was no longer a source of chaos, it had become a beacon of transformation. Bella gasped, her senses overwhelmed by the sheer force of the magic coursing through her. The world spun, not in confusion, but in clarity, the air crackling with the aftershocks of their combined power. In the midst of it all, Bella felt one unmistakable thing. Thump. 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 At first, she thought it might be her own heart racing from the release of energy, but no, it was different. She froze, her mind struggling to comprehend what she was hearing. A heartbeat. The steady, rhythmic sound resonated through Rosalie's chest. Bella's hands, still trembling, pressed harder against Rosalie's body. A heartbeat. The realization barely registered in her mind. Rosalie's heartbeat. Bella's breath caught in her throat as she grappled with the impossibility of it. Thump. 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 Rosalie's heart continued to beat, quiet at first, yet building in crescendo, each thump steady and strong, like a miracle unfolding right before her. Before Bella's eyes, a miraculous transformation unfolded. She stared down at Rosalie, her chest tight with emotion and her mind racing. This wasn't just healing, it was something far greater, something unimaginable. Tears blurred Bella's vision as her fingers trembled while she touched Rosalie's cheek. Rosalie's golden eyes fluttered open, softer now, no longer resembling the fierce predator she had once been but more like the woman she had been before her death. Her skin radiated a new glow, as if the very essence of her existence had changed. Still marble-like, but now imbued with an inner warmth that was not merely a reflection of light, it was life itself. Real, true life. Bella, Rosalie whispered, her voice weary yet filled with wonder as her throat mended itself. Only faint scars remained beneath Bella's trembling hands. Did we just... The curse. Bella felt it too. The magic that had surged through her body, that had cracked the sky, was transforming them. Not into the vampires or mindless werewolves they had once been, but into something else. Something closer to the stories Kepra had taught them, demigods, in harmony with the natural world, able to choose their fate, immortality or mortality. The choice lay before them now, like an open door. Tears welled in Bella's eyes as she caressed Rosalie's face. Holy shit, she whispered, overwhelmed by relief, awe, and a depth of love she couldn't fully express. We did it, Rosalie. Around them, the battlefield still raged, but it felt as if the air itself had shifted, carrying a charged, almost sacred energy. The children of the moon, who moments before had been consumed by their feral forms, now stood motionless, their wild eyes regaining human clarity. Tachi's wings slowly retracted, feathers dissolving into her skin as her body reverted to its human form. Cole dropped to his knees, his chest heaving as the wolf within him began to fade. Inside him, the darkness receded, leaving only the remnants of his transformation. The others, Naeli, Samara, and Kepra, shared the same stunned expression as the golden light purged from their bodies, casting faint, lingering trails in the air around them. Their golden eyes, once consumed by the curse, now shimmered with recognition, a collective understanding washing over them. The curse was broken. Kepra, now back in human form, stood at the edge of the chaos, staring at Bella and Rosalie in awe. Her eyes, once sharp with battle focus, softened as she grasped the magnitude of what had happened. She felt it too, deep in her bones, a weight lifted after millennia of burden. The tremors of the curse breaking reverberated through the ground and her very soul, like an earthquake in reverse, shaking loose the ancient magic that had bound her people. It is done, she murmured in awe. The boom that had echoed from the moon still lingered in the air, its resonance spreading outward like ripples in water. The battlefield seemed to freeze for a heartbeat, every soldier and creature pausing as if caught in a trance. Even the Vulturi, their marble forms towering and imperious, could not escape the tremor that rattled through their seemingly invulnerable bodies. Arrow stood frozen, his fingers twitching as if trying to grasp the invisible strands of power slipping from his control. Caius's composure shattered as he realized what had occurred. His face twisted with fury, a rage bordering on madness. He clenched his fists, his fingers digging into his palms, drawing a hiss of frustration between his teeth. No! He shouted, his voice cutting through the stillness, raw and filled with desperation. He glared at the glowing moon, as if willing it to return to its previous state, as if sheer force of will could reverse what had been done. But there was no stopping it now. The curse had been broken. With the breaking of the curse, their 1,000-year reign of control and dominance began to unravel. The once impervious seraphs of Volterra stood shaken. Tiny fissures, almost imperceptible, formed along their marble-like skin. It wasn't a shattering, but it was enough to feel the unsettling shift in their immortal forms. Their flesh, once unyielding, seemed to vibrate, their stone-like bodies betraying the faintest sign of fragility. The subtle cracking echoed like grating metal, a sound that clawed at the very core of their being. For the first time in centuries, they were vulnerable, no longer the indomitable force they once believed themselves to be. Caius's eyes flickered with panic, though he tried to mask it with aggression. His voice rose again, but it no longer held the commanding, regal tone of a ruler. Instead, it was the howl of a man watching his empire slip through his fingers. This cannot be. Kepra's gaze locked onto Caius, a slow, dangerous smile curling at the corners of her lips, sending a ripple of dread through the clearing. It is over, she said softly, yet her words carried the weight and power of a queen long denied her throne. Caius, for all his arrogance, faltered. His gaze darted around, witnessing the kingdom he had built crumble before him. The children of the moon, united and no longer clouded by the curse, surged forward at Kepra's silent command. Their golden eyes gleamed in the dying light, their movements feral yet controlled, driven not by rage but by a deep, ancient purpose. They attacked with precision, their massive bodies crashing into the remaining Vulturi with the force of a hurricane. Caius knew he was next. His crimson eyes flickered with something that hadn't touched him in centuries. True, primal fear. The cold realization of his mortality settled over him like a shroud, his composure cracking as he saw Kepra's form shift. In the distance. She was no longer bound by the curse that had once kept her at bay. Now, she was faster, stronger, a force of nature unleashed. With a coward's desperation, Caius turned and ran, his marble-like body darting through the battlefield, fleeing from the chaos. But Kepra was quicker. In an instant, she transformed mid-step, her body elongating, fur rippling over her dark skin as she became a massive, sleek black jaguar. Her eyes glowed gold, and shimmering hieroglyphs etched themselves into her fur like ancient sigils of power. With a low, predatory growl, she began to accelerate, her powerful legs propelling her forward like a force of divine judgment. The ground trembled beneath her as she hunted him down, her jaguar form moving with lethal grace. Each step was deliberate, her claws barely grazing the earth as she closed in on him. Caius glanced back, and his wide crimson eyes met hers, a silent acknowledgement that his time had come. Kepra pounced, slamming into Caius's back with bone-shattering impact, sending them both tumbling to the ground in a whirl of dust and claws. He thrashed beneath her, frantic and desperate, but he was no match for her newfound power. His marble skin cracked under the force of her assault, splintering like fragile stone. Caius turned over, breathless and broken. He looked up at the towering jaguar, terror etched into every line of his face. The deep, guttural growl that emanated from Kepra shook him to his core. With a slow, deliberate motion, she transformed back into her human form. The jaguar melted away into dark brown skin, shifting back to the woman she had always been beneath the beast. She stood tall above him, clad in her burgundy armor, the jaguar pelt of her fallen mate draped over her shoulders like a mantle of vengeance. Her long braids were tied back, framing her fierce expression as she regarded Caius, the once untouchable ruler now reduced to nothing before her. Kepra's eyes, still slitted like those of a jaguar, gleamed with a predatory golden light. Caius gasped, scrambling backward as Kepra drew the wolfsangel from her belt, the very weapon that had pierced her mate's heart before her eyes, igniting a 1,000-year campaign that led to the decimation of her people. The blade, adorned with jewels, caught the eerie light of the moon, and Caius's eyes widened in pure terror as she lowered it toward him, the weight of his impending death settling in. "Oh, precious Caius," Kepra purred, her voice dark and dripping with venom. "Did you think I would forget the promise you made me that day?" She crouched beside him, her burning gaze locked onto his, and slowly repeated his cruel words, her voice a chilling echo of his past. "If I can't have you," she whispered, "no one will." In a single, swift motion, she slashed the wolfsangel across Caius's neck. His scream turned into a gurgle as blood and venom spilled from the wound, his voice cut off, and his life slipped away, draining through the cracks of his shattering empire. Kepra stood tall and regal, holding his severed head high in the air, the wolfsangel lodged in his mouth like a shining apple. His crimson eyes were frozen wide in terror, taking in the horrified faces of his subjects as they watched their divine serpent of Volturi strung up like a beast, ripe for slaughter. The battlefield fell silent, even his guards pausing to witness the moment. "Long live the king," Kepra declared, her voice resonating over the quiet chaos. Her golden eyes gleamed brighter as ancient glyphs raced down Caius's decapitated head, shimmering with forgotten magic. The head, once a symbol of dominance, began to crack, the pale resin of his vampiric flesh dissolving like sand caught in a windstorm. The scent of ore and oceanic. The air was thick with dust as Caius's remains shattered, crumbling like brittle stone until only fine particles lingered. With a triumphant cry, Kepra bared her teeth and let out a tribal trill that echoed across the battlefield. Her voice served as both a call of victory and a eulogy for the centuries of terror that had finally come to an end. The children responded in unison, their voices rising into the sky as they plunged back into the fray. Yet, amid the celebration, tension still hung heavily in the air. The Vulturi, once thought invincible, now found themselves fractured and scattered, their meticulously woven web of control unraveling before their eyes. Kepra stood tall, Caius's decimated form beneath her feet, the once mighty tyrant reduced to little more than ash in the wind. The tide had turned, and victory was within reach. But not all battles were fought openly. In the midst of the chaos, Heidi moved like a shadow. Revenge for Victoria's death fueled her every step, her movements swift and silent amid the clamor. Her crimson eyes burned with cold fury, a stark contrast to the rising chorus of freedom surrounding her. Her target was clear: Chelsea. The manipulator of bonds stood in the heart of the battlefield, her gaze flitting between allies and enemies alike, desperate to regain control of the fraying connections that had once bound the Vulturi's unwilling followers to their cause. But the invisible threads were slipping from her grasp, loyalty unraveling like tattered cloth. The strain etched into Chelsea's expression made her seem human and vulnerable for the first time in centuries. Heidi's eyes narrowed as she closed in. The battlefield raged on, oblivious to her approach. She moved through the carnage like a phantom, unnoticed, her anger propelling her forward with deadly intent. Chelsea's back was turned, her attention caught between her crumbling influence and the chaos erupting around her. She remained unaware of the predator lurking in her shadows. In the Vulturi's favor, had shifted dramatically. Heidi moved like a shadow, and a moment later, she was upon Chelsea. With a swift, brutal motion, Heidi twisted Chelsea's head with deadly precision. The sickening snap of bone reverberated through the air, a sharp sound that pierced the chaos of battle. Chelsea's body crumbled to the ground, lifeless, the once mighty puppet master of the Vulturi reduced to a heap. Her power extinguished like a flickering flame. As Chelsea's neck snapped, the invisible bonds she had painstakingly maintained shattered. Allies once bound to the Vulturi's will froze, wide-eyed with disbelief. The compulsion that had governed their loyalty dissolved into nothingness, as if chains had fallen from their limbs. For a heartbeat, stunned silence enveloped the battlefield, then chaos erupted anew, but of a different kind. Some of the former allies fled immediately, propelled by newfound freedom and a primal urge for survival. Others stood rooted in place, blinking as if awakening from a long nightmare. Their gazes turned toward the remnants of the Vulturi, who were now reeling from the crushing collapse of their influence. All the while, Arrow watched. His usually impish demeanor now a portrait of simmering fury and disbelief. The sharpness of his features, once composed with centuries of cold control, now betrayed the depth of his turmoil. His red eyes, gleaming like embers in the dying light of his empire, darted from Chelsea's broken form to Caius, whose remains were being ravaged by wolves. For a brief moment, the weight of loss was etched in Arrow's rigid posture, centuries of careful manipulation, planning, and power unraveled in mere moments. A flicker of an urge crossed his face, a fleeting desire to command the remnants of his forces to retaliate, to unleash what little remained of the Vulturi's might. But in the span of seconds, the chessboard had changed. The balance of power, once so firmly in the Vulturi's favor, had shifted dramatically. In his hands, had irrevocably shifted. His thoughts raced, calculating the implications of this defeat with terrifying speed, one he could never have imagined during the long centuries of his reign. Dimitri, Arrow's voice broke the silence, soft and almost melancholic, yet laced with an undercurrent of finality. The command, though quiet, carried a weight that belied the crumbling empire beneath him. Dimitri, bloodied but still standing, turned at once. His sharp gaze flickered toward Arrow before settling on Heidi, who had slipped away into the shadows of the forest, vengeance burning in her eyes. Arrow's expression darkened as the realization of Heidi's betrayal twisted in his mind. The icy fury simmering just beneath the surface manifested in a single thought: Heidi would pay. And Dimitri, his most trusted hunter, would ensure it. But Arrow was no fool. Even as the fires of rage flickered in his chest, he understood when the gain was nearing its end. With both Caius and Chelsea gone, the pillars of his dominion shattered, there was no victory to be salvaged here, only the remnants of an ancient power too fragile to sustain itself under these circumstances. Sharp, crimson eyes scanned the clearing one last time, calculating what could still be gained and what must be abandoned. Retreat. His voice rang out across the battlefield with finality, cutting through the chaos like a knife. The Vulturi forces, fractured and diminished, immediately began to pull back. Their once unified front had become little more than a disorganized rabble, retreating into the shadows of their former glory. The Cullens and the Children of the Moon, driven by newfound strength and purpose, gave chase. Their massive, lupin and werewolf forms blurred as they pursued the retreating vampires through the forest, their primal howls reverberating through the trees like ancient battle cries. Cole and Paul led the charge, their fierce determination evident. Snarling voices echoed through the darkened woods, ensuring the Vulturi were driven far from the battlefield, far from their home, never to return. In the distance, Jasper, Emmett, and Jacob stood their ground, their sharp gazes tracking the retreating Vulturi. But their focus had now shifted to defense. Their instincts were set on protecting rather than attacking. Bella and Rosalie remained at the center of this storm, the focal point of their concern, where power had shifted and victory felt tangible. The three men formed a protective perimeter around the duo. Bella knelt beside Rosalie, her hands trembling as she held her mate close. She brushed her fingertips against Rosalie's cheek, relishing the warmth that had emerged, the faint heartbeat echoing beneath her skin. That rhythmic thrum, so miraculous in its presence, tethered Bella to the moment, grounding her amidst the wreckage of the battlefield. As the dust began to settle, Bella's eyes scanned the scene. What had once been a pristine, snow-covered expanse was now littered with the remnants of battle, pieces of the Vulturi guard scattered like debris, their once imposing figures broken and lifeless. Among the fallen were their own allies. Some of the children, along with a gravely wounded Embry, lay hurt or grieving. Sam cradled Embry in his arms, the weight of loss hanging heavily in the air. The harshness of their victory pressed down on Bella's chest, a bittersweet taste clinging to the back of her throat. Nearby, the Denali clan stood, their faces etched with raw grief. Tanya and Kate exchanged silent glances, their expressions marked by the weight of their losses, scars too fresh to touch. Eleazar and Carmen lingered close, watching over the two sisters like sentinels, their own eyes filled with shared sorrow, though no words passed between them. Tanya knelt down, her hands trembling as they reached for the fractured remains of Irina, scattered across the blood-stained ground. Kate crouched beside her, a strangled sob escaping her lips as she gathered the shattered pieces of their sister. Her body shook with the effort of holding back the agony that threatened to consume her. For them, the battlefield faded away, the violence dissolved into the background as they focused solely on this heartbreaking task. Tanya's face crumpled, her golden eyes shimmering with unshed tears, her breath ragged and uneven. She whispered Irina's name like a prayer, her voice raw with disbelief, as if the pieces in her hands could never belong to the vibrant sister she had lost. Kate choked back a scream, the pain too great to voice. Her sobs came in ragged gasps as she touched what was left of Irina's body. I can't. This shouldn't have happened, she rasped, her voice breaking as her fingers brushed over the remnants of her sister's once beautiful form. This can't be real. Bella stood frozen, watching the devastation unfold before her. She knew they had won, that the curse had been shattered and their enemies were retreating. But as she looked at Kate and Tanya, their faces contorted with grief, celebrating felt hollow in light of what they had lost. Bella's gaze shifted once more, finding Alice and Edward standing side by side, a rare intensity etched into their features. The siblings were locked in silent concentration, Alice's gaze unfocused as she probed the near future, her brow furrowed in focus. Edward stood close, his eyes glazed as he listened to her thoughts and those drifting from the remnants of the Vulturi's retreating minds. Alice? Bella called softly, her voice hoarse from battle but laced with concern. Do you see anything? Are they gone for good? Alice didn't respond immediately, her gaze still distant. Then, slowly, she exhaled, shaking her head just slightly. It's hazy, she said. Murmured, her voice tinged with frustration. They're in retreat, but Arrow's mind is always at work. I can't see far enough to know if this is truly over. Not yet. Edward chimed in, his jaw tight. He's weighing his options. The loss of Caius and Chelsea has shaken him, but I wouldn't count on him abandoning his empire just yet. He's plotting his next move, he always is. Bella's heart sank, though she tried to mask her concern. The thought of Arrow still lurking, still calculating in the shadows, sent a shiver of unease through her already weary body. They had won today, but Arrow was a master of patience. He wouldn't forget what had happened here. Seth limped back to the group, his fur matted with dirt and blood, flanked by Leah, who had borne the brunt of the fight alongside him. Their steps were slow yet purposeful, their wolf forms still immense, though now tinged with exhaustion. But even amidst everyone's weariness, there was a spark of something new, a shift in the air that spoke of a future unshackled. As Bella looked out across the battlefield once more, the remnants of victory and loss lay intertwined like the shattered pieces of a puzzle yet to be fully assembled. The children of the moon, newly restored to their human forms, stood in quiet disbelief, their golden eyes reflecting the lingering glow of the shattered curse. They gazed up at the sky, as if expecting the chaos of the full moon to return, but it didn't. The storm had passed. The primal rage that had once consumed them was gone, replaced by a deeper understanding of who they were, both beast and human, but never again bound by the curse. They gathered themselves, still processing the enormity of their newfound freedom, their eyes slowly turning toward Bella and Rosalie, as if drawn by an unseen force. For a moment, there was only silence as they all seemed to acknowledge the gravity of their shared experience. The weight of what had happened hung heavy in the air, a quiet hum of magic lingering like a distant echo. Bella understood that this victory came with its own scars. Yet, in the steady and strong rhythm of Rosalie's heartbeat beneath her hands, she found a glimmer of hope. The future was uncertain, dangerous, and ever-changing, but it was theirs to embrace, together. Miles away, Claudio lingered, his expression unreadable. Beneath the surface, however, his mind was racing. His sound waves rippled across the battlefield, each pulse returning with strange echoes and vibrations he had never encountered before. Despite all the years he had spent honing his ability to bend sound to his will, this felt different. It was as if the very fabric of reality had shifted. A hum resonated with a frequency beyond comprehension. The air's resonance was not simply magic or even ancient power. It was something deeper, something alive. Claudio felt it reverberating through his bones, traveling through him like the echoes of a distant, forgotten force. For the first time since gaining his powers, he faced a sensation he could not decipher, a sound wave beyond his grasp, beyond any manipulation. They had awakened something profound, something now woven into the very rhythm of the world. The energy lingered in the air like a melody that refused to fade, even as the battlefield lay still. With one final click of his tongue, Claudio absorbed the last echoes of the scene. There was no fear within him, no sense of insignificance, only a deep, contemplative silence. With that understanding, he turned away, disappearing like a phantom into the shadows of the retreating forces. Chapter 30, Explain the Infinite. Shernit stood still at the heart of her shop, the air around her heavy with a palpable sense of closure. The space, once alive with the energy of bustling herbs and relics collected over centuries, now felt half empty, its treasures mostly packed away. Shelves that once held artifacts and wooden masks were now mere shadows of their former selves. A cool Seattle breeze slipped through the cracked window, carrying the scent of damp earth and pine, a subtle fragrance of rain and wood that was both soothing and somber. Shernit's hands, gnarled with the passage of time yet steady from years of ritual, rested lightly on the worn counter. She allowed herself a rare moment of stillness, a pause in the river of time she had navigated for decades. The weight of her years was an ache in her bones, but her spirit remained undiminished, sharp and unyielding, forever attuned to the unseen threads of magic woven through the world. Today, the shop hummed beneath her feet, its silent pulse a harbinger of what was to come. The magic in the walls stirred, responding to a subtle shift in the atmosphere, a disturbance, like a ripple finally reaching her after years of crossing distant waters. Shernit straightened, her deep, shadowed eyes narrowing slightly as the ward surrounding her sanctuary flickered, fluttering like wings disturbed by a sudden gust. Her internal magic, always a quiet and steady companion, stirred with growing recognition before she saw them. Whoever approached was no ordinary visitor. They carried with them the weight of the old world, the familiar, haunting energy of a time long past. She inhaled slowly, her breath steady and measured, feeling the ancient magic brush against her consciousness like the whisper of a long-lost memory. They were near now. As the door creaked open with a soft chime, Charlotte shifted her gaze from her thoughts to the entrance. Her eyes landed on the figure stepping into her shop. First, the man stepped into the room, tall, imposing, and regal. His presence alone was enough, nothing more was needed. His face was bare, his expression solemn yet touched with a muted warmth. He carried a gravity that didn't demand attention but commanded it effortlessly. Then, a woman entered, her presence filling the space like a queen in mourning. The glyphs etched beneath her braids shimmered softly, echoing the depth of her burnt gold eyes. Both were dressed in black, not the dull kind, but a fabric so rich it seemed to drink in the light, absorbing the depths of their loss. Their attire was simple, yet the energy they exuded was anything but. Charlotte, despite her age and the sorrow that hung in the air like mist, straightened fully. Her presence, too, was a testament to decades of solemn resilience. The power radiating from the woman was undeniable, ancient and vast, yet not oppressive. It washed over Charlotte like the first breath of a monsoon, strong and demanding respect, yet somehow tempered by warmth. Within that power, Charlotte felt something familiar, a magic she had known for years, older and deeper. It was an echo of her brother's essence, woven into the fabric of this new world. "You must be Miss Charlotte," the woman said, her voice gentle as she stepped forward. Her tone carried the weight of quiet respect. Charlotte inclined her head, her voice calm even though the gravity of the moment pressed heavily on her heart. "I am." "And you must be the Ammonius Saw." "I am," Kepra replied, inclining her head, her warm gold eyes reflecting the sentiment. "This is Cole, one of my commanders." She gestured to the man beside her, who nodded silently. "Isabella and Rosalie will be visiting you soon, but I asked for the gift of meeting with you first and returning the resources you gave them." She gestured toward the beautiful leather bag Cole held in his hand. "I've come to offer my condolences for your loss. Brother, I know you spent many years searching for us, and then for him. I deeply regret that we could not shelter you both in time." Charlotte pressed her lips into a thin, restrained line, keeping her emotions in check, disciplined by years of practice. Her eyes flicked briefly toward Cole, acknowledging his presence before returning to Kepra. She felt the sincerity in Kepra's words, the deep sorrow that clung to her like a shadow, as if it had been there long before Ajani's passing. "I did what I could for Ajani," Charlotte murmured, her voice low. But it was not enough. Her gaze drifted, growing distant for a moment as memories surfaced unbidden. She thought of her brother's laugh, the sound that once lit up even the darkest of rooms. "Yanni, wait. It's too dark to. You always worry too much, Che-Che," Ajani giggled, his smile wide and carefree as he raced ahead of her through the fields near their home. "Soon I'll be big enough to protect you and the whole tribe." Kepra stepped forward, her presence shifting subtly, like the gentle swell of a tide about to turn. "You gave him a chance," she said softly, her voice laced with quiet grief. "And because of that, the girls were able to find us. Your brother's death was not in vain." Charlotte's eyes flickered, the light within them dimming as sorrow and gratitude mingled in the quiet of her expression. "I did it for him," she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. The weight of her words felt final, carrying the echoes of a long, lonely journey. Kepra's face softened as she studied the older woman, her gaze holding a deep understanding that came from witnessing the passage of time and loss. "You have spent much of your life in service to others," she said gently. "But the world is evolving, Miss Charlotte. There is a shift, a new dawn ushered in by the Great Mother herself." Charlotte furrowed her brow, her sharp gaze narrowing as she absorbed Kepra's words, searching for the deeper meaning beneath them. "You speak of change," she said slowly, "but I have lived long enough to know that not all change is for the better." A subtle smile tugged at the corners of Kepra's lips, a glimmer of something knowing and amused dancing in her eyes. "Perhaps before," she replied, her voice a touch lighter, "but Volterra is no more. The rules have shifted." Her tone lowered, each word laden with meaning. "With your level of ability, you must have sensed it. What was once old is now new, and what was new is old." Shernet's lips twitched, and the faintest hint of a chuckle escaped her, reluctant but genuine. I have sensed it, she admitted, her tone dry with the wry acceptance of someone who had seen far too much in her lifetime. But that does not mean I am eager to embrace it. Kepra nodded, her gaze thoughtful. I understand, she said gently but steadily. But this change is more than just the breaking of a curse. The Vulturi's parasitic grip on this realm is gone. And now, in their absence, creatures and entities, once thought extinct, have begun to emerge, filling the void left by their power. My scouts have documented sightings of ancient beings and unnatural phenomena in as many as 20 countries in the past few weeks alone. She paused, her eyes meeting Shernet's. And the reports continue to grow by the day. Now, we, as the oldest of the surviving supernaturals, find ourselves at the forefront of this new age. She let her words hang in the air for a moment, allowing Shernet to absorb their weight before continuing. But there is more. Arrow has not yet been found. My spies have searched, but he has slipped into the shadows. He is patient, calculating, and dangerous. We don't know when he will re-emerge, but we must be prepared. Shernet's eyes widened. Shernet's expression shifted at the mention of the seraph. Her fingers tightened on the edge of the counter. Arrow. She echoed thoughtfully. He was always the true mastermind behind the Volturi. Caius and Marcus were powerful, yes, but Arrow. Arrow was the one to fear. He is, Kepra agreed, her lips pressing into a thin line. And although he has lost his greatest weapons, Chelsea and Caius, we cannot afford to let our guard down. This may be the beginning of a golden age, but the dangers are still very real. She paused, allowing her words to sink in, her gaze steady as it met the shopkeeper's. And that is why we've come, Miss Shernet. Not only to offer condolences but to ask for your aid. The shaman's eyebrows furrowed, confusion clouding her expression. Kepra stepped closer, her voice infused with sincere admiration. Isabella and Rosalie have praised your contributions in helping us win the war. They said they could never have found us or broken the curse without your guidance. Your knowledge of the old world, the magic systems you wield. Your wisdom is needed, my dear. This new era will be hollow without a shaman of your caliber to help guide us. Shernet blinked, her gaze hardening slightly. Guide you? She echoed, her voice quiet but sharp. It seems to me the future belongs to you now, and to the younger generation. I've already done my part. Her tone softened, almost wistful. The task I dedicated my life to is over. My village, my brother, they are all gone. She scoffed, a bitter edge sharpening her words. What more could this world possibly need to take from an old crone past her prime? Cole, who had been silent until now, stepped forward. His deep, resonant voice carried a weight that was tempered, the long edge of violence now dulled with the curse's end. Bella told us how she came to be bitten, of why your brother found her. She mentioned that. Ajani left so you could have a future, he said, choosing each word with care. It doesn't have to be with us, but I believe he would want you to find a new purpose. Not tied to the curse, not tied to him, but for yourself. Shernet's eyes flashed, and her heart tightened at the mention of her brother. Old wounds stirred, as fresh and raw as they had been years ago. You speak as if you knew him, she replied, her voice edged with a hint of defensiveness, her grief straining her control. But how could you possibly know what he would want from me? He died because I failed him. Because of my incompetent guidance. Because I couldn't do my only duty as his sister. Kepra, sensing the shift in Shernet's emotions, stepped closer. Her gaze remained warm but unwavering. I believe he would want you to live, she said, her voice both tender and firm. To find a new path, a new way to use your gifts. The Ammonius Saw hesitated, her eyes dimming with sorrow. When she spoke again, her tone softened, carrying the weight of her own burden. I understand the shame, the feeling of failure. I felt it too. The burden of losing family, knowing you couldn't protect them despite all your efforts. Her eyes found Shernet's. But Ajani wouldn't want you to carry this grief forever. You are not bound by the past, Miss Shernet. You can still shape the future, and cement his legacy in the process. Kepra paused, reaching into a fold of her robes. From its depths, she withdrew a small leather pouch and carefully unwrapped its contents. She held out her hand, revealing a familiar bracelet, the sterling silver name bar glinting in the soft light of the shop. The interwoven rope remained intact, but the plate had been polished to reveal the etchings that Bella and Carlyle once could not decipher. Shernet's breath caught in her throat. Shernet's heart stumbled at the sudden wave of recognition. Her fingers trembled as she reached for Ajani's bracelet, feeling its worn texture cool against her skin. It had burned with the weight of memory. She could still hear his infant cries as she tied the gift around his tiny wrist, smiling at the brand-new baby boy cradled in the arms of her proudly tired mother. The Amharic characters on the name bar gleamed softly, "Know that you are loved." Shernet closed her hand around the bracelet, her chest tightening as if those words had reached deep into her heart. For a long moment, the shaman stood in silence, her heart weighed down by the years and the memories of everything she had lost. She had witnessed lives begin and end, and she had buried those she loved. Yet, as she held the bracelet in front of the ammonious cyan coal, a flicker of something stirred within her, a tiny, fragile flame of possibility, one that time and grief had not yet extinguished. "You're a genius, Che-Che. The best shaman of our time," Kepra said, and tears gathered at the edges of Shernet's eyes, though none fell. After what felt like an eternity, she exhaled softly, a whisper of breath. Perhaps, she conceded, unsure whether she spoke to the ammonious saw or to Ajani's words. Her voice barely broke the quiet of the shop as she lifted her head. "But I will need time to think about it." She turned toward the small table in the corner, where the tea set lay waiting, steam rising in soft, curling wisps from the ever-present kettle of Maghribi mint tea. The scent was familiar and comforting. "Why don't we discuss this over tea?" Shernet suggested. "There is much to consider." Kepra smiled, the curve of her lips gentle, filled with warmth and understanding. She inclined her head in agreement, and Cole followed suit. "Of course, shaman," she said, her voice imbued with the vibrant, untamed power of Bast that flowed through her effortlessly. "We would be honored." 2 months later. Time passes. Even when it feels impossible. Even when each tick of the second hand aches like a pulse against a fresh scar. It moves unevenly, in strange lurches and dragging lulls, but it does pass. Even for them. Bella gripped the handlebars tightly as she rode, the wind whipping through her hair, but her mind was somewhere entirely different. The world had changed. She had changed. Since the curse was broken, everything about her existence felt different, sharper, clearer. The pull of hunger, once a gnawing ache, now ebbed like the tide, distant and manageable. But there were other shifts too. Subtle changes in the way her body felt, the steady thrum of her heartbeat syncing with the vibrations of the motorcycle beneath her, as if her very essence had recalibrated in the aftermath of the war. The curse had done more than end a millennium of bloodshed, it had altered them all in ways she was still coming to terms with. Vampires, the children of the moon, none of them had emerged untouched. Kepra had explained how the breaking of Neetha's curse had restored something they had lost, choice. Bella had watched as the children began to shift with ease, no longer tethered to the volatile cycles of the moon. They were all stronger in their wolf and vampiric forms, yes, but a new vulnerability had emerged in their human selves. Their longevity, once tied to the ancient curse, now depended on the decisions they made. If they leaned into their animal nature, they could remain immortal, ageless like the gods they once were. But if they embraced their humanity, choosing to live as mortals, their lives would stretch longer than those of ordinary humans, yet they would ultimately be finite. The vampires and werewolves had returned to something primordial, echoes of their ancestry in ancient Egypt. The two magical tribes of Bast and Sekhmet were united once more. Bella's thoughts drifted to the Cullens. They, too, had experienced a transformation, though theirs was more subtle. Their immortality was no longer an unchangeable fact, it had become a choice, something they could embrace or let go. They had been granted an opportunity none of them had ever imagined. Bella recalled the night Rosalie had shared her inner turmoil in the stillness of the woman's bedroom. They had sat by the window, Rosalie's voice barely above a whisper as she gazed into the darkness. "I spent so long debating whether being turned was a mistake," Rosalie had murmured, her golden eyes filled with reflection. "Sometimes, I wondered if Carlyle should have left me where he found me that night. And now, for it to be a choice. I don't know how to feel." Bella's heart tightened as she met Rosalie's gaze. "I don't know either," she replied softly. "But maybe we don't have to decide right now. Maybe it's okay to take our time. We can figure it out together." Rosalie smiled gently, her thumb brushing against the back of Bella's hand. "Together," she agreed, the word hanging in the air between them like a promise. Bella shook her head, redirecting her focus to the path leading to the Callalock tree. The air was filled with the scent of pine and damp earth, but those aromas faded into the background noise of her racing thoughts. She had spent so much of her life seeking purpose and fighting for survival that now, when faced with the simplicity of choice, it felt alien. The two thick envelopes tucked inside her jacket weighed heavily on her, more so than they should have. University of Washington. NYU. Two very different paths lay before her, yet the decision sparked nothing within her. Earlier that morning, her father, Charlie, had beamed with pride, his grin wider than she had ever seen, his eyes sparkling with hope for her future. But when she looked at him and smiled back, the weight of uncertainty lingered. The hollow feeling inside her only deepened. Why didn't it matter? The thought buzzed in her mind, persistent and nagging. The roar of the motorcycle couldn't drown it out, no matter how fast she rode. As she neared the coast, she slowed down, the sound of the ocean growing louder, the salty tang in the air filling her lungs. She parked her bike at the familiar clearing. The massive tree stood tall and unwavering against the sky, its roots twisting into the earth like ancient fingers gripping onto something eternal. The tree of life. Ajani's resting place. It had once felt like the end of everything, the place where she had chosen to make her final stand, prepared to give her life to save the ones she loved. It was Rosalie who had pulled her back from that decision. Rosalie, with her fierce gaze and steady hand, had refused to let her fall into that abyss. Bella turned off the engine, and the sudden silence hit her, almost deafening after the steady hum of the ride. She swung her leg over the bike, her boots crunching softly against the earth as she made her way toward the tree. The two envelopes in her hand were crumpled now, but she barely noticed. She sank down against the massive roots, leaning back and letting the familiar weight of the tree press comfortingly against her spine. Her mind wandered to the Denalis. After everything, they had retreated to Alaska. Bella understood their need for space. Even after reconciling with the Cullens, their grief for Irina was still raw. It clung to them like a second skin. Grief wasn't something you could shake off easily, it took time, lots of it. But Bella held on to hope that they could heal, that they could make something meaningful out of this chaos. Then there were the Quilutes. For the first time in what felt like forever, there was peace between Jacob's and Sam's packs. The old tensions had eased. The invisible line between them was no longer a sharp divide. Jacob, Leah, and Seth stayed in their cabin now, not because they had to, but because they wanted to. Was different. They had fought for their lives, and now they were free to choose their paths. They could return home, live however they wanted. Embry's face flashed in Bella's mind, and she winced at the memory of his injury. He had been gravely wounded during the final battle. Despite Carlyle's best efforts, the damage had been too extensive. His right arm and eye would never fully heal, serving as a stark reminder that, despite their supernatural strength, they were not invincible. Not everyone walked away unscathed. Forts itself had changed as well. For weeks after the war, the town buzzed with whispers and theories about the strange sonic boom and the eerie glow that had illuminated the night sky. Scientists on the news speculated wildly, some blamed a passing comet, while others talked about gravitational anomalies. Bella couldn't help but chuckle at the irony, for all the theories, none of them came close to the truth. The world was still trying to rationalize what could never be fully explained. Eventually, the noise faded, and life in Forks returned to its quiet normalcy, just as it always did. But for Bella, normal no longer felt like an option. It didn't fit, not after everything that had happened. What do I do now? The question was a whisper, a ghost of a thought that wouldn't leave her alone. It had haunted her for weeks, lingering in the quiet moments. The sky stretched endlessly above her, and the horizon, where the ocean met the sky, seemed so far away it felt almost impossible to reach. This tree, this spot, had become her refuge. It had been a place of death, and now it was a place of peace. The sudden freedom was both terrifying and exhilarating. Every step forward felt blurry, as if the future refused to come into focus. Should she go to college? Help Kepra and the children rebuild? Stay in Forks? The choices lay before her like an open map, yet the certainty she once craved was nowhere to be found. A soft breeze threaded through the branches overhead, and Bella closed her eyes, letting the cool air brush against her skin. The last time she was here, everything felt different. The lines had once been so clear. Sacrifice, death, and duty had formed distinct paths. When survival was on the line, making choices was straightforward, black and white, life or death. But now, with survival no longer the question, the next steps felt abstract and confusing. The normal life she had once envisioned now seemed distant, almost shallow. It felt like a life that belonged to another version of her, a girl she no longer recognized. College, parties, dating, graduation, those milestones had once seemed important. Now, they felt almost absurd, insignificant in light of everything she had endured, everything she had lost, and everything she had gained. The idea of infinite possibilities was sometimes overwhelming, even amidst her gratitude. How do you choose the right path when all of them feel so unfamiliar? She was still sinking into that unanswerable question when the low rumble of engines cut through the air, breaking her spiraling thoughts. Her heart skipped a beat, the sound too reminiscent of the countless times danger had announced itself with a similar roar. Her body tensed, instincts sharp, and her eyes glinted as she scanned the tree line, waiting for something, or someone, to emerge. For a brief moment, her mind flickered back to the Vulturi, to the threat that always lingered beneath the surface. But no, that was over. Right? Then, a familiar scent hit her, a mix of amber, sandalwood, and engine oil. Jacob. She blinked away the memories, letting out a slow breath as the tension eased. 2 motorbikes and a familiar convertible came into view, the rumble growing louder as they approached. Bella relaxed, loosening her grip on the roots beneath her. Jacob led the way, his motorbike growling as he came to a stop. Behind him, Leah's bike rolled in next, with Taji perched comfortably on the back, her arms loosely wrapped around Leah's waist. They exchanged a brief, knowing glance before Leah turned off the engine. The last to arrive was Rosalie. She stepped out of her car with that same confident air, and Bella felt a wave of familiarity wash over her. The effortless grace that always seemed too elegant for this world felt just right here, in the quiet of the forest. They parked in the clearing, exchanging a few soft words that Bella barely registered. Her attention shifted to Rosalie, who stepped away from the group and walked toward her. There was a carefulness in her movements, her gaze soft yet steady, as if she understood Bella was still raw and fragile from the weight of her thoughts. Rosalie's smile was small but warm, the kind that always made Bella feel seen. "Hey," Rosalie greeted softly, her voice gentle, mindful not to disturb the stillness. "Hey," Bella replied, her voice lighter than she felt. Rosalie's golden gaze flicked down to the letters resting in Bella's lap. "Charlie said you got some good news today." Bella traced the edges of the envelopes with her fingers, her shoulders shrugging. "Yeah. I did." Rosalie tilted her head, her perceptive eyes narrowing slightly but with affection. "But..." Bella exhaled, her gaze dropping back to the letters as if searching them for answers. "I don't know. I should be excited, right? It's college, a fresh start. But it just feels off. Like I've spent so much time trying to survive, trying to save everyone. What do I do now? What if I make the wrong choice? First, let's take a breath, doll. Rosalie crouched down beside her, the warmth of her hand resting gently on Bella's jittery knee. Bella, you've never been one to follow what you're supposed to do. You don't have to be excited if you're not. The world is wide open to you now. You can do anything. Bella bit her lip, her eyes drifting from the letters to Rosalie's face. I don't want to let anyone down. Not Charlie, not your family, not you. Rosalie's hand tightened ever so slightly, her gaze unwavering. You couldn't let me down if you tried. Before Bella could respond, the soft crunch of footsteps on the forest floor caught her attention. Jacob, Leah, and Taji were walking toward them, their casual ease barely concealing the anticipation in the air, as if they were waiting for something, waiting for this moment to fully unfold. You know what's weird? Jacob plopped down beside Bella with his usual easy grin, nudging her shoulder to lift her spirits. No more bloodthirsty, psycho-vampires. He raised his hands in mock surrender at Rosalie's icy glare. Not you, Blondie, you're more of the bougie kind. Geez. Leah scoffed, arms crossed, but the lightness in her voice betrayed her amusement. Yeah, no more ego-driven wolves trying to one-up each other every 5 minutes. It feels like a freaking vacation. Taji, perched on a fallen log nearby, smirked. And no more 1,000-year curses hanging over our heads. She tilted her head toward Leah, her golden eyes glinting with mischief. Unless, of course, someone is foolish enough to start a new one. Leah raised an eyebrow, pretending to be unimpressed, though a small smile tugged at the corners of her lips. Careful what you wish for. I've been known to cause trouble. Her tone was dry, but the flash of her fangs told a different story. Oh. Taji leaned in closer, relishing the sight of Leah's wide eyes and flushed cheeks at their sudden proximity. It felt good to act her age again. Her voice dropped to a teasing murmur. And if I like trouble, little otter? Great, Leah croaked, caught off guard as her gaze fell to Taji's full lips. 'Cause I honestly didn't think that far ahead. Taji's smirk deepened, but before she could respond, Jacob rolled his eyes, cutting through the moment with a playful gag. All right, you too, he said, save it for later before Leah passes out and makes my pack look bad. Leah shot Jacob a glare, grumbling, "Et too, asshole." The others erupted in laughter, a sound that felt rare after everything they had survived, yet welcome, like the first breeze after a storm. It was the kind of laugh that broke through Bella's uncertainty, warm and unburdened. But then Rosalie's voice cut through the lightness, soft yet direct, anchoring Bella once more. Bella, what do you want? The question hung in the air, and for a moment, everything stilled. Bella blinked, her swirling thoughts suddenly crystallizing around that one question. She had asked herself that many times, but always in the midst of chaos, overshadowed by looming threats. She had never truly stopped to consider the answer. What do I want? She thought back to all the moments where survival had been her only goal, her only purpose. Just getting through the next crisis, protecting the people she loved, staying alive. Victoria, the wolves, Volturi, it had consumed everything. There had never been time to think about what came after. Growing older, living beyond the next year, had always seemed impossible, even before werewolves and vampires had walked straight out of a storybook and turned her life upside down. But now, as she sat there surrounded by the people she had fought for, the family who had risked everything for her, Bella realized something important. She didn't care about happy endings. In fact, she wasn't even sure she believed in them. Sitting under the shade of the ancient tree, her gaze was drawn to the subtle flecks of green and brown in Rosalie's eyes, peeking through the familiar whiskey gold. In that moment, she understood something else. She didn't want an ending at all. She wanted a beginning. Bella looked at Rosalie, noticing how her eyes squinted in the dappled sunlight. She felt her wolf, warm and real, settle deep in her chest, a quiet assurance she hadn't realized she'd been waiting for. How do you explain the infinite, the absurdity of simplicity? The answer was clear, Bella. She smiled, feeling the weight lift from her shoulders, her heart light and free. You, she whispered, her voice barely audible, but Rosalie heard her, and that was all that mattered. Under the vast canopy of the Tree of Life and above the remains of Bella's sire, the air tasted sweet, as if all the great mothers were smiling down on their children. Jacob and Leah gagged in unison, dodging Taji's playful smacks to the head, while Rosalie's cheeks flushed a soft, pale pink. The diamond-like sparkle of her complexion was now softened to a beautiful glow. She hid a tiny smile that warmed Bella all the way down to her toes. Then, the blonde grabbed Bella's shirt, pulling her into a bright, lazy kiss that tasted of crisp mint and sweet, glacé nectar, a kiss that invited Bella to savor a small taste of paradise as they walked hand in hand down the vampire's long, gorgeous green mile. The Washington afternoon was warm, the vast Bogaccio rainforest alive with the chirps and hums of creatures basking in the sun. But if you asked Isabella Swan, there was no other sound but the quiet thump-thump-thump of her heartbeat, waltzing in time with Rosalie's own. Once diametrically opposed, they were now irrevocably connected. The end.